a young man about to complete his 2 years of military service. Just when he thought he was going home to live it up, he got ice-guyed instantly. To make matters worse, the goddess abandoned him. She brought him to another world with nothing but a shovel. What for? To make it convenient for him to dig a hole and bury his own love life, of course. Who would have guessed that using the survival skills he learned, he managed to survive in a forest filled with monsters? He even received the power of an opposing goddess. He can create items to dispense some democracy, becoming the demon king of this world. And okay, without further ado, let's get started. While I was in the army, I used to hear people say, in the years to come, be careful even when you see a falling leaf. I couldn't do it. 3 days ago, at the guerrilla unit area, a certain young man was sighing. Damn it, I only have 3 days left until my discharge. Just let me rest a bit. Why now of all times? The newly arrived platoon leader is here. Why you look so serious? The man named Kim Shinheim. Kim Shinheim seemed to sense something. He looked towards the main character. I think I slipped up and spoke a bit too loud. Sergeant Park. The main character replied blankly. Yes, platoon leader. Kim Shinheim said. I am patrolling the guerrilla station. Could you demonstrate the obstacle course for us to see? Sergeant Park couldn't believe it. Does the captain really not know? Kim Shinheim spoke loudly. Did everyone hear that? Sergeant Park surely has a lot of guerrilla experience. Hurry up and demonstrate for your subordinates. Sergeant Park complained internally. I should be resting right now. Sergeant Park scratched his head and said, Sir, I'm about to be discharged. This is a bit. Kim Shinheim threatened him with a straight face. Is Sergeant Park discharged yet? I can't go easy on you anymore. Finally, under pressure from his superior, Sergeant Park reluctantly had to demonstrate the obstacle course. The main character calculated silently. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to hide. I'll skip roll call too. He pressed both hands onto the wooden log, put strength into his arms, kicked off with his legs, coordinated his hands and feet to jump over the log. The military recruits all dropped their jaws. Watch this and learn. Sergeant Park. At that moment, he didn't expect that he was about to take a trip that would end his life. When I finish my military service, I will become a normal civilian. Who would have thought? His leg didn't lift high enough to clear the log. The young man broke into a cold sweat. His foot caught on the log, and his body, following inertia, plunged headfirst toward the ground. The entire squad panicked. Sergeant Park. The main character screamed. Friend of the platoon leader. Kim Shinheim stood there stunned. In the darkness, unaware of time or space, the main character vaguely heard a broken voice calling out. Hey, warrior. The main character groaned. Ugh, my head hurts. The strange voice called out again. Wake up, warrior. Sergeant Park objected to this title. I'm just a guy serving in the military. Who keeps calling me warrior? Damn it. I thought I was badly injured. Before his eyes, the main character saw the form of an entity resembling a young girl, mysterious and magical. It felt like he was high on drugs. The girl's voice called out softly. Oh, warrior, I'm the goddess who will guide you. Sergeant Park, I am Palia. In your past life, you had to face so many hardships. Sergeant Park's laughter died down, making the goddess confused as well. Sergeant Park teared up, mumbling. This isn't real. This can't be happening. There was a long silence between the goddess and the main character. Sergeant Park laughed it off, pinched the bridge of his nose, and shook his head. It must be a dream. I've seen too many things in this world. Goddess Palia asked with concern. Excuse me, veteran soldier. Suddenly, Sergeant Park slapped himself in the face, leaving her bewildered, indescribable. The goddess was stunned. Then she was frightened by the main character's behavior, not knowing what to do. Sergeant Park laughed while slapping his own face repeatedly. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, like a madman, forcing himself to escape this magical reality. Wake up, wake up, Goddess Palia advised him. Don't do that, warrior. Sergeant Park shouted. Shut up. Don't call me warrior anymore. You thing named after cigarettes. Palia looked dumbfounded, not understanding what cigarette name meant. Sergeant Park grumbled. Only 3 days left. 3 days until I get discharged. Why did it turn out like this? Goddess Palia expressed sympathy. Understand, warrior. This is your first time. Sergeant Park cut off the goddess with profanity. Understand my ass. You understand me. Don't make me laugh. You spend your whole life just saying those comforting words, don't you? Sergeant Park suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the goddess by the collar. Palia stared wide-eyed and asked, "What are you doing?" Sergeant Park ranted to himself. If you read any of those mixed-genre isekai stories, the next part is obvious, isn't it? I'll become a hero in a new world, right? 1 year and 9 months. I trained, worked my ass off in the army in my past life. Now I have to do it all over again? I don't want to. Why the hell did you save me? Can't you just let a man rest in peace? Goddess Palia my ass. To me, your goddess cigarette. Having taken enough insolence from this mortal, Palia got angry. How dare you? How dare you say that? Sergeant Park was not only unafraid, but also had a challenging attitude. You, revealing your true colors now, huh? Goddess Nicotine. Palia was extremely annoyed. I will. Right. The title of warrior doesn't fit a guy like you at all. You were supposed to be my warrior, existing to destroy evil. The warrior destined to save the world. But now I won't give you anything. I'll just drop you down as is, without a single skill. I will send you to the new world. Sergeant Park straightened his back. After running his mouth, he still had the nerve to demand benefits. You can't just leave me like this. Palia. Saying that, he clenched his fist, lunging to settle the score with the goddess. Rays of light appeared. Angels, pulling threads woven from light, binding the one who was rude to the goddess. Then, Sergeant Park was dragged down. Palia smiled faintly. She said, "There, let's see what you can do." With a mortal body, a large magic circle appeared beneath Sergeant Park's feet. Sergeant Park looked terrified. "You can't," the goddess unkindly said. "Just consider this your second military service." Sergeant Park screamed. "What did you eat to become so cruel? Just kill me already." Before his eyes, Sergeant Park found himself in midair. With this free-fall situation, who needs a plan? Gravity is enough to send him back to the cycle of reincarnation. How often in life do you get to skydive without a parachute? Not everyone gets to experience this. The main character's body crashed into the dense bushes. Night fell. The moon rose. End of flashback. Perhaps thanks to the goddess's twisted sense of humor, she dropped the main character in a spot that ensured he wouldn't die from the fall. But Sergeant Park truly felt it would have been better if the cruel goddess had just killed him. Sergeant Park patted a mound of dirt and stuck a twig on top of it. It looked somewhat like a cake with a candle. Sergeant Park, like a man who had lost his mind, smiled foolishly. He clapped his hands. "Happy discharge day to me. Happy to me. Let's eat dinner. Congratulations to me. Congratulations, Comrade Park." Finally a sigh, accepting the harsh reality under the moonlight. After 3 days in another world, today, Sergeant Park is discharged. The next morning, still at the place with the dirt cake and the twig. Sergeant Park, cheeks sunken, stomach hungry, lying flat on the ground, feeling like death is imminent. "I'm so hungry I'll put anything I touch in my mouth. I'm so hungry I'll put anything I touch into my mouth." A few minutes earlier, he saw a mushroom that clearly didn't look benevolent, but he still deceived himself. It's probably not poisonous. After swallowing it, blood gushed from his mouth. Nosebleed too, but he still smiled a cheerful smile. Oh, turns out it is poisonous. No normal person would be stupid enough to do that. And apparently, this world has monsters. But why is there nothing here but trees and grass? Come to think of it, it seems the main character's despair became a hidden aura. Monsters didn't approach Sergeant Park because they sensed a strange killing intent. Turns out, it wasn't exactly true that the goddess gave him nothing. Tired of wanting to die, Sergeant Park changed his mind. "I want to live. I'm so hungry." Sergeant Park cried. Did the price for arrogance have to be this harsh for a weak, fragile mortal like him? Sergeant Park screamed and begged. "Goddess, it's all my fault. Please have mercy. I was just so angry that I insulted the goddess. I don't need any protection. I need food. Just food is enough. Or a simple weapon for hunting. Goddess Palia." Sergeant Park sobbed miserably. Palia actually responded to Sergeant Park's plea. "I will overlook your insolence and grant you a blessing." Sergeant Park bowed gratefully. "Thank you so much. Great goddess. Beautiful, magnificent goddess Palia. I will never forget your kindness. Honorable goddess." He was happy for a minute, but when he saw the items given, the main character froze. The things dropped down, even though wrapped in light, couldn't hide their absolute ordinariness. Sergeant Park looked at the 3 items. Oh, they look familiar. Why so familiar? Palia's voice sounded like she was teasing him. She said, I grant you the items and ingredients most familiar to you in your past life. For free, even. The menu included cucumber kimchi, boneless braised mackerel, a scoop of kimchi. The shovel was just a normal shovel, nothing special. Don't call me again, okay? Goddess Palia felt satisfied getting back at the rude brat. She couldn't hold it in. She laughed out loud. Ah, that felt good. Only the main character bore the suffering. Sergeant Park sat dazed for a while in front of the 3 items the goddess bestowed. Blue sky, white clouds, cool breeze. At the edge of the forest, there were 2 individuals riding horses. They stopped there for a moment. Both then dismounted. The person with pink-purple hair took off her mask. They didn't rush into the forest, but stood observing first. They were there because they received a mission from leadership. Captain Dora, in recent days, many monsters have run wildly out of the forest. They are causing damage to the village. I'm nearly 50 years old, but I've never seen a case like this. Not that I'm too old. It's very likely that a terrifying creature has appeared in the forest. I need you to venture into the forest to investigate and clarify this matter. And this girl, Dora, accepted this responsibility. She and her teammate looked at each other, smiled reassuringly. When both entered, they noticed the strangeness more clearly. It is indeed very strange, Captain. There are so few monsters around the forest that even civilians could easily enter. It's unbelievable. Dora looked down, discovered something. She found the dirt cake Sergeant Park made, and was confused. What's that? Getting closer. The 2 saw that on the ground. It was full of Korean writing, a strange language to the inhabitants of this world. Dora wondered. I wonder what it says? More troublesome than I thought. And these words, I can feel it. The hatred, the malice. Probably. Dora asked her companion, Nalagi, this looks dangerous. Do you want to turn back? Then the captain takes all responsibility, right? Nalagi replied bluntly. Then the captain takes all responsibility, right? Dora remembered the village chief praising her. She's a very good girl. She's truly talented. Thinking, Chief, you trust her too much. Captain Dora was famous for being clumsy despite having ability. Dora negotiated. We should share the responsibility equally. Nalagi retorted. I'm just following the captain's orders. Dora said, Why are you staring at me? Nalagi replied, Well, it's better than not listening to orders. Dora suddenly felt the hair on her neck stand up. She stopped speaking, signaled for silence to her companion. Using body language, she signaled her companion. When I count to 3, run with all your might. The 2 were tense, silently agreeing. Started silently counting down. 2 fingers, 3 fingers. Immediately sprang up and dashed away from the spot. That gaze just now made me feel extremely uneasy. Must create distance quickly. Before she could run, she was suddenly grabbed by someone, thinking it was an unknown creature with ill intent. Malice lurking. Turns out it was her companion. Dora asked in confusion, What are you doing? Hurry. Run before it sees us and attacks. Nalagi said, Captain, don't think I don't know. You're using this as an excuse to flee because you don't want to do the mission, right? I know exactly what you're up to. Dora cried out in fear. This time, we can't escape. Now it was Nalagi's turn to be confused. But the confusion didn't last long before the answer appeared. Nalagi saw what terrified her captain. The main character was so hungry he was about to turn into a horse. So now seeing people, his eyes looked at them as if he wanted to eat them alive, looking extremely menacing. 2 inhabitants of this world. This was their first impression of the main character. It would be strange if they didn't scream in terror. Both immediately turned tail and ran. The main character stuck the shovel into the ground. Dora ran, while looking back to check. Is it still following me? She only saw a lingering motion. While she was secretly panicking, wondering where he was, right above her head, the main character used a shovel like a pogo stick, jumped ahead in one bound, blocking the path of the 2 inhabitants. The other 2 were stunned. What the hell? How was that possible? Dust flew everywhere, blinding them. It was so boring here that I played shovel riding for 5 hours a day. I knew this scenario would happen. Fantasy is truly fantasy, right? The protagonist becomes stronger after experiencing life and death situations in the forest. Respect. How do heroes in this world get out of the forest? I have a lot of things to do. I would be very grateful if you 2 could show me the way out. The two sides fell into a standoff. Clearly, they wouldn't end this encounter peacefully. Dora drew the knife from behind her back. She held the knife in reverse grip, getting into a combat-ready stance. She also told her companion, Nalagi, draw your weapon. Strange writing I've never seen before, and a demon that seems to hate everything in this world. Just as the village chief said, something extremely dangerous has appeared. That creature, I cannot let it leave the forest. Strange writing I've never seen before. A monster with no precedent, and a creeping sense of horror, even though its appearance isn't quite like one. I clearly sense the demon inside. I must deal with it right here, right now. As for the main character, after acting crazy, he seemed to sober up a bit to talk nicely. No good. The main character stuck the shovel into the ground. He said, I thought I was about to get out of the forest, so I got a little overly excited. I sincerely apologize. I hope you two won't attack me. I put down my weapon. So you don't intend to talk? High chance they are preparing to rush me. How do I explain this? Don't attack me. The other two had weapons drawn. Don't come closer. If you don't want to die. When the two got close to the main character, the camouflage pit was revealed. Sergeant Park. How could he survive in such a bizarre situation despite being just a human? The reason is anger. Currently, anger is boiling inside Sergeant Park. But conversely, he kept a cool head. The sergeant assessed the situation. Animal tracks. Suitable environment for setting traps. And a useful tool. Sergeant Park's brain started working. What will you do? A. Revenge. Or B. Give up and die. Maximum brain power. Finally, he found the optimal solution. Set traps. To ensure enough food. To ensure safety. To escape the forest. This is the perfect plan. The two of them were falling right into the trap the main character set. They were attacking in an area where the enemy understood the environment and the terrain better than they did. I studied how to set traps every day. This area has tons of traps. Dora shouted. Nalagi. The other replied. I know. Nalagi used a sword with a wide attack range. Swung once. Cleared the spikes below, helping herself and her teammate land safely. Sergeant Park was impressed. The two then jumped up. Both full of killing intent, continued to attack the main character. How dare you? The main character didn't even bother to be afraid. If he had time to set up and only had one trick, that would be lame. There was once a guy who thought he could escape my trap. But before he realized it, he fell into another trap. Nalagi got hit by a log, slammed into the side of her face. She was knocked back hard against a tree trunk. Dora called her companion's name, who was now unconscious. Dora was both angry and terrified. She cursed, You crazy bastard. Responding, the main character said, Do you know why the Korean War happened? Letting your guard down ruins everything. Dora couldn't react in time. Took a shovel directly to the head. Knocked out instantly. Dora just woke up. At this moment, she discovered both she and her companion were tied tight to a tree trunk. My head hurts so much. How long was I out? I have no strength left. What kind of knot is this? First, must find a way to escape. Nalagi. Is Nalagi okay? Hope she's all right. Dora called her friend. Nalagi. Nalagi remained silent. Dora had to use her head to knock on the other's head to wake her up. Nalagi was groggy. Captain Dora, Dora replied. You're awake. Nalagi was timid. So seeing this meant seeing the end of hope. Captain, captured too? We're doomed. Dora said. What do you mean by that? I just let my guard down a little. Nalagi shed tears. We're going to die. Because we were careless. What do we do tied up like this? We're both about to meet our ancestors. There's no way out. When I die, maybe I'll see the captain standing next to Goddess Palia. What's this? You two are awake. The main character appeared in front of them. He asked cheerfully, Did you sleep well? Nalagi just cried, showing no other expression. But from Dora, confusion was clearly visible. Looking at this reaction, pretty sure they don't understand what I'm saying. Seeing the main character bring his face close, Nalagi panicked even more. I'm going to die. I'm going to die here. Even though Dora tried to reassure her. Calm down. Nalagi remained negative. How the hell can I be calm? He plans to kill us. Dora denied this thought. If he intended to kill us, he would have done it long ago. Calm down, Nalagi exclaimed. Then, why did he let us live? Does he have evil intentions? Dora lost patience when having to reassure a teammate like this. Look at this situation. The main character observed the two confused people, then smirked, clapped his hands to attract their attention. The two sides didn't understand each other's language, but they could guess from the tone. He said, "Attention," preparing to mime, cleared his throat a bit, using body language, expressing, "I am stuck. Here. I want to get out. So, I need your cooperation." Okay. Using body language, will they understand? Understood very clearly, in fact. These two had conflicting views, while Dora refused responsibility. Never. You demon. Nalagi cared more about saving her life. If I cooperate, I'll be released, right? Dora looked at Nalagi in disbelief. Dora used her head to knock the other. Nalagi, you traitor. Yusti. Nalagi cried out. I don't want to die. The main character noticed. That girl over there doesn't seem willing to cooperate. He sighed. One hand grabbed the stubborn girl's jaw. I didn't want to use this method either. Just so you know, this isn't a normal liquid. He squeezed her mouth open and poured in some extremely spicy chili sauce. I often use this to tease new recruits. This is a new type of spicy chicken sauce. I haven't had a chance to use it because there's no chicken here. The sauce packet has been in my pocket for days. Dora's eyes widened. Her face froze for a moment. Then the pain from the spice began to spread violently throughout her mouth. Dora's face twisted. Tears gushed out. Her face turned red, just like a chili pepper. Now it was Nalagi's turn to say, Captain, calm down. Nalagi looked fearfully at the enemy, holding that unique biological weapon in his hand. The main character smiled winningly and said, You'll cooperate, right? Today, blue sky, white clouds, at a primitive village in the New World. The village chief sat kneeling before a sketch of Goddess Palia. Candles were burning flickeringly here. Suddenly, simultaneously, extinguished. The picture of the goddess radiated an aura. The chief saw this as a sign. She received the guiding light sent down by the goddess. Goddess Palia, then that light faded away. What on earth is happening? As for Dora and the other, night fell in the forest. Nalagi had been untied and was sitting there. As for Dora, because she was stubborn, the main character honored her by using her as a chair. Dora secretly hated him. This evil demon. There's no way I'll submit. Nalagi rubbed her wrists, also secretly dissatisfied with how the main character treated her captain. Demon, how dare you? The main character then reminded them. Hey, what are you glaring at? Want a taste too? Nalagi hadn't been tough for even a few seconds. Threatened, she immediately bowed and scraped. I don't know what that is, but I'm sorry. I apologize. Nalagi had no choice. She tried to communicate using body language like the main character. We just guide you out of the forest, right? The main character sat thinking for a moment, seemed to have some profound thought. The longer he thought, the more tense Nalagi became. Is that it? Suddenly, the main character smiled a slightly psychotic smile, scaring both Dora and Nalagi stiff. He ordered, Take me to your village. At the village, in the chief's main tent, 3 individuals sat around a fire. The chief looked worried. It's already morning. Was sending just those two a mistake? An older man said. Both of them have strange personalities, but they're the chief's best students. So don't worry too much. Hearing that, the chief worried less, but not much. True, but it's getting late since they haven't returned. I'm a bit worried. The other 2 elders remained silent. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A girl urgently reported, Chief. The 3 elders in the tent looked back. This girl reported, Captain Dora and Nalagi have returned. Is that so? The chief sighed in relief. But if that was all, the girl wouldn't be in such a hurry. The chief asked, What is it? At the edge of the village at the same time. A warning cry. Stop. The main character had Nalagi in a headlock, using Nalagi as a hostage, threatening the villagers. Nalagi, forced to be a hostage, was so scared she could only sit and cry. Help me. Dora secretly hoped. We reached the village. Here, chances are everyone can deal with him. The young men of the village, seeing the situation, all cautiously raised their weapons. The main character silently observed the place. Striking his eyes first was the statue right behind the villagers. Who else could it be but Goddess Palia who dropped him here? The main character narrowed his eyes. There's no way back. When I die, maybe I'll meet Goddess Palia back in the forest. Although he didn't understand the language, he still heard the name Palia from the conversation of the 2 inhabitants. Even though I don't understand this language, I definitely just heard Palea. Why didn't I think of it before? This world is very likely Peleus. Damn right it is. Nalagi was tossed high into the air by him. Before Nalagi's confusion, the main character wasn't done. He caught her again, adjusted the pose, creating an artistic entrance. Graceful, Nalagi questioned her existence. He continued to use Nalagi as a hostage to advance deeper into the village. The villagers were all disgusted by the main character. Unbelievable. Using a hostage? Cowardly dog. What does he plan to do? Once. Just once. When close enough to the statue, he tossed the hostage away. Nalagi was pushed towards a young man in the village. The other young men saw this as a signal. Attack. Contrary to the aggressive group of young men behind, the main character was extremely calm. Dropped to his knees. Now, this humiliation, I will endure it. He clasped his hands in a prayer position. This caused the young men intending to attack to stop in their tracks, stunned. Dora also just dismounted in utter confusion. The main character's posture was as serious as it could get. Devout before the goddess statue. The scene was quiet, solemn, making the hostility of the whole village vanish in an instant. The villagers were all confused. He is praying? Hearing that the crowd had quieted down, the main character stood up, putting away the crazy act. The main character put on a righteous face. As honest as possible, he proclaimed, I am the warrior sent down by Goddess Palea. Dora and Nalagi looked like they had seen the light of the party shining down. What the hell? Should we continue attacking? Captain, he was praying to the goddess. I don't know anymore. It's driving me crazy. The sound of a staff tapping. A voice full of authority spoke up. Everyone, step back. The villagers parted ways, making way for the chief. The chief said, I should have said this sooner. Today I received a prophecy. A great calamity is about to appear. I will send a warrior down to guide you. The villagers buzzed with discussion. What does that mean? There hasn't been a prophecy for years. Is he the warrior? A message from Goddess Palea? The chief spoke sternly. However, we still cannot confirm if this person is the warrior or the great calamity that Lord Palea mentioned. The main character now faced the chief. He didn't know yet that he was also the target of a second divine entity. Found him. If it's this person, he can do it. Finally, Palea must stop her. At the chief's tent later, Dora voiced her opinion. Chief, why didn't you just deal with him? You said it yourself. He could be the great calamity. The chief calmly said, I understand what you mean, but calm down. No matter what you say, we cannot ignore the prophecy. The first impression was too bad. How could Dora accept it? So you will treat him as a warrior? Is that what you mean? The chief gripped her staff tight, said that's not it. A warrior test. I'm thinking of using this method. Kazum has returned to the village. Kazum, one of the few people with a high rank in the Zhang tribe. In terms of physical strength, you could say he is the strongest. His combat ability is recognized across the continent, and he is also considered rank A. Through a match with Kazum, we will see if that person is truly a warrior. At a guest tent, the main character was sitting in contemplation with a shovel. Sigh, I'm still suspected. Was my acting not convincing enough? Should I run? With this shovel, I can hide. Maybe I'll just dig a tunnel. Shalala. Bright light shone down. A divine bullet descended. Nice to meet you. I'm the goddess here to help you. The bullet intended to politely introduce its purpose. When a shovel was raised, smacked the hovering divine bullet. The bullet fell to the ground with a thud. Startled me. Almost got PTSD. What trick are you pulling now? Palea. The bullet spirit complained. What was that for? What kind of person is so violent? Besides, I'm not Palea. Right now, anything divine made the main character impatient. You said you're a goddess, right? I don't need help from you bastards. The bullet spirit tried to discuss politely. Wait, I am on the opposing side of Palea. Listen, the main character stopped attacking. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? I came to see you because I want to stop Palea. Funny, right? Think I'm that gullible? The bullet spirit showed goodwill, saying, what do I have to do to earn your trust? The main character said, curse that bitch Palea 3 times, let's see. The bullet spirit seemed to take a breath. Cursed a streak extremely fluently and without hesitation. This straightforward display. The main character tentatively believed her. He picked up the divine bullet. Finally, he had the patience to listen. Speak. The bullet spirit introduced herself. Okay, my name is Malay. The main character groaned, complaining. What is wrong with you goddesses? Another cigarette name. Malay got to the main point. You want revenge on Palia because she brought you to this world. I am willing to help you because I have personal reasons. Sergeant Park couldn't help but wonder. Why are you a bullet? Malay explained. I transformed into a weapon familiar to you. I wanted to transform into a stronger weapon. But before that, I was betrayed by Palia and lost almost all my power. So, the main character scoffed. Useless as hell. Malay tried to salvage the situation. First, with my ability, just then, someone opened the guest tent flap. An elder warrior entered and said, Hey, you whatever your name is. Come out quickly. The main character reflexively hid the divine bullet, smiled innocently, replied, Yes, understood. The elder was surprised. I heard you couldn't communicate. You can speak our language? The main character froze for a moment, put his hand to his mouth, only panicked for a split second, then quickly adapted and replied, Oh, this is a reward the goddess granted me for passing the first trial. Lord Palia gave me the ability to communicate. Hearing this, the elder didn't ask much more, just said, Is that so? When you're ready, come out. We are waiting for you. Waiting until the elder turned away. The main character showed a smug look. Malay asked, What do you think? Very useful, right? The main character tasted the initial sweetness. Naturally expected further support. Yeah. Do you have any other abilities? Malay also had principles. No one gives anything for free. Said later, when we trust each other more, I will give you more. The main character didn't get annoyed hearing that. Just exclaimed, You know how to do business, huh? Malay asked, What do you say? Cooperate. The main character grinned, showing 10 teeth. Agreed, obviously. In this strange place, having an ally is better than going alone. Malay was also excited to recruit a like-minded ally. She attached herself to the string on the main character's neck, disguising herself as a pendant with an eye, accompanying him. The rest of my story. Let's finish this business first, then I'll tell you. Malay's interference alerted Palia. She noticed something was wrong. Her gaze turned cold. She summoned a close angel. Biojayo, Goddess Palia. You summoned me. Palia said, I can't see Park Byungjae anymore. Go down there immediately and investigate the situation. The main character was now summoned to the arena. The villagers were all eager to watch this match. Only the main character was bewildered, feeling like a monkey in a circus. We don't know who you are in the prophecy. So, to verify, I decided to organize a warrior test. Heard you were just granted the ability to communicate. Understand. The main character replied blankly. I don't know what a warrior test is. The chief said, A duel, of course. Dora and Nalagi were specifically present to watch the show. Crazy. The main character complained. Malay asked, Sergeant, do you have any ideas? The main character replied, I just got here. Give me some time to rest first. The chief decided for the protagonist. I think you are ready. So we start now. Sergeant Park cursed silently. Bitch. The chief raised her staff high. Your opponent is Kazum, warrior of the Zhang tribe. Kazum and Sergeant Park locked eyes. Kazum suddenly laughed mockingly. That is the warrior sent by the goddess? Kazum pointed straight at Sergeant Park. Not a warrior, right? The main character was a bit tense. Kazum pointed at the main character and said, Not a warrior, right? The audience watching the match started whispering. Dora also lost some of her mood to watch the show. The chief remained indifferent, and Kazum was certain of his judgment. The main character stood there. At this moment, he couldn't get agitated, to avoid letting the opponent find an opening. Oh, why, everyone? You still doubt me? Kazum sneered. Truly shameless. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? The main character naturally hadn't. Busy with everything. Where would he find the mind to look in a mirror? Kazum pointed out, Your eyes. No matter how innocent you look on the outside, inside, hatred is still boiling. You might fool others, but not me. The main character still acted innocent and said, Is this also a challenge Palia gave me? Kazum smiled faintly. Funny. Let me guess. Based on the clothes you're wearing, you must be from another world. For some reason, you were punished by Palia and pushed down into the forest. Then you came here, preparing for your revenge against Palia. Correct. The main character remained calm on the outside. But inside, he felt a bit tense. How the hell did he guess almost everything right? A bit scary. The main character asked back, "Do you have proof?" Kazum spread his arms. "Look at this body. Can you feel anything?" "Of course. This body holds the most strength and knowledge in the village. I'm extremely good at psychology. Honest advice. You should accept reality and look back at yourself." The main character sneered. "What do those two things have to do with each other? Anyway, enough guessing. Actions are always more convincing than words anyway. With the power Goddess Palea granted me, I have no other way but to prove it." Kazum agreed on this point. "Yeah, prolonging the match any further is no different from blasphemy. In the army, they say, a private second class can take on one enemy alone. A private first class can take on two enemies alone. A corporal can take on 3 enemies alone. A sergeant can take on 4 enemies alone. If that's true, 3 days have passed since he was discharged. A former sergeant. So how strong is he now? Is he strong enough to handle a squad alone? Maybe even more." The main character attacked first with a shovel. A shovel strike, aimed at Kazum's head. Dora raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh my, even Kazum couldn't dodge it. The main character landed a favorable opening hit. Good start, but immediately, Kazum grabbed the main character's leg with one hand. "Too slow. Is that all your strength?" Saying that, Kazum twisted his body, used force, threw the main character hard onto the ground. If the main character hadn't undergone proper training in a military camp, just this one hit would have been enough to knock him unconscious. But with the self-proclaimed title of God-sent warrior, what the main character had wasn't impressive at all. Kazum confirmed that himself. "With that much strength and intelligence, you claim to be the god's warrior?" The main character used the shovel to prop himself up. Smirked. The main character said, "I was just afraid people would think I'm a bully." He stepped forward, facing Kazum defiantly. "Break time is over. Provoke me, and the opponent will attack." So the main character was prepared, leaned back to dodge the attack, simultaneously taking advantage of the moment the opponent was attacking, unable to defend, and slashed the shovel into Kazum's stomach. A very shallow cut appeared on Kazum's stomach. "Hitting me with that is useless. Like a mosquito bite." To retaliate, Kazum punched the main character in the stomach. The main character was punched flying backwards, had to try to find a foothold to keep his balance. Kazum didn't give the main character time to regain balance. Kazum punched the main character in the face. The main character also toughly kicked Kazum in the jaw. The main character also had good reflexes. In an unstable state with no foothold, still managed to swing the shovel to attack, although blocked by the opponent. Kazum's hand slid along the shovel handle, grabbed it, then pulled the shovel, dragging the main character along by inertia. The opponent's fist was coming, but the main character had no stance to block. Kazum unleashed a flurry of punches, pummeling the main character. The main character gritted his teeth and endured the injuries. This was clearly a completely one-sided fight. Kazum said, "Try to stay awake. There's still plenty of time." The main character had a strong personality. Spat a mouthful of blood into Kazum's face. The blood aimed precisely at the eyes. So Kazum temporarily lost vision. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, the main character put all his strength into the shovel blade. "I'll smash your eyes out," just as the shovel was about to sweep across Kazum's eyes. "I told you." Kazum didn't need to see to dodge the incoming shovel. Kazum struck extremely accurately. Eyes closed. Still found the main character's face to punch. "My body is the smartest in the village. I've read almost all your fighting style." At this point, the main character had to realize the gap between him and the warrior of this world. "Damn it, we just started a little while ago. My consciousness is fading. Must stay awake." Malay called out at the right time. "Sergeant," making the main character snap out of it, to see Kazum with one leg about to come down. Thanks to that, the main character escaped a defeat, retreated a distance. Malay asked, "Sergeant, are you okay?" The main character waved his hand sarcastically. "Great question. Do I look okay?" Malay knew she asked a redundant question. Said sorry. "I've been watching the match all this time." She also told the main character the harsh reality. "And it seems you will never win. So I prepared another way myself. Sergeant, I said when we trust each other more, I would give you more skills. Do you remember?" Sleepy, and someone offers a soft pillow. How could I forget? Malay had partnered with the main character. She wouldn't stand by and watch him fail at the entrance. That's skill. Now, I will show you. Some bands of energy that looked evil wrapped around the main character. Kazim immediately sensed the change in his opponent. Clearly he was about to lose consciousness just now. I didn't expect this guy could emit such disgusting dark aura. The dark aura Malay bestowed on the main character gave Kazim chills. Kazim's life had gone through countless battles. He was very sensitive to the smell of danger. So now Kazim didn't dare underestimate the main character. Told himself, must move carefully. Kazim won many battles, precisely thanks to caution. This is the first time in all my matches. Kazim felt a killing intent this disgusting. Not sure if the main character knew that just standing there was making the opponent feel pressure. Skill. I'm glad we trust each other more. Malay replied very realistically. I help you because if you die, I will also disappear. Sounds mercenary, but the main character admitted this reason was more convincing. The main character showed excitement asking, you seemed worried all this time. That skill must be OP, right? But responding to him was an uneasy silence from Malay. The main character was cautious, but puzzled. Is there a problem? Malay was conflicted, then had to confess. Actually, I'm not sure if this skill will help. This skill can only be used when I have enough power. I intended to tell you beforehand. I tried to use all my strength. Because this is an emergency. But, the main character said, no need to beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. Malay clarified. I told you the reason I became a bullet, right? One shot. Can only shoot like that. Then there was a moment of silence. The main character mumbled. One shot. Is that so? He gritted his teeth. Then roared loudly, making both the opponent and everyone present astonished. The main character's face darkened. Flashback to the time when he was still young and spirited upon enlisting. Naturally, he couldn't avoid shooting practice. Holding the typical AK rifle in the military, Sergeant Park back then was very focused on aiming. Gunshots echoed throughout the shooting range. After the training session ended, all the new soldiers practicing shooting stood at attention, saluted the superior. Sergeant Park was called back by the superior. Private Park. The main character immediately ran over. Here, Corporal Park. This corporal lit a cigarette while saying, Hey, Private, what did you just do? The corporal reached out, put his arm around Sergeant Park's shoulder. I've never seen anyone like you in the army. What secret are you hiding? Why didn't you miss a single shot on the target? Even a captain like me has to feel jealous. Ending the flashback that seemed like showing off. Damn it, that was a bit scary. Malay called out in confusion. Sergeant. The main character picked up and said, What now? You said only one shot, right? Even if it's only one shot. That's enough. Kazim stood at a distance, staring wide-eyed at the main character displaying his new ability. A stream of energy resembling fire appeared. The fire gradually took shape in the main character's hand. Kazim was truly confused. Magic? I can't sense the flow of mana. Something like fire was still burning and hovering. Kazim said, What game are you playing? You want to say the match really starts now, or something? The AK rifle had taken shape. The main character got into the aiming stance he had learned by reflex. Declared, This is the end. Kazim said, Ranged attack, huh? Saw the predicting trajectory is my specialty. The main character's finger was placed on the trigger. Kazim sensed it, right now, but the main character was quite curious. Is your prediction faster than the speed of sound? The main character fired a shot. At such close range, even if Kazim guessed the bullet's path, he couldn't dodge in time. A shot that didn't deviate at all, straight into Kazim's chest. Kazim fell backward because of it. The fired casing fell out. Kazim's defeat, like a slow-motion scene in the eyes of all the villagers. The AK rifle evolved from fire dissipated. Even though the victory was thanks to a sudden advantage given, a win is still a win. The fire returned to the necklace on the main character's neck, returning to the form of an AK bullet. Dora, Nalagi, and even the chief stood frozen at the result. Kazim slumped there, while opposite him, the main character raised his hand in glory, claiming victory. What a tough challenge. Without Goddess Palia's protection, the result could have been very. I am the warrior. Do you believe me now? The villagers buzzed. Did Kazim just lose? I've never seen that weapon before. Is he really a warrior? Why are the eyes of the warrior like that? The chief was secretly stunned. Clearly our side was about to win just now. But that power, a coughing sound, startled the main character. Kazum was seriously injured, but not to the point of death or loss of consciousness. The main character was nervous. Missed. Kazum, mouth full of blood, looked up. The main character fired the shot at close range, so he was very certain. I tried to shoot at a vital point. Clearly hit it. Kazum gritted his teeth tight, then shouted loudly for the whole village to know. O warriors of the Zhang tribe, please listen. I swear on all my honor, affirming, this man, according to Palia's prophecy, is the great calamity sent to this world. The chief then raised her hand high, back to before the match took place. An elder once wondered, Chief, what do you say? The chief replied, that's what I mean. Whether it's 1 in 10 or 1 in a million, any result can happen. Everyone needs to be equipped with weapons. All villagers understood the chief's instruction. Expressions hardened when preparing to rush in. Malay warned, Sergeant, situation doesn't look good. The main character broke into a cold sweat, mumbled a curse. Shameless dog. Kazum shouted, that demon is not allowed to exist in this world. In a situation of 1 against 1,000, even if the main character had a gun, he couldn't take on the whole village. There was one thing neither the main character nor goddess Malay grasped, that when Malay transformed into a weapon for the main character to use, Biojayo, standing high above, had observed everything and didn't need to doubt anything. He recognized immediately that it was Malay. Biojayo mentioned Malay with contempt. The reason you couldn't observe Sergeant Park, is it because of that filthy goddess? Perhaps she still has some remaining power. Just report to Lord Palia first. Biojayo flew back to the dwelling of the gods. He landed in this separate dimension. Palia was waiting for news. Back already? Biojayo. Biojayo stood at attention and bowed. Palia asked, so what happened to Sergeant Park? Tell me. Biojayo looked straight and reported. Malay has returned. It seems she still has a little power left, enough to block our observation magic, and is helping Sergeant Park. Palia looked like she heard a joke, and I was sitting here wondering where that bitch ran off to. The current Malay is no different from a sickly bug. Palia crushed a small creature on the armrest, then flipped her hair, stood up from the stone throne. All right, that's enough. Focus on the main mission first. There were 2 pitch-black spheres here. The time has come. Let's start. Malay's world will become mine. All 4, my children. Back to the battle the main character had to face, standing before the scene of being single-handedly outnumbered. Did the main character have many choices? If not kneeling to accept death, then he could only be tough, carve a bloody path, to survive. Palia at the same time made the 2 spheres collide. A crack appeared right in the middle of the battlefield where the main character was. The main character swore vulgarly. What the fuck? What the hell is it now? From that crack, a presence full of pressure was preparing to descend. The main character's hair stood on end. The villagers were also frozen by the pressure. The chief broke into a cold sweat. Everyone witnessed a monster with a jaw like a lamprey presenting itself. The monster roared. It crawled out from the crack. Wherever its tail swept, it wiped out the terrain there. Not only that, after that, a series of strange humanoid creatures escaped from the crack. The head of this creature only had a single large mouth. All villagers were caught off guard by the sudden event. Crimson arms reached out. A deformed 4-armed monster grabbed a villager. This thing looked evil just by sight. Dora flew in from there. She could finally demonstrate combat skills worthy of her captain title. Swept her leg to break. She wondered, what the hell is this? Monsters? Did he summon them? The main character was innocent. Hey, I don't know anything. Need a plan. Damn it. Want to slip away so bad. Actually, it was reasonable for Dora to suspect the main character, because these monsters seemed to only attack the villagers, while completely ignoring the main character. The main character suddenly realized. Slip away? Just now. All eyes were directed towards me, so I couldn't run. Now, skills I learned in the army. I can use stealth. Can't stand in one place forever. I have to remember. Memories from back then. At the barracks. Where is Sergeant Park? Number 1. Go call Sergeant Park here. Number 1 called out. Sergeant, the captain is calling you. I just saw him here. Is Sergeant Park here? Seems he's not in the dormitory. Sergeant Park in the closet. Sergeant Park. Sergeant Park under the bed. Sergeant Park. Sergeant Park on the roof. Come out now. Sergeant Park. Sergeant Park. Sergeant Park's secret technique, stealth. When Dora, who was always paying attention to the main character, startled, looked back. No way. Dora turned back to check. Only saw the shovel. Didn't see the person anywhere. Dora mumbled. Impossible. There are so many people here yet. No one saw him run away. Did the main character hide in the water fissure? Why would he be stupid enough to go in? Isn't the green forest better? Who chooses to jump into a hole where monsters are pouring out? In the green grass growing waist-high. Don't know how. But the main character chose to walk on his hands. Seems he used this pose to escape the chaos. He kept it up until he reached a part he felt was safe. Then he flipped, back to landing on 2 feet. Perfect. Flawless. Next time I won't pee in the bushes anymore. Hey, got his cigarette. Let's start the adventure, shall we? Malay was silent. The main character asked carelessly, why aren't you saying anything? Sleeping? Or used up all your power? Malay still didn't reply with a single word. The main character secretly felt he couldn't joke around anymore. Asked that much and still no answer. Something must have happened to Malay. At that moment, Malay moved. Before the main character's suspicion, the bullet burst into flames. From a fire, reached out an arm. One arm in, another arm. The main character narrowed his eyes, trying to observe. Soon, the fire molded into a human form. Seeming angry, hands of burning fire grabbed Sergeant Park's neck. Naturally, the main character wasn't comfortable at all. Malay said, Sergeant Park. Not clear if Malay wanted to threaten or warn, but generally looked more like a threat. She told him, don't make strange noises. Malay's human form gradually revealed itself more clearly. Shut your mouth, Malay shouted, while the main character shrieked. Blue sky, white clouds. Green mountains, cool forest. Sergeant Park rubbed his neck. Oh my God, I just slipped and talked about a slightly dirty topic, and you strangled me. Don't you think that's excessive? Malay was a goddess with red hair, wearing a pitch-black dress, contrasting with Palia. Malay said, do you know what I've had to endure? The main character complained internally. Haven't even met for a day. Don't know shit. He pouted, said, Fine. Changed the subject. But he also had something on his mind. That form. You regained your power, right? Should have been something to celebrate. But Malay said sorrowfully, yeah, unfortunately so. The main character also vaguely knew it wasn't simple. Malay continued, the reason I sought you out was to stop Palia from executing the plan to merge the 2 worlds. But things progressed faster than I thought. Just arrived here, and the 2 worlds have already merged. Like this. Didn't expect it to be so fast. The main character couldn't keep up. Wait. Meaning the monsters weren't summoned by you? You mean Palia sent them? Malay spoke sternly. Mr. Park, sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, but you're speaking very rudely. They're not monsters. They are my children. The main character found the new information too sudden. The monsters that suddenly appeared are Malay's children. At this point, the main character could deduce it himself without Malay saying it. Palia not only took away the power, but also took her world. Malay gritted her teeth tight, bitterly and sorrowfully said, I wanted to protect my children, but the only thing I could do was reabsorb power from their corpses. So the monsters she told me to destroy are the inhabitants of your world. Suddenly, a human sound alerted the main character in Malay. A strange young man had probably accidentally overheard the entire conversation. The main character glared. The strange young man covered his mouth, sat silently listening, finding it too quiet for too long. So he gathered some courage, intended to peek out and check, without knowing he was already in someone's sights. Sure enough, when he peeked out, the young man no longer saw the main character in Malay, because the main character was right behind the young man's back. The young man just turned around and was greeted by the main character with eyes like dead fish. Hello. The young man was too shocked, rolled over, paralyzed. A tragicomic scene that choked his last words. The young man's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, scared into fainting. The main character pointed. Malay shrugged in defeat. What is this? A while later, after tying the person to a tree, the main character patted the young man awake. How many more times do I have to tie your people up? Wasting a lot of plastic rope. Wake up. The young man didn't dare open his eyes. If I open my eyes, I die instantly. Definitively. While the main character was about to lose patience, told you to wake up. Still won't wake up. The young man prayed silently. Go away. Go away. Go away. This is hopeless. Can't waste time forever. Let's go. The young man secretly rejoiced. But when the main character's killing intent rose, dispose of him first. The young man immediately blurted out, I am awake. The main character was amused, knocked on the young man's head. If you pretend to sleep, you have to know when to stop. The young man cried, from now on I will. Please don't kill me. The main character smiled and said, that depends on how you answer. The main character's face hardened. How much did you hear? Malay also wanted to hear this. The young man was tense. Avoiding the person's gaze, he answered rapidly. Didn't hear anything at all. The main character understood. So he heard everything. Next question. When I hide, even a squad would have trouble finding me. How did you manage to spot me? Why did you chase me alone? Since carrying the shovel to escape was inconvenient, I left it there. Why did you bring it along? If not intending to kill me, then what? The young man, after a moment of silence, started to converse properly. First, I must resolve the misunderstanding. The main character raised an eyebrow. A source of energy radiated, coming from a young man. His appearance began to change. I used shape-shifting ability to infiltrate the village. I'm not a native. I come from a place that hates the Paley of faith, and am a spy. My name is Sun Jun. I am on the side opposing the Paley of faith, and also a spy. As a talented spy, I was asked to infiltrate the Zhang village alone. Of course, I agreed. More accurately, forced to agree, to facilitate my role as a spy. The young man had a type of potion. Drinking it allowed his appearance to easily change, like turning into a wolf, for example. With special ability, shape-shifting, I quickly started the mission in secret. Once by chance, Senjun witnessed the main character setting traps in the forest. Restricted area. Yet there's someone. Almost got caught. What is this person doing? Looks scary. Avo. Dragging logs through the forest. Senjun watched with goosebumps all over, thinking whatever stupid thing people do isn't his business. Mission is still top priority. Senjun then infiltrated the village, even established friendly relationships with the people there. I easily completed the mission, gathered quite a lot of info. Just head back now. Just then, outside, there was a commotion of villagers. So noisy. Senjun at that time curiously lifted the tent flap to look, then eyes widened. Shocked, saw the main character holding the logi in a headlock to enter the village. That man, on the second encounter, everything started to collapse. I just received a prophecy. Prophecy? There hasn't been one for years. That person, Kazam, the great calamity? Is he the calamity in the prophecy, really? Then Malay's children crawling out from the world crack. What he did was beyond imagination. And it all happened in just one day. Should I leave? I plan to go back anyway. But this person, he will be very helpful if he joins our organization. Thinking is one thing, but human nature is to avoid trouble. Yet Sun Jun decided for the greater common goal. Damn, is being too talented a sin? He grabbed the shovel the main character left behind, ran chasing the direction the main character sneaked away. Must chase. The main character heard this and grabbed Sun Jun's head. A spy. Then that's even more suspicious. Sun Jun groaned internally. Painful as hell. Is this the price of talent? Malay had to step in to stop the main character's violent behavior. Sergeant, squeezing like that will kill him. The main character said extremely coldly. Why do you care? Sun Jun whispered, lucky. Almost met my ancestors. The main character stated reasons not to trust Sun Jun. Just now this guy said he can shape-shift. So this could be a fake face. Fake identity. Hating Palia could also be just pretending. We don't have much time to find out the truth. Isn't it better to just kill him? Malay found it convincing too. Said questioningly. Logical. Kill him then. Senjun had no value to Goddess Malay. With no one showing mercy, Senjun had to manage on his own to convince the other two. Wait. If you kill me, you will regret it. The main character looked down at Senjun. Keep this up, and the time will come. You too. Face. Death. The main character didn't buy this act. Trying to threaten me. But Senjun pointed out the main point. You don't know a single thing about this place. When everything is done, the Empire will receive the report. Before long, wanted posters with your face on them will appear in every corner of the country, and you will also be labeled as the demon in the prophecy. Kazim is still alive. He is a stubborn warrior. They will hunt you down without letting you breathe. In such a situation, without information, how long do you think you can live? The main character asked back, so, if I let you live, will the result be different? Sunjun tightened his spirit. At the same time, had confidence. Of course. I'm a genius spy, after all. Disguise and direct infiltration. For your current situation, is there anyone in this world you need more than me? The main character approached violently. Your provocation is still vague, ambiguous, but I like it. The main character turned to call. Malay, you had your world stolen, right? You don't plan to sit still and ignore it, do you? Malay frowned. You can't understand the feeling of having to absorb your own dead children. The main character grinned ear to ear. A goddess who lost everything. A self-proclaimed suspicious spy. Two people seemingly bringing no benefit. However, Sergeant Park said, I have a plan. Malay wondered. Sunjun was also curious. We will go on an adventure. For personal purposes. For benefits. Of the people. And for the benefit. Of the organization. Let's hit the road. The road ahead. What awaits them? It's your fault. No, it is. Your fault. Sergeant Park. It's not my fault. 1 month before Sergeant Park died. Liu Kimu. The platoon commander called him to the administrative office. Kim Shin-im is the successor platoon leader. Platoon leader of 1st Platoon. About to be discharged as the predecessor. Trying to give me as much advice as possible. Kim Shin-im saluted. Greetings, Captain. The 1st Platoon leader smiled. Ah, you're here. Kim Shin-im asked. Yes. Did you call me for something, Captain? This platoon leader said. Nothing much. I just wanted to talk a bit. Sit down. The two then sat face to face. The 1st Platoon leader started speaking. Okay. How do you find a military environment? Do the subordinates have a good opinion of you? Kim Shin-im replied. I don't really know either. The platoon leader laughed. Probably. Oh, you know. Let me give you a piece of advice like this. Kim Shin-im suddenly got tense. When I first became platoon leader of 1st Platoon, there was a phrase some sergeants often said to me. Platoon leader. You have to do it like this. Do you know what they meant by that? Kim Shin-im answered honestly. I don't know. The platoon leader looked straight at the junior. I'm better than you. I've been in the army longer than you. Kim Shin-im exclaimed. That's scary. The 1st Platoon leader was calm. Everyday stuff. Almost everyone in their first term as platoon leader makes mistakes. The sergeants are like a pack of hyenas waiting for a chance to pounce. Having said that, the platoon leader then searched for something in his wallet. Liu Kimu. Look at this photo. Kim Shin-im took it and wondered. This? Whose photo is this? Looks like a family photo. Everyone has a lot of hair. That's my family. The 1st Platoon leader said. Looking back at the current platoon leader, young but already balding like the Mediterranean, a wave of pity surged. I lost my hair in the harsh wild environment. After losing a battle once, the deputy platoon leader and the sergeants blatantly ignored me. A few years after that, I was stressed very heavily. Platoon leader. Kim Shin-im didn't know how to comfort him. Then the 1st Platoon leader used this as an example to remind the junior. Subordinate Kimu. You understand what I'm trying to say, right? Kim Shin-im replied. Yes. Don't let yourself be bullied by the sergeants. Kim Shin-im secretly engraved this lesson from the predecessor. Even though the captain wasn't completely bald, this was still good advice. The military is a high-ranking society and at the same time a treacherous jungle. If you can suppress the high-ranking ones, the subordinates have to listen. The platoon leader finished reminding, but at that time Kim Shin-im wasn't paying much attention. But don't be hard on those about to go home, especially Sergeant Park. He works very seriously and is also kind and good-hearted. Is that clear? Liu Kimu. In Kim Shin-im's mind right now, only a flame of ambition for promotion burned. Kim Shin-im. Let's do this. The 1st Platoon leader had to call again. Lieutenant Kim Shin-im. Kim Shin-im snapped out of it. You understand what I mean, right? Kim Shin-im smiled brightly, replied clearly. Yes. Uniform neat and tidy. Kim Shin-im thought solemnly. Just you wait. Sergeant, I will show you guys what proper management looks like. So we have a training scene in the beginning. when a main character modeled the obstacle course for new recruits. A tripping incident occurred, causing the main character's head to plunge into the ground. The accident was so sudden the military brothers couldn't react in time. When a main character's head slammed into the ground, Kim Shin-nam broke into a cold sweat all over. How could he expect this incident to happen during his lead training? Sergeant Park, back to the situation where Palia just made the two worlds collide. Palia was quite satisfied. Success. From now on, these two worlds will gradually merge. Two angel-like entities agreed in unison. Congratulations, Lord Palia. Palia glanced sideways. You guys want to rest already? There's still work to do. WHI. The feminine angel called by Palia, excited, replied, yes. Palia assigned the mission. You will guide him. Palia had found the next candidate, replacing an uncontrollable Sergeant Park. This way, a warrior. Kim Shin-nam looked back in confusion, just like the main character at the beginning. Palia also came out to welcome Kim Shin-im. Kim Shin-nam also had doubts like the main character at first. Is it a dream? Palia said to Kim Shin-nam. This is a new world, not a dream. I am Palia, the one who will guide Kim Shin-nam. Mr. Kim has completed his past life. Unlike the crazy main character, in the same situation, Kim Shin-im appeared calmer. He thought, I've been having nightmares lately too, but this is truly unique. Why dream like this all of a sudden? Clearly I just left the house. Maybe it was raining then too. First time I dreamed and it felt so real. Kim Shin-nam has a bad habit of acting deaf whenever he's thinking. Kim Shin-im thought dejectedly, a dream. I wish. The things that happened to Sergeant Park were also a dream. That's impossible. Now how to? Palia seemed to read Kim Shin-nam's thoughts, knowing what he was dwelling on. Aiming at that to manipulate. I can make everything like it never happened. Kim Shin-im immediately locked in. Kim Shin-nam broke into a cold sweat, denying the whole event. This is just a dream. Palia didn't give him a chance to deny further. The accident was quite sudden. It's not strange you don't remember. I saved your memories before you died. Saying that, Palia clapped her hands once. The scene of him leaving the house and getting hit by a bus flooded Kim Shin-nam's mind. Kim Shin-nam screamed. Hard to accept, leaving the world so absurdly. Kim Shin-nam slumped down. Palia secretly knew she had chosen the right subject to manipulate. Contrary to the rebellious and rude Sergeant Park, a Kim Shin-nam full of confusion and regret for life was truly a handy tool for Palia. Everything is not a dream. Palia spoke up. Mr. Kim Shin-nam, you are not completely dead. You are still here for a reason. Because God has compassion. So he gave you a second chance. Kim Shin-nam chased the words. Just now, you said it was possible. Palia instantly returned to stand in front of Kim Shin-nam, affirming, correct. Return to the time before the incident. I will send you back to the past to prevent that from happening. On one condition, receiving a big reward without passing a trial wouldn't be right, would it? These words seemed to touch the core of Kim Shin-nam's views. He paused a bit, then replied, I understand. If I pass the trial, I get to go back to the past, right? That's what you mean, isn't it? Palia smiled a smile hiding a knife. Replied, that's right. Kim Shin-nam had a goal to be determined about. No matter how difficult it is, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Please tell me, what is that trial? Palia praised. Very spirited. The trial I give is, become a warrior. This world is being invaded by evil. Destroy them all. The Empire. This is a prosperous and developed place. Contrary to the previous village, this place clearly carried a modern atmosphere. Much more civilized. On the street, a mother asked her son, what did you learn at school today, son? The son replied, I learned that in a competition, you must always move forward so as not to be left behind. New teacher. The boy was speaking when a piece of glass fell down. The glass shard hit the ground, shattered into smaller pieces. Mother and son looked up. What is that? So dangerous. But the scene that met their eyes made people horrified. Malay's children, judging by human appearance standards. Truly monstrous, fitting the imagination of monsters. Of humans. Creatures with large mouths. Bodies also gigantic. Falling from high above, causing great damage. The originally orderly city, civilized, in an instant was devastated into ruins. Creatures from Malay's world poured in like this. Just their form alone made people afraid. So when they showed hostility, attacking humans, then there were no words left to defend them. The appearance of inhabitants from another world was a disaster for this world. At the same time, Kim Shin-im was free-falling with WHA, the designated guide by Palia. The landing spot was the Empire, where the crack was spreading, causing Malay's children to pour in like this. Kim Shin-im, carrying a personal goal, as well as a chivalrous heart, the goddess's favor. This power, Palia acted generous, saying, "A small gift from me. You need power to become a worthy warrior. You don't need to fear this new world. My child, WHI, will guide you." The two shook hands to show goodwill. "Hello. I hope we cooperate well. A warrior will overcome all fears. You just immerse yourself in the power." Kim Shin-im followed Palia's words. Feeling the given power, his body was overflowing with energy, like divine light descending from heaven. That light contrasted with Malay's children like heaven and earth. WHI transformed into a weapon. Kim Shin-im was like a holy knight descending to the world. With just one strike, the giant creature's body from the other world was covered in countless cuts, then exploded into fragments. The event happened too suddenly. Kim Shin-im truly had a star too grand compared to the main character Sergeant Park. Before all the people of the Empire, Kim Shin-im confidently spoke up. "Everyone, don't worry." The people of the Empire stared blankly at this hero falling from the sky. "I will protect everyone." Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Empire, a long line of people was waiting to pass through the Empire's gate. "I feel a bit worried. Will it be okay?" "It's fine. I'm a genius spy, remember. I swear it doesn't look okay at all." "Do you want to die?" the gate guard shouted. Next, one step forward, Sergeant Park in the guise of a priest, looking as dignified as possible, and Senjun disguised as a nun. As for Malay, surely she was a pendant again. Sergeant Park smiled friendly and said to the gate guard, "You work hard." Senjun also said a social blessing. "May Goddess Palia bless you." Malay was speechless. The gate guard checked the watch list. As Senjun said, Sergeant Park had been put up as a wanted face. The guard compared the illustration with the two benevolent religious figures in front. The guard looked closely. Sergeant Park kept a bright face without flinching. "What? Going straight to the Empire?" Senjun initially opposed this idea. "Don't. Like that. Our movements will be reported to the Empire." "You mean go there directly? You've really lost your mind. Only a crazy person would do that." Since arriving in this world, Sergeant Park was always in a state of easy irritation. "You punk. Want me disciplined, right? Let me tell you something. In the old world I lived in, there is a saying, it's darkest under the lamp. If you know you're being chased, why not go straight to the enemy's lair? That way there will be a chance to counterattack, right?" Senjun stared wide-eyed. "What? Aren't you scared?" An optimistic smile stretching to his ears. "Why be scared? I'm already dead." At that moment I realized, this person, at all costs, must be brought to meet the captain. I'll just guide him back. Leading him to the captain is better than exploiting him, because I can't escape him anyway. Once thoughts were clear, the decision was easy. "Fine, I give up. I will cooperate with you and go to the Empire." So we have the situation of the main character's group, disguised as God's followers, standing in front of the Empire gate, waiting for approval to pass. The gate guard kept looking back and forth. The longer the time, the more tense the main character's group became, wondering if this disguise trick was enough to fool people. The gate guard observed seriously, then smiled welcomingly. "Oh my, a priest. Do you have business here?" Sergeant Park smiled back. "I am here because of the monster incident. I plan to go to the central church in the city to pray." The guard spoke loudly. "Certainly, sir. It is an honor to hear that. Let them pass." So the main character's group passed amidst the welcoming applause of the gate guards and the entire line of people behind. Sergeant Park's head was full of question marks, feeling it wasn't real. The main character had to ask Sanjun again to be sure. "Is that it? You said," like it was a big deal, but it was easy as hell. "Just for that, you made me shave my mustache. Everything going smoothly has its reason." Sanjun explained. "Actually, we were extremely lucky. We planned to attack a carriage to create fake identities. Who would have thought it was a priest's carriage? The kingdom we intended to go to happens to be very religious, And added to that is my top-tier makeup skills. Eyebrows, cocktail, beard trimmed neatly, skin moisturized and clean. The sergeant's disguise couldn't be taken lightly. It would be strange if it didn't pass. Malay had to admit, this person is actually very useful. The main character hummed. True, but I don't know why I feel a bit annoyed. The main character's group then merged into the crowd on the street. Sinjun found it strange, questioning, strange. Why is the square so bustling? The main character didn't know the situation of this place, so asked suspiciously, why? Is something wrong? Sinjun pointed out the abnormality. Could it be? The atmosphere here is very like a festival atmosphere. But the royal festival is still a long way off. Malay said, right, very like a festival. Really strange. I'm sure the crack between the two worlds has appeared. Yet this great empire can still be as lively as a festival. Sinjun said, I must conduct further investigation. The main character expressed he didn't care much. Whatever. A boy busy pulling his mother's hand accidentally bumped into the main character. The boy fell to the ground because of it. The main character's face darkened for a moment. Then, remembering his disguise role, acted concerned. Oh my. Are you okay, child? I didn't see you. The boy smiled and said, I'm Fine. I'm sorry, father. Sinjun watched the whole process in peacefully and was surprised. He is too gentle. But the next sentence revealed the purpose for the main character's restraint. Of course, revenge requires keeping a cool head. Looking down, where the kid was. Lying lonely was a doll. The doll naturally belonged to the boy who dropped it. Sergeant Park shouted, Hey kid, you dropped your doll. Kid. The child had gone far. The main character turned the doll over to look. When seeing the face of that doll, the main character couldn't help but be stunned. Because it was the face of an acquaintance in his past life. The last face he saw before dying stupidly. Kim Shin-im. Later, at a trail heading into a deserted forest. There was a temporary shelter. This was Sinjun's hideout. The main character's group didn't stay on the surface, but went down to the hidden basement below, taking off the pile of disguised clothes. Now, 3 people, each stood in a corner, considering the information they just obtained. The person with the most on his mind right now was probably the main character. After seeing the doll's face clearly, the main character's group went to ask people on the street, and learned, yes, that doll is the hero. You're not from around here, so you probably don't know. Suddenly, a series of monsters appeared. Just then, the hero and an angel descended, saving our lives. Sinjun sighed. Truly unexpected. A warrior appeared there. The main character said, I also anticipated this case. So not very surprised. Sinjun said, we talked at the church. Is there anything you didn't anticipate? The main character revealed to Sinjun. Yeah, I was originally the candidate to become the warrior. It seemed not only Sinjun, but Malay was also surprised. When hearing this, both of them exclaimed in unison, what? This crazy and jerky guy. Turns out both felt the main character didn't look credible at all. The main character just calmly spoke to himself. Now it turned out like this. Of course, there will have to be a new person. But this new warrior, it can't be. I have a bad feeling. The main character crushed the doll in his hand. It could be seen that his heart was not as calm as his appearance. Sinjun asked, so, what do you plan to do now? Malay also wanted to know. Since we're here, we need to know the plan. Yours. The main character frowned. Thinking realistically, the fight with Kazim taught him one thing. If Malay hadn't been there then, I would have died at Kazim's hands. I must become stronger. The main character looked up as if he didn't care about life. To be honest, currently, I lack strength and information. Just as Sinjun once said, no one needed Sinjun more than the main character. So he said, hey, Sinjun, let's make a deal. I will lead you to the secret place I use for training. If you follow me, I will follow you. You've come with me this far for a purpose, right? Sinjun looked straight and said, are you crazy? We might die. The main character said, doesn't matter. Malay interjected, are you kidding? It matters a lot. The main character said, I thought of a place to go. When ready, we will depart immediately. Meanwhile, at the Empire's castle, there was a person standing in front of the statue of Goddess Palia. This person is probably someone everyone knows who it is. A young man in formal wear walked up, said, so you are here. Hero, quiet for a moment. Then Kim Shin-im turned around. Did you come looking for me? Saw the young man showed respect, bowed slightly to Kim Shin-im. You don't need to apologize. Hero, there is someone who wants to meet you. She says she knows the identity of the demons. Kim Shin-im said, let her in. Footsteps entered. Also an individual readers are familiar with. The person arriving wore a hooded cloak. This person prepared to take off the hood with both hands. Kim Shin-im stood straight. Not unfamiliar. That girl was Dora. The two sides stood facing each other, also evaluating the opponent. Dora felt the energy swirling around Kim Shin-im. Thought, this person is truly a warrior. I can feel the flow of holy power in him. The young man told Kim Shin-im. She is the captain of the Zhang tribe's ranger squad. The first person to encounter the demon. Kim Shin-im sympathized. Said, is that so? You've worked hard. Seemed mentioning this. Something in Dora was moved. Her face darkened. Said to Kim Shin-im, I want to ask a favor. Sir Warrior, the demons and their accomplices destroyed the place where I lived. Amidst the disaster, my junior fell into a coma. Warrior, please let me join your team at a place far from the sunlight. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Bet all your money. As long as you breathe, you can win back. With cheers this loud, we can't disappoint everyone. I would like to introduce today's player. Let's welcome him. The man with the deadly weapon. Crust. Crust declared, I will help the weak with the prize money. How about it? Has everyone bet all their money? Are you warmed up? Who will be the opponent? Let's watch. This is his first time participating. Can a newbie survive in this brutal arena? The challenger is Cream Tiger. The main character said excitedly. Just a place I like. My heart is beating like crazy. Sun Jun and Malay watched from the side. Didn't know how the match would go. But momentum must not be lost to the opponent first. Oh, already a battle of wits. Truly worth looking forward to, right? Without prolonging time any further, I beg to get straight to business. The match begins. Crust said, let's end this quickly. The main character glared at the incoming fist. A sound of fist hitting flesh. The host was stunned. The audience was also silent for a moment. Malay and Sun Jun weren't surprised. Dust. Tanji didn't know what the hell happened. Only knew the main character had knocked out Crust in the blink of an eye. He shouted as if not satisfied yet. A veteran individual immediately came up to replace. Elegant brat. From this match onwards, if you know what's good for you, never bark another sentence. This guy raised a leg, shouting, never. The main character lowered his center of gravity. Dodged the kick. Next, clenched a fist. Punched the opponent's ribs. This guy didn't even have time to utter a sound before taking a punch. Lost consciousness. The audience was confused, not understanding what was happening. The host said, able to defeat the angel supporting the poor. Crust. Even Neo Bon Mi Kim. When the audience regained their spirits, they all showed admiration mixed with apprehension. A formidable opponent has appeared. Malay and Sun Jun just stood silently from afar. Actually, the main character's performance was not unexpected for Sun Jun. From the beginning, he is, after all, the person who faced Kazum face to face, an A rank. So naturally, these street thugs are no match for him. But Sergeant, that person is also here. He is on par with Kazum. I bet him is even more than a monster. The person Sun Jun was thinking of was very interested in witnessing the main character's performance. Until dusk, at a certain hotel. Hot roasted chicken, skewered meat, sandwiches. The main character said, food in this world is like the old world. Sun Jun said, before coming here, we didn't eat much. Don't eat too much. You spent half the prize money already. The main character currently only knew to stuff his face first and calculate later. Approupé mel. It's been so long since I ate like this. Malay also enjoyed the cuisine. Not bad. The main character laughed and said, not bad. Look at how many plates you finished. So losing your world isn't too bad, huh? Joke tastelessly and you'll get a bottle to the head one day, honey. The main character shouted, what you doing? Malay warned, think carefully before opening your mouth in the future. Okay, today you will die, and I will die with you. Where did you learn to speak so rudely? Sun Jun suffered as the middleman mediating. You two stop it. Don't disturb other people. A person who just entered the bar said, oh look, you're here. Cream Tiger, right? Today's match was top-notch. Let me treat you to a drink. The main character bluntly refused this stranger. No thanks. Alcohol hinders muscle development. The other person didn't leave because of that. Instead, naturally sat at the main character's group table. Then let me treat you to something else. Hey, give me a beer and a protein shake. The drink the stranger invited the main character to was brought up. This person ordered a beer for himself, smiling and talking to the main character mostly. What the hell happened? Unbelievable that you just joined and defeated 13 people in a row. Truly a monster style. You are very talented, but I've never seen you in the Empire. Probably not from manga, right? This person laughed. Said, just kidding. Information comes by itself. Why not exploit it? The main character asked. What is manga? The other person exclaimed. You don't know manga? Where do you live? In the wild, the main character replied. Something like that. Right now I know nothing about the world. Can you explain more clearly? What is manga? The other person drank beer while saying. Nothing much. They're the most notorious criminal organization in the region. Due to the nature of the town. This place is for those left behind, concentrating a lot of wanted criminals, since trash gathers all in one place. So the Empire also treats this like a trash can and ignores it. Manga is the exception. Once involved with them, consider it over. Sinjun looked serious. He exclaimed, so scary. Didn't expect there to be such a place. Is there anything else I should watch out for? The main character was secretly pleased to have Sanjun quick to extract information. This spy guy is quite useful. Manga, the kid is more useful than I thought. Great. The stranger thought of something. Suddenly said, there's this too. You have to be careful. In the back alley, rumors are spreading that that thing has returned. Friday chicken beer. The main character thought. Sounds delicious. Sinjun got excited. That person. Friday chicken beer. The main character was secretly surprised. So famous. The main character wondered. Who is that? The stranger was convinced. You must really live in a remote mountain area. If you fight him, remember to let me know. That is the strongest person. Top one of the underground arena. He considers chicken and beer more sacred than Goddess Palea, and is wanted for blasphemy. He is an A-rank warrior. At this moment, Friday Chicken Beer was angrily smashing the restaurant because, what did you say? No more fried chicken? The pitiful waiter replied, Dear customer, you have eaten the 27th plate. Friday Chicken Beer said, That is your business. Right now is the sacred chicken beer time, yet you dare interrupt. Former A-rank. Friday. Malay's world, ruled by the demon race. A humanoid individual belonging to the demon race was holding a flesh lump with eyes. Through that creature looking like a flesh lump, this individual could, through it, see the situation of the other world. Through one of Malay's children that had poured into the other world. The people of the Empire were burning the corpses of creatures belonging to Malay's world. It seemed the flesh lump had a connection with the corpses being burned. So the eyes on the flesh lump slowly closed one by one. Behind those walls is another world. Mother has disappeared, and the gates opened. It cannot be just a coincidence. The inhabitants here all bore human forms, but all in strange shapes compared to the world the main character was in. The individual belonging to the demon race raised his great glaive. We must go find Mother. This individual stood on the giant creature with a mouth like a lamprey, leading the army to find their creator, causing everything to turn upside down. Bar. In a room. Closed tight. Even the windows. The main character's group gathered again in a space. Friday Chicken Beer. He ranks 8th on the A-rank list. The main character commented. His nickname, so funny, makes me unable to concentrate. Sinjun said, maybe his nickname is funny, but his skills speak for themselves. Do you remember Kazum? The main character replied. How could I forget? Sinjun informed. Kazum, ranked 10th on the A-rank list. He was last. Friday ranks higher, which means he is much stronger than Kazum. Malay spoke up after a while. Sergeant, is there anything I can help you with? The main character said. Are you crazy? Malay replied questioningly. The main character understood that what you build with your own hands is truly yours. If you help me, how can I get stronger? I'm sure you two are very worried about the current situation. However, still willing to accompany me. I just thought of a very interesting plan for this. Backstreet, at a certain restaurant. Friday Chicken Beer was here. Of course for the purpose of drinking beer. Eating chicken. This chicken portion looks delicious. He tasted the chicken. The flavor of each fiber of meat inside is soft. Outside is crispy, making my eyes sparkle like a child. Great. It was fried until golden crispy, yet retained the fresh oil taste. Surely he used high-quality cooking oil, and the subtle spicy scent gradually spreading too. Although I ate many pieces of chicken, it's not greasy at all. Suddenly a voice cut off Friday's enjoyment flow. I understand, you really know how to enjoy chicken, huh? Mr. Friday. Friday was visibly annoyed. He glared at the rude guy who didn't know where he came from his sit at his table. People in the restaurant seeing this were all tense. The main character smiled and said, "Just watching you eat makes me drool. Let me have a bite too." Friday lowered his voice, expressing dissatisfaction. Right now you exist only to enjoy this supreme chicken taste. So don't test your limits and admit defeat. The main character calmly said, "I just want to be closer to you. Why do you think I came here to fight?" Friday pointed out, "In this village, no one dares to disturb me while I'm enjoying chicken and beer." Cream Tiger. The main character brazenly continued the conversation. "Come on. So you watched the match? Then you must know why I came here, right? Sir Friday. Let's have a match together." Mr. Friday silently picked up the next piece of chicken. Cream Tiger. "Do you know why I participate in those matches? The taste of chicken pieces after winning is very special. But now you wouldn't understand that. Now, you are like a chicken. With your level, I don't see it worth it. If you absorb what I just said, then get lost." Feeling this wouldn't work, he had to use provocation. "Mr. Friday, why do you eat trash like chicken?" Veins popped on Friday's forehead. "You." Getting angry was exactly the result the main character wanted. He even playfully asked for a beating. "Oh no. Now listen to me. Chicken lacks minerals, vitamins, has high calorie and cholesterol content. Trans fat is very high, right? It's hard to hold chicken pieces without getting oil on your hands. Spend a little more money to eat pizza. Something much more nutritious and easier to eat would probably be better." Friday lost patience and stood up abruptly, his whole body full of killing intent directed towards the main character. "Do you want to die?" While everyone in the restaurant was dead silent before Friday's pressure, the main character kept smiling, showing the full set of teeth sponsored by PS, shouting the challenge. "Fight me in the next match. If you keep cowardly hiding, then I will make you admit that pizza is much tastier than chicken." The poor restaurant owner was an innocent individual involved. Others in the restaurant buzzed. What funny sophistry. He really knows how to drive others crazy. Is he really planning to rush to his death? The calm moment before the storm is so scary. "I'll order takeout." Facing the main character's challenging gaze, Friday glared, but didn't refuse this match. "Let's go to the arena. Right now, I will beat you to death." The main character grabbed the edge of the table. He looked up at Friday. "I will. Flip your chicken. Should I tear you to pieces?" Friday swung his fist. But when the main character shook the table with the chicken plate showing signs of spilling, Friday truly worried about the chicken plate and stopped. Damn it. How shameful. What kind of style is this? Basically, the main character successfully threatened. "So, will you do it or not?" Before the safety of the precious, delicious fried chicken plate, Friday compromised. "Understand. As you wish. Your funeral will be held in the slum area. So that chicken plate. Take your dirty hands off the table, and don't you dare spill even a single piece." The restaurant owner was moved because Friday cherished the food he made so much. The main character didn't go too far either, so he let go. "The match will be held in a week. I will let the viewers know. You dare to exploit me using a plate of fried chicken. I will make you pay with your life." The main character left the seat. "I will wait for you at the arena. Meanwhile, eat as much chicken as you want." Friday clenched his fist tight. At a glance, people would think the main character had the upper hand over Friday and was bullying him into the ring. Sinjun's hideout. Sinjun asked, "Oh, Sergeant, you went out to train today?" The main character replied, "I went out to arrange a match with Friday. It was very easy to threaten him with chicken." Sinjun laughed along. "I understand. Within 10 years, Friday traveled all over the country. He spoke to all the chefs about his favorite chicken restaurants and forced them to learn and master their chicken-making skills and techniques to cook for him. The number of chefs he has is about 300. Empire's Diary, Volume 16. The main character seemed to be seriously thinking about something. Must be delicious. Actually, I also love chicken. Sinjun pointed and said, now you regret it. Why did you do that? Malay patted his shoulder. Sunjun, calm down. We all know that. The sergeant always plays dirty and seems he is choosing the most dangerous option now. But he is not a brainless person. That's what I wanted to say. Trust me. The main character suddenly smiled, a more genuine smile than usual. In the past you said, I believe. Where is it now? Malay smiled gently and said, and who taught us that? The main character said, all right. Trust me this time. I will show you something great. 1 week later. Match day. Compared to previous matches. This match, the main character started with calmness and restrained arrogance. Friday asked, what's wrong? Scared? Too late. I decided. Win or not. I will kill you. The main character interrupted. Be quiet. I am concentrating. Friday hadn't even started the match and was already made to lose his cool. Bastard. The match host exclaimed. Wow. Truly amazing. A tense atmosphere right from the start. This match seems like it will be very bloody. But everyone in the stands loves this, right? The best match held in the slum area. We'll begin. The main character thought to himself. I wonder, of all the techniques I learned, why is my defensive technique always the best? And the answer is, I was heavily influenced by Sergeant Park's silly things. The main character seized the initiative first. Kick. Friday was attacked too suddenly, making him unable to grasp what just happened for a moment. The main character clenched his fist, preparing for a downward strike. The main character clearly wanted Friday down in one hit. But Friday was an A rank, not to be underestimated. Friday caught the main character's arm. Don't be so arrogant. But the main character had 2 hands, and Friday only caught one of his hands. The main character used the remaining hand to grab hair. Friday's. Sergeant Park's silly things. Number 2. The main character exerted force. Have you prepared a cushion for your coffin? If I hit you like this, you will be chopped into pieces. Senjun watched in awe. My God. He remembered the main character requested private space. I won't be here for a week. Don't disturb me. How did he train? Anyway, the main character is leading. It's too early for you to lose. I think so too. The main character complained. Have a little humor, old man. In an arena like this, I won't do anything. Friday truly counterattacked now. Today's beer and chicken. The main character could feel the pressure. Will be very delicious. The audience was watching the match enthusiastically, and only when Friday attacked did the battle truly reach its climax. Looking at Friday's fist radiating energy, the main character's first opponent, now dressed formally, witnessing this match, exclaimed, oh my God, now, are you watching? Now. The second opponent the main character overcame, replied, yes, I'm watching. At this underground dump, Friday's ability, I never thought I could see Friday use his ability. Friday introduced, my ability is sparkling. It is a body modification magic. My body's characteristics transform like the characteristics of carbonic acid. Cream Tiger. My carbonated drink. You shook it long enough. Sparkling kick. A direct hit to the main character's face. The main character timely crossed his arms to defend. Here it comes. The main character truly felt the strength of the A-rank opponent. Friday twisted his body, preparing for the next hit. This next hit wasn't just an energy release. Sparkling upgrade. Friday jumped up, slammed a fist straight into the main character's face. The main character took a punch, sending his whole body flying. He had to quickly balance to break. Blood gushed from the main character's mouth. It could be seen he suffered internal injuries. Sparkling. Run taught me. The sparkling carbonated magic has the ability to release power. It's simple, but using it is very diverse and powerful. It has a weakness. The main character sped up, reached out in front of Friday's face, grabbed Friday's head, and executed his next move. Sergeant Park's silly things. Number 3. The main character used force to slam Friday's head into the ground. One drop among the water. The main character's first 2 opponents, along with his allies, were mainly watching the show. When you use the ability, and sparkling, your magic, there will be a moment where you cannot defend yourself. Friday heard that. He jumped high up. You ignorant fool. You learned nothing from my previous attack. Keep attacking. Finally, sparkling will be activated. Sparkling meteor. True to its name. Friday landed from above, destroying the arena floor. The main character probably timed and dodged that hit, now being chased and attacked by Friday. My eyes are getting used to it. As soon as I see an opening, I can win. Friday glared at the opponent. He swept his hand sideways. The main character can't dodge this one. Using your ability to change your trajectory, your strength and speed are still lacking. It's not enough. I can't believe he can fight on his own. Neo said. Friday isn't the only surprising thing. Look at that guy. Crust. He is smiling. Friday said, I will definitely take you down in the next attack. The main character replied with a seemingly unrelated sentence. Do you feel your legs getting cold? That happened sooner than I expected. I'm doing that too. The two locked eyes, then simultaneously rushed towards the opponent. Friday gathered sparkling in both fists. The main character told himself, come on, sparkling attack. Basically a continuous punch barrage. The main character defended, waiting for the moment. I have to do it. Try my best to avoid vital points even if I get hit. When he finishes sparkling, I will end it. At that moment, from a host to the opponents defeated by the main character, Sinjun, and of course Malay, all secretly admired the main character's perseverance. After the explosion of the rain of punches faded, slowing down, it's time. Friday looked at his opponent, who was seizing a pause to counterattack. Then he simply smiled. The main character's whole body froze. The counterattack couldn't come out in time. You are dizzy, right? Cream Tiger. During the sparkling attack process, I smeared a lot of sparkling on your body. The energy on Friday's hand showed signs of sublimation. Honestly speaking, even this technique, I didn't expect to have to use it against you. You can be proud of yourself. Cream Tiger. Sinjun could only watch helplessly. Impossible. This ability is not in my database. While Friday was preparing the decisive blow, Sinjun from the stands could see the main character is moving. Goodbye. The main character, with all his reason and stubbornness, clenched his fist. Friday's final move was coming. Before the main character's fist could reach Friday, Friday just gently released his energy to invade the main character's body. Big Mentos. The sparkling I left on your body is a type of high-pressure molecular material, independent, interacting with each other. It will explode. And the explosion happened instantly, proving Friday wasn't joking. The main character's knee touched the ground, his whole body injured inside out. The main character's defeat. Is this the end of the match? Sinjun covered his mouth. He secretly blamed himself. It's all my fault. This powerful technique. I can't believe I have no information about it. He felt doubtful about the professional skills he always prided himself on. Am I really the best spy? No. Malay was secretly annoyed because she couldn't help her ally. If I'm helpless like this, then what's the point of talking about reclaiming my world? Up to this point, only Friday was the only one standing straight in the arena. Too bad. Cream Tiger. If you hadn't insulted my baby chicken, I wouldn't have had to kill you. However, this is the best match I've ever participated in. Cream Tiger. Friday turned to leave, thinking this was the end. The main character didn't move anymore either, but he actually slightly moved his body discreetly. Friday suddenly felt the hair on his neck stand up. As a former A rank, his intuition couldn't be wrong. He immediately turned back, watching the opponent thought to be immobile. He completely picked himself up like a zombie. Sergeant Park. Because he displeased Goddess Palia, he was pushed down to this world without any ability. However, at this moment, Friday initiated a mana explosion inside his body. By doing that, Friday awakened something inside Sergeant Park. As a result, his body was illuminated by magic. Sergeant Park awakened. Deus ex machina. Because this means the main character's body adapted to receive the power of this world naturally. Seems we readers can only believe so. Anyway, this is the only way for the main character to turn the tables. Friday probably didn't expect to be the one to unlock the main character's ability. So now, except for Malay, everyone in this underground arena broke into a cold sweat. Silent. Everyone held their breath, so as not to be seen by the beast, but holding breath to completely hide one's presence. Everyone froze. Instinctively, Friday was completely confused. I can't believe it. He can survive after being hit by Mentos. Before that, what the hell happened? The situation was now disadvantageous for Friday, when his trump card was known by the opponent. while the opponent's ability, he didn't know a bit. Once again, sparkling. Friday just jumped up. The main character's eyes followed. Friday was punched straight in the nose before he could finish the action. Generally, the main character already had faster visual speed than him. Now only faster. A sudden table turn. Now Friday was the one whose knee touched the ground. Confused and furious, Friday cursed while activating sparkling. Son of a bitch. But the main character was different from a few minutes ago. Now he seemed to completely outclass Friday. So just one toe was enough to crush the bone protecting Friday's chest. One kick couldn't even be considered a forceful kick. Sent Friday flying back. Friday was overwhelmed. He vomited more and more blood, looking even more miserable than when the main character was beaten by him earlier. Startled looking up, the main character had one foot right in front of his face. Without mercy, stomped on the face. Friday's. The main character seemed blood-drunk. The stomps only got heavier. The scene made the audience speechless. Frozen. The main character just happily stomped, as if venting anger, or satisfying himself seeing the opponent's misery. After stomping for a while, he smiled a crazy smile. The main character was like a beast escaped from a cage, now only new to refreshingly reveal aggression. The audience turned to stone. No one said a word. The main character was enjoying the feeling of temporarily dimmed consciousness. Sinjun knew the main character was aggressive, but never aggressive to the point of wildness, making people scared like this. It seemed the main character's awakening was truly abnormal. So as a goddess, Malay secretly felt something is wrong. Friday wasn't an easy opponent. The main character was stubborn. Wasn't he the same? Why are you crying so miserably? Cream Tiger. Friday gave the main character a headbutt. The main character was knocked backward. Now I understand. You were experiencing that. Mana overload. Sinjun was enlightened by Friday's words. I understand. Mana overload. His mana became uncontrollable. A rare phenomenon that has appeared only twice in the world so far. A rare genetic phenomenon. When a person is born without magic. And an even rarer phenomenon occurred. That person gained magic. Their mana and life energy are consumed to exhaustion and leads to death. Basically, the main character's overwhelming explosion right now is just a final radiance before the fire dies out. If no one intervenes, then talent will die young here. Friday declared, Don't think I'll let you die from mana overload. I won't allow that to happen. You insulted my baby chicken. You must die by my hand. The main character's head was now filled with killing intent. So noisy. You are the one who will die. I will grind you into powder until not even a speck of dust remains of you. I will grind you into porridge. Suddenly a shout cut off the main character's extreme train of thought. Sergeant Park, you crazy bastard. The scolder was none other than Malay. Sinjun had to worry for her. Said, Miss Malay. Malay continued to speak to wake the main character up. You said you would show me something. Is this it? Is this your revenge? Is this all? Sinjun wanted to stop Malay from provoking the madman. Stop it, Miss Malay. Malay shouted. Let me go. Say my name. The audience started buzzing now. What's wrong with that girl? She bet all her money on Cream Tiger. I guess. Let go. With that guy. But Malay's words weren't useless. The main character really stopped to think. My revenge. The arrogant eyesore figure of Palia appeared in the main character's mind. Just think that you're starting over from scratch. Just think again. And the anger in the main character's heart boiled again. Palia. The damn name the main character couldn't forget. He roared loudly, full of resentment, making both allies and the opponent Friday astonished. He punched himself to wake up. Feeling his head wasn't clear, he punched himself again. Just like that, the match turned into the main character's self-harm session. Sergeant Parks started hitting himself. He hurts himself whenever his body doesn't obey. He did so until his body couldn't move anymore. Like that, he told himself. Control yourself. He swung his fists relentlessly. A deadly persistence for revenge and the unconsciousness brought. If all gathered in one place, it creates a miracle. More than the mindless, overwhelming performance before. The main character at this moment was truly impressive. He said to Friday, Hey, should we end this? If Friday only had a little recognition before, now the main character had earned his respect. Truly crazy. This whole arena The only person who understands exactly what is happening in this damn area is Friday. He laughed with refreshment in it. Said, "Is that so?" By using his own magic to harm himself, he controlled the chaotic magic without any side effects. That wasn't a calculated action. That guy, I knew you lost your mind. But he looked straight and said, "You lost the feeling." The main character retorted, "What the hell are you saying? I am in the most normal state I've ever been in my entire life." Friday countered, "Usually, the craziest ones say they're normal." Two fists covered in sparkling hit each other. Friday said respectfully, "Cream Tiger, Sergeant Park, even if you hurt yourself, it doesn't affect me. You are the only one who dared to insult my beer and fried chicken. And you are an enemy I won't fight again. And you are an opponent who made me put everything on the line to defeat." The main character controlled mana like a black cloak, covering himself once again. Engaging Friday, the main character truly took Sanjun from one surprise to another. His body is stabilized. Malay said, "He can handle it right now. This long battle, I think, finally decides who will win." The audience once again brought all attention to the two opponents on the field. The main character in a stance, ready to attack. Friday was gathering power. For a second Minto strike, the first person to start attacking was Friday. He spread his arms, both emitting Mintos, but this time not launching at the main character, but feeding this amount of Mintos to himself. The main character couldn't help but be amazed. He used magic on himself? Sparkling is an attack using carbonated explosive energy. If using Mintos, which has the greatest destructive power, that is beyond your control. The strongest shot is complete. Friday planned to play a satisfying game. He warned, "Here I come." The main character heard this and felt resigned for Friday. "Relax a bit. You even warned me about your power." But in a blink, Friday was behind the main character's back. The explosion of speed made the main character unable to react in time. Behind, too late to avoid it. Since I can't dodge, the main character only has one way. Take the hit. Fists of both sides were about to collide. A pure clash of strength. Friday's sparkling was pushing away the main character's mana. The lack of mana protection would make Friday's blow hit the main character's body directly. Friday actually encouraged the main character. "Energy is fading. Try to hold it a little longer." It could be seen. Friday fought with all his might. So he also wanted the opponent he respected to give his all continuously, not disappointing expectations. The main character, although bleeding profusely, a part of his shoulder bone broken and protruding from the flesh, still persisted in smiling. This is quite hard to control. Friday realized something. Impossible. Even in this uncontrolled situation, there's a weapon in my memory that can be realized. The main character used mana to form the familiar shovel. "Are you concentrating power to one side? Do you intend to defeat me? Even when you are half crippled right now?" The main character said, "Whatever. Malay will fix it." Malay was stunned when named, given responsibility. Sergeant Park's new skill, Razor Cut. Friday was finished by the opponent with a slash. The audience was silent at the loud thud. The host gaped, speechless. Neo and Crust also gaped. Similarly, Sinjun mumbled, "He won." The shovel, created from mana, dissipated. The main character finally obtained victory. Although arduously and nearly dying, and nearly losing himself, he really won. That last shot, truly a glorious victory. Realizing I am the last one standing, I can't help but be proud. Really, there's nothing I can't do. Malay arrived, just in time, caught the main character from falling face first. She called softly, "Sergeant, is this what you planned?" "I don't think so. Anyway, you were a little useful." The main character smiled and mumbled, "You are speaking rudely to me. You did very well. Now, shall we go back?" Sinjuan's hideout. The main character was bandaged, lying on the bed. The main character's half-crippled state desperately needed divine intervention. The main character's crushed arm was re-registered. Sinjun asked, "Miss Malay, how is his condition?" Malay said frankly, "It's a mess. Although outside looks fine, but internal injuries are quite serious. Especially his right arm that resisted Friday's attack. It was shattered into pieces." But, as the main character had faith shouting, "Whatever, Malay will fix it." Now it's Malay's turn to respond to his faith. Since you did your best. Malay transformed a torch into her hand. It's okay to give him a reward. Early morning the other day, at Senjuan's base, in the basement, all of the main character's injuries were healed. As if nothing happened, the main character groggily opened his eyes, looking at the monotonous ceiling. Rough. Beside, Malay spoke up. You're awake. Sergeant. The main character looked over. He sat up, called name. Malay. Malay with shoulder-length hair, calmly sitting there. The main character asked, slightly dazed. How long? How long did I sleep? Malay replied. You slept about 8 hours. The main character was relieved. I see. I slept enough. Damn it. I was confused because of your hair. Why is it suddenly so short? Malay annoyedly told him. I spent too much energy healing you. Sergeant, I used 2 of the 4 rings. The main character retorted. Is hair the source of your power? Are you Samson or something? Malay didn't understand, then replied. I have 2 hands. The main character tried moving the arm that was crippled yesterday. I think I recovered very well. As expected. I believed in you. Malay sighed, advised. Please focus on recovering for the time being. Your body and my power don't match. Sergeant, you need at least a month to fully recover. The main character was a bit impatient. 1 month. That's too long. Oh, come to think of it. Where is Sun Jun? The main character asked. Malay said, the chicken the sergeant defeated. The person you defeated. He is a great celebrity. The main character said, slightly reproachfully. And you said my name then. You idiot. Malay complained. You idiot. Fortunately, you never revealed your name. Sergeant. But we need to prepare. Senjun, disguised as a normal village girl. Enthusiastic in the mission. I have to say a bit too enthusiastic. He advanced deeper into the alleys. Because those 2 don't know about the world. I am the one suffering. This time, I have no other choice but to get help from a member of the organization. There are 2 people needing to be ranked and have a new place to stay. I'm sure Mr. Ziku will help us enough to solve that problem. Venomous Snake Ziku, a member of the Manhwa organization, disguised as a bakery manager. Senjun had to disguise as a woman because Ziku once instructed. Sunjun, whenever you come to see me, come in with a woman's body. Various activities are helping the organization. Should I buy some bread on the way? Miss Malay will like it. Arriving at Ziku's bakery, Senjun found it strange. There are no customers. What's wrong? Senjun opened the door slightly, called inside. Mr. Ziku, is all the bread sold out? Looking into the shop, he discovered the inside was smashed to pieces, and the shop owner Ziku was beaten and restrained. And not just by one person. It was a whole group of people dressed formally, hands holding weapons. Leading them was an individual we had seen before with Kim Shinheim. This young man saw movement at the door, immediately turned and asked, Who are you? Sun Jun stood frozen there. He was secretly confused. How can it be? Why is that guy here? This young man answered for Sun Jun. You're a customer, right? Sun Jun went along and asked about the situation. But what is happening right now? The young man replied. We are currently interrogating this bakery owner. Turns out he is a member of the Manhwa organization. I am in the process of interrogation, but he refuses to open his mouth to say a word. Senjun could only exchange glances. Mr. Ziku. Ziku could only silently respond. I'm sorry. Can't let everyone get caught. So Senjun planned to slip away to call for backup. Therefore, I don't want to get in the way. I'm leaving. But the young man didn't intend to let Senjun, who suddenly appeared, leave easily. He pressed Ziku's head down, locked eyes on Sunjun and ordered, Stop. Sunjun was tense, daring not move. He stood up. Also must be investigated. Dear customer. This young man was first-class Royal Knight Commander. Hun. Han slowly stepped up. Senjun was stared down by Han. You are trembling. What? Answer me immediately. Are you fearing me? Someone trying to protect this whole kingdom? Hun grabit Senjun's folder. Are you also a part of Manhwa? Senjun could only stare blankly up. This is the aura of the strongest A rank. Han seemed to be playing pressure on Senjun to make him confess. Senjun's legs went soft. How could he not be scared? After all, he was purely an intelligence-gathering staff, without a shred of martial force to resist. The royal guard stood behind, blocking the way back. Ziku secretly assessed. Sunjun, as I said, you are very cute today. You always listen to my requests with an annoyed face. My little Jin, The reason I asked you to dress like a girl was not just my desire. I requested you to be like that, so for situations like this, we can have a layer of defense without loopholes. Ziku shouted, "Let that girl go." Sunjun froze looking back at Mr. Ziku. Han slowly looked back at Ziku. "You were always silent, even when beaten like that." Ziku spoke calmly. "What are you saying? 2 years ago, when I opened a bakery for disguise here, every day passed very stressfully. But that girl came as a customer. And 465 days ago, I felt like I found an oasis in the desert. A feminine body, lovely face, an innocence without any guilt." Sinjun listened with goosebumps. "Uncle, that's too gross." Ziku continued endlessly. "Threatening a girl like that. Threatening a girl like that." Now, it was Han's turn to be stunned. He thought, that upright look as if he doesn't fear death. The disgusting feeling I'm sensing. He is telling the truth. He sighed, convinced by Ziku's exaggerated words. He decided to release Sinjun. "Go, right now." Sinjun stood up. Should have left without looking back. But Sunjun couldn't be completely heartless. He still looked back for a moment. "Uncle." Despite the situation of being surrounded by royal guards, Ziku was still optimistic. Gave Sunjun a reassuring wink. Sunjun suppressed the emotion in his eyes. He could only silently walk away. Ziku could also only silently say, "I am sorry. Sunjun, please take care of everyone." Ziku suddenly startled. He looked up. Saw Han, because of annoyance, was about to give him a kick. Sunjun had only left the bakery a few steps when he heard the sound of flesh being pounded echoing. He broke into a cold sweat. Han ordered the guards. "Tonight, every member of Manhwa is being arrested by us. Send them to the doctor." Han didn't hold back his voice at all. So, Sunjun hadn't gone far. Already caught this news. The doctor? Sunjun seemed to have history with this person called the doctor. "Sunjun, don't be too scared. I'm just treating you." "I'm not." Sunjun, just remembering it, couldn't help but tear up. He rushed back to find his 2 new teammates. Miss Malay, Brother Park, left early in the morning, returned in the late afternoon. At Sinjun's base, the main character stood independently in the room. He was getting used to controlling mana. The author gave the main character pitch black mana, as an affirmation that the main character would be on the evil side in the eyes of forces following Palia in this world. Malay complimented. "You get used to it fast." The main character replied. "That is called experience." The main character seemed really concerned about the whereabouts of the intelligence officer in the group. "Oh, by the way, why hasn't Sinjun arrived yet?" Malay spoke calmly. "Why are you in such a hurry? Byungjang, you need to relax a bit." The main character mumbled. "What do you mean relax?" This is a characteristic personality. Koreans tend to lose their temper. "Oh my, just as you mentioned. Here you come." Footsteps hurriedly ran down the stairs. Sinjun, in full maiden guise, appeared out of breath before the 2 new teammates. "Brother Park, please help me." The main character looked at Sunjun wearing women's clothes and felt annoyed. So said, "Change clothes before I kill you." The main character wondered, "What's wrong? Am I the only normal person here?" Malay evaluated. "I think only you are crazy." The room door closed tight, with a cup of warm water prepared. 3 people sat at the table, listening to the news Sunjun brought back. Malay is the most relaxed one here, while Sinjun is the most distressed. And our protagonist is probably the one taking this information the most seriously. In short, you want me to help rescue the members of your organization? The protagonist taps his fingers on the table. Bei Longjiang chose his words carefully. "You know, although we didn't get off to a good start, you've always tried your best to help me. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the kingdom safely. You even led me to the underground arena so I could get stronger. And as a result, I've gained new power now. It would have been very difficult without you. Perhaps that's why." Seonyun Tinstao. Malay also stared at him, wide-eyed. If you thought the protagonist was about to say something sweet and sentimental, you've got another thing coming. You're starting to see me as one of your comrades, aren't you? Although Malay couldn't be called a selfless person, even she couldn't accept the protagonist's ice-cold words. By Longjiang, watch what you say. The protagonist coldly cut the goddess off. "Shut up." The protagonist's words were as true as they were cold. "We travel together because we need each other. You think we're friends just because I smiled at you? Just because his comrades were captured by that top-ranked A-lister? We're supposed to go rescue them together when we've barely recovered. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table. He wasn't an ungrateful person, but you have to be realistic. Malay gave him a cold look. Jun was disheartened, but he couldn't argue with the protagonist's logic. The protagonist continued, "Don't cross the line." An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Malay was the first to break the awkward silence. "I hope Longjiang is right. I think that Jun is more than just the son of an enemy." She stated her opinion. "As a captain, I think of him as one of my colleagues. By Longjiang, you just lie down and put your feet up. I'll help Jun." Even though this was a thoughtful decision, it was fraught with risk. Malay still chose to repay the person who had helped her so much. One good turn deserves another. "Let's go, Jun." The door to the room closed, leaving Bei Longjiang all alone. Was by Longjiang annoyed. He remembered the chaotic times the group had together. Noisy but full of life. "Would you two just stop it? Ms. Malay, I've had enough of this guy. Leave them both to me, kid. I'm worried if this will be okay." "Don't worry so much. You did a great job. Let's go home." He smashed the table to vent his frustration. In the end, he was right, considering the practical circumstances. But it was also true. It was a hard pill to swallow that he was still too weak. It's easy to be heartless. It's so damn hard to be a good person. This stupid bastard. Outside Jun's base, it was now dark in the forest. The perfect time for their camouflage to blend in with nature. Malay had to ask, "Why aren't you using your usual transformation ability? This camouflage is making me regret coming with you." Jun said awkwardly, "Ms. Malay, I have to tell you about that skill. To put it simply, I absorb a part of the target's body and can change my own body according to the target's race and gender. But the problem is the less human the target is, the more my body is put under pressure. So I brought this just in case. To use this, I need to reduce the strain on my body as much as possible." Malay asked, "What is it?" "Unfortunately," Jun said, "I don't know. I got it from the head chef, and he didn't explain anything. But the captain said, only use it when absolutely necessary." "That's what the captain said," Jun repeated. "When absolutely necessary? If not now, when could it be more necessary than rescuing my comrades?" Malay agreed. That's right." Suddenly, there was the clinking of chains. Jun silently raised his guard. Soldiers were escorting hooded prisoners. They were chained together by the neck. The targets Malay and Jun wanted to rescue were among these hooded individuals. There they are, both of them focused. The soldiers escorting the prisoners looked sleepy. As expected, the Soul Knights didn't come. After all, there's no way the Royal Knights would escort prisoners themselves. In that case, this is a good opportunity. Let's move. Neither of them noticed a hulking figure, 3 times their size, standing right behind them. "Palia, I will meet you. My era has begun." The muscular man stammered out each word. "Palia." This life is slowly changing. A chill ran down both their spines. "We've been discovered." After meeting the goddess Palia, before the muscular man could bring his hand down, Malay quickly snapped her fingers. A flame engulfed the muscular man's head. This also alerted the escorting soldiers. "Ambush! There's an ambush! There might still be more of them hiding around here. Let's take another route." Yun worried silently. "No way. If things continue like this, everything we've done will be for nothing. And that guy, when did he get behind us?" The muscular man's mouth kept trying to express something. Many places, searching for person. Malay, acting as the pillar of strength, called out, "Jun, calm down. I'll hold this big guy off. You go and rescue your comrades." Jun looked towards the soldiers who had run off in another direction. He had to make a decision right now. Only use it when absolutely necessary. Jun was about to swallow the strange pill when a muscular man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. "Go forward." Boom. Yun's eyes widened. He thought there was only one muscular man. Now, another one. Both of these muscular men just rambled on about Palia as if they were programmed. "Palia, we come from Palia. Too fast, too dangerous." The muscular man punched Jun, making him drop the emergency pill. Malay worriedly called out, "Jun." But she didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Worrying about Jun made her careless, and the muscular man near her slammed her head into the ground. So, before the fight even began, their bodies were already battered. The one who could use magic was pinned down. and someone without physical strength like Jun was in an even worse state. He was lifted by the other muscular man like a rag doll. This decomposition is enough to kill. Decomposition. This situation was the perfect time for the protagonist to make his entrance. He walked out step by step. He caught Jun's emergency pill. He witnessed his two teammates getting wrecked before the fight even started. He couldn't help but sigh. Seriously? These idiots. Look at what you've done, you morons. Honestly, I should have been more honest. Back before I reconsidered things. That's why I came here ready to fight. So, have you sobered up yet, comrade? With the protagonist's appearance. Somehow, the tables had turned. The two muscular men were now knocked out on the ground. What were you two planning to do next? You were just about to be thrown in the trash by these guys, you idiots. Using his talent, Jun said, Captain, I was so worried about you. The protagonist cut off the sentimental words. Stop trying to flatter me. Jun persistently refuted. It's not like that. The protagonist, as if wanting to draw a clear line, said, You helped me once before. I promised I'd repay you for that, didn't I? You could just say I'm doing that now. Jun retorted. How can you say that? The protagonist turned his back. If you don't like it, fine. I'm leaving. Jun quickly grabbed his leg like a lifeline. I'm still counting it. Malay could tell from his expression that the protagonist was just not being honest. She said, What at Sundara? The protagonist had to wonder. Where did you learn words like that? Afterwards, the three of them followed the direction the escorting soldiers had gone. Jun observed carefully. The three of them, all wearing hoods, looked quite suspicious. This place is pretty noisy. We should follow them from behind. The three of them then re-entered the forest path. Elsewhere, a person with deathly gray skin sat swinging his legs, humming a tune. This man was holding something in his hand, looking very pleased. A voice said, You look happy, doctor. The doctor looked up. It turned out to be Han. The doctor threw away the thing he was holding. He said with a laugh, This is wonderful. A very funny situation just occurred. Do you want to hear about it? Do you want to know? Han took a seat. Yes. I'm very curious. Can you tell me? The doctor eagerly shared. If you really want to know, then I have no choice. The toys I sent out, my connection with them was just severed. So they've either been disabled, or they're dead. Han said, Oh, does this mean? The doctor said excitedly, That's right. This is playing out exactly as that brave warrior once said. Kim Shin-am had advised. The anti-government organization is usually quite sensitive about such matters. Why don't you treat this information as confidential? Han had asked at the time. You mean hide this information? Kim Shin-am had said exactly. But the important thing is, you don't even have time for a plan B. Han could only conclude. People who have been through war, they're different. We should leave right now. Menwu's forces are coming. The doctor stretched as he walked with honorable this place. He never thought it would one day become his own grave so soon. The protagonist group hid behind a wall. Jun monitored the activity at a prison. Damn it, is he hiding in that tower? Isn't that obviously a trap? Jun replied, Is. I know very well how the Imperial Army operates. This pattern. This is Rungan's request for us. Malay spoke up. Reinforcements. We'll be in trouble if we stay here any longer. Every minute is crucial. The protagonist interjected. But before that, Malay, go back to the hideout. Malay was stunned, not understanding. Captain, the protagonist made a serious request. Listen to me. I'm only here because of Jun. But this is all for you too, Malay. In my upcoming plan, I'm going to need you. If anything happens to you before then, I'll have to exclude you from this mission, no matter what. Malay was surprised, but she went along with it. I understand, but I still want to know what's happening. Malay's flame sparked. The flame entered Bei Longjiang's left hand. Rhythmic, light red patterns enveloped the protagonist's arm. This should be fine, right? The protagonist silently assessed it. It's a little flashy. Jun said, Captain, shall we go? The protagonist smiled confidently. I was about to say the same thing. And so, Bei Longjiang and Jun moved forward. Waiting for them would be a confrontation with the doctor and Han. To save Jun's allies, who were among the hooded prisoners about to be executed. Afterwards, the captain passed by. Ever since he came here, the worst thing is hell. In front of the prison block stood two muscular men, the doctor's toys. These guys seemed to have suffered brain damage from the doctor's modifications. They stood there, muttering nonsense. Palea times Palea times. Palea times Palea is Palea. By Longjung's unique skill, Shadow Ambush. But against these brain-dead fools, it was almost too easy. One muscular man was tripped by the protagonist. The other one stood there like a log, not having noticed anything, feeling that the space next to him was empty. The remaining muscular man looked over. He was bewildered, not knowing where his buddy had gone. It was Jun's turn to act. He moved swiftly. He jumped onto the head of the remaining big guy. He pulled down the hood and sprayed a dose of anesthetic into the guy's respiratory tract. The dose of anesthetic Jun used must have been significant, because the big guy's eyes bulged out like two snails. They were even rolled back in his head. After coordinating and taking out two more gate guards, the protagonist and C and Jun exchanged a look. The protagonist, as quietly as possible, opened the main gate. They didn't know, no matter how quiet they were, the two unconscious big guys had already sent an unusual signal to the doctor. Their signal is gone. Ununderstood. The toys at the front door? The doctor said cheerfully. It seems they've arrived. Ha mumbled, those guys. They got here pretty fast. The protagonist was holding the doorknob. Stand aside. He prepared himself carefully. How many are there? C and Jun peeked through the crack in the door to check. To call this a prison was a bit of an exaggeration. It was just an abandoned place, more like a temporary base for a squad of soldiers. The prisoners were herded into one spot. There were 6 armored soldiers standing guard. 6 soldiers. 6 hostages. The soldier on horseback from before must have gotten reinforcements. But now, we have the captain here. What we did before doesn't matter anymore. Let's end this as quickly as possible. Let's take them all down. The protagonist decided to go big. He kicked the door to pieces, announcing his presence to all the soldiers. He swaggered in, to the astonishment of the soldiers. What the dash? The protagonist was impressed with himself. I'm so good at this. The protagonist and his companion were now in plain sight of the Imperial soldiers. It only took them a moment to connect the dots. It's Minwood, the soldier who shouted first, became the target for the protagonist's warm-up. In the blink of an eye, one was down. If it were the old protagonist, he wouldn't have dared to face an armed group empty-handed. But things were different now. Moreover, his display had bewildered the soldiers, and the fact that he could make such a show of force had already given him the advantage. The remaining 5 soldiers shouted to each other, "Get him!" With the protagonist as the strategist handling the soldiers, it would create an opportunity for C and Jun to take care of the rest. He moved nimbly. He rushed towards the group of prisoners. This has to be done as quickly as possible. He skidded to a halt right next to the prisoners. He announced to them, "I'm here to rescue you all." The prisoners seemed to be gagged, so they could only make muffled sounds, not words. C and Jun prepared to remove their hoods. Just a moment. As he cut the ropes binding the prisoners' heads, he said, I'll get everyone out of here." But when the hoods came off, these prisoners showed C and Jun just how naive he was. "You fool. See on Yun foes. NGH. Who are you?" The protagonist, watching this, could already smell trouble. The prisoner didn't need much effort. To surprising the overpowered C and Yun. At the same time, he broke his own shackles. This seemed to be a signal. It caused all the other fake prisoners to simultaneously break their cuffs. They were like a group of robots. They removed their hoods in perfect unison, as if in a drill, revealing their faces, expressionless, with soulless eyes. C and Jun was being choked, struggling to breathe. But what overwhelmed him now was confusion. What the hell? The fake prisoners lunged at C and Jun. The protagonist had to act immediately. He threw the soldier in his hands towards the fake prisoners, temporarily breaking their assault. Thanks to that, C and Jun escaped with his life. But now a truly serious second act was about to unfold. Malay, observing from a distance, communicated with the protagonist. "Captain, this is..." The protagonist replied, "That's right. It's a trap." Steady footsteps descended the stairs. The sound of the doctor's slippers approached, and a whole troop of royal guards. "Only 2 of them. Fewer than I thought." The doctor asked Han, disappointed, looking at the whole group, neatly lined up in their uniforms. As someone from the military, the protagonist knew this would be tough. Damn it. Han and the doctor looked at the 2 rebels. The doctor recognized a familiar face. Who else could it be but Jun? Seeing him, the man was overjoyed. He couldn't contain his excitement. I'm so shocked. So sudden. It's a jackpot. Wonderful. Jun broke out in a cold sweat. The protagonist had a feeling he was about to learn something unpleasant. The doctor said, "I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown up so much. It's been a long time." A flashback to the past. The doctor leads Jun, who was just a child then, to see his newly made toy. Jun was too young to understand what it was, but just looking at it made the little boy cry in fear. Now that childhood nightmare was flooding back. The doctor called his name intimately, Jun. The protagonist looked at the doctor. Then he looked back at Jun, who was sitting frozen in silence. Jun's fists were clenched. He was clearly showing uncontrollable fear and horror. The protagonist could tell there was a dark history there. Malay, seeing this through the protagonist, couldn't help but worry for Jun. On the other side of the battlefield, Han's interest was piqued. Sunun, he's a big shot. If we capture him, the situation will definitely turn in our favor. The doctor made a request first. Commanderun, give us a little private space, will you? That kid, he's not going to die just yet, Han said. After you're done interrogating him, you can do whatever you want. The doctor reined himself in a bit. Oh my, I was getting a little ahead of myself, wasn't I? Jun was filled with self-blame. It's my fault. I've messed everything up again. In the past, Jun was also one of the toys personally modified by the doctor. Yun silently belittled himself. I'm enduring things worse than this. Thankfully, he wasn't facing it alone. The protagonist was by his side, reassuring him. He patted Jun's head and spoke up. Hey, you foul-mouthed bastard. And you with the fluffy hair. The protagonist, annoyed, got into a fighting stance. His first target was the effeminate-looking doctor. The protagonist landed a punch that twisted his face. Yun's teeth stunned. Han was also surprised. The doctor spat out blood. How dare you crush such a fragile soul? These bastards. The doctor was caught by the royal guards behind him. Are you all right, sir? The doctor seemed to be made of paper, but his attitude was still flippant. Oh dear, where did this dog come from? The protagonist looked at his face, his fists itching. Let's see how long you can keep that up. After you take the second one, prepare yourself. A hand reached out. It blocked the protagonist's second punch. The protagonist knew how much force he'd used, so he couldn't help but reassess this fluffy-haired guy. Can't you calm down a little? You're going to be captured sooner or later. As quick as a flash, he struck the protagonist in the stomach. The protagonist didn't even see how the opponent moved. He was sent flying backward by Han's effortless blow. Sent flying backward, landing right back where he had started. The protagonist's wounds had only just healed. Jun was even more worried. Are you okay? The protagonist coughed up blood. The protagonist was still in the mood for sarcasm. If this is okay, then you should get your eyes checked. The doctor was now standing up straight. He held his swollen cheek. The doctor accused, Commander Honorable. You could have blocked the first hit. But you let it happen, didn't you? Han didn't deny it outright. He just gave a perfunctory reply. It's a misunderstanding, but it wasn't like the doctor cared much about it anyway. Let's just pretend it never happened. The protagonist swore. Damn sons of bitches. Jun blamed himself out loud. Captain, it's all my fault. Everything started because of me. And yet, you still stood by my side. The protagonist shared a little. I used to have a junior. He was just a private, but he always boasted that he'd become a general. I used to bully him. But you know what? If anyone from another platoon dared to look down on him, I wouldn't accept it. Catch. The protagonist threw Jun what he needed. The emergency pill. You've got insurance, right? If you can't handle it, it's better to die by my hand. Got it. This harsh encouragement gave Jun courage. Murai offered a casual opinion. You're trying too hard. The protagonist retorted. Shut up. Do you think this is your fault? The protagonist straightened his back. He wrapped himself in dark mana. Hien seemed somewhat impressed. He knows how to use magic, huh? But Hien had a squad of guards following him. He ordered the guards. Capture him. Regardless of whether they could take down the commander in the back, they had to carve a bloody path just to hope for an escape in this battle. The Northern Blade's self-made technique. Fatal Strike. Clearly, the enemy was overwhelming in numbers. The protagonist decided to use a single punch to blow away the minions first. When the protagonist cast a spell, it was on a whole different level. He was panting heavily. The doctor patted Hien excitedly. Catch him for me. Catch him too. The protagonist now appeared like an inspiring banner for Seo John, clenching the pill in his hand. He silently thanked the protagonist, then swallowed the pill. As the pill slid down his throat, Seo John's heart began to beat abnormally fast. Suddenly, the doctor and Hien froze. The protagonist also looked back at his teammate with concern. All the guards present broke out in a cold sweat. Murai was also shocked. This feeling is... Seo John's body swelled up, tearing his clothes apart. His gentle face was now filled with aggression. His arms bulged with muscles, covered in popping blue veins. Hien was tense and on edge. How the hell did you bastard? Seo John had now officially transformed into some kind of monster. Hien had to exclaim, "What the hell are you thinking?" The protagonist couldn't have expected this. That his weakest teammate would pull a complete 180-degree transformation like this. The creature Seo John transformed into had a close relationship with Murai because she unconsciously shed a tear and mistakenly called out, "My child." A flashback scene in a place where smoke and dust obscured the view. There was a young man holding a sword, standing firm. This person was Hien in his youth. Speak, human. Hien was facing a creature with an appearance similar to Seo John's transformed state. The creature asked a question. Why? Why must we slaughter each other? Hearing this, Hien looked down. Corpses from both sides lay scattered on the ground. Looking at the death that spared no one on this battlefield, Hien, with eyes still full of naivety back then, snorted and replied, "I don't know." Seo John had unintentionally evoked those memories of the past for Hien. Seo John's current form was the form of a creature belonging to a tribe the Empire had sent troops to crusade against in the past. The whole room fell silent, directing their attention towards Seo John. The man himself looked at his body in panic. This is... The protagonist didn't seem to like his teammate's form. Hien and the doctor stared in astonishment. Seo John exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is this?" The moment he opened his mouth, the sense of danger vanished into thin air. The protagonist was also fed up. His teammate changed his body, but his mindset hadn't improved at all. Seo John turned to ask the protagonist, "What the heck have I turned into?" The protagonist gave up and said, "How the hell should I know?" The doctor looked somewhat sad, squeezing something in his hand. He threw that thing toward the protagonist duo. A small block of something was thrown their way. This thing was a living creature. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It even knew how to say hello. Hello. The protagonist and Seo John got goosebumps looking at it. That small lump of meat suddenly reached out, grabbing both the protagonist and his friend. "My beloved toy, can you tie these two to the structure behind them?" The lump of meat replied, "Okay. Aye, sir." The protagonist cursed. Damn it. Both were slammed straight into the wall behind them. Seo John shrieked in pain. The doctor pleaded, "Commander Hien, please keep this a secret. Commander Hien wouldn't want his men slaughtered, right? I will keep these two bastards." The protagonist complained. "Hey kid, your transformation was flashy as hell. But can you actually do anything? What could Seo John do? I've never seen this kind of creature before." As the creator, Malay knew her child better than anyone. She gave a hint. "June, use your teeth." Seeing June was momentarily confused. "My teeth." But he understood that the current situation left no time for hesitation. "I'll need them." Seeing June took a bite. He bit the lump of flesh, holding him in two. The protagonist was impressed. Han no longer had his previous calm demeanor. He said, "Well then, doctor, I'll need your help from now on." The doctor said with a smirk, "Commanderun, if you think your men have loose lips, I suggest we dispose of all of them." They were on the same side, but Han clearly disliked the doctor. He replied coldly, "I can take care of my own men." The doctor also knew when to back down. There was no need to pressure an ally. He had a more amusing game to focus on. "Now then, boys, until Commander Han returns, play with me for a bit, will you?" The protagonist joked. "What do you think? Need to brush your teeth? If you have time, get a deep cleaning too, okay?" Seeing June was in no mood to joke around with the protagonist. This is our chance while Han isn't here. That doctor's combat power is much lower. But what worries me is his ability. Clay. He can mold anything. In his hands. He can touch them like clay, especially based on the experiments he's done with living creatures. His potential is limitless. The doctor touched the lump of flesh at his feet with his finger. He broke off a small piece of flesh. Then he flicked it hard. The piece of flesh flew straight towards Seon-jun's face. The protagonist had faster reflexes. He managed to catch the piece of flesh in time. The doctor softly uttered a word to detonate it. At the same time, the protagonist threw the piece of flesh back at the doctor. Unfortunately, the piece of flesh exploded midway. Before it could reach him, he deflected the explosion before it went off. His timing is perfect. The combination of objects and explosives seems useless against a pro. I'll keep that in mind. The protagonist rushed forward, through the smoke and fire. The doctor reached out his hand, waiting. From Seon-jun's information and his own observations, the protagonist knew he had to avoid being touched by this guy. Don't grit your teeth like that. The protagonist was a man of his word. He said he'd give a doctor a second punch, so he would definitely make him taste a second one. The protagonist was about to land a blow that would shatter the doctor's skull, but things don't always go as planned. The protagonist was silently surprised. What's with his skin? The doctor's head was flattened, but aside from the deformation, he seemed completely unharmed. The protagonist thought back and suddenly understood. Just before my fist hit him, he used his skill on himself? While the protagonist was confused, the doctor's hand reached for his shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch the part of the protagonist's skin not protected by mana, Seon-jun saved him in the nick of time. He flew in and chopped off the arm that was about to achieve its goal, the arm of the doctor. He seemed to be gradually adapting to this form. The doctor bent his legs. He jumped up. He caught his newly severed arm. Then, using his ability, he reattached the arm perfectly, as if it had never been separated. He even conveniently reshaped his flattened head. He exclaimed with delight, "Wow." As expected, 2 against 1, even a cornered rat will fight back. This was going to be tough for the protagonist and his companion. The doctor himself had no physical power, but his own ability turned him into a cockroach that couldn't be killed. I'll call my own backup to even the odds, to compensate for his lack of damage. He had his toys to act as his muscle. You could say, compared to someone with pure physical strength, this doctor was much harder to deal with. The protagonist was starting to feel tired. Seon-jun couldn't think of a solution either. The doctor shared. It looks a bit messy because I made in a rush, but the materials I used were quite good. I guess it will be fine, right? He told his toy. All right, your favorite thing is over there. It's Yoon. Go say hello. Hearing that, Seo-jon suddenly realized. Jagyu's optimistic face from when they were at the bakery appeared. Venomous snuke Yugyu. Although Mr. Jagyu had been transformed into a deformity, he still recognized Yoon. He could still call out the full name. Yoon. As for Seo-jon, he was heartbroken, because even though he was as fast as possible, he still couldn't save him in time. Released from the doctor's hand, Mr. Jagyu called out, "Yoon." But when his eyes locked onto the teammate who had transformed into a strange creature, he seemed to get angry. He stomped his foot hard, witnessed by the protagonist and Seo-jon. Along with the amused expression of the doctor, Jagyu spoke with difficulty. "You?" Then Jagyu roared. "Didn't I tell you to disguise yourself as a woman before meeting me?" Jagyu stomped his feet like a child demanding a toy. "Change back. Turn into a young girl. Wear a bikini. Murai shadert." That guy is so perverted. The protagonist had to ask Seo-jon to clarify. "So, we came here to save that thing, right?" Seo-jon was truly at a loss for words. Fortunately, Murai made an excuse. "Don't do that. Maybe he's been altered." Seeing Yugyu transformeth, yet that one trait remained so distinct. Seo-jon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's always been like that. But the doctor really liked a toy with such personality. He still retains his unique character. He issued a mental warning. But don't lower your guard, because the transformation process was very successful. Jagyu took a deep breath. His mouth puffed up. From his mouth, he spat out a yellow fluid. That fluid shot straight toward the protagonist duo. No need to guess. It wasn't anything good. The two split to both sides, dodging the fluid. Where the fluid landed, signs of corrosion immediately appeared. The ground melted. Mr. Jagyu's ability was converting body fluids into poison, which was also the reason he had the title Venomous Snake. While the protagonist was disgusted by this ability, John was recalling information. Normally, saliva splatters everywhere when talking, melting clothes and leaving scars on the skin. It was a useless ability that only caused a bit of annoyance. But now, I can't evaluate Mr. Jagyu using common knowledge anymore. The protagonist called for them to regroup. Hey Yoon, what is his ability? John replied. I don't know because he's been transformed. The protagonist was getting annoyed. Yeah, my fault for relying on you. The doctor said. All right, you. Show them. He obeyed, increasing his own sweat secretion. Jagyu's body tended to sweat a lot. Now, Jagyu's sweat had become a type of decomposing agent. Just touching it was enough to cause wounds painful enough to kill. Jagyu leaped up. He reached the center of the room. The protagonist duo didn't know what Jagyu intended to do yet. Then he spun his body, choosing a move to disperse his sweat over a wide area. Pressurized water tornado. John took the full brunt, due to lacking skills and the ability to improvise a defense. As for the protagonist, he knew how to manage the Northern Blade's self-made technique. The protagonist's ability had similarities to the doctor's. It was easy to create and flexible, creating a barrier wall. But this was only a temporary measure, because the newly created shield disintegrated very quickly. The doctor was secretly impressed. The more I look, the more I see. Truly a high-class test subject. He reads the situation and chooses the appropriate skill very well. I'm certain he has fought to cling to life until now. He grinned widely. The doctor was looking forward to getting his hands on the protagonist. I can't stop getting excited at the thought of turning him into one of my experiments. The protagonist was busy caring for his teammate Yoon. You okay, kid? Jun was writhing and screaming. I'm about to die. But when he calmed down, he realized, I'm still fine. Everything around me has definitely melted. So how come I'm completely unharmed? This creature is amazing. With this power, we might have a chance to escape. The doctor could read Jun's thoughts. So he sent a reminder. Oh dear. With that short-sighted thinking. It's too late, Jun. The ground around them suddenly rose up. It soon formed a cube. This was one of the doctor's moves. Clay molding, room creation. The protagonist and his companion were trapped in a confined space with a mutated Daiku. Although they were on opposing sides, the doctor encouraged the protagonist's progress. If he gained more combat experience, I think that would be beneficial for me as well. As long as you're still breathing, your soul will be fine, right? Both of them understood the situation they were facing. We're trapped. The doctor gave the signal. It's time, Daiku. A gas emanated from Daiku's body. The gas grew thicker and thicker. In this confined space, it had nowhere to escape. The poison Daiku secreted had vaporized into a gas and filled the room with toxic clouds. The protagonist and his companion were literally facing enemies from within and without. Rain down. The toxic cloud. This is a flashback of Malay's. Back when she was still full of power. Palia asked again, Malay, are you just going to keep watching it? At this time, the relationship between Malay and Palia was quite good. Palia gave her standard smile and praised. You've created such a beautiful world. And you're just going to keep watching it like this? Isn't that a shame? Malay was confused. What are you trying to say? Palia smiled charmingly and said, You're so mean. It's just that. I wanted to suggest something to you. Palia extended her hand in invitation. Would you like to create life together? The flashback ends, returning to Jun's current form. It seems the creature Jun transformed into was the result of the two goddesses' creation. Whenever Malay thought about it, her heart turned to ice. Palia, Yun panicked silently. We're stuck in here, damn it. In such a confined space. I can't believe he'd use a decomposition cloud. This creature form can withstand this for a while, but the captain won't be able to hold out much longer. When Jun looked over at his captain, he saw that the man was already wearing a full hazmat suit. Jun was dumbfounded. What the hell? The protagonist explained, well, this situation is a bit familiar. I just acted out of habit. I guess my PTSD got triggered after that time in the gas chamber. But if I look like this, I'm not afraid of anything. You know, find a way out of here. As for your buddy, the protagonist looked towards the transformed Daiku. He used his actions to say the rest of the sentence. The protagonist's actions spoke louder than words. I'll take care of him. Easier said than done. The moment he charged, he was sent flying by Daiku's punch. The problem was, Daika didn't seem to use much force. So how did he manage to knock down a powerhouse like the protagonist? This awkward scene made Seonjun and even Malay choke on their words. He's a captain, but his movements are restricted by his uniform. Damn it. My body is so slow, and I've used up all my mana for defense. Daiku's body continuously secreted sweat. He launched a large amount of sweat towards the protagonist. At such a close distance, and slowed down by his protective gear, the protagonist had no way to dodge. He could only hold his ground. I never thought this fight would be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Seonjun couldn't just stand by. He used his claws to slash at the clay wall the doctor had created. Although the cut Seonjun made was very deep, the wall the doctor created was even thicker. And since he was maintaining it from the outside, without a finishing blow, any damage to the wall would be quickly repaired by him back to its original state. Damn it. As expected, it can regenerate. The captain can't defend himself. Mr. Daiku has been modified and has completely lost his mind. If Han comes back now, do we even have a chance of winning? The longer this drags on, the more trouble we're in. But Malay, acting as a pillar of strength, spoke up to and come down. After all, Malay was still present here. The protagonist objected. You idiot. I told you not to stick your head out. Daiku reminded the protagonist that he was only an arm's length away. The wet punch. Malay said, he's already isolated us anyway. There's no chance of being captured, Captain. You focus on taking down that perverted old man. Malay went over to Seonjun. You haven't used the true power of this creature. I usually let it awaken naturally among some tribes. But right now, you're just borrowing this body. As their creator, I'll make a special exception and help you awaken the true power of the Vave tribe. The doctor stood outside, maintaining the sealed space. He placed his hand on the sealed room he created. 5 minutes. About 3 minutes, maybe? They must have inhaled a good amount of toxic cloud in there. Although they're still breathing. They're about to melt, aren't they? When they're in that state, and throughout the research, the excitement is just indescribable. I wonder if Commander Han can do this. Waiting is torture. But just then, a disturbance came from inside the sealed room. A disturbance that made the doctor feel uneasy. The room he had maintained so far had been undamaged. But now it was suddenly bulging as if it were about to explode. Oh my, this wasn't part of the plan. What is this? The doctor's sealed room was shattered into pieces. Thanks to that, the protagonist and his companion escaped. They faced the protagonist and Seonjun, whose power had been awakened with Malay's help. For the first time, the doctor couldn't remain calm. Seonjun roared in anger, Doctor! Rewinding the story a bit, Malay had said, from the beginning, that tribe was awakened by me. Now, you're just borrowing their appearance. I will use my power as their creator and awaken the true power of the Vave tribe. Patterns like tattoos appeared. The light from Seonjun's side was blinding. The protagonist suddenly felt like joking. Oh, the room next door is pretty noisy, huh? Mr. Pervert, Daiku retorted. What the hell do you know? He suddenly pressed both hands to his forehead. Turns out he was squeezing a pimple on his forehead. The protagonist's skin crawled. Hey, no way, Daiku said. You must call me Mr. From the pimple on his forehead, Daiku created something yet to be named. Boisonospus. The protagonist was horrified. I can't take it. This is insane. So damn disgusting. If it weren't for my body being slow and heavy, this disgusting skill would have given me a heart attack. That sick bastard. He and I are a cursed matchup, damn it. The protagonist was grabbed tightly by Daiku, and a shiver ran down his spine. Daiku said, my preferences need to be respected. His sweat glands secreted, creating a sort of poison wave towards his opponent. Though it was hard to accept, the protagonist had to admit, this is not a good move. Daiku submerged the protagonist in the corrosive bodily fluid he had named. Love. After this, the protagonist would probably need a very thorough bath to cleanse both his spirit and his body. The protagonist screamed internally. I wish I could hit him. I'm running at full speed, but I'm still slow. Maintaining the protective suit is getting harder. What should I do? One of Daiku's hands came crashing down. This made it impossible for the protagonist to predict his moves. It meant he was fighting a madman. Not only did he harm his enemy, but he also didn't care about his own condition. although they had no relationship. The protagonist still remembered this was Seonjun's comrade. So he stepped forward and called out, "Hey, Mr. Pervert." The protagonist's voice caught the attention of Seonjun and Malay. Seonjun looked back and discovered Daiku's heartbreaking condition. What? Daiku's body was starting to decompose. Daiku's body had been modified too hastily, so it had become too powerful, too strong for it to normally withstand. So his body couldn't take it anymore. By the time Seonjun went to support him, Daiku could no longer stand. Seonjun could feel Daiku's flesh melting. The mask the doctor had molded had also half melted away. Daiku opened one eye slightly. "You know." Seonjun cried for his fallen ally. "Mr. Daiku, wake up." Daiku whispered weakly, "Now, we can escape together." Daiku's breathing grew weaker. He spoke his last words. "You know, I don't think I can go with you anymore. Don't be sad, June. No one doesn't risk their life on the night of a full moon. I have one last message. Please listen carefully." Seonjun nodded. Daiku said, "Minwood. Number 6. Shelter. Second drawer. Box number 4. Inside is a secret made outfit. Can you wear it?" Seonjun mourned for this perverted comrade of his. "Even so, you can't even see it one more time." Daiku raised his still intact hand. He gently stroked Seonjun's head. He gave a relieved smile and said, "I'll be watching you from heaven," returning to the present. Seonjun was filled with rage and grief. He roared the doctor's title. Seonjun flew forward, wanted to take the doctor's head in an instant, but he was nimbly dodged. The man asked curiously, "Wow, so scary. Why do you look so angry, June?" Seonjun gritted out each word, "Doctor." The doctor pretended to ponder. Then, as if he suddenly understood, "Oh, is it about that creature? Is it because of it?" Daiku's body had disintegrated. Not a single piece was left intact. Even though it was someone unrelated to him, the protagonist also felt a bit uncomfortable. He clicked his tongue. The doctor found it amusing and commented, "June is still so young. I'm very generous, so if you calm down now and come back to me, I'll make another creature just like it for you." The arm he had just extended in a flash was gone. The doctor was astonished. He looked at Seonjun, who was right in front of him with tears streaming down his face. He noticed blood dripping from Seonjun's mouth. A chill ran down his spine as he understood. He just ate my entire arm. If I don't kill him now, I don't want to live anymore. But biting the doctor's flesh wasn't without consequences. Seonjun had to endure an explosion from within. The smoke cleared. After the explosion, Seonjun was still standing tall. If no allies came to help now, or if the doctor himself didn't think of a way out, the chances of him dying here were quite high. The doctor wanted to try a softer approach. "Let's talk a bit." Seonjun grabbed his shoulder tightly. Seonjun opened his mouth. His intention was very clear. He wanted to bite the doctor's head off. For some reason, the protagonist rushed forward. He stopped Seonjun's attempt to eat the doctor. Seonjun was confused. "What?" But Seonjun quickly got his answer. Some kind of energy slashed down, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The protagonist was shocked. This entire base was being sliced to pieces. It left the protagonist bewildered. "What's going on?" Everyone looked towards a clean cut. From the gap, a voice emerged. A for effort. How could the protagonist and Seonjun forget there was still one formidable enemy who hadn't acted? The doctor was also a bit startled, because if that had hit him, he would have been a goner too. An eye peered in from behind the crack. Han swatted away the wooden wall with one hand. But it's meaningless. Han seemed to have arranged for his men to leave, so he could continue the fight unhindered. This is such a waste of time. The entire temporary base was now in ruins. It was unclear what had happened. All that was known was that Seonjun and the protagonist had been utterly defeated. The protagonist, questioning his own existence, silently wondered, "What's happening? Is he awake?" The protagonist pushed himself up. He looked at the shadow behind the smoke. That flamboyant guy. He just picked up a random wooden stick and created this mess in less than a minute. I can only say that he's completely different from anyone I've ever faced. He's on a whole other level. Han oto Seonjun. Revert from that transformation, Seonjun. If you don't obey, your arms and legs, I will cut them off, one by one. Your rage? Is your rage enough to overcome your fear? Watching the enemy threaten and bully his comrade, and act as if he didn't exist. Wasn't this insane? The protagonist swore, "Damn it. Are you ignoring me?" Seeing that the protagonist was about to do something rash, Malay quickly advised, "Don't. Wait a minute. Let me turn back into a gun first." The protagonist said in a low voice, "From now on, don't come out, no matter what happens." He had already said it before acting. "If you make a mistake, I will end our partnership with you." Malay knew the protagonist was determined, but how could she not worry? The protagonist called out to Han, "Hey, pretty boy, I'm still alive, you know. It ain't over till it's over." Seeing the protagonist charge at him with his fists, Han's face was full of contempt for his opponent. Somehow, Han looked like he was standing still, but the protagonist still felt the slap across his face. I can't see his movements or his upcoming attacks. Han used the wooden stick. He hit the protagonist on the head. Next, a leg sweep. Then another blow downwards. This wasn't like a fight. Han swung the wooden stick, as if he were playing with a child, just hitting the protagonist. The protagonist had never been sent flying so effortlessly. Han's strategy was on a completely different level than that crazy doctor's. Jun was extremely worried about the protagonist's condition. The stubborn protagonist swore, "Damn it. Why don't you just stop? You're seriously injured, you know. The right side of your body is almost useless, and you can't even use your power like you did when you attacked my men. I'm not being sarcastic. Just stop." The protagonist found this guy incredibly ridiculous. By Longjiang declared, "Like hell I will." Han was confused. "I don't understand why you have to push yourself so hard. You must know you have no chance of winning." The protagonist replied, "I don't take insults lying down. Big or small. Anyone who insults me, I'll punch them right in the face with everything I've got. Even if they're God." Han didn't pay much attention to the protagonist's words. "You talk a lot. Is that all you wanted to say?" The protagonist said, "There's more. When we meet again, the way we see each other will definitely be reversed." The protagonist said this with confidence and defiance. But Han looked bored, holding the wooden stick in his hand. He barely used any strength as he swung it towards the protagonist. The doctor stood by, expecting this. He waited for Han to finish his work. He smiled smugly. The protagonist was defeated. Jun had also reverted to his human form. I estimate it took less than 5 minutes. As expected of Sir Han Jiang, Han said, "If the doctor had prepared for the battle beforehand, I wouldn't have had to lift a finger. So don't get too comfortable. The status of an A-lister can drop." The doctor gave a perfunctory reply. Yeah, whatever." The doctor ranked 6th among the A-listers. The doctor checked again. He pinched the protagonist. The doctor asked, "So when do I get these two?" "Un Saihid verily. If it were just Jun, I would have sent him to you sooner. For now, I will be escorting the criminals to the Imperial concentration camp." Inside the concentration camp, a person carried a bucket of water, then splashed the entire bucket in the protagonist's face, waking him up. The protagonist coughed and sputtered from his shock. The person who splashed him asked nonchalantly, "How do you feel, criminal?" The protagonist glanced to his side. He saw that this place was very crowded. It wasn't just him. He also saw another individual being escorted somewhere. The protagonist wondered, "Where am I?" A strange old man, holding a razor, said with a smile. "Now's not the time to be wondering about that." The protagonist narrowed his eyes, assessing him. "Your appearance doesn't quite match your style." The other man slid the razor close to the protagonist's cheek. "You'd better shut up, because I've been given permission to cut you." The protagonist asked, "Are you going to torture me?" The other man replied, "Well, something like that." This man smiled a bit perversely. "Let's begin." In the Imperial concentration camp, today, a heaven-piercing scream echoed. "Get away from me, old man." The protagonist struggled. The old man with the razor told the guards around him, "Someone hold this guy down. He broke the handcuffs." The protagonist yelled, "My mustache and my long hair. I can't lose them like this." The other man suddenly found the protagonist's face familiar. He opened a wanted list. I've seen this guy's face somewhere before." He looked at the sketch on the wanted poster. Then he looked back at the protagonist, who was now sitting there behaving himself. Never mind. He's suddenly behaving himself again. Now's our chance. Let's do it. A tradition to renounce one's past before entering prison, shaving the head. The protagonist seethed internally. This is hell. The old man, the barber, was satisfied. Short hair makes you look fairer. Oh my. A guard also laughed and said, He went from a rugged man to a pretty boy. In conclusion, this is Captain Bay. A cell door opened. The protagonist was thrown into a solitary cell by a guard. From today on, this is your cozy home. The thing you're wearing on your neck disrupts the flow of mana. So don't even think about escaping. After saying that, the guard closed the door. Malay finally spoke up. Captain. The protagonist replied with a deadpan face. What? Are you going to ask if I'm okay again? I'm not okay at all. My world has collapsed today. Malay said softly, I'm sorry. At that time, I shouldn't have said that. The protagonist, seeing that Malay had missed the point, corrected her. It's not about that. My hair. It's all gone. Malay was speechless. Oh, that. From a window in the cell. You could see the sky was now pitch black. The protagonist, dejected, looked up at the ceiling. Then he said, well, don't worry too much. It's just two things. I couldn't land a hit on a guy who moved so fast, I couldn't even see him. And instead of dying, with the identity of the evil, in a prophecy, wouldn't it be better to be captured as a member of Menwood? But I still feel sad. Because of that idiot, June. We've been through so much. Is June here? Malay could only guess. I'm sure he is. They said he would be sent to the doctor soon. The protagonist worried and wondered silently. Why Yoon? Because he's a spy? No. The moment their expressions changed, the protagonist remembered how they seemed to fear seeing June's emergency form. The Vave tribe. Malay, you knew about that race. Why did they react like that? Malay replied vaguely, I don't know. I've been away from my position for too long. The Vave tribe is just a race in Palia's world, created by my power. Palia invited me to create a race with her. I agreed, but it was a trap. From that point on, Palia took everything from me, little by little, and I didn't even realize it. After hearing this, the protagonist just sighed. You're hopeless too. How could someone like you let yourself be bullied? Malay was annoyed. What do you mean by that? Of course I know it's partly my fault. But Palia is very careful and cold. She's a goddess devoid of emotion. The protagonist didn't buy this assessment. What the hell are you talking about? She reacts with the emotions of an elementary school student. She holds grudges, and she's always looking down on people from on high. When it came to understanding Palia, Malay was definitely more knowledgeable. So she said, Captain, don't talk nonsense. You wouldn't even know if you were being deceived. If you heard what Palia said to me, you would. Suddenly, Malay realized something. The protagonist frowned. What? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Malay covered her mouth. A slip of the tongue. Captain, it's possible that from the very beginning, her words when she summoned you as a warrior. What if it was all a lie? The protagonist's eyes widened. His fists clenched. Malay, seeing him so quiet, called out, Captain. The protagonist suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed like a madman. The protagonist said between laughs, my stomach hurts from laughing. After the protagonist had laughed his fill, his eyes turned dark. He mumbled, I thought this was all my fault. I thought, maybe, the goddess wanted to use her power to give me a chance. I wondered if she was just taking out her anger in an unreasonable way. That thought was always stuck in my head. I had to live like a madman. But now, I see everything clearly now. A voice came from outside. I heard laughter echoing all the way down the hall. It seems he doesn't quite understand the situation he's in, does he? A woman dressed as a nun. She was escorted by two hooded, hulking figures. I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. After the interrogation, the black-haired, yellow-skinned criminal. This woman is the interrogator, Soj. Soj showed her interest. Oh my, black hair and so young? What a shame. The protagonist thought to himself. Racist. Soj clapped her hands as a signal. The two hulking figures stood on either side of him like temple guardians. They lifted the protagonist up. The protagonist was escorted away. Let the interrogation begin. The destination was a room. On a table were some basic instruments of torture. The protagonist was handcuffed, his hands dangling. Soj asked gently, First question, where are the remaining members of Menwood? The protagonist's face was grim. He answered honestly, I don't know. Soj clicked her tongue. I didn't expect you to answer right from the start. The protagonist said flatly, I really don't know. The two hulking figures lifted a table with a frying pan on it. They placed it in front of the protagonist. If I make a delicious fried egg, will you be willing to talk? With that, Soj cracked an egg. When the pan was hot, she broke the shell. She began to fry a normal, sunny-side-up egg. At first, the protagonist didn't understand what game she was playing. But when he saw that not only was the yolk broken, but bits of eggshell had also fallen onto its surface. For someone with OCD, this was true torture. The protagonist had a comment. "What are you doing? You're not using any force when you crack the egg. And all the shell fragments are falling in." Soj smiled charmingly and said, "Oh dear, the heat is too high. It's going to burn. Let me get the eggshells out first. Hurry up and flip the egg." "Oh, it's stuck." The protagonist was annoyed. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled. He cursed, "You bastard." Malay couldn't understand. "Captain, are you serious?" Soj urged. "I've been interrogating criminals for 10 years. So, if you're hiding something, you'd better tell me, because the interrogation has only just begun." After that was the sound of the two interrogators arguing. One asked, the other answered. "Where's the Manhwa base?" "I don't know." "How many hideouts are there in this empire?" "I really don't know." A guard entered just as the protagonist shouted, "That!" This guard still had call out Sister Soj. The newcomer interrupted Soj's civilized interrogation. "Seeing Jun's testimony has just been delivered. He knows absolutely nothing. He lured that fool into joining. But he was captured on the day he was supposed to be recommended." Soj was stunned. "What? Even the members of Manhwa didn't know about him. We have obtained a verified testimony." The protagonist was weakly whispering, "I told you I didn't know." The guard who came in felt sorry for the protagonist. "Seriously, interrogator, you're so mean." One of the muscular men also asked the protagonist sympathetically, "Hey, criminal bro, are you okay?" Soj, having lost the argument, said, "My bad. 10 years of interrogation experience, and I didn't notice a thing. It's always gone so smoothly, even when that Fidel guy was caught." The protagonist mumbled heartbrokenly, while focusing on what these people were saying. "So, with the legendary chicken Fidel, did you find out anything else?" Thanks to that, the protagonist grasped a piece of information. "Fidel, he's imprisoned here too? This could be a good opportunity if I play my cards right." Soj, to express her remorse, offered, "Hey, criminal bro, I'm really sorry. If you don't mind, I can make you something delicious." The protagonist firmly requested, "Chicken. Fried chicken. I want to eat that." At the prison cafeteria, Fidel was indeed in the line for the mess hall. The meal being served today was vegetable soup. Fidel looked at it, bored with life. He lamented, "This is terrible. I couldn't resist while I was undergoing treatment. So I got caught and sent to the concentration camp. I can't even smell fried chicken anymore. I want to eat." Just as he was thinking about his favorite food, he saw someone place it right in front of him. Fidel's eyes widened. Chicken. The protagonist had his hair and beard neatly shaved, so Fidel didn't recognize him right away. He asked eagerly, "That fried chicken, where did you get it?" The protagonist politely greeted him first. "Long time no see, Fidel." Hearing this, Fidel looked closely at the protagonist. So familiar. This voice and these eyes. "No way. Champion." The protagonist began his negotiation to win over an ally. "I came here to clear up some misunderstandings. Actually, I'm also crazy about fried chicken. In order to provoke you, I had no other choice." Fidel wasn't so easily forgiven. He said in a heavy voice, "Shut up, whether it was intentional or not. The words you said that day won't disappear." Fidel stood up. He had lost his appetite. He left the table. He walked past the protagonist. "Don't let me see you again," the protagonist said calmly. "I formally apologize to you. And this, actions always speak louder than empty words." He offered the most delicious piece of fried chicken to Fidel and said, "Is my sincerity. I'll give a drumstick to a fellow chicken lover. It's for you, Fidel. You know what that means, don't you?" For someone who worshipped fried chicken like Fidel, this was the highest gesture of goodwill. The drumstick, a person in love. In order to prove his sincere heart, he silently kneels and offers me the chicken drumstick. Fidel let out a TCH. "Just one fried chicken drumstick. You think I'll be swayed by that?" The protagonist smiled lightly. "Not at all. I'll give you 2. How could Fidel stay firm after that? So Fidel agreed to return to the table, all for 2 fragrant, rare fried chicken drumsticks in this concentration camp. The aroma of the fried batter and the smell of grapeseed oil. The crispy texture of the fried chicken. Fidel cherished it. He slowly savored the fried chicken drumstick. Finally, fried chicken after so long. I'm so moved. I usually eat 30 pieces of fried chicken. Just 2 pieces. He stared intently at the protagonist's plate of chicken. The protagonist tore off a piece of fried chicken and took a defiant bite. Look at this. Fidel was furious again. He reached out his hands. He grabbed the protagonist's lapels with both hands. He lifted the protagonist up. Fidel said, "What are you doing? Your love for fried chicken was a lie." The protagonist just patted Fidel's arm and calmly replied, "Not at all. It's just this fried chicken. It's just not to my taste." Fidel let the protagonist go. He didn't understand. "What are you talking about? This is delicious." The protagonist sighed. "How pitiful. With this fried chicken. I can't believe you find it delicious. To me, this fried chicken is too ordinary. Fried chicken must be more intense. In my homeland, for fried chicken shops to compete in the harsh market, they have to do their best to upgrade their menus. Many chicken dishes were improved, but the ones that could survive only accounted for 0.1%. Fidel was shocked. He fell to his knees. By stepping on other chicken dishes, only the best fried chicken can survive. Just imagine. This year, so many chickens were killed in this fierce battle. The protagonist approached in Fidel's imagination. Fidel heard a voice and looked back. The protagonist in this vision pulled down the brim of his hat. When he took off his hat, the protagonist smiled gently, adding a little comfort. He presented a plate of chicken that had survived so many hardships. Fidel was so moved by his imagination that he shed tears. The protagonist said, "Fidel, take my hand. Together with me. Let's change this world. To be able to change the world, I need your help. This is a world where loyalty reigns supreme. Competition and development have been stifled. Fried chicken from a place like this." Fidel said softly, "Fierce tiger." The protagonist looked at Fidel. "Oh," he said, "I'm sorry. I was too hasty." The protagonist turned and walked away. He left Fidel in silence, but he still left an invitation. "I'll be waiting for your answer at the prison workshop." The prisoners here obviously didn't just sit in their cells. They were also assigned some work, like manual labor, for instance. Malay spoke up. "Captain, Fidel hasn't spoken to you since then." The protagonist placed 3 wooden boxes in the designated spot and replied to Malay, "Don't worry. He'll come to me." Malay decided to trust the protagonist's judgment. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Fidel called out, "Fierce tiger." The protagonist smiled slyly. "Got him." The protagonist turned back to talk to Fidel with a friendly attitude. "I was waiting for you. Have you made up your mind?" Fidel said, "First of all, there's something I want to make clear. I've eaten fried chicken all over the world. A place like the one you described can't be found here. You said that someone born here wouldn't be able to make that kind of fried chicken." He frowned, looking closely at the protagonist. "Who are you?" "Bai Longjiang." The protagonist grinned. Since he wanted to cooperate with him, the protagonist didn't mind revealing a little something as a sign of goodwill. "I'm the demon from the prophecy. From another world." The protagonist raised his index finger to his lips, signaling to Fidel. "This is a secret." Malay wanted to see what Fidel's choice would be. Fidel looked away for a moment. Then he grinned. "Excellent. I'll bet on you." 1 month later, still at the Imperial prison, the prisoners were chatting among themselves. "Hey, have you heard the rumor?" "What rumor?" "About the new guy from Inwood." "Yeah, that guy. He's formed a crew in here." "That's right. That's him. He gets along with the guards. Does some things for them. He's the one who disciplines the stupid prisoners. I heard the guards are crazy about him. I think he's only been caught once or twice. I mean, he should have been in prison for at least a year and 9 months. Today, the workshop is his territory. Maybe we can meet him." The 2 prisoners who were talking suddenly saw a group of prisoners walking out in a line. They looked on, confused and wary. "I've been working very hard." The protagonist led the potential prisoners he had recruited. "So you all should work hard too." Bai Longjiang escaped from prison D3 a month ago. 2 prisoners were taking a break. They saw something. They nudged each other and said, "Hey, look over there." "Oh my." Fidel and the Manhwa rookie are walking together. "We can't even talk to them because they're scary as hell." "I wonder what they're talking about." Fidel asked. "The first plan is to break out of prison." The protagonist firmly replied, "That's right." Fidel asked, "But our magic is sealed. What are you planning to do?" "I'm not interested in anything other than chicken." The protagonist remembered the information about Fidel that Jun had told him. He's an A-lister. He has a lot of potential. He's weak. If you want to build a strong organization, being here and there, giving inspiring speeches, and all that wasn't the protagonist's strong suit. He even found it annoying. So now he was thinking to himself, Fidel remembered something. Oh, come to think of it. He's here too. An intelligence goblin. Jello. I once made an information deal with him. Because I thought there was a chicken restaurant I didn't know about. Thanks to him, I found a hidden restaurant with no sign. It's one of the top 5 chicken restaurants in the city. Let's go eat there sometime. Anyway, that smart guy, he's crazy about money. So much so that he got caught for selling information to Menwood. Well, the two of them went to find Jello. The man immediately shooed them away. Go away. Jello looked at the protagonist and saw nothing that interested him. So he refused, saying, I don't invest in trivial things. The two stood, one sat. The protagonist retorted, but what do you mean, trivial? That's a bit harsh, Jello. Jello explained further. I was once blinded by money. So I sold information to Menwood. From now on, I'm turning over a new leaf. Don't come looking for me anymore. The protagonist rubbed his chin, thinking. The protagonist, trying to persuade him, didn't force anything. He just turned away. He left one sentence behind. That's unfortunate. He even sighed audibly. For Jello to hear. Old habits die hard. There was no way the protagonist believed this Jello guy had truly turned over a new leaf. He hinted, I want to become the richest man in the world. I'm here because I have a business idea. These words indeed struck a chord with Jello's love for money. The word rich echoed in his head. The protagonist said, nothing to be done then. Let's go, Fidel. Jello then proactively called them back. Hey, wait. I want to hear your proposal. You just need to know what people desire most. Focus on that point to find a way to talk to them. It never fails. The protagonist thought smugly. Got him. The protagonist scratched his head and replied, I can't tell you everything, because it's just a rough draft. Do you want to hear it? Fidel couldn't help but silently assess him. Seeing him up close like this, he looks like a con artist. Is teaming up with him a good idea? The protagonist revealed a trick to Jello. Listen carefully. I'm thinking about food delivery. Jello was stunned, because such a service didn't exist in this world yet. Jello said in a disappointed voice, you know, if this is your business plan, then it's a mess. The protagonist scoffed. You idiot. What a simple-minded creature. I'm not talking about things like that. The protagonist broadened Jello's horizons. Transportation, in itself, is a service. For those who didn't know, it was hard for them to imagine. So the protagonist said, all right, then let me give you an example. When you're relaxing at home, don't you ever crave something to eat? It's very late. You're too lazy to go out, and the shop you know is closed. In that case, now not just Jello, but Fidel was also eager to hear. The protagonist announced, that's when we show up. We deliver freshly cooked food, right to their doorstep. This business, a business that satisfies human instincts. My only worry is dying under a mountain of money. Jello wondered to himself, how could he come up with such a brilliant idea? Because this wasn't his idea. He had just experienced it and understood its convenience. The idea is one thing. How to do it is another. So Jello pressed, how can you make it a reality? The protagonist wasn't a merchant, after all. He hadn't thought about that. He deflected, telling Jello, didn't I say I'd only tell you the rough draft? But as long as we have you as an ally, I'm sure we'll succeed. Jello silently tried to dismiss the tempting offer. He's a member of Menwood. He's the kind of person I shouldn't get involved with. But the protagonist, seeing his hesitation, delivered another blow. Oh, right. About the profits. Let's split it 50-50. Jello, agitated, immediately sealed the deal. Jello willingly submitted to the power of money. All the information you need, just say the word. I'll provide it in full. The nearby prisoners saw this and were impressed. Wow, this time it's Jello. I've never seen Jello bow to anyone before. The protagonist said, your chicken soup for the soul, Jello. To make our dream a reality, I want to find more allies. A business like this can't be completed with just naive people. As far as you know, tell me about the most wicked people and the social outcasts here. Jello replied, there are a few people that immediately come to mind. Meet the killer sisters Cindy and Bella. They believe that physical strength is true beauty. They're a crazy pair of sisters. The protagonist said, perfect. For these two, the protagonist needed to use strength and physique to win them over. The two sisters acknowledged. You're pretty handsome. The protagonist replied. You too. You're both beautiful. A man who not only had a strong physique and power, but also knew how to talk to women. From then on, these two were won over by the protagonist. Cindy and Bella successfully recruited. For the next one, Yahello gave some advice. This guy can't be recruited by force. The animal abuser Magi. He was abandoned in the mountains before he learned to speak. A fearsome man who single-handedly conquered wild animals. They were the most famous criminals in the camp. A prisoner said, "Hey, Agatsi, I'll let you off the hook, even if you made a mess, because you're so cute. But now you're even messing with my subordinates." The two people behind Agatsi talked to each other. Oh my, he doesn't know what fear is. I know, he should look away. The lovesick guy said, I can't take it anymore. Show me your hotness. Agatsi pounced in an instant. She grabbed the man's neck. She leaned into his ear. She whispered something. Then Agatsi pulled away. The man suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. For some reason, tears streamed down his face. Then he shouted, My mom is not like that. Agatsi mumbled, Was that too much? The witch Agatsi. Her mouth alone was evil. In an elegantly constructed place within the prison. Soj was here to report. Warden, the atmosphere in the prison has been unusual lately. The killer sisters, Magi and Yahello, even Fidel, they've all submitted to one person, the black-haired beast. He must be up to something suspicious. The warden said, Lay Cedar. Soj corrected him, It's Soj. The warden also corrected himself. Soj, don't worry. You know who I am, right? One of the strongest people in the Empire. Second place in the A-list. You are the warden of the royal prison. Warden. He smiled confidently and said, What are you worried about, if you know? That much about me? Second place in the A-list. The one who makes the rules of the prison. Also known as the Godfather. The royal prison is under the command of Captain Han. As long as I'm a warden, Soj, everything will be fine. Just relax and watch how things unfold. Stupid, stupid, stupid. A crowd gathered around. They were eagerly watching the protagonist's recruitment of Agatsi. He was swaying back and forth to some rhythm. This left Agatsi's group of three extremely confused and bewildered. The protagonist pointed at Agatsi. In his hand was a short wooden stick. It was carved to look like a microphone. The protagonist declared war. This is a rap battle with Agatsi. Soj thought to herself, speechless, Warden, I don't know either. The prison, since the day the protagonist arrived, had become much more lively. The gossiping prisoners were buzzing. A rap battle? What's that? Who cares? It's a fight. It means two people are fighting. The protagonist began to explain. I guess no one knows what a rap battle is. I'll give a brief explanation. A rap battle is a battle of insults and putting others down, and fighting with mental strength. A type of sport. Agatsi, I've heard rumors about you. Rumors that every word you say can make others lose their minds. Isn't that infuriating? The curses you think in your head. I don't think you've ever said everything. Agatsi suddenly blushed. Agatsi's companion looked at this and thought, This situation seems to be getting complicated. I should handle this myself. This person signaled to the other member. Hey, Zero, let's end this with just the two of us. The other one said, I want to play by the rules. Seeing the two members of Agatsi's group step forward to fight first. That was the plan, but Agatsi called her companions back. Wait. The protagonist waited to see. Agatsi said shyly can you satisfy me? The protagonist threw something to Agatsi. It turned out to be the microphone. The protagonist showed his class. A gentleman. Ladies first. The other prisoners couldn't believe it. He's giving the first turn to Agatsi. Isn't he scared? Everyone quiet down. Agatsi has the mic. Agatsi stood silently for a moment. She took a deep breath. Then she slowly uttered each golden word. Oh, the words were so melodious that the ears and noses of those who heard were so moved they coughed up blood. Agatsi's two companions had better resistance than most, but even they shuddered. NGH. I'm not even the one fighting her, but my whole body feels weak. It's over. But what truly astonished Agatsi's companion was the protagonist could stand there as firm as a rock. Although his ears were bleeding, the protagonist's face was as steely as a sculpture. He commented, I can't believe you told us the story of your adoption in such a short time. It was better than I thought. Agatzi's companion thought in a daze. He's pretending like nothing happened. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. He withstood it. Damn it. The protagonist took the mic. Now my turn. Bai Long Jiyoung. You play League of Legends, Jello. Rank Bronze I. Your skills are better than gold. But you definitely can't climb the ranks. Not afraid of strong enemies. Only of stupid teammates. The protagonist responded to Agatzi with equally beautiful words. The surrounding prisoners all blushed. Tears flowed freely. A powerful counterattack. Agatzi was showing signs of weakness. The surrounding prisoners were more or less impressed with the protagonist. This guy is no joke. First time seeing your mouth look like a shrimp's head. The rhyming is impressive. The chubby guy next to Agatzi, with blood trickling from his mouth, still said defiantly, "Is that all you've got? You can't beat us. The three of us are all Nagato. That's not enough to faze us." The more spirited the other side was, the more ready the protagonist was to face them. Good. My specialty is in another field. You should look forward to it. I'm going all out from now on. After that, the crazy battle began. The protagonist gave the other side an unforgettable song. Agatzi's side cheerfully responded with sweet wishes. The crowd masochistically stood by, cheering wildly. Agatzi was thoroughly enjoying herself. Why do I feel so relieved? The duet lasted until the afternoon, but neither the opponents nor the surrounding audience had left. Both sides had taken considerable damage, but neither side was willing to give up. The protagonist exchanged a look with Agatzi. Agatzi also responded with her eyes. The two sides reached a common understanding. They shook hands like two comrades. Everyone, including the prison guards and Soj, applauded. The individuals the protagonist had recruited also applauded. Only Jello had a silent realization. I see. When you start cursing, the more you curse, the more uncomfortable it gets. But it's not just about cursing. It's a game. It's a sport. When the rap battle ends, they competed in good faith. A friendship was formed. Fierce Tiger. He's very smart and generous. He has no choice but to climb to the top. This war of words was the stepping stone for the protagonist to make his offer. Hey, Agatzi, become my comrade. I'll let you raise your voice high. Agatzi turned back as if to ask for her two comrades' opinions. After the battle, those two both had a good impression of the protagonist. You're tougher than I thought. We said we'd be together no matter what. Choose the path you want to take. We'll be by your side. Agatzi's cheeks flushed red. She nodded slightly. She agreed to join the protagonist. Agatsita and Zuro successfully recruited. That night, back in the cell, Malay puffed out her cheeks. I went out for a while because I felt suffocated, and it's just a single room. I'm glad you've become so popular. The protagonist asked, confused. What's this about great-grandmother? Although in human years, Malay was indeed old. She was still a woman. No woman likes being called a great-grandmother. Malay, annoyed, kicked the protagonist. Shut up. Tell me why you suddenly want to be Mr. Congeniality. The protagonist replied. My brain just cleared up. That's what I was thinking. Why did Palia summon me? In a world that only praises Palia? The reason I was sent with malice towards Palia, combined with the world getting a new warrior, the protagonist clenched his fist. Perhaps her real plan was to turn me into a demon. Malay supported this speculation. Well, now, everything makes sense. The chaos came at the same time. She needed a warrior and a demon to create a balance. Now, I know what I have to do. I will build the strongest army here. I will destroy everything, all of Palia's plans. The protagonist slammed his fist on the ground. With boiling determination, he said, First, I need to eliminate the warrior. Malay was somewhat doubtful. Did you forget what we talked about? Fighting the warrior is what Palia wants. The protagonist corrected her. When did I say fight? I said I'd eliminate him. I will kill him in an overwhelming fashion. Even if it's Palia, she won't expect that. Malay questioned, What do you mean, overwhelming? Your opponent is a god. It won't be that easy. The protagonist replied nonchalantly. What are you talking about? You're a god too. I have you. So we have a chance. Malay smiled. She showed a hint of pride. Oh my. For someone locked up in the royal prison, you're quite confident. The protagonist said, This prison, if I can recover, escaping will be a piece of cake. But I'll have to serve as an A-rank prisoner for a while. It's a great position for a backstab. Neither Malay nor the protagonist realized that their conversation had been overheard. Palia's angel, Bogio, disguised as a prison guard, relayed the news to his goddess. "Did you hear that, Palia?" Palia smiled slyly. "Bei Longjiang has discovered my plan." Bogio asked, "Do you want to issue a prophecy to the prisoner?" Palia said, "It's fine. Bei Longjiang wants to fight the warrior. He has to become stronger, no matter how hard he tries. In the end, everything will go according to my plan." It turned out that Paleo was pleased with the pawn, Bei Longjiang, that she had brought over. 1 month later, a janitor was currently cleaning at the Imperial prison. "I've been working at this concentration camp for decades. I'm just an ordinary old man. No matter how ordinary you are, if you stay in one place for decades, you become more sensitive to changes. The prison has been strange these days. Like, the prisoners are polite. The prisoners voluntarily keep the common areas clean. The prisoners are friendly with each other. Everyone is working so hard. Is everyone eating well?" The janitor silently nodded. "It's good to see. The reason the prison has changed so much is because of him. I'm sure of it. A lot of guards were worried when the fierce tiger started gathering allies. But that bastard, what he and his allies do, only makes the prison more comfortable. They call themselves a group seeking reduced sentences. For now, the guards seem to have started seeing him in a different light." The protagonist greeted the old janitor. "Thank you for your hard work." The old janitor replied to him with kindness. "Oh, it's the fierce tiger. He's so sweet." He thought so, then asked, "You worked a lot today. Was it tough?" The protagonist replied, "Not really. I regret being captured, so now I can only do my best." The janitor kindly placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. "If you weren't a prisoner, I would have adopted you as my son. My wife wanted to be with Palia first, so I raised them alone. They're all very beautiful because they look like me." The protagonist could only reply politely, "Yes. I'm sure they're very beautiful." "Yes." The janitor shared proudly. "I'm very grateful for this job. Even an old man like me can do it. I want to work here for the rest of my life." The protagonist's expression darkened. His laughter changed. He thought, that is too bad. After his chat with the old janitor, the protagonist and his group went to a private area for a meeting. The protagonist spoke up. "My comrades, by now, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Doing community service for a whole month without complaining. I appreciate you all." Jello thought to himself, he'll get his sentence reduced, get out of here, and start business. That's all everyone knew. The protagonist said, "Actually, as a reward for our performance, I've heard about a sentence reduction. Am I right, Jello?" Jello replied, "That's right, boss. You're the first member of Menwood who wasn't sent to the doctor and even got a reduced sentence. As expected of our commander." The protagonist suddenly became serious. "Everyone, I'm sorry, but about the sentence reduction, we won't be needing it." Jello was stunned. He couldn't keep up with the protagonist's thinking. The protagonist said flatly, "Why would I recruit a bunch of weird failures like you? Just to get a reduced sentence? That's not the final goal. We're breaking out." The two sisters who loved physical fitness were all for this idea. "Sister, I knew this would happen. That's our captain. I've fallen for him all over again." Agatsi's group wasn't surprised either. "Well, I was expecting something like this. I was wondering what it was." "Are you serious?" Jello felt his head overload for a moment. I thought we were going to start business." A large hand clasped Jello's shoulder. Mr. Fidel told Jello the harsh truth. "You've been tricked." Jello felt a pang of disappointment. "This is insane. After a month of community service, I was considered a colleague by the guards." Cindy urged, "Boss, so when do we start?" "I'm so excited." The protagonist raised a hand with Malay's tattoo. A brilliant flame erupted. The whole group stared wide-eyed. Unbelievable. In a flash, the protagonist had become a man of fire. This event drew the attention of all the prisoners and guards present. Everyone in the protagonist's group stared in astonishment at another individual who had appeared. Fidel seemed prepared. He watched this calmly. Malay officially appeared before everyone. The protagonist also summoned the appearance he had when he first came to this world. Malay snapped her fingers. The collar that suppressed the flow of mana shattered. Not just the protagonists, but the collars of several others were also broken by Malay. The guard were cautious and confused. His mana, it was supposed to be sealed. What happened? Malay mumblet, mana. What a foolish thing. Our escape. The protagonist took the lead. Begins. He shouted, signaling to the whole group. Our escape begins. The guards gradually processed the situation. It's not magic. It's a strange flame. That outfit, and that shovel, the demon from the prophecy. The protagonist exclaimed, even if it looks like shit. I feel most comfortable in these clothes. Everyone here raised their guard, including Agatsi's group. The sisters Cindy and Bella, Jello Magi. Jello, in particular, was stunned when he heard the news. He's the demon from the prophecy? I am screwed. I don't care about the business anymore. Now I'm just afraid of being executed. Cindy laughed and said, I thought something was strange. There's no way this cool guy is an ordinary prisoner. Jello said, we were stupid enough to get caught the first time. I don't care who you are, but if you can break the mana-blocking collars, we can escape much more easily. He couldn't help but wonder. I agree there's a more convenient way. Why did you choose this difficult and dangerous path? Are you determined to die together? The protagonist found this amusing. What? Don't tell me. You plan to break out and then hide for the rest of your life. If I thought like that, I would have broken out a month ago. In the future, we will cross the invisible line. The protagonist stuck his shovel into the stone floor. Well, I understand you have complaints. If you can break out of prison, I'll listen to you. From now on, it's a test. Survive until I give a signal. In a flash, the protagonist vanished from the entire group's sight. They were all stunned. He's gone. Malay followed the protagonist's lead. She politely bid farewell to the group before vanishing in a flash. The group was bewildered for a second time. She's gone. Agatsi had a thought. The guards first herded all the other prisoners back into their cells. Get in, quickly. While the remaining ones called each other out to deal with the prisoners whose mana collars had been removed. This way, the remaining members of the protagonist group were surrounded by a troop of guards. Agatsi lamented, survive on your own. He's so mean. That's the charm of a leader. While the others were relatively chill about this, Jello was the one who clearly showed his resentment. That scammer. That bastard of a leader. I gathered so much information just for it to end like this. I can't end like this. Jello vowed to himself. I've been tricked. I'll get my revenge on him. Now that he was involved in this, there was no turning back. So Jello became the reluctant commander. He told the group, hey, you bastards, let's get out of here first. I'll tell you where your confiscated items are. I will definitely survive. And make him pay. Bella and Cindy had a new perspective on Jello now. He's so strong, isn't he? He is. I'll go clear the way first. You ugly things, get out of my way. Agatsi said softly, I feel like I've been tricked. The guards held their weapons, but they couldn't hide their tension. After there was a chaotic battle between the guards and the members of the protagonist group. Malay and the protagonist hadn't disappeared. They were just up high, watching the chaos below. Malay said, how can they work together so well without anyone getting separated? It's amazing that the captain only chose these people. The protagonist rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, no need to worry. Shall we go? To save our poor child. It was unclear if the warden knew about the riot yet, but he was gathering everyone, the individuals who ran this prison, at a banquet table with tea and cake. The warden said, all right, the next agenda item will be about the sentence reduction for the member of Manhwa and his friends. Soj said, I still strongly object. The barber said with a laugh, you're still so cold, Sister Lack. Soj had to correct him. I am Soj. Another girl at the banquet table gave her opinion. I don't object to the sentence reduction, but the preferential treatment is too much. Even if he didn't know anything and was tricked into joining the organization, he was still a member of Manhwa for a day, right? A young man said, that's a very good point. Other members of Manhwa don't even get a chance to see the sun. Isn't that too much of a privilege for an ordinary prisoner? A girl with tan skin said, that's that. But the truth is, the prison has become more pleasant thanks to that fierce tiger. A man shouted, I like that more than anything. Magi is so cute. Soj turned to ask this man, so what should be done about the sentence reduction? And I'm sure the two guards watching over Manhwa will also object to this. The warden said, they will object. What a dilemma. Just then, a guard burst through the door. Warden, the sentence reduction group just destroyed their mana-blocking collars. They're trying to escape. Soj was smug. Ah, see, I told you not to trust that black-haired monster. The warden said, that's discrimination. My hair is also black. Soj's face fell. The warden said, anyway, he said it so refreshingly. I can't believe my ears. What do you mean, escape? And they broke the mana-blocking collars? The guard carefully reported, actually, their leader, the fierce tiger, he's the one who destroyed the entire Rang tribe. The demon from the prophecy. The warden became serious. A ridiculous person. In my prison? Everyone from now on. Take up your weapons. As soon as you find any of them, kill them immediately. The man who liked Magi said sadly. It's sad if I have to kill the cute Magi. The barber scoffed. That monster is cute. The blue-haired girl gently advised Sue. I think you should be careful with what you say. We've been stabbed right in the back. We were so naive. The people who ran this prison were not to be trifled with. The warden turned to the guard who brought the news. And you, go call Captain Honorable. As fast as you can. Meanwhile, the protagonist used the riot to disperse the prison's forces. To give himself time to find Xianjun, an individual who seemed to be from the Jiang tribe, saw the protagonist wandering around here. And since he wasn't wearing a guard's uniform, he asked, this area is restricted. How did you get in here? The protagonist didn't bother to hide it. Oh, that. I'm trying to save Xianjun. Do you happen to know where his room is? Can you tell me? This person recognized his face and knew what the protagonist had been up to recently. So he said in a low voice, you bastard. Regretting being a part of Manhwa was just an act. The protagonist said, you're wrong. First, I'm not from Manhwa. Second, in a moment the other person was distracted. The protagonist had already closed the distance. I'm also not the fierce tiger. I am by Longjiang. The protagonist slammed the Jiang man's head down with one hand. The man's head was instantly concussed. He didn't use magic. It was just pure physical strength. First, I need to create some distance. With him, the protagonist said to Malay, because this world has magic, it's not easy to take him down in one hit, huh? Malay retorted, excuses. It's because you're weak, Captain. The Jiang man thought to himself, weak. They're mocking me. He broke through the shield that was instantly deployed. And I was even injured by it. This person refocused. You said you're Bei Long Jiang. Don't tell me that outfit. The protagonist spoke up. Stop. What you're about to say is too obvious. And it's a story I've heard before. Tell me where June is and get out of here. You obviously don't look like someone who'd survive to the second episode. This person didn't take the protagonist's condescending words well. You're good with your words. You think I'll tell you? The protagonist said nonchalantly. Ah, how about this then? The Absurd Tale of Bei Long Jiang. Compilation. The protagonist kicked the other person's knee before he could react. This person was in excruciating pain from the kick. He rolled on the ground, clutching his knee and screaming. What the dash? I only used a little force. How did your bone break already? You're really too weak. This person was crying from the pain, his voice hoarse. You cruel bastard. You call me cruel? He would show him cruel. Don't provoke me. I really enjoy bullying the weak. The protagonist didn't have time for tea and cake. He couldn't afford to talk gently. He threatened, asking again, where is June? In a solitary confinement cell, where Xianjun was shackled by both hands and feet. The cell door opened. Light flooded into the dark cell. Xianjun, seeing the light, struggled to open his blurry eyes. Xianjun's eyes hadn't adjusted to the sudden light yet. He could only see two familiar, indistinct figures. The protagonist called out, hey, useless kid. Xianjun's eyes widened. Captain, the protagonist said, wake up. You've got work to do. Malay also gave Xianjun a reassuring smile. You look like you're about to go crazy. Xianjun didn't seem to think that he would have a chance to see these two again. Captain, Malay. He couldn't help but sob. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The protagonist comforted him, patting his head. It's okay. It's not your fault. You know, I wouldn't say that, right? Yes. Still the same Bei Longjiang style of comfort. This is real. There's no mistake. Malay said gently. Even if this person says things like that, if June had been taken to the doctor, he would have gone there to save you. The protagonist denied it. I would never go there. Seeing the two of them get sidetracked, arguing about trivial matters, the weak Xianjun had to call out everyone. Xianjun actually had no complaints. He was extremely grateful to these two who didn't need to do so much. but they both chose not to abandon him. The iron shackles were then removed. A guard had his pants stolen by the protagonist's group. Jun was given the guard's pants to wear, and he temporarily wore the protagonist's coat. Malay supported him, while the protagonist walked ahead, saying, "Hey, Jun, you know it's very difficult to save another Manhwa member, right?" Jun clearly showed that he didn't want the protagonist to take any more risks. "I won't cause any more trouble after this. I'll report the other members to the captain and save them." The protagonist said, "This kid, you've suddenly matured so much, I can't get used to it. What kind of torture did you go through?" "Seriously," Yun replied. "It's not because of torture. I'm self-aware." Suddenly, Jun stopped talking. He confusedly raised his hands to his face. The protagonist asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly making those weird noises?" Yun replied, "Captain, suddenly, I'm having vague memories from the time I was captured." Meanwhile, with the people the protagonist had recruited, Fidel expressed his desire to split from the group. Jello called him back. "Wait," Fidel said. "I wanted to go alone from the beginning and find some clothes." Jello said nervously, "But I have no combat ability." Bella and Jello shook hands. "Then let's split up for a while. I hope everyone survives. See you all again." Everyone. The group split up. Each person went their own way. Jello, who hated the protagonist, now needed him desperately. They split up as soon as the captain wasn't around. "If I run into a guard by chance, I'm done for." Magi, seeing that Jello wasn't reliable, also started to leave. Jello immediately grabbed Magi. That was Jello, clinging to Magi with tears in his eyes. The people who were gathered by the plan, by Long Jiyoung, decided to revert to their former selves until their captain returned, with the sisters Cindy and Bella. Sister, isn't it boring if it's just these guards? They're just a bunch of ugly guys with no muscle." The older sister told her younger sister, "Don't worry about it. They're just now slowly appearing." "The knights of the prison," the girl exclaimed. "We found the right path." "We're so lucky," the young man retorted. "It's not luck, it's all thanks to my sharp instincts." Bella told her sister. They arrived just in time. "Let's have some fun, Cindy." "It's the knights." The knights the two sisters had to face were a tan-skinned girl, with her eyes closed, and a young man with unique eyes. The sisters Cindy and Bella were not impressed by people without muscles. "What's with these weaklings? Not beautiful at all. I can't have a bloody battle with them." The young man spoke up. "I'm sorry to say this, since you look so confident, but we're the worst opponents that you could have faced." The female knight struck first. Bella quickly crossed her arms. She defended against the enemy's kick, but she was still pushed back by the force of the female knight's leg. Cindy wouldn't let anyone hit her sister. "Hey, who kicked my sister?" "Pumpkin punch." The young man from behind took out a throwing knife. "It's over." With extreme speed, the young man used his throwing knives to pierce Cindy's body. Cindy's entire body seemed to stiffen up. She couldn't move, while the female knight was right next to her, about to draw the long sword from her back. Cindy cried out. Bella ran over worriedly to check on her sister. "What's with that weak scream? It doesn't sound strong at all. What's happening?" The smoke cleared. It revealed a Cindy whose muscles had all shriveled away, although she looked like nothing more than a slender young girl. "How dare you make me look ridiculous like this? You're so mean." Bella was shocked by her sister's appearance. She was extremely angry. She put all her strength into her legs. She jumped up excitedly, shouting, "You bastards!" Cindy's ridiculous appearance and terrible way of speaking. "What have you done?" The other two quickly dodged Bella's powerful landing. The two knights jumped back. The now small Cindy called out, "Sister." The young man replied to Bella, "What have I done? Since this is your last question before you die, I'm willing to tell you the answer. I stabbed her with a special arrow made from my mana into her blood, something that will relax the muscles. Knight of the prison, and the smoke from my sword, it has a powerful massaging effect. It passes through the respiratory system, stabilizing the body and mind to the maximum. Knight of the prison, Azafi. I told you, we are the worst enemies you could have faced. Well, at least when you die, you can die with a beautiful appearance that you're obsessed with." Bella replied, "Don't make me laugh. Solid glass rope." Bella expressed her firm belief. "True beauty cannot be judged by other standards." Cindy stood up. "You're right, sister." That asked doubtfully, "Azafi, what is this?" I'm sure that all the muscles of Cindy have been paralyzed. As if he said, I know. I also used a fragrance so strong that the opponent would feel like they were being suffocated to death. And extremely tired. Cindy said, for me, fighting is life. Whether I'm relaxed or not, my warrior spirit never dies. The two prison knights observed and assessed Cindy's condition. According to the prison records, the ability to create pumpkin gloves is a normal ability. It seems like she can use the properties of pumpkins. Azifi didn't hold back her praise. Oh my, so she's using pumpkin vines as muscles. Unlike her appearance, she's sharp and intelligent. Got assigned tasks. Azifi, I'll destroy Bella's muscles first. You handle the pumpkin for a while. Bella had something to assert. Hey, it's true that my sister became a pumpkin because of you. But she was originally a beautiful woman. Didn't want to stand around arguing about this. All right, let's get to it. Bella strongly disagreed with Dot's attitude. That's an important issue. Don't just brush it aside. I didn't say much. He expressed, I don't want to. A series of throwing knives were thrown. The sisters Cindy and Bella split up to dodge. Azifi, with her relaxing gas-emitting sword, attacked Cindy. Cindy nimbly dodged her opponent's slashes. Cindy dodged while retreating. She looked for an opportunity to counterattack. As for her older sister, Bella, she lifted her mana-infused, high-heeled leg. She used it to repeatedly kick at Dot. A continuous attack, after this, depends on the resting point of the breath. Bella did indeed have a moment of pause. Now, the opponent knew that point. So how could Bella, the one executing the move, not know? She slammed her foot down hard on the ground, flipping up a slab of stone. It blocked the throwing knives Dot threw, lifting the floor to block my attack. How ignorant. But Dot guessed wrong. The flipped-up stone slab. Its main purpose wasn't to block Dot's throwing knives, but to create an opportunity for a surprise kick. Azifi exclaimed, oh my. Cindy was extremely proud. As expected, sister. That was kicked and sent tumbling to the ground. Bella sacrificed an arm, letting it be atrophied by the needles, to minimize the damage to herself in order to counterattack the enemy. Bella said, you're caught, Warden, for acting too arrogant when talking about compatibility. Dot's face darkened. This really pisses me off. I'll destroy all your muscles. And your face, too. Bella looked up and said, there's a bit of a problem. I'm going to see the captain soon, and I want to look my best. Because I am in the early stages of love these days. Back to the protagonist. He looked back at Seonjun. You don't remember? Seonjun looked confused and uncertainly replied. Hearing that, the protagonist raised his shovel. He pointed it at Seonjun. His intentions were clear. Seonjun was stunned and confused. Malay also couldn't understand the protagonist's hostile action. Captain, what are you doing? The protagonist said with a glare. I haven't seen you for a month, so I don't know what happened to you during that time. Are you Vidi Seonjun? Malay strongly objected to this behavior. She shouted, Bai Longjiang. Seonjun was thrown into an existential crisis by the protagonist's question. He was speechless. That, the protagonist suddenly trembled. Then he burst out laughing. He said, I was just kidding, you coward. While Seonjun's face was blank. Malay was furious. The protagonist laughed until tears came to his eyes. He said, if he were being manipulated, of course he wouldn't tell me the suspicious story about his blown-away memories from his own mouth. Your reaction was also very funny. Malay kicked the protagonist. Don't make jokes that only you find funny. Although it was just a joke. Seonjun took it very seriously. But, as the captain said, something really did happen to me. Maybe the protagonist cut him off. That's right. If you don't remember, it means something really did happen to you. But if Min would hid his identity for so long, is there anyone who can solve this problem? Seonjun's mind cleared up. Oh, that's right. Captain, you seem much calmer. Normally, your fist would speak before your words. It feels like your intelligence has increased. The protagonist was blunt. He raised his fist and said, I can see how you normally see me. It makes me want to use my fist like you said. Well, there was an incident like that. I've sorted out my thoughts. As for the outside, because I have subordinates who are eagerly waiting for me. Seonjun was surprised. Subordinates? The protagonist replied, I made some comrades. When I was trying to save you, I also ran into some trouble and left them behind. It'll be quite annoying if they keep clinging to me. Malay said, We decided not to call them comrades. C and June still felt something was wrong and unfamiliar. Trouble. Did I hear that right? The protagonist replied, bored. You heard right. C and June wanted to believe he was lying. The protagonist confirmed. It's the truth. C and June scratched his head in frustration. Perhaps C and June secretly thought the protagonist was the one more likely to have been brainwashed. He exclaimed, wait a minute. The protagonist was about to lose his patience. Should I just leave him behind too? C and June asked about the protagonist's responsibility. But what are you going to do if your comrades actually die? A practical and thought-provoking question. If, in the case of the people the protagonist had recruited, except for Fidel, whose strength the protagonist had clearly witnessed, everyone died their own way, the protagonist said calmly, it means I don't need them. The protagonist, half joking, half serious, corrected himself. Just kidding. Of course I left them behind, because I trust them. The other two didn't believe him for a second. The two of them, without planning it, thought in unison lies. 100%. Lies. Not asking the protagonist anymore. C and June turned to talk to the more reliable adult. Ms. Malay. Actually, I don't understand how the captain has colleagues now. He acted like he would die from the annoyance of the two of us. Why did he suddenly do that? Malay tried to find the words to explain. The captain, he decided to stay here and came up with a plan. A rather grand one. To go all out against Palia. And he must know that it will be very difficult for him. Sion lahot seriously. Exactly. Obviously, if his opponent is a god. There's no place like a prison to make friends. Moreover, I also don't understand. As soon as he made friends, he immediately pushed them into danger. Malay explained. With the crises ahead, they're all too weak to go together. Except for Fidel. The captain's choice was a risky and dangerous way to get out of prison. Or it could be a signal for future actions. And it could be because the comrade's growth will be shown in this crisis. Sion Yun noted. I see. That's a harsh policy for his comrades. Malay emphasized. For his comrades, June, did you forget what kind of person he is? A bastard who's willing to be rude to me. Don't cross the line. You think we're friends just because I smiled? You think I'm comrades with you? That's right. How could C and June forget that those harsh words had come from the protagonist's own mouth? Malay couldn't help but consider the worst-case scenario. So if they don't get through this, the captain, he really will throw them away. It's a heartbreaking story. It's the story of two sisters who grew up in a happy family. They lost their mother. Then they were bullied by their stepmother and stepsister. Cindy used to be a cute and lively little girl. Before I knew it, that little girl was soaking her pillow with tears every night. Their childhood days were not smooth. But at least the two sisters had each other to rely on, to share their difficulties. Bella had a realization when she was young. I have to protect Cindy as an older sister. But it was too dangerous for two children who had just left home. What should I do? As if by a suggestion of fate, a piece of paper from who knows where flew into Bella's face. Bella read the paper. The curious little Cindy asked, Sister, what are you doing? Bella mumbled. The fourth martial arts tournament of the Bowen Kingdom. Cindy said, Sister, look down there. Both girls' eyes lit up at the prize money. Bella thought to herself, with this prize money, me and Cindy, just the two of us. But how can a kid like me, an old woman looking like a wicked witch from fairy tales, suspiciously appeared suddenly behind the two girls and whispered, You can win. The old woman's appearance sent chills down Bella's spine. She reacted to protect her younger sister. She threw a small punch, but her fist was effortlessly blocked by the old woman. The old woman tooted in approval. Good reflexes. As expected, I didn't misjudge. Why not train with me? Of course, it won't be easy. Although Bella was young, how could she just go with a stranger? She asked cautiously, Who are you? The old woman smiled mysteriously. Everyone is afraid to take the first steps. I am just a fairy godmother who wants to cast a spell of courage. On to your first steps. The admiration for physical beauty in the two little girls started there. Those were days like hell. Every second, every minute, I wanted to give up. It was terrible when we started a new day in the early sun. But when we started to stand firm, the ray of hope grew larger and awakened our confidence, more brilliant than the sun. On the street, bustling with pedestrians. Shops lining the road. This was where the Bowen Martial Arts Tournament was held. The two sisters, Cindy and Bella, had now transformed into two muscular, angular women. Bella said, This is the day of the competition we've been waiting for. Let's show what we've learned. Cindy beside her replied, Yes, sister. At this moment, the two sisters coincidentally heard a familiar mocking voice. Oh my, who is this? Isn't that Cien and Belle? Look at these brats. You didn't come home, so I thought you both died. You look like rats. Eating chicken breasts somewhere to survive. Oh my, you both seen a got much bigger. The two sisters could now look straight at their stepmother and two stepsisters. One stepsister didn't accept this attitude. She said, Why don't you lower your eyes? Do I need to remind you of the past? Naturally, the trauma the stepmother and stepsisters had sown meant the sisters couldn't escape the fear instantly. I was scared. The days they tormented us with superior physical strength rushed back into my mind. Bella was still afraid, but fortunately, she wasn't standing there alone. Feeling her sister holding her hand, Bella looked over. Cindy spoke words not only to encourage her sister, but also herself. Let's believe in the magic the fairy godmother brought us. Bella's eyes shone with determination. After that, on the arena stage, Bella was matched against the very stepsister who had just brought up the past. The stepsister said scornfully, It's been a long time, so I'll take care of you, Bella. Saying that, this sister threw continuous punches. Bella was calm before the incoming fists. She observed, keeping a cool head, to dodge one, then two, then three. Bella consecutively dodged the punches from her opponent. This performance not only astonished the stepmother and the other stepsister, but also Cindy herself. Bella gradually built up her confidence. I can see it. I can see her attack direction, grasping the opponent's movements. Now is the time to attack. A kick to the body. Bella executed a skillful kick, slipping past the defense to kick the opponent's temple. The kick paralyzed the opponent's brain, so Bella didn't need to spend much effort to knock out the opponent. I can't believe it. I took her down so easily. The stepmother and stepsisters had practiced comfortably and drank protein shakes at home. There was no way they could beat us. People train by flesh-cutting and bone-breaking effort. But in life, not everything goes smoothly just because you try hard. Bella was being pummeled by Dut with brute force, not just with some darts anymore. Bella was getting beaten up and getting her muscles atrophied by Dut's darts. I can't win. Dut kept his word. Destroy the face of Bella. So he kept pounding her face without mercy. The bodies we trained for are now useless. I am sorry, Cindy, for leading you down the wrong path. Bella was about to lose consciousness. She thought, Is this the end? I want to see him one last time. Captain. When the protagonist came to recruit the two sisters, he had asked, Why are you so obsessed with physical strength? Cindy had answered, Because the strength of muscle is true beauty, Appa. Some people are born with both mana and physical strength. But unlike mana, physical strength can surpass its limits. Bella continued her younger sister's words. That's right. True strength that anyone can achieve through effort. If that's not true beauty, then what is? Hearing this, the protagonist crossed his arms and gave his opinion. You two have been brainwashed by someone. Well, I'll prepare a performance for you two soon. You should realize it by then, about what true strength is, and survive. Bella remembered those words. At that time, she didn't understand. But perhaps now, at this moment, she understood those words better. The resentful young man had a fierce opinion. I won't let you die easily. I will destroy your abilities step by step. I will watch your helplessness and grant you a death sentence after I've carved despair into your very bones. A bunch of fools who think that having fun is happiness. The despair and suffering of those who sacrifice for the irresponsible entertainment you call freedom. I will make you taste that feeling 100 times over. So, don't look at me with those eyes, prisoner. Bella mumbled. Now I understand, Captain. Asafi seemed to sense the danger, so she pushed out back. She held her sword horizontally and stepped forward. Bella created shards of glass. Asafi used her sword to defend her and her partner. Bella realized. My thoughts were bound. You were right, Cindy. I'm sorry about the past. You were so good and easily influenced by me. So you pursued the same concept of beauty as me. Now I understand. Everything that I have is my own beauty. Cindy, let's unleash the power we've long forgotten. Cindy wiped away her tears and said, Yes, sister. Asafi said lightly, I see. You pursued physical strength. So you didn't use mana. and only saw it as a tool. That's why we don't have much information about you. Well then, this isn't good at all. Although Bella had lost her muscles, she had become stronger. Cindy was also using her mana more effectively. Dot acted. His ability not only weakened the enemy, but could also buff his allies. Muscle strength enhancement. Physical strength enhancement. Observation ability enhancement. Using blood vessels to increase mana output. Let's finish them quickly, Azifi. Azifi replied. At this rate, I'll be better than tomorrow for sure. From now on, the battle between the two sides entered its climax. Bella was aware of her shortcomings. I haven't used this power for a long time, so I definitely can't control it completely right now. So, I have to wait for an opening and then pour all my strength into a single blow. Bella created flat, square pieces of glass. She launched them at the enemy that ran through the gaps between the glass plates. While throwing knives at Bella, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for the two sisters. So she told herself, I only have one chance. Bella may have lost her muscles, but her kicking techniques were still there. She forced to switch from offense to defense. She tried to find an opening in Dot's defense to counterattack. Dot grabbed Bella's leg. In one move, he held her leg and slammed her entire body onto the stone floor. Bella's old wounds hadn't healed, and now she had new internal injuries. Instinct tells me that you're waiting for an opening. Azifi criticized. You can't do that, baby. When the blade was right in front of Bella's face, her younger sister, Cindy, came to help her. Cindy sent a creature she had created from her mana to attack. This forced Azifi to change her blade's direction to defend. Azifi was forced to retreat. Cindy thought, even though she didn't say it, I know what she's thinking. I need to trust in her. It wasn't their strength, but the spirit of the two sisters that annoyed her. Why do they still have hope? Why can they still move? How the hell? Have they not collapsed? Dot pulled out a throwing knife different from the ones he had used so far, and still stand up. Although the two sisters avoided vital spots, they were still hit by these weakening needles. The two sisters didn't have a second to breathe. Azifi came in with a slash. Cindy stepped forward to take the full force of the blow. Her mana had been significantly depleted. The blood flowed more and more. The stone floor was stained with light red patches, drying unevenly. The two sisters still hadn't found a way to break through, but both of them stood firm. Bella asked, You're still okay, right? Cindy replied, Of course. Now, despite their physical and mana reserves being at rock bottom, the two sisters stubbornly charged forward. I couldn't help but shout, These guys are crazy. Fear. In that moment, our turtle felt a terrible fear. To kill the enemy slowly and leisurely while they were in pain. Because the turtle always thought like that. So now he was in a panic due to a confusing situation. It made him change his mind. He decided to finish the enemy quickly. And our girls were just waiting for this moment. Without dodging, Bella reached out her hand. She let herself be pierced by the needle. When it had pierced her flesh, that was the moment she could lock the enemy's weapon. Her face wore a fierce expression. Her eyes stared straight at the enemy that was increasingly flustered by Bella's spirit. Why didn't she dodge? Why did she block my attack? Even if you stop me, Azifi, he looked at his teammate, only to realize that Azifi and he himself had been bound by pumpkin vines. That's mind raced. He tried to understand where the loophole was. Impossible. There was clearly no opening. Unless, the moment Bella blocked my attack, Cindy also threw the pumpkin vines at the same time. A reckless plan where one of them could have died if Bella had dodged, or failed to block the attack. The two sisters could act so naturally without any signal, because they trusted each other. Let's put all our strength into this one. The two sisters joined forces. They created a glass carriage, a pumpkin horse, and a glass lance, ready for the next general offensive. Bella gripped the lance tightly. Cindy whipped the carriage, and the horse galloped. The two sisters charged forward like two gladiators with an indomitable spirit that nothing could stop. If Azifi and Dot couldn't find a way to break through, they would fail here. On one side were the two bloodthirsty sisters, determined to defeat the enemy. On the other side were the two prison knights, flustered and not knowing what to do. The outcome of the battle was probably clearer than ever. An explosion echoed in a section of the prison. The collision between the two sides had left a large hole in the wall. The two knights, Azifi and Dot, had been utterly defeated. The sisters Bella and Cindy were also exhausted after the battle, but they were still conscious enough to talk to each other. Sister, did we win? Bella told her sister. We won. A beautiful victory. Cindy was relieved. That's great. But I can't move anymore. Bella lamented. Me neither. What do we do next? Should we wait for the captain? Do you think he's looking for us? Dot, who had just woken up, declared a death sentence for the two sisters. You don't have a next. Dot slowly approached the two sisters. The situation was extremely dangerous. Because in terms of injuries, the two sisters had suffered more than the enemy from the beginning. This is not good. I can't move anymore. Dot stood before the now powerless sisters. It's over. You dead prisoners. But the protagonist arrived just in time to ask, get out of the way, will ya? So, before Dot could even react, he was sent flying into a wall by the protagonist's hand. Cindy and Bella both stared, wide-eyed with surprise. Dot, who had just woken up, was immediately knocked unconscious again. The protagonist gave them an implicit compliment. Honestly, I was a little disappointed, but you two are much better than I thought. You passed. Cindy and Bella. Cindy complained a little. Captain, you only show up for the cool parts, huh? Bella agreed with her sister. That's right. It's so unfair. The protagonist smiled and said, it's a privilege of being handsome. Bella nodded. You're so right. I can't argue with that. Cindy and Bella passed. So, while Cindy and Bella survived, the prison ordeal. What about the others? First, Fidel. He stormed into the prison cafeteria, and after threatening the cook, he ate chicken. Next, Jello and Maggie, one who can't fight and one who can't communicate. The person who thought that no answer existed. Hiding very well. Third, Agatha and Zero. They're on the brink of life and death. Who pushed them into this precarious situation? Gaith, ranked second in Block B. She didn't even let Agatha make a sound before taking her down in a single note. At the same time, she blocked every move from Da and Zero, ordering her subordinates to finish them off. Her strength, her situational judgment and speed. No one could defeat her. Gaith lectured. How disappointing. How can you side with the devil when you live under Palia's rule? Repent now. If you're smart, I will grant you a gentle, painless death. Agatha coughed twice, calmly and naturally replied, go repent by yourself. Gaith kicked Agatha in the face, sending Agatha sprawling. Then Gaith grabbed her hair, dragging Agatha's head up. Gaith threatened, beg for forgiveness now. Do it. Gaith smashed Agatha's face into the ground. Repent, repent, repent. Apologize. Agatha's two friends were gagged, watching their friend get bullied by the enemy. Zero said, please don't drag this out. If Gaith gets angry, it's hard to dispose of the bodies. One mysterious corpse is more than enough. The act of repeatedly introducing Agatha's face intimately to the ground continued for a while, until Gaith had vented enough anger. She stopped, sighing. How sad. This weakling has such a poisonous mouth. Do you perhaps think that by siding with the devils and making the whole world your enemy, that you're somehow special? My boring life became meaningful when I chose the devil's side. Even death feels so special. Something like that, right? It's useless. No matter which side you're on, you're still just incompetent and useless criminals. Hurry up now. Admit your faults and repent. That is the only meaningful thing in your meaningless life. Comforting me like scratching an itch, and giving charity like this. Who could be moved by it? Yes, I am weak. Because I was weak, I was abandoned in that dark alley. Because I was weak, I was abandoned at the orphanage. Because I was weak, I was sent to this prison. My habit of foul language was my only weak defense. After recruiting Agatha, the protagonist asked, do you still want to have a swearing contest? Agatha said, fierce tiger, I know you didn't show all your skills in the last fight. Please, fight me one more time. A proper fight, the protagonist leisurely said. You noticed? Wow. I have a few things to say to you two. Congratulations. But let's skip the physical fight. Just one word. If you can endure that word, I'll admit you win. Agatha was confused. What kind of nonsense is that? The protagonist leaned into Agatha's ear, whispering a string of obscure words, making Agatha's eyes widen. My personality is being rejected by those words. Do I deserve to exist in this world? Maybe. I shouldn't have been born. The protagonist called her back to reality. Wake up. Calm down, Agatha. It was just a diss. Agatha snapped out of it. What? What was that? Just now, the protagonist expressed empathy. Agatha, I understand why you want to have a verbal spar again. You're feeling incompetent, right? Agatha didn't deny it. You guessed it like a god. The protagonist said, I can tell just by looking. I'll keep it a secret from the real thugs in the prison. And if I fight in a place with mana and other messy factors, my win rate would drop even lower. Agatha admitted bitterly. Thanks to that curse, just now this sounds a bit easier to hear. Yeah, I am weak. I was brought here without being able to resist because I was too weak. The protagonist enlightened her. You lost not because you have weaknesses, but because you don't know how to use your weaknesses. Your fighting style is too honest. The protagonist applied pressure, encouraging. Agatha, fight like your sharp curses. Lure the opponent into a trap. Make them dig into their own weaknesses viciously and coldly. Not just with words. You yourself are the most malicious curse. That is why the best way to play your cards for Agatha right now is take one step back to advance 2 steps. You act like you accept defeat. I will admit my faults. Gaitha's face lit up. My sincere feelings have finally moved your heart. Now admit your crimes. Agatha's 2 friends were extremely furious, watching their friends suffer such humiliation. Agatha began her confession. My mistakes started back then. If only I had been braver back then. If only I had been stronger, even just a little bit. After those honest opening sentences, next came a string of profanities interspersed. The censor couldn't keep up. Back then when you, me, tear apart, no F***king way, regretting it to death. That be *tc. There, you people. My fault is just that. You rotten. Shrink your hole. Nothing to hide. I am a sinner. The words that followed were so vulgar they were all blacked out. Agatha's poisonous mouth is potent, sure, but it doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. All living beings are equal. Ultimately, the weakest one. Done. Agatha was the last one standing. Lure the opponent in. Make them dig into their own weaknesses viciously and coldly. She turned herself into a curse. This game is exciting. Meanwhile, elsewhere, I've been a chef in this prison for nearly 10 years. My skills are just average. How on earth, in my peaceful life, did I encounter such an awkward situation? Friday stood there like a difficult customer, tasting and giving feedback. This is too oily. Do it again. This isn't cooked through. Do it again. Too soggy. Do it again. Seriously, you serve me this and dare call yourself a chef? Do it again. The prison chef stammered. I'm not an expert on chicken. Friday frowned, veins popping. Friday shouted. Is that the point? You have absolutely no pride as a chef. I tell you it's not good. And you say, well, I don't specialize in chicken. Just to make yourself feel better, right? You're always like that. Are you satisfied with your current state? The chef had no words to defend himself. That's right. Whenever cooking is mentioned, I feel an indescribable joy. That's why I chose this profession. However, looking at geniuses on a completely different level from me, I felt ashamed. I couldn't become as talented as them. Then, I took a job in a prison, preparing meals for criminals who blasphemed the gods. I felt like I was cornered just like them. Like a machine, cooking the same dish day after day. The eyes that sparkled with joy when I was young are now pitch black. But Friday, the greatest gourmet in the world of chicken cuisine, is looking forward to my chicken dish. Having a difficult customer like Friday is both pressure and motivation. That's right. As a chef, Friday looks slightly pleased. Your eyes have come back to life. Now, would you mind making me something edible? The chef was much more spirited. Please wait a moment. The soul of a chef sleeping within me has awakened. Friday gave a word of encouragement. I'm looking forward to it. I will definitely make Friday exclaim the words so delicious. I will make fried chicken. After a while, the chef brought out a plate of hot, crispy chicken. The plate was gently placed in front of the diner. Friday. The chef respectfully invited Friday. Before it gets cold, please try this part first. Friday sensed it with his eyes. Sight and smell first. Indeed, it's very different this time. Wow. But until I eat it, I won't know how it tastes. Friday enjoyed the smell of the fragrant fried chicken. The chef's heart was pounding with every beat. Friday brought the chicken leg to his mouth. Took a crispy bite. Friday felt his taste buds ascending. He was moved to tears. Friday held his face. This is terrible. If it were before, I might have kidnapped you and locked you in my basement, just to have you make fried chicken for me alone. This was the highest praise the chef had ever received. So he also cried with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Friday calmly assured him. I'm the one who is grateful. Chef, I'll let you go. Go on. After overcoming the crisis, to express gratitude and appreciation for awakening him, the chef opened a restaurant named Friday's Fried Chicken King. It would later become as famous as the #1 chicken restaurant in the empire. Friday then happily sat enjoying the plate of delicious fried chicken. He ate very cleanly, ensuring only the bones were thrown away. Maybe that's enough chicken. Hey, you too. Thanks for waiting. Come on out. His words were directed at a tightly closed door. Nothing is more troublesome than fighting you. When you go crazy because someone interrupted you while eating chicken. The opponents weren't prison knights, but Kazim and Dora from Jang Village. Kazim said, and now there's no problem. Since you finished eating the chicken, right? Dora had lost her sense of taste and a teammate after meeting Park Byung-jang. She was now silently reviewing the opponent's information. Friday. This guy is ranked 8th on the A-list. Friday stood there with hands on his hips. Said, is that so? You guys came to the Empire for that. Dora silently wondered. This is a meeting ritual for A ranks. Han's treatment course. Marriage and family psychological counseling. Dora was secretly amazed. Really? Speaking of psychology, Kazim shared. I have lost the love in my soul. Friday heard this and replied. Oh, then, right now, Kazim declared. You will overcome it too. The psychological counseling course for those with broken hearts. Hosted by me. Blue sky, white clouds. The protagonist group up high had witnessed Agatha's entire growth process. Agatha won without needing violence. The protagonist said, as expected, watching fights is fun, isn't it? Cindy was curious. Were you watching us earlier too? From which part? The protagonist replied. Probably from when you turned all skinny. We arrived just in time. Si and June found it too surreal. Impossible. He said subordinates. Bella asked Malay. What are you to the captain? His lover. Malay denied it firmly. There's no such thing. On the side, Si and June was in disbelief. He knew about the sisters Cindy and Bella, and Agatha, and the subordinates. Wow. And the information demon Zero. There's even that wild kid Moggy. Even Friday was recruited. Si and June didn't expect that while he was away. So many things had happened. This is too much for me. Si and June got dizzy and nauseous right there. The protagonist evaluated. A bit disappointing about Tung and BC. But Si and June survived. So he's useful. Let's slide. Cindy asked. Boss, what about Zero and Moggy? The protagonist replied. They were set from the beginning. I don't want to develop them further. Because they are already perfect products. Zero's ability to manage is already perfect. But sometimes due to greed, he makes indescribably stupid choices. So having him under my command is extremely good. Even now, I still have to use his smart brain to talk to Moggy. Otherwise, that kid would just retreat. That's right. This is what others admire about Zero. Bella said, I can't believe they were recruited directly. I'm a bit jealous of them. Cindy was curious. Boss, what about Friday? Cindy stated, my view on Friday. It seems he isn't complete, but he doesn't need further development either. Besides, I feel like he's weaker compared to his rank or something. Bella patted her younger sister's head and said, well, there are tons of rumors from this prison and the Empire. They say he once lost a match to the captain in the underground arena. He lost to the captain. But who understands Friday better than the one who was his opponent, the protagonist? He said, you girls really don't know anything. Friday. Almost everyone thinks he's weaker than his rank on the list, because he lost that match. But Spy Si and June, a genius at collecting and filtering information, guaranteed that Friday has enough strength to climb to rank A on the list, even in the extremely rare case of Park Byung-jang's mana overload. In their battle, the damage Park Byung-jang inflicted on Friday was only 20%. The remaining 80% was damage from mana overload, meaning even Kazim, coordinating with Dora, are not his opponents. Friday is inherently much stronger than Park Byung-jae. However, all of Kazum's calculations were destroyed by a simple attack. Friday stood towering, floating in the air. I hope you don't interrupt my dream. Kazum didn't anticipate this advantage. I thought you joined the devil out of despair. You sold your soul because of that devil's temptations. Friday. Dora wondered. What does that mean? Kazum explained. Friday. He heard sweet words from the devil while in prison. For example, I come from another world, where chicken dishes are much more diverse and attractive than here. And things like, it's a race that Pelea's world doesn't have. Friday silently confirmed. Spot on, kid. Kazum was confident that the reason you are stronger than me despite being the same rank A is because of that trivial and silly dream. Friday took a moment to speak. Kazum, you know, in the world where the devil of the prophecy lives, the people's passion for chicken there is very intense. I heard there's a dish called mint chocolate fried chicken, and they deliver it right to the customer's home. If Pelea's world had even a fraction of that, don't you think it would be more interesting? Kazum found it hard to comment, just casually said, disgusting. Friday nodded. That's right. Mint chocolate fried chicken. I think they went a bit too far. Kazum complained. Why are you agreeing, old man? You've been deceived by those silly words. You gain power just from that fake belief. How much longer do you intend to sink into that abyss? That's right. Chicken is nothing. Friday dropped his gentle attitude. What? Chicken is nothing? Kazum, you've crossed the line. Friday used twinkle, exploding with speed. What is truly sinking into darkness is this world. If everything is just an illusion, I will choose the place my heart yearns for. When Friday's fist got close to Kazum, Dora rushed out, pushing Kazum out of Friday's punching range. On Dora's forehead, two small horns sprouted, similar to Kazum's. The Jang village after the invasion of Malay world residents. At the village chief's tent. Are you planning to go to the Empire? Dora answered. I will serve the new warrior who appeared in the Empire. I want to punish that devil. But currently, I don't have enough strength to do that. Chief, please give me knowledge. The Jang tribe are people who live in harmony with nature. What they possess innately is survival instinct, not mana abilities. But for the chosen warriors, the village chief can grant them power. The Jang tribe calls it knowledge. The village chief said, Captain Dora, if it's you right now, I could give you knowledge. However, just like how nature proliferates, knowledge is similar. The greater the power you desire, the higher the price you must pay. Dora, after the losses she suffered after meeting Park Byung-jae, she said without hesitation, I am ready. The devil destroyed my hometown. Also on that day, Naladi fell into a coma. I've decided, at all costs, I must kill that devil. With that desire for revenge, right at this moment, the knowledge of the Jang tribe within Dora ascended. Friday had to be surprised. The power Dora received, everyone's cute little baby Dora is here. Friday suddenly froze. The mana around him dispersed. Seeing the golden opportunity, Dora immediately kicked with her knives, slashing Friday twice on the chest, helping her neutralize other skills if she does something she dislikes. For Dora, she hates acting cute the most, although the ability makes Dora a bit uncomfortable. But because the effect is good, it supported Kazum like a tiger gaining wings. Thank you, Dora. I wasn't very stable just now. Friday reflected and analyzed. Did she block my movement? No, for a moment. My twinkle was nullified. So that means I have to attack without twinkle now. She nullified it. Friday praised. A lovely and wonderful skill. I don't understand why your name isn't known yet. It's really very cute. Dora shouted in annoyance. Don't call me cute. Friday calculated silently. Should we test it a bit more? He wrapped his body in mana, rushing towards Dora. Dora made a cute meow meow gesture. Friday's mana layer was instantly nullified, giving Kazum a chance to attack Friday. My attack paused for a second, and Kazum attacked me immediately. Dora tried all sorts of cute poses. Super cute. Vomake, forcing Friday to continuously take hits. Friday wasn't angry. He was even more fired up. Finally, this is worthy for me to enjoy chicken. Dora's ability placed a psychological burden on her. So, she had to exclaim, Sir Kazum, I'll die of embarrassment before that Friday guy dies. I can't take it anymore. Kazum urged. One last time. I'm counting on you one last time. When Friday attacked, Dora extremely reluctantly acted cute, adding a call. Papa. No exceptions. Friday's twinkle was nullified again. Dora and Kazum had to make a finishing move. Right now, Friday grinned, baring his teeth. Still not enough. He punched both of them away with one hand. 2 simultaneous attacks, but they had different delays. Did he find a loophole in my ability? Still not enough for me to enjoy a victory chicken. Little girl, the timing of your skill activation has a certain delay. The action is delayed because reality differs from theory. Kazum, you are too passive. Friday wondered. Kazum, why don't you use that ability? With your current ability, it's very hard to defeat me. You know that. Could it be? Not that you won't use it, but that you can't use it? Dora remembered. The knowledge Kazum received is the ability to create a perfect copy of all his skills. The condition to use it is believing that one's belief is correct. Friday chuckled, leisurely tidying his hair. So it's clear. A psychologist who can't heal himself isn't trustworthy at all. Kazum had salt rubbed in his wound. He roared. Shut up. Friday knew about the history haunting Kazum. You just can't forget. That disaster. A flashback to the battlefield Kazum once participated in. Punishing the heretics causing this world pain. What a sacred duty. Kazum looked out then. The warden was also present on that battlefield. Kazum approached and asked, What are you doing, sir? There are still many otherworldly creatures needing purification. The warden replied quietly, Kazum, I was very confident that I could do everything for this world and for my children. But right now, when the warden stepped aside, Kazum witnessed the reason the warden had to question the purpose of this war. I no longer know what I'm doing. The warden could be said to be armed to the teeth, extremely majestic. The protagonist was momentarily surprised, looking at the warden walking step by step below. The protagonist smirked. He's here. Malay advised the protagonist to tone down the posing. Sergeant, now isn't the time to act cool. Look, that's right. Agatha had entered the sight of the warden. Their eyes met. Agatha was bewildered. The warden? The protagonist seemed a bit flustered. What the? Malay poked the bear from the side. I'm about to die here. The first thing the warden did when seeing Agatha was to give a compliment. Wonderful. Unbelievable. I didn't think you would defeat Gaith. Indeed, every human has the potential to grow. It's like looking at my own beliefs. Agatha replied, It's not that I got stronger. It's just that your subordinate was too careless. Right? She was secretly tense. I'm going crazy. Why meet the warden now? The warden laughed heartily. Gaith being careless? That's funny. Agatha thought to herself, Is he looking down on me? Then, the warden cut off Agatha's action. Wait, stop it. A pressure descended upon Agatha's head, making her unable to stand. She could only reluctantly kneel and crawl on the ground. The warden asked, Heavy, isn't it? This is the burden of responsibility a father has for his child. Do you understand what your father felt? Agatha is an orphan. So she replied, Father? I don't know. The warden was stunned. The warden comforted. Well, that is. Even if you can't see him, he's always worrying about you from heaven. Agatha said bluntly. He threw me away on a street corner. I was abandoned. The warden awkwardly continued. Wow, that's terrible. Agatha was speechless at this guy. The warden also felt awkward and couldn't say anything else. Let's just act to keep it simple. Talking is too hard. You can die now. The warden raised his greatsword high. Before he could bring the sword down, he was attacked by the protagonist from above, aiming at his knee. The warden was surprised. Agatha was also surprised. The gun barrel was still hot. The protagonist asked Malay to transform into an AK, firing a rescue shot for Agatha. The back of the warden's knee joint had no armor protection, so the bullet penetrated straight into his bone and muscle. When I realized I was hit, I'd already taken the blow. An extremely fast attack. He managed to hit the gap in the armor and aimed right at the back of the knee. This is the one who defeated Kazum. Is it the devil's attack? The protagonist muttered. One last bullet left. The protagonist shouted orders. Charge! You guys! The warden heard this, realizing that not only the devil of the prophecy was here. Sisters Cindy and Bella applied the combination move that brought them victory earlier. But they didn't come to confront the warden. They came to retrieve their teammate. Bella complained armlessly. The captain exploits us too much. While everyone in the team was out of mana, they were dragged miserably by Seon Jun. Seon Yun exclaimed, "Wow, Agatha and this warden. Seeing it with my own eyes is so scary." Agatha realized. His ability, he's distracted. Cindy urged, "Hurry up." Agatha didn't dare delay, rushing onto Bella and Cindy's carriage. The warden spoke loudly. "Where do you think you're running?" Brandishing his sword right in front of the carriage. A shovel arrived, smacking the warden on the head. The warden marveled. Too fast. The protagonist looked at the warden, who was only injured in one knee. Staying here long isn't a good idea. So he shouted commands to his team. "Listen up. Jay will know the way out of here. Now you guys join up with the others. Prioritize escaping prison first. Tell Friday to come to me immediately. He must be in the kitchen." The warden spoke up. "Do you think I'll let them go easily?" The protagonist planted the shovel into the ground. He stepped on the edge of the shovel, creating a force that spread into the ground. This can only be used at the right moment. Ultimate skill. The protagonist flipped, flipping the entire chunk of earth where the warden stood. Divine shovel flip. The protagonist bought time for the group. So he urged, "Go, run, if you still want to live." Cindy replied loudly, "Yes, sir." She drove the carriage, speeding away from the chaotic place. The warden could only stand and watch the protagonist's teammates escape, although not on the same side. The warden secretly acknowledged the protagonist. Excellent situational judgment and command ability. Completely different from what I heard about the devil in the prophecy. Ultimately, the scariest thing about this devil is his cunning deceit that fooled everyone in the prison. If I don't stop him, the worst war in the world will happen. With that thought, the warden decisively ignored the small fish. The big fish. "For my children, I cannot let them experience hell again." The protagonist said, "I deliberately aimed for your leg just now. But you're walking quite fast, aren't you? I'm a bit unhappy about that." The warden continued, "Trump Tiger was wrong about you. I always thought if I had a son, he would be like you." The protagonist thought in his head, "Calm down and think. What do you mean?" The opponent standing second in rank A didn't notice the warden's words sounded familiar. Wondering, "What do you mean? Why talk about children?" The protagonist raised his shovel. Thud. "If I confront him head on, I won't win. An enemy with mysterious abilities. I must continue to probe." The warden opened a book. Said, "Didn't you act ostentatiously back then?" I still remember clearly. The first time, my daughter called me Papa. The protagonist suddenly froze. He was sweating profusely, but not out of pressure or fear. The protagonist was feeling a peaceful scene where there was a woman holding a small child. The child opened innocent eyes, reaching out towards someone other than its mother. The person seemed to be the child's father. The child looked at the father and smiled innocently, purely, babbling, "Papa, what is this feeling?" The protagonist asked himself. "My heart is trembling and emotions are surging. I can't move." The warden held the horn part of the helmet that the protagonist had cut, took off the helmet and sighed. "What a pity. I thought you would be my future son-in-law. I like you very much." Ranked second in rank A, father. Ability, memory. Converts emotions you've felt in life into magic and transmits them absolutely to others. In other words, father is very strong. The protagonist couldn't help but be amazed. That cleaning uncle? The protagonist found it hard to believe. "I thought he was quite strange. He is the warden?" Father said. "If I had known a bit later, I would have been in big trouble. I almost lost my daughter to a scoundrel." He said that because he had imagined a scenario where the protagonist proposed to his daughter. He brought the daughter home to introduce to him. Then the protagonist and the daughter got married, giving birth to a cute child. He would hold his grandchild then. Life would be fulfilled. He kept thinking how heartwarming it would be. I was happy for a moment. The protagonist gave up. "How far did you go?" Holding the great sword in hand. He sighed heavily. Then immediately after, mercilessly swung the sword. "See you later, devil." The protagonist raised the shovel to block the sword. Well, that's what everyone thought. Father didn't anticipate. Malay was always close by supporting the protagonist. She used fire to push Father back. Father fell rolling on the ground. So Father is fighting one against two. Although no longer having the aura of old times. Malay is still a goddess. Malay teased. "Did the sergeant just cry?" "Really?" The The protagonist justified. It's just his power. Shut up. The warden's power. Memory. It helps convert emotions into mana to buff himself. Conversely, it can also be used to debuff the opponent. The deeper the emotion, the stronger the magic. If he opens the family album, the power will increase significantly. Father didn't take long to stand up again. The protagonist criticized. That skill is playing dirty. On Friday's side, two people were showing signs of defeat before Friday. Friday said, "What is this? Is the chicken cold like this? Now I've lost my appetite. I can't eat the delicious chicken I deserve anymore." Kazim gritted his teeth. Even if I'm not good at using skills, if I use Dora's ability well, we can still win. Friday extinguished that thought of the opponent. I was only playing with you because I thought I'd get to eat delicious chicken afterward. You have no chance of winning. Dora raised her knife. We have to try. No. Friday activated his mana. So you want to try? He rushed towards Dora. Dora played the cute card. Don't do that to me. Like this time. Friday couldn't choose fairness, but used his twinkle to fly backward. Kazim was stunned. Twinkle attacks in the reverse direction. Friday now understood Dora's ability better than Dora herself. The range of that cute ability is about 2 meters. I grasped it during the fight, so he fired mana. Cannonball. Kazim raised his hand, reflexively avoiding being kicked in the face. But in a flash, Friday was right at his flank. He continuously attacked Kazim with fury. Damn it, Dora realized. If the main strategist Kazim falls, then she has no chance of winning. Friday snapped his fingers, firing a twinkle shot towards Dora. And that was enough to disrupt Dora, coming to lay her out flat. Friday lowered his whole body weight. Mentos. Meteor. Unlike Kazim, who has a sturdy physique, Dora would be unconscious, if not dead, after this hit. Kazim worried for Dora, but immediately Kazim had to worry about himself. But Friday said, Kazim is too passive. Without Dora as support, he only takes hits from Friday. Kazim's head started spinning. I'm going to pass out. Why can't I use my ability? No matter how many times I see that scene, it still can't change the fact that we are children of Palia. The fact that we must protect the world still remains. When reshaping his belief, Kazim immediately could summon a copy from the earth. Just when he thought his belief was firm again, the scene of the battlefield with piled corpses, the sounds of creatures without the ability to resist, crying why, things that haunt relentlessly, made Kazim's heart unable to calm down to use his ability. Friday stood watching Kazim's copy crumble before forming. He didn't despise or anything, just sympathized with Kazim. Everyone will eventually doubt themselves, to see if our actions are correct, to see what kind of person Palia is. I chose a new path, while you're still wavering up high. After the meteor hit, Dora still struggled not to pass out, not wanting to see another clansman suffer before her eyes. She lowered her ego to beg. You can't. Stop it. But Dora's words couldn't soften Friday's heart. Rest. Kazim. Seeing the Mentos about to be delivered into Kazim's body. But Kazim just stood there dazed, seeming to voluntarily accept this outcome. Dora screamed and cried. Sir Kazim. At the same time, in the prison corridor, Cindy drove the carriage to find help for the protagonist first. Time was urgent, so the group didn't take detours. If they could break walls, just break them and go. Arriving at the kitchen, Cindy braked the carriage. She called out loud, Boss Friday. Friday stood in the middle of the now-ruined kitchen. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head. Everyone on the carriage couldn't help but be respectful. Friday destroyed the kitchen and knocked out 2 opponents with negligible injuries. Having been a spy infiltrating the Jang village, Si and Jun naturally knew Friday's 2 opponents, Kazim and Captain Dora. Bella had her eyes opened. Wow, amazing. Friday asked, What's up? Cindy replied, Boss Trump Tiger wants you to meet him. Friday agreed. That's good. Because these things, too boring. Is there any worthy opponent out there? Park Byung-jang said. We arrived with the last 2 individuals recruited by the protagonist. Hello, everyone. Zero here. It's chaotic fighting out there right now. And I'm scared out of my wits. Crazy. How can they be okay with this unstable plan? Probably because they themselves are insanely unstable. But the scary thing here is not just the crowd out there, but also that warden guy chasing us. Zero and Magi were being chased by Hoodie. No matter how smart I am, If I run into that guy Hoodie who is good at hunting people, the two of us are considered hopeless. What should I do now? Hoodie took a sniff, then said, I can sense it. Hoodie zipped up his jacket, covering his face. When pulled down, Hoodie's face transformed into a beast head. Traces of the prey. Zero was startled. Hoodie lashed a whip. Zero quickly jumped to react, holding Magi while moving. Zero seemed to give special care to Magi. Zero has no combat ability, yet he didn't worry about himself, but cared for the other. Magi, are you okay? Magi has a way of communicating that currently only Zero can understand. Do you need me to kill that guy? Zero reassured Magi. Are you worried about me? I'm Fina. Don't worry. To reassure Magi, Zero said, see, just a small scratch. Hoodie was somewhat excited. It's been a long time since I had a worthy hunt like this. Zero and Magi. Zero downloaded information about the enemy he faced. Hoodie, warden of the concentration camp. The clothes he wears are made from animal skin. If he pulls the zipper up to the top of his head, he can transform into the type of animal, corresponding to the material of the suit he wears. Hoodie said, my heart is pounding. Time to hunt. I can't believe I can touch that skin. Zero heard this and broke into a cold sweat. Shouted, no way. Are you planning to make clothes from Magi's skin? Hoodie said, with righteous morals. Of course not. Do you really think I would skin a child? That's an ethical issue. Zero realized his mind went too far. True. Hoodie clarified his point. What I mean is the collection. Rare items that every hunter covets. I want the leather cloak Magi is wearing. Zero was confused. Wardens have the right to confiscate prisoners' items, right? Why didn't you take it then? Hoodie said righteously. I couldn't. What if he gets released? Besides, touching other people's stuff without permission. That's an ethical issue, man. If Hoodie adheres to ethics that much, Zero has a question for him. So killing a child has no ethical issues? Things are distinct. Hoodie replied, well, no matter how small a kid is, if they're sentenced to prison, then of course it's fine. Zero and Magi saw Hoodie's bizarre second appearance and tensed up completely. Tentacles radiated from where Hoodie's arms were, reaching for Zero and Magi. Back to the situation where the protagonist faced Father. He faced him directly with both eyes. He secretly questioned, who is this girl? The devil summoned? She can transform into a weapon and become a formidable weapon for the devil. Father picked up his helmet. This isn't good. Let's change the atmosphere a bit. No matter how hard the job is, a father still works hard for his child. Father used his ability, waking up the unconscious allies. Dora stood up and immediately expressed bitterness. Damn it, that black-haired girl. Agatha immediately said, Archbishop, I am sorry. Father gently said, it's okay. I'll handle it. Chase after the devil's accomplices, who are running away. The three newly awakened people said in unison, yes. So Father had no intention of ganging up. The protagonist mocked. So you can't fight one-on-one, huh? Father wasn't provoked, but calmly said, in a report about the devil in the prophecy, it is written like this. He is very smart and good at deceiving others. He is hot-tempered and willing to use every trick to provoke the opponent, causing the opponent's psychology to be seriously affected. It's best not to talk much with him. The protagonist and Malay had no words to say. Malay had to hold back laughter, making the protagonist look at her with dead fish eyes. You're asking for a beating lately, Father said. In other words, this is the most unacceptable thing in a son-in-law. Like when a daughter brings a boyfriend home to introduce, and it turns out that guy is an abusive jerk. Father's sword gathered a stream of energy. It seems Father had this extremely unpleasant experience in the past. His daughter brought home a boyfriend who looked ridiculous. Not decent. I really hope to get your approval. Huh? Aren't you my uncle? So you're my father-in-law? Thinking about it makes me angry. Turning emotions into power. Father fired that energy source straight at the protagonist. The protagonist hurriedly dodged the energy stream, sweeping everything in its path. Damn it. Exploding with a sense of reality, too. Fighting head-on is a dream if I want to win. The protagonist had to calculate a strategy. Fighting in a place with no vision isn't good at all. How to utilize this environment? Not sure if he realized any idea. But suddenly he took a run-up, jumped straight towards Father, hooked the shovel handle behind Father's head, then pulled his head down. When the father fell forward due to inertia, the protagonist quickly braced his stomach with 2 feet. Lifted father up. The protagonist said, "Hey, old man, want to try the feeling of ascending to the clouds?" Before father understood what was happening, he was given a zero-gravity experience by the protagonist. Temporarily, father was secretly confused. What is this? What is this mysterious attack that causes no damage? The protagonist hinted. You arrived fast. Father would understand these words very quickly. Friday rushed in from somewhere. One arm hooked father's neck, then used force to throw him down into the forest. Father landed on his back, suffering some impact. Dizzy. Now it's not 2 against 1, but 3 against 1. Father was silent for a moment. Friday lifted his chin. Couldn't help but be satisfied. Oh, Mr. Archbishop, what a perfect chicken and beer party. Park Byung-jang said, "Do you want to join me?" The protagonist replied, "You know what, Friday? The beer here is much better than in my world." Friday laughed heartily. "Did you drink water over there?" The protagonist and Friday were very spirited to fight the strong enemy. Malay watched from above. "We'll assist if necessary." Father propped himself up with his sword. He spoke. "Friday, my old comrade, I didn't expect a day would come when we have to fight each other." The protagonist heard this and commented, "This kind of setting really makes people excited." Friday laughed cheerfully. "You know, Park Byung-jang, because we were colleagues. We never really fought a match against each other, did we? But this time, there will be no ranks or rules. Only winners and losers. Does that make you feel any more excited?" Father replied, "Well, it's just, I'm very sad because an old comrade is about to pass away." The protagonist spoke venomously. "You are sad? Then you can go die." Park Byung-jang, his 1 month in prison, was not just to find more teammates while hiding his identity. He invested the most time into training. He did manual labor to train, while creating a good impression on the wardens. He did that to strengthen his muscles. The wardens thought Park Byung-jang was very obedient, playing with Magi every day under the sunset. But actually, he was dealing with Magi, a monster. He was just trying to raise his physical ability to the maximum. Not only that, the protagonist used the shovel more and more skillfully. He hit father, who had only defended until now. The protagonist swung the shovel, knocking father's greatsword aside. "My armor!" He broke it. The protagonist rotated his hips, kicking father off the ground with both legs. At dawn, when the stars rise, the strongest physical skills that can be learned in this world. He was taught by Cindy and Bella. Fairy martial arts. The protagonist kicked father away. Friday coordinated, catching the person flying towards him, using both strength and bouts of twinkle, slamming the person's head into the ground. He pretended to take a walk with Friday after breakfast every day. But actually, they secretly spar with each other until lunch. Father quickly stepped back to create distance. He opened the album, intending to use the love for his daughter to buff himself. The protagonist decided to stop him from upgrading, throwing the shovel, aiming straight at the album in father's hand. And every night, based on the information Zero provided, he practiced simulations with the enemies he would fight. To kill a warrior, he trained with an intensity that was almost insane. And the result is Park Byung-jang's progress increased at a dizzying speed. The next attack, he just started using mana, executing consecutive slashing attacks, aiming to break the opponent's armor. He named this move Magic Shovel. The progress was evident in actual combat, making even Friday astonished. Park Byung-jang, this kid, since when did he become so strong? Just a short time more, he might even surpass me. The battle between the two sides swept across the forest. Since Friday arrived, it seemed father hadn't had a decent counterattack. Dangerous. I must end this. When my teenage daughter closed the door, seeing father showing signs of launching an attack, the protagonist immediately called for support. Malay, right now. Malay hovered above father's head. She cast a spell down, binding father. Father fell freely to the ground. The protagonist and Friday quickly moved up to attack again. The protagonist shouted, "Friday, let's go." Friday was excited. Got it. Mentos, Fury, each prepared to strike, while father hadn't reacted yet. Father was besieged by the two continuously without rest, aiming to drain father's stamina as much as possible. The offense was like a storm. Father hadn't found an opening to counterattack. Father's heavy full body armor was destroyed bit by bit until the two had a break. At that moment on Father, almost only the helmet remained. Back inside the prison, Cindy was driving the carriage with the group to find the two missing members. Sion Yun Nuktit. Can you go a bit faster? Hurry and find Zero and Magi. We need to get out of here. Agatha said. What? Why are you stating the obvious? Sion Yun replied. I'm not. The severity of this case is different. Kazim frequently goes to the Empire to meet Honorable. The truth is Kazim is here. That means Han is also nearby. He will arrive here soon. With our current level, we will be dealt with by Honorable saying so. But if we escape first, can you survive? To quickly defeat Father, the person ranked second in the rankings? It should be first rank. Father, can they defeat him? The protagonist showed signs of fatigue by now. Friday also had to adjust his breathing a bit. Both of their attacks, saying they caused no harm to Father would be wrong, but saying they injured him would also be incorrect. This made the protagonist's side secretly uneasy. What just happened? I'm not sure, but I didn't feel the attack. Why are we more tired? Father spoke up to expose. You seem confused. You're wondering, well, I'm still standing, right? It's not that I don't fall. It's that I cannot fall. Who is this child? There is much to learn. When looking at a father's back, the Invincible Father ranked second, because his passive is, as long as there is a child to protect, the father will never fall. If it's true, as Father said, then the longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous for the protagonist's side. This deal isn't sweet. Even as bloodthirsty as the protagonist is, he was forced to tell his teammate, Friday, let's bail. No matter how reckless the protagonist is, a gentleman knows when to advance and when to retreat. Father was slightly stunned. What? Two middle-aged men stood frozen, looking at the protagonist running away. Maybe the protagonist has another battle plan. Or maybe he's really fleeing. Although I knew about that old man's ability from Zero, I didn't expect this. Direct confrontation like that yields no results. Malay panted. Sergeant, playing dirty. The protagonist complained. If you could shoot 10 shots, it would be over already. Malay retorted. If it weren't for healing you, I could have done it. Friday ran after the protagonist. Calmly asked, what's the plan now? Are we really running Park Byung-jang? The protagonist affirmed. This is part of the strategy leading to victory. Friday found this true to the spirit of Trump Tiger he knew. All right, the protagonist jumped onto a tree branch, up to a quiet place. The protagonist then briefed Friday on the strategy. First, how to knock out that warden. I have two options. First, take his children hostage. But even Zero doesn't know all the information about the Archbishop. Maybe because he works as both a cleaner and an Archbishop so perfectly. So this method can't be used. Besides, I inherently don't like using tricks. What kind of trick is this? It's cowardly. Friday disdains using it. I agree. So only the second way remains. Sniper. His upper body armor is broken. So now is the best opportunity. But we only have one single chance. We must kill him immediately in just a moment. Otherwise, he might dodge the fatal spot. And because I used this method to attack him before, he will be more careful. Friday is a person who likes to get straight to the point. So he said, stop rambling. Park Byung-jang, say it straight. What do I have to do? Friday is indeed a good teammate. The protagonist requested. 1 second. Keep him immobile for 0.5 seconds for me. Then, I will shoot through that warden's heart. At the same time, Hoodie had caught Zero and Magi. Hoodie looked disappointed. Is that it? But it's not strange. You two are just a kid and an information broker. Maybe I expected too high. Any last words before meeting your ancestors? Zero said, do you know how important information is? Hoodie was suspicious. Why ask suddenly? Zero stated, every minute, even every second passing. The value of information changes bit by bit. I became the leader in this profession because I hold information faster and more accurately than anyone. Hoodie didn't understand what this had to do with the current situation. So, what are you trying to say? Zero, from the beginning until now, smiled confidently for the first time and said, you are the one who gave us too much time. Magi used his hand to slash through the tentacles, freeing both himself and Zero. The tentacles were sliced evenly, looking like they would look good on a drinking table. Hoodie was confused. What? What the hell is happening? Zero said, don't look down on information. I'm only willing to die for one thing. Zero's ability, Goblin Grass. This ability is quite special. It has three main functions. First type of grass, thorn grass. It transmits sound or location information of the person stuck with thorn grass back to Zero. In other words, a wiretapping and tracking device. Zero often spreads this grass to collect information. Second type of grass, memory grass. When attached to an object, it will display a segment of images about that object's past. Zero often uses this type to check the quality of treasures or artifacts. Third type, Goblin Foot Grass. When attached to an object, it helps Zero transmit information he wants the recipient to receive in the form of images. Zero often uses it in transactions, when words are hard to fully convey the content of the information. Zero used Memory Grass on Hoodie's clothes. Thus, he could identify the types of animals Hoodie had contacted, then transmitted it to Magi using Goblin Foot Grass. The result is Magi's wild instinct, which was dormant in this prison, has been awakened. Magi, I invested in you. When you grow up, remember to pay back double. As a child who grew up and survived in the wild, Magi is particularly sensitive to beasts. Hoodie didn't mind Magi being aggressive. He mumbled, here it is. What I've been waiting for. An adventurous hunt. Rank a disaster beast. Fire python. Hoodie dodged Magi's attack, while his mouth gathered a blue fireball, bombarding towards Magi from his mouth. An innocent prisoner going to the toilet when the toilet wall was destroyed. What the hell? Magi's small body jumped onto a piece of rubble. The boy used it as a stepping stone, flying straight at Hoodie like a cannonball. As a non-combatant, Zero was covering his ears to avoid noise, focusing his mind, searching for information he knew about the fire python creature. Its weakness. There are two internal organs in the shoulders. Got the information about its weakness. Transfer it to Goblin Foot Grass for Magi. Zero took a piece of grass, threw it straight at Magi's head. Weakness information successfully transmitted. Magi pulled something out from inside his cloak. Hoodie's eyes widened, full of curiosity. Magi took a deep breath. The boy brought the tube to his mouth. Hoodie secretly had a bad feeling. That movement, that shape, could it be? It can't be like that. Is that his way of hunting? Two accurate shots into Hoodie's two shoulders by Magi. The blue fire dissipated. The fire python immediately became like a normal animal. Hoodie now changed his view on Magi. He is not a beast. He is a hunter bearing the characteristics of a beast. The prey here is me. Hoodie felt apprehensive, intending to turn around and retreat, then suddenly got hit by a vehicle before even being attacked by Magi. Isekai service is here. Hoodie fell flat on the ground. Zero cried out, you guys are too late. I saw the whole pile of clues. You know, I was scared to death. Agatha got off the carriage and asked, can I tape his mouth shut? Bella said, wait until we finish escaping. Hoodie was in a very indescribable mood. Thanks to that collision just now, I was saved. But what the hell is this feeling? This humiliation makes me feel like death would be better. Zero asked, you guys look terrible. Where's the captain? Cindy informed. He is fighting the High Warden. He told us to run first. Zero heard this and got a headache. What the hell, girl? Is your brain really made of muscle? Cindy was a bit annoyed. Can I punch him? Bella said, wait until we get out. This is the captain's order. The plan. What is your plan? Zero said, order my ass. Wouldn't it have been better if you listened to me from start? Just wait until we get out. I'm still annoyed about being left out. Zero sighed. Alas, incompetent people. Zero was hearing complaint from prisoners he attached thorn grass to. The roof is broken. The devil is also here. Always. Damn it. Help me over here. Where is the High Warden? He and the devil are in the West Forest. In the forest. Zero guided the group. Turn left at 300 m ahead. The others didn't know the reason. But having cooperated, there must be some level of trust. Zero said, let's play Yahello. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Castle, Kim Sun-am was treated no differently than royalty. Next to him was Hui. Burjo was also present here, and for some unknown reason. One snuppet. You people, what are you doing? If you can't go, let me go. Don't stop me. We showed contempt. Does this human not understand human language? Annoying. I repeat one more time. Ignore that devil. How could Han accept that kind of attitude? Prophesying the protagonist is a devil. Then now saying he must be absent where his comrades are fighting. That devil is running rampant in the prison. My men are struggling in there. Han broke the angel's binding ropes himself. Then, for what reason? Do you want me to ignore him? Burjo looked closer. Captain Hun. He broke a whole bunch of ropes. Is he even human? Hun gloated, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Naturally, we couldn't give him a logical answer. So she sighed, then gave a short sentence. This is Lord Pelea's wish. Lord Pelea said that warrior and devil should not meet right now. The will of the gods. You won't disobey, will you? Han widened his eyes in disbelief. A fragment of memory of Han appeared. One day Han went on a date with his lover. Aquarium. I didn't know you were interested in this place. Han's lover said, It's just, I missed you, and it feels good to be back here. Han asked, Do you particularly like any fish? I'll buy it for you. The girl called softly, Latri. I've always had the thought that, to Pelea, are we also like this? Like ornamental fish. Back to the forest, where father was running briskly chasing the devil and his gang. Father secretly suspected. Fierce tiger. Did he really run away? His actions are very strange. Kazum. Friday. The doctor. Hun. Prison. He fought people much stronger than him in less than 6 months. Surely in just a short time, he could squeeze into the A rank list. He is trying to push himself to the limit. So there's no way he would run away. That devil. He is a seed. He uses himself as nutrients to develop and bloom. Thinking differently, if chosen, father wouldn't want to be hostile to the protagonist. If on the same side, he would be very willing to help the person grow. But reality, they are enemies on two sides. Father must stop the protagonist from growing stronger. I won't let you have your way. Friday rushed out, blocking father, making him drop the sword. Saw the old man. Play with me. Father was pushed back again. Father became more suspicious the more he thought. Is it one-on-one now? He is definitely plotting something. But Friday, do you think you alone are enough? When my daughter told me that she hates me, father turned emotions into large spikes. Those spikes pierced into Friday. Throughout 2 battles, this was the first time Friday suffered truly serious injuries, with spikes embedded in his chest, just avoiding the heart to save his life. Father recalled, when my youngest daughter wrote a letter to me for the first time. Dear Papa. Papa, read at work, okay? My father works as a worker every day, raising us up all by himself. I will grow up fast to make Papa happy. Father wept with joy. You have grown up. My daughter. The daughter was the motivation for father to be serious and love his job more. That very thing also made people around respect him. From the beginning of the match until now, the first time we witnessed the power of father's fist. Friday dodged that punch. Friday shouted, Of course, I know you are stronger than me, but today I will break that boundary. While Friday fought father earth-shatteringly, the protagonist chose a blind spot, raising the gun, waiting for the opportunity. He locked the target in his sights. Despite rocks flying from the side, hitting his head, causing bleeding, he still had to maintain his posture, holding breath, focusing. The opportunity Friday created. You must not miss it. This is the last shot. Shoot through his heart. After a booming sound, accompanied by some trees going to the afterlife, father placed one hand on his chest. One hand opened the album to look. Friday was coughing up blood more violently. Father declared, Farewell, Friday. Friday looked at the energy father was gathering on his chest, then grinned. Because the goal was achieved, he raised his hand, gathering mana to create Mentos pellets. Just like in the underground match, he absorbed Mentos of himself, taking its explosion to blow father backward with the bounce from the absorbed Mentos. Friday was like a runaway horse. He rushed towards father, but not to attack, but to grab him tight, holding father still in the sights. Only one chance. Friday shouted, Do it. Father looked down and saw the protagonist pointing the gun up. Just by looking at the eyes, father could vaguely read the protagonist's intent. He intends to aim for my heart, thinking that if I die, I won't be able to see my 5 daughters and beloved wife again. It was survival instinct. The desire to live flared up strongly in Father. Father no longer had the calm demeanor, but extremely frustrated and no longer patient. Snapped. "Let me go," Friday stubbornly said. "No way. I won't let you escape. In this battle, one of us must fall. There is no mercy here. Father, Friday." And the protagonist raced in the moment. When a shot was fired, the decisive moment arrived. Father broke free from Friday's grip. His desire to return to his family successfully made the bullet miss the heart, instead veering to hit his neck. After the decisive shot, Father and Friday fell freely together. Although the enemy's blood had spilled, the protagonist was extremely tense. Heart, I missed. While falling freely, Father held the gem hanging on the album. This memory is something I don't want to recall. That is not a gem, but something infinitely precious. But now it evokes a deep sadness in the beholder. The moment my wife died, at that moment, the protagonist and Malay both broke into a cold sweat. A light pierced straight into the sky. The past about the journey, making the father of the present, was shown to us. From long ago, Father always used a type of sword without a tip. Since youth, he always faced slaughter, to the point of being somewhat callous to lives passing before his eyes. Like any other normal person, the father of youth also went drinking. He made a living by hunting dangerous beasts, ending a hunt with a few wounds. Deep or shallow is commonplace. Returning from hunting, he went drinking with comrades, then went back to slashing beasts, then drinking again, killing, and beer. Father once thought his whole life would repeat like that. Until one fine day, when he went to a shop. He came here to buy some necessities. At that moment, the shop bell rang softly. Destiny, coloring his gray life, appeared. At that time, just an accidental glance, directed at the girl entering that shop. The girl's radiant smile made the gray soul of his light up. The girl made him unable to look away. That was the first time. His pitch-black eyes shone clearly. The most beautiful roses were prepared by him to give to the woman who made his heart flutter. He proposed to her with all sincerity. The girl was surprised and also moved by the sincere man, and delicate too. So she agreed. Like any couple, they went to the altar, becoming husband and wife witnessed by the priest. The couple then looked forward to their first child about to be born. Another precious little life entered Father's life. He had 1, then 2 daughters. When old brothers invited him for beer, he shook his head because he was worrying about household matters. A hard day, but precious when returning home, welcomed by 2 little daughters. His wife continued to be pregnant. Family members just kept growing up. The members in the house increased. Financial pressure also weighed heavier on his shoulders day by day. But he wasn't discouraged because of that, or complaining. Father applied for a job as a prison janitor to provide for the family. So he just kept cleaning the prison by day. Whenever there was a monster hunting mission, he took the job to make a living, not just to exist day by day like before. Life was hard, but when returning home, seeing loved ones smiling to welcome him, he felt all hardships were nothing. From a prison janitor, he was noticed by people there. The previous high warden, knowing he was a famous monster hunter, recruited him to a higher position. He was extremely happy hearing this news, coming home to tell his wife about the promotion with the white salad armor. His wife was so proud and happy for her husband. Then later, the 4th child was born. Everyone cannot escape the issue of old age. Yet his wife never criticized him. The couple, just like that, had the 5th child. Father had a happy, big family of 7. One day, when he was preparing a family meal with his wife, bad news came. His wife suddenly fainted while preparing the meal. He hurriedly carried his wife to the medical facility. The doctor had to regretfully inform him about his wife's grim condition. In agitation, he, like anyone else, couldn't help blaming the doctor. Removing heavy armor and weapons, Father, like anyone else, couldn't accept his loved one was about to depart. Seeing her husband always by the bed, praying for her recovery, his wife reached out, touching her husband's praying hands. His wife smiled gently, said, "Darling, I am sorry for leaving you behind. Take care of the children, okay?" A source of mana surged from all memories about Father's wife radiated. Zero groaned, "Damn it, I'm too late." The whole world at this moment seemed to slow down for a second. The High Warden's memory of the day his wife died. This memory created a vast domain. In that domain, the emotions he felt at that time were recreated. First, the sky collapsed. Second, a heavy feeling, as if something was pressing on the body. Very hard to move. Third, Malay hugged herself, legs weak. A suffocating feeling. Fourth, vision, darkened. Besides that, heartache, coldness, trembling, nausea, slight dizziness. Inside the domain is hell on earth. But even in this extreme domain, the father could still move. Father engraved his wife's last words into his heart. Take care of the children, okay? He immediately, spiritedly held the great sword again. My beloved wife asked me to take care of the children. A father has a duty to protect his children. Father pointed the sword at the protagonist. The protagonist was sweating streams, yet his eyes were fierce, staring at Father. Father then asked, Devil, what's with that look? Do you hate me for ending your story here? Park Byung-jang replied, just your ability. It's a fact. I hate everything about it. He hated it because Father evoked those emotions. Why are you crying, Mom? At the enlistment center, Mom was afraid her son would get hurt. So, Park Byung-jang at that time reassured his mom. It's okay. I heard the army doesn't beat people like before anymore. If you keep crying like this, I will be worried. I will return healthy. So don't cry anymore, okay? Yet now, he is in this world. Proof that he failed to keep his word to his mother. He wasn't angry at the opponent, but angry at himself. Don't remind me of that useless memory anymore. Deep inside, precisely because he still exists, he secretly had a question. Am I dead or alive? Standing outside the area affected by Father's ability, the group recruited by the protagonist was preparing, excluding 2 unconscious individuals, temporarily not needing to participate in this mission. Zero announced first. Now then, taking one more step forward is hell. Except for those 2 sleepyheads and Mongoose Boy. Everyone will go, right? C and June didn't expect to be in the excluded category. Sisters Bella and Cindy didn't need to think. He's in danger, right? Of course. We must go. C and June, cowardly, wanted to contribute in important moments. Wait, I will go too. Zero mocked. Oh, really? I thought Manu were all cowards who only good at abandoning others after getting information. So, I thought you wouldn't go. Agatha felt Zero had no right to talk about others. Wow, unexpected. I thought you weren't the loyal type. Zero looked reluctant. It's too late to leave here now. Magi said something that only Zero understood. The group started moving. Let's go. None of them showed fear about facing one of the toughest individuals in the Empire. Join our captain. Zero suddenly shouted. Wait, making the group stop. This guy said, I'm so nervous. Let me take a deep breath first. Bella's cold eyes stabbed the back of Zero's neck. Zero justified himself. Do you think I'm like you guys? I need courage to do this. Agatha said. Who said anything? All right, let's really move forward. The group took a few steps again. Zero shouted again. Stop! Cindy exclaimed indescribably. What the hell? They had to stop because not only the protagonist had teammates coming to support. Gaith said angrily. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. Cindy. Hey. They caught up because of you, so you should go there first. Gaith declared. You people can't repent anymore. It's execution time. Gaith attacked without holding back, so the group almost couldn't react. They've been unconscious almost the entire journey. Now awake. Damn it, I slept like a log. Arms emerged since he woke up, currently blocking the ice spikes. From behind him appeared 2 puppets. It seems the wardens here have no information about his ability. Always having nightmares. Da's ability is Somnambulist Warrior. He can recall entities from his nightmares and summon them as warriors. The power of the Summon Warrior is proportional to the level of fear he feels in the dream and the duration he can feel it. Their strength is based on his fear. Da said, Thank you, Agatha. Thanks to your blessings, I dreamed the worst nightmare of my life. Agatha laughed and said, Timely rescue. So I can leave everything to you, right? The other unconscious person in the group rolled over. Zero also woke up. Gaith was infuriated by this. Zero, and to make it clear they would stay to block the enemy, covering for the others to go help the protagonist, inside the range of Father's ability. After hearing the protagonist's words, Father understood. Is that so? You also have a family? The protagonist was touched on a sore spot. Bristled up. He threw a punch. A punch straight at Father's face. But Father leaned back to dodge. The protagonist fell due to inertia. I told you not to mention it. Father was secretly surprised. In this domain, he can still move? He glanced at the other two individuals. Malay was still trembling ceaselessly. Friday was also immersed in feelings of despair. I bought chicken. Why can't I eat it? Comparison shows the difference. The domain is still active. So that means, have you experienced this before? That's right. As soon as I set foot in this world. Initially, I lost my mind. I cried and was lost, waiting for death again. I was always filled with anger, and I couldn't make decisions normally. But now I know. After the rain comes sunshine. Stop talking and fight. The reason I survived is because I am my parents' child, and then I died. I survived precisely for revenge. The protagonist's expression made Father question again. Our God, Palea, can an entity have such an expression? Are you sure he is a devil? Father swung his sword up. The protagonist immediately flipped, dodging the sword path, stepping back a distance, taking momentum to launch a kick at Father's head. Father caught the protagonist's movement, then threw the protagonist away, not stopping there. Father also kneed the protagonist in the face. This is a battle that if it's just Park Byung-jae alone, there is no possibility of winning. Friday witnessed everything and secretly admired Park Byung-jae. It's amazing that he has such high fighting spirit even in this domain. The gap is too big. So what if there's no chance of winning? Only struggle can hope for a miracle. Father, with what he must protect, also had more than enough reason to swing his sword. The intersection of two attacks collided. The protagonist was beaten until gradually losing consciousness. Father raised the greatsword high. Even if my sword becomes an executioner's blade to someone, I still decide to protect my family. I am sorry. That sword strike descended. A battle impossible to win, but only struggle creates miracles. The protagonist vaguely wondered, did I pass out? But no. The miracle came to him. The teammates he recruited pulled back a life for him, witnessing everyone contributing, every bit of strength, no matter how small, but trying to hold Father back. Zero, who was very bitter that the protagonist deceived him, also put effort into supporting him. Not being moved would be lying. I told everyone to leave. All these people had a common response. If we listened to your orders, we wouldn't have come to a place like this. Zero thought to himself, but you are the captain. And moreover, from the moment you started doing business with me, even if you wanted to, you couldn't die. We readers can only exclaim, what a touching dream. Zero supported the protagonist to stand firm again. The protagonist wondered, everyone can move here? Zero replied, of course. I used a bit of my ability. Before entering the domain, Zero collected all images of the past from clothes and accessories of teammates, and memories that would remind them of their will and goals most fully. He sent them to teammates and himself. Psychological ghosts can only be cured by a heart of hope. When starting to suffer, just recall good memories or goals. Then you can overcome it. He did a great job. His only goal or good memory is a Zero possessing lots of wealth. Done. Zero also had to be realistic. Actually, no matter what I do, it's just a temporary measure. The truth is we still can't stand in this domain. But currently we can fight like this. Means the domain has weakened. That means the warden's mana is running out. Captain, do you realize? Inside this domain, the warden, no matter how many times he is attacked, he always recovers. I think it's because his warm memories with his wife brings such an effect. Moreover, his recovery theoretically consumes a lot of energy. In short, the captain has pressured the warden a lot, leading to the domain weakening. The protagonist stated his view. I guess it wasn't a meaningless war of attrition. Zero assessed. Initially, there was no plan to confront the warden except for a destructive blow or a war of attrition. Right now, help! Friday and Malay wake up. This is an all-out war. Father braced himself. He shouted loud, get lost, you rats. Despite having consumed significantly, his strength was still there. One movement broke the restraint of the three people. Agatha remained on his head. She knew what she had to do. She unleashed a stream of profanity into Father's ear, making him stagger slightly. But that wasn't enough to knock him down. He screamed, She flew and crashed into Magi, holding the great sword again. He swung the sword, knocking the whole group away, although successfully breaking the restraint. He also spent time and energy on these people. Thanks to teammates, the protagonist once again got a chance to counterattack, the shovel accompanying him in battle, now utilized as a long-range weapon. The protagonist swung the shovel like a helicopter blade, using plastic cable ties, braided from plastic bags from his world. He used everything he had to use the shovel to execute a deep slash, swinging the shovel precisely to get the desired effect. The shovel slashed across Father's lower jaw, but still not enough to take him down. He had praise for the protagonist. Persistent. He kicked the protagonist in the stomach. That kick shook the protagonist's internal organs. He raised the sword, so that when the protagonist's back touched the ground, it would also be when his blade descended. Bella wouldn't let that happen. She rushed up, deflecting Father's sword path. The two sisters came to stop Father from killing their captain. Cindy executed pumpkin punches. Her effort was commendable, but Father currently had no time to play house with the two girls. Bella and Cindy were just taken down. Immediately, the protagonist, Agatha, and Magi. Father split his great sword into three, holding dual blades, shouted, "Don't disturb me." No individual present could solo Father, so they had only one way to win. That is to wear him out until he's drained. Although this way is more feasible, the difficulty is still something requiring people with nerves of steel, falling and then rushing up to attack again. Indescribably annoying. His sword swung faster. After knocking the whole group away scattered, he pointed a blade up with one hand. Rocks and soil around were pulled up. I really hope this is the end. The sky is falling. Is he really controlling it? Cannonball. Is that so? You are the one who created this situation? The protagonist rushed up. Damn it. He circled around Father, rushing speedily towards Zero and Malay. Throw the knife. The protagonist forced himself to arrive in time. Zero beside Malay, face pale. A loud boom echoed. Father stood before the thick column of smoke. Everything. Did I solve it? Bella suddenly laughed loudly. You shouldn't have done that. Father sensed it. Impossible. Behind the smoke screen, the protagonist appeared in a new form. At the moment the blade was thrown, the protagonist arrived in time, helping Malay and Zero escape danger. Malay was dazed. Sergeant, the protagonist was gentle for the first time, said, "Hey, Malay, are you awake now?" Malay was moved. "Sergeant, for me." Malay suddenly remembered when she considered Palia a friend, only to receive all deceit in return. She was pushed off the divine throne by her own friend. She felt she was naive, pathetic. So now having someone truly care for her, how could she not be moved? Just for me. The protagonist softened his voice comforting. I know. You were just too impatient. Your world was simply stolen and merged, and you didn't know how to bring it back. I know you had a hard time, but I only knew how to think for myself. I'm sorry. Anyway, your children are still alive, so you still have a chance. So, Malay, bet everything on me. I will bring that chance. Looking into Park Byung-jae's determined bright eyes. How did Malay feel? Bet everything on you. Too confident, huh? The protagonist laughed. You're really awake, huh? Malay reminded. Sergeant, back then I said, I have a bad connection with you. You remember? In other words, if you overuse my power, it will be very hard for you to master yourself. After the treatment session the other day, my power changed your body. You are reaching the limit. If you continue, you will no longer be the human named Park Byung-jae. Are you okay with that? Sergeant, the protagonist responded. So, are you stupid? Everyone calls me a devil. Why should I care about that anymore? If so what if I really become a devil? Malay put her hand on his chest, said, so naive. No matter how hard it is, you will get used to this power step by step. I will help you. So, play your hardest. With the power entrusted by Malay, Park Byung-jae has now transformed. Father was more confused the more he looked. What is that form? Did he awaken again? But his physique has been restructured. Dangerous. But the effect of the domain is equally strong. Even if you can endure with that physique, you will reach your limits soon. The protagonist thought to himself, have they all fallen? Even with Zero's ability, it's hard to hold on much longer. They did very well, especially Friday. Everyone who can fight temporarily cannot be active anymore. Officially, only the protagonist and father are on the field. From now on, the protagonist with one hand urged mana to form a weapon. Father also retrieved the third sword stuck in the ground. To hand. Right now, it will be a duel, and it won't be a long battle, because father forewarned. I will gather energy from all memories and emotions I can have. Solve it in just one strike. Secret technique infinite. Father's sword emitted light bright like a shooting star. The protagonist understood better than anyone. I'm about to face one. Malay spoke in his mind. Even if you receive some parts of my power, it has been reduced to the point. A single strike from the Archbishop will also be effective. It will be very hard to win. But right now, it's not just my power. It's not simply giving power. If combining your mana and my power from two completely different powers, Malay mixed her power with the sergeant's mana and created a power that never existed before. Even if kicked off the divine throne, she is still a goddess. And the greatest power of a god is creation. This thing, better than I imagined. A black greatsword wrapped in rose-colored blood ribbons. You're amazing. Malay. Father stood opposite, confused by this unusual power. What? What did they do? Sisters Bella and Cindy struggled to look up. Agatha also wanted to witness the decisive strike. Friday and Moggy were exhausted. Zero would probably be the one to see it most completely. A decisive strike. Where will this battle go? A horizontal slash from Father was dodged by the protagonist. The protagonist leaned his body. The sword created from mana was used by the protagonist handily, like a shovel. The protagonist lowered his body and swung. His sword strike officially inflicted injury on Father, and not just a heavy injury. It was a strike to take his life. This battle ends here. Father's domain vanished. The incident alerted those outside. The domain disappeared. Gaith paled. Didn't want to believe. Warden. She rushed. When go to check his situation. The captain is done. Linda and Zero withdraw too. Everything ends. Although Father hadn't lost his life yet. But both mana and strength were exhausted after that decisive strike, making him powerless. Father sighed, mumbled, "Sorry, kids. I intended to prepare dinner tonight." Gaith arrived calling, "Archbishop." The protagonist looked down. Since the strike just now didn't take Father's life, he didn't intend to deal a final blow either. He withdrew mana to Father's surprise. Although enemies, Father had to remind, Do you intend to just let me go? This will only harm you later." The protagonist only advised one word. "Archbishop, take your children and leave the Empire immediately. And don't come back, because when I return, the Empire will fall." Leaving that declaration, the protagonist group walked away majestically. Under the red setting sun, the group stood at a corner of the wall. Zero praised, just as the captain predicted. "Not even for a moment did I doubt your victory." Zero was excited. "What is your next plan?" "Of course, it will be business, right?" The protagonist looked back calmly. Said, "Oh, did I not tell everyone?" Zero heard this tone and knew it wasn't good. "I don't feel very good." The protagonist said, "We will take down a soldier sitting on the throne in the sky." Palia suddenly sensed the incident. She looked forward suspiciously. "The power blocking my observation has disappeared. Malay's power is gone. Did Park Byung-jae lose? Hope it's not what I think." She snapped her fingers, opening the screen, looking down at the forest behind the Imperial prison, and saw the protagonist in the form merged by Malay. Palia seemed too moved, shedding tears. She suddenly slumped down. "It's over. Now, fight for me forever." Park Byung-jae and Kim Sunheim. The devil has completely disappeared. Devil detention area. Exit. Ahead. Not stopping at prisons. This empire is the largest superpower in the world. The prison is also managed by the Empire's strongest hero, Han. The fact that such a prison was attacked means the national power of the Empire is being targeted by the whole world. After the incident at the prison, a funeral was held in Jang Village. The funeral sent off a village warrior to rest in another realm. The Jang villagers were heartbroken. Impossible. Kazum, Han, and all the prison staff were present to offer condolences. Unlike the protagonist who awakened mana, Friday's Mentos sent Kazum straight to the grave. Han looked at this quietly. Old memories flooded back. "You are Han, the one who recently promoted to rank C? Do you want me to show you how to use chi? It's as hard as using two hands." On the other hand, It can be said it becomes easy if you just persist. Kazum was happy for Han. My friend finally surpassed my rank. Is there any woman you are interested in? Lucky I appeared in time. Well, my love counseling is the standard in this empire, you know. I knew you two would become a couple. Must raise a glass to celebrate. Please tell me what happened. I am your friend. Han secretly blamed himself. He was the only friend you could open up to. But why did you think we would be side by side forever? Did you ever listen to Kazum's advice? Dora didn't expect the Empire's top warrior, Han, to shed tears. Kazum's funeral took place in peace, buried decently, and fully attended by relatives, friends seeing him off. Father spoke up at this moment. Kapten Hun tu ned. Archbishop, I guess the arm surgery was very successful, right? I was worried because the doctor wasn't here. Father smiled gently, said, but the feeling in my arm is no longer the same as before. Han said, whatever complications remain, your strength won't change. Just train hard more and it will be fine. Father took this opportunity to say, I have something to tell Captain Honorable. I am about to retire. Han couldn't help but be surprised. What? Father expressed his view on the protagonist after confronting him. The devil in the prophecy. He is human. He has a family. And he also knows sadness and despair. Even if I have to meet him again and put all my strength into that time as a final battle, I wouldn't have enough courage to fight him. I can't capture him myself. I am sorry. One more thing. As an elder, I want to apologize for a few things. I hope you will take full responsibility this time. Sincerely apologize. The death of Kazum ranked 10th in rank A, and the father ranked 2nd in the same rank. Retired after being defeated by the devil. The latest information about this battle quickly spread throughout the empire. Some felt fear, while others felt anger. A person was held back by wardens. Those things happened while I was on vacation. What? While he had to face the enemy. What were you doing? Where were you people? A person placed hand on this person's shoulder. Said, stop it. Astember, you're not the only one angry here. Some people saw a glimmer of hope. Escaped with that devil. Everything has changed. Let's go. We must imprison the devils in a safe place first. In a place where many of Malay's children are kept. A person sitting arrogantly, relaxed lying there said, those people are so insolent. They were just attacked by the devil. We just keep these creatures here. When the whole empire, some people seize the opportunity. I have nothing to offer in your name. Surely you won't mind. This person is Elliot, also a criminal, but specially treated by the empire. Some people mourned, crying snot and tears. Kazum, you stupid brother. The rest became full of determination. Although being the top warrior of the empire, Han, after everything, never neglected training. Across the world, quietly but very clearly recognizable, a storm is gradually coming. The man who is the center of this incident. What is Park Byung-jae doing right now? Back to Sion Yunis Hidu. The protagonist was expressing a motto. Food comes before morals. Only with funding support can we make a revolution. To ensure military funding, let's open a business together. We will sell garlic chicken with sour sauce and hang-cooked chicken. Chicken King Friday shouted loudly. Indeed, a quality chicken dish. Another individual was equally excited as Friday, hearing this decision from the captain. Zero wept with joy. We are about to do business. What a relief. Truly a relief. Seon Yoon spoke up. By the way, where do you plan to open the shop? Brief summary. Immediately after escaping prison, Park Byung-jae's group hid in Jun's hideout outside the empire. Park Byung-jae slept for only 2 days. Malay used almost all her power. And the result is she couldn't maintain human form anymore. Taking care of Park Byung-jae. When he just woke up, his teammates were very curious. A series of questions were asked. At this time, Park Byung-jae wasn't fully awake. So he went to the kitchen to compose himself. And currently, the story is like this. Seon-jun said, it's been 2 days since you slept. I'm sure the news is spread, and we are wanted all over the empire. It would be great if we could sell chicken without getting caught. Zero urgently demanded clarity. About that risky prison break, you have to tell us everything. Also, Friday spoke up. Hey, let's eat before talking about this. I think talking after eating would be better, right? The system started operating. The protagonist agreed with Friday's opinion. All right, the story must be long. Let's eat together and mention it later. Everything. I will tell you all. When the whole group was seated at the dining table, the protagonist stood with a planning board. Behind, Park Byung-jae told everything that happened to him, about how he came here, how he was thrown into the cabinet, the things he discovered, and Palia's plan. When telling all those things, surprisingly, no one was interested. Even the protagonist didn't understand why. The people at the table ate like they were starving. Sister, I'm in trouble. I don't know what to eat anymore. I just tasted this dish. So delicious. This chicken dish makes even Agatha swear. I should hide. This will definitely create a fever if we sell it. I knew it. I said it. This dish is really delicious. By the way, you should try it too. Captain, the person with the deepest feeling for this chicken dish is none other than Friday. Wow, I understand. You mean chicken is war. This chicken dish isn't made from any special technique. It's the perfect combination of spices that stimulates everyone's tongue. It stimulates quickly and simply, and also very attractive. This is exactly an addictive drug. Park Byung-jae, how could you make a chicken dish like this? Malay was extremely confused. Impossible. Is it more amazing than me becoming a goddess? The protagonist was also dumbfounded. Even after hearing what I just said, you guys don't think of anything at all. Everyone casually expressed their thoughts. Oh, you are so pitiful. You must be very uncomfortable. You went through a lot of difficulties, right? The protagonist said, thanks with an indescribable feeling. Zero didn't ask for much. Well, you honestly told me everything. And I feel relieved. Now I understand what that crazy escape was about. But you know, the story between the goddess and Palia in the other world feels like something isn't right. Zero, with a sharp mind, also smelled something fishy here. Honestly, you sensed it right. It's not simple. I understand everything better now. Sergeant, Friday, after finishing eating, seriously said, when I first heard that name, I thought it was just a similarity. Is there really a goddess named Malay? Malay didn't expect information about her to come this way. You know me? Friday replied. As far as I know, if you ever reached rank A, everyone would know your name. Malay. However, if I reveal too much about this, I will die immediately. There's a contract like that threatening me. What Friday said made the protagonist and Malay ponder. This feeling is exactly like last time. That's right. It's not that they don't say it, but that they cannot utter those things. I mean, the Vavel tribe. Friday heard this and choked. Oh my God. I was just a little surprised. I'm Yufine. Malay. I have no choice but to. Malay stepped forward. Need to know. You know the Vavel tribe? I can't believe someone who knows about that lineage is right in front of me. Sergeant, this is good news. They will lend us power. Where do they live? Friday awkwardly replied. I can't say anything more. Si on yun informed. My captain didn't say what that potion was used for either. Maybe he couldn't tell me. The protagonist sighed. What is this situation? It's really hard to survive in this world. Contract. Like. Suddenly a strange voice not belonging to anyone present spoke up expressing. So annoying. I tried very hard to find Mom. My mom and I are both very weak, so we can't maintain our forms. There's a man overflowing with my mom's energy. Everyone was startled and glanced behind. A child of Malay jumped in from the door. Mom is the only one who can do that. Mom knew everything already. Outside, a giant creature was jumping towards Seonjun's base. In the blink of an eye, this base shattered into pieces. Facilities were destroyed, but people were still there. Generally, no one was hurt. People with combat ability protected défenseless personnel. Adults protected children. The captain was ready to face the danger in front. Right now, the protagonist and his gang still didn't know the two dangers in front were two children of Malay. The one standing on the giant beast's head said, I'm so happy. I didn't expect my mom to be right here. No matter how long I waited, they wouldn't open the door. I found it very annoying. So I erased the dimension and came here. Those people couldn't catch up with those ugly things. The protagonist lowered his voice. Hey, what are you? This person tapped his temple. TCH, don't you understand what I just said? You really are as smart as you look. I am her child. My name is Mabomi. I want to ask who you are. I sense a lot of Mom's energy radiating from you, but I don't think we are brothers. Did you steal Mom's power? I talk a lot, but honestly, Right now, I'm very angry. Better confess before I count to 3. 2. The protagonist confusedly called. Malay. Then the other side counted to 3. Without hesitation, Mabomi immediately entered a slashing stance. Time's up. Seeing Mabomi not talking much, slashing straight, the protagonist exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" At this moment, Malay, who seemed to have disappeared, came out. She is currently just a small flame, standing blocking in front of Park Byung-jae. Mabomi saw this, immediately stopped the downward slash in time. "Why?" Malay told her child. "Step back, Mabomi. I will tell you everything." Malay then told Mabomi everything that happened. The protagonist secretly evaluated, sitting listening to them recount everything again. So boring. Mabomi in front of Malay is a sensible child. I apologize for attacking mom's benefactor. What should I do to apologize? The protagonist commented. That guy talks a lot. And he calls her mom too. I don't like him. Agatha also opined. He looks no different from a monster, yet acts so polite it doesn't fit at all. Malay said, "What are you saying? You came all the way here to see me." Mabomi smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom. Anyway, I was the one who struck first." "That's right. There's Seonjun mourning his base over there," Mabomi said with low spirits. "But Mom, my heart tightens seeing Mom in this form. Not much, but please absorb little sweet potato. That way at least Mom can regain a part of your power. If not absolutely necessary, Malay absolutely wouldn't choose this way." She hesitated. "But how can I?" Mabomi said firmly. "I know Mom cares about us very much, but this is our wish. Mom didn't steal anything from us. It is us voluntarily offering to Mom. If absorbed by Mom, I'm sure little sweet potato will also feel happy. Unlike the high-ranking demon Mabomi, who can communicate clearly in words, sweet potato can only utter simple sounds to express feelings to Mom." Malay closed her eyes, accepting. "All right, if that is your wish." Everyone present witnessed that magical scene. Sweet potato dissolved into spots of light, so Malay could appear in a complete physical form. "Thank you." Park Byung-jae watched this, wondering what he was thinking. Mabomi said, "With this much energy, I can feel your divine aura. You are definitely our mom." Mabomi held Malay's hand. "I'm her child, Mabomi. From now on, I will protect Mom. Mom, come with me, okay?" Malay casually replied, "Okay." This made Park Byung-jae annoyed. Malay suddenly realized, just leaving like that won't do. So she said, "Oh, wait." She tilted her head, looking back at the protagonist. "Sergeant." The protagonist was about to lose patience. He said gloomily, "What are you doing?" Mabomi also realized, just leaving like that is too rude. "I forgot to say thank you. Thank you for protecting Mom for me. From now on, Mom's child will go with Mom." The protagonist squeezed Mabomi's wrist tight and said, "Shut up, leave Malay here, and get lost." Seonjun also didn't agree with Malay being taken away. "That's right. She's our teammate. You can't just take her away like that," Mabomi said with clear logic. "Well, looking at how you react, you must think I am the one in the wrong here. But frankly speaking, our world's problems should be solved by us. Isn't that very reasonable? You think so too, right, Mom? Like mother, like son." Malay didn't have such thoughts. Or precisely, it used to be like that. Malay was hesitating. To her, someone who was inherently a god, humans are just creations, not necessarily created by that god. But when falling into similar circumstances as those creatures, Malay finally viewed humans as a race equivalent to her children. This is different from her previous life. Going through difficulties with teammates gave her feelings a god didn't have. She gradually learned to accept them, but she didn't realize that she towards the sergeant had a kind of emotion hard to put into words. If it were before, she wouldn't have as many maidenly thoughts as now. Why is the sergeant so angry? Why do I feel happy about this? Am I crazy? Mabomi looked at his mother's expression, then seemed to give up, said, "I understand. I can't believe I forgot about this. You two already consider each other a precious existence. Oh, I'm convinced. I can't believe I have the chance to see Mom act like this." Zero and Friday nodded. "Good. It reminded me of the old days. But Bella had grounds to deny. I thought they weren't that type." I asked straight. Zero was confused. Witnessing the scene of the guy wiping tears for the girl, Zero secretly implied something. So that's it. Mabomi didn't insist on dragging his mother away anymore, but still had to say, by the way, if he is a precious person to Mom, then I can't let Mom be with a weakling. The protagonist was confused, not sure why Mabomi thought in that direction. But he only needed the result that Malay stayed. So he confusedly replied, "Thanks for understanding me." Mabomi glared. The protagonist immediately felt a chill down his spine. Leave Mom. Mabomi was annoyed too. However, the pain of losing something precious. I can't let Mom experience it one more time. Dark purple bands rose from the ground. The protagonist's apprehensive look, accompanied by Mabomi's words. Never. A cocoon enveloped the protagonist's entire group. The whole group was trapped. Inside, the protagonist cursed. Mother asterisk cur. I knew I couldn't reason with him. Mabomi said, "No. Currently, I am very rational. You will understand after hearing what I'm about to say. First of all of you will die if this continues. Even that guy who looks a bit strong is no exception. I don't know if Mom ever told you, but not everyone in my world listens to Mom. Because what Mom pursues is freedom from Mom's children. There are those who listen to Mom. Like me. There are those who pursue pure power. There are those who want to become the leader. There are those who don't care much. As long as it's fun. There are those who want to swallow even gods, etc. If two worlds are forced to merge, then it will be no different from hell." The protagonist heard Mabomi speak. Immediately cursed Malay in his mind. This woman, such an important matter, and she didn't tell us. And she was so proud too. Earlier I also said, you won't be able to overcome that situation because you're too weak. Therefore, I think you must become stronger. I said it, right? I won't let Mom experience the feeling of losing something she cherishes. If I still think that will happen, then don't dream of leaving here until the outside is stable. The protagonist retorted, "You're too confident. So, I will fight you, right? Then it's simple. Come at me if you dare. Quick fight, quick win." Mabomi vetoed. "You are not good at mastering our power, so you can't do anything." For example, he blinked, teleporting in front of the protagonist. "Just try dying once, and you'll know." Mabomi touched the protagonist lightly. One arm and a part of the protagonist's abdomen vaporized. The protagonist was critically injured instantly, when the opponent hadn't even tried. Everything happened in a flash. While Mabomi here had no hostile mentality, sisters Bella and Cindy were stunned. When the protagonist fell powerless, they saw the reality and screamed. Fear and rage. The two sisters rushed up regardless. Mabomi stopped them, shooting out two tentacles, binding them, but not hurting them. The two sisters were angry and lost their minds, screaming, "Release him immediately. I will kill you." Malay was also confused by her child's action. "Oh, what are you doing?" Mabomi calmly said. "Everyone keep quiet. This guy has Mom's power supporting him. So, with just this much he won't die. But if you dare to interfere, then I won't even need to lift a finger. You understand what I mean, right?" Mabomi said then, sat down to check the protagonist. "Now then, Park Byungjang, how do you feel? Still okay?" The protagonist wanted to curse loudly. "You bastard. sh** Theod." Mabomi wasn't being sarcastic. He said, "I went easy on you. Now let me explain. I will ask you a few things. Remember this first attack well. Try to endure and answer honestly." The protagonist gritted his teeth. "Hate you," Mabomi said. "Just now, when I first attacked, you tried to use our power. At that time you couldn't use it freely. Correct. In previous battles, you could use them because Mom supported you. But you yourself haven't mastered it yet. But you can't use experience to fill that gap either, because your current situation is too dangerous. Just a moment of hesitation and you're done for." The protagonist was annoyed. "So, what the f*** does that have to do with you giving me a hole?" Mabomi replied indifferently. "Of course it does. You must learn how to use our power. You are very lucky. The power Mom gave you is similar to our power. I'll give you a hint. Try to restore the destroyed body part. Try hard, because if you can't do it, you're dead." The painful thing is the protagonist couldn't refute Mabomi's words. "Damn it. Focus. Sooner or later I have to get used to it. No need to rush." Everyone else held their breath. Friday also decided not to intervene, mostly because he realized the protagonist needed this. Although it wasn't comfortable at all, Malay also could only trust that the protagonist would do it. Under the pressure weighing on him, The protagonist successfully restored the lost body part. Mabomi was satisfied. Very good. You have great potential. Then Mabomi asked, have you ever knitted a sweater? The protagonist, upon recovering, immediately threw a punch at the person. Bastard. This personality helps the protagonist be like a cockroach. Beat him forever and he won't die. Done. When facing those who overwhelmingly dominate him, this personality isn't very good. Anyway, whether the protagonist is grumpy or not, Mabomi will still declare, from now on, I will punch a random hole in you until you master your power. Just take it slow. Park Byung-jae. Meanwhile, at the central cathedral, Han and his people sat opposite a red-haired young man. In the main seat was Kim Sun-im with Hui standing behind. The red-haired young man said, this time seems difficult for you. Huh? Kaptenun. The title of the Empire's strongest legion. Looks like you have to yield it to us. Asmit, assistant of the doctor, attending on behalf of the doctor absent due to a mission outside the Empire. Do was the person behind Han. Replied coldly, hey, that's none of your business. Speak properly. Asmit laughed lightly. Not my business. Is that so? Not my business. That sounds nice. Anyway, what do you plan to do now? Other countries have started suspicious activities, but actually no one cares, except for the kingdom of Matvern. They're the culprits who released criminal gangs and smugglers into the empire, beyond the control of all organizations, and gathered at a place called the Black Market. On replied calmly. I know, perhaps His Majesty thinks similarly. When he released Elliot, and the future of the Jang tribe depends on the prison door. Asmit, laugh it off. Just because of those two, I'm a bit disappointed. So His Majesty has lost faith in us. They found Asmit extremely annoying. Gritted teeth cursing. Bastard. A voice intervened. Don't worry. As the chosen warrior, from now on, I will handle this matter myself. Han, after the prison incident, found it hard to be friendly with Kim Sun-im like before. Asmit leaned back. What? Of course I believe in you. Warrior. At this moment, a person entered. I apologize. There was too much information to sort, so I arrived late. From now on, we will proceed to share known information about the devil in the prophecy, and then propose future campaigns. This person pointed to the drawing of Park Byung-jae on the board. This devil seems not to have appeared due to a space-time rift. I believe he came to this world by himself. When discovering him, we couldn't communicate, and at that time, he wasn't too strong. His nature isn't inherently too strong, but he can defeat people much stronger than him. He also established the worst legion, converging both force and intellect. Kim Sun-im seemed not to recognize the appearance of the sergeant under his command. He just evaluated. Unlike other devils, he has an appearance similar to us humans. That is also a scary thing about him. He also likes to disguise to hide anywhere. He once disguised as a priest to hide in the Empire. Kim Sun-im said, about this, I have read through the reports, and a feeling of uneasiness rises in me. He is too different from other devils. A devil that can use mana. Han stated what he knew. We heard from the prophecy and reports, so assumed he was just a normal devil. But the devil the Archbishop encountered was no different from a human. I guess he also once had a family. He said he also experienced despair. Asmit also joined the discussion quite seriously. According to the doctor's report, he said he was obsessed with Spy Si-jun, and he called him a villain. I'm afraid there will be those who worship and sympathize with him. Kim Sun-im pondered, then asked, I still don't know what to call him. Do you have a name? The person then searched in the pile of reports. Please wait a moment. It's a quite special name. Here it is. Park Byung-jae. This name made Kim Sun-im freeze. It brought Kim Sun-im confusion, fear. Someone called him Park Byung-jae. Kim Sun-im silently looked back at the angel behind him and saw her eyes shining brightly looking at him, an expression that in this situation made one feel like a bloodthirsty hunter. Not seductive at all. His name is Park Byung-jae. This continuously echoed in Kim Sun-im's head. Park Byung-jae, the name that made Kim Sun-im voluntarily descend to this world. Now he heard the name of the dead sergeant again, existing in this world. He had to ask the person again, was he Park Byung-jae before? The person replied, yes, this is Park Byung-jae. When hiding his identity, he used the name Fierce Tiger. The more he heard, the harder it was for Kim Sun-im to deceive himself. It's definitely him. Kim Sunam's expression was too pale, making everyone present realize something unusual. Are you okay? Warrior, you don't look very well. Kim Sunam stood up. I need some time. I'll go out for a moment. Please record the meeting content and report back to me. He grabbed Huey's wrist, dragging this angel out with him to a private place. Kim Sunam desperately needed a denial. That's not him, right? Not that Park Byung-jae. We asked back cunningly. If it really is him, are you planning to run away? Kim Sunam expressed. About that. Although denying it, I understand better than anyone. I'm just trying to escape. The truth is I killed Park Byung-jae. Are you telling me to go kill Park Byung-jae again? We said calmly. I'm afraid you are mistaken. This is a trial. Do you think the trial will end if you defeat the devil and play hero with the temporary power you borrowed from the gods? Trials are never simple. And honestly, does it matter? If you pass the trial, Tom will turn back. Right. You like him. You want to atone. Good. Kill Park Byung-jae. Then everything will return to its correct trajectory. Right? Warrior. Back to the protagonist. A tearing scream, deafeningly echoing. The protagonist continuously went through a life-and-death process. Here he learned how to heal himself as fast as possible. Mabomi evaluated. All right, you are faster. Should I speed up accordingly? This time, I will pierce through 2 places at once. Knowing this guy is helping him train, but the protagonist was unbearably furious. Malay couldn't watch anymore. Stepped out to stop her child. She firmly opposed Mabomi's action. Enough. Mabomi assured he had limits. Don't worry, Mom. It won't kill him. Malay said, this training method is too brutal. Mabomi said, the next floor will open soon. Suffering pain now. Isn't it better than being destroyed together later? Malay was angry. Raised voice. Mabomi. Mabomi is ultimately an obedient child, so he can only say, finally, he's still not worthy of Mom. Park Byung-jae. Rest for a while. Agatha's group was secretly relieved. Thank goodness. It's hard to witness and endure this scene. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Malay asked with concern. Sergeant, are you okay? The protagonist opined. I was wondering why you hadn't asked yet. Malay said gently. This method is too extreme. We will try again after you find a way not to suffer more trauma. The protagonist looked at Malay thoughtfully. Sorry if I misunderstand. Could it be you like me? Malay immediately blushed red. Overreacting, she exclaimed. What? Do you know what you're saying? I am a goddess. I'm not good at this. But you think I have feelings for you? We readers can all see. She has feelings for him. To be precise, it happened at this time. She had a slight crush on him. When meeting the sergeant, a reliable support in a desperate situation. Malay, an innocent person who never loved, fell for him. 0. Sweet enough to cause cavities. Good heavens. Friday regretted. Said, at this time, having chicken with a little beer would be wonderful. I should have left some. Bella was visibly annoyed. What are you saying? You mean you don't like him? Moggy couldn't speak clearly, but what the boy expressed was, why are you acting like a kid who has never been in love? Malay was still being at Sundra justifying. Anyway, as a colleague, I think you're a precious person. Just that, nothing more. So don't misunderstand. The protagonist sighed. So embarrassing. I guess he misunderstood. Malay puffed her cheeks. Of course. Did you think I would like you? The protagonist stood up and casually said one sentence. Then that's lucky. The protagonist's attitude made Malay disappointed. What? In the sergeant's heart, there's a wall. Thanks to his precious mother. Starting from the moment coming to this world, instinctively, he refused to create deep connections with anyone. In the fight against the archbishop, Malay opened up to the sergeant, but conversely, to the sergeant, it was a reminder of hurt and goals, cold rage and burning fighting spirit. That is the only motivation behind the Park Byung-jae of the present. The protagonist told all accomplices, starting from now, you guys don't interfere. Everyone saw the protagonist's determination, so no one objected. Mabomi asked for confirmation. Can I take that as a signal to continue my class? The protagonist raised his chin. Try it, if you can. Mabomi praised. Good attitude. My lessons for you also have limits. The protagonist now stiffened his face, confronting Mabomi's lecture. He rushed straight forward. Mabomi, in one move, took both of the protagonist's arms. Mabomi said, I think you should reduce those deceptive tricks. then immediately got punched in the face. The protagonist finally could land a punch on Mabomi. I'm used to it. You bastard. Outside. Someone was tracking. Finding Seonyun. I'm sure this is where June is hiding. Are we late? If adding the time June's letter was sent to the time we arrived here. Blink. About a few weeks. June? Moved to another place? The red-haired person is the leader of this group, denied this speculation. If he moved, he would have contacted you immediately. The person behind the leader agreed. Yeah, June is really that type of person. A person in the search group shouted, Captain, look at this. Captain Mongoose approached and asked, Did you find something? The girl wearing round glasses was asked. Replied, Seeing something not quite right, so I dug it up to see. They discovered the cocoon Mabomi created. The short brown-haired young man reflexively exclaimed, What is this? The girl wearing glasses replied, I don't know. The other person reluctantly said, I didn't ask you. Captain Mongoose was silent for a bit, then said, I see. This tree stump. I guess that's where June hid before. A tremor shook the ground. The girl with a ponytail. Suspicious. Earthquake. Actually, it was the vibration from the cocoon. Opening a door. The girl wearing glasses mumbled. Just opened. The short brown-haired young man gave up saying, Hey, stop being crazy, June. Captain Mongoose waited quietly. From inside came the sound of footsteps walking out. When seeing a group of people coming out, for people belonging to Mongoose were all alert. The protagonist group returned more formidable than before. Sisters Bella and Cindy also regained their lost muscles. Mabomi felt a bit of accomplishment. Declared, Everyone, passed. The situation is the protagonist group just came out. Faced 4 people belonging to Mongoose. The protagonist looked at them coldly. Captain Mongoose was evaluating the protagonist and his group. Who are you people? Before the protagonist could ask, Si and June rushed out, shouting loudly, Captain, a surprise. Si and June hugged Captain Mongoose, acting spoiled. Here you are. I missed you so much. The protagonist saw it wasn't an enemy, so withdrew mana. Suspiciously mumbled, Captain? What? So she's not an enemy. Knowing there was no danger, the young man stood there dazed. Mabomi rubbed his chin. Oh my. Seems like I went too far. How was the training? Mabomi's ability is to freely control and shape muscles of himself, just like Park Byung-jae partially understood his power. Mabomi also created many copies resembling Park Byung-jae's group. He changed his own body. Cindy and Bella focused on removing earth spikes and decay magic from their bodies. After that, they forged muscles and trained in combat. Agatha trained tirelessly to be able to aim at weaknesses immediately. Asforda. Mabomi continuously whispered into his ear while sleeping. You are a diligent and hard-working person, leaving early, returning late. This is Da's nightmare. Also thanks to that he was trained to increase the intensity of his nightmares. Zero was trained to increase body strength. Ability to eat excessively in combat training. Based on Zero's report about Mach, he was trained as a hunter by hunting for food outside. And finally, the 2 main strategists of the group, Friday and the sergeant. With the 2 of them, Mabomi personally went into battle. Many weeks of fierce fighting. They even fought while eating, and while they were sleeping, surprise attacks would wake them up. You must be ready to fight in all circumstances. You must be ready to fight even when tired. Mabomi's training is the key until the very last moment, when they could land a punch on Mabomi. The training ended. Zero walked out leisurely. Why did you leave first? You didn't forget to pay, right? He saw Si and June's intimate expression and was surprised. What? They aren't lizards. Many people must be curious. So what did Zero and June train? Intelligence personnel. Collecting information. Just doing their job well is enough. So they sat cheering for the bunch. The situation is, the protagonist group, the protagonist fainted. Only Si and June went over to gather with the Mongoose side. The brown-haired young man from Mongoose spoke first. First of all, we'll move on, right? At the same time, at Mongoose's hideout, Mongoose invited the protagonist group back here to rest. Captain Mongoose looked at the protagonist with disbelief. He is the devil in the prophecy, but the person standing next to him looks more like a devil. Probably the opposite, right? Seonyun hurriedly asks, I reported to you. Did the letter arrive? Captain Mongoose recalled Jun's inquiry letters. I was captured by the devil. Save me. Oh, this person. Seems he isn't bad. I will continue. Monitoring. Part Byungjang has two personalities. He is a jerk. A devil. I will save. If I don't reply, glory to Mongoose. He saved me from prison. I really want to introduce him to the boss. Pen pal. All right. I feel like I've been tricked. Please come pick me up. The ponytail girl rubbed Jun's head. Do you really think reports like that are suitable for a spy? The girl wearing glasses advised. Don't waste time arguing anymore. By the way, how do you feel? I brought a mage to check on you. Go to him before night falls. If you're being tracked, we will be in trouble. The brown-haired young man said. I will lead you to a room. Follow me. You know. Captain Mongoose was relieved. I was worried, but luckily he still looks very fresh. The mage checking Jun said. This is... I'm sure you've been clung to by something. I can sense someone else's magic. This person is a dispeller. Healer. Jun exclaimed in concern. Just as predicted, the young man asked the healer. Can you remove it? The healer replied confidently. Of course. That's my job. I don't know what kind of magic this is. Until I investigate it. Yeah. Let's see if I can do anything. When unprepared mana touched Jun. Jun's eyes suddenly rolled back. He fell rolling on the ground, making the healer startled. Whoa, you scared me. Why did he collapse? I haven't even started yet. Is he too nervous? The young man could only say. He went through quite a lot. The healer laughed awkwardly. Then I'll continue. At this moment, a figure emerged from Jun. The other two immediately discovered. Stunned by this. The figure emerging was the mad doctor. It's the doctor. The brown-haired young man immediately drew his sword, but the doctor seized the opportunity first, before the other two could do anything. He thrust his hands into their heads, through some unknown process. Done. He withdrew his hands from their heads. The doctor asked, How is it? Feel uncomfortable anywhere? The other two were silent for a moment, then mechanically reacted. Doctor, I feel comfortable just like my own body. The doctor put into these two people's heads. The doctor's toys. Clay puppets. Synthesizing acting skills of the best scammers. The doctor was satisfied. Finally, we are inside Mongoose. Everything I wanted to do before. Now I can do it, right? At this moment. In the Mongoose base. What? I will go. Mabomi said. Even if I leave, we'll see each other again soon, mother. Did I tell you that this dimension will be reopened soon? I will lead my people. And return to you. Malay was pleased to have such a filial son. Mabomai expressed himself. Honestly, I don't want to leave your side for even a second. Bok Byong Rang said. If he were here, even for just a moment, I would feel so lucky. Malay was lost in thought, finding it hard to respond to Mabomai. Mabomai looked at Tidi. Don't be so sad. Mabomai leaned in and whispered in his mother's ear. I think Bok Byong Rang will fall for you soon. Malay blushed and gently pushed her son away. It's not like that. Mabomai smiled and said, I think you're getting a little too excited. Malay was truly grateful. You are such a good son. Mabomai bowed respectfully to his mother before leaving. Well then, mother, I will return with the strongest army in this world. Please live a long and healthy life until then. It's unclear if the doctor overheard, but he definitely saw Mabomai leaving Menwu's base. He held a bat in his hand, using it like a telephone, to contact his ally. The mission was a success. But you know what? Something very interesting just happened. A funny demon broke through the dimension and came out here. It took down the A rankers in a single blow. You bet. That's the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the royal family. That thing. Can you handle it? The person on the other end was Han. My army must have already received the news. On replied confidently. Of course. Could this be Dex? Flashsil Mabome. In a desolate, natural place. Atmit sneered. It's a little sad, isn't it? That someone who works directly under the doctor like me didn't even know you two were carrying out this plan. Lost in thought, he recalled the time Sanjun was taken for interrogation. Unlike the main character who endured psychological torment, Sanjun had to endure physical torture. The doctor lamented, I don't know if you're even Jun anymore. It's hard for me to deal with him. When you've injured him so badly. After going this far, you must have gotten some information, right? Seode said helplessly, I'm sorry. The doctor threw his head back and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. I also had a hard time trying to get information out of her head, Han said. I thought things would get easier once we caught the spy, but it seems that's not the case. I guess we'll have to wait until the doctor's experiment makes some progress. I thought so too, but it's not necessary. I got a lot of inspiration from that soldier before. Aren't you guys curious what it is? You're curious, aren't you? He said humbly. Please tell me what it is. The doctor replied, Okay. I'll let you know. He grinned, showing his teeth, then said honorable. Let Sun Jun go. And with that, they achieved the result they have now. The doctor had entered Sinjun's body. He let him go naturally. Then, he infiltrated Minwood. Sun Jun is very important to Minwood. Minwood would try to contact Sinjun, even if they had to face the risks. Let him escape unexpectedly. But the plan itself will succeed. That reported Captain Honorable the Evil, demon the doctor mentioned, is on its way here. He aimed. Enhanced vision has been activated. Unlike the childish fight with the main character and Sin, this was the moment the power of one of the Empire's top individuals would be displayed. It's time for a counterattack. So, as Mabulmai was casually walking, not harming anyone, he was suddenly ambushed by the Imperial group. What is this? Mabulmai Wunder de Sidoni. Are they waiting for me? How? This world doesn't even know I exist. Don't tell me. The truth is, Mabulmai could sense a suspicious presence clinging to Sin. But at that time, Mabulmai misunderstood. We've been tricked. I thought he just had that kind of power. Damn it. Mother is in danger. Aware of this danger, Mabulmai decided to engage. Han and his army stood by, watching. He pulled out his own muscle tissue, forming a greatsword. I need to end this as quickly as possible and return to Mother's side. Han told all his men, fall back. Mabulmai swung his sword in a single motion, slicing off a section of the ground where the Imperial army was standing. As Han had warned, no one was killed. Only a large chunk of earth and rock collapsed. My mother's enemies. Han stood on a falling rock and retorted Mabulmai's words. You are the enemies of the Empire. He distinguished them as being on two opposing sides. Even without personal enmity, it would be a fight to the death. Meanwhile, at the Minwood base, the main character woke up and immediately sat down at the table to talk. The two sides sat facing each other. Captain Minwood spoke first. I've heard June mention you. Calling you the evil demon from the prophecy is a bit much. So, may I call you Bok Byong Rang? The main character replied casually, whatever. I've also heard a lot about you. You're the worst rebellious criminal organization, right? The girl with the ponytail said, you're quite rude. But I like it. The main character said, I'm the evil demon from the prophecy, after all. So that's a compliment. Captain Minwood said, a rebellious criminal organization, you say? It's not entirely wrong. Because we deny the religion of Palia in the world of Talia. I think our purpose is similar to yours. The main character denied it. It's different. I don't give a damn about Palia's religion. Because my target is Palia herself. Captain Minwood heard this and had no objections. She stuck to her own business. First of all, since we first formed, I don't know. I've heard that your goal is to kill all the soldiers and destroy the Empire. The main character clarified the order of things. I'll destroy Palia first. Although their natures were different, both sides were aiming their arrows at the same point. Captain Minwood said, in the end, our goals are the same. Because to overthrow the religion of Palia, you must first destroy this empire. This empire's faith is incredibly twisted. Those in power are using religion's name to satisfy their own desires, and I have always been watching them. Minwood is an organization founded to build a free world by staging a coup to overthrow the empire and eliminate the oppression of this twisted faith. What do you think, Bok Byong Rang? Why don't we form an alliance? Fidel voiced his opinion. This is a pain. I think you probably know some of the inside story. Your true identity is... Captain Minwood reached up and removed her mask. You're a bit slow, Fidel. I thought you would have recognized me right away. Fidel was startled, completely shocked. I am Lucy, the leader of Minwood. I was once a former A-rank knight of the Empire in the forest near the Minwood base. Sun Jun was still lying there peacefully. He groggily woke up, unaware that he had unwittingly brought disaster upon them. He was confused, not sure what happened. Did I pass out? Kajiza laughed mockingly. What were you so scared of? I just started and you already fainted. The brown-haired young man also laughed and said, "You couldn't even open your eyes." Senjun scratched his face innocently. "How embarrassing," he said. "Anyway, I've successfully removed the tracking magic on you. Maybe because you escaped so suddenly, they haven't caught up yet. We should leave here quickly." The brown-haired young man said, "June, let's go to the captain. We have to report to the captain right away." Uniclete, right? There's not much time left. Read it Nuchu and H.com. Sun Jun said, Jessa, you can't come in here. Only Manhwa members are allowed inside." Ijiza, under the doctor's control, laughed awkwardly. "I was just conveniently following you guys. I was a little curious to see Captain Manhwa's face at least once. But I got caught before I even got there. Sorry. So embarrassing." The brown-haired young man spoke up for his accomplice. "Well," he followed so naturally that even I didn't notice. Hesse said, "We've worked together so many times, and you're still so mean." Senjun protested. "You're not allowed to do this." To avoid becoming more suspicious, Hesse decided to leave. Yes, all right. "Well then, next time if you need anything, feel free to invite me." Hijiza went to find a doctor nearby. He reported dejectedly, "Doctor, I failed. Does this mean I'm useless from now on?" The doctor patted Hijiza's head and said, "Not at all. Let's see. Jessa seems to have worked with Manhwa many times. And he's very capable, too. You're still my favorite toy." These gentle words were all Hijiza needed. He was moved. "Doctor, I love you." At the Manhwa base, there was an earthquake. It was just Fidel and Jiro falling backward out of their chairs at the same time. "Oh my God, what happened while I was gone? A child of the royal family. I can't believe you hid this." The main character was confused. "Isn't that an overreaction?" "Who is she?" Jiro said. "She's Han's girlfriend." At that, the main character also fell backward in shock. The main character was in disbelief. "You're the girlfriend of that serious-faced guy?" Lucy said calmly. "It was just a normal relationship. But when it was just the two of us," the main character cut in. "I'm not curious." Lucy sighed. "I didn't intentionally hide it." As expected of a top-class information broker, Jiro said bluntly, "This is something everyone knows." Lucy was surprised. She turned to ask her teammates, "You guys, you knew about that?" Her teammate replied, "Who didn't know? We were just being considerate and not mentioning it because you two broke up." Lucy's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She put her mask back on. More serious than ever, she said, "Bok Byung-rang. Will you take my hand?" The main character sighed in exasperation. "This organization, is it really okay?" Senjun burst in at that moment. "Captain, I've been followed this whole time." The three Manhwa members all had indescribable expressions. The main character felt more and more that this was a mess. Is this organization really okay? Malay also wanted to turn her back. "Let's run away." Returning to the confrontation between Manhwa, Mai, and Han. Manhwa Mewaned. "You intend to fight me alone? I wouldn't recommend it." Unretutid. "After hearing the report, I now understand your abilities. I will not waste my men's lives." Manhwa Mekomonted. "That's a great way of thinking. But it's also very foolish. You're very good at judging others' character. Your highly disciplined body is commendable, but its abilities seem to be nothing worth mentioning. Do you think with just that strength, you could defeat me? Do you think my last attack was my full power?" And Atmit looked down leisurely from above. Atmit agreed with Manhwa Mai's words. That demon's assessment is very accurate. Captain Han's power is significantly weaker than others on the ranking list. The conditions for its use are also notoriously difficult. But that said, there are advantages to having weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the #1 spot right now. Unexpresset. I have never fought while setting limits for myself. If I've decided to do something, I just need to do it. That's enough. Manhwa Mai raised his sword. How arrogant. I like it. I will grant you a painless death. Manhwa Mai raised his finger. The muscle fibers burst out like threads. The sword, it's gone. To Han's surprise, Manhwa Mai, flish. Used that fingertip to tap his chest. It's over. Manhwa Mai declared. Atmit was as snarky as ever. But he also acknowledged honorable, he thought, but even faster than Manhwa Mai. Before Manhwa Mai's technique could activate, his hand was cut off. Who else could it be but Han? Giving the enemy no chance to react. Han unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes. Manhwa Mai was hit hard. Manhwa Mai jumped back to create distance. There was a flaw in Manhwa Mai's ability to detect his opponent's power. What was that? That last attack. The moment my arm was cut off, I saw it clearly. Without changing his stance, that bastard attacked. Although born with little innate ability, he managed to climb to the top of the empire only through relentless training. As a result, his combat sense and abilities far exceed human limits. That's right, Manhwa Mai can see innate abilities, but he cannot measure the effort that made his opponent. And that is the very core of what makes Jizaka Han who he is today. He is a monster of effort. Manhwa Mai seemed to be at a disadvantage, having lost both arms. And with a deep gash on his thigh, Han responded to Manhwa Mai's assessment of him. Am I arrogant? Demon. Manhwa Mai quickly regenerated his two arms. Contrary to what we might think, Manhwa Mai's remarks became even more scathing. I can't believe you want to defeat me with that tiny ability. That's not arrogance. That's laughable. When I first saw you, I noticed the two symbols above your head. The moment you cut off my arm, although you didn't move, one of those two symbols disappeared. Then, when you attacked, I saw it reappear. Read at newyork.com. I believe you have an ability to store an attack, and then release it again. If that's all there is to it, that ability isn't too bad. But, even though you've hit me many times, the number of symbols is still 2. Just as I thought. The capacity of that ability is 2. Truly laughable and minuscule. What's worse than a strong opponent? It's an opponent who is not only strong, but also quickly grasps the weakness of my ability. Han's ability, storage. He can store attacks and release them when he wants. Rule 1. Cannot release an attack with a destructive force stronger than his own. Rule 2. Can only store 2 actions. Manhwa Mai analyzed further. Of course, from your attack, I can feel a lot. Countless hours of training to make your skills precise and refined. A sword that is both sharp and heavy. Combat sense gained through rich experience. A charm created from many small details. But that's all. It's just an outer shell stuck to you through effort. You are inherently a fake. How pitiful. Since birth, I have been royalty. I will show you what the real thing is like. Manhwa Mai's first muscle form. Warrior form. Now the real battle begins. The fact that Manhwa Mai had gotten more serious made it difficult for Han's sword to injure him anymore. He's attacking, but it's just instinctual, so it's easy to create an opening. One symbol disappeared. A stored attack was released, while Han also launched a slash. Manhwa Mai caught the trajectory of the stored attack. He not only caught it, but could also react and dodge it smoothly. Han couldn't hide his astonishment. Manhwa Mai saw it. Surprised, the invisible attack you've trained for so long was avoided by me using only instinct. Whether that attack is visible or invisible, in front of me, it's all just a waste of effort. Han was knocked backward. He had to do a flip in the air to regain his balance. Then he quickly charged forward again. Manhwa Mai analyzed leisurely while fighting. You must train every day to forge that extremely disciplined body. Manhwa Mai could almost block Han's sword without looking. Someone like you doesn't need to try to win. Against my innate power, all your efforts are just trash. Han unleashed a stored attack. The attack, invisible to all, was no problem for Manhwa Mai now. Even though the number of attacks is very high, your execution is still very organized and flawless. Manhwa Mai simultaneously blocked the invisible attack and injured Honorable while fighting. I don't need to think. I knew where you would strike before we even started. The clever attack you train for every day, in the face of innate truth, becomes trash. When hostile dodied Manhwa Mai's fingertip, he retreated to a safe distance. You call me trash, but compared to me, you are nothing. When he was young, Han was praised by his parents. Han, you're so amazing. I can't believe you can store 2 attacks. I knew our family had produced a genius. Growing into a teenager, Han realized the world was vast. The people called geniuses where he lived, if you gathered them all together, more than half will be classified as ordinary. Magical power is decided from the moment a person is born. No matter how hard you try, there will always be a level you cannot reach. All my life, who do you think I've been competing against? The image of a blonde girl floated in the sky, a symbol of the unreachable threshold for Han. No matter what you do, you will not be able to make me despair. Han's ability, Storage. Rule 3. Can use both stored attacks at the same time, as if there's a layer of air wrapped around it. The magical powers cannot mix together. 2 invisible slashes, simultaneously with 1 visible one. Slash. Release. Combine. A destructive force 3 times stronger shot straight towards Manhwa Mai. The attack managed to cut into Manhwa Mai's shoulder, with the mindset of having to capitalize on his move before the enemy. With all his accumulated effort and determination, a continuous series of sharp slashes rained down, making it impossible for Manhwa Mai to perfectly dodge them all. He was forced into a defensive stance. Han was determined not to let Manhwa Mai counterattack. He attacked relentlessly, without tiring, not stopping to catch his breath. The destructive force of the slashes radiated from him. Manhwa Mai had to admit it and didn't hesitate to praise honorable excellent. I didn't expect you to be able to use that ability to this extent. You must have prepared countless times to create that skill. I understand. What a wonderful sight. You're just a fake, but you're more real than other geniuses. Your insane desire to become stronger has turned you into a genius. But do you know what happens if a natural-born genius also puts in the effort? Some geniuses either accept their talent or stop trying after just one small failure. But me, even with my innate talent, I still keep trying. You were born with a small talent, then rose to the realm of geniuses through effort. All of that is meaningless compared to me. A genius who knows how to work hard. A genius among geniuses. You're just trash. That's all. One punch. It not only caused Han internal injuries, but also shattered a part of the effort Han was secretly proud of. Manhwa Mai said sincerely, "Thank you, my mother's enemy. Because of people like you who know how to reach for the stars, I will shine even brighter." Meanwhile, high in the sky, Lucy sat on the head of a bird. She couldn't feel it. There were traces left behind. Is Han nearby? Below, his sword was broken. His hair tie was cut. Han mumbled her name. Lucy. A flashback to when they first met. Rumors about the genius girl were always spreading. She's just an apprentice. But there are already rumors of her reaching A rank. They say she's the top genius since the empire was founded. Good family, and a natural-born genius. Kalia is so unfair. Han, with the arrogance of youth, dismissed it lightly. Top genius. A genius on a different level. It's truly laughable. Say whatever you want, because in the end, the person you all admire will definitely be me. Actually, calling Rizaka a clan is quite vague. Dedicate this life to the gods. Offer this blade to the nation. That is the motto of Rizaka. A family ready to enlist from one generation to the next. The greatest achievement of the family was my great-grandfather. Rizaka, it wasn't really a big deal. He just reached rank B in the night world. I was born into the Rizaka family and was considered the first genius child of the clan because I could store 2 movements at the same time. Back then, I was still an innocent child, pure with immense love for this world. I enrolled in the Royal Knight Academy as per the whole family's expectations, and I was completely seen as a fraud. He and back then was openly looked down upon by many peers. I am speechless. That guy is only at the level of an apprentice knight. Yet they were so excited about him, a family with a mediocre guy like him. The young boy slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, I can't argue back. Maybe because I'm in my rebellious phase, I find it incredibly annoying. A 15-year-old kid, a peer of Hien, comforted him. Don't pay attention to them. If you fight back, you lose immediately. Hien asked, Nate, do you know what's annoying about them? They limit their own knowledge of themselves, as if you have to have experience to be good. Just a bunch of spoiled brats. A noble young master full of vigor. Even the teachers only care about the rich kids. That teased. You've been complaining a lot lately. Is it because of Lucy? Hien refused to admit it. No. That laughed and said, so easy to guess. If you care that much, why not give it a try? Hien asked suspiciously. Why should I? That was stunned. Hien suddenly said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? If I defeat the Empire's greatest genius, their attitude toward me will change immediately. Dat warned, are you crazy? Hien thought and immediately ran off. I'm going to register for a ranked match with her, leaving it unable to call him back. So Hien went straight to Lucy's table, bringing a challenging spirit. Hey, Mississippi. Lucy patiently waited to see what this classmate intended to say. Hien demanded, "You and I, let's have a match." The result was not unexpected. Hien hit the ground, the young girl, like an angel holding a sword, looking down arrogantly from the sky, left Hien with an unforgettable chasm. Hien was dazed. Unbelievable. I lost in 10 seconds. Hien's parents at home fought to read their son's letter. "Honey," Hien sent a letter. "Don't read it before me. We have to read it together." Hien, 15 years old that year, wrote to his parents, "Father, I realized I have too many shortcomings while studying at the Night Academy. I decided to go on a training path I mapped out to overcome my flaws, and also to develop my own strength. I will return as the strongest person in the Empire. So please don't worry, Mom and Dad. Your beloved son, Rizaka Hien." Both parents supported and were proud of their son's decision. "Oh my, the boy is traveling on his own. Our son has really grown up." Of course, there's still worry. You don't know where he went, yet you can smile? Don't hit me with full force like that. Meanwhile, Hien carried the enthusiasm of youth, determined to travel to find ways to expand his abilities. Those teachers dared to stand in my way. Those classmates dared to laugh because I lost in 10 seconds. And she dared to look down on me. "Lucy, I will make you all pay." The first teacher Hien found, the person he knelt and begged to teach him, coincidentally, was the very fairy who taught the sisters Bella and Cindy about the god of muscles and martial arts through the hellish training days of the fairy and days of getting beaten until his body was calloused. Hien returned to school with more confidence than before, making the classmates realize Hien's changed to some extent. He is more than 10 seconds. Wait, is that the legendary over 10 seconds? Is it the guy who challenged Lucy to a solo and got beaten to a pulp in 10 seconds? Then he took a long leave of absence because he was too ashamed. Hien retorted to the kids, who only knew how to laugh. "Listen up, I am back, so shut your mouths." As soon as he returned to school, Han immediately went to the person who had motivated him to find the path to becoming stronger, to face Lucy once again. Lucy said slowly, "You're from last year." Han didn't waste words. He requested, "I just came back from training. Now, can we have a ranked match?" The result of his special training was slightly better. 12 seconds. A whole year of training, and all he got was an extra 2 seconds. Han ran off in frustration, not hearing Lucy's words. Han didn't know. Lucy was secretly looking forward to his progress. "Will you challenge me again?" It turned out that was also there. He now said to Lucy, "If it's him, he'll definitely keep trying until you're sick of it. He's interesting, isn't he? I mean, Hun." Lucy had never looked down on Han. Your efforts, she saw them all. That was the first step that sparked her interest in Honorable after that. For 4 long years, I continuously challenged Lucy. Every time I had a ranked match with Lucy, I was thoroughly defeated. I would travel and train, then return to school. I tried hundreds of times, but still lost. After all that effort, the name 10-Second Han became 1-Minute Honorable. Then from 1-Minute Han to 10-Minute Honorable. At first, the school treated me like a problem student because I kept skipping classes to go train. But gradually, the gossip around me lessened. Instead, there were cheers of encouragement. The biggest change was probably the expression on Lucy's stern face. Before, she was always cold and indifferent. But now she showed more emotion. She was much more vibrant. But every turning point has a but. The gossip changed. Han's ranked match with Lucy is no joke. Lucy is admirable for always accepting. And yet he refuses to give up. Han is really a tough case. If only my ability were a little better, maybe I would have soared into the sky. Han lost again, as had become a habit. The determination was still there. But sometimes Han also showed a bit of frustration. "Lucy, how do you feel?" The strongest genius in the Empire. As soon as you registered, you were ranked at the top of her rank. After graduation, you'll become the commander-in-chief. "Lucy, every time I challenge you, I always lose, while I'm still struggling with my own mediocre talent. What do you feel?" Lucy was about to say something, but Han, as if afraid to hear words of pity from her, cut her off. Forget it. I'm just being a bit pathetic right now. Read it. I will continue to train and come back to challenge you. Just you wait." Lucy looked at Han like this, and she slowly spoke words of recognition. "I think you're more talented than anyone." Han showed his annoyance. You said, "What the hell is that? If you're trying to comfort me, just stop." "I'm not comforting you." But Lucy didn't stop talking. She revealed the difficulties of someone everyone saw as being at the top. "Just as you said, I have talent. I'm the strongest in A rank. Everyone says they should create an S rank just for me. That's why no one challenges me. They limit themselves and avoid me. You always look straight at me. You're not afraid of failure. To a frightening degree. That's right. That unwavering, fighting spirit. It will help you grow for the rest of your life. Isn't that a talent?" Those words did more than just plant a seed of hope for Han. "We're not family. We're not even friends." She saw me as a rival. But she was the only person in the world who acknowledged me. After that brief conversation, Han approached Lucy's table with even more confidence and dignity. While the other students were just watching the show, another ranked match? "Hey, let's bet on how long Han will last this time. That Han guy is really crazy." Dot noticed his friend seemed more refined. "You changed your hairstyle?" "That's determination." Lucy, like many other students, asked out of habit. "Your training session ended early this time. So you're challenging me now, right?" But this time, Han was different from the other times he had demanded a challenge. He calmly called her name. "Lucy," with some shyness. But still bravely he said, "Go out with me." Lucy's eyes widened. She was foolishly caught off guard by this. Everyone present was surprised by Han's move. "Oh my God." The students were excited, throwing white papers around like confetti. At that moment, from the bottom of my heart, I hoped that this happiness would last forever. Like a fool, I thought that. But of course, what came next was an empty script that began a chain of despair. "Hello, my brothers and sisters. We are the children of the blue god Paris and Sickle. Our creator, Malay. We are the Vave people, a camp that seemed to belong to a group of criminals." Looking down at the people eating and drinking below, Han stood on a high cliff. He prayed, "I offer my body to you, Valia, and this sword will fight for our people." It wasn't just him, but also his comrades on the same front line. "Together, let's clean up these thieves, the rough-looking bandits below. There are a lot of cute things this time, boss." "Boss, can you share some with us?" "That's right. We need to have some fun once in a while." The leader of this band of robbers laughed and said, "You're being cheeky, but I like it. Except for the things I've already chosen, the rest." Han jumped down, interrupting the fun. This group of robbers was completely stunned. Han greeted them. "You're too careless. You rotten bandits." The bandit leader on the other side corrected him. "We're not rotten bandits. We are the lovely bandit gang. Go to hell." The loudmouthed head didn't know when his head and body had been separated. The bandit leader was now sweating bullets in fear. With just himself, Han fought 10-1, causing the bandit leader to mutter in terror, "He's fucking crazy." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he fled. The bandit leader ran into a cave entrance. "Damn it, that guy's crazy. We've run into a real monster. I have to take a hostage. I'm a bandit after all. Playing dirty is fine. I just have to get out of this situation. Anyway, winner takes all." Ice threads like spiderwebs spread out. Agatho blocked the bandit leader's escape route. The bandit leader knew this was the end. He could only utter one last vulgar word. "Shit," before being split in two by Han. Han asked his teammate, "Where are the hostages?" Agatho said, "I went to save them. They're all safe." Han breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Well then, shall we go home?" When they left, it was morning. When they returned, it was already evening. At a small house, Han returned and announced, "I'm home." A skirt rushed out. Lucy threw herself into Han's arms. "Welcome back safely, my friend." At the graduation ceremony, in front of the statue of the goddess Palia, the Pope called out, "Jazaka Honorable. This past year, you have achieved high rankings in ranked matches. And you have also made a great contribution to the campaign to wipe out the bandit gangs. We hope you will continue to strive to be an ideal role model for other knights. You were awarded the 9th position in the A rank list," which meant a promotion. Han was moved and exclaimed, "Thank you." It had been 3 years since Han graduated from the Knight Academy. Lucy and Han's group were chatting. You cried at the medal ceremony." "No, I didn't. I've never cried in my life." "That's strange. Lucy told me something different," they said. "Well, there's a different story. With him." Hun gloated. "Hey now, when you talk about me, remember to use honorifics. I'm your boss now." Dot nonchalantly ignored him and said, Let me rephrase it more formally. Lucy, just as planned, she became the commander of the Royal Knights. As for me, somehow, I also managed to graduate and was assigned the position of platoon leader. Lucy and I were engaged. I thought, while we were walking together, Lucy spoke up. My parents want to congratulate you on reaching A rank. They've invited you to my house. Lucy's family, in terms of both reputation and power, was at the top of the empire. Only a fool wouldn't understand why they would accept someone like me. Actually, I wanted to establish a relationship with another noble who had the support of the people more. But I think it would be more beneficial to befriend families with less influence, like ours, for example. Perhaps because of that reason, Lucy felt guilty towards me. Han steered the conversation away from this. He changed the subject. Well then, we should hurry. I want to eat spicy noodles. I want to eat your cooking, even if it's greasy. How could Lucy not understand her boyfriend's subtlety? She smiled gently and replied, Yes, I'll cook. Han said, Sometimes I get scared of happy moments like these. But this disparity is quite interesting, isn't it? Lucy gave Han a shove, scolding him. What the hell are you talking about? But after that, I never had the chance to have a meal at Lucy's house. A campaign to exterminate the Vave race from another world. All those on the A rank list. A total of 10 people. Warriors granted special privileges by His Majesty, 2 people. And many other soldiers. A total of 100 people were summoned. All for the purpose of subjugating nearly 10,000 Vave people. This was a genocide. It could be carried out under the guise of religious conflict. The Vave people called themselves the children of Palea. However, they worshipped the evil god Malay. We will not be deceived by the lies of the demon horde. These heretics who defile the world of the goddess Palea. We will not leave this place until not a single Vave remains on this land. Only then will everything be over, no matter how strong we were. Maintaining a war with the Vave people was not easy. On that barren land, the war dragged on for a year. Many of the A rankers lost their lives. But the thing that bothered us the most, the flames of war engulfed the Vave people. This race continuously called for a response from their creator. Talia, Malay, why do you not pay attention to us? Why have you both abandoned us? We are your children. Why did you create us? Many soldiers, including Han, began to feel a sense of confusion. We could no longer distinguish what our own beliefs were. We couldn't understand. That day, we lost our comrades and our faith in the God of this world. We returned victorious as heroes of the Empire and received much praise. Everything just ended like that. Now we can only soothe each other's wounds and live on. To Palea, are we also like this? Like mindless, unfeeling pet fish? Lucy had asked herself that. The words she said at the aquarium. Lucy must have suffered a lot too. Perhaps due to the pressure, her hair had turned white. I need to reevaluate myself. Lucy needs someone to lean on. After that traumatic, genocidal battle, both physically and psychologically, Lucy's hair gradually turned red. Her face was always covered in a layer of shadow. One day, as Lucy was passing by her parents' room, she accidentally overheard some words that forced her to rebuild her beliefs. Many A rankers have died in battle. There's no other way. This is for the Empire. Regardless of whether the Vave people are truly the children of Balea or not. Lucy was agitated. She burst open the door. Lucy's father was extremely surprised. Lucy needed confirmation of her beliefs right now. But she was even more desperate for the truth. Father, what do you two mean? They weren't heretics? Her father coldly dismissed the issue. You don't need to know about those things. Go back to your room. Lucy mumbled. For over a year, I have slaughtered an entire race. And they said they were also children of Palea, just like us. So the things I've done, doesn't that make me a murderer? Lucy's father sighed. He paused for a moment, then revealed to his daughter. Even before the extermination campaign was launched, actually didn't know if the Vave people were children of Malay or not. We couldn't come to a conclusion, but His Majesty said that it didn't matter. Where those who hold the pinnacle of power in the Empire reside, what they care about is not the clear-cut truth. Even if there is a god named Malay, it doesn't matter. In a world created by gods, faith is absolute. This empire was built on the land where Palea first set foot. The reason the Empire has the greatest influence in this world is thanks to that faith. But if a new god and a new faith appear, the empire's power could be threatened in the near future. Malay should not have created a wave people who worship her so much. All of them. An order was given. There was no mercy or a second of reconsideration. Lucy was deeply shocked to learn the truth. Her face was covered in shadow. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mourning her shattered faith. Lucy's father stood before the curtain of the royal family's opinion. From within came a reprimand. "I told you to be careful." Lucy's father said humbly, "I'm sorry." Lucy was supposed to become the head of the family, so I thought it would be okay to let her know. The orange-haired girl behind the curtain said nonchalantly, "I'm not asking you to explain or take responsibility. You've been doing that your whole life. It's just that this time you were too careless. Do you know how I've maintained my position for thousands of years? By always being suspicious. Starting with all the A rankers. Gather them here. I will make a pact." At the small, once cozy house, it was raining. Perhaps the rain was expressing a part of the feelings of those present today. Lucy, along with two others, stood opposite Han in the rain. Han was uneasy. "Lucy, why did you call me out at this hour?" Lucy's voice sounded drained. She requested, "Honorable, bring your sword here." Han tried to act natural and relaxed. "I was planning to go on patrol after meeting you. But, are those your friends? Are you having a party with your group? Or something?" Lucy, with her now pure red hair, said mockingly, "Patrol? You still haven't changed a bit, have you?" Han tried to avoid the heavy topic. "What's wrong? Is something the matter? But first, it's starting to rain harder. Can we go get something to eat and talk later?" Lucy said firmly, "I'll say it here." Thunder rumbled in the sky, but couldn't drown out Lucy's steely words. "I will destroy this empire. Join me, Honorable." Han was truly stunned. He just hoped this was a moment of anger from his girlfriend. "Lucy, this isn't." He tried to reason with her. "If you keep acting like this, your whole family will be implicated." Lucy hesitated for a moment, then said it's okay. The mansion was stained with red blood. The vibrant Lucy of the past, who had helped to end a race, now ended her own family with her own hands. "I did it myself. I've ended them." Lucy's words were like a clap of thunder. "Unimaginable. I guess you've also realized that there's something wrong with His Majesty's summons this time. That for the past year, everything we've done has been a lie. That this empire has been rotten for a long time. If you say anything related to the Vave people, your hearts will stop. This is the pact." Lucy was filled with determination. "Someone has to fix things. Hun, come with me. Even if it's just the two of us, we can still save this world." Faced with Lucy's outstretched hand, did Han want to follow her? Yes. Han admitted, "You're right, Lucy. I also had a nagging suspicion that what we were doing wasn't a holy war, and I've lost faith in myself. But you know, if I go with you, what about my family, my friends, my subordinates? The people who have trusted and supported me wholeheartedly? And what will happen to the people of this empire? You are the leader of the Imperial Knights, but you want to destroy the empire. If I do the same, the innocent people, in the midst of that chaos, who will they trust and rely on? What kind of fear will they have to live in?" Lucy was naturally heartbroken, but she still said sharply, "A revolution always requires sacrifice. Two people, two ideologies. They couldn't find common ground. Even if my faith has strayed from the empire, this sword will only be used for one purpose, to protect the people." Like Ju Yun H. Khan, Han also had his own conviction. "I can't, Lucy. I will stop you." Lucy confessed softly, "I loved you, Honorable. Have I ever shown you my full power?" A force struck Han in the chest, sending him flying. He rolled several times on the ground, destroying a nearby structure. Finally, he landed, slumping against a broken wall. Lucy took off the engagement ring and threw it back to Han as a final farewell. She couldn't bring herself to kill Han, so before turning her back, she left only one word: "Take care, Honorable." Her two comrades then asked Lucy, "Are you sure you won't kill him? He will be a great threat to us." Lucy replied to her two comrades, "It's okay. I respect him. But to me, he is not a threat." Returning to the present, that old memory gave Han the motivation to grip his broken sword tightly. Mabwomai noticed his movement and was very surprised, exclaiming, "How are you still alive?" Han's eyes glinted with madness. He held the broken sword hilt in a reverse grip. In one motion, he lunged forward, charging straight at Mai, just as he had with Lucy, leaving a large scar on Lucy's cheek later on. Lucy had retreated back then. She used her magic to control the rocks, attacking Han. He charged forward, throwing the broken sword hilt at Lucy, similar to how he was doing with his opponent, Mai now. Mai couldn't understand. What is this? I was sure he was about to die. Similarly, Lucy at that time was also secretly surprised. What? Ow! How'd he get back up? Mai's instincts were warning him, making him disbelieve in himself. My body is trembling. Impossible. That guy. The Lucy of the past also realized Han's state of surpassing his limits. He's become a completely different person. I've been given many responsibilities. I carry many burdens on my shoulders. My life is no longer my own. The Lucy of the past also became subconsciously aware that her instincts were screaming, I have to take him down right now. And yet, just like Mai in the present, without discussion, they agreed. I want to see it. That moment of madness. The moment he evolves. Before their eyes, he disappeared from his original position. Han had surpassed his limits. He rose up to face the present Mai, just as he had with Lucy that year. Both opponents were much stronger than him, but they shared the same action, to engage with Han's crazed state. That year, Han was still not strong enough to stop Lucy. So now, will the result be different with Mai? The woman who served the Empire was extremely annoyed by Han's new hairstyle after his confrontation with Lucy. What's with his hairstyle? It reminds me of them. How annoying. Is he trying to create a faction? Someone spoke up for him. Han's actions have proven his loyalty to the Empire. There's no way that could happen. It's probably just a rebellious phase. He'll be back to normal soon. Han's parents had once advised him, honorable. If it's too heavy for you, you can stop. But Han still chose to bear the more difficult path. He reassured his parents, it's okay. So that now, at this very moment, his will materialized into the sword in his hand. He is, and always will be a sword of the Empire. Mai didn't hesitate to meet the blow. Malay, far away, had a vague premonition. Something was happening to her filial child. She held herself and mumbled, Mai. The bird carrying the group flew high into the sky. It was Sin transformed. Malay was sitting quietly, then suddenly froze with anxiety. The main character noticed and asked, what's wrong? Malay replied, it's nothing. She mumbled, don't tell me. It's probably just my imagination. Surprisingly, the main character didn't tease Malay as usual. He let out a long sigh. The thing is, Bok Byung-rang had many worries on his mind. Bok Byung-rang's battle history, Kadam. He almost died. Luckily, he won with one shot. Fidel. He almost died, but then he awakened and won. The doctor. He almost died, but thanks to Malay awakening. June, he won. Hun. He was beaten half to death with a stick. The archbishop. He shot him in the neck, but he still almost met his ancestors. Luckily, he awakened a second time and won. Although he won, the main character knew it was mostly luck. I've never had a clean win. At this rate, do I really have to join Minwood? Ugh, I don't want to. Malay saw Bok Byung-rang's frustration and thought, what? Really? At a time like this? El filial son, Mabume, had shown his mother how to capture the main character's heart. Try to seduce him with your natural power, mother. Bok Byung-rang doesn't have much space in his heart, so he can't understand your feelings. If you get caught, then it's game over. Malay felt her son's analysis was very reasonable. That's right. Malay gathered herself and called out, Sergeant. Her actions startled the main character. Why are you so close all of a sudden? You surprised me. Malay, with the grace of a gentle lady, slowly approached, making the main character sweat. Now, I can fire over 100 shots. This announcement made the main character ask for confirmation. 100 shots? Really? This news made the main character laugh. His laughter made his teammates turn around. The Minwood members also had to turn their heads to look at the main character as if he were crazy. How could they understand? The hot weapon the main character was most confident in using was now fully loaded. How could he not be thrilled? She said 100 shots. The main character was like an escaped convict, laughing with pure joy. Us. Finally. Perhaps it was a good thing for the main character, because this laughter completely shattered his image in Malay's heart. Bok Byung-rang's endless laughter made Malay, the fluttering feeling she had for the sergeant, vanished without a trace. Their love story would probably resume in the future. The main character laughed his heart out then. Calmed down, catching his breath. Laughing so much made me out of breath. I must be crazy to want to ally with another organization. It must be because of that bastard's trashy training. I've lost my self-respect. Lucy warned. Standing up like that is dangerous. What if you fall? Sit down. The main character said, Hey Minwood, I don't want to form an alliance anymore. But if you still want to be my subordinate, then come find me. This sudden decision caught Lucy off guard. He called to all his comrades. Everyone, jump. The two sisters, Bella and Cindy, didn't need to think twice. They were always ready to accompany the main character. Big Bro always inspires me. This is so exciting. Agassi's group was lethargic. It was as if they had no choice but to follow. I don't want to go like this. I think this sucks. Think positive. Fidel was relieved. I've been worried about you lately. I'm glad you're back. Jiro had been through enough. He just had to adapt. Big Bro always does things his own weird way. Lucy wanted to stop them. Wait, but it was too late. Because everyone had already jumped after the main character. In the end, if he could, the main character would always choose to be free. Among them all, only Sinjun was in a dilemma. He watched the main character's group jump down, feeling sorry for himself. What the hell? They really left me behind? The brown-haired young man worried silently. Oh crap, if the doctor finds out, he'll shave my head for sure. The girl with the ponytail next to him sighed. Holy shit, these guys are not normal. This is so annoying. Everyone looked at Lucy. Leader. Lucy responded with a surge of mana. I know. She jumped down after the main character's group, shouting, Stop right there. Seeing Lucy chasing after them, the main character shouted, Malay, bring it down here. Malay criticized him. I've lost faith in you. The main character persuaded her. If you can't do it, I'll be in big trouble. But of course, we're just firing a warning shot. A bullet grazed past Lucy, exploding into a massive blast that blew away an entire layer of clouds above June. Sinjun saw it and was terrified. Lucy also broke out in a cold sweat. Fidel stared at the main character with his mouth agape. The main character was also stunned. He asked carefully, You can fire 100 shots. Like this. Malay replied calmly. I forgot to hold back my power. It's only natural. No matter how much she had fallen, Malay was still a god. Just a little bit of energy at that level created a power gap as wide as heaven and earth. The main character felt that with this hot weapon in his hands, he could look down on the world. He shouted, I am the god of this new world. Malay said matter-of-factly, I'm the god here. Lucy gave up the chase. They're even crazier than I thought. Sun said apologetically, Imsuri, cease. Lucy didn't force it anymore. It's fine. We'll see them again soon. For now, this is enough for me. Bok Byongrang. To change this world, I need you. Lucy could see it. The breakthrough point was this resident from another world. The main character revealed his usual arrogant nature. Sorry for talking like this. Actually, I don't really feel sorry. Listen up, everyone. We're going to start a business. First, let's find a place where we can set up shop. Does anyone know a good spot? Jiro suddenly remembered Fidel's comment about the chicken. This is like a drug. Bok Byongrang. How could you make chicken like this? Jiro immediately suggested, Big Bro, there's a great place. The Mat Kingdom. It has a hostile relationship with the Empire, so it'll be convenient to hide there. It's a lawless city full of criminal gangs and illegal transactions. The main character liked the sound of that. That will be a perfect start for us. Awesome. The name sounds good too. Let's go to the drug city and start a chicken drug business. Straight to the kingdom. At the same time, somewhere in the Mat Kingdom, two thugs asked the person sitting in front of them, Where's the stuff? The middle-aged man said slowly, Wait a moment. A little later, a person carrying a suitcase arrived. He opened it to reveal several neatly wrapped packages inside. 500 grams of a mountain climber stomach in his 30s with a healthy diet. 300 grams of a classical music enthusiast toenails with ingrown nails. A kidney stone made right after scraping the surrounding organs clean. It's all A-grade stuff. Check it. One of the two thugs drew his dagger. The tip of the dagger cut into one of the packages. A little powder clung to the tip of the dagger. He sniffed it. The thug's expression was one of pure bliss. This smell, it's the best of the best. The goods were legit, so he decisively threw a bag of money to the supplier. Here, I'll pay right now. The man who supplied the goods called back to the two customers. Wait, we've been having a hard time lately. The drugs are also getting harder to find. So the prices change a bit, you see. I think I should take another 50%. The customers were all hot-tempered upon hearing this news. You just raised the price recently. We're not going to sit still for this. Do you believe we'll take care of you right now? But the guy selling drugs to these thugs couldn't be an ordinary person. The middle-aged man sighed. Have I been too friendly lately? Ice King, recite a poem for me. The person called the Ice King stepped forward. Then I will recite a verse I wrote myself. Focus. The two customers' faces turned pale. The Ice King's eyes were cold. He held a book of poetry in his hand. You're single. I am uniquely weird. As the poems were recited, a cold air emanated, enveloping the two disobedient customers. In a flash, the two customers turned into two ice sculptures. The middle-aged man's voice remained calm, as if nothing had happened. My friend, now then, the price will be doubled. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two ice sculptures. In a lawless place, using violence to control violence is the most effective method. What will you two do? The Mat Kingdom, a district on the outskirts of the main city, was a slum. The houses here were patched together from temporary corrugated iron sheets. The people here showed a clear sense of boredom with life. Sitting with their heads down, it was hard to tell if they were drunk or sleeping. The main character's group walked through this slum. Compared to a lawless area, the main character was not used to this kind of normalcy. He said, hey, this place seems too peaceful. Do we need to pickpocket someone to be considered a local here? Jiro explained. If that were the case, we would have gotten in for free. They are refugees, Cindy exclaimed innocently. So what kind of nobles are we? Bella, on the same wavelength as her sister. Will Cindy be a wise lady? Jiro wondered. We need capital to start a business. What do you plan to do? He guessed, but I guess we'll just have to fight in the underground arena again. The main character said slyly, no need. I have a better way. He looked specifically at Jiro. Honestly, this combination of ours. Two kids from another world, a chicken addict. The rest are all street urchins. There must be one person who used to live here. Who else could it be but you? Jiro avoided the question. Well, when I was thrown in jail, all my assets were confiscated. I don't have any money left. The main character grabbed Jiro's shoulders. I know you're good with numbers. The Mat Kingdom doesn't have the influence of the monarchy. And you're telling me you didn't hide anything here? Do you think I believe you? Under the threat and escort of Fidel, it seemed Jiro was forced to part with his savings. He coughed up some capital. Jiro seethed with resentment. Balk Byongrang, I will definitely get my revenge on you. It was still the same. But if he wanted to retaliate, the pressure was immense. The demon from the prophecy, the goddess from another world. Fidel. Jiro cried in misery, silently. One day, I'll get it all back. The main character looked at Agatsi's group. As for the rest, shall we take a walk and see what's around first? The locals in this area had been watching the main character's group since they set foot here. The main character knew, but he felt a bit uneasy. Suddenly, someone called out to the main character. A person in a hooded cloak handed the main character something, saying, hey, Chujai, Chujai. The person slowly brought the thing he was holding closer to the main character's nose. The main character instinctively sniffed a little. He immediately recoiled, knocking the thing away, shouting, gross. That stinks. What the hell are you doing? Suddenly, the main character felt dazed. His mind became muddled. What is this? This is strange. I don't want to smell that. But, just one more time, Agatsi stopped the main character from picking the thing up. She advised gently, don't. The person who tricked the main character into smelling the thing saw this and ran away. Jiro said, that was a close call. This is Kuli. The main character was suspicious of this thing called Kuli. Jiro explained. It's an opioid produced in mat phone. Usually, it's made from human stomachs and toenails. It's characterized by its addictive scent. The main character was disgusted and quickly walked away. Before, they distributed it for free and got people addicted. Then it got to a point where they couldn't live without Colina. The main character wondered, how do you know so much about it? Agatsi confessed, we're also from the slums. So we used to be addicted. The reason Agatsi was called a witch was because she was in withdrawal back then. The main character complained, I understand how you feel now. I really want to wash my hands. Jiro said, that was really close. You almost got addicted. The main character acted like a pitiful young girl. Don't do that. As for Fidel and Jiro, Fidel asked curiously, most of the fried chicken shops here have closed down. Is the atmosphere here that bad? At the same time, in a hidden part of Matvin, let's see how things will unfold. Time passed quickly in Matville. The drug dealer was sitting at a dining table with two acquaintances. At that moment, a brown-skinned woman, dressed revealingly, arrived carrying a bag. The woman threw the bag on the table. Boss. The man took something from the bag, saying doubtfully, what's this? Fried chicken. The woman informed him. This is very popular in the slum area. The middle-aged man was a little curious. Old-fashioned things are back in style now. How strange. The woman said, it's because you haven't tried it, boss. Give it a try. Following her advice, the middle-aged man brought a piece of chicken to his mouth. He took a bite. He was immediately awakened. Oh, a type of drug. The woman said, that's right. It's chicken drug. It's an extremely dangerous drug because of its ability to increase cholesterol. Sounds interesting, doesn't it, boss? This chicken shop. Let's take it over. The middle-aged man said, opening a business in a place like Matvin is like begging us to take it over. What a bunch of fools. Don't they know fear? Regarding this, the woman hesitated and said, by the way, at the chicken shop opened by the main characters group, a long line of people was waiting to buy. The shop was closed, seemingly preparing a new batch of chicken. Two thugs arrived. They pushed and shoved the customers in line. Cutting to the front. Hey, move it. If you don't want to die, get out of here. One of them kicked the shop door open. The customers inside filled every seat, every table. The arrival of these two didn't seem to bother them. These two street thugs came to wreck the place as a show of force. Who's the fearless bastard selling stuff in our territory? Call your boss out here. In cases like this, Fidel would step forward. He came to see what kind of thugs had come to cause trouble. Jiro had once said, in recent years, this place has become an extremely dangerous area. Even for you and the boss, there are many unsafe things to do. I used to hide in the underworld, so I know. That underworld is a miniature version of the Matphone Kingdom. The main point Fidel was concerned about was, but I think that in a place like this, the fried chicken will be a success. Jiro mumbled, yes, He thought, actually, if it were just that, I wouldn't have had to put in so much effort. That addictive chicken will be the start of a chain of independent delivery services. The more this business expands, the more opportunities we'll have to monopolize information. If everything goes smoothly, we might even be able to rule this kingdom. But there's already a powerful organization that has taken over this kingdom. Back to the two thugs who came to wreck the shop. Seeing Fidel, they immediately lost their nerve. Because Fidel was twice the size of both of them combined. Fidel's physique alone created pressure. He looked down at the two thugs and asked, is there a problem? The two of them turned into obedient lambs and said, we came to check on food safety, sir. What's the best seller at this shop, sir? Fidel heard that these two came to eat chicken. He stared intently and recommended, the suck your fingers fried chicken. I'll be right back. Sit down. So the two guys who came to wreck the shop became polite customers. The two of them sat and said to each other, my friend, that was scary as hell. Me too, my friend. A fair-skinned hand placed a plate of chicken on their table. The food is here. Malay said with some annoyance. Hurry up and eat, then get the hell out of here. If you can, please clear your own plates before you leave. The two thugs were spiritually healed by the goddess. They replied obediently, yes, ma'am. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. Fidel is there? The woman replied, yes. Fidel, 8th in the A rank. Read at Nuchu and H.com. She added, not only Fidel, but also the demon from the prophecy who destroyed the entire imperial prison. The middle-aged man said calmly, so he's stolen a Matvun to build a base? Heh. He smirked, smoking a cigar. They really don't know their place, do they? Back at the main character's chicken joint, it seemed the boss had to come because he got tired of waiting for his two underlings. I sent you guys to scare them. What the hell are you doing? The two thugs, who were enjoying their chicken and beer, quickly stood up at the sound of his voice. Boss. This guy was indeed the boss, just as his underlings called him. This boss ordered all the customers. Everyone get out. All the customers in the restaurant and Malay simultaneously turned their heads towards the door. The boss ordered again. All of you, get the hell out now. Then, he He slammed his fist on the ground. He directly used force to show his power. The chicken restaurant, after this tremor, was in tatters from top to bottom. In a moment, the restaurant looked no different from an abandoned house. Fidel, cradling the pieces of chicken he had saved, roared, "How dare you? These sacred pieces of chicken." The boss recognized Fidel and sneered. "So that's how it is. Whoever destroys fried chicken, regardless of the reason, Fidel will hold a grudge." He flared his mana and declared, "I will kill you." The boss didn't mind a fist fight. "Great. Even with the professional rules, you're still A rank. I've always hated you guys on the ranking list. A bunch of arrogant pricks because of a number on your chest. How pathetic. Using numbers like that is meaningless. The Empire is the one who ranks you, right? There are fighters here stronger than those on that list. You're just a frog in a well." With that, the boss threw 2 quick punches, one to the stomach and one to the face of Fidel. But Fidel didn't just take the hits. He delivered an uppercut to the boss's chin. "You talk too much. You're just an exotic chicken yourself." Fidel punched the boss out of the restaurant's territory. In the air, the main character welcomed him. "Oh my dear customer, I need you to pay for the damages. May I ask which organization you belong to?" The main character covered the boss's mouth, so he couldn't confess, because the main character wanted to beat him up first and talk later. "Old man, please cooperate. Thank you." From above, the two of them landed like an exploding bomb. The main character told the group, "Everyone, you've had to do things that weren't suitable for you until now. From now on, let's find other part-time jobs." The middle-aged man sent some low-level soldiers to scout. Receiving such news made him even more excited. The demon from the prophecy who escaped from the prison camp. If I make him my subordinate, the Empire's reaction will probably be very interesting. After all this time, my heart feels excitement again. This is going to be a bloody battlefield. Returning to the battlefield in the Empire, the doctor strolled through the site of the recent battle between Manhwa Mai and Han. He was speechless. This, looking at the devastated mountain of earth, as if it had just been re-excavated. The doctor could only hope. That demon must be dead, right? Through the dust and smoke. The person who answered the doctor's question was Han, holding a lock of his cut hair, said, "He escaped." The doctor couldn't hide his disappointment. "You were so confident before that you could do it. How the hell did he escape? You know he's the biggest threat to the Empire." Han let go of the cut lock of hair, as if releasing a part of himself back to the earth. Han suddenly exuded a kind of pressure that the nearby doctor couldn't help but feel. He felt his knees, laughing dryly. He looked back at Captain Han, startled. He silently wondered, "This is still Han, right?" After this battle, Han seemed to have shed a previous attachment he had been clinging to. "I've been overthinking things. In the end, everything I have to do has already been decided." Stepping on the past, Han himself chose to move forward to progress. But whether for better or worse, only time will tell. For now, I just need to focus on one thing. Before the doctor's astonished face, all that Han needed and would care about would only be that demon. Heavens! And this whole strange world is becoming more vibrant because of the appearance of a certain entity. That person is none other than the demon from the prophecy. No one knows when or where the demon first appeared in this world. All they know is that when the demon appears, the place he sets foot on turns into hell. The village of the Jiang tribe, where the demon from the prophecy first appeared, was reduced to ashes. After that event, the demon completely disappeared, and when he reappeared in the imperial prison, more than half of the B-rank knights guarding the prison were seriously injured by him. Tatum, ranked 10th on the A-rank list, died in that battle. Along with him was the force considered the strongest in the Empire, the Archbishop, who was ranked 2nd on the A-rank list. A prison break happened right before his eyes. In his final report before retiring, the Archbishop left the following words. The initial report described the demon as a reckless, clumsy, and weak person, but he is very skilled at deception, with the ability to manipulate others to arrange things to his liking. However, the demon I met was completely different from the report. Although he seems reckless, he is extremely cautious, and he has a certain charisma to lead his subordinates. And most importantly, he has an immeasurable strength. That overwhelming strength of his depends on his growth. I believe so. An imperial noble spoke up after hearing this. There's something I'm curious about. Why do you think the demon chose a direct confrontation? Even though he had the ability to escape silently? If I may say so, it wasn't an escape. It was a declaration of war against our empire. At a certain restaurant, people were also discussing the demon from the prophecy. The demon from the prophecy has immense power, both in his subordinates and himself, right? I mean, they're terrifyingly strong. But what does that have to do with us, who were kicked out of the empire? Old man, who knows? Even if the demon declares war on the empire, how can we be sure he won't declare war on the whole world? Well, from what I've heard, they often look down on and insult others. And their nature is extremely despicable. They are vicious people who lie through their teeth. They're always deceiving people, just like the saying goes. How? Psychological manipulation. It's crazy. Just looking at them, you can tell. They look so disgusting. They're ugly on the outside, and ugly on the inside too. The owner of the restaurant approached this table and said, "Customers, I wonder if the food at our restaurant suits your taste." These two gossiping customers both expressed their satisfaction. "It suits our taste very well. This is the first time we've eaten something so delicious." That's right. The owner, Bok Byong Rang, had a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Oh, is that so? Then would you like to be served personally?" So this guy didn't hold back with his customers at all. He slammed the head of the customer who said things he didn't like onto the table. "Service with all my heart. Super friendly service." The main character didn't forget to treat the other customer equally, saying, "I'm a billion times more handsome than you. A taste so amazing that you'll both pass out from enjoyment." An explosion of flavor. Crispy fried chicken. Chicken distributor and connoisseur, Fidel. He helped sign a contract with the chicken distributor. The distributor promised. "I was not threatened." Treasurer and accountant, Jiro. Of course. The two most prominent beauties in the group, Malay and Agatsi, served as waitresses. And Zoe were the cooks. Delivery was handled by Cindy and Bella. Guard dog, probably, was assigned to Magi. And the owner is me. The demon from the prophecy, Bok Byong Rang, aka Mighty Tiger. Welcome to the extremely addictive crispy fried chicken. Even a demon can run a fried chicken shop. Revenge or business? That is the question. Everyone, you've had to do things that weren't suitable for you for a while now. Now then, let's find other part-time jobs. Starting so suddenly like this isn't a bit abrupt? Well then, let's rewind a bit. Fast forward through the part where he beats up the boss who came to wreck the shop. The part where the main character and his comrades get the restaurant up and running. Skip the part where they choose waitress outfits for the two prominent beauties in the group. This is the beginning of the demon team. That would later bring chaos to the world. Even a demon can run a fried chicken shop. Opening. The main character looked at the abandoned house and said, "This will be our base." Jiro said, "It's a shop, not a base, boss. Before we open the shop, what do you think we need most?" Jiro silently remembered the main character's shipper plan. "Don't tell me." Jiro was excited. "The secret transport we talked about in jail. Are you going to reveal it to me?" The main character spoke up. "Wrong, you idiot." Jiro lost his excitement. The main character announced, "Everyone, tell me what you all think." Fidel was the first to give his opinion. "Of course, it's premium chicken." Malay, of course, uttered two words. "Revenge." Bella and Cindy still had the dreamy souls of young girls. "Excellent service." Like us, for example. Agatsi's group had no plan. "I'm not very interested." The main character couldn't believe what he was hearing. He scolded them. "You're all drunk. You stupid criminals. The most important factor is teamwork. When I gathered you all, I hadn't thought about teamwork. Actually, at that time, I just gathered a bunch of people with no sense of community or trust in society. Your personalities and your communication skills with the public suck. If we open a business like this, it'll be a total failure." Agatsi didn't hesitate to admit their shortcomings. "Well, it's true that we're like that. I'm sorry. So what do you mean by teamwork?" The main character gave the first command. "Everyone, find some alcohol. As much as possible." He grinned, showing his full set of teeth. He looked down at his arm, making a gesture of holding a cup, and said, "Let's have a drinking party." The whole group froze. They didn't expect the first thing the main character would order was a drinking party. After that, the whole group had a cup of alcohol each. They spread out a cloth to place 2 or 3 plates of snacks on. The main character clapped his hands, drawing the group's attention to himself. Let me explain. We're going to play a game called Fold a Finger If It's True for you. The rules are very simple. Let's learn as we play. Everyone, hold up one hand. Now I'll state the condition. Fold one finger if your hair is longer than your shoulders. Since ecchi in Malay fit the condition, they would fold one finger down. We'll continue in a circle, taking turns stating a condition. Whoever folds all 5 fingers down will have to drink. Jiro showed his enthusiasm. So the first person whose hand becomes a fist loses. It sounds simple and fun. Ecchi was interested. Let's go. Is your world also this interesting, big bro? The main character created the atmosphere. He raised his hand high and shouted, "If you understand, then let's begin. I'll start, and we'll go clockwise. Fold a finger if you're an orphan." Ecchi's group all took this hit, along with Magi. The main character laughed heartily and said, "Hey, you 3 orphans. Fold them down." Ecchi looked annoyed. So it's this kind of game. The boss seems to be enjoying it a lot. The main character enthusiastically pointed at Fidel and said, "Anyone who doesn't state a condition has to drink 2. 3, 2. Time's up. Drink up, buddy." The more Malay looked, the more the young girl in her heart couldn't believe it. Did I really like this guy? After that, Sergeant Bach began to unleash his roasting skills. He continued to state conditions like, fold a finger if you're a failure whose wife left him for fried chicken. Fold a finger if you think you're the standard of beauty. Fold a finger if you were too greedy and lost your entire fortune. Fold a finger if you're a beast that can't talk. Fold a finger if Palia took everything from you. Fold a finger if you challenged me to a fight and then lost miserably. The main character was really enjoying the atmosphere. Let's drink and get to know each other, buddies. But no one here was a pushover. Fold a finger if you're a failure who died 3 days before being discharged from the military. The whole group stared daggers at the main character, waiting for him to admit it. He tried to play it off, saying, "Did I misspeak?" But with all those laser-like gazes fixed on him, the whole group, at the same time, had to roast the main character. Fold a finger if you're stupid enough to let your opponent punch you in the face. Fold a finger if you're an idiot. I can't think of anything, big bro. Fold a finger. Fold a finger if you're the leader, but you let us get into danger. And your training methods are incomprehensible. Fold a finger if you dare to deceive me. A little later, it was clear that a significant amount of alcohol had been consumed. Fidel slurred his words. "Hey, Sorchint Balk? Don't tell me. You're drunk already." Ecchi took the opportunity to mock him. "You teased us all you wanted, and now you're just going to pass out? Oh my, why are you lying down? Get up, big bro." Bella, who loved herself, said, "I think I'm cute. Is this what big bro called? Gatmo or something?" The main character raised his cup high, boasting, "Well, I do have some Gatmo from time to time. But hey, not yet. I'm not drunk at all." He said that, but I'm feeling really buzzed right now. If I lose control for a second, I don't know what these guys will do to me. He felt he had to strike first. The main character called out, "Hey, Jiro, do you know where the liver is?" Jiro answered reflexively, "Probably here." What? The main character suddenly became serious. "I learned this trick from O. New skill, compression wave." The main character himself blew up his own liver. The whole group screamed in shock. "Holy shit, what the hell are you doing?" The main character was half crazy. "Regenerating my liver." Jiro was also shocked by the main character's self-destruction and regrowth. He shouted, "Crazy? Are you crazy?" And so our drinking party came to an end. Back in the Empire. "Is this okay? The prison could have used a talent like you." Seode replied, "It's okay. Ekba is back. Besides, I believe Gator will become an excellent captain." "Definitely. Because she has light hair and fair skin." The other person said gratefully, "Thank you, Silik." Seode, continuously, had to correct the way others said her name. Cha, holding his greatsword, said, "All right, I'll definitely reward you later." Seode wasn't modest either, replying, "Thank you. I won't refuse then." So Cha and Seode set off. "Let's go." Disappear. Which way? Still in the Empire. In a room where they were gathered were quite a few of the Empire's top individuals. Third on the list, Butin. Fourth on the A-rank list, Qua. Fifth on the list, Abe. Sixth on the A-rank list, the Doctor. Seventh on the list, Jew-like Bondo. Seeing that no one was talking, Bondo mumbled to himself. "It seems a bit empty in here." Butin said, Sadly, it seems only the big shots were affected, and I'm the only one here, he said with a laugh. Because of this concentration camp incident, we lost 2 members. And yet our noble Captain Han has disappeared. Or maybe Seinen cut in. After all, he is the strongest A rank. Even if he's not here, you're being a bit disrespectful, Beth said with a disdainful look. So what if he's number 1? He let that evil demon escape from the concentration camp. And he didn't even catch the demon in that mission. What are you doing? Seinen took off his hat. Only worthless people talk so much. What nonsense is this? Beth said, one-on-one, what? Do you want to die? Watch your words, Seinen. Buten warned Seinen. Right now, people like us are in a weak position. But to maintain balance, I probably won't die. That means you have a high chance of dying. Bondo reasonably retorted to Beth. Honestly, you were the one being disrespectful first. My opinion is, how about you apologize? Beth shouted. I don't want to, so what? She just had to provoke Seinen. And your family tree must be very beautiful. Mr. Minwood. Seinen suppressed his frustration and said through gritted teeth, You bitch. What do you know? All right, I think it's best if I just take care of everyone here. Beth was ready to fight. She was also about to draw her sword. Ridiculous. If you've got the guts, come at me. Bondo, like a calm adult, said, Order. Everyone stop. Buten's hands were itching for a fight. He said, Let's have a little spar. The doctor, in the spirit of watching a show, said, Oh, there's a fight. Then he advised, But you guys should probably stop. When all 4 of them were about to fight over a small annoyance, the door to the room opened. A sword attack was consumed. On yum pedin. One person stopped all 4. The doctor laughed. See? I told you should stop. Bondo looked confused and said, Question. I didn't see you. Buten was pinned down by Han's foot. This pressure. I can't move. As expected. Seinen was about to say something, but was cut off by Han's stern words that silenced the whole group. Shut your mouths for me. Before I slit them. Beth wasn't used to this honorable, she asked nervously. What's with that tone? Did you suddenly have a personality change? Han suddenly grabbed Beth's jaw with one hand. But this has always been my personality. Didn't I say I would slit your mouths? The only office worker in the room spoke up. Captain, I'm very sorry. It's my fault for not stopping them. Please forgive him this time. Han lowered his sword. He now had a somewhat reckless air about him. Hot-tempered like the main character. Han ordered the group. Everyone back to your seats. The individuals in the room who didn't hold combat positions, more or less complained. Clearly they were the ones causing trouble, but we have to clean it up. The office clerk cleared his throat and said, I'll get straight to the point. Currently, the entire world is in danger. This person pressed his hand on a blue cube. A projection of the main character's group appeared. The demon from the prophecy and his subordinates. The Minwood organization that once threatened the Empire. The new demon that Captain Han encountered is also a part of them. There are still a few other dangerous elements. But for now, we won't discuss them. Beth listened with some resignation. There's more. This person adjusted his glasses and said, Fortunately, we have some good news. The current location of the demon. Although we still don't know exactly where they are. We guess that they are currently hiding in Mat Phone. Bondo sighed. That place is not easy for us to access. The office clerk said, You don't need to worry. To get their exact location, we sent a few people to Matvon to scout. A-rank Annette and his subordinates. Annette was grabbing a Matful resident by the collar. This person was struggling to breathe. Suspicious. You are people of... Annette held up the wanted poster. Have you ever seen this person? At the abandoned house that would soon become a fried chicken restaurant. The main character's entire group was drunk. They were lying scattered on the floor. The main character was slowly sobering up. My muscles haven't fully assimilated, so I still can't drink much. I don't know if it's because I haven't drunk in a long time. Malay had experienced it and was extremely confused. Umans, do you really find this delicious? Fidel also didn't like alcohol. I don't get it either. The only thing that can get me drunk is chicken. Agatsi couldn't handle alcohol. This is it really good. For teamwork, the group without their big bro, Jiro voiced his opinion. I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. The main character pointed out, See, you all roasted me like a team, didn't you? Someone retorted, We've always been like this. But still, the reason Captain Bach gathered everyone and played that game was because it was simply to celebrate. finally making it this far in one piece. As a demon. Now, then, we've rested enough. Bok Byong Rang clapped Jiro on the shoulder. He said the words Jiro wanted to hear most. Let's go survey the market. Isn't making money fun? Jiro was so excited he howled. I'm just saying, everyone else is still not awake. Because they partied too hard yesterday. Jiro replied. Only we were excited. About this business. The main character looked around and gave his initial assessment. Well, it seems there are more restaurants than I thought. What do you two want to check out first? Fidel didn't need to think. He said, chicken. The main character said bluntly. Do you really think I do that? Jiro had an idea. Big bro. Before that, look at those shops over there. Do you see that red handprint? As Jiro pointed, the main character suddenly realized. Now that I look closely, it's everywhere. Jiro revealed. That's why I wanted to let you know. That they're the people we will have to face from now on. One of the two worst organizations of Matthew. Mama's gun. In the Empire, Han mumbled. Mama's gun. The Jagu Kator. Even the strongest person, who was previously Lucy, couldn't take down those two. You told me not to worry. While you only sent one guy ranked 9th in A rank. I'm pretty sure. Those guys are dead by now. Back to the person being held by the collar by Annette, who was asking about the main character's whereabouts. This guy suddenly started screaming. This guy crying like a baby made Annette extremely confused. I'm going to tell my mom. Mommy. Mommy. Annette raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's wrong with this guy? Are you sure you're a gangster? Annette's subordinate said with a laugh. Big bro, what did you do to make this guy cry? The guy being held by the collar cried louder and louder. Until the mom in his calls appeared. Mama is so big. Who dares to bully my son? By the time Annette realized that was how the guy in his hands called his gang, it was too late. Many people, old and young, male and female, all of them. Annette blinked and saw himself and his comrades surrounded. Mama, with muscular arms like a heavyweight wrestler, glared at Annette's group. Is it you guys? Still in a Matvun slum, at a restaurant with a red handprint. The three main characters sat at a table, eating a simple meal and talking. Jiro spoke first. Big bro, have you ever heard of S rank? The main character was suspicious. Isn't A rank the highest? Jiro replied. It's true that A rank is the highest, but that only counts the known cases. Before, ranking was used as a measure of strength, but people don't apply it to the anonymous warriors of the empire, the hidden experts, and even the criminals. What I mean is there are dozens of people who are also unranked. The main character listened seriously and said, and I understand that those anonymous cases will be classified as S rank. Fidel joined the conversation, revealing, Balk Byongrang. You've also met an S rank person before. Jiro continued Fidel's sentence. That's right. Actually, she was the first person to be ranked A. And because her overwhelming power surpassed the other A rankers, she was ranked S rank, although unofficially. Also known as Lucy. The main character found it hard to believe. What? That Scarface girl? Jiro said. Once she gets into a fight, she's extremely terrifying. To the point that people even call her the strongest person in the world. But Lucy failed a mission. That was to eliminate two criminals. Currently, they are the two bosses who hold all of Matt. Vun. They're the Zhao and Mama's gang. Back to the events with Annette. So that's it. They're my gang. It's unclear if he had a plan, or was just bluffing to reassure his two comrades. Even though they were on enemy turf, Annette could still speak boldly. Brothers, there's nothing to be afraid of, no matter how notorious they were in the past. Now, they're just hiding in Matt. Toon. The criminals of the past have no chance of winning against me. Antes Shil, Sol. Left hand is the North Pole. Right hand is the South Pole. Objects he touches will have a strong attraction for 1 minute. The members of Mama's gang saw Annette's bluff and just laughed. The whole group shouted, Mommy, I can't find my magic dagger. Magic dagger. Where's my dagger, Mommy? Mommy, have you seen the mana bomb I left here? Mommy, I can't find my legendary sword. Find it for me, Mommy. Find me one that can fire 100 shots in a row. Mommy, this one too. Where's my demon, Mommy? Mommy. One more of these, Mommy. The sight of these grown men, acting like children calling for their mothers, asking for this and that, made Annette completely confused. What the hell is this? Confidence is good. But on someone else's home turf, without knowing your enemy, and still talking big, is extremely unwise. Mama said in a loud voice, "What's wrong, my children?" "Your weapons." In one move, like Doraemon, she pulled out a whole arsenal of weapons of all kinds, just as her children had asked. "They're right here." The confrontation was over very quickly. Annette was not the main character. He also didn't have strong comrades. So defeat was inevitable. A man who looked like the brains of Mama's gang said, "Mommy, look, this was in his pocket." The youngest told me he was looking for the person on this poster. Mama pondered, "Oh, this wanted poster." The young man confirmed, "Yes, mother. He is the demon from the prophecy. He's also the one who caused a stir in the empire by wiping out the concentration camp. It seems he has entered Matvan, and that person is someone the empire sent to hunt him down." Mama felt some pity. The empire must be very desperate to resort to such a clumsy move. The young man asked, "What are you going to do next, mother?" Mama gave the order. "You children take care of that guy with our special therapy. Then return him to the empire." The young man smiled. "You're quite cruel, mother. So what about that demon from the prophecy?" Mama grinned, her voice low as she asked, "My children, do you want another little brother?" Returning to the restaurant where the three main characters were, the main character, with a nonchalant tone, asked as if he wasn't really asking, "Since they're so damn strong, do we have to do what they say?" Jiro said, "What are you talking about? Of course we have to beat the crap out of both of them." Both the main character and Fidel were surprised that Jiro would say something so bold. Jiro had his reasons for saying that. "Big bro, if we don't do that, then even if we open a chicken shop, we won't be able to run the delivery service." Fidel considered the security situation here and understood. "I see. The delivery person will often be an easy target. Unless we make this place our territory, we won't be able to do any business." Jiro concluded firmly, "That's right. However, even if you want to eliminate both of them completely, they are still a shield against the empire." The main character understood the implication Jiro was hinting at. "So, we have to beat them half to death and then make them our subordinates. Is that what you mean?" He knew the main character well. Jiro was particularly provocative. "Are you scared, main character?" The old man chuckled. He slammed the table and stood up. Jiro's words were exactly what the main character was like. "I like you. What corner did you crawl out of?" Jiro smiled slyly and replied, "Where do you think we first met?" Fidel responded enthusiastically, "Of course, the concentration camp." The three of them were silent for a moment. Then, starting with Bok Byong-rang, the cunning Jiro, and the broad-shouldered Fidel, they laughed like lunatics. It made the manager come over and remind them, "Customers, please keep it down in the shop." At a certain luxurious mansion, the butler asked, "Is the warrior still in his room?" The maid replied, "Yes. Ever since he returned from that conference. He hasn't touched his favorite wine. He's just locked himself in his room. He hasn't even had any parties." The butler couldn't help but find it strange. "I was told that the conference was nothing unusual. Why did he suddenly become like this?" Sitting in the middle of a battlefield, in a dark room, Kim Silla mumbled. "Miss W. said slyly, "Oh my. Have you thought it through?" Kim Sillam replied flatly, "Yes. I've made my decision." The answer made WHI very satisfied. Kim Sillam clenched his fist and declared, "The demon, and no. Balk Byong-rang. I will kill him again. To save him." Kim Sillam had planted a false belief in himself to steal his resolve to kill someone who was once his comrade. The Empire and Matvan were not just on opposing sides, but their entire populations were also opposites. The attention of the whole world was focused on Bok Byong-rang. But right now, the main character was facing Fidel. Before the captain's silent gaze, Fidel spoke up. "Balk Byong-rang, just leave the chicken-related matters to me. I used to own a whole poultry farm when I kidnapped our chef." The main character gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. You're the best." In general, they were only focused on opening a chicken shop. Fidel took responsibility for the meat supply. Jiro looked at the plan and exclaimed, "Boss, isn't the estimated price of the chicken too cheap?" The main character mimicked him. "Isn't the estimated price of the chicken too cheap?" The main character explained the beauty of this trick. "Of course, that's just the bait. After we dominate the market with low prices, with our monopoly, we'll raise the prices. We'll even include a delivery fee." Jiro imagined the prospect and drooled. As expected, Our boss knows what's best. Malay complained beside him. Please stop being so sarcastic. The main character then pointed to the two sisters, Cindy and Bella. You two will be in charge of delivery. Starting today, you will run through the streets of this slum. The hellish training won't end until you've memorized every nook and cranny. Bella and Cindy were both excited. Hooray! Can we wear tires on our hips while we run? And sandbags too. Can we? Please. The main character said with a straight face. Do whatever you want. While the system and equipment for the chicken restaurant were being installed, the main character looked at the plan. Now only Duh and Zoe are left. Honestly, it seems you two are only good at eating and sleeping, so I'm not sure. The specific recipe Byong Rang had prepared late at night. There was only one position left for these two. I'll give you the recipe and simple instructions. Memorize them. I'll check back in an hour. Agatsi's group was used to being lazy, so getting on board with someone as strict as the main character made it hard for them to get used to it right away. He's so harsh. I don't like him anymore. Damn it. Now, I regret it. And finally, Malay Agatsi. You two will be the faces of our brand. Find some clothes to wear while serving. At that moment, Bok Byong Rang's heart was filled with intense aspirations. Even he was surprised. What the? I don't think I can get over this. Faced with the two girls' doubtful expressions, the main character's hand trembled slightly. Then, with enthusiastic spirit, he shouted, Let's go shopping at a costume shop. The two girls tried on the styles the main character chose. Just as I thought. Uniforms. The American style is the best. In this world, wearing a coffee shop uniform is also beautiful. A sharp, feminine style. Innocence is also very pleasing to the male eye. The main character said, with satisfaction, That's enough. Agatsi was suspicious. Who are you talking about? The main character dramatically pointed towards the sun and said, Can I say that I'm like a god? Malay said with confusion. The god is me. One day, in a Matvon slum, a young man slowly walked, looking for a place to eat. He stopped in front of the sign for Bok Byong Rang's restaurant. The sign read, Demon. Can you run a chicken shop? The young man found it strange. What does that mean? They opened just because of a suggestion? Next, a natural scent invited him in. A fragrance that awakens the customer's taste buds. The first thing that hits the nose is the smell of garlic. Then comes the aroma of salt and soy sauce. How can this be? How can this be? My feet are unconsciously walking towards this scent. This place has strange spices and an explosive aroma. The attraction is at maximum points. Standing in front of the fried chicken restaurant, after a panoramic view, the young man foolishly knelt down. Well then, what is its owner doing? While from the outside it looks as normal as the shops, I know this is not something born from the brain of an ordinary person, but a strategic entrance. First, the fan, as big as a well, so that I could smell the aroma from far away, and unconsciously came here. I'm pretty sure it was designed to spread the scent like that. And second, this entrance. Even ordinary customers attracted here by the aroma. Once they stand in front of the shop, they will feel the darkness in their hearts. What is this place selling? Is it really delicious? Is it something I can afford? And so on and so forth. Countless doubts and questions. But with this menu, with just this, it dispelled all doubts before entering the restaurant. I can enter without any more doubts. The young man was secretly excited. 1,000,000 points. Stepping over the threshold, the customer was greeted by two beautiful waitresses. Welcome. Let me show you to your seat. Before enjoying the food, the sense of sight was already pampered. The waitstaff is so beautiful. There really are no downsides. But the young man didn't let his guard down. But all of this, could it just be packaging to cover up a terrible product? I'm very curious. Most importantly, how is the food? The young man sat down at the table and asked, Excuse me, but what is the best-selling item on the menu? Agatsi was the one who served him. She hesitated. The thing is, she looked a little shy and said, You are the first customer to come here. The young man sighed and covered his mouth. Although the corners of my mouth keep turning up because I'm the first customer, this is not the time to laugh. The young man requested, If that's the case, can you recommend a dish for me? Agatsi was hesitant, not knowing what to say. Well then, the young man made a request. One dish is garlic sauce. The other has cheese powder. Those are all ingredients not commonly found in Matvon, and both are not usually eaten with chicken. Agatsi bent her knees, leaning into the young man's ear. She was a bit forward, whispering, "Hurry up and choose one, you bastard." Although that kind of service was not polite, the young man liked this style. How charming. Of course, Matvon should have this kind of affectionate feeling. The young man chose a dish at random. "Then I'll have the garlic chicken thighs." The main character heard the order and said, "Kitchen, receive the order. 1 plate of garlic chicken thighs." "Ah, but my past experience as a part-timer has told me that. This guy's a foodie. Are you too confident?" Jito was full of spirit. "Of course. Just let us show you." This still had a lazy look. He didn't seem to fit in with his friend. "Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Jiro emphasized the main point. "It's not any other kind of food, it's chicken. I'm watching you guys." In the kitchen, there was a sign hanging like a subtle threat. "Pressure creates motivation." Jito said, "If we don't do well, what awaits us is Fidel and death. If it's unavoidable, we can only face it head on." Decisive. I don't know. But he still carried out his work seriously. Using his ability, dream travel, to transformed. Let's begin. On Jed's side were images of Fidel creating pressure. The oil isn't hot enough to fry the chicken yet. If it's undercooked or overcooked, you're dead. Get rid of the excess oil. On Da's side was Bok Byongrang. I told you this is a garlic basket. If you're serving to a customer, you have to spread this sauce evenly. You idiot. The two of them were making fried chicken as if they were doing military service. Finally, the minced garlic was sprinkled on the freshly fried chicken. The dish was served hot to the customer's table by Agatsi. Agatsi said curtly, "Eat, the first thing that hits." A customer's face is always the appearance of the dish. I bet even the legend of the chicken world, Fidel, has never eaten chicken like this. This color, this aroma, my brain can't process it anymore. It's like I'm reaching out to grasp an illusion, as if I'm in heaven. Malay just thought this young man was crazy. Is he exaggerating a bit? Bok Byongrang reminded her, so. He's starting to eat. The young man picked up a chicken thigh. The three people who were most focused on the customer's experience watched in anticipation. The young man took a bite. The three of them tensed up, waiting for his reaction. The young man's expression was extreme. Jiro exclaimed. His back is arched like a wheel. Is it about to break in two? Fidel nodded. What a legendary expression. The young man bounced his hands, slamming the table with a loud thud. Next came applause. Finally, he pointed both hands at the fried chicken, expressing that it was amazing. The whole main characters group was overjoyed. We've received the highest praise. The customer called out, "Give me a beer." The waitress replied, "Yes. A glass of beer will be brought right away." After enjoying the meal, the young man stood at the door, facing the owner. The owner, Bok Byongrang, asked, "Did the food suit your taste?" The young man heard this and replied, "It seems you're the owner of this place. I want to say that I am very grateful." The main character said modestly, No. Why are you saying thank you? Seeing you enjoy it like that is enough for me." The young man smiled and said, "How embarrassing. But I should still say thank you. This is the second time I've had this feeling since I got 100 points on a test. Thank you for letting me experience that feeling again." With that, the young man brushed back the bangs covering his face, revealing his identity as a member of Mama's gang. The young man spoke clearly, directly to the main character. Mr. Demon from the prophecy. At the wall of the Empire, the wall guards were bored with nothing to do. After a yawn, they looked again and noticed something in front of the Empire's wall. One guard asked, "Is there something there?" The other guard used his binoculars to get a closer look and saw that it was an individual and a high-ranking person from their own country. The two guards didn't know what they saw, but they were both terrified, stunned. They said to each other, "Damn it. Call the captain of the guard." It seemed Annette had been released, but in a state that made the office clerks panic. The other high-ranking individuals of the Empire quickly got the news. Sinan said, "What Captain Han said has come true." Bondo said, "Terrifying. This is the signature method of Mama's gang." In front of the two of them was a child with features similar to Annette. Go. I don't like this color. I want to wear a pink shirt." The two of them looked on in disbelief. This, could it be the 9th-ranked Joyant? He's been turned into a kid. Sinan looked away as if he couldn't bear to watch and said, "For a mission-obsessed person like Annette, this is no different from death for him. Mama's gang is truly ruthless." using Matvun as a base, a worldwide criminal organization. It can be said that the entire outer rim of Matvun is under the control of Mama's gang. But what's even scarier is that they are extremely ruthless. They call themselves a family. In addition, there is an indomitable will. The new member, who was just the main character's customer, had now revealed his true identity. His brothers draped a jacket with a red handprint on him. Mama's gun. The young man expressed. After meeting you, I've made my decision. The demon from the prophecy. Balk Byongrang. Join Mama's gang and become our brother. The rumors about you have spread all over Matvun. They say you escaped from the concentration camp with a few subordinates. I won't beat around the bush. That spectacular escape of yours was a declaration of war, wasn't it? If so, then become our brother, Bok Byongrang. Let's together reach that goal as a family. After hearing this, the main character looked up at the sky. He lowered himself slightly, glaring at the young man. I don't like working under someone else. What are you going to do? Usually I greet people with my fists first. But since you've eaten my chicken, I'll let it slide this time. Fidel agreed. Come back when you want to be this guy's subordinate, okay? The young man chuckled at the main character's expression. The main character was a little annoyed. What are you laughing at? Malay reminded him. Weren't you the one who started it? The young man said, Oops, I'm sorry. That was a bit much. It's so funny that you think you have a choice. Mother has decided to take you in as her son. The result was already decided from the beginning. Become her son, or all of you will die. The two sisters, Bella and Cindy, with their fighting spirit, stepped forward. You've been quite noisy lately, big bro. What a coincidence. We'll show you who's going to die. On Mama's gang's side. This was unacceptable. They're not respecting big bro at all. Those bastards. The young man calmly told his comrades, Now, everyone calm down. My coming here today was purely a coincidence. I don't want to ruin the wonderful feeling that chicken gave me. We will retreat today. As Mama's gang was about to leave, the main character called out, Wait, what's your name? The main character asked. The young man replied nonchalantly, Oh my, I keep forgetting to introduce myself lately. My name is Tedmart. I'm the proud eldest son of Mama's gang. The main character said teasingly, Oh yeah? Well, big bro. The main character hadn't even given his opinion yet. But the members of Mama's gang were already shouting angrily. Who gave you permission to talk to our big bro like that? You bastard. You like to play with fire, don't you? I'll send you to meet your ancestors. The main character and his comrades issued a declaration of war. I'm not stupid enough to open a fried chicken shop here without thinking ahead. The next time we meet, you guys better be careful. The two sides went back and forth like this for a while, until a member of Mama's gang whispered something in Tedmart's ear. Tedmart got the message. Tedmart's voice showed his dilemma. I was about to leave, but now, it seems we have a problem. The main character thought he would have to use force, but Tedmart looked back at him and asked, My brother said he wants to eat chicken too. Do you do takeout? The main character, as quick as flipping a pancake, transformed into a friendly shop owner. Of course. And so it went on until the present. A vulgar curse came from the fried chicken restaurant. This is a fucking pain in the ass. Malay reminded him. If you're going to scream, please do it outside. The main character closed the door to go outside and curse. Son of a bitch. Then he threw the door open again, continuously cursing to vent his frustration. Damn it. If it were normal, I would have taken care of them easily. Fidel said calmly, We have no choice. Who could withstand that 3-combo punch? Malay said, bored. Do you think that guy held back for that reason, Sergeant? There's another reason, isn't there? The main character said with difficulty, Damn it, I have tasted all the suffering in this world. And I even survived Mabwa Mai's training. I also learned how to analyze the tactics of myself and my opponent. But that Tedmart guy, I can't imagine myself defeating him. The rest of the group was stunned to hear this. Jiro was writing something. He praised the main character. You did the right thing, big bro. If we had fought, the losses would not have been small. Tedmart, he is the pillar of Mama's gang. That's right. That's the term used to refer to the special people in Mama's gang. To put it simply, it's like those who have received a special blessing from Mama. The main character asked, How strong are they? Jiro explained, As strong as everyone on the ranking list. And Tedmart is the strongest among them. This time is not like at the concentration camp. Back then, We aimed for when they weren't paying attention to us. But this time, they have their eyes on us. So we have to be careful while opening the shop. The main character cursed angrily. Damn it. I want revenge. Curious, he looked over. He noticed Jiro was diligently writing something. The main character asked, by the way, "What are you doing?" Jiro replied, "What a strange question. Of course, I'm planning the shop's opening, big bro. I like people who make money for me like you. And I hate useless people. So what about people who get in the way of me making money? I hate that type the most. We have to execute them immediately." Jiro slammed the table with determination. Jiro ignited the bloodthirsty spirit of the whole group. Jiro held up the paper. "It's done. Just follow this plan." At the main character's group's fried chicken shop, Jiro was using his ability, Goblin Bridge. Everyone in the group received a Goblin's Clover to know every nook and cranny, as well as the strategic locations in the slum. Jiro said, "The marketplace is our base, and the organization that mainly controls this area is the organization that has a deal with Mama's gang, the organ trafficking organization. They used to be a well-known gang in Bohemia, but then they foolishly moved to Matvon, and as a result, they got their asses kicked by Mama's gang." Bella added, "I also know about them. The boss of the organ trafficking organization. According to rumors, he's even stronger than the princess of Bohemia." Jiro said, "They collect protection money in this area. Then they pay it to Mama's gang. Imagine what would happen if our restaurant becomes famous. They will keep an eye on us, and then we'll take them out. The organ trafficking organization will have to submit to us." And that's how we got to the current scene. The main character's group had defeated the boss of the organ trafficking organization. The main character put on his familiar jacket, then suddenly realized something. Hey, wait. It can't be this easy, right? Mama's gang will definitely interfere. Jiro sighed and explained, "Big bro. From a moment I set foot in Matt, I've been using my skill. Mama's gone. Unless their lackeys can't collect protection money, they won't act. Mama's gang is about to celebrate their biggest event. Mother's Day. Mother's Day. This is the day when the high-ranking members of the gang gather and have dinner together. But even a demon can run a fried chicken shop association. This is the day of reckoning." The main character said, "I've taken care of the boss. Is it possible they'll surrender as soon as we enter? This guy is the boss." Bella and Sil sighed. "I don't sense any formidable opponents. Not even the pillars, sis. This is too boring." Jiro gave his assessment. "Well, this might be an interesting situation, no matter how many bosses we defeat. The most important thing is the remaining lackeys of Mama's gang. We will resist with our lives." The main character was really looking forward to it. "Will it be hot enough? Then let's skip them and charge straight in. Agatsi, clear the way." Following the captain's command, Agatsi stepped forward. The two guards were confused by this. "What? Hey, stop. Do you know where you are, Missy?" Agatsi slyly licked her lips. The two guards panicked. "Stop right there. Getting close like that is scaring us. Do you want to become a part of the organ trafficking gang?" Agatsi slipped past the two guards, using her most powerful weapon. The main character's group immediately covered their ears. Agatsi showcased her innate talent, insulting words that made even the listeners' legs go weak. "Oh, Maria." The two guards' faces darkened. Their worldviews shattered. They exclaimed, "Mom, I'm sorry for being unfilial. Mom, Dad, one day, I'll be back. Don't worry." The first gate didn't require any force. The enemy had lost all morale. Opening the door, the thugs standing on the first floor all turned around. The main character stood majestically with his shovel. On either side were the two door gods, Bella and Cindy. "Kill them all." The whole group entered. Bella and Cindy cleared the way. The thugs here were all caught off guard. "What gang is this? Intruders. Where are the reinforcements? Kill them." The two muscle sisters started the show. Two opponents were knocked down. Next up was Magi, small but mighty, even more fierce than the two muscle sisters. "What the hell? These monsters." One thug said, "Don't be scared. No matter how strong they are, there are only a few of them. Charge. Overwhelm them with numbers." The opposing side had numbers, but the main character's side had a method. Jiro said, "Show them." De warned, "Everyone be careful. My dreams have been quite unpleasant lately." The thugs were attacked by a flock of featherless, headless chickens. They charged in. These chickens flew like a storm, and in a moment, they had cleared the whole crowd, opening a path for the three main strategists to leisurely advance deeper. The main character stood before the door that held the heart of the operation. He placed his hand on the door. Now then, the organ trafficking organization. Let's conquer them. The door opened. What met the main character's eyes was the opposite of what he had imagined. It was a vibrant nightclub space. The main character was confused and had to ask, "Hey, Jiro, what the hell is this?" Malay criticized. "They don't even know their base has been infiltrated. Don't they look pathetic?" But Jiro was stunned. He had a bad feeling. Could it be? Someone noticed the main character's unfamiliar group and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The pressure he exuded made the whole group's faces darken. The person asked, "Could it be that Mom told you to come find me? But how did you know I was here?" The main character sought confirmation from Jiro. "This pressure, it's him, right?" Jiro replied nervously. "That's right, a pillar and a playboy." Meanwhile, under the blue sky and white clouds outside, Cha and Seode were on their journey. Cha asked Seode, "Shouldn't we have reached Matvon by now?" Seode, walking ahead, opened the map. Seode reported back, "I was reading the map upside down, boss." Cha sighed, "Spare me." Back at the nightclub, Jiro was filtering information about the person they were about to face. One of the pillars of Mama's gang, Heejin. He's a guy who only knows how to party and refuses to go home. So he really is here. The two girls sitting on either side of Heejin gave their opinions. "Are you really going home? This time you even used a feint to trick your mom and brothers. And yet you failed." Heejin told the two girls, "I'm not going anywhere, baby Zomi. Don't worry. Tonight, I'm partying all night." Heejin said back to the main character's group, "You heard me. Tell Mom you couldn't find me." What did the main character's group think of this? The main character and Malay both shouted, "I don't like that. I'm going to go tell your mom everything." That's right. Heejin saw that the main character's group was not being obedient. So he took a closer look. "Who are you?" A thug crawled over and called out, "Mr. Heejin, these guys broke in here." Before this guy could finish his sentence, Bella brought her foot down. Heejin held his face in one hand. "Broke in? Oh God, I'm going crazy. Was my request that complicated? I told you not to let anyone in. That's the only thing you guys can do. You just need to do that to help our gang." Suddenly, Heejin reconsidered. "Wait a minute. If you guys are intruders, then that means Mom hasn't caught me yet. So it's still okay." He stood up. Heejin shouted to everyone present, "Hey everyone, we have guests. Whoever can kick these intruders out first, I'll reward them with a pound of China each." The entire crowd of addicts stared at the main character's group like a piece of fat meat served right to their mouths. Jiro said with some concern, "Big bro, the plan is still the same. Because the key members of Mama's gang are still at their party. We can definitely handle this guy. If we could defeat the Archbishop, then there's still a chance to win. Just follow the plan and defeat them all." The two muscle sisters were excited. Finally, a worthy opponent. A pillar. "I'm really looking forward to this." The main character objected. "The plan has changed." The main character took off his outer jacket and declared, "I'll go solo." Everyone fall back. Jiro's face went blank. "What? You want to fight alone?" Jiro sincerely advised, "Big bro, no matter how strong you are or how weak your opponent is, he's still a pillar. His strength must be on par with the top A ranker." The main character remained stubborn. "I'll handle him myself." The main character held a deep-seated feeling. "Until now, I've always been pushed back by those on the ranking list. But up to now, I've also been through tough battles and relentless training. Pillar Heejin, strength on par with the top A ranker. You are the ideal opponent for me to know where I stand." Fidel said, "Give it up, Jiro. Once Bak Byong Rang has decided on something, no one can stop him." "You know that too," Fidel thought to himself. "And I'm also curious how much Sergeant Bak has grown." The main character shouted a challenge. "How long are you going to make me wait? If you've got the guts, come at me." Heejin seemed to enjoy it. Oh, you know how to have fun too." But he didn't attack right away. Instead, he called to the addicts below. "Everyone, take them down." The addicts below charged. For the Cuna, the main character, with the shovel in his hand, smacked a running guy in the face, sending him flying. The main character got into position for a sweeping shovel attack. He used the shovel to run up, knocking away addicts as he went. He stopped in the center of the dance floor. Two addicts jumped up. All this Kuna is mine. The main character hooked one addict's arm into the shovel handle, then twisted it. In one move, he made the two addicts collide. He quickly jumped up. From above, the main character aimed straight for the two addicts still floating in the air. One foot came down, taking down not only the two addicts, but also several others swarming below. As he landed, the main character didn't forget to grab his shovel. He continued to beat the addicts without tiring. Even as one after another charged at him, the main character just kept hitting them. He used it as a warm-up. The main character used this as a stimulant to raise his fighting spirit. Fidel exclaimed, "He fights like a phantom." Cindy admired, "So cool." Jiro said worriedly, "But there are too many of them." The main character was aggressive, but these addicts could use their numbers to overwhelm him. "The Kuna is mine. Mine. Mine." Malay said as calmly as a rock, "Don't worry. He has the power of a god." Indeed, if mortal strength wasn't enough, he could use the divine power created by combining with Malay. From the red ribbons, the main character created a greatsword. He got into a throwing stance. Heejin sensed something was wrong. After that, the main character did indeed throw the entire greatsword straight at Heejin's position. That greatsword was stuck, but the target, Heejin, was completely unharmed. Well, not completely unharmed. A shallow cut had appeared on his face. Heejin's eyes sharpened. Looking closely, "We know each other, don't we?" Only then did Heejin take the main character a little seriously. He jumped down. "Long time no see. You've become a celebrity since then. Mighty Tiger, big bro." Hearing this nickname made the main character pause for a moment. "The nickname I used back in the underground arena. Not many people know about it." Heejin saw the main character's slight confusion and expressed his disappointment. "You don't remember me? How disappointing. Mighty Tiger, big bro. I even brought you a protein shake back in the alley of the Empire." At this reminder, the main character remembered. The main character said loudly, "You were famous for being friendly back then." Heejin laughed and said, "You remember now, don't you?" At that time, Malay was just focused on eating. Unrelated individuals. She didn't even bother to remember their faces. The main character was a little amazed. "I can't believe the guy who poured drinks in the Empire, inviting everyone to drink, is a member of Mama's gang." Heejin retorted, "The demon from the prophecy. I also didn't expect the demon from the rumors to be the person who participated in the underground arena back then. Meeting an acquaintance makes me really happy. Everyone. It seems I should be the one welcoming the guests." The main character thought, "All right. Anyway, I was looking forward to a solo battle with him." Heejin said, "Mighty Tiger, big bro. Or should I call you the demon from the prophecy?" Heejin activated his mana. Several note-sized papers appeared, accompanied by a shout, "Let's play." He charged at the main character. Jiro quickly warned, "Big bro, what are you doing? Dodge." The main character followed Jiro's warning, reflexively jumping from his position. But dodging wasn't enough. Heejin used a trick to change direction in a flash, forcing the main character to raise his greatsword to block. With just one hand, Heejin destroyed the blade the main character had created. This made the main character break out in a cold sweat. Everyone was astonished. There were two reasons for this. First, Bok Byong Rank's new weapon, the one that even the Archbishop couldn't withstand, was cleanly cut in two. Second, the nature of that ability. Heejin exclaimed, This is a good card. The Doctor's Clay, Artisan, the main base of Mama's gang." Mama tapped her fingers on the table. "Where did Heejin go?" The pillars of Mama's gang said, "Well, you know him, Mom. He's probably wandering around somewhere, drinking and partying. He's a strange person. Mom, don't you think you should scold him? But we can't just let him be, right? And this isn't the first time." Mama pondered and said, "Although Heejin usually doesn't come home on this day, this time, I have a bad feeling. A mother's intuition is rarely wrong. I'm worried." Trusting her intuition, Mama ordered her children, Kim Heejin, immediately. "I think he's in trouble." Back to the battle between the main character and Heejin. The main character was tense. The ability to turn everything it touches into clay. The Doctor's Clay, Artisan. That guy said he got a good card. So that means the main character voiced his suspicion. "Your ability is to borrow other people's abilities." Heejin didn't hesitate to reply, "Exactly. My ability is borrowing. I can randomly borrow the ability of a person who meets certain conditions. This is not good." Fidel heard this and immediately sensed trouble. Jiro was worried. This battle, is going to be tough for Big Bro. Heejin charged forward. Let's play some more. Having fought the doctor before, the main character had experience dealing with this. This ability is dangerous, but I also know its weakness. I just need to pay attention to his two hands. Then there's nothing dangerous. Heejin didn't avoid it at all. 1 minute has passed. His whole body was covered in mana like small spikes, forcing the main character to retreat. A different ability? 1 minute. The card has changed, so that means he changes to a different ability every minute. This is so annoying. This damn ability. I just need to quickly figure out the pattern before he switches to another ability. Then I can definitely win. Heejin seemed to read the main character's thoughts and said, Big Bro, it seems you've misunderstood something. Heejin casually stretched his shoulders, then with a burst of power, he flew up and punched the main character in the face. The ability he used was all too familiar. Fidel stood on the side, observing intently. Unbelievable. He can use my power. What are the conditions? Before that, the ability had changed even before the minute was up. Heejin said leisurely, Big Bro, do you want to know why you can't win this battle? I'll tell you 2 reasons. First, it's the characteristic of the borrowing ability. Borrowing allows me to store other people's abilities and use them for 1 minute. But if it's still within that 1 minute, I can freely switch to another ability. No matter how good you are at gathering information, it is impossible for you to know everything about me. Therefore, you can never adapt to me. And there is another characteristic, mathematics. It is true that the cards appear randomly. However, the probability of getting the card I want or a card that fits the situation is very high. It's as if my ability understands me perfectly. The protagonist secretly had a headache. What a terribly annoying ability. The protagonist decided to probe further. What about the second reason? Heijin replied, all right. The second reason, the most important factor, that is the condition for borrowing someone else's ability. I told you today. The protagonist was stunned. He recalled, is it that? Friday was also startled. It was back then. Heijin clarified, if I buy someone a drink, then I can borrow their ability. After that, I just need to meet that person, and their ability is updated in my archive. That's right. The reason I treated you to a drink back then was to exploit your promising ability. But you know what? Whether it was then or now, even when I'm facing you right now, your ability still hasn't appeared in my archive. Simply put, brother, you are powerless. The protagonist was surprised by these words. Actually, saying he was surprised isn't quite right. It was more that he didn't expect the enemy to figure it out like this. Before that, when training with Friday had realized this. The protagonist questioned him back then. You mean, my problem is that I have no ability? Friday pointed out. More specifically, in a fight, you will be at a disadvantage compared to others. Your current ability is nothing more than being physically stronger than those without powers. Like in my case, one ability opens up many different fighting styles. It's similar for other guys too. You don't have overwhelming power to crush other factors, so fighting you is very simple. The protagonist asked for guidance. Then teach me how to create an ability. Friday replied, of course I want to teach you, but your power is a combination of things beyond pure magic. So I don't know either. Friday suggested, why don't you try asking your girlfriend? The protagonist retorted, she's not my girlfriend. The protagonist accepted Friday's suggestion and went to ask Marley about this issue. Marley said, I thought you were crazy asking me out for a walk. But is it because you're feeling anxious? The protagonist complained. Do you think I live without thinking? Well, you've been like that lately. Marley was referring to the protagonist's drinking sessions. The protagonist immediately accepted the opinion. I'm sorry. Marley's answer wasn't any brighter than Friday's. Well, to be honest, I don't know either. Let's take Mabomi as an example. I only created the root part of Mabomi's life form. However, factors such as movement, environment, and experience caused Mabomi to evolve into what it is now. In other words, it's a natural element. I never gave it any mana. The protagonist expressed his feeling. Your taste is so strange. Marley summarized. In short, I only gave you the foundation. You are the one who has to build it up yourself. Having a unique power, one of a kind. So the protagonist has no shortcuts. He can only figure it out himself. He sighed. After you finish talking, I understand even less. Marley smiled brightly and said, but being asked about these things still makes me very happy. Sergeant, you once said you would give my children a chance. that you would be willing to risk everything, right? The protagonist affirmed. Yeah, he thought to himself. This is embarrassing. Marley said, Sergeant, I believe in you. Hearing those simple but sincere words, how the protagonist felt. Only he would know. The protagonist muttered. Seriously, this makes me remember unnecessary things. Heijin secretly noticed. Something is strange. Without a clear ability, but the protagonist can still control mana. Heijin observed. He withdrew all the power used to strengthen his body. No, he didn't withdraw it. He's concentrating it in a single spot. The protagonist decided to end it in one shot. The entire nightclub base shook. The whole group noticed a phenomenon similar to an earthquake occurring. Friday watched with interest as the protagonist grew. The most basic condition for forming an ability. That's right. It is emotion. From behind the protagonist, two hands, one white and one black, appeared. Marley said proudly, that ability suits you. Heijin was also agitated. He said, unbelievable. Your ability is already in my archive. Yet, there's no way you could use this new ability. What's the point of having it? The protagonist used Heijin's way of speaking to mock him back. Forget about that. I will let you know why you lost. First, I am the goddamn protagonist. Baek Byung-young. He didn't want to be swallowed by despair. So he used rage to replace it. He decided he would kill even gods, destroy the empire, and be ready to crush anything that dared to stand his way. Because his belief in the world had shattered. So he would crush everything. However, Sergeant Baek, Big Brother, isn't this just like his previous world? Just like a coin has two sides. Baek Byung-young decided to look at everything in two different directions. And the ability born from his emotions also has this duality. The group witnessed the protagonist unlocking his own ability. Bella suddenly spoke up. Hey, Zero, what's with Big Brother's current appearance? Zero patiently explained. Well, how could muscle brains who reject magic like you understand? Until now, his fighting style was quite similar to yours. It was simply using mana to strengthen the body or use as a weapon. However, in a battle with Heijin, Big Brother realized something, and a new ability was born by awakening magic from death and regenerating many mantos and learning otherworldly power directly from the strongest creature there. And finally, all these things combined together, two empty hands symbolizing two sides of a problem, merging, harmonizing to create a weapon. Now the protagonist holds a sword with a split blade. So this is my ability. I can feel it, this power. It seems I'll have to find the answer to this myself. Heijin's arm couldn't help but tremble slightly. The declaration and what the protagonist showed were too absurd. But Heijin had no argument to refute it. This thing, he only attacked twice and already awakened a power? Is he really the protagonist? I can't fight half-heartedly anymore. I have to fight seriously. Heijin took off his hat. Heijin uses multitasking. Heijin's ultimate skill, multitasking. Abandon focusing on a single ability and reduce the duration of each card to 20 seconds. Instead, gain the ability to use two powers at the same time. Then came a combination of winged speed with a spiked fist, of sharp thorny vines, with sharp claws, of combo clicks, fire and ice. The more he fought, the more Heijin was shocked by the protagonist's performance. With just a small opening, he dodged everything. Has he adapted to his ability already? Unbelievable. If so, I will increase the difficulty, constantly changing abilities to unleash a series of different attacks. Heijin simultaneously hurled all kinds of abilities towards the protagonist. Bella and Cindy finally realized how big the world was. Unbelievable. Is this a great tree? He is on a completely different level. Zero gave up. He said, you muscle brains don't need to be so surprised. The result of Heijin's mixed attack was not even scratch. The protagonist said, you said it was a feature. The algorithmic nature of borrowing will help you easily get the skills you need. Actually, that is a weakness. At first, I couldn't guess your next move. But if I force you to attack, then everything becomes more predictable. Heijin hurriedly dodged the protagonist's slash. Heijin had to secretly acknowledge the protagonist. Great power indeed. Just now, I didn't see a fatal wound, but he definitely must have taken damage. Meaning even if he dodged the fatal blows, he couldn't dodge all of my attacks. If so, I will use the copy combo break one more time. As soon as Heijin's feet touched the ground, he immediately sped up. Flying up. This time I will use full force and consume all the cards I have. The protagonist took a deep breath. He raised the sword high above his head, ready to slash Heijin as he approached. It was a miss slash. Heijin said, "Where are you aiming?" But it was a calculated miss. The debris destroyed by the sword was pulled down by gravity, but the direction of the fragments falling was unusual. Baek Byum-young's new ability. The coin on two sides. On each edge of the blade, there are specific powers. The red blade is the power of destruction. The yellow blade is the power of restoration, regeneration. It has the ability to restore things that destruction has destroyed, no matter what that thing is. So Heijin was attacked by the stone fragments returning to their original state. Attacked without mercy. What just happened? Suddenly the fragments attacked me. No, they didn't attack me. They were returning to their original state. Unbelievable. Damn it. He lost consciousness for a moment, causing the ability to be interrupted. Which type? Borrowing. The protagonist suddenly took off Heijin's glasses, probably due to mixed emotions. I don't really like people wearing glasses. Hey Heijin, clench your teeth. Friday smiled proudly. Now I can't defeat Baek Byum-young anymore. The protagonist prepared to throw a punch. Heijin's mind raced. Ability, no good. Too late. Concentrate magic on the face for defense. But Heijin miscalculated. The protagonist didn't punch the face, but changed direction to punch his stomach. Heijin coughed up blood from a punch. Heijin lay on his back, looking at the ceiling. Did I lose? Big brother Tiger, can I ask you a question? How did you not get injured? There isn't even a scratch. Don't tell me. The fierce battle just now was just my imagination, and in reality, I was knocked out right from the start. The protagonist honestly said, No, it's just that I can heal myself. Heijin couldn't understand. What kind of monstrous power is that? It's thanks to Mabomi's teaching. Heijin sighed. I really lost. Then, Big Brother Tiger, what do you plan to do with me? The protagonist asked the strategist's opinion. What do we do? Zero said. If the Mama gang knows we took down a great tree, it will be very troublesome. If they find out he was attacked, Mama won't hesitate to launch a large-scale attack. And currently, we are not strong enough to face such a battle. For now, because there are too many witnesses, let's temporarily close this building. Then let Cindy and Bella clean up. With their personalities, it will be fine. After that, imprison Great Tree Heijin and hide him. We need more time to gather information on the Mama gang. The protagonist complained. So annoying. Zero said, Stop talking. Big Brother's fight alone was enough to drag out the time. Now hurry up. Heijin found Zero's plan to imprison him amusing. Sorry, but I don't think that's feasible. Heijin had a basis for saying that. Because currently, there are already two great trees right above the organ trafficking base. The lazy son, Otto, the daughter who destroys everything she touches. Magi, it seems I came to say hello to you guys. My siblings. That was Heijin's warning. Magi asked, Is this the place Tesmat mentioned? Otto replied, Yeah, seems like this is the right place. Magi commented, It's strangely quiet, even though there are quite a few people around. Although I don't know what happened, but I'll trust Mom's intuition. It's best if we go down from here. Split up and go in. Follow me, okay? Otto politely replied, Yes. Then Magi jumped down. Otto saw. Mom must be very worried. She even sent Big Sister. After joining the Mama gang, she quickly became a great tree. In less than 6 months. And she even rose to the position of eldest sister. I'm talking about Magi, the girl who destroys everything she touches. Collapse. So with just one finger touching the roof of the building, the entire building was sliced in half. The protagonist was shocked. Heijin also exclaimed, Oh my God. Knowing his siblings would come, Heijin was still a bit surprised. Sending Sister Magi is a bit too much. Magi landed from the gap where the building was cut in half. The protagonist group was somewhat overwhelmed. What the hell? She tore the building in half. She is on a completely different level. The clouds parted, revealing the full moon. In a night sky, the organ trafficking base cut in half looked extremely prominent. Someone watching from afar saw this, wondering, is it the right place? The protagonist group was in trouble. Just took down a strong enemy. The enemy's allies arrived, and the one arriving later is stronger than the previous one. Magi greeted her younger brother. My little brother is heavily injured. Heartbreaking. Really? Heijin wondered, but then understood. How did you know this place? Mom's intuition, right? Did you come alone? Magi replied. I came with Otto. Zero's nerves were taut. He just called her sister. She is not in my information. Could it be that she joined the gang after I was imprisoned? If it's Otto, he's definitely a great tree. His ability is extremely annoying. Damn it. How do they find this place? Could it be that the Mama gang has some ability I don't know about? The protagonist grabbed Zero's shoulder, reassuring. Come on, calm down. I know you were careless again. Look at those shifty eyes. Big brother here will clean up the mess for his subordinate. Zero said. No. If we fight together from the start, the protagonist interrupted. I will handle everything. So calm down. Only 2 great trees appeared. We're not weak enough for you to worry like that. Seeing the protagonist group confident that they could join forces to take her down, Magi just stood there silently. Magi muttered. The devil in the prophecy. Huh? This situation seems a bit difficult. Should we run? Otto. Help me, little brother. Otto lazily blamed. Heijin. This is all your fault. Kruning technique. Otto deployed. Self-made spirit. 10 should be enough. Bring Heijin and Magi back here. Multicolored shadows rushed down. Like this, Magi is now no different from arriving with an army. The protagonist realized the plan was ruined. Magi didn't bother to fight. Bye-bye to the protagonist group. So the whole group had to watch the hostage they worked hard to take down fly away. How could the protagonist accept this? Don't run. Come up here. Intending to slash the great trees down. Magi smiled faintly. Holding back is really difficult. Especially with you. I still can't forgive you. Unforgivable. Magi directed deep malice towards the protagonist. She pointed her finger, lowered her voice. Crumble. At that moment, Baek Byung, for the first time, felt a wrenching sensation in his gut. Rage towards him. This attack. If it hits, I will die. The feeling of a father returning to his family after a day of work. The goddess of luck was truly with the protagonist. In this urgent moment, father appeared, saving the protagonist's life. Both sides were surprised by this unexpected appearance. The protagonist was stunned. Holy crap. Why did you? Magi exclaimed. Why? Why are you here? Father calmly said, running away from home. At that age, is it because you are in your rebellious phase? Father gently advised his daughter. Let's go home, my eldest daughter. The base of the organ traffickers. The protagonist heard father's words and couldn't help but be astonished. She is the daughter of the archbishop? Father and daughter should look alike. But they don't look alike at all. Father gently asked, Magi, what happened to you? Let's talk a bit. Why are you with those bad people? Magi shouted excitedly. Otto. Otto was startled by the shout. Hurriedly replied, Yes, I know. For out of a total of 10 units stayed with Heijin. Increase all stats, increase movement speed. So I will send 3 units down for Sister Magi. Use 600 points to upgrade. Otto dropped the materialized illusions down. This move is self-made. 600 points. Tiny Legion. Father was both confused and getting a bit impatient. Magi, father is talking to you. Where did you learn this behavior? Magi didn't bother to answer. Just glared at her father. Father saw the tiny Legion completely blocking him from his daughter. He was extremely annoyed. Too loud. Damn it. These rats. Move aside. But contrary to what he thought, this tiny Legion didn't attack. Nor did they block for long. Just delaying time for the Mama gang members to retreat. Father exclaimed, I didn't. I only intended to distract them. Why did this happen? Magi. The protagonist gripped the sword, extremely wary of the presence of father, even if he just saved his life. The protagonist secretly had many questions. Seriously? Who are these uninvited people? Even the Archbishop of the Empire came here. Whether he really came to find his daughter or not. People from the Empire like him won't easily let me go. I have to strike first. Father didn't need to look back to know what the protagonist was wary of. So he calmly said, Calm down. I have retired. Now I'm just looking for my daughter. After all, I'm a father too. The protagonist relaxed a bit upon hearing this. Lowered the sword. Clicked his tongue. Scratched his head. This is awkward. Hey, Archbishop. Do you like chicken? We opened a fried chicken shop here recently. Let me treat you. Father's eyes lit up. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He expressed admiration and relief. You have changed. But when he looked back, he saw the whole restaurant was completely destroyed. The protagonist just remembered. Right. Everything is destroyed. It's gone. Seeing this, father only said, "Did you learn this new prank?" The protagonist explained, "It's just that I forgot we were attacked." "What do you think I am?" Father replied, "A devil, right?" Zero was extremely annoyed by the protagonist's improvised way of working. The original plan was to force the old organization here to compensate for the damages. Then upgrade the basement. The protagonist shamelessly said, "Oh, the plan sounds perfect, since the surface architecture is gone. So everyone has to go down to the basement of the fried chicken shop." The protagonist politely said, "Well, I apologize for not being able to treat you to chicken." Father said, "It's okay. To me, the current situation with you is quite interesting. The scenery here is also entertaining. By the way, what is that thing over there?" The protagonist asked about his doubt. "By the way, that gray tree girl just now, you said she is your daughter?" Father revealed, "She is a reliable child, taking care of everything and her younger siblings in the role of the eldest sister. Even I couldn't do the things she did. I still can't believe Magi became a key member of the Mama gang. Perhaps she still hates me a lot. It's been about 10 years since then. Back then, the war happened. Everyone on the protagonist's side understood. He's talking about the Valve race." Father said, "I can't tell you the details. But after that battle, many warriors suffered for a long time, including me. No matter how hard I try to hide it at home, family intuition is always right. You know, the person who shared the pillow with him discovered he always quietly left the bed late at night. When she went to find her husband, she saw him drinking alcohol to soothe the post-war depression. After that day, my wife tried very hard to help me get back on my feet. Let's overcome it together." It was as if she wanted to say, "Right now, are you with us?" Thanks to my wife's motivation, I was able to sober up a bit. However, one day, my wife suddenly fainted. Her illness was so serious that moving was dangerous. She devoted herself to taking care of me, ignoring the physical pain all that time. What a fool. I thought it was just a minor illness. If I hadn't broken down, I would have noticed this sooner, no matter how much I regret it. In the end, I turned into a useless father who couldn't protect the mother of my children. A few months ago, after you guys escaped from prison, I decided to retire. That was also when my daughter discovered that I wasn't just a normal janitor, but the archbishop of the prison. Magi back then, she struggled to fill the void left by her mother for her younger siblings. Meanwhile, a father like me kept diving into dangerous things, almost losing my life due to that irresponsibility. Maybe that's why she felt tired and ran away from home. I think so. Father's sharing was very real and easy to empathize with. Father calmed his emotions and said, "Oh my, I'm sorry. Unloading this burden makes me feel much lighter." The protagonist said, "It's okay. Even though I am called a devil, before coming to this world, I was just a normal kid raised by a single mother. Just like you. From my perspective, I think Magi's actions don't really look like a child sulking at her parents. There were many times I also caused trouble for my mother. I told you I wasn't going to college. At those times, what I said was often the opposite of what I really thought. It's all because of Mom's selfishness. Mom couldn't go to college, so now she places expectations on me. That's why Mom chose a guy like Dad, right? I said those hurtful words in the past, but actually I thought I wish I could share the burden with Mom. Therefore, try talking to your daughter one more time." The protagonist calmly spoke from the perspective of a child, telling the archbishop, "Magi never hated you. Trust me." Father was moved to tears. Thank you. Hearing the protagonist's words, the old father's heart was somewhat healed, while the protagonist bowed his head, smiling mischievously. "I got you. The plan is ruined, so an all-out battle with the Mama gang is unavoidable. And facing them with our small numbers is no different from suicide. But what if a rank 2 archbishop is on our side? That would turn the tables completely, right?" The archbishop is easily swayed by family emotions. Currently, his daughter ran away from home, so he is very eager now to seal the deal. The protagonist thought and acted. He cleverly suggested, "But currently, talking to her will be quite difficult. She ran away as soon as she saw you. Besides, she is now a key member of the Mama gang. Whether you have retired or not, they still consider you the archbishop of the empire. So if you want to talk to your daughter, you will have to confront the Mama gang." Father also understood this was unavoidable. The protagonist secretly smiled like he struck gold. This is the moment. As Magi's father, why don't we try cooperating this time? The bishop and sister were both surprised, not expecting the protagonist to propose this. Friday, and Zero knew exactly what the protagonist was calculating. The protagonist persuaded. We also have to confront that side. But in this battle, we don't intend to kill anyone. You can't defeat the mama gang alone, and even if you could, it would be very hard for you to focus on your daughter. Father and sister both silently admitted this was a factor to consider. The protagonist continued to push. However, if we cooperate, you can focus all your attention on your daughter, and I can minimize the risk for my teammates. Sister was just tagging along. She had a repulsive mindset, so she wasn't easily persuaded. What? What are you saying? You can't do that. Archbishop, he isn't evil. The protagonist loudly interrupted. What is your choice? Your daughter or your faith? The answer is probably very clear. After all, family is strength. It is also father's fatal weakness. Meanwhile, at the Mama Gang headquarters, Mama was showing signs of fury. She growled. Who did it? Who dared to beat my son to this state? Heijin was supported by Otto. He could only look helpless. Mama rushed over, holding Heijin's face with both hands. My son was beaten up like this. I can't let this slide. Tell Mom. Who did it? Magi confessed with malice. It was the devil in the prophecy. Tesmat felt the gloomy atmosphere rising and secretly knew. It's over. Mama initially thought of recruiting the protagonist into her family. Now she changed her mind. I thought you were beaten by some tough guy. Turns out it was just a stray puppy on the street. All members of the Mama Gang. Everyone in this slum. The gang of the devil in the prophecy. Kill them all. Hunt them down. And avenge your brother. Mama's order took effect immediately. The protagonist group really had no time to rest. The Mama Gang even brought a large cannon, preparing to fire. Let them know what happens if they dare to touch our family. Lighting the fuse, the cannon fired, aiming straight at the protagonist's chicken restaurant. The sudden event made no one in the protagonist group expect the Mama Gang to escalate so soon. The protagonist naturally wouldn't sit still and take the hit. The shot fired afterwards completely blew away what was left of the chicken restaurant. And nearby places were also affected. The shot coincided right when the protagonist was persuading father. And he hadn't had time to answer yet. Sister sighed in relief. It's fortunate that we haven't shaken hands with him yet. We almost got implicated. But father had made his determination. I don't refuse him, just postponing it for now. The story Beck Byung told about his family and the desire to minimize risk for teammates. It was all true. Sister wasn't surprised the Archbishop chose to cooperate. She just sighed, right? He is also a human after all. Father heard this and looked back at Sister in surprise, thinking her mindset had become more open. But no, Sister rationally pointed out. In the world he used to live in, that might be true. But no matter what past he had, if he came to this world and became a threat, then he is no different from a devil. Father couldn't help but agree with this point of view. Sometimes you say reasonable things. Sister said proudly. I'm a nun after all. Anyway, Archbishop, if it's postponed, then are we going to help them now? Father rubbed his chin, smiling. If they're defeated that easily, then we have no reason to cooperate with them. The hierarchy in the Mama Gang isn't based on age. A middle-aged man respectfully reported to a young man, Big Brother. Except for the boss of the organ trafficking organization, there are no traces of anyone else. The mature-looking young man heard this and cursed. Damn it. They escaped. The protagonist was disappointed. Damn it. Almost got him. Agassi comforted. Anyway, Big Brother did a good job. The protagonist racked his brain. The entire slum is under the control of the Mama Gang. If only we had the Archbishop, we could manage a bit. Fortunately, Strategist Zero is always online. Big Brother. In a situation like this, there are two options. One is to hide in the relic area under the control of the Jaeger cartel. Two is to hide at the bottom of society in the literal sense. The sewers beneath this city. Even if the Mama Gang has a strength equivalent to the army of an entire nation, they can't do anything to the Jaeger cartel. If we hide in the ruins, the Mama Gang probably won't chase us anymore. However, the protagonist understood the implication. Understood. So you mean we skip the bot, sub-bosses, and go straight for the main boss? Zero replied. That's pretty close. But hiding in the sewers isn't good either. The Mama Gang is searching everywhere for us. Marley gave her perspective. Getting to the sewers won't be easy. And if we get caught down there, it won't be good at all. Bella spoke up at this moment. Why is everyone so worried? Think simply. A team always needs simple but brave people who don't mind difficulties like the sisters Cindy and Bella. They proposed. We will distract them. Then everyone can escape safely. I'm getting annoyed being treated as a side character. The protagonist was also somewhat surprised by the spirit of these two teammates. Friday expressed great appreciation for the enthusiastic nature of these two girls. He voluntarily offered to support. The plan sounds attractive. I will help you too. If it's a distraction, doing it from two directions will be more effective. Right? Zero pondered. Well, that's true. But facing a large number of enemies with strength equal to great trees, the three of you might lose your lives. But Zero was warning the three members with the most combative mindsets in the group. Friday expressed, after being thrown in prison, everything has been too peaceful for me. Besides, risking my life is unavoidable, right? Don't you think so? Sergeant Beck, was the protagonist worried? Yes. Did the protagonist stop them? He had only one request. Hey, Muscle Trio, you must survive. All three were somewhat emotional. My, it's been a while since I heard that. Don't worry, Sergeant Beck, we are strong. It can be said that the survival ability of all three cannot be underestimated. All three rushed straight to the Mama Gang's minions. Bella shouted to attract attention. Hey, are you guys looking for my big brother? Bella jumped up. Tone calf muscles. Glass hail. Cindy also followed her sister. Pumpkin punch. The two sisters attacked first to catch the crowd off guard. Our big brother is here, so you guys, call all your brothers out here. The others in the slum shouted to each other. Found the devil in the prophecy. Hurry up. Full force. Friday landed. Sparkling meteor. He landed on the ground and said, what are you saying? Friday shouted. The devil in the prophecy is right here. Friday and the sisters Cindy and Bella created a diversion, reducing the burden on the escape route for the remaining members. The protagonist ran while looking worriedly towards the riot. I'm really worried about them. I can't believe I feel so anxious and lose my cool like this. Friday, Cindy and Bella, don't die. The protagonist prayed silently in his heart. The diversion process naturally didn't go smoothly with just minions. Cindy and Bella's side encountered the enemy first. Are you guys great trees or something? The great trees the two faced, coincidentally, were two fashionable girls contrasting with Bella's sister style. The pink-haired girl said, these two don't seem to be the devil in the prophecy. So annoying. To think I was tricked. You guys want to let your big brother escape. So you stood up as bait yourselves, right? You haven't known each other for even a year. And you aren't family either. The girl kept applying powder. Couldn't help but be curious. Why? Do you worship him or something? The pink-haired girl said, no, I know. Her two fingers made a hard gesture. I guess that was also an affirmation. It's because of love, right? These words really hit Bella's heart. Bella's expression made this girl guess even more. This refreshing scent fills the air here. Must be first love. Currently, they're deeply in love with the devil. The girl applying powder heard this and looked down on them. How ridiculous. So that's it, Bella said. Really annoying. Cindy, hey, don't pry into a girl's thoughts arbitrarily. The pink-haired girl apologized insincerely. Sorry, I didn't notice, so I forgot. Because we both have this forbidden love, so I can understand that flow of emotion. It feels like we can't control them. Although I know this isn't right. But I still behave and speak without realizing it. Gazing, restraining, going crazy, suffering. But in the end, isn't that love? You two understand, right? Bella retorted with a straight face. I don't understand at all. Simply put, it's obsession, isn't it? The pink-haired girl was countered. Hold her back. Bella spoke bluntly, muttering nonsense to yourself, then coming to a really bullshit conclusion. You don't understand a damn thing. The pink-haired girl demanded. I will kill that girl. Leave her to me. The girl applying powder scolded lightly. You crazy girl. Talking to your older sister like that? Don't worry. I'm annoyed with this girl too. As for the others present, just got messed up by Bella and her sister, telling each other, split up and find the devil. In the prophecy, don't we need to help the two sisters? You must be new, so you don't know. Staying with the great trees will only get in their way. The pink-haired girl acted first. Her umbrella shot something out, binding Bella tightly. This girl is sick, muttering, daring to reject my feelings. Unforgivable. Bella was dragged away, secretly assessing the opponent's strength. Such power. Terrible. The slender girl was able to swing the umbrella, throwing Bella high up, then slamming Bella down, destroying a flimsy building nearby. Cindy saw this and was worried sick, wanted to run over to help her sister. The girl who kept applying powder just now jumped to block Cindy's path. Your skin is so beautiful, yet you don't wear any makeup. If you use that kind of beauty, give it to me to use. Cindy quickly defended against the incoming punch, but even so, she was knocked into the air by the enemy's punch force. Cindy couldn't help but be shocked. Extraordinary speed and power that could break through my defense. There is something very strange about her right hand. Did she train it by patting makeup sponges at extreme speed for a long time? So disciplined. Cindy flipped in the air, regaining balance. The other girl landed a hit, then opened the foundation compact again. Damn it. My makeup is all ruined. This girl clearly has an obsession with outward appearance, along with confidence in her power to calmly reapply powder in this situation. Cindy saw this and knew she couldn't underestimate the enemy. Helping my sister won't be easy. On Bella's side, the pink-haired girl kicked. How is it? Have you realized your mistake yet? Dust and smoke cleared, appearing clearly before the pink-haired girl's eyes. Not Bella, but only shards of broken glass. The pink-haired girl was confused. Glass. Bella corrected. It's a mirror. Bella delivered a horizontal kick. The pink-haired girl ducked to dodge, but was still cut by the speed of the kick. A line on her cheek. Bella explained the technique. By modifying my tempered glass ability, an illusion in my mirror was created to deceive you. The pink-haired girl scoffed. It's a petty trick, but then she got hit by the opponent's move again. The lifelike figure of Bella shattered into glass shards. Bella had accepted Jay's criticism and improved herself. She said, even if you call it petty trick, it's fine. I have now accepted everything as my beauty. Bella raised her heel. Not far away, but right next to the pink-haired girl. A girl in love will be extremely strong. Pink hair seemed unable to react in time. Could only watch Bella's heel come down. Bella kicked the opponent down to the ground, making the pink-haired girl's face intimate with Mother Earth. That was a kick without holding back, because Bella didn't need to enjoy the fight. She needed to win quickly. We don't have much time. Sorry to interrupt, but I have no other choice. I have to go help Cindy immediately. The pink-haired girl sat up. Not only was she not angry at Bella, but she also exhaled a twisted emotion. Bella suddenly felt a chill down her spine. How? The pink-haired girl muttered. My head hurts so much. My heart hurts too, but it's beating continuously. So surely, this is love. Pink hair revealed her Yandra nature. I like you now. Date me. Speaking with action for credibility. A dog collar immediately appeared on Bella's neck. The pink-haired girl felt fluttery. Demanded. I like you now. Date me. Bella got angry. Scolded. Don't misunderstand. That's just a crush. You know I already have someone in my heart, right? The pink-haired girl drooped her head. Replied. It's okay. Those things are just fleeting. The most important thing is still the heart. From now on, you are only allowed to look at me. Baby. The collar on Bella's neck activated. Uneasy. She hurriedly created distance from the pink-haired girl. Something is wrong. Must figure out her ability first. The pink-haired girl seemed agitated by Bella's evasive action. Said in a low voice. Baby, don't tell me you intend to run away. It's not that, right? Bella immediately returned to the front of the pink-haired girl. Bella was extremely confused. My body moved on its own. Pink hair immediately wrapped her arms, hugging Bella's waist. A peaceful hug before the storm. Baby, don't be naughty. On Cindy's side, the battle took place on equal footing. The two sides just kept at it, having a fierce duel spanning the entire movement path. Cindy secretly analyzed her opponent, so her combat skills are truly perfect. She focuses on defense and dodging with her left hand, while using her right hand to attack. The girl applying powder secretly acknowledged Cindy a bit. This brat, she's even better than what I heard from rumors. And she's super young too. Already has a beautiful face. And is young too. Really annoying. The girl applying powder felt jealousy rising. Cindy was hit by a venting punch from the opponent. Knocked off balance. Cindy was tense. Speed and power have increased, just like cannonballs. It breaks through my armor like child's play. This isn't good. If this keeps up, I'll be exposed. The girl applying powder took something from her bag. Godspeed. 5 minutes before work. Rushing towards Cindy with extreme speed. But beyond expectations, this girl didn't attack, but performed a god-tier speed makeup session on Cindy, a move truly no one expected. When Cindy's feet touched the ground, she had a new look. If it was ugly, it would make sense, since they are enemies. However, Cindy was given a pretty makeover by the opponent. Being cute makes it even more surprising. The girl applying powder was grumpy. Don't know if she's being sarcastic or complimenting. Don't know if it's because you're young, but whatever I use on your face works. Really annoying. Really don't understand what deep intention this girl has. Or they're just using Cindy's face as a sisterly makeup experiment. Cindy secretly suspected. Just now, I behaved in a despicable way without realizing it. This is similar to those nights at the prison back then. Does she intend to shake my spirit? If so, there is nothing to fear, because even that guy couldn't break my fighting spirit. The girl applying powder just stood there. Cindy suddenly became soft. Feminine. Ouch. What did you do? Cindy realized something was wrong. I didn't. My way of speaking is so strange, and it feels like I have no strength left. The girl applying powder revealed. Seems like you misunderstood something. My ability is just a tiny will. It's not like I can do anything extraordinary. Ability. Makeup artist. The makeup will limit a person's behavior. The makeup I did for you is the innocent maiden style. Pure. Weak and fragile. That's right, darling. Now you can only behave like a pure and fragile maiden. All right. Giving someone a sweet face, then following up with a punch. It will also affect your ability to protect yourself. Cindy was unwilling. So weak. Have I become so weak that I'm easily knocked out? Cindy was hit, falling and destroying a house opposite. You probably broke a few ribs already, right? And because of my makeup, the pain will be even worse. Yet, Cindy wasn't easily defeated. You can still stand up? The girl applying powder felt annoyed. Her words and actions have been altered. Yet this brat's will hasn't changed. Young people are really annoying. But it doesn't matter. I just need to handle her with pure strength. Cindy spoke up. Sorry, sister. If I utilize your ability in a different way, you'll probably be grumpy, huh? The weakness of the makeup girl's ability was exposed. Ridiculous. It can't be like that. Makeup return. Cindy somehow fixed the opponent's layer herself. The girl applying powder shouted, You dare to fix that makeup layer? Ridiculous. There's no way you two could do that. Clearly you two are martial artists. That thing is only made when you practice it every day until it becomes a habit. That is a makeup technique that even I can't do. Cindy revealed, I became a martial artist because I didn't want to be trampled on. But when I was small, I was just a normal child who liked wearing beautiful clothes. When I was tormented by my stepmother and sisters, I had to practice this makeup technique in my room, crying while hoping that it would help me be bullied less. Now, that weak little girl, I can finally protect her. Thank you, big sister great tree. The girl applying powder heard this and was furious enough to crack her foundation. Cindy raised her fist. Don't understand why. The girl applying powder showed signs of giving up. Really annoying. Your makeup is truly perfect. Despite Cindy's fist getting close, the girl applying powder showed no sign of dodging. Baby, I don't like that girl. A leg arrived. Bella thus blocked her sister's punch and the opponent. But Bella's state was clearly abnormal. Before Cindy's bewilderment, the pink-haired girl affectionately exclaimed, My baby is so cool. Bella is now under the control of the enemy. Friday, after clearing a bunch of pursuing troops, glided away as fast as the wind. He remembered Zero's instructions. Listen, you guys don't need to attract attention for too long. Just distract them a little bit. No need to overdo it. Then quickly withdraw from there. Using his ability, Zero stuck grass on all three, in places people usually don't notice. I will contact you right after getting out of math. So no matter what happens, you must retreat. Got it? You blue chip guys. The three proudly accepted this compliment. Zero was teased by the others. He just complained indescribably. Don't do that. Thank you. Thinking about it, Friday couldn't help but smile. Running for a while, Friday was forced to break. Trouble here. As expected. You're trying to leave math, huh? Friday had to face a much tougher danger than the Bella sisters. A crowd of armed thugs. And Mama's proudest son, Friday looked around, scouting a path to break through. But all four sides were surrounded. Tesmat adjusted his glasses. Said, Unfortunately, you lost. The chance to answer. Friday, you'll have a tiring battle. Facing the enemy side full of soldiers and generals. Friday wasn't afraid. He asked, Are you waiting for me? Tesmat replied, Not really. Actually, because it was too noisy. I suspected your subordinates were creating a diversion to help their big brother escape. If that's the case, the devil in the prophecy has probably left here already. Then, where can those subordinates run to? Running to the relic area is no different from rushing to death. So I concluded that there is no other way but to leave here. I guess that you would be the first to complete the mission and then escape. Friday. And according to the direction of movement, you would definitely come here. That's why I'm standing here. My calculation is perfect, isn't it? Friday. Friday replied, "You're wrong. I will defeat you guys and escape successfully. This is the correct answer." Tesmat smiled faintly. He waved his hand, said, "Shall we review it?" Seeing the signal from Tesmat, the surrounding thugs rushed up simultaneously. What? These chickens? Friday can take them all. He grabbed the head of the nearest guy, smashed two heads together. Continuing, he used sparkling headbutt, hitting the other two, turning two guys into sandbags, smashing them back towards their team. Strengthen and accelerate sparkling. Minions must be dealt with quickly. Strengthen and accelerate sparkling. In the blink of an eye, Friday had cleared a bunch of people. But these guys, besides punchers, also had ranged weapons. Friday noticed, but being on the move, he couldn't react in time to dodge completely, so he could only lean to avoid vital spots. Arrows fired. The enemy side also threw a homemade bomb at him. An explosion flared up, which, if it were a normal person, would result in death or serious injury. While around, Tesmat's soldiers were cheering. Good job. Hit directly. Tesmat himself had no reaction. He reminded his subordinates, "Don't let your guard down." And immediately, Tesmat's subordinates understood why their big brother said that. Do you guys think I'm just jumping around? I have been continuously rooting mana into the ground. You useless bunch. Saying that, he detonated the Mantos. This one shot wiped out the entire mob of thugs. These guys threw bombs at him. Now he returned an explosion several times larger. Don't underestimate me. Great tree, Tesmat. Tesmat coughed lightly twice. Truly amazing. The people you just beat, they are elites I trained myself. Although hit by poison arrows and taking a bomb directly, I can't believe you're still standing. Truly terrifying. Friday countered. Don't talk nonsense. The arrogant guy who looks cute eating chicken clearly wasn't affected by the Manto's explosion just now at all. Seems like it will be a worthy opponent for me to eat chicken with. Don't waste time anymore. Come on. Tesmat replied ambiguously. Fine. Maybe I can fight a fair battle with you. But I don't like uncertain things. I only choose paths guaranteed to bring absolute scores. You said don't waste time, right? I'm sorry, but originally, my intention was to stall you. Immediately, Friday shuddered, understanding Tesmat's meaning. This is my answer. Mama, unbeknownst to him, was already behind Friday. She raised her hand, asked in a low voice, "The guy who beat my son, where is he?" Mama's powerful hand then struck down. Dislap, you brat. Friday was knocked down to the ground by a hand. As for the remaining members of the protagonist group, currently, they have reached the sewers of the kingdom of Math. The protagonist evaluated. This place looks like a maze. At this level, it will be very difficult for those guys to find us. The smell here is strong and unpleasant. Zero, how are the three muscleheads doing? Being asked, Zero was also anxious. He said, "Wait a moment. I need to concentrate to do it. Good Lord. Don't underestimate the endurance of someone who sits in one place all day." Agassi advised, "Go exercise. Jailbreak. Yeah. Give that advice to your friends." Marley said, "Maybe I should have given it to you sooner." What she meant was cigarettes. The protagonist was also tired. So he said, "Take a deep breath and leave here immediately. I bet they will crawl here soon." Cindy and Bella have a carriage with extreme speed. And Friday, he is someone who could evade the eyes and ears of the Empire for a long time. Agassi commented, about Friday, he looks reliable too, comforting like a bowl of hot rice with soup. Marley meant to praise. All three of them have very flexible movement abilities. The protagonist optimistically felt. Maybe by now, all three of them have escaped from Math. Already, right? Zero. But Zero was sweating bullets. An expression that wasn't good at all. This was so obvious that those in the group, no one failed to realize the three teammates stalling had encountered an incident. The protagonist's face drained of blood. What happened? What's wrong? Speak quickly. He instantly lost his calm, grabbed Zero's collar, The thing I hate most is not knowing what everyone else knows. I don't like surprises. It makes me crazy. The protagonist screamed. How are they now? Tell me immediately. Bella is controlled. Knocked out her sister. Cindy seems to be unconscious. Friday's side also encountered a similar situation. The protagonist panicked inside, seeking denial of his teammates' dangerous situation. Cindy, Bella, Friday. Among the three, Bella is the only one still standing. But her being under someone else's control is no better than being unconscious. The powder compact snapped open. The girl applying powder was leisurely fixing her cracked foundation again. Everything ended a bit boringly. When she discovered her sister was manipulated, she wavered. Although on the same side, this girl was also secretly wary of this sister who wasn't of the same blood. Great tree. Elena Saja, the person loved by her, will definitely be controlled and manipulated by her, because the conditions to be able to love others are quite difficult. So, she can only be the youngest among the great trees. However, if she can satisfy those conditions, dealing with this ability is extremely annoying. Although on opposing sides, the girl applying powder still felt a bit sorry for the opponent. Unfortunately, she is truly very strong and beautiful. She turned her back, ending everything here. She coldly told her teammate, "Kill them." Elena obediently replied. Yes, Elena told Bella. Darling, did you hear? Cindy sat slumped in silence. As they say, near ink, one gets black. Near light, one shines. After interacting with the protagonist for a while, the whole group also learned more or less his sudden crazy habits. This surprised all the Mama gang members present. Don't tell me. Ridiculous. That's right. Friday was only down for a moment. His muscular arms pushed against the ground, pushing himself up. Tesmat was astonished. Why? Why is he still conscious? Friday. Mumist islap. If used to attack someone's back, the damage will increase several times. Among those who suffered that blow, no one could stand up afterwards. Friday could calmly joke with the enemy. Mrs. Laxoda is too strong. All the gas has fizzled out. Mama frowned with veins popping. Asked curiously, why go this far? Just for that damn chicken? Impossible. Humans only have one life. You don't get to try again. There is no reason to bet your life like that. Impossible that you don't know that. Although, the reason you haven't fallen is because Mama snitted, gritting her teeth, emphasizing each word. The power of friendship? A faint laugh turned into a loud burst of laughter. Friday found it funny himself. What are you saying? Friendship? So stupid. You guys really don't know anything. Deep down regarding Friday choosing to follow the protagonist is like this. He once asked, Sergeant Beck, answer me. In your old world, no matter how popular chicken was, knowing the recipe to cook it is a different matter. How could you create that dish? The protagonist was absent-minded when asked. Showed a bit of confusion. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. My family opened a restaurant specializing in chicken. So from then on, Friday concluded that surely he is not just a teammate, but my best friend. Tesmat gave up on Friday's simple nature. What? Why is the flashback so short, man? But Mama was reminded of something unpleasant. A friend. Friends. She suddenly remembered a memory. The Jaeger in his youth told her, I have a wish. I wish everyone no longer feels trapped in this sky cage. What do you think about creating a freer world with me? Manga. A young time. She smiled hopefully and was ready to join hands with her friend to build a better future. But that future now is this ruined present. It transformed Mama's view into, friends are just a shallow and trivial thing. Family is the most important. That is the true connection. Mama changed her mind. Said, so, Mom will capture him alive. With that great friendship, will that devil sacrifice himself to save his teammate? Let's find out. Tesmat didn't have much opinion. Yes, an uneven battle, but Friday still fought with all his might. Cindy's side also didn't yield an inch. Facing her controlled sister, the girl applying powder secretly thought, unbelievable. She broke several ribs, piercing her internal organs, and let them bleed. How can she still maintain her consciousness? Cindy grinned. Said, Bella's uni kick is only at that level. It can't trouble me. Uni kick. Sharp and fierce. My sister is still resisting. So your straw love can't completely control my sister. Elena heard this and her face darkened. Is our love only this much? Unforgivable. Darling, What are you doing? Kill this bitch quickly. Our love is being doubted. Saying it's love? But Bella was constantly forced by Elena to do things against her conscience. I can't forgive you. Cindy's internal energy rose. Playing with my sister's body. You'll have to pay. On Friday's side, Mantos was pushed to the highest limit. I will put all of them into a single blow. Friday put all the Mantos, created from mana, into his body. Mama raised her hand ready, giving Friday time to prepare. She showed no sign of hesitation. Friday's expression surpassed what Tesmat knew. An attack burning even life force. Was he always this strong? Friday absorbed Mantos into his body, then put all explosive power into a single punch. It's over. Molmagom. The Jaeger stood on the rooftop of a building, looking at the panoramic view of the night city, and exclaimed, "This is Messiah, bringing so many miracles." An individual behind spoke up. "Seems like you are enjoying it very much." The Jaeger replied, "Oh, of course. I am very. Do you know? In that slum down there, an old friend of mine is living there." The Jaeger covered his smirking mouth. Back then, nothing could threaten her, right? Manga. Everything is going out of Mama's control. I am really angry. At first, I intended to allow them to join my family. I thought I could borrow the power of the devil in the prophecy to take revenge on the Jaeger. They are truly excellent guns to shoot him, so I asked my subordinates to provoke them. However, the lightning attack not only did nothing to them, they even dared to injure my children. He should wash his neck for daring to do that. Kill them all. All of them. I intended to steal their chicken recipe, but there was nothing there. I was determined to carry this out. But the result? Mama heard loyal words. He's my best friend. From Friday. A disappointing ending. You guys really annoy me. Friday was also annoyed. Retorted. I don't give a fuck about your past. Don't impose them on me. I have nothing to do with them. Impose my ass. Crazy hag. Friday rushed towards Mama with speed just short of light. Mama was in a position ready to slap down. She exerted strength, not to block Friday coming to hit, but used a smarter way, smashing the ground to crack it. Rocks and soil under the pressure from Mama's hand slap. Piece by piece flew up high, forming a barrier, forcing Friday to waste effort dodging, thereby more or less reducing speed and force. When reaching Mama, but for Mama, that was enough time for her to draw her weapon. In the blink of an eye, for cleavers were drawn. Queen's cooking ultimate skill. Absolute slicing. Friday was also ready. Mantos. Big bang punch. This is the decisive moment. The two sides collided, like two meteors clashing, exploding, destroying everything around, creating a shockwave for the entire slum. Cindy was also using pumpkin vines wrapped around her body to support herself standing and create more toughness for herself. The entire slum shaking wasn't as notable as Bella trembling, resisting control. The girl applying powder had to admire. This bitch really surprised me. I've seen people hit by Sarah's skill. Not a single one of them could resist her cruel commands. And finally, their minds would be shattered. But look at this bitch. An unusually persistent mental strength. The absolute command requiring attacking her loved ones no longer works. But the most surprising thing is this bitch's sister. Seemingly, she has now reached her physical limit. Yet she continues to get stronger. Currently, she is definitely the strongest among us. Truly a blessing in disguise. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Cindy had matured in strength too far in just a short encounter. She challenged Saja. Said, "Come on," making Saja only able to stand there teary-eyed. The girl applying powder admired her. But the two sides were still on opposing battle lines. Business is business. Hey there, don't be confused. As expected, Sarah changed her tone. Softly said, "I'm sorry, darling. I put too much pressure on darling. Even if it's for me. Killing a family member is a foolish act." Cindy hoped. "Do you regret your actions?" Sarah hadn't finished speaking. "Darling, can you do me a favor? This attack. Please block it for me." Cindy was startled, seeing her sister standing to shield the enemy. But the attack was already launched. Even seeing it, she couldn't pull her hand back in time. Sarah held Bella's face. Said, "You can't harm the person you love. But sacrificing for your lover is possible, right? Because that is true love." Cindy turned pale. Didn't know what to do. Damn it. If you can't escape her skill, I will. Cindy couldn't watch herself hurt her sister with her own hands. So under that pressure, time seemed to freeze before Cindy's eyes. She forced herself to dissipate the mana in time, turning away. This was no different from exposing her back to the enemy. You just withdrew your power. It was hard to approach you because of that flame. But now you've withdrawn it. Cindy criticized. So cowardly. The girl applying powder clearly stated. Cowardly? Don't be confused. This is not a fair fight. We are gangsters. Fatty. Cindy was furious, cursing loudly to vent. The confrontation between Friday and Mama left quite a magnificent battlefield ruin. Mama was injured by Friday, but it was unclear how severe the injury was. As for Friday, after all efforts, he still couldn't overcome Mama. The winner sentenced the loser. Friday, you will turn into a kid unable to speak soon. If you want to leave any last words, you should spit them out now. Speak. Friday smirked. He firmly affirmed warning. You will lose to Sergeant Beck. He is the real gangster. Beck Beam Young was extremely furious. Each word through his teeth. I will save them. Beck Beam Young walked straight ahead, thinking he would find a place to plan first. But that wasn't his style. If possible, he preferred going straight in. Now I will go save them. If I go right now, there's still time. But Zero, the one with the cool head, grabbed him before the protagonist's impending explosion of anger. Zero also had to be very brave to do that. For the greater good. Zero, don't do that. Captain, I told you. Mama said she would kill him. There is still a chance to save him. But not now. The protagonist's anger rose sharply. Shouted violently, pushing Zero away. Get lost. What about Cindy? Those bastards are preparing to kill her already. Zero was forced to speak the harsh reality. Then go save them now. And we all die together. Beck Beam Young was slightly startled by Zero's harsh words. Marley also kept a cool head. Advised. Sergeant, this time I also oppose your decision. Thanks to them, we were able to escape here safely. Do you want to make their sacrifice useless? The protagonist understood. He understood better than anyone. So he was angry because he hated his own helplessness. Cooling his head a bit, he spoke first. I'm sorry. Zero. Zero said. You should apologize with money. It would be better. Zero looked calm. But actually, his heart was also extremely anxious. If she really dies, hope that case doesn't happen. We should seize this opportunity. Suddenly, Zero noticed something. A faint sound. It came from Cindy's position. Who is it? Two individuals hiding and watching Cindy's fight all this time told each other, let's go. While the two great trees weren't paying attention, leaving Cindy lying alone, these two seized the opportunity, rushed very fast. Their target was Cindy. So to the surprise of the two great trees, Cindy was carried away by two people, none other than the first two opponents the protagonist faced in the Empire's underground arena. Carried away, Cream Bread Neo exclaimed, damn it, Mon Magong. I could die. Corset complained. Is it that person's request? Why does he still ask us? Shut up and run fast. Besides Cream Bread Neo and Corset, there was another mysterious individual who also observed this event. Eco muttered, thank you, Uncle. Mama returned to the base, with the welcome of a large number of children, standing neatly on two sides. You have worked hard. I will wash the dishes. Mama's children were enthusiastic and filial. I will massage your shoulders. Brothers and sisters. Everyone has worked hard too. We are proud of our family. Great tree sculptor, wearing clothes like pajamas, came out to greet. Welcome Mom back home. Mama threw Friday down. Sculptor asked, wow, what is this, Mom? Mama said softly, a gift for my son. Do it our way. Sculpteur understood Mama's intention. Smiled with interest and said, as usual, right? In the Mama gang's base, someone just washed their face. Heijin sat in the living room, saw the person coming out of the bathroom, then asked, you're here? The person replied, yeah. Heijin commented, I can't get used to your face without makeup. You can't leave it like that for the rest of your life? The girl applying powder, now with a completely different appearance from when fighting, raised her eyebrows and said, why do I need to wear makeup in front of you? The girl applying powder is named Balyong Olivia. Heijin smiled and said, put your hand down. Do you want to threaten your older brother? Olivia interacted like siblings in a family. Snapped. Shut up. Put your hand down and close your legs for me to sit. Sitting down on the chair, Olivia sighed. Because you were beaten, we had to fight until morning. A tough battle. Heijin said, I'm sorry, but with an organization having Mom, this will definitely happen. By the way, seems like your opponent was quite troublesome. Huh? How did you regain the advantage and win? Olivia honestly said, I lost. I played dirty. It's no different from losing. She was truly so beautiful and strong that it made me feel annoyed. I can't believe I let her escape with those bastards. Even if Mom punishes me, I have nothing to defend myself with. Heijin said, Olivia, you are too naive. In my opinion, those kinds of things are a problem. Remember Friday? The person said to have become stronger than when he was a ranker? No matter how great the power is, when meeting Mom, it becomes meaningless. Heijin spoke with absolute confidence in Mama. Speaking of Friday, I remember. Those guys, will they really come to rescue their teammates? Olivia replied, Mom doesn't want that very much. But if it's them, they will come. She had faced two people in the protagonist group. Birds of a feather flocked together. So she could grasp the personality of this protagonist group and give a definite answer. Zero reported to the group. Someone not belonging to the Mama gang took Cindy. Could be an ally or a new enemy of ours. But no matter what, the chance to save Cindy is still there. The protagonist calmly asked, So where is Cindy currently? Zero replied, At the deepest part of the kingdom's sewers. My ability lost track here. They moved very fast in the sewers. A place like a maze. There are definitely residents here. However, Zero wondered, Why did I lose track? Marley asked, Is something unusual? Zero was a bit tense. If they're sensitive to magic, they could easily detect my skill. Listen, the protagonist was annoyed. So troublesome. The protagonist took off his outer shirt. Said, You said they reached the deepest part before they take Cindy to a place further away, right? Zero bowed his head thinking, That's right, but that place is a bit complicated. The protagonist said, I know. Then go to that place first. Everyone follow me. As fast as possible. The protagonist was still very impatient. Now, there is an unexpected variable. Can allow him to save a teammate early. He won't accept sitting still and hesitating. Zero was slightly stunned. What the hell are you doing? The protagonist punched a hole, then jumped down. Seemed like he would repeat this action, like a shortcut to the deepest part of the sewers. Marley complained a bit. Good lord, at least, warn us first. Marley and Agassi had almost no opinion on the protagonist's action. Just followed him. The place the protagonist punched, under the impact of his ability, in a moment returned to its original state. Agassi gave up. Underground level. They said they would smash through them. Only those who can keep up with Sergeant Beck are going. Zero sighed. Zero cried inside. Agassi, without you, I'm so scared. The commotion the protagonist caused very quickly reached the deepest part of the sewers. The group of three rescuing Cindy also noticed the noise. Cream-bread Neo was still suspicious. This noise, what is happening? Then before their eyes, they saw the protagonist trio landing here. Coincidentally, these three landed right behind the three rescuing Cindy. While Cindy's rescuers were bewildered by this, on the protagonist's side, lowered his head, low tone of voice. What are you guys doing? Return my teammate to me. He spoke with threatening pressure. You are the devil in a prophecy. The rankless. Eco. The remaining people who didn't follow the protagonist deep into the sewers stood there for a moment. Then Zero led the way, speaking up. Captain, should I warn him that he might encounter a disaster here? Agassi stopped him, understanding what Zero was referring to. I think I know what you're talking about. I can't even curse. Agassi, normally lazy, now couldn't ignore sleeping on Zero's shoulder. Zero reminded, This place is really disgusting. Everyone walk slowly. It has more life than I thought. Now is the right time to start gathering information. Seeing Jay taking care of his business, Agassi whispered to his two close friends. Hey, do you two crave cigarettes lately? Agassi lowered his voice. Don't tell me. You too. Agassi expressed. Yeah, I swore I wouldn't touch it again after getting out of prison. But since coming to math, my heart keeps beating continuously. Zero didn't lie to himself either. Admitted. Actually, me too. Three young men who had been to rehab all shared the same mindset. The relapse stage of an addict. I want to suck on it. That's right. It's like quitting smoking for an addict 1 month in camp. First, it is very uncomfortable and miserable. But after that, I don't think about cigarettes anymore. Now I don't need to quit anymore, right? That's what they will think. But after being released to another place, what happens if that place allows you to smoke freely? Without a moment of hesitation, you will suck on the cigarette like you've never sucked before. This situation is exactly the situation of the trio of addicts currently. After arriving at Math, a place similar to where they used to live, a place abundant with this stuff, when the captain, the person controlling them, disappeared, their cravings seemed to want to explode. Here there is zero. And more importantly, we have no fucking money. Agassi smiled mischievously. What are you saying? Why we have no fucking money? Agassi is a chef though, inside, but sometimes whether intentionally or unintentionally, identified by customers as the most handsome guy in the shop. Agassi confidently said, I'm sure someone will tip me. Zero more or less admired. Life is truly unfair. Agassi heard that and laughed with delight. If the money problem is solved, then the only thing left is zero. Currently, Jay is standing in front of a stall of a sewer resident. Zero muttered, is it because this is a sewer? The smell here is too heavy. Agassi's group of 3 was sneaking away to buy cigarettes. But Zero is a beast when it comes to money. The smell of money. You guys are hiding something from me. Agassi's trio screamed in shock. 36 stratagems. Running away is the best. Run. He has no stamina left. We can lose him. Zero got angry. You guys dare to steal my money. Just for cigarettes? Give the money back. Agassi retorted. Why is that money yours? Agassi was shocked. What? Why is he running so fast? When thinking about his money being taken, he can explode with power 50 times normal. Not a skill. Simply because of money. No matter if it's his money or not, as long as Zero feels it's his money, then he will chase relentlessly until he gets it. Stop. Don't let me catch you guys. Agassi reminded the group. Wait. Stop. Ahead. There were some sewer residents hearing Agassi shout. Reflexively turned back. But because the group was running at full speed, they couldn't brake urgently. It was too late to stop. So in the end, although they tried, the group still crashed into an individual. Everyone looked at the person who was just hit. Only saw the person lying motionless on the ground. Agassi said awkwardly, he died, making the person who seemed to be the companion of the hit person panic and run over. Impossible. How could you die so uselessly like that? Zero covered his mouth. I killed that man. Zero denied responsibility. Not my fault. The hit person spoke up. Calm down. I'm not dead yet. The companion shed tears. Concernedly asked carefully, really? The hit person said, it really surprised me. I bet you too. Zero said, he is alive. Should we ask him what is happening? Agassi secretly scolded Zero. Crazy guy. The companion didn't encounter the crash. Angry. Drew weapon. You guys. How dare you? Do you know who this is? What are you doing? How dare you? Do you know who this is? What are you doing? Regardless of the other person screaming, Zero's group just stood there indifferently. No opinion. No reaction. Both sides were silent. Until the hit person spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. I'm just an old man with nothing but a name. The companion said, it's my fault. The hitman said, do it again. The companion respectfully replied, yes. So this person once again pointed the sword at Zero's group. With an old proletarian having nothing else but his name. What are you guys doing? The hitman gave a thumbs up. That's right. The companion replied enthusiastically. Thank you, sir. Agassi secretly questioned. What the hell are these retards? Agassi's trio wasn't very sincere. Carelessly ran past. Said, so, if he didn't die, congratulations. We sincerely apologize. Run. Such an attitude couldn't please the companion. This person was quick-footed. Jumped straight ahead, blocking Agassi's trio's way. With an old proletarian having nothing else but his name. Apologize immediately. Agassi's trio lost patience. Normally, if these 3 addicts were in a stable state, they would definitely apologize and end everything in peace. But, currently, they were craving nicotine like crazy, and the result was their bad temper exploded. All 3 shared the same thought. Why the hell apologize? He will die anyway. Someone is turning a blind eye to the current situation. That sword. Where have I seen it? Strange. Why does it emit the smell of money? Deep in Zero's subconscious, a faint scent of money passed by. Zero decided early. Now, just observe. He wanted to know what that scent was. The other person carried the sword across the shoulder. Said, can't apologize? So you want to fight? How arrogant. Seems like you were neglected by your parents. So I will teach you a lesson on their behalf. Prepared to deploy Dream Demon Soldier. Agassi. It's Magi a day. Maria and the fart punch. Zero. Just one punch. All three rushed to attack. Just a moment. The stranger made one move, suppressing all three of Agassi's group at once. Although having gone through countless battles, the three thought they were stronger. Their self-esteem shattered right at that moment. Zero had time to realize the clue to the stranger's identity. I remember now. This stranger also didn't intend to be heavy-handed. Just warned. Better not attack him from now on. Respect the elderly. The stranger sheathed the sword, called Agassi's trio, "You brats." Zero turned pale, covering his mouth in disbelief. I'm certain. The strange sword that can change shape. And the swordsman who can use it most perfectly. Knight Commander Martin. If the Knight Commander is here, then the person this man has such a respectful attitude towards. Even guessing with toes would know. So, that person is the king of Math, hidden king of the fallen empire. Abius. Zero smiled stiffly, speaking the identity of the person they accidentally hit. If that's true, then he is king of Math. The person who disappeared after the magicians destroyed the kingdom. Hidden king of the fallen empire. So he was hiding here. The old man stood up, complained. Really? I don't know what you were saying. Honestly, what king? Looking like this, telling Agassi's trio looks like what? This grandpa, no matter how you look at it. Where does he look like a king? He had his real voice. Abius even naively told his follower, "Hey, Knight Commander, I'm not a king, right?" The Knight Commander also stammered along. Of course, Master is just a normal old man. Zero thought, indescribably. What should I do now? I should pretend not to hear that. But we are currently facing an enemy full of the smell of money. Can't let him slip away. Someone go that way. Now, it was the turn of those two to run from Zero's group. Zero's brain worked flexibly, very fast. What to do now? Can't hold the two of them back with just my skill. Can't use my ability. The Knight Commander will know and neutralize it immediately. Think, Zero. What should I do if I were Sergeant Beck? I am the closest observer. I am the most influential person here. In this situation, I can do it. I am the person who only knows how to gather information. The thing I learned from Sergeant Beck. A new weapon. Persuasive lying. Before money. Zero could temporarily ignore dignity. He knelt down, shouted, "Oh, my king. I am a subject of your kingdom, one born and raised in Math." These words made the wandering king's steps pause momentarily. What are you doing here? Why Math? Turned into what it is now. I know I have crossed the line by doing this. You can take my life. It's fine. But I'm still a subject of Math. I have a right to know. Agassi hurriedly covered his mouth, secretly admiring, acting so realistically. It's hard not to laugh. Abius seemed truly moved and decided to reveal. I know. You're a part of this kingdom. I can't lie to you anymore. Now, I will summarize everything. Thank you, sir. Zero smugly gloated, just like the protagonist persuading Father Archbishop. Held him back. Abius started. It probably happened when you were much smaller than now. When Lucy defeated Mama and the Jaeger had to flee. Their organization completely dissolved. That made us complacent. When they performed acts against the gods, they still hadn't crossed the line that humans shouldn't cross. But when they returned, they became completely different. Gambling, illegal fighting, murder, prostitution. They spread crime throughout the country. Moreover, something we didn't expect happened. The Jaeger took revenge on Mama. The Jaeger performed a deception with a large amount of fake news and when he launched a surprise attack. The only ones there were Mama and her teammates. The Knight Commander added, I wasn't there. We knew we were also deceived and extremely worried. But Mama's expression when she knew she was betrayed was unreadable. You can probably guess what happened after that. Zero secretly deduced the situation afterwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity when all attention was focused on Mama, the Jaeger usurped the throne. That was also the moment Math turned into the slum it is now. Abius turned his back. Then he said, before leaving, I'll tell you one thing. I haven't given up. I'm restoring the kingdom to how it was before. The king and knight kept walking. Zero was frozen. Zero found it strange, saying, I think Zero will go crazy. Agassi had a nicotine craving. Suggested, is now the time? In Zero's head, the king's words were repeating. I haven't given up on restoring the kingdom to how it was before. Before the king left. His last words, after Zero heard that, his heart kept beating excitedly. Zero's eyes flashed with cash symbols. Don't worry, he wasn't moved by righteousness or noble ideals, but the light a real gold mine, is right before his eyes. Sergeant Beck wants to take over Math. After defeating Mama and the Jaeger, and the king, who wants to restore his kingdom. Zero was operating at maximum capacity ever. Zero calculated his nature, calculating the potential profit if the deal succeeds. Zero could be one step closer to the status of a god of wealth on Earth. I can see it, the way to become the richest person in the world. This unique opportunity. It's now or never. Zero shouted. My king, Abius complained. You scare me. Why haven't you left yet? You look really troublesome and scary. Zero presented his words. This kingdom. There's something I can do. Abius acknowledged, but had to say. I feel very grateful that you think for the kingdom. But currently Zero spoke up. Perhaps. You have heard about the devil and the prophecy, right? The protagonist at the same time was aggressively pointing his sword at the people holding Cindy. Cream-bread Neo scratched his head. Opened up. Brother. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is the first time we meet since the arena, right? Here. Who knew we would meet here? The protagonist's head loaded a bit, then smiled friendly. Like greeting an old friend. He said, It's been a while, huh? Marley beside him gave an evaluating look. The protagonist said some polite nonsense. You're someone with good hand from before. Glad to meet you again. Can you return my teammate to me, and then we talk? Despite the smiling mouth, the protagonist's actions didn't match, making the opponent uneasy. They all felt it, starting with putting down the weapon. It looks like he's about to attack us. The protagonist truly had no good intentions in his heart. If I put down the weapon, you guys are dead meat. Corset asked his friend. What should we do? Cream-bread Neo was also confused. I don't think he will listen to us. Look at his face. Iko had been silent all this time, trembling slightly. The devil. In the prophecy, Iko rushed forward. Cream-bread Neo couldn't stop him in time. The protagonist was too used to people seeing him and wanting to fight, so he was ready to slash any hostile brat. Cream-bread Neo shouted hopelessly to stop the protagonist's behavior. Iko jumped up and shouted something that made the protagonist involuntarily stop swinging the sword. I'm a huge fan of yours. Iko, thanks to that, landed safely, hugged the idol. The protagonist was stunned. Extremely. He even realized Iko is a girl. This was like thunder striking Marley's ears. The protagonist was confused. First time encountering something like this. Iko said excitedly, Devil in the prophecy. I am. You're a die-hard fan. Fighting against gods. So cool. It made me like you from the first sight. The protagonist was very happy, because for the first time he felt loved from the first meeting in this world. Cream-bread Neo called Iko back. Calm down. Iko calmly said, Mr. Devil, I have a request. The protagonist was suspicious. Patiently listened. Iko begged, please let me be your teammate. This request made the protagonist frown slightly. Iko rambled on. If we travel together, we can do it. We can kill them all, even Talia, and even Marley. Back a bit to the prosperous empire. In a certain laboratory, talking about Iko. You probably also overheard when we were talking to Han, right? The doctor stood in front of a lab chamber. Said, yeah, a little. Iko. He is very funny. Apat continued. Oh, is that a way of marketing? When he wrote the name Iko on the back of the goods at the stall in that alley, the selling price multiplied. But have to admit, her goods are very good. Edible lip balm. Sensors helping you avoid stubbing your toe on wall corners. Gloves helping you definitely win every rock-paper-scissors game. Those things sound interesting too. Ah, and glasses that help you always look like you're concentrating. The doctor felt. All stupid items. The kid seems to be a crazy fan of Iko. Huh? The doctor said. Is that so? It is true that there exist items signed Iko. The real goods have much more unique capabilities. It is real. More importantly, the existence of those items proves the existence of Iko. We're just picking up discarded products of Iko and selling them. Apat was curious. Discarded items? So all the stuff on the current market. The doctor laughed. That's right. The items we think are ahead of their time are just Iko's trash. The waste he threw away. Apat smiled faintly. Now I understand what the doctor and General Han meant. The doctor was somewhat critical. The whole country only cares about the mongoose extermination campaign. The worst future that Han and I thought of, the devil and Iko joining hands. And what the doctor and Han feared is on the verge of happening. The protagonist was invited to Iko's temporary shelter. Cindy was bandaged, lying quietly on the bed, watched over by Moni. Cindy, I know how far your strength really goes. I am certain there is no way you sisters would lose in a battle. Surely there was some dirty trick. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Just wait. I will avenge you. Bye. Similar means. Moni didn't speak, but also had a similar spirit to the protagonist. Marley took it all in. You changed too much, Sergeant. But don't know if it will be a weakness or your strength. The protagonist sat down on a chair. He sat higher than the three who fished Cindy out from the Mama gang, with a mindset full of suspicion. Speak. Why did you save my subordinate? Why are people from the Empire in math? Corset said. We have no bad intentions. Cream Bread Neo also said. Correct. For those from the back alleys like us, whether it's the Empire or Mav, it doesn't matter. Corset revealed. Whenever we have a little extra, we usually come to Mav to do charity. Cream Bread Neo kindly invited. This week we cooked chicken soup. And cream bread too. Want to try? Corset introduced Eco. This is also where we picked up this kid. We took care of the kid because no one should live alone in this place. Not to mention being a child. We always remembered the kid when returning to the Empire. So we decided to adopt and treat the kid like a niece. Cream Bread Neo smiled kindly. Charity is the best, right? Then the two uncles fell into silence thinking. But who knew the kid was a fan of the devil? That is the guy who punched the kid's uncle in the face. These feelings were hard for the two uncles to speak out. The protagonist restrained his threat a bit. All right, I understand your story. Based on the situation, I can't do anything either. But I'm a very suspicious person. You saved Cindy because you're my fan. I don't know if that's a lie to escape this situation, kid. Eco pleaded. Please, believe me. I really am your fan. I knew you since you defeated Kadener. And I was fascinated by you since you destroyed the barracks. Look at these things. I made them. Collection of the Devil of Faith. The protagonist stood up, happy to death, but still had to pretend not to be moved. You think I will believe in them? The two uncles secretly thought. It's true, though. A human admiring a devil. Marley found Eco an eyesore. Just like Palia. That child knows who I am. Seems she doesn't know I am a god. She seemingly doesn't even know Goddess Marley. Strange. I can't see what she is made of. Sergeant, what do you think about this situation? The protagonist was enjoying a rare bit of vanity. Anything else? Anything else cool? Eco shouted. The coolest was when you defeated that boss. Marley questioned. What is she thinking? And the truth is Uncle defeated Han. The protagonist bragged. There's a secret. That person is now Uncle's subordinate. Marley slapped the protagonist's head. Liar. Tone it down. The protagonist loudly retorted. I didn't lie. It's similar to that. Marley said. Didn't you refuse? The protagonist corrected. It's unfinished. Marley mocked. Inviting people for a meal, next time even. How pitiful. The protagonist was put off by Marley. You're starting to become annoying. You also misunderstood something. Think back to when we said goodbye to that name. When the protagonist was sitting persuading father. Wasn't the answer too obvious? While discussing cooperation, the enemy interrupted. The protagonist held his face and sighed. Fuck. Father calmly said. You noticed too, huh? An uninvited guest has arrived. Zero reported urgently. Captain, the Mama gang is causing chaos. The protagonist tiredly replied. I know. Father stood up. Said, unfortunately. But I will answer next time. Don't think too negatively. As you said, dealing with the Mama gang alone is very troublesome. Then Father said after that. The protagonist now remembered his last words. Everyone in the room paid attention to the protagonist's reaction. Oh God, how could I forget? The reason he said that was a hint he gave me. The protagonist turned his back, told the two teammates. Let's go. Eco looked on. The protagonist said, there are some things I need to do. Please take care of Cindy. This word was like a trust given to Eco's trio. The protagonist stepped out of Eco's base. He took Zero's grass leaf and attached it to himself. Conveyed briefly. We have to hurry. Jay received it. So he knew. Just like a ghost. He told Agassi's group. The captain called us there. Agassi was sluggish. But we can't. Use Jay's ability. They already know the way to gather. But arriving, Zero seemed about to have a stroke. What? Did I hear wrong? Just like last time. The protagonist calmly said. Last time was because I was too selfish. We only have this one way. I will go to the Mama gang's place. Alone. 3 days later. The protagonist arrived in front of the Mama gang's base. because the protagonist appeared without any cover. Everyone in the gang knew, and they couldn't hide their surprise. He really came alone. Heijin saw this and wondered, "Big brother, what are you thinking?" Mama looked down from the high floor. "You came? Puppy." Everyone thought the protagonist would crazily rush in to fight the whole Mama gang. However, he raised both hands, an expression of surrender, a move that Mama and the great trees present couldn't expect. Plan of the protagonist is, "I will go to the Mama gang's place alone and become a child of hers." The protagonist raised two hands, but showed no sign of weakness or bowing down. He held his head high, loudly surrendered. "You sons of bitches." The entire Mama gang whispered. Those who had unpleasant confrontations with the protagonist group were dissatisfied with this move of his. Mama's face was covered by shadow, thinking, "He surrendered?" Tesmat naturally questioned the motive behind this action of the protagonist. "Rushing here alone and surrendering? What are you doing, Sergeant Beck?" Heijin lowered his glasses at this strange event. "What's happening, brother?" Friday. Both Cindy and Bella, those who can be considered the most dangerous of the devil in the prophecy group, are eliminated. He didn't come here to challenge us. Those who hold this entire slum in their hands, right? Heijin found it hard to believe. Came to surrender for his teammates? "Brother," Olivia said. "Stop it. Does he really think just rushing here to surrender is enough?" Olivia jumped down in front of the protagonist. She clenched her fist. "Don't joke around. Beat him a few times to see if he reveals his true nature." Olivia had no reason to hold back. So one punch slammed straight into the protagonist's stomach. All Mama gang members didn't expect the protagonist to take the hit without dodging. Being the closest, Olivia felt the pressure. Baek Byung glared down at her. His aura clearly overwhelmed Olivia a lot. He interrogated, "Who? Tell me. Who turned Cindy into this?" Seeing her daughter being bullied, Mama stepped out. "Stop immediately." She affirmed, "You came here not just to surrender, right? What is your true intention?" The protagonist stalled. Said, "I have no intention. I just came to surrender. But I have a condition." The protagonist actively made a request that suited Mama's initial wish. "Accept me as a child of yours." Tesma was surprised. Magi exclaimed. Mama heard this and smirked. She laughed, and laughed especially loud. "Want to be a child? Good. Is that so? With your power, if you're under my command, you can even become a great tree, and our Mama gang will expand even more. So that is your bargaining chip." But that was the initial intention. After the protagonist beat Heijin, if Mama agreed that easily, she wouldn't be Mama. "But I don't want to. No matter what your value is, or how good you are at business, you dare to touch my children. Now I just need to take your chicken recipe, and that's it." So Mama raised her hand, intending to slap the protagonist to death. Then the protagonist made a more attractive offer. "I will kill the Jaeger for you." Back to when the group discussed before the protagonist went to the Mama gang to temporarily ease tensions. Zero, after pondering, said, "Sorry, boss. I think there's only one choice left, but there is still another problem. Mama is very straightforward and rude. To become her child, we must have a good card." Zero suddenly laughed loudly like he caught a big haul, confusing the protagonist. "What the fuck?" Zero calmly said, "Hey, boss. Boss thinks. Who did I just meet and return here?" Because of the request to kill the Jaeger by the protagonist, the Mama gang temporarily patiently sat down to listen to the protagonist talk. Because of being betrayed by the Jaeger, her power has declined. Blue Fire Witch. Manga. I will be the blade of revenge for you. Proposing to take revenge on the Jaeger is an unprecedented precedent, even with Mama's proud children. Tezzo was secretly curious. He knew about Mom being betrayed by the Jaeger. Almost no one knows that story, even within the family. Heijin turned to ask Tesmat, "Hey, brother, did you know this?" "So, what?" "So everything with the Jaeger was all because Mom was betrayed?" Mama was also somewhat frank. Said, "Well, among your accomplices, there's a guy selling information, Zero, right? But you intend to kill the Jaeger? This is what Mama cares about. Wait, if I accept you as a child, will your accomplices also join? There's no way you can handle the Jaeger alone, right?" The protagonist admitted the problem of him entering the enemy's den alone. "Admit you were right, but that is not the main problem. The important thing is where Zero got that information. The lost king of the Magic Kingdom, Abius. And with him is Eco. Currently I am quite close with Eco." A great tree slammed the table. stood up and shouted, "Liar!" No one knows if Abius is still alive, and it's unclear if Eco is a real person or not. Olivia also held an attitude of disbelief. He deliberately chose difficult people, Really annoying. Do you think we were stupid? The protagonist revealed. The person who came to save Cindy is Eco. Eco saved Cindy to curry favor with me and come under my command. Olivia heard this and snorted unpleasantly. Tesmat thought, difficult. Very difficult to determine if that is true or false. But the protagonist didn't need them to believe him. He also wouldn't give the opponent time to leisurely confirm the truth. Want to think as long as you want. Go ahead. I will push them, the protagonist said. And Abius, that guy is still rebuilding his kingdom. Know where it is? Tesmat. And Mama simultaneously thought of a clue. There was a report that in the castle there was a rebel group daring to challenge the Jaeger, although he thought it was just a gathering of commoners. Even the Jaeger doesn't know who is behind that incident. So the one behind it is Abius. The protagonist followed that flow to persuade cooperation. Abius and I have now become quite close to each other. You understand, right? The protagonist planted a thought in Mama that accepting Sergeant Beck as a child means not only the Devil Group, but also Eco and the Resistance Group will follow. These are truly good cards. To be able to join forces against the Jaeger who is ruling over Math. Is Mama willing to let go of old grievances to achieve greater benefits? The answer is too clear. Mama lauzid lodli. I guess I will overlook you beating my son and consider its siblings quarreling. Good. I will adopt you as a great tree. Mama officially considered the protagonist an ally in the fight against the Jaeger. The protagonist set the goal of negotiation and peace. Magi was probably the one who cared most about the protagonist joining the Mama gang. Otto stood next to Magi asking, "Sister, is that okay?" Magi smiled and said, "Of course. Even if that guy is family. Siblings accidentally killing each other is fine too, right?" Mama told her proud son, "Get new clothes for your brother. Tesmat will go summon the members." Tesmat politely replied, "Yes, mother." 3 hours later, we will start the adoption ceremony. Mama declared, "After the adoption ceremony, you can truly become my child." The protagonist adapted quickly, replied, "I understand." 3 hours later, Molmagong, main hall. Although they're thugs, the Mama gang is managed orderly no different from a disciplined army. All great trees must be present to witness the brother about to be accepted by Mama into the massive community of children. This will be the new member of the gang. Great tree. Sergeant Beck. Come on, children. Welcome a new brother. Just need to be recognized by Mama. All members in the gang, at least outwardly, all welcomed. Brother. Nice to meet you. Brother. Welcome. Mama used mana to create something looking like red blood cells. Mama said, "Are you ready to become a member of the family?" The protagonist calmly replied, "Ready, mother." Mama put this red blood cell form mana into the protagonist. A light of energy glowed, centering on the protagonist. The protagonist secretly looked at himself. So, I have officially become a part of the Mama gang. Tesmat, acting as the eldest brother, told all the younger siblings. Everyone cheer. So our Mama gang will go even further. Mama told the children, "Today is a happy day. Mom made many delicious dishes. Everyone go wash your hands." The whole group cheered. Spicy pork ribs. Super delicious. Mama secretly rejoiced seeing the great cause about to be achieved. So we can deal with the Jaeger. We prepared for taking over Math. But no, we will expand to the whole world. Suddenly, the entire Mama gang felt a chill down their spines. Except Magi, whose expression showed she knew the protagonist would flip. Marley transformed into the democratic gun that the protagonist just picked up. The gun barrel pointed straight at the back of the person he currently called Mother. Mama asked in panic, "What is this? What is this?" So, the protagonist just smiled smugly. "I am usurping the throne. Mother." A shot waiting for no one was fired. Blood was spilled. Back a bit before the adoption ceremony. Members of the Mama gang, everyone lending a hand, preparing for the celebration party. Mom, try this." "All right, wait for Mom a bit." "Oh, very delicious, son." "Thank you, Mom." During this cozy cooking time, Tesmat approached, politely called, "Mother, I have gathered the brothers and sisters." Mama replied to Tesmat, "Oh, is that so? That was fast." Seeing her son finish speaking and then fall silent. Mama Gwisid, "Are you worried?" Tesmat, He froze, then adjusted his glasses, exclaimed, "As expected of Mom. Mom knows everything." Mama said, "After all, Mom is Mom, and you are my son." Some people in the gang were cooking. Then there were also people sitting together, opining on the protagonist joining. No way. Why is that? Heijin really welcomed the protagonist. There are many precedents where enemies wanted to become members of our mama gang, right? Wasn't I also one of them? Otto opposed, loudly said, "He is different from you. Just looking at him tells you, right? Clearly he came here with a plot to betray us. And Mom too. Mom knows about the past of Sister Magi. It's to let that guy be her child. That is a bit too much." These words of Otto, other great trees also more or less agreed with. Her children opposing Beck Beam Young joining. Mama found it easy to understand. Not only Magi, but many other children were not happy with this. Even Mom sometimes thinks that Beck Beam Young will betray us. However, the reason Mom keeps him by her side is to turn the pawns he owns into potential for the Mama gang. Next, Mama Hujid Dismat said in a gentle voice, "You will understand eventually. Anyway, this is all for the benefit of our family." Although guessing the protagonist's betrayal, the Mama gang didn't expect him to flip so soon. Right when he completed the adoption ritual, he immediately betrayed. Tesmat led the way, running over, shouted, "The remaining great trees." Seeing this also quickly mobilized mana. The protagonist warned, "There is still one more shot." One more shot. Tesmat was tense. According to the news, from the prison side, that is an attack with terrible penetrating power, but he can only shoot twice. Must not let Mom take that shot again. Tesmat signaled all the younger siblings. Everyone protect Mom. So the entire Mama gang reacted, rushed up. The protagonist raised the corner of his mouth, said, "Marley, let's do a forget-me-not. Control the power." Marley's spirit matched the protagonist's. Replied, "Sure." Loaded ammo equivalent to 50 rounds. Listen, the entire Mama gang was terrified. He is aiming upwards. The protagonist pulled the trigger. A shot destroyed the ceiling. The entire connected architecture collapsed. The main hall is collapsing. The one creating this chaos stood there leisurely. Indeed, explosions are the truth, brothers. The incident was too fast. Almost no one in the Mama gang escaped in time. Fortunately, Otto used his ability in time, preventing the siblings from being crushed by rocks. But he still said sluggishly, "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect everyone." Mama's eyes were somewhat dazed. Said, "It's okay. On the contrary, luckily no one died. You did well." This incident caused Tesmat to publicly oppose Beck Beam Young fiercely. "We must expel Beck Beam Young immediately." Daring to act so recklessly right after the adoption ritual. With his personality and his ability, definitely. But Mama raised her voice. "No, he must stay. The Mama gang needs him to go further." Tesmat, he secretly couldn't be rational. "I don't have time to calmly consider everything. This is driving me crazy." Mama regained some composure. Said, "Don't worry. As for Beck Beam Young, Mom will start disciplining him right now." Saja worriedly stammered, "Mom, baby maker. He disappeared. Who took him away? No need to guess." The protagonist took advantage of the chaos. Kidnapped baby maker. He dragged the person while shouting questions. "Where's Friday?" Baby maker smiled. Replied, "You think I will tell?" The protagonist was secretly urgent. "Hold on a little longer." Mama used her toes to guess the goal of the protagonist. Seems like he came to save his teammates. How stupid. He really thinks he can outplay us and save his teammates? He was wrong to dare rush into my base. That is the place where more than 1,000 of my children live together. For anyone unfamiliar, that place is like a maze. You will definitely be surprised. So, Tesmat acted as the reliable eldest brother, directing the juniors. "Everyone get ready." Those present unanimously obeyed Tesmat. Roger. The protagonist has now entered the Mama gang base and was getting dizzy. Fuck. This second floor has over 100 rooms. "Hey, crazy guy. Which room is yours?" Baby maker mocked. Then revealed that my room is in the basement, big brother. The protagonist cursed vulgarly. "Motherfucker." Suddenly the door behind the protagonist opened. A shadow looking like Tesmat stood at the threshold. Growled. "Beck Beam Young." The protagonist was secretly startled. They caught up to me so soon? The room doors just open all at once. Completely automatically, knowing the night is long and full of dreams. The protagonist had to use the most effective rough method. Is that so? We have to negotiate, right? Threw Baby Maker up high. Although a great tree, it can be seen that Baby Maker is timid and his talent is not fighting. The protagonist pointed the gun threateningly. Speak now, or want to eat bullets. Baby Maker hurriedly confessed. Second floor. My room is on the second floor, big brother. The protagonist caught the person. After getting the information he wanted, indeed communication is the key. Marley mocked harshly. Not that gun. The protagonist was anxious about his teammates. Bella. Friday. The members who were children repeated the action of calling Simidal. Mom, where's my carpet? Mom, have you seen where my plane is? Mom, I can't find my skateboard anywhere. Mom. Mama's special ability seemed to have a connection with these calls. Mama said, Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Mama instructed the children. Remember to be careful watching the road. Everyone politely replied to Mom. They used the fastest speed to fly back to the base. So the protagonist, carrying the hostage, running to find teammates, not for long, was surrounded by Mama gang members from the adoption ceremony. Tesmat with a calm voice, but not calm words said, You underestimate us. You consider us a bunch of clowns, huh? We look like a bunch of clowns to you? Standing in a situation where he just needs to move, and the whole Mama gang will rush to pound him. Not only inside, outside was also surrounded by Mama gang members. Tesma was really annoyed because he didn't bother using polite address anymore. You did well getting here. Sergeant Beck, now solve this situation with your toy. The protagonist knew democracy is powerful, but also has limits. He analyzed the situation. I am in the middle of the enemy's home ground. Moreover, being surrounded from all sides, I can shoot down quite a few guys. But if they rush in from other sides, it's over. The situation turned bad. The protagonist played for time. Said, If I say now, I will behave like a good son. Will you overlook this for me? Little brother. Tesmat replied, I am not your little brother yet. Mom was very expectant of you. She believed you would shoulder the responsibility of an eldest brother. But who knew? You're still nothing in this gang. Sergeant Beck. The protagonist smirked. You asked if I find you guys look like clowns? Yes. You guys are fucking hilarious. Tesmat frowned angrily. What did you say? The protagonist felt the Mama gang was a bunch of nonsense. So said, position in the gang, 2 brothers, what the hell? Not family or anything. Stop being fake. If you were really family, she wouldn't have accepted me for her own benefit. What kind of mother chooses children based on the benefits they bring? Can you guys stop this family game yet? Besides, I have one more thing to say. You idiots. Do you guys really think I came here to surrender? Taemin realized something was wrong. But even if he knew, the deed was already done. The protagonist spat and said, Do you think I would actually do that? Like hell I would come here alone. Taemin Sultith. Everyone, stop him, just for a moment, but they thought they could surround him. At the center of the Demon Flower Troops headquarters, the Northern Commander's attack created a pit. The pit almost swallowed them whole. Everything shattered and collapsed in an instant. It was strange to Taemin. Everything suddenly slowed down. In that moment, what appeared in Taemin's eyes? He saw beneath the hole the protagonist punched. There were people waiting for all of Mamam's children. The despair that the Northern Commander prepared. A counterattack. Taemin reflected on his own mistake. I'm misunderstood. The Northern Commander back then could have finished off Mom, but he didn't do that. Therefore, he didn't come here to rescue his subordinates. His real purpose is to wipe out the demon gang. The protagonist used his ability to restore the hole he just punched. Thanks to that, he landed safely with his teammates at the bottom. Gyro said, Warm-up is over, right, Captain? I will kill half of them and smash this place. The protagonist's desire was the compass for the whole group. Back when they were planning, it was the protagonist who said, We must not kill Mamam. If we kill Mamam, we will win too easily. We will lose the advantage if we take her down like that. The reason the demon gang is so strong is due to Mamam's ability. Gyro said, but defeating Mamam isn't the problem. The problem is fighting hundreds of troops enhanced by her ability. It will be very hard to win in such a disadvantageous situation. Then why not take Mamam hostage? That's the easiest way. If we do that, it's very likely they won't want to engage us and will cause chaos whenever they can. Agas saw. So, the only way is to defeat them with brute force. But without Cindy, Bella, and Friday. Is it possible? The difference in numbers. Disadvantageous environment. The protagonist said. Now, to reverse this situation, I have a way. Although currently I can't use it proficiently, but I will completely master the ability in 3 days. The Northern Commander's ability. A double-edged sword. It carries destructive power and restorative ability on each of its edges. A very flexible ability. But the prerequisite factor in this ability is the level and intensity of destruction or restoration can be completely controlled. The protagonist told himself, focus. We will utilize their territory. The Demon Flower Troop. By continuously alternating between destruction and restoration, I will turn this place into a battlefield advantageous for our side and make it disadvantageous for the enemy. I will rescue my subordinates and win with unwavering faith. Because of his goal, giving everything. The effort to surpass his own limits became the catalyst. The Northern Commander had completely mastered that ability and successfully achieved perfect control. After that, most of the area inside the Demon Flower Troop would become the Northern Blades territory. So the Mamam gang's base kept repeating the state of breaking apart and coming back together, confusing everyone inside, not knowing how to react. Their home. Taemin also hadn't found a plan to cope with his current situation. Mamam stood from afar watching this. She was also bewildered. What is happening? The continuous destruction and restoration under the protagonist's control had altered the entire structure of the demon gang's house. As long as the sword is there, my ability will still be maintained. The protagonist began to equip himself. Explosives, military knives, bulletproof vest. The protagonist was now fully geared up. He assigned tasks to all remaining members. Just protect the sword. Victory will belong to us. So the house that the Mamam gang members were familiar with now became a strange place to all of them. Oh God, what is this? Deir Mamam gang. It turned into a maze already. Did you guys forget what Brother Hagen said? This is definitely that devil's ability. We must quickly regroup with other brothers. We must counterattack. The protagonist suddenly ambushed these three who posed no threat to him. When all three realized, the protagonist had already kneed one guy down. The remaining two shouted, "The devil!" The protagonist then swung both hands, taking down two guys at once. The protagonist readied the gun. He pointed at the wall next to him. Activate. Skill. He destroyed the wall, making the enemy unable to react in time. He seized the opportunity, disabled the legs of those three first. They screamed in pain. My knee. When the people behind heard the noise and ran over, the protagonist activated the ability, making the wall close back to its old state, resulting in the people running over, being bewildered for a moment. Damn it, that bastard. Where did he run to? While the group was losing direction, the protagonist immediately ambushed from above. He jumped into the center of this crowd. Some guys with quick reflexes shouted, "Catch him!" The protagonist had a weapon in each hand. One gun, one knife. Tesmat knew there was a disturbance, but didn't know what to do now. Brothers, he's taking down, one by one. We must dispel Baek Byum-young's ability before it's too late. That sword. Must pull it up. Theoretically, it's clear, but my brothers are all separated. How do I contact them? The protagonist was counting the damage on the enemy's side. 47 injured. Fired 7 shots. 42 bullets left. 3 bombs. Probably enough. In Baek Byum-young's territory, he is wearing down the enemy forces bit by bit. The protagonist loaded the gun, fired a shot, but it was dodged by a Mama Gang youth. The protagonist couldn't help but appreciate it a bit. You dodged that? You're pretty strong too. A strange character appeared to block Baek Byum-young's way. The youth replied to the protagonist, reacting only after the bullet is fired. It's too late. The important thing is to pay attention to where you aim and watch the movement of your finger. Honestly, dodging that isn't very difficult. The confidence and calmness of this youth made the protagonist guess, "Are you a great tree?" The youth replied, "We're not great trees yet. It's just that Mama calculated like this. All right. If you work hard, you will definitely reach the level of the great tree brothers and sisters. That's right. From now on, your name is..." The youth crossed his arms, said, "We are white trees." The protagonist paid special attention to the youth saying the word, "we." The youth used his ability to summon other white trees, White trees. Individuals with the potential to become great trees selected by Mama. All of them are equal to rank B or higher, and their combat power is very strong. But their true strength lies in the process of training together and the synchronization in fighting style, and coordinating with each other to become one great tree together. The protagonist blocked one person. Then another used a purple rope to wrap around his neck. He lowered his body to dodge the rope. A white tree rushed up, slashed 3 claw marks down. The protagonist stepped back to dodge the attack. A great tree immediately beside him kicked one leg, making the protagonist unable to fire a shot. The biggest white tree appeared behind the protagonist. This guy grabbed the protagonist and intended to slam the protagonist down. Once we deal with you, we will be promoted to great trees. The protagonist saw. The coordinated fighting style of this group is truly equal to a great tree. Marley asked, "Sergeant, are you okay?" The protagonist replied, "Yeah, I collapsed the floor first with my ability to reduce impact, so I'm still fine." Marley said, "Let me say this." Marley complained unpleasantly, "Don't use me as a shield." The protagonist felt guilty. Said, "Did I do that?" Marley said, "Forget it. Now you're in trouble, huh?" The protagonist said, "Not really. Just right. For the current me." At the same time, Baek Byung-young's plan. A small variable appeared, one with the primal instinct of a beast, Janka. Although still not grasping the complex situation, she had a bad feeling. Coming from underground, Janka roughly smashed the ground. Even if it's a strange architecture, just digging straight down means going down, right? Janka focused entirely on her digging. "Watch me." Zero's group immediately heard noise. Agassi was apprehensive. "This sound. Don't tell me." The ceiling close to where Zero's group was cracked. Janka officially found the place where Zero and the others were guarding the sword the protagonist planted. Somehow, she reached the place where the sword was planted. However, the surprise factor of Baek Byung-young's side also existed. The white tree youth must have been blown away by the protagonist. Coincidentally flew into where Tesmat was. Tesmat was stunned seeing this. Hearing the protagonist comment, "Weak but acting tough. Acting cool for what? Really crazy." Tesmat gritted his teeth. "Baek Byung-young, how dare you harm my younger siblings?" The protagonist calmly said, "Oh, found you." Pointed the gun towards Tesmat. Smiled provocatively. Said, "We must clearly divide the hierarchy, right? Not every child born is happy. At least that's what I see. I like math, because they're the only things with predetermined answers." The child Tesmat happily exclaimed, "I solved it." But the boy's small joy was shattered by a deep voice. "I'll tear your mouth apart." The boy hurriedly covered his mouth. He thought tensely, "I made a mistake." The woman lying on the bed was irritable. "Set up. Because of whom do you think I have to live like this? You. Are you mocking me?" Enduring an unreasonable beating. But the boy Tesmat completely felt he was the guilty one. "Why did I laugh? I made Mom angry again." Tesmat repeatedly apologized. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore." Tesmat's mother heard this and stopped. Then, without saying a word, left the small, narrow house. Tesmat, still small, looked blankly at his mother's back. He didn't understand anything, just knew. After that, Mom never returned. Tesmat sat in front of the door waiting for Mom. Regardless of rainy days, cloudy days, winter came with snow falling, or summer sun arrived. The lost boy waited for Mom to return in vain, until hearing footsteps. The boy stood up, looked up. "Mom." That was when he witnessed Mama covered in injuries. Seemed like this was when she just escaped the ambush encirclement of the Jaeger. Seeing Tesmat call Mom, "Mama mutared." Oh my, how pitiful. Were you also abandoned? Tesmat indeed had plenty of reasons to devote himself to Mama and this family that the protagonist judged as fake. He pulled out pens, threw them towards the protagonist. The protagonist tilted his neck to dodge. Tesmat rushed straight in front of the protagonist's gun barrel. The protagonist pulled the trigger, fired a bullet at the speed of sound. Tesmat didn't flinch, also didn't intend to dodge, because he didn't need to dodge. The protagonist was surprised. It bounced off. Tesmat took out a box cutter, used it to stab the protagonist. But the protagonist spun and jumped to dodge, landed backwards, a shallow cut on his cheek. The protagonist said, "Technically you are still the eldest son, huh?" Tesmat seriously expressed, "No matter what you say, The mama gang is still my family. The protagonist said. What kind of mother ranks her children? Tezmat stated his viewpoint, opposing the protagonist's view. Your absolute value is not correct at all, and I hate that the most. The protagonist raised the gun. Said, since a long time ago, I have always found symmetrical relationships unbearable. Tezmat kept a cool head, had no killing intent towards the protagonist. Anyway, Mom still needs Beck. My mission is to control him, then bring him to Baby Maker. Just need to let him restart his life. Then his gang will have no way to escape, and he will become a good son. The protagonist also didn't intend to fight to the death with Tezmat, because Tezmat is the key to lure Mama. This guy is one of the founders of the Mama gang. So surely the relationship with Mama is very important to him. From now on I will play with his life. I will provoke Mama by showing her beloved son dying, making her lose her reason. First is his bullet reflection ability. I should break it first, right? Tezmat once again broke the protagonist's bullet, but when Tezmat looked back, he disappeared. The protagonist didn't disappear, but actually was very close to Tezmat. The attack just now, did he use it as a decoy? Tezmat quickly changed the direction of the box cutter, stabbing down. He stabbed the protagonist's shoulder, while the protagonist cut 2 slashes, one on the thigh, one on his shin. Considering the disadvantageous damage taken, clearly Tezmat suffered more. The protagonist was in a position of advantage, so with one move, he slammed Tezmat. Tezmat flexibly flipped, stepped back to put himself in balance. Being injured in the leg will make Tezmat unable to be as flexible as before. Looking back, Tezmat saw the protagonist pointing the gun. I was hit in the leg. Can't dodge this time. I have no choice but to defend with my ability. Question: where will the opponent's next attack aim? Tezmat observed Beck Byung-young's movement. Breath seemed to stop. Fingers slightly pulled the trigger, aiming at my shoulder. The answer is aiming at my shoulder. Tezmat's ability indicated. Incorrect. The protagonist grinned. I know now. Scouting, huh? Tezmat didn't know where he analyzed wrong. Then the protagonist said, you guessed the position of the bullet because I pulled the trigger, right? The protagonist utilized his ability to destroy the floor. In this falling station, he told Tezmat, when you reflected the first bullet, it felt like time stopped for a moment. The second time I used the gun, I put all my focus into it. So definitely, time did stop. That look when you try to guess my action, and the way you mumbled in your mouth. So that means when you use your ability, time will stop and my next action will be the question. If you answer correctly, my attack will be reflected or dispelled. Correct? Tezmat was startled, not expecting the protagonist to figure out his ability so quickly. The protagonist glared and said, then, now comes the next question. Try guess. Tezmat, racking his brain, he destroyed the floor. Does he intend to bury me with this building? If it's just that, then I can block it. But the protagonist gave Tezmat a double situation. He not only prepared to restore the debris to bury Tezmat, but also threw 3 bombs towards Tezmat. The protagonist was also interested to know, will you block the bombs? Or the debris vibration about to bury you? Try to guess the correct answer. Just when Tezmat intended to give up before an unavoidable attack, a series of unexpected events occurred that no one predicted. Janka easily took down all the non-combat teammates in the protagonist group. Agassi looked up tiredly. The sword was pulled out. The situation turned around again. The debris preparing to converge on Tezmat suddenly stopped. No longer following the protagonist's control, the battle changed in an instant. Tezmat smiled and said, the answer is 3 bombs will explode in the range centering on me. 3 bombs exploded at the same time, creating great damage. Both the protagonist and Tezmat dodged the explosion range. Tezmat now saw the home ground return to being his home ground. As expected, seems like he lost control of the thing controlling this building. At first I hesitated a bit, but indeed, choosing the bombs was correct. Baki Ongjang's immortality is over. The main character slaps his face. The sword, it's been pulled out. He cursed loudly. Damn it, you dirty playing bastards. Malay chuckled and said, this suddenly reminds me of June. Far away, Sun June seemed to feel something. Why am I suddenly crying? I'm not sure. Maybe it's the captain and Malay. Are they thinking of me? Back to the battle at the Mama Gang's base. The main character had to immediately think of a defensive plan. I didn't expect the sword to be pulled out before I beat this guy to a pulp. Crap. Now, there's nothing to stop her. She's definitely going to charge in here. Ted Mart rejoiced internally. I don't know which of my siblings did it, but they did a great job. Thanks to that, I can see a path to victory. Ted Mart immediately used his ability, enveloping the main character. Then, he pulled both the main character and himself into a space that looked like a classroom. Time for a midterm exam. The main character spat internally. This, a domain. The main character could hear Ted Mart's telepathic words. Bakyongjang. This exam will decide my side's victory. After dealing with the main character's sword, Sanka turned to mock the remaining members of the main character's group. Is that all you rats have got? The others were furious but could do nothing. Zero thought in frustration. Damn it. Even though I knew her ability beforehand, I was still caught off guard. This thing is even more terrifying than I imagined. The fifth great tree, Sanka. She could transform her mana into a form of energy that emits explosive sounds like fireworks. An extremely noisy attack. It overwhelms everyone, especially for someone with extremely sensitive senses like Moni. This is nothing short of a nightmare. This time the kid has met his perfect counter, but Zero would still find a way to overcome their disadvantage. He shouted, "It's not over yet." Zero quickly threw a blade of grass towards Sanka. The blade of grass struck Sanka's forehead. A massive amount of information was crammed into Sanka's brain. Zero stimulated Sanka's brain, causing her to freeze for a moment. Even though it happened in less than a second, Zero used his large body to push Sanka. Jiru immediately understood Zero's intention. Sanka yelled, "You little brat." She unleashed an explosion of firecrackers, knocking Jiru away. Both Jiru and Zero were thrown to the ground. Sanka said contemptuously, "Pathetic little tricks." But when she looked closer, Sanka realized her mistake. Jiru had retrieved the main character's sword. Although she didn't know its ability, Sanka's intuition told her it was crucial for changing the tide of the battle. From the enemy's actions, Sanka understood. So they were after that thing from the start? Damn it. That means even if the sword is pulled out, that bastard ability isn't over. They just need to find a place to stick the sword back in, and the ability will be reactivated. Of course, Sanka wouldn't let Zero's group get their way. She held her baseball bat, shouting, "Stop right there." A firecracker-like blow rained down. Zero rolled to dodge it. It was thanks to Jito using his body to block Sanka's path. He told his comrade, "Go, Zero." Jito said, "You're suddenly so cool." Zero replied, "Of course. Did you think I'd just leave you behind?" Sanka had a hot temper, so being blocked repeatedly was extremely annoying. "You damn dog. Get out of my way." She sent Jito flying with one swing of her bat. Zero ran out of the explosion's range. Moni was struggling to stay conscious, and Agatzi's voice was drowned out by the explosions. There was no other way. They had to let Jito hold Sanka back. The whole group now had to depend on Jito's tenacity to escape the center of the battle. Zero was especially concerned for the youngest member, Moni. "Hang in there, kid. Once we get out of here, I'll stick the sword back in the ground." What tormented Moni were the intense screams, followed by hundreds of sparks flying everywhere. The smell of smoke shot straight up his nose, and the disgusting smell, a mix of blood and dust. Meanwhile, Cindy was struggling in a hospital bed, covered in wounds, a smell emanating from the enemy. Seeing Moni turn back toward the center of the battle, Zero called out, "Moni, what are you still standing there for? Hurry, we have to get out of here." Then, Zero realized something was different about Moni. For the first time, the boy answered with a clear word. Zero immediately understood how difficult their retreat to safety would be. "Thanks to Sanka's fireworks, we found this place easily, didn't we?" Two great trees, along with the control Bella, had found them. Two great trees. And right now, aside from Da, who was sleeping, only Moni could face them head-on. Moni said firmly and clearly, "I'll stay behind." Deep within the treacherous mountain range, a place no one could easily enter, nestled among the peaks was a secluded stream. A hunter who had mastered everything. The 13th hybrid and the beast that possessed the ability to read minds. A god-given ability. It was called on. Neither traps nor ambushes worked on this creature. To solve this problem, the hunter devised a method, a one-on-one duel. With the desire to tame the beast on, they fought day after day in the same place. At the same time, they hunted each other for their very survival. They had nearly grasped the entirety of each other's territory, as well as the schedules and habits of the other, but they both avoided getting close to the other's territory. Every day, they dedicated their lives to these death matches. It was as if there was an unspoken oath not to approach the other's territory. And so, a strange kind of trust was formed. But then one day, the hunter didn't show up. The next day, and the day after that, On broke the unspoken oath and, for the first time, entered the hunter's territory. Its entire body was ready for any trap or danger. On continued until it heard a familiar voice say, "I'm sorry." What lay before it now? On looked down and saw the hunter, its rebirth, now weak, holding a child in his arms. The hunter said, "How pathetic." Once known as a legendary hunter, now writhing in sickness. Who would have thought it would come to this? Before I die, I always wanted to be the one to catch you with my own 2 hands. And now you see me in this pathetic state. I am sorry. On conveyed to the hunter, "I am glad, human." The hunter covered his face, laughing at himself. Is Palia toying with me? I can hear those faint sounds. My time is almost up. It's not a hallucination. I have a favor to ask on. That was the origin of the boy, Moni. He is the descendant of the fierce hunter who fought on his entire life. Moni showed no fear or hesitation as he faced the 3, Bella, Saya, and Olivia. This unexpected situation made Agatsi suddenly realize something. The deadly weapon, Bella, I didn't know much about her when we were allies, but the killing intent she radiates is so thick. Moni can't handle this alone. I have to fight. But Moni coldly said, "Don't come here. You'll only get in my way." Olivia, while applying her makeup, sighed, "How annoying. Am I being ignored by a kid now? I like shiny things. They're so beautiful. And definitely the most beautiful. That's why I really don't want to have to put on makeup. But I definitely don't like being ignored." Olivia buffed herself with a layer of makeup. Naive giant. Agatsi assessed her own strength. Moni is right. If I step in, I'll just die a useless death. I have to get out of here and retrieve the sword. She quietly told Zero, "Let's go." But silently, she grit her teeth in bitterness, blaming herself for her uselessness, which forced her into this frustrating situation. Saya told Bella, "Where do you think you're going, my love?" "That kid." Moni blows a poison dart. Bella lifts her leg, kicking the dart away. "Princess, be careful. This kid is strong. I'll take him down quickly," being protected by the one she liked. Saya was very satisfied. Moni leaped into the air. Olivia raised her fist and deflected Moni's claws. "Do I interest you because of this directness?" Moni quickly created a safe distance from Olivia, but the boy was facing a 2-on-1 fight. Bella joined in. "Not as easy as I thought." Bella stepped on Moni's small body. She praised, "You're tough, Moni. Is it because of the noise and light? Or is it because you're angry? Don't look at me like that. I'm completely normal, because I've learned what true love is. Even Cindy, she'll understand eventually." Moni thrashed about in fury, attacking. Bella swiftly grabbed Saya and dodged. Saya pointed at Moni. A resilient thread bound the boy. Saya used it to fling Moni high into the air, where Olivia had already jumped up, waiting. Naive giant, combined with a serious left punch. It seems that after her confrontation with Cindy, Olivia was no longer underestimating anyone in the main characters group. Moni was punched so hard he crashed into the ground like a comet. Saya, shielded from the shockwaves, dust, and wind by Bella, said, "It was over before the fun could even start, wasn't it, my love?" Olivia landed gently. "It seems the other side is finished too." Moni was startled. Looking over, he saw that Jito had truly lost consciousness after taking so many of Sanka's hits. Moni couldn't help but cry. First Cindy and now Jito were hurt by the enemy until they couldn't move. This scene reminded Moni of the loss he had once experienced. After the hunter passed away, Moni was protected by On, but On couldn't stay with Moni until he grew up either. In its final moments, On opened its weary eyes, using its paw to gently stroke Moni's head. The two had spent peaceful days together, hunting together, eating together, napping together under the warm sun. On conveyed words of comfort to Moni. "Don't be sad. This is the law of nature. Even if you return to human society in the future, there are things that will not change. Protect your pack and carefully observe the situation, because On used its last bit of strength to tear off a piece of its own fur. The piece of fur that would later become the cloak Moni always wore. On gave this to Moni as a farewell gift. This was also a tribute to what the hunter had once entrusted on. I'm entrusting my child to you, my friend, unexpressed. You are the gift that he gave to me. My son, those memories, as clear as yesterday, gave Moni the strength to get back up, to the dismay of his enemies. Moni rose, showing his enemies that he is the son of On. Sanka, on the side, hadn't been paying attention to Moni, but her sharp intuition warned her first. What's this? Over there, at that moment. A monster. I have to get back to everyone right now. But Zero, the one everyone thought had lost consciousness, grabbed Sanka at just the right moment. You're not going anywhere. Sanka was not just annoyed now, but also shocked. Are you a zombie or something? For the first time, Moni erupted. Look at this, Bella. Chaos began to brew within her. What is this? Moni, why? Why are you heading there? Why is it you all? And not me? My place is by Saya's side. Why am I even thinking about this? Once, twice, then 3 times. Olivia couldn't understand it. Really? Why go this far? If you intended to betray us, wouldn't it be better if we teamed up and wiped them out first? Then we could fight to our heart's content. Seriously, why? Why did it have to come to this? Moni simply replied, it's obvious. You touch my pack. At the Empire, a man was sighing. What a shame. I want it. On skin. The old man shaving his beard was curious. On skin? What's that, Goody Dark? It's the hide that Moni is wearing. If I could get my hands on that, achieving a high rank would no longer be a dream. The shaving old man was skeptical. Is it really that amazing? It's just a worn-out piece of hide. Goody said, you don't know anything. On is a legendary creature mentioned in records from centuries ago. It is that legendary creature, according to the records left behind, and was said to have the ability to read minds. Think about it. It's a legendary creature that has existed for hundreds of years. Although the ability to read minds may seem simple, when you also possess that creature's quick reflexes and physical strength, then isn't that no different from seeing the future? To be direct, let's return to Moni. He seemed to have inherited On's ability. I can see it. Can I read it? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Moni was someone who fought mainly on instinct. So he told himself, right now, I just want to enjoy this fight. As for Sanka, who was being held by Jito, hey you, if you keep this up, you'll really die. Jito just smiled. Me too. I can't back down anymore either. Sanka yelled, you fool. Surprisingly, the guy who had only been taking her hits managed to land a precise punch to Sanka's stomach. The punch was so strong it forced Sanka to one knee, using her baseball bat to keep from falling. She wondered in confusion, what was that? The thing that just hit me. Jito's personality had changed. I don't like my original personality, so I usually keep my body intertwined with my mind to seal it. I was originally a very straightforward person, covered in thorns. As always, the blade within me emerges. The more my flawed heart is filled, the sharper the blade within me becomes. I've had enough. Today is the biggest mistake of your life. Back in the classroom domain where the main character and Tedmart were. The main character sensed it. This is probably an independent space, where time has stopped. It feels completely different from the Archbishop's domain. The Archbishop's domain gave me the impression of creating an environment favorable to oneself. However, this place, it feels like fighting is forbidden. Tedmart's ability announced. I will now hand out the test papers. Perhaps no one expected that in the midst of a violent battle, there would be this kind of paper-based duel. The main character found it amusing. A test? Now I understand what Zero was talking about. Zero had previously given the main character some brief information. Tedmart's ability is extremely mysterious. Besides the ability to nullify all attacks, it's speculated that he possesses 2 more abilities. But everyone who has ever witnessed those abilities has died at Tedmart's hands. Therefore, this is easy to understand. The test is full of questions about Tedmart. If questions like these appear, it's obvious he doesn't want me to live. However, on the other hand, he also has to reveal his own past. The main character assessed, you, too, possess a rather complex ability. I think we'll compete for points, and the winner gets to take something. As soon as Tedmart's ability said, begin the test, the main character immediately tore up his paper. I won't be taking the test, an action outside of Tedmart's calculations. The main character said coldly, the past of an enemy I have to defeat. I'm not curious, nor do I want to know about them. But as for you, I will judge you with my own eyes, no matter how many negative effects I receive. Even so, I will still win. Tedmart said, no matter what you say, I'm still taking the test. The main character, do whatever you want. Tedmart, true to his word, seriously took the test. Into the test. Tedmart internally admired the main character. Captain Bach, I have to admit, you're an impressive guy. Tedmart's ability announced. I will now present the results. Captain Bach, 0 points. Tedmart, 82 points. Tedmart was annoyed. Damn it. This is the first time I've scored below 90. There are too many questions about things I didn't know. Galaxias, who the hell is that? But my score is 82. With this score, I've definitely won. We don't even need to proceed to the final round. Suddenly, a third name was called out. Malay. The two men turned around. Only now did they notice a third person sitting at the back of the class. 95 points. All three of them were stunned. They couldn't quite process the situation. What's going to happen now? Tedmart's ability announced. The score difference between first and second place is 13 points. You receive 13 times the power during the break. Well done. And just like that, the goddess Malay, who was already a powerful ally, now had her power multiplied by more than 10. What kind of fight could this even be anymore? The classroom domain disappeared. As a result, the main character, who had boldly claimed he would still win. Now, the audience had no idea how he could possibly win if Tedmart, for example, had gotten an 82x power multiplier. The main character had lucked out. The enemy's test had turned into a blatant benefit for his side. Anyway, they had hit the damn jackpot. Malay, looking completely innocent, said, Did I do something wrong? To be honest, anyone put in Tedmart's situation, right now, will want to curse up a storm. Captain Bach, you bastard. At the same time, Zero and Agatsi, one pushing, the other pulling a cart carrying the rush to a safe place to plant the sword, to help the main character reactivate his advantage. Ever since Zero joined the main character's group, he'd been worked to the bone. He lamented, I think I'm about to die. Should I just end it myself first? Agatsi urged, don't. If we stay here, they'll catch up to us quickly. Just a little more. We'll reach the location for Plan B. If we don't run fast, we're dead. But as the three of them ran, unfortunately, they were ambushed by the eldest great tree sister of all people. Just as I expected, you finally came. Zero and the others had to skid to a halt, because Maddie was already standing there, waiting. You know, I've thought a lot about it. What can I do to that demon, duh? How can I send that demon down to hell? Outside, it was a beautiful day. Cha stood on the roof of a dilapidated house. He thought, Magi, Dad is here. Back to the difficulty Zero's group was facing. The eldest child, Maddie. Why is she here? When we were fighting with Sanka, did they find this cave and wait for us to arrive? Maddie said slowly, the demon seems to value you people quite a bit. After hurting my loved ones like that, a chill ran down Agatsi and Zero's spines. I want to do the same to you. So then, where should I start tearing you apart? Zero muttered. There's no other way. All right, if that's the case. Zero holds up a pot with a lid. To wake up, a flashback begins to the time before the group went to wreak havoc on the Mama gang. Have you ever had an experience like this? Someone constantly appearing in your dreams? When I was quite young, I was constantly plagued by nightmares. That dream was very unusual. There was a woman who killed all the nightmares in front of her with a knife. After that, occasionally in my dreams, that woman would appear in a similar way and kill the nightmares. The main character suddenly saw a paradox. Wait a minute. Shouldn't you be grateful if she's taking care of your nightmares for you? That's Sherji. That's hardly possible. On a day when I was more tired than usual, I fell into a deep sleep, and then I met that woman again. The content of the dream was the same. The woman used a knife to kill the nightmares while I trembled in fear. But the difference this time was, no matter what I did, I couldn't wake up. Suddenly, the deafening sound that made me nauseous suddenly disappeared. And when I opened my eyes again in that silence, I felt a sense of relief. Or so you wished. The young boy was startled. He woke up in a cold sweat, gasping for air. When he realized it was just a dream, he gradually calmed down. Thank God. I woke up from the dream. Thinking to himself, he then regulated his breathing and looked up. The terrifying woman from his dream had come out into the real world and was looking back, smiling at him. It made Da's hair stand on end. She was there, I had never seen her so clearly. The main character screamed in horror, but Malay's eyes sparkled. How fun! It feels like listening to a ghost story. The continued, under the moonlight. What was reflected in my eyes was the floor, drenched in blood dripping from the knife. The orphans were all dead, and that woman slowly approached me. I fainted from the sheer terror. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in another orphanage. That was the day I met Agatsi and Zero. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep deeply and suffer from chronic fatigue, because I'm afraid she'll appear and become something I can't control. They said with a dry laugh. Now you understand, right? So what I mean is, a canopy bed, cozy, with a body pillow and a soft down comforter. A cup of warm honey tea to warm the stomach. A candle with a faint and pleasant scent. Baki Ongjang singing a lullaby. Please stop all this. To dislike this kind of setup in many ways. I don't want to fall into a deep sleep. It's terrifying. Malay also commented that this arrangement is a bit cheesy. After hearing this, the main character said, "Really? I feel more at ease hearing you say that. You need to fall into a deep sleep, then summon those monsters. Even if you can't control them, it's okay. There's no need to be afraid, even if you can't control it. We're not so weak that we'll become victims. In your dream, seek out those insane monsters. It's all up to you. The monsters, the powerful nightmares. Then victory will be ours. You can do it. Find the monsters. And that woman too. The extremely powerful nightmares. Overcome it. Don't be afraid. We're here for you. You can do it. Summon them. The incredibly powerful nightmares." It was pressured by the image of the main character everywhere. He shouted loudly. Waking up, he immediately released the nightmare he had just dreamed of. Maddie stood opposite him. Seeing this, a vein popped on her forehead. No way. Dreamscape domain. Military officer. Commander Baki Ongjang's army. Maddie, the main character. Now, they had unleashed an army of main characters before her eyes. Naturally, Maddie was furious. Are you provoking me? If so, then congratulations. You've succeeded. Agatsi and Zero were stunned. I didn't expect this at all. Appearing as a dream traveler. The Phantom Warrior. Countless Baki Ongjangs. They scattered throughout the Mama Flower Gang's base, causing great chaos for the Mama Gang. And, mixed in with the Baki Phantoms, was a slender figure with long hair. She's finally here. This time I won't lose my patience. The woman who kills nightmares. She called out his name, gently and hauntingly, back to the main character with a goddess by his side. She had granted him a God-sent stroke of luck. 13 times the power. Malay, are you okay? How do you feel? Malay replied. How do I feel? Normal. Look at that smug face. The main character complained internally. How is that normal? She says her ability is a given. During the break, normally, the break time between tests is 20 minutes. That means Malay is invincible for 20 minutes. Using that kind of power in a place like this is just foolish. The main character took Malay's hand. Since she was in her peak state, they could use this opportunity to fight a bigger boss. Tedmar was a bit confused at first. Are they running away? Why? Or are they going to save their comrades in danger? Thank God, she won't be able to use that ability after the break ends. But knowing Baki Ongjang's arrogant style, Tedmart suddenly realized, no, his target is... Although Baki Ongjang had reacted quickly, someone had already taken a step ahead of him. That was someone I didn't expect. The soldiers. And even most of the great trees have been waiting for this moment to focus on the demon. With this level of troops, I can handle it alone. Currently, the Mama Gang's forces were scattered. Only Mama, Otto, and some other regular members were left. Cha declared, I will take my daughter back from you. Mama retorted. She's my daughter, you bastard. Maddie, in the deepest part of the Mama Gang's base, was unaware that on the surface, a custody battle for her was about to break out. Maddie pointed her finger forward. Crush them. A flash of light shot out. The Baki Phantoms charged forward. They stood in front of Zero and Agatsi, blocking the beam of light. These things are protecting us, Zero said. Captain Bach, can it control these dream soldiers? They said. I can't do that. It's just that I keep dreaming about him. So he appeared here. But he really cares about his comrades. The Baki Phantoms inherited their original's gruffness. Who the hell are you to touch my people? I'll skewer you right now. Maddie's voice was heavy. The demon. You bastard. Maddie was furious. The Baki Phantoms were naturally no match for Maddie, but they had strength in numbers, so they could hold Maddie off for a while. A Baki Phantom said, "What are you all doing? You weaklings can't even protect a single sword. If I weren't around, what would you have done? You'd better hurry up and handle the current situation. I'll hold the sword for you." Tedmart, when he realized Baki Ongjang's intention, fell into a panic, blaming himself. "Damn it, it's my fault that Mom is in danger. That attack that just destroyed the building. It's 13 times stronger than before. Baki Ongjang. I have to stop him, even if I have to sacrifice my life." The wounds from Baki Ongjang's 2 stabs clearly showed the damage they had caused. Tedmart hadn't even gathered his strength before he had to retreat and stop. He couldn't move nimbly. Tedmart was disappointed in himself. Am I this useless? But Tedmart wasn't alone. A voice called out, "Big bro." Heejin was there. He helped Tedmart up. "Let's go. Let's hurry and chase that demon before the faith within me is shaken any further." By those words, Heejin's heart still ached for Bak, because he remarked that the Mama Gang was a family circus. But the time he spent here was not fake. So he spread his wings, carrying Tedmart. He decided to make a firm statement. At least, the friendship between the members of the Mama Gang is real. On their way, Heejin saw a Baki Phantom and mistook it for the real Bak. "I see him." Using multitasking borrowing, Heejin punched the Baki Phantom in the face. A direct hit, no matter how strong Baki Ongjang is. But right after that, the two of them saw Bak turn into a puff of black smoke. Only then did they realize, stunned, he disappeared. This is a clone, a dream soldier. One Baki Phantom was defeated, drawing many other Baki Phantoms to them. "Whoa, what's this? Such rude behavior. Do you two want to meet your ancestors?" Heejin said with difficulty, "Big bro, this." The two of them were surrounded by 5 Baki Phantoms. This is a mess. The situation has changed now. While we're stuck here, Baki Ongjang is getting closer to Mom's location. The turmoil continued. The entire Mama Gang base shook, as if in an earthquake. "No way." Tedmart panicked. "That Baki Ongjang." As he reached Mom, Heejin had traveled to the Empire before. He recognized the familiar aura. "It's not him, big bro. This person, it's Cha." The former archbishop had made his move. "How dare you touch my daughter? You'd best prepare yourselves, if you wanted to spare your lives." But Mama had fought her whole life, and had struggled in the slums for many years. Cha's words couldn't intimidate her. All the members of the Mama Gang were unprepared for this person's participation. The archbishop, perhaps because they were facing an unforeseen disaster. They were all plunged into extreme tension and fear. At the same time, there was a sense of excitement at getting to witness a historic moment. As the two legends of this world clash, the news spread to every corner of the Mama Gang. However, one person was watching from a high floor above. Normally, one would wait for one side to weaken. But since time is limited, there's no other choice. "Let's raise some hell, Malay." She now embodied a form closest to her peak era. This time it's serious. The current chaotic situation made Mama unhappy about facing a strong opponent like the Archbishop. Why did things turn out this way? When Maddie joined the Mama Gang, I thought maybe I could recruit this Archbishop too. But now he appears and opposes me at the worst possible time. Even if I defeat him now, what I'm doing will be no different from wronging Maddie. Everything is falling apart. Ever since I agreed to take Baki Ongjang in as a son, or even from the first day he set foot in Mapon. I don't know anymore, but it doesn't matter. I just need to catch Baki Ongjang. The rest is just a minor detail. Mama believes so. So even though it would anger her eldest daughter, Mama still said resolutely, "I will kill you, you damn old man from the Empire." Otto felt a pang of sadness hearing these words from Mama herself. Is this what Mom wants? Are these things really for our family? Just as the main character's previous words had shaken the faith of the great trees, now Mama's words sowed more seeds of discord among them. It's unknown if Mama was aware of the hidden danger brewing within her gang. But what was clearest was that she was now determined to take down the Archbishop. Mama's knife flew fast and deadly. Cha had to react quickly, twisting his ways to dodge the thrown knife. At the same time, Mama charged forward. Cha used his great sword to block the arm holding the knife. "My daughter!" Just as Cha was about to activate his ability, Mama slammed a hand on the hilt of her knife. sending it flying. The knife struck Cha's non-sword-wielding hand hard. It made him drop the family album, because the album was very precious to Cha. He was distracted by it. This created an opening for Mama to land the first blow. She delivered a hip check. Cha was immediately knocked to the ground. This carelessness caused Cha to suffer internal injuries right at the start of the fight. Mama commanded her troops. Now's the time, my children. Attack. The ordinary thugs, armed by Mama, shouted in unison, "Yes, Mom." So, just as Cha was about to get up, he was hit by a barrage of gunfire. From within the smoke and dust, a faint blue light shone. A memory fragment. When my daughter was caught registering her marriage with a thug, Cha unleashed a blast of energy straight at Mama. Mama took the full force of the blow, but it wasn't enough to make her fall. Cha thought to himself, "From my days wandering as an adventurer before becoming a knight, and throughout my time as a mercenary, I've experienced a lot. Their fighting styles are all ruthless, cruel, and barbaric, dirty and despicable. Although I surpass them in terms of individual skill, if I let my guard down against their cowardly tactics for even a moment, I'll lose immediately. Just as Cha and Mama were about to clash again, a female voice boomed from above. "A bunch of insects." Cha was shocked. "What is this?" Mama was also stunned. "What is this energy? Why did I only just notice it now? How dare you treat me, the god of this world, Malay, as a fallen god, had endured all the disrespectful acts of mortals. She held a grudge for all of it. It was only because she was weak that she hadn't had the chance to teach these mortals a lesson. Remembering all the trivial matters, being spun around like a top by mortals, Malay became enraged. How dare you be so disrespectful, you little brats. A divine wrath descends. Mama was completely dumbfounded. What is this? And Cha exclaimed, "Oh, it's the goddess Palea." While the real Palea was busy watching eye flicks, a destructive power descended, wiping out the entire Mama Flower Gang base. Mama watched the home she had painstakingly built and nurtured turn to dust. Her heart ached with unbearable pain. Our home. After venting some of her anger, Malay let out a breath. That felt so good. Mama's face turned pale. "What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing?" The main character entered the scene, speaking up. "Why are you yelling at my little sister?" Mama looked over. Cha also turned his attention to the source of this chaos. Bakiong Jiang stood there coolly and said, "Isn't this a perfect stage? It's very tidy, isn't it? A few minutes earlier, on the rooftop, it's very tidy, isn't it? Like using a shockwave to clear away the small stuff." Malay asked, "What about the humans?" The main character said, "If possible, I don't want anyone to die, because we have to recruit them. Is that okay?" Malay smiled lightly. "All right, as you wish. But is it really necessary to blow up that building? I think if we all charged in together, we would win easily." The main character said, "It only has meaning if I win. If we clear away that building, then no one will interfere with my fight. What we need right now is for the entire Mama Gang to witness my victory with their own eyes. That's what you call performance. Back to the present. Now, then, this is about to end. Let's dance to the death." Baki Ongjang issued a challenge. The three individuals at the center of the battle, representing three powers. The main character loosened his tie. Cha opened his album. Mama cracked her knuckles. All three prepared for action. The main character spoke first. "I don't want there to be any misunderstandings before we attack. So, I'll ask one question first." He turned to Cha. "Archbishop, why did you come here? Did you come to answer my previous question?" Cha replied, "Of course. The answer is no. I must annihilate the Mama Gang." The main character's eyes narrowed. He said meaningfully, "Oh, really?" With that, he leaped forward, charging straight at Cha. He kicked him in the head. "In that case, it's just you and me." Cha couldn't bring himself to use vulgar language, so he just scolded angrily. "You damn brat. Where did you learn such manners? Do you act this rudely to your father at home?" The main character reminded him. "Hey, this guy only has a single mother." What? My apologies. Mama was dumbfounded. "What is this? Aren't they on the same side? If that's the case, then this is a three-way battle. This actually works in my favor. If so, the queen's ultimate cooking skill." She attacked right in the middle of the main character and the archbishop's standoff. Slicing. She slammed her cleaver into the ground, creating fissures that tore through the earth and rock. The main character and Cha hastily dodged. While dodging, the main character stumbled slightly. Mama said, "Ignoring this mother of yours is not a good idea, my son." When Malay destroyed everything underground, the people below felt the full force of the shockwave. Luckily, Malay knew her limits. Otherwise, the people here would have been eternally resting in Mother Earth's embrace. Zero wondered, "What's happening up there?" No way. He remembered the plan the main character had discussed. Once the great trees are restored, Mama will definitely want revenge. And in the final battle, we will crush both the Mama gang and her will. When Mama loses her reason, we will destroy her right before everyone's eyes. This is called the villain's campaign. Malay said properly. Let's just call it Plan A. At that time, Zero fully admired the main character's direction. This is what you call a talented leader. How can you wipe out an entire building with your ability? I want to know. But that's not important right now. The objective has changed. Defeating all the great trees means nothing now. Big Bro must have started fighting Mama. So our objective now is to prevent these great trees from interfering in Big Bro's fight. At the same time, reactivate Big Bro's ability. Zero said to the Baki Phantom holding the sword. "Hey, Baki Ongjang." The Baki Phantom was suspicious. "Why are you suddenly talking so seriously?" Zero said, "Well, you're just a clone, and I'm older than you. The wound on your head hasn't even dried yet." The Baki Phantom replied, "This is hilarious." Zero entrusted the Baki Phantom. "I'll handle that one. You quickly plant the sword and go support Big Bro." The Baki Phantom asked, "Bro, can you do it?" Zero replied, "This heart is full of people who like to do things themselves. You all keep ignoring me. So, I've also learned how to better use my abilities." With such a big commotion, Maddie also guessed that the main character was causing trouble. "It seems he's gone mad. Just you wait. I'll tear your comrades to pieces right in front of you." As she refocused, Zero was already very close. Maddie underestimated him. So she said arrogantly, "I didn't think you'd dare to charge at me." Zero criticized, "You lack imagination. That's why you'll lose. This kind of cramming-style education should be abolished." Zero had transferred something to Maddie. It made her pupils tremble instantly. She hugged herself and screamed. Zero told the Baki Phantom, "Right now, go quickly." The Baki Phantom ran off, not forgetting to praise. "You're suddenly so cool." Maddie's whole body couldn't stop trembling. "What the hell did you do?" Zero explained, "I implanted information about pain into your brain. Because, you see, I'm a cruel person to myself. It hurts like hell, and you'll go insane. You useless bitch." The Baki Phantom flew like the wind, until he saw an exit. The kingdom's sewer system. The Baki Phantom approached a covered section of the sewer. "Go wild, me." He plunged a sword down. And so, control of the battlefield's terrain returned to Baki Ongjang. The sword has been planted. The main character guessed internally. They must have figured out the situation with just a small amount of information, and rushed to plant the sword. With confidence, the main character declared, initiating cancellation of the backup plan. The ground beneath the three of them shattered into pieces. Plan B. If the sword cannot be protected, then plant it in the designated location in the sewer. Change the range of the double-edged sword's ability, from the Mama gang's base to the entire sewer system, and gain the upper hand in the battle with Mama. The main character started with a punch to Mama's chin. Mama was knocked backward. She used the momentum to return a blow to the main character's stomach. The Queen's ultimate cooking skill. Thunder Punch. How could I forget that Cha is also in this battle? When my daughter demanded to marry a deadbeat because the doctor said so, Cha raised his greatsword. He brought it down in a fit of rage. Thinking back on it, he was still furious. Both the main character and Mama managed to dodge in time. Cha landed on the ground. The main character silently acknowledged. That was still an impressive attack. Even I had to struggle to dodge it. Manga. Is she using that knife as a lightning rod? Even though they had only seen my moves for the first time, they weren't too surprised. They could counterattack immediately. This is a battle of top-tier fighters. Mama internally assessed the main character. Baki Ongjang. He is enjoying this fight. It was the same before. Even though at that time, he could have killed me, he chose a more difficult path. It's the same with that archbishop. Even just cooperating with him for a moment would have made things much easier. But he doesn't just want a temporary victory. Even so, he's quite erratic. I'll have to use my full strength to face both of them. Mama was annoyed, but one couldn't help but feel something refreshing. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. The Northern Blades method had inadvertently made Mom recognize him as a worthy opponent. As for the Mom gang's base, it was now a pile of rubble. Hajin fell flat into the pile of bricks, muttering, "This is absolutely terrible." Taemin sat next to him, asking, "Are you okay, Hajin?" Hajin replied, "Oh well, just SOSO. Are you okay?" Taemin was burning up inside. What the hell just happened? Shockwaves. If it were people from the Mom gang, they wouldn't be so reckless. But that explosion, damn it, everything has been blown away. I can't determine where the problem is anymore. Hajin stood up to reassure Taemin, "Big brother, you think too much. I've lived longer than you, so I know a strange thing. There are things that can be solved just by thinking simply. Right now, the only one who can help Mom is you. Hurry up. As for this place, I'll take care of it." Taemin closed his eyes tight, understanding that there are things that need to be done, so let Hajin do them. Thinking too much is useless. So when running past Hajin, he didn't forget to say, "Thank you." Humans are social creatures. They cannot ignore connections. Hajin felt at ease. "This isn't too bad," he said. "Come on, you trash. Come here and play with me." The delusional guy said, "Oh, I don't like that." Taemin's breathing was heavy. Being injured in the leg made him spend more effort moving. "I will be your mother." Even without blood relation, Taemin had been and was considering Mom as his real mother. "I will be your mother. From now on, I will live for my family. So, don't ever betray each other. Even if it's just the two of us trying to heal each other's wounds. I just need the warmth from Mom's embrace. That's enough." Taemin called out loudly, "Mom!" Murai from above saw Taemin about to run into the battle zone. I was told not to let anyone disturb them. Taemin muttered. "No way." Murai waved her staff. A barrier separated the battle area, blocking external factors from intruding. Taemin wanted to go help Mom, but now he was forced to stand outside. Damn it, was he really going to be helpless on the other side of the curtain? Taemin looked up, witnessing Mom and the Northern Blade fighting. Mom said, "With your current level, you're not qualified to inherit the throne yet." Impossible. The protagonist countered. "Not yet. I haven't shown all my skills yet." The two sides clashed. The protagonist took a knife to the shoulder, back. Mom took a punch to the face. Mom entered a stubborn stance. She continuously threw fast punches, forcing the protagonist to dodge flexibly. When Mom had a short pause to breathe, the protagonist counterattacked. Mom launched a kick upwards into the protagonist's chin, followed by the preparation for Cha to join in again. Because she had to dodge while acting, Mom had to accept dodging in a tilted posture. The protagonist had it better. He was kicked, so he just needed to flip his body to regain balance. Using his ability, the protagonist was like a psychic, moving a block of earth and stone, flying toward Cha, causing his whole body to be pressed, flying toward the protagonist, who was raising his fist in weight. It seemed, in terms of speed, Cha was superior, but his reflexibility was inferior to the protagonist. So he took this punch from the protagonist, straight to the face. The protagonist's punch was strong enough to shatter the ground layer above, thereby sending all three down to the sewer area. In the mossy green sewer water, the protagonist rushed forward. Running alongside him was Mom. Even if she lost her ability, she was still the leader of the demon gang. Her attacks were skillful and sharp enough to pierce all his weak points. Not only that Archbishop's deceptive skills also make me suffocate. If I let my guard down for even a moment, I'm dead meat. But the fact that the protagonist chose to fight like this is his way of forcing himself into situations to temper himself. Using the enemy as a whetstone, he is always confident, steadfast with the thought, "I can win." In the end, this rebellion of his was a calculated move by the entire team. Abilities born from basic knowledge or personal emotions are all the same. Because that ability reflects a person's worldview, it's naturally strong. However, its weakness is also easy to spot. What hint did the Archbishop give us before? No parent would ever hit their own child. Agatsi simply deduced if that's the case. We just need to become Mama's children, and we'll win. Zero said, "It's not that easy. If you pour water on a fire, what happens?" Agatsi answered, "The fire will be extinguished." Zero said, "That's right. Water is different from fire. But what if the fire is this big?" Through Zero's small example, Agatsi understood. We can't defeat Mama with just a few small characteristics. And even if we become Mama's children, as newborns, how could we defeat Mama? The main character spoke up. But one thing is certain. Manga definitely has some kind of weakness. The main character somersaulted toward Mama. He launched a kick. Mama raised her hand to block it. He put more force into it, so that even though Mama blocked it, she still had to endure the impact afterward. So that as soon as his feet touched the ground was when he reached out and grabbed the hem of Mama's shirt. Using the strength of his shoulder and arm, he threw Mama to conveniently block the approaching Cha. Both Cha and Mama were veteran warriors, so they quickly regained their balance. The main character leaped forward. I can win, with the ultimate goal of defeating a god. The main character couldn't allow himself to fail in these small battles, because failure here could be the end of the revenge he desired. Using his ability, he once again destroyed the terrain, creating an unexpected situation for the enemy. Being able to control the battlefield gave him the belief, I can win. Malay from high above, with her current limited invincibility. Captain, you have 7 minutes left. At that point, my ability will disappear, and the Mama gang surrounding this arena will flood in. Hurry up, in the sewers. Besides the main character, Baby Maker was also racing against time. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Where's my room? Everything is like a giant clock. I can't tell which way is which. No. What if he's released? No. That thing is still incomplete. The thing that everyone had inadvertently overlooked. That Baby Maker is panicking about. It's FAI. That's loud. Waking me up like this, Bakiong Jang. But whatever. Let's put that aside. First, I need to eat some chicken. The three main combatants from the sewers were back on the surface fighting. Fists, cleavers, greatswords. Tedmart had calmed down a bit, but his heart was still burning. Patiently, second by second. The barrier. How much longer until this thing disappears? Tedmart's ability answered. Time remaining. 6 minutes and 28 seconds. Tedmart calculated. 6 minutes. It's short, but it's too long. That Bakiong Jang is weakening Mom. In the meantime, Mom still has to face the Archbishop. Fortunately, this is a three-way battle. Please, Mom. Hold on. Cha was thinking. That Bakiong Jang brat. What the hell is going on with him? Not only does he have incredible physical strength, but he's also developing his combat skills in a very creative way. Even though he's currently facing the world's top fighters, he's still getting stronger. Cha felt a sense of joy and anticipation. Perhaps soon, he will reach that level, on par with them, the top recognized talents of the Empire. Mama shared the same thought as Cha, but she wasn't happy about it. I won't let that happen. I'll catch you with my own hands. Bakiong Jang, the only one allowed to take revenge and rule this world, is me and no one else. The battle between the three grew more intense by the moment, but there was still no sign of victory leaning towards any side. Malay watched this anxiously. Captain, in the deepest part of the sewers, the group of three had also indirectly sensed the battle above. The three of them probably didn't know that their battle had attracted the attention of another party. This looks interesting. Even this old man wants to join in. As for the Lost King, someone came to report to him. Leader, our intelligence says that the Jagger side has also made a move. If not now, when will we rise? Acer told the loyal followers who had stood by him through difficult times. My warriors, the time has come to reclaim this country. The main character had to fight for every second, if he didn't want to face a complex combined force 6 minutes later. Beneath the Mama Gang's base, the situation between the two sides was at a stalemate. Everyone here could feel the intense tremors from above. Knowing the main character's plan, his comrades knew, in just 5 more minutes, this break time would end, although the two sides were temporarily in a stalemate. In reality, in terms of numbers, the Mama Gang still had the advantage. So the factor that would break this deadlock was definitely bella. She looked at the scene and exclaimed in confusion, why? No matter how strong you've become, just the two of you can't fight against the 4 of us. However, you two, why won't you attack me? Zero replied, damn it. Did getting brainwashed make you stupid? You're not our enemy. Bella only saw this as a form of disrespect. Damn it, you dare to ignore me? But Jito added, to us, your friend. These words struck a chord within Bella. Moni also spoke up. Bella, look me straight in the eye. Are we your enemies? Bella's shackled ego was stirred. Look straight at me. Bella had to break the enemy's spell. With her own will, Bella's ego returned. She saw Saya holding the chains, standing behind her. Saya was confident that her spell couldn't be broken. She said coldly, are you trying to flirt with her? My love is invincible. No matter what you say, my love will never betray me. But the umbrella Saya was about to swing was caught by Bella. This action was a bad sign for those on Mama's side. Bella matted. Look me straight in the eye. So that's it. Bella remembered the reason that led to the current situation. From the very beginning, even though you captured my heart, the truth is I was always running away from your feelings. Perhaps the more the other person tries to reject your feelings, the stronger the power and bondage of the ability becomes. Until now, no one has ever looked straight at me. Not even you. Saya trembled. As if pleading, she said, my love, that's not it. It's not just that, Bella declared. From now on, I will face you. Saya tried bugging. Don't say it. Bella broke the chains on her neck. Looking straight at her, Bella said, I like someone else. I am sorry. Saya couldn't bear the rejection at this moment. She screamed, don't say that. Bella hit Saya onto a wall. Sorry, but we're just friends. Then she gave Saya a light kick. Saya's physical strength was negligible. Coupled with her emotional trauma, she collapsed after just one kick. Now Mama's side was down by 2, while the main character's side was up by 1. Jito welcomed his comrade. You're late. This muscle brain girl, Bella said. I'll have to apologize to a lot of people. That's right. But let's save the apologies for later. For now, let's go to Big Broda. Olivia and Sanka knew they couldn't salvage this situation. Ted Mart's ability was always present. Time remaining, 1 minute. Mama managed to slice off one of the main character's arms. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't like a normal person. Even with one arm disabled, he immediately regenerated it. It could be said she was facing more than just a disadvantageous battlefield. She was hit by the main character on the back of the neck right after, even though I know she can regenerate. To this extent, Cha fired a blast of energy. The main character dodged it, but was still wounded, his flesh exposed. Cha's stamina was not to be underestimated, so he didn't just use his fists, but also used his ability to control rocks to crush him. Mama returned the favor with a hip check that slammed both of them face first. Cha summoned an explosive energy sphere. The main character dodged it directly. Mama also rolled away from the damage. The main character provoked. More. Come at me like you want to kill me. The two middle-aged warriors shouted in unison. You bastard. Time was up. Malay's barrier had come to an end. For Mama's side, this was the opportunity to counterattack. The break is over. While for the main character's side, this was a disadvantageous situation. Malay's separating barrier gradually faded. Seeing this, the main character himself couldn't remain calm. Mama thought triumphantly, it's all over. I have won. Ted Mart commanded all the members of the gang. Malay's time of arrogance is over. With one shout, fight. The entire Mama gang charged forward. The members of their gang were all orphaned children taken in by Mama. Whatever Mama's purpose was, it couldn't be denied that the small acts of care she showed all of them were real. My children, I love you all. The Mama gang was wholeheartedly ready to risk their lives for Mama. This unity made the main character secretly wary. A disaster is coming. We're about to take a beating. Everyone is equipped with Mama's magic. And there are also 2 great trees here. Moreover, these 2 also have the ability to create soldiers and nullify all attacks. If the kids and Mama team up, then the chance of victory will be, in the midst of the battle, that the main character certainly couldn't break through alone. The voice of his strongest comrade rang out, a sparkling meteor from above. FAI Day makes a spectacular landing, he said with gusto. Does this count as a raid, Captain Bach? The main character couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not only was FAI Day completely unharmed, on the contrary, he looked even more dashing than before. This made Malay, high above, look again surprised. Is that the chicken guy? Tedmart had a headache. Damn it. He's awake. He commanded his brothers. Don't stop. Keep running. FAI's appearance was a signal for the other combat-capable members to arrive. Sturdy glass thread. Prickly memory. Mama's numbers would no longer be a problem if there were members with superior combat strength to share the burden of the battle for the main character. So the main character had two more pleasant surprises. Both of them greeted the main character cheerfully. A continuous stream of events occurred, all reinforcing the main character's victory. This drove Mama mad, and she charged forward. You bastard! How dare you, Captain Bach! Just as the knife was about to strike, a needle from somewhere struck Mama's hand. It caused her to be suddenly paralyzed. What is this? Moni spoke up. Do you remember me? The main character said happily. Why are you here, kid? Cha looked at this and exclaimed, Oh my. That's why kids are so annoying. It's true, especially young people who often have an excess of energy, like the main character's group. Malay descended and reminded him. Do you have time to sit there and chat? You said you would prove it to everyone. Then the most crucial combat members, all gathered in one place. The main character regained his confidence in victory. He told his comrades, Leave it to me. At the place where Bella and the others broke through to support the main character on the surface. Saya lay sobbing. Olivia sighed. So annoying. My face is a mess. Sanka said, out of breath, sis. But even so, isn't it great to see things like this once in a while? Olivia replied, Well, it's not bad. The great tree sisters of the Mama gang couldn't help but admire the people in the main character's group. I have revealed my hidden ability. That is the nature of Baki Ongjang's ability. We should turn the tables now. The captain's shovel blade. He used the earth-flipping move again, but on a much larger scale than before. Mama felt that something was wrong. Oh, damn it. I'm moving away from my children. Right now, I can feel what my kids are going through. How did this happen? At first, I was very satisfied with a happy life, alongside my family, the people I truly trusted. Why did I betray the hearts of these children? I was too easily swayed and lost myself because I couldn't resist the sweet opportunity for revenge right in front of me. Am I still hiding in the shadow of a monster of my own imagination? Watching the main character charge forward with radiant confidence in victory, Mama suddenly understood. I see. The only one who wasn't proud in this fight was me. The main character couldn't help but admit a possibility. Mama, perhaps you're my future. Back when I was obsessed with revenge, I couldn't see clearly what was ahead, always tormenting myself and avoiding my emotions. But thanks to meeting everyone, the people who always treated me with sincerity, who always believed in me, the main character suddenly felt emotional. How annoying. Am I really thinking straight? Well, anyway, I will no longer be blinded by hatred. Palia, I will fight with all my strength, alongside everyone. Malay witnessed it all. She once thought, will the captain's change become a weakness or a weapon? I don't know. But now, reality has proven that my worries were for nothing. Bella sensed the change in the main character's mindset. Giroux and Moni did too. FAI Day was even more expectant. Prove it to me, my friend. The main character used his actions to demonstrate his determination and growth. The spirit he channeled at this moment surpassed that of the two veteran warriors he was facing. A sharp, dazzling slash. One arrow, two hawks. Mama coughed up blood. Cha also suffered internal injuries. The Mama gang looked up. That brilliance was not for them. When she opened her eyes, something had happened to her family. While she was sleeping, her children sensed what had happened to their mother. Even though they didn't see it with their own eyes, they had lost. Maddie was stunned, falling to her knees. Zero and the others still didn't understand what was happening. Then Maddie exclaimed, That demon, how much more pain does he want? Before he's satisfied, Mama fell from the sky with a thud. Mama, now covered in blood and smoke, struggled. She asked Bakiong Jing, my son, when did you come up with this plan? Was I caught up in your plan from the very beginning? The main character replied, Not many things went according to plan. Listen, Mama was surprised. The main character admitted, It was a mess. I prepared a few plans in advance, but none of them went as expected. It was tougher than I thought. What the Mama gang showed was clear proof that the feelings within the gang were not fake. They all ran towards Mama, shouting in unison. Mama raised her hand. She signaled to her children, Stop. Tedmart didn't understand. Why? Why does Mom have that expression? Mama's expression was one of relief. As if letting go of a burden in her heart, she declared, "We have lost." The children in the gang couldn't help but shed tears, blaming themselves. In the end, I wasn't the one to free Mom. The main character was shocked. "Lost?" She said. "They lost. So, I won." He tilted his head back. He took a deep breath. Then he let out a loud, exhilarating shout. "We won." FAI Day was moved. "Whenever I see him like that, he really seems like a child," Malay said. "Well, he is young." With each passing day, FAI Day felt more and more that choosing the main character as a comrade was the right decision. He really did defeat Mama's gang. How much longer is he going to make my heart flutter? The main character shouted, "Hey, you hear me? From now on, you're no longer Mama's gang. Starting today, we are." Back to the planning session. Zero had asked a question. "First of all, let's assume we've defeated Mama's gang. What should we call ourselves? You're not going to use the name Mama's gang anymore, right?" Agatsi also gave her opinion. "Actually, I don't like the idea of the evil gang. From the prophecy at all." The main character scratched his face. "Oh well," he said. I have a few ideas." The group looked at the name the main character wrote down, curious. "What does it mean?" "The Devil's Curse," the main character said awkwardly, even though he rose from the bottom. "It means we are a special finishing move that can blow away the whole world in one shot." The whole group laughed. They silently agreed on this name. Malay nudged him playfully. "You have a cute side too, you know." The main character said unnaturally, "Stop it." Agatsi finalized it. "Let's go with that." Back to the present. The main character declared, "For now on, we are Underdog," a name that fit the reality of people like them, like a poignant reminder. But it also showed that the scope of their possibilities was limitless. That was the name he had written down back then. Cha silently realized his mistake. "Damn it, I entered this battle with half-hearted determination, while I couldn't truly see Baqiangjang as an enemy. As a result, at this moment, an organization that can stand against the power of the Empire has risen." The main character hadn't forgotten that Cha was still present. He asked him, "Hey, Archbishop, what do you plan to do now? Should we continue fighting?" That smirk on his face is really annoying. He knows I no longer have any hostility towards him. Cha sheathed his sword, saying, "I don't like meaningless battles. Just hand over my daughter, and I will leave quietly." The main character said provocatively, "Even though I almost killed your daughter. All right, I'm tired of this. Take her and go. We won't be parting here." Cha agreed. "Yeah. After all, doing that feels weird." Malay smiled charmingly. He's worried about that, but he won't be honest about it. The main character looked up at the sky, sighed, and said, "This is really hard." A booming male voice called the main character's name. "Baqiangjang, take this joyful shove." Caught by the surprise attack, the main character fell flat on his face. He cursed, "You crazy bastard." FAI Day cut him off with an arm around his shoulder. The members surrounded him. FAI Day spoke for the whole group. "I knew you would win. Less chicken for you, my friend." The main character laughed, complaining, "That face doesn't suit you at all." And I, from the heavens, witnessed this scene. It seemed there was no satisfaction at all. "I don't like this one bit." Paleo wondered, "Is something wrong?" Baqiangjang has followed the plan. He now has the power to fight against the heroes. Paleo said, "Of course. I want Captain Bach to become stronger. But I want the Demon King and the hero to fight forever, to maintain the balance of my world. But now, that is not the image of the Demon King I had in mind. Since things have turned out this way, we must be faster in Gnome Gizabeth." Responding to Paleo's call. "All right. After all, that side looks more interesting." Giza B is a high-ranking demon, known as the Enjoyer. The three-way battle is over. Everyone gained something for themselves, but the ones who gained the most were still the main character's group. FAI Day shouted, "A battle of this scale. Regular chicken isn't enough to satisfy me." The main character gave in. "All right, I get it. Stop leaning on me, you lunatic." He looked around and said, "By the way, not everyone is here yet." Zero and where Agatsi and Malay said, they were the ones who replanted the sword, so they must be hiding somewhere in the sewers. Jito said, "The last time I saw them, they were also heading towards the sewers." Moni reverted to his illiterate mode, making the main character complain, "Why you stopped speaking human again?" But back at the concentration camp, Zero survived unscathed. "It'll be fine. The main character was confident about that, but perhaps he was confident too soon. Flashback to before Maddie arrived at Matpon. The prison break incident. At that time, what surprised me the most was that my father was ranked second in Class A, more than the fact that he was the Archbishop. When I saw him lying in the hospital bed, I felt like I was seeing my mother from before. The fear that my father would soon leave us too grew. At that time, I was also angry because this place didn't protect what was precious to me. So after that, Maddie left the Empire for Matpon. She went to the Mama gang's base. Facing Mama and the great trees sitting at the table, then Maddie showed admiration and respect for Mama. You created a sanctuary in this chaotic land and protected your family fiercely. But the Empire, instead of protecting my precious things, they only knew how to exploit them. So, now it's my turn. Maddie made a silent resolve. She said, I'm sick of the Empire's so-called weak protection. I will create my own paradise with my own hands. Let me use you, Mama. Mama didn't get angry, but instead smiled. Welcome, my child. But now, the pillar that Maddie thought was unshakable, invincible, had also fallen before the one who had injured her father. Maddie felt fear again. Helplessness surrounded her. Zero sensed something unusual. What's wrong? She was so frantic just a moment ago. Now she's suddenly sitting down and crying. Could it be? If Mama knows the condition of her children, then does that mean they also know Mama's condition? Zero exclaimed joyfully, Big bro one. That was relieved. Now I can rest in peace. Agatsi said, I haven't done anything yet. It's already over. While I haven't done anything significant, I don't feel happy at all. This feeling is strange. Zero thought to himself. At first, I didn't know what would happen when Maddie suddenly appeared. Although her ability was impressive, her attack patterns were monotonous. I think it's due to a lack of real combat experience. A little more delay, and I would have been a goner. Thank heavens. Zero said loudly to Maddie, Hey, the battle is over, and we won. Why don't you go home and cry to your father? Maddie felt wronged. In the end, I only hurt my father. I couldn't change anything. That person was right. Maddie was like a child who had lost her parents. She accepts. It's over. An outsider's voice interjected. It's not over yet. Out of nowhere, a school of colorful fish appeared. They gathered into a mountain. When they dispersed, two individuals appeared. One was Giza B, instructed by Palia. The other was the one currently in control of Matpon. He greeted Zero. We meet again. It's the Jagger. Zero broke out in a cold sweat. How'd he know about this place? That doesn't matter. We have to get out of here immediately. He shouted to his two comrades, Run. Gizabi stood there, staring at the three mice before her. With a wicked smile, the three of them froze. This thing, if we move, we'll die. Gizabi said, That's right. I hate it when the weak are also stupid. Zero suddenly remembered what Mabwa had once said. In our world, not everyone worships Mother. Once the two worlds merge, hell on earth will be unleashed. Because the power of each side. Zero deduced what Gizabi was. A high-ranking demon, the one Mabwa had mentioned. Everyone immediately realized it. They aren't controlling us. They're simply observing. If we run, we will die. It's as if they take pleasure in watching us struggle. The Jagger clapped his hands once. Come on, relax a little. After all, we both brought something interesting for the other. I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Since you're the ones who sell food to us. Zero replied with a hint of sarcasm. I didn't expect you to team up with a high-ranking demon. I couldn't have imagined it. The Jagger said leisurely, You know, this old man is very cunning. I'm very sharp when it comes to these things. I only need to know two things. What I need from you, and what she needs. I'll be direct. Zero, I need you. What do you want in exchange? The Jagger put Zero in a difficult position. There's no way out. Even if I can stall until Big Bro arrives. Not giving Zero time to think carefully, the Jagger said, I have other appointments. Lingering here is inconvenient. So I'll help you out a bit. The two behind you. I'll kill one of them every 5 seconds. Now, then, the countdown begins. Zero wanted to negotiate. Wait, hold on. But the Jagger didn't care. He just kept counting down. Zero frantically told his two comrades, Everyone run. Offering a bit of goodwill, the Jagger said, If you do that, they'll both die together. Zero was extremely tense, screaming, Damn it. Why did you skip the number 3? The Jagger counted. Time's up. I'll choose the handsome one first. Giza reached out her hand. It wasn't a perilous situation, but it was also fortunate that the Jagger chose a slash of a knife. The demon woman from Da's dreams appears to protect him. She blocks Giza's arm. He fell to the ground, stunned. Looking at the familiar demon woman, he muttered, "No way." Giza's expression showed she knew this demon woman. The demon woman from Da's dreams said, "It doesn't matter who you are." The demon woman stood with her knife raised, shielding Da. "You are not allowed to lay a single finger on him," Giza said coldly. "So you've been hiding here, you disgrace of the clan." Meanwhile, Chow is contacting someone in the Empire. "Things are over here. Maddie is still here. But where the hell is she hiding?" Then he realized, "What is this? I'm looking at the map. I'm going the wrong way. Back to the events where Giza was. So you've been hiding here, you disgrace of the clan." The dream demon showed apprehension before Giza, but she didn't back down. Agatsi went to her friend's side. From his expression, even without him saying anything, she could guess. He was trembling with fear. "That woman, could she be?" Giza taunted, "Really? You're so boring." The demon woman was indeed strong compared to ordinary people, but she couldn't compare to outstanding high-ranking demons like Giza. She knew her own strength and her opponents. "I can't win. Right now, I have to find a way to survive." The demon woman turned back and said, "Malavli da, I'm sorry." But she probably didn't know that just the sight of her disheveled hair and face was enough to make her faint from fear. She didn't even need to use the hilt of her knife to knock him out. Zero and Agatsi stared blankly as this unfolded. It seems he fainted before she even hit him. The demon woman thought to herself, "I have to open a gate. Giza is too dangerous. So I need to act as quickly as possible." The demon woman created a circle. At their feet, she channeled her mana. She opened a hole, like the mouth of a well. Before any of them could react, they had already fallen freely into it. The Jaggers said, "I don't." They got away. Giza understood. So this is how it escaped to this world. This is more interesting than I thought. This is getting more and more exciting. Should I observe a little longer? "That red-hair guy, I'll catch him for you," Giza said. The Jaggers said, "Please do." It seems that Giza opening the pit wasn't enough for them to escape safely. The demon woman looked up. She saw Giza's hand entering the tunnel. She exclaimed, "This is bad." Giza grabbed her intended target, so the rest of the group could escape, except for Zero, who was pulled back into the tiger's mouth. Giza threw Zero towards the Jagger. The Jagger said calmly, "Oh my, you've been separated from your friends. I'll have to think of different negotiation terms." "Huh?" Zero clicked his tongue, saying vulgarly, "Son of a bitch." Zero reevaluated himself. "That strange gate has closed. My ankle must have been broken when that person grabbed it. I've lost." Zero is truly desperate now. The Jagger said, "Zero, you are the biggest obstacle, and also the most difficult talent to handle. I'll be brief. I will give you wealth beyond your greed. Will you choose money or death?" Zero wasn't unmoved, but things were different now. He had to think very carefully. Since childhood, the thing that interested him was money. When he went to school, he used a sharp mind to make money. After graduating and entering the world, he traded information because it was profitable, thanks to his convenient ability. When he was imprisoned for information trafficking, he was planning to wash his hands of it when he met the evil in the prophecy. Then, after all sorts of events, he became a strategist for Baki Ongjang's group. He was still that money-grubbing Zero, but his mindset was broader now. One eye, a broken ankle, but he still had to force himself to stand straight to say, "Of course, I choose money." If it were before, there would have been no hesitation. The Jagger looked at him coldly, as if at a dead man. "Is that so? Then farewell." Giza's fish attacked the defenseless Zero. On the surface, Baki Ongjang said, "Found it." Malay asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Zero's sticky grass. The ones he attached to us during the fight all fell off. He used the blade of grass to contact Zero." "Zero, you're still listening, right? What's taking you so long? Hurry up and regroup with us." But the main character didn't know that the person he was calling was no longer in one piece. The main character said excitedly, "We have to celebrate our victory together." But when he saw Zero's ability fade, a sense of unease rose in the main character's heart. Today was the day of the main character's victory, but it was also the day he lost a comrade. At the same time, In the hidden corners of the slums, individuals were lying in ambush everywhere. A dragon is about to fly by here. Everyone, get ready. A masked man looked up at the sky, quickly reporting, "Boss, it's in the sky." It was one of Malay's children. The boss of this group looked at the creature with apprehension. This thing, a demon, but he still commanded his men. Damn it, after it. The dragon the people below were talking about was a mount that already had a master. The Jagger's man said, "So there really was a spy. The boss is truly amazing." The poetic young man stood with his arms outstretched, feeling the cool breeze from above. With such a large audience, the main character was still worried about Zero's situation. He had just finished a battle with 2 top-tier fighters. Now he had to immediately face another dangerous enemy. Perhaps I just need to hum. A part of it will be enough. 2 days before the decisive battle with the Mama gang, Zero had arranged a meeting with the resistance forces. "This way, please." "Why do you look so shady all of a sudden?" Acer received a surprise. A banner welcomed him. Someone was scattering flower petals in welcome. The entire main character's group stood in a neat line, giving Acer a respectful welcome, the most solemn they could manage. The main character, a proper military man, shouted, "Attention!" The group, except for Da, whose back was a bit hunched. All of them stood perfectly straight. "Salute, Your Majesty." The group had definitely been taught by the main character. They saluted in military fashion. "Long live the Emperor! Long live!" Acer was moved beyond words. "What is this? What?" The main character stepped forward and said, "This is the most solemn ceremony in my world. I prepared this to welcome you. I hope you like it, Your Majesty." Acer and the chief engineer both had a good first impression of the main character. How could someone like him be called a demon? That look in his eyes is definitely that of a true warrior. Even a knight like me is moved. The main character narrated. "Perhaps in this world, people call me a demon. But before, I was just an ordinary soldier from another world, ready to sacrifice my life to protect the people. So I want to do more. I want to become your vanguard. I have arrogantly requested this meeting with you." The main character bowed 120 degrees, saying, "I sincerely apologize." Agatsi was astonished. She never expected someone with an ego taller than his head, like Baqiangjang, would willingly bow so deeply before a dethroned king. Acer was silent for a moment, then said, "Before coming here, I was very worried, but it seems you are the opposite of what I feared." They talked in a temporary tent. "Well, shall we talk for a bit?" The main character stated. "Within 2 days, we will launch a large-scale attack on the Mama gang." Acer asked, "Do you want to consolidate your strength before that battle?" The main character said, "No. Do you think a group that can't even defeat the Mama gang would dare to propose a partnership with Your Majesty? What I'm aiming for is what comes after the battle. We will definitely defeat the Mama gang in 1 day. Whether they could do it or not was one thing. But when negotiating, one must show the other party their steadfastness and confidence." Acer was old, but his mind was not dull. "And after that, I see." The main character said, "That's right. The problem is the Jagger." Zero spoke up. "Based on the records about him, he is extremely despicable and cunning. He always attacks when the enemy is exhausted. Even if we defeat the Mama gang in 1 day, he'll definitely swoop in while we're exhausted to be the fisherman who reaps the rewards. From his point of view, swallowing both the Mama gang and us at the same time is a huge bargain, so he won't pass it up." Acer silently agreed. "That's right, that's very likely to happen. If it's the Jagger, of course he would act like that. Just like that day. A painful history lesson that is long remembered. He will definitely interfere. But defeating people is easy. Winning them over is hard." So Acer said realistically, "But to achieve that, you not only have to defeat the Mama gang, but also make them join our side. And we've been stabbed in the back before. How can we trust you?" The Knight Commander couldn't help but be cautious. "Even if you look benevolent, you are the one who devastated the Empire and brought a new addictive drug to this kingdom." The chief engineer drew his sword halfway. Looking straight at Zero, he said, "But thinking about it, these things are meaningless, aren't they?" The main character thought deeply. "I'm done playing the good guy, but getting the conversation this far is enough." The main character nodded. "No matter what I say, you won't believe me. But you know the worst-case scenario, right? The Jagger will swallow both the Mama gang and us. What will you do then?" and Baki Ongjang's group showed the resistance the impossible. They really defeated the Mama Gang in one day. Above them, from there, one of Malay's children, under the control of the Jagger, was opening its mouth wide, descending. The appearance of the Jagger was something everyone expected, but what no one expected was that the Jagger had joined forces with a high-ranking demon. The Knight Commander hesitated slightly. I didn't expect him to appear like this, but based on his extensive experience, he quickly calmed down. He assessed the current situation. The Knight Commander chose to advance. There are rumors that demons are appearing all over the world. Although it looks huge, I heard that even a B rank can destroy one. We must take it down quickly before it lands. And the second surprise was the Knight Commander's sword was blocked as soon as it was drawn. The high-ranking demon allied with the Jagger was not just one. Amjur, the ruler, said, "Where are you looking? Only I exist in this sky." Amjur's strength overwhelmed the Knight Commander. Unbelievable. What is this strength? Amjur knocked the Knight Commander to the ground. He hadn't even scratched the enemy and was already injured. The other resistance members ran to the Knight Commander's side. Amjur said condescendingly, "I was going to cut you in half, but I'll let it go this time. I commend you." An ally was taken down before anything could even happen. The main character asked nervously, "Malay, what do we do now?" Malay exclaimed, "It really is them. My children. Amjur is here too. We were so close. So why didn't I notice them?" Gizabi replied, "It's because we knew you were here that we did it on purpose." Surprise. Long time no see. Are you happy to see us again, mother? Gizabi was a disrespectful child that gave Malay a headache. "You little brat. We are all your children." The Jagger seemed disappointed. "So, this is the goddess, huh?" Gizabi asked, "Are you disappointed because she looks different from what you imagined?" The Jagger replied, "Not really. I've always looked forward to an opportunity to speak with the goddess. It's quite moving." Mama looked at this as if reliving that cursed day. "Again? It's you again?" The Jagger. The Jagger said condescendingly, "Mama, don't misunderstand. The reason you're still alive today is because I spared you. For me, paying attention to you is much easier than holding back the Empire. But now, Baki Ongjang Malay, I need no one else but the two of you." The poetic young man began to recite a poem. "I'm the most beautiful lion of the pride. People call me the Lion of the East." A cold air flowed out, heading straight for the newly formed underdog gang. The Knight Commander and Chop burst out laughing at the young man's poem. But this young man's ability was quite formidable. In an instant, he had frozen a large area. A number of people below had turned into ice sculptures. On Mama's side, those closest to Tedmart were all safe. Tedmart had only managed to use his ability to protect a small portion. He said, "I'm sorry. My other brothers and sisters." Mama didn't blame him. "My son," because the scale of the opponent's ability was more significant than she thought. To completely nullify this attack, Tedmart had to know its exact range. Choosing the area around himself was the most optimal choice he could make. But the majority of the others were hit. What about that Baki Ongjang? Fortunately, the main forces on the main character's side could still move freely. The main character held a gun in his hand, his heart burning. "I'm so worried. Why are the demons working with the Jagger? And why did Zero cancel his ability? Damn it. I'll deal with that later." He called out, "Malay, I know this is complicated, but the priority now is to deal with the situation at hand. We have to counterattack immediately." Malay understood the situation didn't allow for a loving family reunion, so she said firmly, "I know. I'm ready to open fire." The Jagger was calm, not flinching at all. The main character fired a series of shots at the Jagger, but someone stood in front of the Jagger, blocking the bullets. The dark-skinned woman said casually, "I just had a hole punched in me. That really hurts." The main character's eyes widened. It didn't even faze her. FAI said, "Baki Ongjang, leave that one to me. Right now, the others have also calmed down and are charging straight at us." FAI Day leaped and grabbed the sturdy woman, saying, "You focus on the Jagger." The woman coughed up blood, but she still said flippantly, "You're not good enough yet, buddy." FAI what? Don't be so cocky. When the woman was thrown to the ground, she quickly regained her balance like a rabbit. FAI Day put all his strength into one punch. He was about to unleash an explosive men's fist, but the woman just had to lean her body, and with one gentle hand, she neutralized his proud fist. FAI Day realized then that this was a tough opponent. She blocked it. So when the woman launched a slashing attack, FAI Day didn't choose to meet it head-on. Instead, he jumped up to dodge. By raising his arm to protect his vital points, FAI Day managed to significantly reduce his injuries. Even this simple blow showed how dangerous the opponent was. Who is this person? For a gangster, she has a very solid foundation. As for the Knight Commander and his men, they were dealing with the rest of the Jagger subordinates. The poetic young man smiled. This is interesting. It seems there's someone quite elegant here. The Knight Commander thought to himself, my side wasn't much affected by the ice. Maybe it's because that guy is funny. The Knight Commander signaled to his comrades. We'll take care of that demon. The teenage girl with safety pin earrings said, step back. I'll handle this one. The Jagger mused. I'm quite surprised by him. Who would have thought we'd see the king's army here? What have you done? Even the Mama gang seems to have joined your side. It seems quite similar to this old man. Always well prepared. The main character told his comrade, Malay, if you don't want to attack your children, let me know in advance. Malay replied, it's fine. They won't die from this blow anyway. All right, it's time for some discipline. The Jagger was impressed. You don't know what fear is, do you? Even this old man knows fear sometimes. Perhaps I should give you a gift. He threw something towards the main character. A familiar pair of glasses. The main character suddenly freezes. A memento of your friend. Hearing this news, the main character was stunned. He was about to lose his mind. Andrew sneered. You were chosen as the Demon King. And yet you're letting your guard down? The main character was stabbed through the stomach with a sword. Andrew laughed loudly. He stabbed the main character repeatedly with thick, wide blades. Malay, worried, returned to her human form. Gizabi was always there to remind her. Where are you going, mother? Gizabi summoned tentacles and bound Malay. Malay didn't want to be harsh with her child. Gizabi, feigning nostalgia, said, let me give you a hug, mother. But her brutal actions contradicted her words. Malay was flung into the air by Gizabi. Gizabi watched, laughing with delight. This is so much fun. I'm going to absorb all of your power, mother. What a joy. At that moment, the dutiful son has arrived. The Berserker, a clean cut. He destroyed all the tentacles, freeing Malay. Malay was in free fall. Mabumai carefully caught Malay. Malay whispered weakly, calling, my son, Mabwa. Mabumai was furious, but he didn't forget his manners. Yes, I'm here, mother. Back to a scene before Gizabi arrived in the world behind the rift. A demon said, just kill them all, except for Baqiangjang. This is interesting. That's your deal with Palia, the goddess of the other world, right? Gizabi narrowed her eyes, replying with amusement. That's right. The other demon said, but what if you accidentally kill that Baqiangjang? What would happen then? Gizabi didn't need to think much. You know as well as I do. We'll just need another candidate for the Demon King position, won't we? This was exactly what the other demon wanted to hear. Back to the current battle. Mabumai's presence still hadn't balanced the scales. Andrew thought suspiciously. So that's it. Could it be that Gizabi predicted this situation and used me? Mabumai questioned them. You? How dare you harm my mother? Andrew expressed his disregard for their creator, Malay. Mother? That's hilarious. When I was born, I tore through my mother's stomach and absorbed her life force to get here. In this world where the winner takes all, even a goddess is no different to me. Mabumai saw the main character's tragic state and expressed his disappointment. Baqiangjang. Really? I thought that if it were you, you'd at least be somewhat safe. But you only care about your comrades? Mabumai's words seemed to reawaken the main character's will. He shattered Andrew's blade. He summoned a hand of destruction. He used it to slam into Andrew's face. Andrew was somewhat surprised. This destructive power, that last blow was indeed quite strong. There's no doubt he's the seed for the Demon King position. However, his mentality is not strong. Mabumai bluntly reminded the main character. If it were me, I would have put a dozen holes in you. Even I would have a hard time dealing with those two. Snap out of it. You haven't even seen your comrade's body with your own eyes, have you? The main character felt a glimmer of hope. Why did I assume Zero was dead? They could have picked up his glasses somewhere. Or they could have kidnapped him because he's useful. I can't conclude that Zero is dead yet. In just a moment that I was out, Malay was so seriously injured. The main character regained his spirit. He, more than anyone, understood that the battlefield is no place for hesitation. or with time for mourning. He plunged his double-edged sword into the ground, telling himself, I'm the big brother, after all. I can't let trivial words distract me. He shattered the ice, regaining the numerical advantage for his side. The layer of ice, the ice shard shattered by the power of destruction, reformed thanks to the power of regeneration. The main character controlled a large ice spear, thrusting it at Amjur. Amjur met it with a single sword strike, splitting the ice spear in two. It was blocked. A path has been opened, just like back then. But while Mama was still dazed by the memory of that day of betrayal, Baki Ongjang's shout woke her up. Manga. Now's the time. Asserts resistance forces. Baki Ongjang's comrades. Mama had faith. This time is different from back then. Mama rallied her troops. All of you, my children, go help your big brother. If that's what Mom wants. Excellent. Mom, where's my red hair? Mama laughed and said, where else could it be? It's right here. Mama equipped her children with battle gear. Let's go. Our family will win. Mama and her great tree children charged fiercely toward the Jagger. The more they did so, the more Gizabi enjoyed it. This is interesting. She summoned her swordfish. She sent the whole school to attack Mama's group. They're coming. Baki Ongjang arrived to break the attack, opening a path for Mama's group. The main character shouted, call me Big Bro, or Commander. Damn it, a few got through. Tedmark continued, this is nothing. This is fun. How many fish will attack us? Simple as pie. The answer is 4. The swordfish were neutralized. Mama's group charged forward even faster. Gizabi was secretly surprised, nullifying an attack. Impressive, but too arrogant. In battle, try this attack. Tedmark predicted, be careful. Countless blades will attack from above. Unfortunately, incorrect. Amjur said, why do you underestimate me so? Pay for that sin with your life. Amjur's blade struck from all directions. For a moment, Mama's group thought, are we about to meet our ancestors? But the most crucial ally hadn't even made his move yet. Mabwa Mai's second muscular form, Great War form, Gizabi and Amjur shouted in unison, Mabwa Mai. Mabwa Mai replied, should be paying attention to me. Mabwa Mai's physique was superior. He grabbed a high-ranking demon in each hand, reminding them that Mabwa Mai was not someone to be ignored. Mabwa Mai lifted the two of them up. Then, like a comet, he threw them both down. Gizabi used her tentacles as a cushion, and Amjur used his sword to reduce the impact. 1 against 2. So Mabwa Mai was determined not to let these two counterattack immediately. He swung his sword in a wide arc, forcing the two high-ranking demons into a defensive posture. It seemed Mabwa Mai's slash made the two high-ranking demons realize something. They laughed with delight. Mabwa Mai was suspicious. Is there something that you find funny? She couldn't believe it. So the rumors are true? That you lost a huge amount of muscle because you were soundly defeated by a human? A living symbol of muscle. Lost to a mere human, your title as the top makes me laugh even harder. Mabwa Mai was not ashamed or offended. He calmly advised, you'd best not underestimate humans, you trash. Amjur disagreed, saying, is that the excuse of a loser? You become pathetic, Mabwa. Mabwa Mai shared his conclusion. Humans are very intelligent and sharp. If you act arrogant with your superior abilities and show even a slight opening, your head will be separated from your body. Amjur didn't take this advice seriously, saying, you talk too much. Mabwa Mai didn't expect these two to listen anyway. It's fine. I'll let you witness this then. The body of a genius among geniuses. After learning human combat skills, a new muscular form, Night Kumba. You can't use it. The woman squatted, looking at Fai Day, who was leaning on his hands, his head bowed. It's because of that Bakai's ability, isn't it? Your body has reverted to its early stage. Your ability was originally enhanced by those muscles and speed. Is that why you were so obsessed with chicken when you were young? I can understand it to some extent. Beer and chicken only taste exquisite after one has experienced life's ups and downs. Fai Day said, damn it, it feels like I've met a soulmate. Only now did Fai Day realize the downside of youth. My full-bodied physique isn't just for using men's fist. It's also what helps me activate sparkle. More than that, the woman sighed. You're not bad, but this isn't enough. You didn't even need to make the boss lift a finger. Fai Day was annoyed. What's with this damn woman? At that moment, A slash from the Knight Commander came down. Only now could he show his talent. Tuck your tail. Dogs should bark less. Seeing the Knight Commander slice his mount in two with one sword strike, the woman exclaimed, "Now things are getting interesting." The woman sensed an attack coming and turned her head. Moni bared his fangs and brandished his claws, and Bella came with a kick to support FAI. The woman clicked her tongue. "That's playing dirty." The two of them replied, "What can we do? It's our habit to gang up on people." The woman laughed and said, "Is that so? The most intense battle right now is probably where the three high-ranking demons are." Gizabi found it hard to accept. Mabulmai lost a significant amount of muscle. Not only did he not weaken, on the contrary, he became more skillful. This isn't right. Are you kidding me? This can't be happening. Amjir also found it hard to believe. That Mabulmai was supposed to be weaker. We are definitely stronger than him. But why? Are we the ones being pushed back? It seems that as living beings, they all surpass each other in adaptation and development. Gizabi felt that she could no longer play fair. Perhaps I should take his mother hostage. It's not too late yet. Mabulmai must be fully focused on us. If we go all out, we can definitely create an opening. Where's his mother? Zero was on a mission to help the injured Malay escape the battlefield. I've used up all my strength. The only thing I can do is get Big Bro's girlfriend off the battlefield. Malay retorted, "I told you, not his girlfriend." Gizabi screamed, "You lowly creature. Stop right there." Mabulmai arrived in a flash. "She still has time to pay attention to my mother? Perhaps you should taste my blade, you bitch." On the side of the main character and Mama's group, they were still charging towards the Jagger. The Jagger was completely calm. It seems he was ready to receive his guests. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's truly a shame. But I guess you all think so too, right?" Both Mama and Baki Ongjang were now united. More united than ever before. Because they both now had a common enemy in a Jagger. "All of your plans will end here, or will they?" Gizabi said sarcastically. The Jagger narrated, "You must have struggled a lot to get here. But I'm sorry. What I've prepared for you might be a bit too much. Perhaps we, the readers, have been wondering." Maddie was also there with Zero's group. So what happened to her? This is the answer. At that moment, those who had fought against Baki Ongjang, and those who were sensitive to mana, all of them simultaneously sensed it. A semi-human, semi-demon mana flow, similar to Baki Ongjang. Cha, who had intended to stay out of it, now looked up in astonishment. "What is this? What? What's happening? I have a familiar feeling again." No way. Cha was witnessing. His eldest daughter had become a demon, just like Baki Ongjang, whom the Empire had decided to eliminate. Crush them. With one finger, Maddie devastated a large area. As for Agatsi, and the demon woman, they were in a chaotic space, filled with strange things. Agatsi wondered, "This place? What the hell is this place?" The demon woman explained, "This is Da's dream world. It's very difficult to enter this world, even if it's a gnome." Once Agatsi calmed down, she immediately remembered Zero, who had been captured. She said loudly, "Wait, what about Zero?" "Zero is still up there." The demon woman said, "It's too late. If he was caught by a gnome, he's either dead or he wishes he were dead. This might be the first time you've met me, but I've been watching you all for a long time. My little Da, and you, the one to cherishes. Until this battle is over, I have no intention of letting you leave here." Agatsi couldn't stand being a bystander. "But what about the other demons besides?" The demon woman said realistically, "I'm sorry, but you should just give up. You are all too weak. You can't survive the current situation." Agatsi muttered again. The main character once asked, "Are you feeling weak and useless?" Agatsi was so frustrated, so annoyed. Again, just because I'm weak. She remembered when the three of them were subdued by the Knight Commander in one move. And also the most recent time when Moni coldly said, "You'll only get in the way." Her self-doubt welled up. "I'm still the same as before. When will I be able to?" She could only run. She could only stand on the sidelines. When a strong enemy appears, she can only be suppressed. When a comrade is in danger, she can only scream helplessly. "I'm weak. Because I'm weak, I was abandoned in that dark alley. Because I'm weak, even the orphanage wouldn't take me. Because I'm weak, I was captured and sent to the concentration camp." But then she suddenly remembered the words of the irresponsible parent who had left her behind. They had said, You must live as if you are very weak, to avoid the eyes of that person. Until Agatsi seemed to awaken something. She stood up. The demon woman advised. Even if you want to, you can't do anything. Agatsi couldn't hold back anymore. She couldn't hold back anymore. How much longer do I have to restrain myself? Telling myself that I'm weak? The transformation in a flash surprised the demon woman. Agatsi demands in a heavy voice, "Open it." The demon woman was processing. What is this? An ability awakening? No. It's like a power breaking, free from its restraints. The demon woman said loudly, "Wait a minute. The gate just opened not long ago. So opening it again now will be a bit." Agatsi's request turned into a command. "Open it now." A pipe made of mana appeared. Agatsi urged impatiently, "You can do it. Open a gate to Zero's location." Immediately, the demon woman froze for a second. Then, she gently put it down. Next, she held her knife and swung it with force, creating a gate. The demon woman's eyes were dazed. A moment later, she returned to normal. She was bewildered, not knowing, what did I just do? Could it be that this girl's ability is... A little while back, when a gnome Gizabi appeared before Zero's group and Maddie. Maddie looked at a gnome and thought, a power so immense it makes me feel helpless. A power that I cannot possess. That's why I only bring pain to my father. And I can't create a paradise for my family. A gnome was amused, asking Maddie, "Why are you just sitting there?" Maddie thought, "Do you want to hear a story before you kill me? I don't want to talk about my failure. And I don't think you'd understand anyway." A gnome's eyes curved. "Ah, I see. The reason you can't get up is because you failed. The reason you're crying is because you're afraid to get up again. The reason you're trembling is because you're weak." A gnome reached out her hand. Maddie closed her eyes, seemingly accepting her fate here. Then, a gnome chose her words to manipulate. "Don't worry. I came here personally to lend you a hand. A lost one. If getting back up is too difficult, take my hand. I will share with you the power you just witnessed. With your inherent ability, you could even become stronger than me." The devil's sweet words. For someone with a broken spirit like Maddie, it was irresistible. Maddie was brought into her consciousness. A gnome tempted. "I accept you. Cast aside your weakness." Maddie prepared for the process of purification. A gnome's sweet words continued. "I will support you." Maddie accepted, immersing herself in what the devil offered. "Finally, I feel alive." Unlike the main character, Maddie chose to fall in exchange for power. She didn't know that her choice had driven her father to the depths of despair. Cha felt like the sky was falling. "I'm entrusting our child to you." And he felt that he had failed to fulfill the responsibility his late wife had given him. The Jagger sighed. Even this old man didn't see that coming. It's truly overwhelming, truly astonishing, to be able to block it. Everyone present survived. Now, with their combined efforts, they had overcome the unexpected danger. When Maddie unleashed her destructive blow, the main character and Tedmart had to act with perfect tacit understanding. The main character threw his sword, controlling the large ice blocks he had shattered, while Tedmart deployed his ability. A direct question. What attack would the opponent launch next? The main character controlled the levitating ice blocks. They covered the entire area where people were on the battlefield, while Tedmart nullified the answer. The answer is in the direction Maddie pointed. Maddie's ability to destroy everything. So the result of the attack didn't cause the damage the Jagger had hoped for. Tedmart deflected the attack with his ability. Then he used the layer of ice to block the shockwave. However, the main character suddenly coughed up blood. After all, this was the main character's second major battle in one day. To last until now was already a display of superhuman endurance, and the Jagger hadn't even lifted a finger yet. The main character sighed, while not losing any members, was already exhausted. The Jagger said calmly, "Have you reached your limit?" The main character's internal alarm bells were ringing. "My vision is blurring. I can't recover. What's happening?" But Mama's group and his comrades were still here. "If I fall now, the loss that follows will be unbearable. Am I losing?" The pressure to win once again weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, one of the Jagger's subordinates jumped up. This person whispered something to the Jagger. The Jagger looked back at the main character with contemplation. His tone also carried a hint of admiration. "You truly impress me. You managed to attack my base while I was away." The main character was stunned. The Jagger clapped. "Congratulations. This is the first time I've been at such a disadvantage. It happened like this. At Fort Mapon, the headquarters of the Jagger Carter, Agatsi and the other two had been teleported here, through the Demon Woman's gate. Looking around, Agatsi was bewildered. Where is this place? Not just Agatsi, but even the Demon Woman who opened the gate didn't know. Where are we? Agatsi complained. What the hell is this? I told you to open a gate to Zero's location. Agatsi was really making things difficult for the Demon Woman. I don't know where he is. Agatsi was annoyed. Why is it like this all of a sudden? I suddenly feel like I need a mother to guide me. The Demon Woman joked. That's right, my lovely little girl. This is what it's like to run for your life. Agatsi was at her wit's end. Oh, don't parents have to go through a selection process? I think I'm about to go crazy. Suddenly, a stranger came out and asked, What's going on? Outsiders are forbidden from entering today. Who are you? The three of them quickly hid. From this, they also realized. So this is the headquarters of the Jagger Carter. If the gate led here, then Zero must have been brought here, the Demon Woman said. If it's a gnome, it's highly likely she would do that. Agatsi joked a little to ease the tension. But why do we end up here? And up close you look quite beautiful, the Demon Woman explained. Normally, with my ability, I wouldn't be able to get this far. My ability is to open connecting gates. But I can't continuously open gates at distant locations. And I can't open a gate at a previously open location, just like a moment ago. I don't have the ability to do that. But you made it possible for me. Actually, Agatsi was just being direct at that moment. She didn't really know what she was doing. That's right. I did use my ability back then. So I awakened a new ability. Moreover, the pressure had made her unlock a deeply buried, intentionally hidden memory. She wondered to herself, I have a strange sense of familiarity. And why did I remember that memory at that moment? Agatsi suddenly stood up, startling the Demon Woman. Agatsi said, It's nothing, because she wasn't sure, based on the Demon Woman's words. She could only guess. Maybe my ability is controlling others with my words. Let's try it once. She walked out in front of the enemy. Agatsi shouted boldly, Hey you, take us to Zero's location right now. The other person was stunned. Agatsi waited nervously for the other person's reaction. The other person seemed to reply naively to Agatsi. He's the one who was just captured and brought to this place. Agatsi wondered. You don't know? The other person shouted to all his comrades. There are intruders. Attention! Intruders! Intruders! The door is locked. How did they get in? Did you check the front door? What the hell is security doing? Agatsi was startled. Oh crap. The Demon Woman teased gently. This silly girl. You're awakening my maternal instincts. Agatsi was confused. What's going on? My ability isn't controlling others. This is their base. I'm going to get caught. I have to find a place to hide. A secret place that these low-level grunts don't know about. Find it. I can do it. In the chaos of being pursued, Agatsi found the answer she was looking for. Found it. Agatsi asked the Demon Woman, Can you create a short-distance connecting gate? The Demon Woman said confidently, Easy. Agatsi directed, Now jump down there. With that, Agatsi jumped down first. The Demon Woman exclaimed, Is this what they call a talented youth? The three of them were in free fall. Someone's jumping off the building to commit suicide. I think it's my turn to clean up today. Oh my god, how much do these guys hate the boss? The Demon Woman asked. What are you planning to do? Agatsi pointed. On the deepest floor, there's a door in the direction I'm pointing. Quickly open a gate to go in there. The Demon Woman replied. I trust you. Right there. The Demon Woman swung her knife with her mouth, opening a teleportation tunnel for the three of them. They fell into the place Agatsi had indicated. Agatsi landed face first, but it was okay. We're safe. That's what matters most. We did it. At this point, the had woken up. But as soon as he saw the Demon Woman's face, he fainted again. The Jagger's men exclaimed. They disappeared. They must be ghosts. It must be their ability. Someone was relieved. Then the cleanup is fine. Great, but I should probably search the area around here again. I don't need to search down there, do I? It's forbidden to go down there. Where? The production lab. The Kugna zone. The three beings here. Two of them are addicts. And they're in a production lab. This low-grade Kugna. Is it any different from mice in a granary? Agatsi looked around the place she was in. Oh my god, unbelievable. There were people tied up. All sorts of distillation equipment. This is where they produce Kugna? They immediately jumped up, making Agatsi complain. You wake up as soon as Kugna is mentioned. Huh? The demon woman learned her lesson. She used her hair to cover her face. Don't faint again, okay? Mom will try her best. Agatsi said to her friend. But isn't it strange? They asked, what is it? Agatsi said, the person tied up over there is a man, right? The tied-up man muttered broken words. Software. A childhood dream. The author's source of inspiration. Agatsi commented, oh, he's saying some weird stuff. They said, maybe he's trying to interact with the readers. At that moment, a stranger approached. He's just talking nonsense, isn't he? Are you blinded by blood? Agatsi signaled for the demon woman to be quiet. The stranger continued. I smell a disgusting mix of mud and sweat. Now, then, where should I begin? And Agatsi both had a feeling about what they were about to see. It would surely make them quit their addiction completely. Should I start by flaying you from the top down or the bottom up? The man wanted to beg for mercy, but the stranger didn't care. Come on, think of the person you love. Agatsi's group. We're all terrified. Everyone knows that a steak has to go through a slaughtering process before it ends up on a plate. But when they see it on the dining table, they don't really care. What they care about is that the meat looks delicious. But if you think about a living being being taken to a slaughterhouse, being bled and butchered, skinned and deboned, and that process is clearly visible before your eyes, then it's a different story. What they were witnessing multiplied that horror by 250,000 times. From discomfort, disgust, and loathing, it even made them erupt in fury. We are going to wreck this damn place. At the same time, the Jagger vaguely sensed the current situation at his base through his ability. So, he felt ashamed for the second time in his life. The Jagger said something that seemed impossible to the main character and Mama. Perhaps, I need to retreat. We're going to wreck this damn place. And confiscate all that Kugna. That's right. I was too naive. You can't underestimate the addiction of addicts. Witnessing the process of extracting the raw material for Kugna was not pleasant. Agatsi's group decided to rise up for justice, or more accurately, to vent their frustration. The stranger was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly spoke up. Since you're here, come on out. Why do you need to hide? That curtain is transparent. I can see everything. Agatsi thought. He's really good. The other person was curious. How did you get in here? The door was clearly locked, wasn't it? But it doesn't matter. I just want to produce. Kugna until I die. You are all food. 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 All of you are high-quality goods. The demon woman stepped forward. Leave this one to Mom. That was confused. What? Mom, am I still dreaming? Agatsi explained. She wants to be a mother. They said. A demon obsessed with losing her child. So she took another child. I've heard of this before. Like in the demon woman thought to herself. I've heard of Kugna before. This addictive drug also circulates in my world. But because it couldn't be transported to my location, I thought it was just a temporary illusion and didn't think much of it. But I can't believe it's so. Dirty and flawed. The other guy commented. You are a special and attractive woman. I wonder what color the Kugna made from you will be. Show me. The demon woman clashed with him with one knife strike. Is that all you've got? The other guy replied, that's right. That's all I've got. It's not for nothing that this guy just hangs around the drug lab. Because in terms of combat strategy, he's so weak that fighting him feels like a strong person bullying the weak. The drug maker was then tied up and interrogated. They said nonchalantly, hey, you'd better answer our questions honestly. Because the girl behind me is extremely scary. If she opens her mouth, even a second-rank class like the Archbishop would bleed. If you don't cooperate, we'll increase the level of torture. The drug maker said with unusual calmness. Prepare for a more horrific torture, you say? But before that, I'll confess everything. Just ask away. And Agatsi's eyes were opened. It was the first time they had met someone like this. Confident and arrogant. Seemingly not stupid, but unbelievably so. Agatsi spoke up. Then let me ask. My comrade was kidnapped and brought here. Red hair, dark skin. His clothes are adorned with gold jewelry. Do you know where he is? Zero was kidnapped. They've been unconscious all day, so he was just now catching up. The drug maker answered loudly, I don't know. Agatsi wanted to kick this guy, but she was stopped by the rational demon woman. The drug seller also knew his mind was a bit off, so he said, with my personality, do you think the boss would tell me such important information? The boss only uses my ability to produce Kugna and pays me for my work. A mutually beneficial relationship. And it's fun too. Agatsi clicked her tongue. Seriously, this is meaningless. Why is this place a secret location? The drug seller was willing to reveal what he knew voluntarily. Do you want to know why? Agatsi urged, tell me. Tell me again. The drug maker said, it's simple. All the low-grade kugna here are made from those who betrayed the organization or opposed it. In other words, almost all of the people imprisoned here are those who dared to oppose the Jagger. Back to the main battle. The Jagger wanted to temporarily withdraw his troops. The low-grade kugna production lab is in trouble. It's better if I just stop everything here. But the problem here is that guy. Mabwamai wouldn't let those who had touched his mother, Malay, retreat peacefully. You have truly gone too far. Amjur and Inom's nerves were on edge. Under the pressure Mabwamai was exuding. Damn it, this Mabwamai. He can still use his power even though he's weakened. The reason Mabwa was able to reach the 3rd rank in the Demon World rankings and had enough strength to fight on par with the 2nd ranked was thanks to his terrifying physical abilities. Not just him, but it would also be quite troublesome if the Archbishop regained his senses. He asked his subordinate next to him, can you hear what that transmitter is saying? Omi replied, please wait a moment. She relayed it to the Jagger. Commander, please hold on for a little longer. We're almost there. Please wave to signal us. That's what it said. Sodai is expected to arrive in half a day. Because he only knew they were coming but didn't know the exact time, the Jagger chose not to take the risk. I don't know if it's because you're well prepared or because you're lucky, but we will retreat here. Inom considered a loss to Mabwamai in terms of combat, but she had moments of superiority to compensate. She summoned her schools of colorful fish. To the astonishment and helplessness of the onlookers, the school of fish comes and envelopes the dark-skinned woman. Until we meet again, don't disappoint me, the woman said to FAI. The school of colorful fish envelopes the girl with safety pin earrings. And the poetic young man. The Knight Commander was too big. Are you trying to run? Stop right there. The poetic young man said to the Knight Commander. How shameful. It's been a long time since I've met someone as traditional as you. The Knight Commander reached out to grab him. But when the school of fish left, the person had also disappeared. The Knight Commander roared, damn it. Amjur was not one for words. So a gnome spoke on his behalf. Oh, you said we shouldn't underestimate humans, right? Actually, I don't underestimate them. Because I know the Jagger. The Jagger is a strong and ambitious human. He always makes me feel happy. Malay wanted to know, Inom, why? Inom turned to look at Malay. That's right. I was going to tell you about this. Maddie believed this was the right path. She told herself, Father, please wait just a little longer. The Jaeger left a message. Mamam, the world we both dreamed of is right before our eyes. But perhaps you have forgotten. The Jaeger left. No casualties. But the people on this battlefield all felt something was missing. Incomplete. This time we draw. The Northern Blade knew very well. This battle, he was the loser. Mabamai came to advise. Hey, Northern Blade, put aside the scolding for now. We have to retreat first. You've exceeded your limits, kid. If you use any more power, you're a goner. Suddenly Mabamai shrank into a chibi, making the protagonist exclaim, you look so cute. Mabamai said, damn it, it seems I've reached my limit too. That form, before he could finish a complete sentence. The protagonist was already gasping. Officially unable to endure, he fell unconscious, making everyone worried. At the same time, in a small village at the foot of a small mountain, compared to the two main characters, Seo John, he was enjoying peaceful days, gnawing on a skewer of grilled meat. Seo John said, I'm sure Molly would like this. The girl with glasses complained. Every time you open your mouth, you mention the Northern Blade or Molly. Are those two names hung on your mouth? Have you heard of the Stockholm Syndrome? I'm sure you have this syndrome. Seo John said regretfully. If only the Empire hadn't acted so shadily, I would have met the Northern Commander a long time ago. The girl with glasses acknowledged. Being a double agent has its benefits, doesn't it? Seo John was proud. That's my strong point. The girl with glasses looked up at the sky, sighing. It's really tiring lately. Even Sister Ino is acting strange. Ino, under the doctor's control, had revealed where the main god members were hiding. That's right, Doctor. The village is deep in the mountains, so ships usually have a hard time detecting it. But if we let Gullibondo check, he'll find it immediately. With the ability to fly high. Gullibondo, reporting the situation, found it, signaling that CEO John's peaceful days were about to end. The controlled Eno confirmed. That's right. That place is the hideout of Mainwoods, the most outstanding individuals of the Empire. We're on a ship conquering this place. Amidst the desolate ruins after 2 battles, a foot wearing high heels stepped in. COJ proudly said, "The main character always appears last, right?" But here there was only dust and ruined structures. No individuals were seen at. COJ questioned, "Everyone, where did they all go?" The sewer tunnel. Someone's office. Bella sat by her sister's sickbed, whose muscles had temporarily atrophied, and said, "This skinny body of yours. The full body we sweat and cry to train for. I'm sorry. Cindy. It's because I wasn't strong enough. Once again, I made you ugly." This sleeping beauty in the forest, whom Bella called ugly, indeed, beauty in her eyes, was unique compared to the majority's aesthetic. Her thin arm, due to lying down for so long, became fragile. Smooth white skin thanks to enough sleep and applying sunscreen. I am truly a sinner. We cannot forget the credit of the sponsor for this cared-for beauty, Olivia. Sarah still hadn't given up, so occasionally Bella would feel like someone was watching her. As for the hottest-tempered girl among the great trees, Janka, tell me, you lost a friend, so now you've lost your mind too? The protagonist's teammates all showed an indifferent attitude. Janka suppressed her anger, saying, "We lost our home. You bastard." Although the protagonist won and the 2 sides merged, expecting them to get along immediately was impossible. Friday argued for his side. "Home? Funny. If not for us, you guys would have all died." Countered the argument. Cannot deny. Basically, if not for his appearance, then the correct answer should be that it had nothing to do with us. At the bottom, these guys don't understand anything at all. Zero said, "Look here, you're really losing out by saying that. You guys are only alive right now because Park told us not to kill you. Whether it was accidental or intentional. Whether this guy is fat or not. What does that have to do with you?" Olivia retorted. "So annoying. You guys were the ones who started it." Magi tried to express himself with single syllables. "You people were the ones who tried to make us submit first." Olivia seemed to understand what Magi wanted to say. "How can this little puppy talk?" Magi wanted to retort. "I'm a person too, you know. I just can't speak clearly yet." Basically, neither side was willing to yield to the other. No one respected anyone. Tensions were high on both sides. Sparks were flying everywhere. Mama, acting as the trustworthy adult, let out a majestic roar. As soon as it echoed, it stunned the group of stubborn youngsters. "Silence," she ordered. "Everyone stop it. If we fight amongst ourselves, it will only benefit that Jaeger. And my children, Mama's gang has ended up like this. This wasn't a decision I made alone, but a choice made by all of you." She hugged her children into her embrace. "Mom is truly sorry." Dismat defended Mama. "It's not true, Mom. It's all because that Park Byung-jang had intentions to harm you." Mama soberly admitted her fault. "I was blinded by hatred and made the wrong decision. That is undeniable." Otto also seemed very disappointed in his mother. At first, he was the one who agreed most with allowing Park Byung-jang to join. But later, he changed his mind. Seeing Mama become like that must have shocked him, as he was the one who followed Mama the most. Mama's 3 children all fell silent. Mama said, "Anyway, just apologizing is useless." Tesmat wanted to comfort her. "No, Mom." But Mama shifted towards more positive energy. She proposed, "Then let's eat sweet and sour ribs." None of them could keep up with her train of thought. Mama skillfully dissolved the gloomy atmosphere. She grabbed the protagonist and said, "Whatever you do, you can't do it on an empty stomach. Come on, everyone follow Mom." The protagonist, being dragged away, was dumbfounded. "Huh? I was planning to go to sleep. I was just about to lie down." Mabamai exclaimed, "Humans are truly interesting, Mom." Marley agreed. "That's right. Thinking about eating at a time like this." Mama dragged Mabamai along too, telling Marley, "You two follow me as well." The Knight Commander was hoping she would leave him out. But no, he was also grabbed by Mama. "We should have had a meal together. But with all the fighting and killing, we couldn't eat anything." The protagonist's chicken shop had now been restored to its former state. There were more people here than ever before. Mama was the most prestigious person there, so she stood up to preside. I know everyone is discouraged, but this moment, the meal on this table is something we might not have tomorrow. She firmly said, eat up, chew thoroughly, and think about everything that has passed. Carefully. After that, everyone present enjoyed a delicious meal after a long day of fighting. Tesmat sat alone, dazed. He missed the Mama gang. The home we built from empty hands is now gone. That place was originally our paradise. Everything has collapsed. The brothers were all surprised. Big brother just raised his voice at Mom. Mama spoke softly. Not at all. My son, wherever our family is, that place will be home. Listen. Tesmat finally picked up his fork, rewarding himself with a piece of delicious meat Mom made. Mama asked, is it good, son? Tears rolled down Tesmat's cheeks. It's okay. A bit salty. One of the lackeys spoke up. Mom, it's delicious. Oh my God, I've never eaten anything this good. Another lackey had to smack him on the head. You idiot. He's having an emotional moment. If there's anything worrying you, just say it. We are a family. So fighting for your loved ones is only natural. Everyone didn't want Park Byung-jang to stay sullen, so they wanted to transmit positive energy. The protagonist could only say one word. I then fell silent. Mama knew the missing words were, I am not your child. But she clearly expressed, but I'm a mother. The operation failed. But you showed me potential for the future. We are on the same side as you now, even though we are nobodies. The protagonist laughed dryly, responding, all right, let's eat. Mama said softly. Looked really fun. Arcus also spoke words of encouragement to the protagonist. You should join in and eat too. Are you worried about your friends? You defeated the Mama gang fair and square. That hurt my pride, you know. Friday came over and patted the protagonist's shoulder. Come on, buddy. How long are you going to mope around? Wake up. You have to say something. The protagonist gathered his spirit and sat up. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart. At least the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Complaints or blame can wait for later. First, we have to win. Sitting at the table talking right now. There are 3 factions sharing one common enemy. The protagonist said with a serious face. Are you sure? Arcus affirmed. I am certain. The one who stabbed the Jaeger in the back was not me. Mama also gave her confirmation. Same for my side. If the one who raided his fortress was my child, then surely a mother's instinct would have told me. The protagonist heard both of them speak, then consider the possibilities on his side. Zero had confidently said, Agassi, and Gel are moving according to Plan B. Damn it. I should have gone with them. The Jaeger threw Zero's broken glasses frame to Park Byung-jang. That isn't proof of anything certain yet. The protagonist deduced. The 3 of them definitely went together. And with the personality of Jay, there's no way he would separate himself. Just one item of Zero's distracted me. The 3 of them are definitely still alive. The protagonist said, there's no way they would eliminate a talent like Zero. He must have been captured. Marley, do you have any children who have the ability to freely teleport through space? He asked. Marley replied, it must be Inomer's sisters. They all have the ability to control space. The protagonist got excited. Nice. Then Zero must have been taken to the fortress. And assuming that, what if Agassi and Dewena saved Zero? Both Arcus and Mama silently found this hypothesis highly probable. There really is hope in that. If the 2 of them really infiltrated and made the Jaeger worried enough to retreat, then everything makes sense. Zero silently burned with determination. I promised to stay by their side, no matter what happens. Although the protagonist had hope, he couldn't be at ease. But if that is the Jaeger's base, it means all his power is there. Agassi and will be in danger. But the situation of his teammates at that moment was very far from what you'd call dangerous. Our savior. Let's overthrow the Jaeger together. Oh, Queen, I am ready to sacrifice this life for you. A lot of men had gathered here in a state of undress, howling and cheering. That crazy Cheonjina also joined in with this crowd. Haida laughed and said, we're screwed. The female exorcist was amused. But Da and Agassi couldn't keep up with the situation. This is a big deal. It really is a big deal. Because the door to Cheonjina's room was opened. The Jaeger, upon returning, immediately went in to check, only to discover that all the materials, and more seriously, the materials were all people who opposed him, had all been released from their chains. Not a single one left. The Jaeger asked calmly, Who is on duty today? The subordinate standing next to him answered honestly. Yes, it's me. The Jaeger tried to regulate his emotions. He said, I will turn a blind eye to a subordinate's mistake. But everything has its limit. Right now, I am very annoyed. I will only punch you once. The subordinate silently sighed in relief. Just once. Thank goodness. So he obediently took the hit. But the Jaeger said with a heavy voice, but just that one hit is enough to send you to meet your ancestors. The subordinate, after receiving a swing to the face, fell motionless immediately. The dark-skinned woman saw her boss keep his word. Oh, he's really dead. She was silently curious. That wasn't even a lethal blow. What is the boss's ability? The Jaeger was certain. They couldn't have run far. Find and kill. Every single one of them for me. In the lowest level of the prison, there's a mutant. I thought death was enough for him, so I threw him down there. But it turned out to make him even more dangerous. A man with a familiar silhouette in Agassi's memory was staring intently at the back of the girl being hailed in the crowd. The man realized almost instantly. He, my little D. Agassi startled and looked back. Tears streamed down the man's face. D, my baby. Hio was emotional. Daddy's baby. It is you, isn't it, Agassi? At this moment, time seemed to stop between the father and daughter. They reunited in a not-so-beautiful circumstance. A fierce battle is about to take place. The plot on this side was pushed forward a bit compared to that side. In the village that Manga used as a base, war is about to begin. The girl with glasses was sleeping soundly. Lucy and Ino sat relaxing, drinking tea. Ino looked at the girl with glasses and said, She sleeps all the time, doesn't she? Lucy said, Let her sleep. Her ability depends on her health and mood. The more relaxed a person is, the more they notice things around them. Ino took a sip of tea, smiled faintly. That's true. She was the first person to discover my abnormality. In the blink of an eye, Ino was subdued by Manga members. The girl with the ponytail demanded, Spit it out. Where's the real Ino? Ino tapped his head, smiled and said, What are you saying? I'm right here. The girl realized the bastard controlling Ino was mocking her. Lucy asked directly, No need to hide it anymore. The Empire must be ready, right? Ino replied, Ready? Not at all. We have already started attacking. Just as Ino finished speaking, the opening shot was fired. All Manhwa members immediately fell into a state of unpreparedness. They were encircled in the battle. The individuals standing on the defense towers were the first to be hit. What's happening? Oh God, are they crazy? The one who started it was Kazum's brother. He mumbled, Too heavy, too heavy. Two people standing on the observation tower raised their long-range weapons, tensely observing the intruder. Kazum's brother said, Today I will help you all throw away the burden of life. Blame our side for detecting the spy too late. Now the whole group fell into a passive panic. Lucy sensed it. The ground is shaking. Lucy lost her cool, grabbed Ino's collar. You bastard. Did you bring Kajum here? The Manhwa members were shocked to hear this. Kajum is the pride of the Zhang clan, and also Kazum's older brother. While the younger brother Kazum learned the skill of understanding others, a terrifying power, the older brother Kajum possessed superior martial arts abilities. Both of them realized their talents very early and received blessings from the clan elder. The knowledge Kajum received back then was to make everything Kajum holds in his hand become light. After learning about this, the Empress of the Empire at that time found everything very interesting. So if he holds the heaviest weapon in the world, then he would be invincible. The Empress ordered talented people across the country, mages and engineers in the country, to gather in front of a small rocky mountain. And the Empress demanded, everyone must crush this rocky mountain without leaving a single speck of dust. Turn it into a weapon. It was a difficult request, but because their lives were in the Empress's hands, they had no choice but to complete it. That entire rocky mountain was forged into an iron staff. Since then, Kajum's fighting style has been very simple. He swings the extremely heavy staff at extreme speed, and right before it touches the target, he releases the staff. Just that alone is enough to blow away everything in sight, leaving the enemy no time to react. Manhwa had lost at least 2 arrays. One swing from Kajum shook the entire small village. Just like that, he became an unpredictable threat. Lucy witnessed part of the village flatten to the ground. Lucy hissed through her teeth. What the hell are you people thinking? How many times do you intend to repeat the same mistake until you're satisfied? Ino replied, I don't know much about that story. And it's not just Kajum. Her Majesty even sent elite. This is a total assault. The ponytail girl lost her patience. You have a mouth. Don't you dare use Brother Ino's appearance and voice to do such wretched things. Saying that, she used an impulse to strike directly at Ino's nape. An explosive blow. Her strike killed the doctor's clay brain. The doctor, since the beloved creation, had passed away. Oh no, that was my cutest one. But, thanks to that girl's punch, Ino coughed up the clay brain. The group came to check on Ino. Ino shouted, "Have you lost your minds? What is the current situation?" The ponytail girl informed him. A total assault from the Empire. Kajum is the vanguard. Since seniors started acting strangely, we evacuated the civilians by boat. Ino was tense. Damn it. If the total assault begins, then evacuating civilians by sea won't be feasible anymore. Leader, only she has the ability to help them evacuate. Lucy understood what her teammate meant. She intended to object. But with just you guys, Ino spoke up, calmly assuring, "I will hold them back somehow. So please return quickly. When that time comes, I will apologize to you later." The girl with glasses said half-jokingly, "If you take too long, we'll have to apologize to you at the altar." Carrying the burden of a leader on her shoulders, Lucy understood she couldn't be too emotional. "I will return immediately. I'm waiting to hear your apology." Kajum strolled through the flattened ground he just cleared. Only 2 guards lost their lives. The civilians have been evacuated already? Fast reaction. Indeed, you're the one who understands the Empire's way of working best. Former Knight Commander. Ino was currently right above Kajum, about to execute a downward slash. Kajum reflexively prepared a block. "Ino, break." He slashed down with an explosive strike. Although Ino didn't expect one hit to take down the opponent, he was still somewhat surprised when the opponent only needed to rotate the staff to block his destructive power. Seeing Kajum about to attack, "Ino, back." In a flash, he retreated, creating a safe distance from the opponent. Neither side intended to rush in immediately, but patiently probed first. Ino said, "I stole my body back, and I get to fight Kajum." Kajum continued, "I'm only assigned secret missions. Lucy must have told you, right?" From the corner of his eye, Kajum shed a tear. He said, "If so, you must know about my knowledge too. My knowledge is to make the weight of everything I hold in my hand disappear. In exchange, the faces of the people I have killed, I can never forget them. The burden of life placed on my shoulders. In exchange for everything becoming light in my hands." Ino suddenly felt mental pressure. Damn it, this isn't good. Standing before him, I have a thought that dying would be better. Kajum declared, "Today, that face of yours, I will carve it into my heart." On another side, the combat-capable members of Mangut quickly gathered. The ponytail girl took the lead, encouraging the morale of the whole army. A surprise attack from the Empire completed the evacuation of civilians. This battle is taking place in a location advantageous to us. The leader will return in 10 minutes. Until then, as long as we hold out, we will win. Does everyone understand? The whole group answered in unison. Yes, the ponytail girl said. But Brother Ino went ahead. If we all rush in together, it's no different from suicide. Focus. Then everyone, letting him hold back that Kajum is enough. Besides, if it's him, it will be fine. To become one of Mangut's main forces, Ino naturally couldn't be ordinary. Someone once asked Ino, "Why didn't you want to join the rankings when you were in the Empire?" Once sitting around a campfire, everyone sat chatting idly. The ponytail girl was curious. "That's right. I'm curious about that too." Ino was puzzled. "Why did you suddenly bring up the Empire?" Lucy said, "We will walk on a difficult path in the future. We must bond our friendship." The ponytail girl shared, "I'm ranked top of B rank. If it were you, you must be a rank, right?" Ino laughed dryly. "Those rankings, it's nothing interesting." The ponytail girl and Lucy couldn't hide their excitement. They wanted to hear Ino tell the reason. "It's okay. I promise I won't laugh." "Come on," Ino replied. "I didn't want to have regrets." The answer stunned the 2 girls. Ino simply shared, "It's just that I didn't want to do something that would make me regret it. Maintaining a rank requires not just strength, but other things too. I didn't know if I could shoulder that responsibility. The higher the status, the more expectations there are. True, the treatment isn't bad, but I just wasn't confident I could handle it." Lucy burst out laughing. Ino scolded, "You promised not to laugh." Lucy explained, "I'm not laughing at you. I just feel more relieved." You chose to come with me. So that means you don't regret it at all, right? Back to the confrontation with Kajum. Ino, panic. Then when Kajum swung his staff, he slashed a sword strike, breaking Kajum's attack. Kajum silently sensed. Rebounded, Ino lifted his leg, executed a high roundhouse kick. Break. The kick hit the side of Kajum's face, causing Kajum to stagger and fall. Ino's ability. Migos. The effect of the attack can be maximized based on the sound he creates with his mouth. The attack effect doesn't necessarily have to be something common sense dictates, but relies on Ino's imagination. In other words, Ino can fight on par with Kajum, and is the only one who can do that in manga, due to the terrain consisting of many small islands clustered together. The Empire's warships couldn't move fast. Kajum wasn't the only one who lost patience and went ahead. During the prison break, due to the depletion of ranked individuals, new members were added to fill the vacant spots. They had almost no experience fighting those stronger than themselves, and those who overestimated their own strength wanted to check for themselves. Tudin blocked the Ponytail Girls group. I'm the only big one here. Another group was also ambushed by Gullibando. Demand. Surrender. As for Cian Jun, he was greeted by a high-ranking individual from A rank. Cian Yunis, eyes widened. You are. Makes sense. A Cian deals with a Cian. Cian Wu greeted. Long time no see. You know? Among them, there was also someone taking a stroll just because her hands were itching. That was the opponent the girl with glasses had to face. The girl with glasses was tense, calling the opponent's name. Elite. Elite ignored her and said, Oh, you know me, little girl? The girl with glasses criticized. You cold-blooded monster. How many people have you killed? Elite replied, as if it were natural. Just like eating bread. Who remembers how many? Just kidding. I do remember a few names. Let's see. 1 or 2. Oh my god, I forgot already. This was nothing short of intentionally provoking the girl with glasses. I must capture you. She held a hammer. Turns out it was a rock structure by mana. Rolling stone. Rolling rock. She used the hammer to push the mana rock. The large rock rolled towards Elite. Elite evaluated. Magic book, huh? But this seems a bit slow. But the girl with glasses wasn't done. She purposefully said, Rock, roll away. Elite's eyes widened. What is this? What the hell? I am slowed down. Chunare's ability. Rolling stone. Rolling rock. When she speaks a sentence from her magic book, both the listener and the speaker will be affected. And this ability only applies to humans. Elite said, No matter how much you slow me down, I will still dodge it. Just as she looked up, there was another rock right in front of Elite's eyes. Not just one rock. So Elite was hit. Elite was knocked down by Chunare's rock. Chunare said coldly, You're too slow. Couldn't even dodge a rock. The members following Chunare exclaimed, So cool, Sister Chunare. You finished Elite in one hit. Magic Stone compressed to the maximum. Indeed, the destructive power of a key manga member. Moreover, she's mean enough to mock the opponent. Both cool and strong. So awesome, sister. They didn't dare say these words out loud, just silently acknowledged in their hearts. Key member of Manga, the organization opposing the Empire. Chunare told the group, What are you surprised about? Act quickly before she wakes up. Everyone answered in unison. Yes. Chunare understood Elite wasn't easily defeated like that, so they had to act fast. But Chunare didn't anticipate the enemy could get back up that quickly. Tunro sensed blood, lust radiating from Elite's spot. The belly of the white rabbit hanging there, jumped next to her just now, was torn open by Elite. From there, turning into a clock. This anomaly is the effect of Elite's ability. Chunare's group broke into a cold sweat watching. Are you kidding me? Time was reversed. Elite said playfully. What a pity. Chunare decided to execute a stronger Rolling Stone attack, to see if she can still activate it with her head crushed. Elite's clock acted like a mirror, reflecting the scene of the two confronting individuals. Elite somehow grabbed the clock hand. At that moment, past Chunare, into the middle of Chunare's group. Chunare's group completely froze, literally, unable to resist. Elite said, I already restrained my ability, you know, but since time has stopped, surely the little girl can't hear me, huh? I just slashed you 5 times. While this time Needle controlled your time. But if time returns to its 60-second orbit, what do you think will happen? Her time clock ticked until the set time ended. Of course, internal bleeding. Meanwhile, the side ambushed by Tudin was also in danger. Mangut's people were all sitting on the ground, supporting themselves with both hands, gasping for breath. Although not dead, it hurt terribly. The ponytail girl silently found it strange. Feels like suddenly losing all strength. A bunch of useless muscleheads. Unbelievable. Just 10,000 squats, and you're already exhausted? The ponytail girl clicked her tongue. Cursed. You monster. Tudin's ability. Domain, party room. Tudin creates a room and pulls opponents in by sending them an invitation from the princess. Those pulled in are not allowed to leave the room. Those who want to leave the room must complete the conditions set by the princess. For the ponytail girl, although tired, like 10,000 squats within a maximum of 6 hours. True, I might be able to do it, but how the hell is she still so fresh? Not shedding a single drop of sweat. How can she be that strong? Tudin announced, 5 minutes before moving to the next party room. Until then, let's show off our figures a bit. Pause. Tudin gifted the ponytail girl an uppercut. Difference in pure physical strength. I'm not stupid enough to throw eggs at a rock. The ponytail girl's brain worked. There must be something. Wake up. Sando. No ability is perfect. She surely must have a weakness. The party room limits the time inside to 6 hours. Her heart rate and breathing are not disturbed at all. Not even sweating. And that damn invitation too. Sando realized something. Could it be? When landing on the ground, Sando regained her balance. I have to be more careful. If I don't beat her in the domain, I will never be able to escape that room. Tudin gave advice. Seems like you're thinking too much. You should use intuition instead of trusting reason. Pause. She used her knee to give Sando a hit. Sando calculated. I'm still not very sure. So for now, I have to trade blows. I will definitely shatter that arrogance of yours. Tudin silently had to look closer at Sando. Spirit is truly admirable. Perhaps I shouldn't underestimate her just because she's Barank. I will crush you with my most beautiful pose. The next blow will definitely take her down. Sando prepared a punch. Tudin confidently used her body to receive it. Right when Sando's fist punched straight at her chest. Tudin, she shouted. Pause. Stand still. Use explosive power. Muscles. Tudin shattered Sando's punching arm. Sando's 2 arms were not made of flesh and blood. They were artificial arms. Tudin said, a blow causing internal vibration. Huh? If your arm hadn't broken, you might have succeeded. I respect you and will give you a chance to try again. Do you still have the strength to fight with one remaining arm? Continuing to activate the party room domain. Tudin said, I will send an invitation to the 4 of you. The condition of this room is push-ups. At the same time, Sando also shouted loudly. We also send an invitation to Tudin. Tudin didn't expect this move. You must do 10 push-ups to be allowed to leave here. The people in Sando's group were confused. Only 10 times? Sando said. That's right. Tudin's face darkened. How did you? Sando stood straight and said, First, the condition is to have an invitation from the princess. Is your appearance identical to the princess in the ability? That makes me think, is the one sending the invitation really you? Or is that your ability? Tudin silently respected Sando more. Really sharp. It's true, there is a condition that the opponent can also send an invitation. It was this contradiction that made my ability invincible. Sando continued to point out she guessed it. And second, even if you're a monster training like crazy, your body couldn't transform so terrifyingly like that. That attack just now wasn't intended to cause internal damage to you, but its purpose was to see what was inside. So I concluded that, actually, you never received an invitation or trained. That body of yours is not real. Tudin had her secret exposed by the opponent, because as Sando said, Tudin's true body is much smaller and weaker. Bohemia, a place that worships physical beauty above all else. A country where people believe a person's beauty is determined by their physique. And that is also what makes up their national pride. But over time, the true meaning of this gradually faded and people began to misunderstand the belief. Deep in their hearts, they assumed true strength lies in a person's innate ability, not from effort. They believed only a body towering like a mountain is the symbol of strength. The royal lineage would marry the most beautiful women with the largest physiques, as a way to show off the royal family's power and strength to the people. However, a stain appeared in the royal history. King Pinichero and Queen Royden gave birth to one of their children. Tudin was revealed. inheriting not a single bit of what is called the standard of beauty and strength of her birthplace. The stigmatized child, Tudin. So the real Tudin is small and weak. So 10 push-ups are also a struggle for her. Even though they were enemies, Sando's group still cheered for Tudin. Come on, just one more. You can do it, little girl. Up. Tudin tremblingly did each push-up laboriously. She was out of breath. Muttered a complaint. Too noisy. Meanwhile, Sando silently recalled information about the opponent. Princess of Bohemia. Tudin. Rumors about her birth were not long ago. So she must still be a child, while trying to act like an adult. For hours have passed. 10 push-ups for me is too easy. That's right. She is a mutated child. Tudin said heavily. The last one. The 3 people on Sando's side encouraged. You did it, baby Tudin, Sando said with a deadpan face. You guys are cheering so enthusiastically. One person replied. Baby Tudin did it. She's cute, sister. Sando also put on a face and said. Yeah, I know. There's no other way. After hours. Finally, Tudin managed to complete 10 push-ups. Done. The little girl immediately went back into her large shell. Tudin became arrogant again. Is appearance that important? I control this large body, don't I? The 3 people who just encouraged her saw this and got bored immediately. Sando asked, You guys regret it now, right? The 3 guys retorted, What are you saying? Even if that little girl is cute or shy, she's still our enemy. Sando mocked. Do you know what guys like you are called? The 3 guys defended themselves first. Definitely not Lulicon or Pedo. In Bohemia, Tudin is an adult, so it's completely legal, okay? Sando slapped the 3 guys to wake them up. It's lust. You bastards. A bunch that should have been executed already, but still wandering freely on the streets. Tudin saw this and felt. Suddenly I feel so relieved. After dealing with the 3 perverts on her side, Sando faced Tudin again and said, Your original form makes me feel really embarrassed. At first, I was a bit apprehensive about your armor. It's cute too, but after all, it's just an appearance. Tudin retorted, You don't understand anything. When I was born, I was smaller and weaker than everyone. Everyone else. I had to train rigorously in secret. Super squats. High-intensity training. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even lift a dumbbell. And then I was called the stain of the royal family. I was confined in the outskirts of the castle. A desolate place with no visitors. A room only about 17 square meters wide. Provided with 2 meals a day. Mother would occasionally come to visit me. But she only stood outside the door and I would confess my sins. But even just hearing my confession made her feel difficult. Her footsteps gradually became quieter. And then she stopped coming to visit me. Messy bookshelves. Guards always silent no matter how hard I tried to talk to them. A small, cramped, suffocating room. That was Tudin's world. And then, Tudin's ability also appeared. The ability allowed her to create a room similar to her personality. Contrary to physical ability, Tudin had great talent in using magic, and she used it to create something. Using her ability, Tudin went to metal scrap yards, studied mechanics by herself, and built machines. The guards outside only knew she was tinkering with something, but didn't bother to check, and she created a shell. Something Tudin always dreamed of, something that would bring her love from everyone. After that, she went to meet her father confidently, and Pinichero completely couldn't recognize his daughter, because the little girl had put on a shell. Kidding? Is this Tudin? Tudin in the shell had the confidence to tell her parents, Father, your youngest child has returned to do the greatest thing. Tudin controlled the shell to rush and attack Sando. Before, there was a gang distributing narcotics by disguising them as workout supplements. Moreover, they smuggled this drug into my kingdom. She used one hand to fling Sando away. After the kingdom found out about this, they pressured those gangs. Tudin narrated while fighting. She dropped her but straight onto Sando's stomach. Sando was knocked down, uprooting a tree. The 3 guys she just buried also popped up. Sando sat up very quickly, retreated. The 3 perverts buried their feet in the ground again. This gang ran rampant for several years, causing the price of protein to fluctuate erratically. The people were disgruntled with this situation, and protests turned the kingdom into a chaotic mess. Sando said, That's because your kingdom is full of abnormal people. Tudin interrupted Sando and said, And I was the one who quelled the chaos back then. The child considered the stain of the royal family. by operating in the list of top-ranked people. They promised to fully provide for Bohemia. I'm no longer that child shrinking in that dark room. Sando calmly pointed out. What the hell are you saying? From before until now. You haven't changed a bit. These words were truly like a slap in Tudin's face. Sando expressed. I wasn't in that situation, so I will never understand your feelings. I am a simple-minded person, and I just want to fight alongside the strongest person. That way I can fight those stronger than me. So no matter what burden you carry, I'm still heavier than you. The three perverts chatted with each other. Sister Sando's engine activated. She has to see blood to get excited. Mind wavering and nervous. Yet Tudin comforted herself. I still haven't used the party room, but it's okay. Just with my pose, I can beat her. Let's see who has more magic power. Reinforce the armor. The strongest pose reinforced to the maximum. Both sides carried madness within them, attacking with a blow to finish the opponent. At first clearly having the upper hand, Tudin's strike showed weakness. Sando spoke what Tudin was surely wondering. What? Why did I get weaker? Tudin analyzed. No, it's because the mana flow was dispersed due to the strong impact just now. The armor core suffered a strong shock. Sando's ability. Disperse sound waves. Identify target. Locate strike. Codename, Poison OK. By locating the core structure of an object, she can attack with shock waves from the strike aimed at that object's core. The arm I sacrificed was to determine the structure of this armor. You met your nemesis. Normally, she doesn't look remarkable, but in reality, she is a berserker gladiator, preferring fights with stronger opponents. With the ability to understand and analyze opponents, she continuously landed punches carrying shockwaves into Tudin's shell core. The shell is the realization of Tudin's fantasy, losing ground. While her opponent fought more vigorously the more she fought, Tudin cried profusely, having to face Sando. Now she has no chance of winning. Sando officially shattered the opponent's shell, forcing the little girl, if she wants to continue to face her own smallness. Her fighting skills are extremely outstanding. Sando confronted the Empire's troops. She did very well. Although Mangit's current situation wasn't very optimistic, it was still enough for many members to escape. Xianjun turned into a wolf and ran away. Because standing there, he couldn't beat Xianwu anyway. Xianjun said, Indeed, the doctor's experiment. Truly outstanding. You know, Xianyun complained. Why on earth is someone like you chasing me? I'm the most useless one. Or is it because I made the family lose face? Is that it? Xianwu suddenly stopped. Calmly said, What are you saying, Jun? Xianjun, bewildered, also involuntarily stopped. Xianwu said, You are not the family's disgrace. That's right. You aren't even a member of the Xian clan. Xianwu had wings, helping him glide fast to grab Xianjun's neck. The lowly woman who gave birth to you was originally a servant of the clan. Father said it was a mistake playing with her. So Father chased her away. If you could prove your ability in front of Father, then he promised to consider you part of the Xian clan. Yet a useless thing like you, even though expelled, still carries the name Xian everywhere. At first, I even felt pity and forgave you. I don't know what your mother brainwashed you with, but the family, I don't see you and her as a stain, but only as a lowly woman, crazily selling her child to the Xian clan. Xianjun suddenly remembered his childhood. His mother had asked him, Mommy loves you. Can you share this burden with Mommy? You must prove to them that you can use the Xian clan's power. So, you can endure it, right? Xianwu said clearly. The reason I came all the way here to catch you is only because you are a criminal. I even have to thank you, because thanks to you, we could wipe out Mangut in one go. Xianjun turned back to human form. Xianjun was still the crybaby Xianjun of the past. Xianwu thought, collapsed already? But no. Xianjun wiped his tears. He had also gone through hardships, forcing him to mature. Those things, I know them all too well. You don't have to say it. Xianyun kicked Xianwu is teen. When I learned that truth, for 2 whole days, I just cried until I fainted from exhaustion. That's enough. When I woke up, I cried again. It's all my fault. Everyone said, it's okay. We prepare beforehand too. Just a bit surprised, that's all. The elderly and children were evacuated first. Xianjun dramatically said, I asked permission to go commit suicide now. The boy crying might make these old folks feel confused. So, to atone for the mistake, Lucy suggested, you run first too. But he chose to stay and fight. I can't just keep crying forever. Swallowing a pill, Seo John turned into a crane, running again, because his attack power was very weak. So Seo John had the fighting style of a weakling. He couldn't fight head-on. Seo John didn't understand, so he was looked down upon. You talk big. In the end, you're still running. Seo John calculated. This isn't running. I noticed firelight and smoke in this direction not far away. Sai's ability is fire. And if she's there, then Cha Yi-shin must be there too. And Seo John found support teammates. Guessed right. Cha Yi-shin saw Seo John and immediately dodged, pushing himself to the side. Seo John saw that the attackers were some anchovies. From the bushes, Gullabondo poked his head out, narrating. Anchovies are delicious. Information. They are rich in nutrients. And since they usually travel in schools, catching them usually yields a large quantity in one go. Praise. It's a premium fish. Seo John leisurely caught them. Did you walk into a trap yourself? Yoon. Checkmate. Was the main god side tense? Yes. But looking from the opposite direction, the two from the Empire weren't any better. Seo John asked his teammate. Cha Ishin. Did you download Gullabondo's ability info yet? Cha Ishin's ability. Download. An ability allowing him to download an ability within the range his sensors located. The downloaded ability would disappear after Cha Ishin slept. Cha Ishin replied. That Gullabondo guy's ability is connecting the esophagus directly to the mouth, allowing him to directly spit out everything he swallowed. Even if I use that ability, it's meaningless, because I didn't swallow anything. Seo John calmly suggested. Then just swallow something hot. Cha Ishin realized. Both boys looked toward their female friend Sai. Seo John said, Sai's ability is embarrassment. She can activate the ability and create a flame. But the problem is, in the current situation, how to make her feel embarrassed. Cha Ishin said, I thought of a few things, but I hope you won't be the one feeling embarrassed. Cha Ishin raised both hands. Oh, warriors from the Empire. You also know we have no hope left, right? I'm going to die anyway. But before that, I have something to tell her. Am I allowed to say it? Gullabondo said. Accepted. If we detect any suspicious behavior, we will execute you immediately. Sai was confused. Cha Ishin. What is this? Cha Ishin scratched his head. I didn't intend to say it in this situation either. I intended to choose a really cool moment to say it, but I still haven't had the chance. Sorry for choosing the wrong time. The girl, Sai, was bewildered. But the three guys there silently understood what Cha Ishin intended to say. All three were unexpectedly expectant. As expected, Cha Ishin said it. I like you. Since the first time we met. Seo John internally exclaimed. Holy crap. I'm more embarrassed than him, dude. Seo John and Gullabondo were both moved. Confessing before dying, huh? Interesting. I'm really glad I joined this mission. Sai froze for a few seconds. Then her embarrassment exploded. Seo John and Gullabondo were stunned. Sai's flame was extremely intense. Gullabondo criticized. Furious. You lied. Seo John also fell into a difficult situation approaching Seo John's group. Did they plan this beforehand? That's right. It was a counterattack. The small boat of migrants on the island had now docked safely. Everyone on the boat was limp, nauseous. Mano, I am seasick. Can't believe we made it this far. That was too fast, boss. Lucy glided on the sea like the wind. The evacuation is complete. If it's me, I can beat Goojam in a lip. Please try to hold on until I return. Hang in there. Just a little longer. But Lucy's teammates might not need her back to solve everything. Explaining up to here. Gani Out is a demon beast wrapped in fire, so naturally, it has fire resistance. Cha Ishin once downloaded Sai's ability, so he has fire resistance. A fierce fire is not easy to approach. But the opponent this time is rank A. Sooner or later, they will have a plan. To break this deadlock, Gullabondo wrote something on paper, crumbled it into a ball, and threw it into his mouth, then spewed it towards Xian Wu. Xian Wu opened it to read. Plan. The small fish will be burned to ash before reaching that girl. So suggest using a large-sized fish. One fish won't cause major damage, but it will create an opening. Once there is an opening, immediately pressure the enemy. Bondo pressed on his head. Decision. I like this type of fish. He shot a Kamuchi. Seeing Sai being targeted, Cha Ishin immediately went to block for her. Information. Kamuchi is a large fish with very hard bones. Conclusion. Before the kamuchi is burned to ash, it will hit that girl. Sai saw Cha Ishin taking damage for her, so she worried to the point of instinctively lowering the heat. The fire is out, and Xian Wu immediately rushed in. People with fire abilities usually have a connection between emotions and ability. Very sorry, but June. Seeing Xian Wu preparing to attack, Xian Jun didn't flinch at all. Said, "There is no opening. Everything is exactly as planned." There is an easily noticeable truth about Xian Wu, but because of his usual serious demeanor, no one thinks this truth is real. Since I have observed him for a very long time, I am the only one certain about this. Xian Wu transformed into a fluffy ball beast with an extremely deceptive soft appearance. Because Xian Wu's weakness is extremely loving, cute animals. Look at those round, sparkling eyes. How can this creature do anything dangerous? When this creature revealed its true face, Xian Wu was shocked to the point of chills down his spine. Xian Jun used tentacles to push Xian Wu back. Super harmful magic beast. Cute tentacle. Attracts human attention with a soft, cute appearance. Then it uses its tentacles to bind the prey and eat it alive. The reason I chose this tentacle beast is not just to attack, but because I could do many things at once. So Xian Jun not only pushed Xian Wu back, but also conveniently handed his friend a pill, wrapped around his female friend. To Sai's astonishment, Xian Jun threw her high up. The throwing direction was straight towards Bondo. Sai screamed in panic. Yun? What is this? Distance. With Galabondo is closing. At this distance, it's not easy to avoid. Now is the real way to fight. Xian Jun said loudly. Congratulations to you. Wishing you two happiness. Wishing you two grow old together. Let's organize a celebration party for you two. Sai's embarrassment caused her fire to flare up again. Xian Jun evoked a scenario for his friend. Opening a party with you two as the main characters, then inviting you two on stage to give a speech. Sai is an extremely shy, introverted, and easily embarrassed girl. Even just standing out to fight is enough to activate her ability. Since Cha Ishin confessed right in front of crowd, just me saying I'll organize a party for them makes her want to hide in a hole. And a speech made her unable to bear it anymore. An unprecedented blazing fire. Cursing, which Bondo had to take the full brunt of the shy girl-sized fire. Xian Jun shouted his teammate's name. Bondo. Ugh. Damn it. Just because I let my guard down? Before Sai's great fire, Xian Wu couldn't approach to rescue his teammate, even if he wanted to. But Bondo managed on his own. By swallowing Sai's fire, Xian Wu was smug. It's fine. He swallowed it. After swallowing the fire, Bondo angrily unleashed a killer move. Decision. Great Barracuda. But before Bondo could land the move, he had to worry about the next ambush from the enemy. Cha Ishin sighed. That was really a bit too much. While Bondo and Xian Wu weren't paying attention, Cha Ishin had flown behind Bondo. Xian Jun had arranged the whole plan. First suggesting, just swallow anything hot. Then giving the transformation pill to Cha Ishin. Xian Wu had to fly up to support his teammate. He has wings. Is that my ability? Using the pill, Jun copied Xian Wu's ability, then moved behind Galabondo. And then, with the ability downloaded from Galabondo, Cha Ishin swallowed Sai's fire. Bondo fell into a difficult position. He understood. Failure. If attacked from behind, I will be unconscious. Xian Wu tried to come to the rescue. Will he make it in time? Now knowing the attack absorbing Sai's fire was ready, Xian Jun transformed into a bird, grabbed his female friend, mentally said, Too awesome, eh? Perfect plan. This battle. Cha Ishin released Sai's fire. The fire created significant destruction. Xian Yun elegantly shouts it. We won. Meanwhile, from Mangut, they were step by step approaching victory. As the hope of victory was gradually rising, on this side, despair was gradually appearing. The battlefield where Ino and Kajum fought was very close to the entrance of Mangut's shelter. Mangut was always on guard against surprise attacks from the Empire, so they usually assigned people to guard this entrance. As a matter of course, many people were witnessing this breathtaking battle of theirs. Ino silently analyzed the opponent, carefully dodging sounds carrying high damage, while skillfully using weapons to deflect sound, acting as soon as he heard the sound. Truly amazing reaction speed. But my tongue isn't just that. I have another ability. creating multiple sound effects at once. Beatbox. Lightning. Right when you defend against the sound you think causes high damage. I will destroy that weapon. Oh no. Things wouldn't go as smoothly as Ino calculated. But at that same moment, Kajum did something Ino didn't anticipate. By the time he realized, it was too late. That every time Ino attacked, Kajum was only intentionally blocking. Kajum said, "You think I rely on weapons?" It was Ino who was careless in this battle. Kajum struck straight at Ino's throat. Did you forget? Among those gifted with knowledge, I am the one who rose up by my own strength. When the staff returned to Kajum's hand, the price for Ino's carelessness had arrived. Just one hit was enough, declaring a death sentence for Ino. Everyone was astonished, even terrified. Only a despair named Death remained. Ino was one of the first members of Mangut, the savior as well as the spiritual pillar of every Mangut member. Doctor, what are you researching here? Did you do something stupid again? Are you okay? That was the memory of someone indebted to Ino. When emotions overwhelmed reason, they no longer had the mind to assess the situation. The members watching all this time, not wanting to hinder Ino, now rushed out simultaneously. They were all consumed by resentment, while Kajum was extremely calm. He stepped over Ino's body. Seon-jun turned pale and screamed, "No!" If everyone rushes in together. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. In this brief moment, everyone felt a feeling as if Kajum was memorizing their faces. A deadly gaze. Kajum swept his staff once. Many Mangut members couldn't react in time. And then, it rained. A rain, washing away all hope of victory. Here, no one had enough strength to stop Kajum anymore. Only despair remained, dyeing the battlefield red. Sai shook her friend. Cha Ishin. Oh God, wake up. Cha Ishin advised his friend. Sai, run. Hurry up. I can't walk anymore. My lower body lost sensation. Maybe a fragment hit my spine just now. Run quickly. Hurry. Please. Run away. But Sai responded with a kiss. This was the answer to her feelings, and also a farewell. Sai, tears streaming down, said, "Why does a situation like this make me braver?" Seon-jun was speechless with despair. But two new friends who just fought side by side were now killed right before his eyes. This will surely become an indelible pain in Seon-jun's heart. This place now only had Seon-jun left, with his incoherent screams. Kajum looked like a blood-soaked Azura. Coldly said, "Really? Too heavy." Then a staff strike came down. Lucy was on her way back to save her companions, not knowing she wouldn't be able to hear the apology from her teammate anymore. While gliding on the water, she saw an acquaintance standing there, waiting for her. Lucy braked. Han no longer had the emotional mindset of his youth. He only cared, "Can I stop you this time?" Raising his sword, he repeated words from the past, still steadfast in his ideals, but no longer overflowing with emotion like before. "You cannot." Lucy. Han and Lucy finally couldn't avoid confronting each other. Both understood this day would come. Han said, "Put on your mask." Lucy, "That face of yours is still as beautiful as ever. But now I don't want to see it." Lucy replied, "What do you intend to do? You still carry that sharp gaze from when you were a student. Now that you're older, you carry the charm of an adult. Quite sexy, actually. You risked your life coming here to challenge me. Do you want to seduce me again? I'm quite curious." Unretutid. Ridiculous. Those are my words. Lucy, after exchanging words, both burst out laughing. Lucy exclaimed, "Seeing you look like an idiot makes me very happy." Lucy put her mask back on, signaling the start of the battle. The waves nearby swirled. Han couldn't hide his excitement. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Lucy controlled two water spouts, like a solitary sovereign, floating high above. Lucy said, "Perhaps back then, I should have killed you." On replied, "You really should have." Back to Kajum. He said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Turns out Seon-woo came to stop Kajum from bringing the staff down. Not just Kajum, but Seon-jun was also suspicious of Seon-woo's sudden action. Seon-woo reasoned, "Spy Jun is a stain and a disgrace to the clan. We intend to hold a public execution ceremony for him, so you cannot kill him yet." Kajum commented, "Strange. Seon-woo is famous for being closed off and indifferent, right? Since when did you care about that guy, Jun?" Seon-woo sighed lightly, letting go of Kajum's hand first. It was just that after dodging Seon-jun's side's attack, Seon-woo and Bondo saw the blood rain Kajum created. Even though they were on the same side, This scene made them freeze. Cian Wu maintained a calm demeanor. Polite. Spoke slowly. By the way, what if I intended to do that? What would you do to me? Kill me too? Or report to Her Majesty? Kajum silently pondered. Cian Wu, one of the 4 nobles of the empire, highly valued by Her Majesty. Kajum retracted his staff, turned his back, said, "It's not like I care or anything." Cian Wu arrived in time, using his position as an excuse to prolong Cian Jun's life. He said to Cian Jun, "Don't misunderstand. You know, it was just my momentary action." But being alive didn't make Cian Jun relieved. Reason blurred. He stood up, rushed towards the cold-blooded murderer who slaughtered his teammates. "Stop right there. Cian Yun Kodo. I will kill you." Cian Wu kicked his head, stopping Cian Jun from advancing. He advised sincerely, "Stop it. You know." This was the second time Cian Jun had intense killing intent. Towards someone, he affirmed, "I will kill you. Definitely. At all costs. Kajum, I will kill you." But manga isn't the protagonist group, and Cian Jun isn't the main character. Facing Cian Yun's sentence, Kajum didn't feel any threat. He said coldly, "This battle, did you think a miracle would happen? Did you too think your side would win a glorious victory? Did you think people would respect you? This battle isn't beautiful at all. Even if you look until your eyes are tired, you won't see it. This is war. At this point, you should have prepared yourselves mentally." Cian Yun silently hated. "So what? You guys talk so nicely. I want to kill him. I definitely have to kill him. For the friends who have fallen. But I've reached my limit. I can't transform anymore. If I persist, then even my life. At this moment, what am I thinking? There's a saying, even a worm will turn. If you force an enemy into a corner, then that person will use every way to bite off a piece of flesh of the aggressor." Cian Wu paused for a second, muttered, "Impossible. If only I survive shamefully like this, then it means nothing." Kajum and Cian Wu were both stunned. Transformation pills? He swallowed all of them. On Sando and Tudun's side, the guys in the group asked, "Sister Sando, now what do we do with this Tudun?" Sando said, "Normally we should just kill her." Tudun was silently sad. "So is this my end?" Compassion made Sando tell herself, "I should." She told her juniors, "Take her back to the shelter. She could become an important hostage." The juniors understood. Sando softened and used an excuse to rationalize not killing her. Teasing, "Did you fall in love at first sight with baby Tudun?" "Oh my, what is it, big sister?" Sando said embarrassedly. "Shut up." Sando walked over to Tudun, said, "Hey kid, come with us." But this battle wasn't over. Beth had arrived, appearing and immediately slashing 2 blades at people. Luckily, Sando reacted and dodged in time. Beth laughed happily. "Sorry, I didn't think you would dodge that, little girl." Sando responded loudly, "What the hell? Today is my birthday." Picking Tudun up, Beth mocked, "How interesting. You have a birthday too? Things smelling of blood aren't very suitable for peace. It's best if I take you far away and deal with this later." Sando understood. "Could it be? Are you running away?" Beth playfully replied, "That's right. Bye-bye," leaving a message. "Thanks for trying." Beth flew away holding the large Tudun, humming, "Really interesting. So you're this tiny? Yet all this time you hid in that huge armor." Tudun said, "Please, don't mention it anymore." Beth teased, "Your voice is nice too. You were so fierce. So all this time you were just acting?" Tudun complained, "Too noisy." Beth said with interest, "I don't know. When everyone finds out the truth about Tudun, how interesting will it be? But it's also a pity. The center of attention right now is someone else, not you." Beth took Tudun to watch the most spectacular show. Oh, it started already. At first, Tudun wasn't very interested, but the scene before her eyes shocked her. "What is that? Is that still a human ability? You're really fighting something like that?" Rizakahan, Lucy's ability. Narcissoft, rotation turning heaven and earth. Telekinetic force, rotating in an ellipse. Rotating the body to create a rotation nucleus. Setting rotation size, depending on how the rotation nucleus is used, can quickly rotate an object, and when releasing the ability, it will shoot at high speed. Rotating thin air to maximize cutting power to absorb and release air, helping with levitation or moving at high speed. Many variations were born. The number of rotation nuclei that can be created at once is 15. The number of rotation nuclei used right now 6 tornadoes turning into small nuclei. What? Predicted to be 12. Overdoing it from the start. And only meaningless large-scale attacks. Because Han could silently be sure. Therefore, Lucy is not looking at me at all, but just wants to quickly defeat me to meet her accomplices. Wanting to use this technique on the Empire's knights. So she treated me like a pebble on the road. Lucy said, I know you'll become much stronger, but your complacency has increased accordingly. No. You should have focused all your power on me. On replied. Where are you looking? Look at me. Han's desire was clear. He wanted Lucy, a genius recognized by the world, to see him as a formidable opponent. So he would show her how far he had come. While she wasn't looking, Lucy was overwhelmed. Impossible. Penetrating the tornadoes coming from 4 directions, while slashing. Not penetrating. It's the gap in the tornado created by the rotation power. He aimed for that gap, although theoretically possible. That water column clearly had no gaps. While Lucy was looking for an answer, Han rushed up. Lucy silently had to think seriously. With just that slash, he understood everything. I thought I was the only one in this world who could do that. Who are you? Who made you like this? Hun. In the slums, someone also had a question, similar to Lucy. So I asked, who is it? The person asked questioned. What? The protagonist clarified. The one who made you so strong. Mabamai seemed unwilling to talk about it. So he said, beg and grovel to ask. Right now, I am very annoyed. The protagonist provoked. Annoyed so what? Mom told the baby to suckle, but he won't. What's the difference? Mabamai returned to his normal form to warn this cheeky park guy. Although time is limited, it seems I can still use my power. Mabamai paused a bit, then shared. The one who made me so strong was a purple-haired swordsman. Hearing the description, the protagonist immediately thought of Han. Mabamai gave an evaluation. He seemed like a clumsy guy. Of course, in the fight, I overwhelmed him. But there was a truth I didn't know. That was, he was about to awaken. The shell was about to break. He definitely felt it during the battle with someone much stronger than him. The flickering light of awakening. But it's not easy to meet a strong person who can break that shell. The protagonist vaguely realized this was a bad sign for him. Could it be? Mabamai confirmed. That's right. The light of awakening became clearer after the battle with me. And he grasped it. Since then, he cannot be stopped anymore. Mabamai's words signaled the result. Lucy will be defeated. And likely nothing can stop the Empire from wiping out the terrorist resistance group Mangut. Lucy, despite having formidable abilities, was being pushed back. She controlled the whirlpool under Han's feet. Han jumped up to create more momentum. He also used a stored attack, creating leverage for himself to jump higher. A move that surprised Lucy. Using storage to move at high speed, Lucy dodged in time. But from the start until now, her attacks hadn't been able to touch Han. At this rate, it's not good. Han was using Lucy as a whetstone. Lucy relentlessly. Attacked. Lucy now was forced to utter. True, I admit. Han broke all of Lucy's water spouts. Your ceaseless growth finally managed to put a knife to my throat. And the one who fought half-heartedly was me. I will give up the intention of defeating you easily and dealing with the knights at the same time. I will pour all my power into you. Hun excitedly gripped his sword. Finally, you really appeared? So exciting. I have looked forward to this moment so much. But let's put this emotion aside for a bit. Because what I want is not recognition, but to become the strongest. Everyone is surprised by the scale of my ability. But the larger the rotation, the slower the speed. However, rotation compressed to the limit. The speed will also exceed the limit. Extreme intent of rotation. With supersonic speed, a round hole pierced the sword and through Han's chest. Lucy said coldly, no one has ever created this technique. Indeed, you are the most talented person. To Lucy, that was surely a fatal blow. As readers, we understand. This person noticed by Mabamai will definitely go further. Lucy looked at Han. Is that pity for herself having to personally end the life of the one she has a deep connection with? The person she still loves? After everything that has passed? Absolutely not. Seems like one storage is missing. Lucy was suspicious. Clearly before using point, there were still 2 storages. In a brief moment, there were 2 points making Lucy feel doubtful. First, the shape of the blood flowing in a straight line. Second, the wound caused by point. Nothing could be seen behind that hole. The body wasn't pierced through. Detecting an anomaly, Lucy immediately retreated. Han slashed once. Lucy leaned back to dodge, understanding. She retreated backwards, creating another extreme intent. Lucy's ultimate move rushed out again. Han guessed a flight path a point, leaned back, conveniently untied a strap. Lucy's point was utilized by Han to cut the sword blade into 2 segments. That broken segment, he used a strap to tie tightly to the scabbard. Thanks to that, he had weapons in both hands. Lucy fought more, but couldn't find a breakthrough point. Break. Using my own attack, he turned the broken sword into dual swords. Did he see my attack? Whether he saw it or not isn't important. The straight wound appeared when hit by point. That was a wound appearing when he used storage to slash my attack before it touched his heart. Grasping that attack was already extraordinary, but he also aimed precisely at that tiny gap, just with that extremely small distance. Lucy realized something. Ridiculous. So that's it. Back to the protagonist's question. Didn't he awaken an ability? Awaken what? Nonsense. Mabamai had a headache. Have to explain every little detail? The protagonist pouted, complaining. So annoying. Mabamai said, right? Normally when saying someone got stronger, people would think of stranger physique, gaining a new ability, or old ability being upgraded. But that guy has absolutely no talent in that regard. Even when close to death, he didn't awaken any new ability. But Mabamai pointed to his head. This side awakened instead. Not a born genius. So Han's path of development will surely be rarer. Han cornered Lucy onto a small island. Han attacked continuously without stopping, while Lucy could only dodge. Every time he lost his storage, he replenished his storage in the blink of an eye. This made his stored attacks, in a way, could be said to be infinite. Lucy looked for every opportunity to counterattack, right when Han was using storage. Although invisible, she sensed it. Why is the storage that attacked once still existing here? In this way, Lucy was almost playing 1 against 2. The more she thought, the more she saw herself in a difficult position. The nature of the ability hasn't changed. Before, Han could only store 1 swordsmanship move for 1 action. But the realm of swordsmanship is when every movement is linked into one. Now, no matter how many times Han swings the sword, it is only stored as 1 action. If dividing ability into categories, perception, improvisation, technique, concept, application, actually, the side being perfected is this side. Sando and 3 accomplices ran fast through the forest. A lackey asked, "Sister, why run suddenly?" Sando shouted, "You guys, didn't you see the tornado just now?" "That's right. Damn it. There's no way it's just a normal storm. It can only be the captain fighting." One guy rejoiced prematurely, meaning the captain has returned. "So we won." Sando scolded. "Idiots. The captain fighting for more than 5 minutes is already strange, meaning someone is holding the captain back. Something unexpected is definitely happening." Sando was silently impatient. The loud noise at the foot of the mountain just now was probably Kajum. What about Elite? There's no way Elite alone could hold back. Han, an Elite? Speak of the devil. Elite leisurely said like she was on a picnic. "Finally found you. I intended to go back since there was nothing fun to play with. Luckily I stayed a bit longer." Sando was silently stunned. Unbelievable. Han is fighting alone? That brat. Putting on that pretentious coat? Lucy criticized. How disappointing. Hun, with strength surpassing limits by training so hard. Why repeat the mistake like during the Great Massacre? You said you swing your sword to protect the people. But what you are protecting, isn't it the Empire's power and the personal interests of that upper class? On replied. I only protect those within my reach. Lucy argued. Then you are even more wrong. Do you know who the people in Full Moon are? Those living here, those who fought with you, are all commoners oppressed by the power named religion. They are victims falsely accused of blasphemy. Han criticized back. So, to save those victims, you created more victims? The sins of Full Moon. Full Moon carried out an operation to rescue unjustly accused victims. But dangerous criminals infiltrated the group of victims and escaped together. Violence and killing indiscriminately. Kidnapping hostages. Rape. The cause making an optimistic guy like Needle become the negative person of the present. Must be that one of Needle's relatives was implicated and lost their life. The hurt. Go on to hurt others. Revenge on the knights who arrested them. Unconfronted. That is also the necessary sacrifice you spoke of. Don't you know? Why Full Moon is not merely a blasphemous group, but also the most dangerous criminal group. Lucy was somewhat silent. She couldn't deny that dark history. Can only say, it was an immature operation, a burden we must carry for life. Because of that, we cannot stop. Understanding everyone has their own righteousness. Sohan said, right? Talking to each other is useless. From a moment we stood on which side. We were already villains in each other's eyes. On Seonjun's side, if you think the Empire's people are heart-pounding tense because Seonjun is about to transform into Super Cobra, then no, it's Ino, zombie rising, beatbox, creating a fake heart to teach fighting. It's like this. Among the crowd, swept by Kajum's staff, there is a young man indebted to Ino, although suffering terrifying injuries, basically could still function relatively well. The person everyone thought lost their life after one hit from Kajum turned out to be more resilient than anyone thought. The indebted young man silently sparked hope. Could it be? This sound is right. Despite the crippled state, Ino is still alive. The indebted young man rushed over. Ino created a heartbeat sound to prolong his life, while telling the young man, Daiku, sorry, run away. Daiku paused. Even in this situation, you always think of others first. Daiku knelt on one knee, letting Ino's deficient body use him as support, and said, brother, this is the first time. The person who helped this body become strong. I feel grateful to the doctor for helping this body become strong. Ino said, sorry for letting myself get hurt. Daiku admired. Talking while emitting sound effects is amazing. Ino said, you could do it too if you practice. Ino noticed. Seems like you're also heavily injured. I was too much for you. Daiku replied enthusiastically. It's okay, because we are full moon. Ino was infected by this optimism. Yeah, that's right. Daiku temporarily became Ino's body. Even if the sun sets, the moon will still shine for us. Kajum didn't expect to be so careless. He said, everyone's life is equally precious. I have always tried to remember everyone fairly. Like, Kajum turned to look straight at Ino. Kajum nearly said, you will be the one I remember. Ino, the battle just now, thanks to preparation, I won quite easily. But now that way won't be effective anymore. Even so, his upper body has been blown away. Body balance has been broken. Aim for that point. Ino returned. Must be much more careful than before. He lunged forward. Kajum waited ready. Kajum silently considered. This time he will aim for my neck. An ability with extremely high damage. There is also Seonwu beside. Wide area attacks are very dangerous. Must penetrate from the front once again. Ino jumped up. That's right. He can change trajectory with his ability. I can totally deal with it. Ino reminded. Returning it to you. Are you focusing too much on me? Kajum understood Ino was mocking his words. The reason is, this time Ino wasn't alone. Daiku's pink flute turned out to be a disguised 3-section staff. Daiku used staff technique, swung the staff, wrapped around Kajum's leg, then pulled Kajum high up. Seonjun didn't match Kajum, so there was no timely reaction or synergy here. Conversely, Ino and Daiku had that. Kajum intended to give Daiku a hit. Not a wise choice. Daiku reminded back. If there were no teammates here, Ino swung. There, but the kick wasn't to attack, but to put Seonwu in the middle of the situation. Kajum thought, was that a throwing sound just now? He realized I was paying attention to Seonwu. So Kajum couldn't attack, but could only land on the ground. Now everyone is back to their side. Kajum said, that action was to separate us. Seonwu clicked his tongue. Sorry for disturbing. Kajum. Seonwu stared blankly at Ino remaining. Like a dream, Ino scolded loudly. You idiot. Daiku worried. Thump thump. Thump thump all the time. Say it out loud. Ino admonished his junior. Thump thump. It's not throwing away life for fallen comrades, but sacrifice for the living comrades. Don't waste your life uselessly. Seonjun's eyes became clear again. Seonjun returned to being a boy with a pure soul. Ino reminded, I must sacrifice this life for my comrades so it won't be meaningless. Even if it's just a small step. Act for the future. Don't worry. You will do it. I told you. You are a talented person because you chose to move forward instead of being stuck in the past. And these words are also for myself. Ino held the sword in reverse, stabbed into the ground. While Xianwu and Kajum were unclear what Ino intended to do, Ino shouted 2 words. Airquake. 1 strike. Cut the mountain they were standing on. Ino's intention was very clear. Become a shield. By time for juniors to escape. Ino, like a last will, entrusted the junior. Please. Daiku. Diku hogt Xianyun retreated. Although unwilling. Ino said, thank you for waiting for me. Kajum replied, I was just being cautious. Kajum told Xianwu. Sorry, Xianwu, but please take the others away. Xianwu glanced at Kajum once, then left, leaving the battlefield to the 2 of them. Ino did so because he silently knew. Thanks to special ability, he prolonged his life and survived. A miracle until now. But it also has a limit. He isn't like the protagonist capable of regenerating the body. I felt it. My time is running out. But to contribute a little more strength to the path my comrades will walk. Ino raised his sword high, pointed towards Kajum. I will take your life. The 2 juniors planted with hope by Ino, carrying the future of those lost, must escape safely. Xianjun recalled Lucy once gathered members to say, this might be a crisis, but also an opportunity to deplete the Empire's main force. Evacuate those incapable of fighting, and we will confront them directly. But reality was far more dangerous than Lucy's prediction. The Empire acted faster than expected, and the captain has been missing. Too long. The plan is broken. Among all the ranked individuals, only one hasn't shown up. The doctor exclaimed excitedly. Finally arrived. Come on, my beloved babies. Let's start. Bring the injured, needing treatment here. Others support the battle of the ranked individuals. And bring all the corpses to me. Xianjun and the other silently understood. Without the captain here, we have no chance of winning. We have to retreat. Ino's words still echoed in their ears. Sacrifice for the living comrades. Xianyun silently determined. With this final transformation, I must save my comrades. Situation at Sando's place. Objectively, doesn't show us Sando has any chance of escape. Elite lounged. Truly a wonderful day. After the Holy War, everything became boring and tasteless. I felt like I was dying slowly every day. But from this moment on, I will surely have endless fun. Sando calmly advised. That's because you're addicted to dopamine. Why not detox a bit? Elite replied. So what if I'm a little addicted? Humans are ultimately creatures pursuing pleasure, right? Making great achievements, success in society. All these things are actually just personal pleasure. Sando said. Wait, the story went a bit far. Elite expressed. What? I mean, right on the brink of death. I feel I'm truly alive. Speaking of which, I like that girl with the slow and interesting tone. She almost killed us once. Back then, I was too agitated. Shouldn't have killed her, huh? Sando froze. You knew. Sando asked carefully. Did you cut Chunare's throat? Elite replied. I'm not that strong. Sando guessed. Just stabbed straight into the heart. Elite confusedly answered. Killing instantly isn't my hobby. Wait, does that matter? Sando took the bait. Of course it matters. Seems like you were just playing. Didn't kill from the start, right? Didn't even bother to confirm if she was completely dead. Let me tell you, she dies very slowly too. Chunare's return signal only made Elite more excited. She stabbed a clock hand tip in her palm. Ability has the form of clock hands. Second hand, minute hand, hour hand. Information about ability related to time. The act of stabbing herself. Looks simple, but Sando fought with intelligence. Brain working. She immediately transferred a shockwave into the ground. So right when Elite stopped time, where only she functioned, when a countdown clock hadn't ended, the shockwave Sando transmitted, erupted, interrupting Elite's ability. 3 juniors admired. Wow, Sister Sando, this is your perfect state? Elite was dumbfounded. What is this? Sando laughed. I know, your ability. Battle with an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Most dangerous situation in life. Due to the battle with Tudun, combat intelligence reached its peak. Now, even though Sando has no hands, her brain can compensate for that. Sando pointed out, you can control the time of things stabbed by the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand, right? Then, controlling time with the hour hand would be most beneficial, but seeing you use the second hand must have a usage limit. Maybe only allowed to use each second hand, minute hand, hour hand once on the same target. considering the ability characteristics related to time, clock. To reuse these hands, perhaps it is 24 hours, correct? Although there was a question mark at the end. Sando spoke with certainty. Elite had to be impressed. You understood my ability in the brief moment I stabbed myself and set traps around me? Sando said, knowing the ability relates to time. The rest is easy to deduce. She silently rejoiced. If not for Chunare, I probably wouldn't have realized and died. 3 juniors said, this is why the brain needs rest. Have you ever heard the phrase selection and concentration? Elite silently thought of Kazum. True that people like that are usually very smart. Kazum too. Chunare temporarily bandaged to stop bleeding. Bringing the hammer to fight again. Elite has enemies front and back. Is this a difficult situation for her? Sando affirmed. There is no ability that cannot be defeated. Back to Seonjun's duo. Seonjun silently calculated. I still have a plan. If we proceed with the escape plan now, there will be enough survivors. The escape vehicle can only be a ship. I have to swallow this pill and choose an animal form. Best to transform. My body will disintegrate after transforming this time. This will be my last transformation. An animal that can steer a ship and convey the escape method to teammates. Got it. Seonjun Ertinsli Daiku. Throw me as high as possible. And signal retreat. Daiku obeyed. He used all his strength, threw Seonjun into the sky. Seonjun transformed in midair. He turned into a dolphin-like creature. Dolphin sounds confused Bondo. Chunare heard the sound and silently doubted. Amidst this storm and shaking ground, there's a dolphin? Sando silently understood. Impossible. This is Seonjun. Daika wasn't idle either. He blew a tune. Daika's retreat signal sound echoed everywhere in manga base. Leader hasn't returned. Plan failed. See, dolphin, then retreat signal. Chunare and Sando both understood. Must get on the ship immediately. So before Elite's confusion, Junda Siknan, canoe. Sando used her mouth to tear a wire from the prosthetic arm. Said, let's go. She split the wire into two ears. Dele. Rushed towards Sando. Daiku, let me join too. Then suddenly was forcibly stopped. Junda Bolok Elite. Jump in if you like. You bastard. Sando took a deep breath. Used sound amplification ability for the whole island to know. Everyone, board the ship. Thanks to that, the sound traveled to every corner of the island. The surviving manga members all understood. Retreat signal and ship? Damn it. Worst case scenario happened. So members shouted to each other. Don't mind the Empire ship docked there. Everyone moved quickly, without hesitation. Manga members received the signal. Retreated simultaneously. Sando said, pity, but we have to go. See you again. Elite. Regretful. Going already? Chunare was the most bitter. Specifically emphasized to Elite. Hey, you dare to make me witness my teammate die. Next time we meet, you will definitely die. Elite's face flushed red. Said, why not do it right now? The doctor was also regretful. Retreat? Impossible. This experiment is hard to find. Don't hesitate anymore. Go quickly. The doctor impatiently urged his people. The doctor shouted, Vio, go quickly too. Vio replied, yes, father. The doctor's troops flooded the island. Manga members were retreating. Ino gave his all in holding back Kajum. Sando's group quickly reached the ship. Daiku and Seonjun were already at the ship, ready to help the group retreat. Suddenly, the whole island transmitted a loud explosion. Volcano erupted, putting the core into magma to activate the volcano. Didn't expect it could be used this way. The one activating the volcano, who else but Lucy? This battle is gradually coming to an end. The volcano was intentionally activated. Erupted. Lucy performed a rotation, wrapping smoke and fire from the volcano. Han was ready to receive what was coming. When the rotation gathered enough force. When released by Lucy, hot smoke, rocks and soil were launched as tornadoes. Towards the enemy, Han moved very fast, dodging where Lucy brought natural disaster down. He needed to approach Lucy to attack. Can't fly. He also had a way. He stepped on floating rocks thanks to Lucy's ability. When he intended to stab her, Lucy wrapped him in her rotation. Han was swept into the centrifugal rotation. Couldn't attack as desired. Lucy prepared a punch. She punched hard straight at Han's face, causing him to fly into a rock cluster protruding from the water. Not done yet. Lucy didn't let him rest. Lucy utilized the volcano, directing the volcano and rocks toward Han. Han continuously moved to run out of the affected area. Lucy blocked in front of him, not letting go. Every attack opportunity, having two weapons. He slashed and stabbed. Lucy dodged, gifted him back a fist, and he also lowered his body to dodge. The two fighting hand-to-hand were evenly matched. Equal talent. No one showed signs of being able to surely beat the opponent yet. Using hands didn't break point, so Han switched to using legs. Lucy took a hit, so her face was kicked by Han, regaining balance immediately. She took out her weapon, a sword handle with a centrifugal rotation blade. Han rushed up with his storage. This is a battle that surely must make the enemy fall down. Both sides collided, creating a sharp reflection. Sea waves rose up. Fluctuations from the battle and volcanic eruption created a tide. People from Main Woods would surely have quite a few drowned. Piju trusted using the magic door ability for her and bet to take refuge. Before the tide arrived, Cam and Eno didn't seem to care. They observed the opponent. When feeling they could attack, they rushed up simultaneously. Gujam continuously thrust his staff, so Eno had to dodge. He executed a slashing attack, along with using his ability to make it sharper. Gujam was slashed. Eno pressed the advantage. Gujam changed the staff's direction. He propped the staff to jump up and dodge Eno's sword. When landing next to him, he conveniently kicked Eno's waist/ribs. The kick definitely damaged Eno's already ruined internal organs. However, he couldn't collapse yet. Willpower kept him determined to win this fight. To respond, Gujam was also ready to meet Eno's move with all his strength. Destructive power was released where they stood. Damage to whom? We don't know yet. As for the Main Woods members who were retreating, some had been killed or captured alive by the doctor's troops. Veo slowly walked toward where the Main Woods members ran to. Sando's group arrived where the ship was. Before they could rejoice, Vale appeared. Just like that, sending some Main Woods people to the afterlife. Before this sudden danger, Sando wasn't afraid, but was about to go crazy. Just then, two juniors who had followed Sando until now ran up to restrain Vale. Sando didn't want to run, leaving the juniors behind, but they urged her and everyone to run. This was all they could do to buy time for their comrades to escape safely. The two of them, when running to stop Vale, had already accepted sacrifice. Sando bit her lip tight, suppressing emotions, so that the sacrifice of those staying behind wouldn't be in vain. She had to go. Boarding the ship, she comforted and commanded the group. Time waits for no one. Seo John was forced to set sail immediately. Out of the cave. Outside, nature was extremely harsh. This earth-shattering fluctuation was created by two transcendent individuals. The Main Woods members all witnessed the scene of the aerial battle exploding between Hien and Lucy. Two people fought forgetting heaven and earth, with the determination to take down the opponent. Swords wrapped in magic power, along with rotating blades clashing. According to physics, a metal sword blade cannot withstand the drag of a rotating ring spun at high speed. Lucy destroyed Hien's two weapons, knocking him away. Hien fell, plunging into the sea. Lucy didn't dare to be subjective, trying to channel centrifugal force, shooting objects compressed with force, shooting a volley down to where Hien submerged. Something floated up. It was a piece of clothing, but there was no person there. While Lucy was wondering where he was, it turned out he had jumped behind her back. Lucy increasingly felt clearly some transformation in Hien. What is this? Lucy moved her arm, minimizing the force from Hien's attack, then used her centrifugal sword to slash two lines. Connect. Through the gap of the move, accompanied by dropping a storage unit also slipping through the gap. Thanks to that, he lowered the damage to himself to the minimum. Lucy broke the storage attack, while secretly wondering, what is this feeling? She created a whirlpool, trapping Hien in the middle, then fire an ultimate intent down. Hien dodged dangerously. Seeing that wasn't enough, Lucy lowered her centrifugal sword, slashing the whirlpool in half. Lucy was extremely confident in her ability, and she absolutely had the capital to be arrogant. Everything is going according to my will. You might be stronger mentally, but in the end, you still can't surpass me. But her opponent was someone about to break the shell of limitation, to reach a new peak. Lucy assessed Hien's condition. Your body is exhausted, lost blood, and heavily injured. The body should have collapsed, but still able to stand firm thanks to using willpower. Just try. Then your limit will come soon. But not because of that do I relax, but what is this? The boat traveled a distance through rough waves. Ino lost half his body, and Han was about to achieve what he needed. So Lucy's intuition continuously warned. What is this uneasy feeling? No matter how hard I try, I still cannot be stronger than you. Like a child, imagining the strongest character and drawing you. But Lucy, you didn't realize two things. First, I continuously attacked you. With many different small moves, with excellent fighting ability, you unconsciously reacted to those moves. Body trained to the point bones and flesh are worn out. Using and defending magic power effectively. Using willpower to force the body to work to the limit. Based on extraordinary endurance, I attacked with many moves. To weaken your reflexes. That gap, although not even 0.01 second. A very short moment. But now, I can recognize that. Feeling movement under feet. Han shot away with fast speed, to the point Lucy had to widen her eyes. Han moved so fast, like walking on water, and approached Lucy. Finally, you're still just human. About the battle between Ino and Kajum. Strong collision and chain reaction from surrounding debris. With this body, you couldn't avoid it. Perhaps I felt moved because of you guys. And also sorry for causing useless suffering. Kajum paid attention to see if Ino still moved. No more thumping sound prolonging life. It's over. Kajum turned his back. Sighed. Really? Too heavy. But Ino's hand still gripped tightly. Sword. From the start, I didn't think I could win this confrontation. I came here to sacrifice my life for the future. The moment the body flew into the air, I saw my teammates escaping. Well done. You know, thanks to that I have no more regrets. Now, I will fight with everything I have. Seeing Ino missing limbs and part of internal organs, yet still bloodthirsty with determination like that. Kajum felt somewhat chilled. Still alive? Damn it. Reacted too late. Impossible. He intentionally stopped his heartbeat. In the moment, not knowing he would die. When? To make me lose, guard? Maintaining consciousness. Waiting for opportunity. Kajum admired him. Well done. You waited for the exact moment I lower my guard. When all sharp senses in my battle disappeared. In that brief moment, Han on one side, slashed, injuring Lucy's shoulder. Lucy silently thought. Clearly I reacted. Why still got hit? Cannot understand. When continuously, attacking with a certain speed. Opponent's reaction will also adjust to my speed. A new attack move. Sword speed suddenly increased. Impossible to react in time. But I rotated a few times around and operated magic power in the body. Therefore, previous attacks didn't cause major damage to me. Could it be? Those previous attacks were all to measure the speed and flow of the rotation? Just to prepare for this hit. Dangerous. Next attack is coming. Must counterattack immediately. Focus all rotation around me. Lucy, the second thing that you didn't realize. I kept it. Never used it before. You always only used one storage and replenished it. From the start of the match, always kept one storage. Waiting for this moment to use. Sandbox slash. When Lucy realized Han's move was unleashed, and she currently had no chance to counterattack. She could only focus rotation to protect herself. No up. I cannot escape. Every attack aimed at me. Right? Lucy, let's end it. The fate between the two of them. Now officially cut. Not like the old days. Han personally cut off this affection that was only the past. Lucy's defensive rotation dissipated. Nothing left to protect her. Han will show her his ambition to become the strongest. How big it is. He dealt Lucy a fatal blow. Is this Lucy's end? Han told himself. From now on, I'm strongest. The rotation faded away. ManhwaCapped members on the boat reluctantly became visual witnesses of their superhuman leader falling. Sando gathered people, but she didn't let negativity affect everyone. She now forced to replace Lucy and Ino as pillars for all of ManhwaCapped. We knew everything and prepared thoroughly. Choosing to fight instead of running was our decision. And those in full moon, there is no one who didn't bet their life. So, it's not your fault. Don't cry. No need to look to know how you are. Cian Wu and Bondo could chase the full moon boat, but chose to observe. Bondo asked his teammate, wondering, need a chase? Cian Wu said, those small fries mean nothing. Bondo understood Wu. Knowing well, but still turning a blind eye, Wu switched to asking his friend, "Is her body okay?" Bondo replied, "The situation back then, I defended with seawater stored in a small space. Result was the wing got slightly injured, but not a big wound." Wu and Bondo then fell silent. No one said anything. Both simply told each other, "Let's return." As for Kajum, he luckily escaped the Reaper's scythe. And he knew that well. Ino died before he could kill Kajum. That was enough to terrify Kajum. When Ino's blade touched Kajum's neck, his life had run out. If at that time, his life extended a bit more, then I would have died. Kajum felt two intense emotions and raised the staff high. The first emotion Kajum felt was insecurity. He felt afraid that this resilient man could stand up again. And rage. All this time, he lived in resignation to serve the Zhang clan protected by the Empire. He stopped thinking and gradually erased his emotions, deciding to live as a tool. But when the blade touched his neck, he asked himself if it all ended here, whether he could escape this burden. Finally, he had to face the emotions he once denied. Who said living is winning? Wrong. While I am alive, I already lost to you. Heavy indeed. Cannot bear it anymore. My younger brother, is this your feeling? With respect and admiration for the opponent, Kajum left that place, leaving Ino's body behind. But that decision brought Kajum a result completely opposite to what he thought. The doctor witnessed and aimed at Ino's potential corpse. "Over there. Bring him here." Empire troops boarded the return train. Some kept a neutral attitude, seemed happy. Also, some didn't want to talk much anymore. The doctor's troops captured the few Full Moon members who didn't run in time. Han captured the key individual of Full Moon alive to return. Karing, Lucy, unconscious, making people astonished. People excited. Han said, "I'm back." Wu silently thought. Cian has had a close relationship since ancient times with Lucy's clan, so I know well about her position and legend. The doctor silently respected Han more. Now, is joking with Han trading with life? So scary. She was defeated in a one-on-one match? Elite calmly curious. Is that really Lucy? How could she lose? Bitkuta Batman. Seeing the leader captured by the enemy, then roughly thrown on the ground. Full Moon members who were captured felt pained. The image of ultimate power created by Rococo. The replacement of the Jake clan into the vacancy of Lucy's clan. Regarded as a hostage. And to keep the secret about the Vave tribe. Their subordinates were imprisoned. Finally, I achieved the position of the strongest. Can take responsibility for everything. Even Rococo cannot look down on my power anymore. Now, truly, the Empire's ship kept going, leaving the complex archipelago area. Beth happily talked about Han and Lucy. But going this far, surely feelings are gone, huh? Wu said. You are here? Beth mocked. Yes. The one with no genealogy is here. Wu agreed. I apologized already. Wu asked. Don't see Tudin anywhere. Do you know where she is? Tudin confidently didn't want anyone else to know her true form. So told Beth. I will go separately. If anyone asks, say that I will swim back. Definitely a concept. So now being asked, Beth answered vaguely. She swam back? Luckily Wu isn't nosy. So hearing that, he just sighed, exclaimed, Bohemia people are truly strange. Time passed. The ranked returned to the Empire. Empire citizens, hearing the news, toasted in celebration. Finally, we destroyed Full Moon. Long live Galia. Now we can rest comfortably. Today, many people visited the graves of loved ones, reporting news to them. My love, rest well. Palia has judged. People visiting graves. Needle and prison nights. At the palace, the ruler of the Empire said, even here, I can feel the excitement of the people. How does it feel? Lucy was shackled hand and foot, specially brought to talk to the Empress. The Empress struck first. I am the Emperor, therefore. I can always capture you anytime. But do you know why? Only now do I proceed to destroy Full Moon? Because no one in this empire can symbolize power like you. Someone with unprecedented ability, like you becoming a traitor, and the empire having no one strong enough to confront. So no matter how solid the empire is, it would cause everything to be disturbed. I cannot accept that, because this empire of mine must be perfect. Truly unimaginable that things like this happen in my time. Lucy calmly replied, is that so? You tried hard to prevent the truth that the leader of Full Moon is the strongest warrior. Of the Empire, right? The Empress said arrogantly. I'm the Emperor. No need to waste effort like that with me. The time you rampaged was just like a passing breeze. It's just Rizakahan. He gave me the belief that he could replace your position. So I decided it was time to end Full Moon. The Empress enjoyed provoking, being defeated and captured by the person you love. How does it feel? Lucy replied. I am now numb to that feeling. He is a monster created from responsibility and wrong obsession. The person I once loved is gone, and the one who turned him into a monster is you, Rococo. Rococo arrogantly reasoned. People often say circumstances make the man, but I don't think so. Circumstances only reveal human nature. Anyway, you are about to die. I will indulge your stubbornness a bit. Now no one will be able to shake the faith in the Empire anymore. And the devil in the prophecy ultimately is just a name imposed. If there is no power to shake faith, then the Full Moon organization existing thanks to your prestige also means nothing. This is your complete defeat. For nearly 1,000 years, you're the only one, making me feel tense, deserving praise. Lucy laughed at Rococo's arrogance. Defeat? You only know how to rule and control, knowing nothing about humans. The Empire repeated the same mistake as in the Holy War. A war where human dignity was trampled and destroyed. Are you sure there won't be anyone else like me? You now have no strength left to control them, right? Lucy tore open Rococo's true state with one sentence. Not relaxed at all, and arrogant as she showed to subjects behind the curtain. Someone with an ego reaching the sky, like Rococo, being touched on a sore spot by a rebel. Of course annoyed. Lucy told her, our battle from the start differed in purpose. Defeat? Ridiculous. Full Moon is not an organization, but a will. Currently, all Full Moon members arrived at a safe stop. They discussed, determined, rescue the leader. Sando asked, June, what do you plan to do? Seeing June, covered in injuries, replied, I will seek help from the devil in the prophecy. Sando could affirm to all. Full Moon, the leader won't die. If you lived in the Empire, you would know. In the Empire, there are many events. A young man agreed. That's right. Executions of blasphemers are one of the popular festivals in the Empire. Sando guessed surely. Rococo thinks these events help quell petty dissatisfaction of the people, and sow fear deep into their minds, making it easier to rule. Of course, this is what the leader told me. An unprecedented criminal organization like Full Moon and the execution ceremony of the Empire traitor will be a grand event, Shunare said. But the Empire isn't stupid. They will guard very strictly. Don't think you can easily infiltrate by wearing a bride's dress. Sando said, normal ways won't work. But even if that way is dirty, cowardly, cruel, and inhumane, we must try by all means. Rewinding time a bit to the past, when Lucy was still on the Empire's ship. Matt Vaughn, suburban slums. At that time, in a shared house, on one side, the great trees were gloating. On one side, the protagonist's companions were speechless because of something. Heejin said, even if you defeated our gang, in our eyes, you're still just strangers. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Heejin, let's do the initiation ceremony. Bro, the protagonist in a maid dress, with a constipated face, annoyed to death, said, what are you doing? Janka laughed heartily, looking so general. Tesmat felt relieved, feeling much lighter. Olivia criticized a bit, joking at a time like this, and using my ability to joke too. Turns out Heejin used Olivia's disguise ability, forcing the protagonist to endure 5 minutes before work. The protagonist's teammates had to be extremely patient. Although very funny, the situation was too bad to laugh. The protagonist commented, hey, I'm trying to keep a serious face here. Not the time to joke. Heejin said, think carefully, bro. This time is the battle with the Jaeger. We also have to rescue teammates. But looking at those people's faces, looking like someone stole their rice book. What if you meet teammates in this state? Heejin described the scenario. Jay is rejoicing. Leader, teammates, we came to save everyone. Then seeing the gloomy faces of the group, Zero also gets discouraged. Sorry for getting caught. It's all my fault. They will feel very awkward. The protagonist group felt it made sense. Heejin promoted, but if everyone appears with a face, happy then what? Heejin drew like this. The group bringing fireworks, food and drinks to welcome the returnees. We're here, beloved teammates. Zero will be moved. To tears. Really? You idiots. A world where no one gets hurt. Heejin emphasized. The protagonist group was completely convinced. Friday thought openly. Said, besides, if too tense, things won't go smoothly. Heejin broke the fourth wall saying, exactly. Don't forget our nature is a comedy manga. So who is the next person to do the initiation ceremony? Heejin mischievously looked towards Marley. Hey, kids, this is your chance to play with God. Janka and Olivia stalked like hungry tigers smelling prey. Can't wait anymore. Do it now. Mabamai stepped out threateningly. Dare to do weird things. To my mom. Then you'll die. Heejin silently found it difficult. Playing with demons is really hard. But give up? But the protagonist voluntarily became an ally. Stopping Mabamai, Olivia and Janka were suddenly moved. The two dragged Marley into the changing room, leaving a word. We won't forget this favor. The protagonist silently apologized to Marley. Mabamai panicked, screamed, Mom, Park Byungjang, you bastard. The two were like elementary school chickens fighting each other. One continuously firing sound waves. One continuously regenerating. Seeing letting the protagonist take it all wasn't good either. So the whole group rushed in to restrain Mabamai. After a struggle, messing up the living room, the group combined forces to time Mabamai tight. Mabamai growled, I won't forgive you people. At this moment, the changing room curtain opened. Marley in a maid dress, hemline above the knees, revealing every full curve. Marley looked at the mess, sighed, said, done playing yet? Mabamai shrank to chibi form. Eyes sparkling, said, forgive those people. Heejin frankly, not wasting effort stopping him just now. Tesmat peaked, graded, 100 points, then glided away, leaving question marks for the remaining guys. Mabamai admired. Mom's beauty, too wonderful. Marley silently grieved. At times like this, if Agassi were here, maybe things would be better. Sorry for remembering you at times like this. Agassi right now. She kicked a masochist's butt. Ordered. Go find Gel quickly. Although complaining a bit, Marley relaxed her brow. Seeing. Anyway, the current atmosphere is livelier than life as a god. Sitting alone, watching the world before. Friday asked Baby Maker. By the way, how to disable this ability. Baby Maker. Revealed. Just pump iron. In other words, weightlifting. Baby Annette knows too. 5 minutes time up. The protagonist closed the door, releasing the dog. Let's go. Magi. Bella always had to watch her food. A little distraction, and Sarah seized the chance to put love potion in immediately. Warm atmosphere. Harmony made Marley mutter. Clearly this way is more effective. Huh? Seeing the protagonist and Moni playing like bandits. Marley silently appreciated Zero's effort. Anyway, Zero, you must have had a lot of difficulties. Knight Commander asked, will it be okay? Mama smiled and said, now we have to be full of energy. Indeed, at times like this Heejin does best. Knight Commander said, specifically not that matter. I mean Park Byungjang. I appreciate his ability. But he is still a child. Not about age, but about mentality. Just a glance, and you know immediately. He gets angry easily, and cannot hide his uncomfortable emotions. Moreover, mood is erratic. Mentality unstable. Mama agreed. That's right. He's just an overgrown child. But precisely because of that I am present. Here, Arcus closed his eyes, told himself, is that my role? Mama added, and you know, nobodies when stepping into the fortress, whether they want to or not, must mature. We readers are shown a vision. That might happen soon. In the protagonist group, perhaps someone will fall. Agassi, crying over the loss. And the protagonist Park Byungjang. In Omer, arrogant back then, now surprisingly weak. M. Hunger probably has been defeated thoroughly. In Omer revealed fear. Not wanting to face the person in front. Don't come here. Don't come here. Devil. How ironic. A devil fearfully calling a human a devil? Back to the present. 3 factions gathered, preparing for the plan to storm the Jaeger's fortress. The protagonist represented and declared, we will infiltrate soon. The fortress. But the danger doesn't come from just the Jaeger, but also from that fortress full of threats. A maze-like complex. Of course. Surely someone secretly stole Cheon Gina away. So that person will know. Many people looked meaningfully towards Heejin. Heejin scratched his head. Yeah, I usually wander around places that look interesting. But except for the fortress, even I have never gone deep inside, because I felt the feeling One wrong step, 1 mile off. The great trees and Mama heard this and raised their caution level high. Knight Commander informed. Thanks to the complex and buildings expanded indiscriminately, no light can penetrate. And the path in there is also very complex, of course. That is also why countless dangerous criminal organizations took root there. It is also called by the name Chaos Den by outsiders. The protagonist understood they couldn't be reckless. He said, if we gather a team to infiltrate that place secretly, I'm not sure what will happen either. Massacre inside. Everyone couldn't rule out that terrible possibility. Truth is often harsh. Our 3 organizations cooperating in such a short time is also impossible. The protagonist urged. We don't have much time left, but we still need to deploy this operation. So, to boost our teamwork spirit right now, what should we do? The protagonist's teammate suddenly felt déjà vu. Tesmat adjusted glasses. Raised hand. Answered. Marley said, don't take this seriously, because he's just trying to mention playing games and drinking together. The protagonist took the chance to say, seems someone has the answer. The answer is communication devices. Marley was silently shocked. He was serious. At Iko's workplace, Bella had left, leaving a letter expressing the reason to Park Byung-jang. I wanted to deny it, but I came to confess that my feelings for you only hinder this battle, and there's a place I want to go. I really hate having to leave you, Captain. But this feeling is occupying most of my emotions. I will be brave again and return quickly, so please wait for me. The protagonist both sympathized with Bella and didn't clearly understand what feeling Bella emphasized. Iko said, sorry, I went out for a bit. Fan club that I didn't meet the standard. The protagonist patted Iko's head. Softly said, it's okay. Just time it right to come back. The protagonist conveniently asked, so what about my request? Iko replied, of course. I prepared already. Walkie-talkies crafted by devil magic. Iko advertised. Absolute performance can be operated with just a small amount of mana. A smart communication system utilizing architectural complexity encrypted to prevent any eavesdropping. Compact design. Easy to carry. Since the devil asked me, ideas just kept flowing. Then I stayed up all night with the uncles to build it. 2 uncles staying up all night helping the niece. Now sleeping soundly. The protagonist didn't spare praise. Just as expected. You are amazing as rumored. Iko suddenly didn't intend to give the items to the protagonist yet. She pressed. By the way, the thing I asked you, accepting me as a teammate, do you have the answer yet? The protagonist intended to refuse politely. Listening to the voice and observing the height. You are young, right? Children fighting is, Iko pointed out. But I'm older than Moni and Mama. The protagonist was out of arguments. Hey, that's because the protagonist wanted to change the subject. But how can I let fan club go fight? Iko stubbornly cried. But I waited for this moment forever. The protagonist found an excuse. You don't have any combat experience, right? Iko retorted. Haven't you seen my weapons? Whoever touches gets scalded by me. The protagonist pretended to give up, saying, all right, I will put you in the team. When Iko relaxed her guard, he immediately snatched the bag. Corrected. Just kidding. Iko pouted. Criticized. You are truly a devil. The protagonist didn't mind saying. You just found out now? 2 uncles watching the protagonist use wisdom to bully Iko told each other, when we stop mocking Iko, just go back to sleep. Done teasing. The protagonist calmly lowered himself. Told Iko, actually, it's not age or combat experience that I don't let you join. Iko then was curious. Then because of what? What the protagonist worried about was, this kid knows and even scolded Marley. What if she, just what if this valuable asset knows she is beside me, then it's considered done for. The protagonist chose words carefully. Iko, you want to know the answer, right? Then try listening to our conversation about the war. Then decide whether to join or not. Iko said, devil brother, you're beating around the bush again. The protagonist shed tears. Me back then, huh? 2 uncles now stepped out to comfort. Are you okay, kid? Want some ice cream? The protagonist returned. Handed walkie-talkies to important members. Knight Commander evaluated. Iko produced these things? This is the first time she accepted a request, right? Someone holding the walkie-talkie admired. This thing even surpasses Empire technology. Empire technology. Walkie-talkie. Created by the doctor's team. Its design isn't due to the doctor's preference, but because he wanted to cause discomfort when using it. Teamwork, communication system, Tesmat, connected himself. I understand. We will infiltrate separately. Instead of forced work, everyone will join the team they fit best and choose coordinated operations. The fortress is very large and complex, but the enemy of ours is familiar with that place. We will divide the enemy's attention by splitting teams. As a result, the ability to reach the center, as well as the Jaeger's hiding place, will increase. Tesmat silently pondered. Risky, but also the plan. Most suitable. No matter how strong we are, if we don't know how to cooperate, we are easily wiped out. The fortress is just such a place. Knight Commander silently calculated. With communication devices, even when we are separated, we can still adjust strategy and coordinate. A tactic anyone can think of, but whether it can be done is unknown. I think this is the devil's power. The aura attracting others. Prestige of a boss. Of course, right now he is still green, but he is developing at a dizzying speed. So, before he can perfect himself, the protagonist sensed the Knight Commander had some intention. Turns out this guy wants to recruit. Do you want to join Manhwa royal family? The protagonist replied. Why did you suddenly mention something so terrifying? Knight Commander said. Then let's talk later. The protagonist waved his hand saying, there is no next time, Dad. Knight Commander honestly expressed, seeing how organizations that were once enemies cooperate with each other. Makes me think I should quickly recruit you. Mama Group, Slums, Arcus's Troops, Sewers, and the protagonist's group, the Devil of the Prophecy. With this lineup, we can really end him. The Jaeger and his fortress already knew about the total assault from 3 factions. Challengers, huh? Great. They make you think this guy is still strong enough. Feeling truly exhilarating. One day, you will understand. All right. Prepare to welcome guests. This is minimum courtesy. Those who will change the world are those willing to play the center. Mama and Arcus stood on the second-floor corridor, watching the protagonist busy guiding preparations for the total assault. Mama stood Decisive Arcus. Spoke up. By the way, I never thought I would cooperate again without saying a word like this. Arcus responded. Seems we think alike. It would be a lie if I said I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Mama understood. Yeah, because from the start we were enemies. Occupying a village in Manhwa Kingdom, maintaining its order. An anarchic group rebelling against the empire. Supporting religious freedom and status. Arcus said, and one of their leaders along with the Jaeger. Now shaking hands with us to rebuild Manhwa Kingdom. How ironic. Mama replied. Sorry, but I don't really understand complex issues. I just help my child walk the path he chose. Arcus silently reevaluated Mama. No longer the blue fire witch, but a mother. Arcus expressed deeply. I think I am the same. There are things only clearer after I lost everything. Even the fact that slums don't form naturally. Mama suddenly remembered her youth, when she accompanied the Jaeger. On a certain day in the past, the Jaeger collapsed. What? This absurd power. We were almost there. We were very close. Just then Mama came to report. The Jaeger. Unfortunately, I thought the Empire would intervene eventually, but didn't expect them to have such a strong person on their side. The Jaeger. Let's try again. Like you said, we were close, right? Our method wasn't wrong. Let's do it again. Step by step. When the Jaeger turned back, not sure how his face looked then, but Mama at that time had a freeze. Until now, she still painfully wanted to know. Why did you have that kind of expression? An operation map was established. Molmagong, Resistance Faction. Abyss are also called. Bottom. Is everyone ready? Consider this the final check. I will explain the operation briefly. Resistance Faction. After infiltrating the fortress, act carefully to gather information. Mama Gang, and we move lightly and proceed to the central area. And Mama, you have the most important and difficult role. You understand, right? Mama replied. Who do you think your mother is? Don't worry. I will ensure this operation succeeds. Clear? The protagonist group wearing animal masks. Various types. Said. Clear. All right. Action. The protagonist group stepped into the dark alley, where sunlight couldn't reach. Friday reminded. Park Byungjang, you must not let your guard down. Do you remember when Zero and I entered the fortress to search for hidden assets? Listen and don't be shocked. There isn't a single chicken shop in the fortress. The protagonist was shocked. What did you just say? Zero gave up. This guy seems to always think about chicken. Marley said, must straighten him out. At this moment, and still can't be serious. But the protagonist seemed to seriously view this issue with Friday. These guys are stupid, huh? Something delicious like chicken isn't here. No different from a sea having no fish. Mountain having no trees. Friday agreed. True indeed. Their brains must be as small as a chicken's brain. Mabamai heard these two talking. Silently complained. There are people who can be this creative in mocking others? The protagonist said, no matter how backward this world is, fried chicken is still the closest dish to humans. In other words, the fact that there isn't a single chicken shop here proves how difficult and terrible life in this area is. Friday said, you can say this is a place with no chicken and beer to relax after a long, tiring day. Zero was speechless. Listening for a while, it actually makes sense, dude. Marley was too used to it. Staying with these guys, acting normal would be abnormal. Small Mabamai didn't create a threat to others. If you don't want to die, don't say harsh words to mom. The protagonist ignored Mabamai. Focus on looking at the map. We can get there in a day. Friday pointed out. Like the sound of frying chicken without oil. Look at the symbols on the map. These are all layers of criminal organizations residing here. And because this is a complex area, so the map is not only inaccurate, but there's also a possibility countless unknown organizations exist too. Of course, they aren't very strong, but the key here is that they all submitted to the Jaeger. Marley joined the discussion, meaning if we act a lot, we will easily be noticed. And if noticed, the Jaeger's guards will come. Friday said, that's right. As for the strength of those guards, we all know well, right? Zero saw. Even civilians living peacefully here will be affected. The protagonist said, no choice. Just go to the center as planned. And avoid using force as much as possible. The protagonist group probably didn't know. Someone was secretly watching them. Found you. Friday looked up, looking at a glowing sign. He exclaimed emotionally. Fried chicken shop. Marley said, because there are normal people living here too. Park Byungjang. Hearing that, he understood Friday immediately. The protagonist had to indulge. All right. We are hungry too. Let's eat. Friday eagerly threw the shop door open. Shopkeeper. 20 chickens, please. The protagonist beside him corrected. 4 is enough. Friday was eager like a child waiting to eat. The shopkeeper brought the chicken up. Here is your chicken. Friday remembered. Discovered inside the fortress. There is chicken. Friday habit. Whenever related to fried chicken, is very strict. The crust is quite thin, huh? It's okay. I will let it pass because it's been a long time since I ate chicken. On the table, the group watched Friday prepare to eat. Silently prayed. Please. Hope we get through this without trouble. Friday took a big bite. This flavor. Back then, when I committed a crime and was expelled, I craved chicken like crazy. But I couldn't enter any chicken shop. Before the Mentos skill was created, I escaped with great difficulty. Finally, a chicken addict like me, somehow, by my own strength, made it myself. That flavor back then. Chicken that tastes like. Friday flipped the table, screamed one word. Pigeon. The whole group shouted. Stop him. Like this, the Jaeger's Carter will catch us. After that, the protagonist group still sat at that shop. They seemed to have reached peace with the shopkeeper. A middle-aged woman brought a small table. Not much, but inviting everyone to enjoy. Discovered inside the fortress. Very cozy. Hot tea and snacks. Friday was still sulking there. Truly not much. The protagonist had to signal Friday to tone it down. The protagonist asked the shopkeeper couple, I am very grateful, but why did you tell us to sleep here? Very strange. We just caused trouble for your shop, yet you let us stay. And this room looks like it once belonged to someone else. From the family photo placed right behind the protagonist, it can be clearly seen. This couple had a son. The shopkeeper exposed. You guys are here because of the Jaeger, right? The shopkeeper recounted. After the Jaeger returned from the slums, the atmosphere inside the fortress is very different. Just one wrong action or word can be reported, even killed. Marley whispered. I guess the Jaeger knew we would come and came up with a plan. Zero sympathized. People living here must not have it easy. The shopkeeper said, the Jaeger is looking for someone, and I think it's you guys. The protagonist rolled up his sleeves, preparing to fight at any moment. So what? Is that why you kept us here? The shopkeeper calmly looked at the protagonist's attitude. He turned away, without saying a word. Open a door. The protagonist was alert. The door the shopkeeper opened was a shrine room. He revealed, "My son used to stay in this room. He was a teacher. Even when Matt Vaughn became like this, he never lost hope. He thought that no matter where, children still must grow up in an educational environment. So he built a school in the fortress and taught the kids there. But Carter is a human trafficker, and the school became a target. If only I'd fought him. If only I had never supported him. Everyone knows that Matt Vaughn has something wrong. But even if everyone knows, nothing can be done. Just living like that. Those people are the ones who kill my son. And I was the one who killed him." The protagonist group heard this, tactfully stayed silent. The shopkeeper said, "You want to know why I let you guys sleep here, right? I see that you're trying to create change. I just want to give you guys, those who have a long journey ahead, a full stomach and a good rest. Although not much. Please, bring down the Jaeger and make Matt Vaughn better." The protagonist replied like this, "I don't know how to make your lives better," the protagonist said with a convincing expression. "However, I will definitely ask the person who can do that." The shopkeeper heard this and was moved to tears. His son's efforts for tomorrow were not in vain. That night, the moon looked so round, yet so close. Most people in the group slept to regain strength, except for Marley and the protagonist who were still awake. The protagonist seemed to have something on his mind. Meanwhile, at the Jaeger's fortress, someone was looking at a map and calculating the protagonist group's moves. This person guessed, the protagonist group is in District 7. The next morning, before the protagonist's group left, the shopkeeper gave them a bag, said, "Take this. It's chicken, not pigeon. Real chicken, real price. Only one bag left. Eat it on the way." Friday now stopped sulking. "Brother, I'm sorry about yesterday. When the mission is over, I'll come back for you. Have 30 chickens ready for me, okay?" The shop owner replied, "I'll be waiting." Two dark figures approached the shop owner and his wife. As they were waving goodbye to the protagonist group, in a narrow alley, a suspicious person was lying in ambush. When the protagonist passed through that narrow alley, the people in the nearby houses immediately launched a surprise attack. They hadn't attacked yet. One of them grabbed the protagonist's head. This was like a signal for the others to charge forward. One of them quickly grabbed the two smallest members. Mabamai and Magi, Malay, didn't even have time to worry about her children when she was also grabbed by a masked man. He covered her mouth from behind. Two others. They must be the strongest. They held Jiru and File. These guys, this kind of power, were pinned. Their strength is incredible. But the abyss is much stronger. The one who grabbed the protagonist pleaded, "Don't hit me," the protagonist said. "You attacked us first, and now you're begging? You have no resolve. You need a punch to wake you up." The man cried out, "Please, give me a chance to speak. I never intended to harm any of you from the start. I was just trying to get you to a safe place so you wouldn't be discovered." The protagonist's brow relaxed slightly. "You should have said so sooner." The other man whined, "I got punched before I could say anything." The protagonist asked, "Whose subordinates are you? Or are you acting on your own?" The man took off his hood and replied, "The Queen sent me." Afterward, the protagonist group was led to a place by these strangers. There was an addict guarding the door. "What about Kyuch?" The other man warned him. "Say that again, and I'll deal with you." The addict backed down. "Fine, go in." The door opened. The protagonist group was led inside. They came to a second door. Behind that door, what did they see? Agatsi and an unfamiliar female demon. Agatsi said, "Long time no see." The group never expected to see Agatsi here. The protagonist let out a silent sigh of relief. A light scolding. "This kid, you're safe, and you didn't even come looking for me?" Zero and Moni were so moved they wanted to run over and hug her. "I'm so glad you're safe." They were stunned by Agatsi's shout. "Stop, you animals." The protagonist and the others were all shocked. Agatsi displayed the majesty of a queen, saying, "We're running out of time, so there won't be any family reunion. Just shut up and listen carefully." The protagonist felt niche. Usually, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But what happened? Agatsi got straight to the point. "I have good news and bad news. First, the good news. But I'll warn you beforehand. When the box is open, don't make any noise." Everyone tensed up and focused. And when the box was opened, what they saw was a blade of Zello's grass. The protagonist couldn't contain his excitement. He lost his cool and shouted his teammate's name. This caused the man holding the box to shut it immediately. The protagonist threatened the innocent man. What the hell? Why did you close it? You vanadi? Open it. Agatsi interjected. I'm sorry, but I can't. This action from Agatsi made the whole group realize something was off. She had something difficult to say. Agatsi revealed, many of my slaves are dead. That's the bad news. Zello is the enemy. That's right. For some reason, Zello is currently alive, but he switched sides. The protagonist found it hard to accept. Zello is an enemy? Agatsi didn't dare to confirm anything for sure, so she chose her words carefully. I'm not sure if he's being controlled or if he betrayed us, but his goblins are spread throughout the fortress. At first, I let my guard down because I had no idea. I thought he was on our side, and I lost my own slaves. I almost died many times before I was convinced. It seems they're trying to eliminate everyone in the lower levels of the cuisine laboratory, including me. The power of Zello is being used for the Jagger's purposes. I'm sure of it. This is extremely bad news for all of them. Zello is an enemy? Zello is still alive. Seeing the protagonist leaning towards optimism, File said, Captain Bach, I know you're happy, but now is not the time. The protagonist suddenly realized a danger that couldn't be ignored. The goblins have been scattered throughout the fortress. They are in danger. The protagonist immediately took out his radio to inform everyone of this life or death news. This is the Abyss, Agatsi's unique space. This place is an independent space created by her ability. The radio has to be used outside. The protagonist couldn't help but curse. He rushed out to find a signal. As he ran, he tried to contact the other two parties. Hello? Hello? Emergency. We haven't been discovered. Another variable has appeared. The protagonist kicked open the second door. He shouted a warning to the other two parties. Be careful with your words, everyone. Someone might be listening. Who would have thought? As soon as he got outside, the first thing that hit the protagonist's eyes was a tragic scene. Despair suddenly engulfed him. Agatsi had said, my slaves have lost their lives, and I almost died countless times before I realized. The shop owner couple they had just met not long ago. They had warmly said, this is real chicken at a real price. We'll be waiting. And yet now, that couple from the chicken shop had been hanged where the protagonist could see them. Like a mockery, like a knife twisting into Bach Bionjang's flesh. It was no different from forcing him to bear the guilt, to become the sinner of this hell on earth. The radio crackled with static, until someone responded. Captain Bach. The protagonist raised the radio to his ear. Tesmat. On the other end. They were surrounded. Tesmat reported briefly. Too late. Over. A group of muscular guys, wearing school uniforms, armed with weapons. They surrounded Tesmat's group. Found you. Koma held her stomach, and let a long laugh. She patted the person next to her. Good job. Really. You found someone useful. Zello was the one who planned the ambush on all three parties. Zello said, talk less. Just get the money ready as you promised. Koma said, don't worry about that. My boss never breaks a promise. Right now, both the protagonist and Tesmat's sides are in trouble. It's only a matter of time before the resistance is ambushed too. Now let the hunt begin. Looks like an old man, wearing a schoolgirl's uniform, wielding twin blades. He looked down arrogantly. Gotcha. Heejin knew this group. The Carter DK. Looks like we've been caught by some troublesome folks. All of them are heavyweights or stronger. A gang that can tear people apart with their bare hands. A gang formed by mercenaries. The contrast between these muscular monsters and the uniforms we wear. The fear of imbalance. They're the second most notorious group in the fortress, right after the Jagger. Every single one of them is bizarre. The leader of Carter DK said, it's a formula. One specially trained mercenary is equivalent to 0.5 high school girls. So what if a specially trained mercenary is combined with a high school girl? That's right. It equals 1.5 high school girls. Tesmat nodded to himself. Of course. A comprehensible theory. Olivia silently assessed them. To become stronger, did you have to sell your souls to the devil? The leader of Carter DK said, enough with the scientific talk. Let's get to it. Let's go, sisters. Now, can a Great Tree group break through and survive? We'll have the answer after this. Back to the protagonist. When the radio went silent, the protagonist lost his cool again, just as he was about to shout. Luckily, the calmer File was there. He managed to cover his mouth in time. File whispered a reminder. Did you forget we're being tracked by the grass? Is this the law of conservation of uselessness? Captain Bach, the perfect thing to say to help me regain my focus. Thanks, File. In the protagonist's heart, there were two types of people he secretly disliked to some extent. First place was Sin. This type ruins everything with their destructive behavior. Second place was Agatsi. This type is completely useless. Back inside, the protagonist was going crazy inside. Right. I shouldn't let my emotions get the better of me. Now I understand why File, in such a short time, had already put on his mask and gone outside. He was furious, but he had things to do. The words of the chicken shop owner just a moment ago. It's chicken, not pigeon. This is the last real chicken. Eat on the go. File and the protagonist both thought to themselves, Sir, I will pay you back in full for the chicken. File and the protagonist's hearts were heavy, filled with murderous intent. They kicked the door open, returning to Agatsi's location. The group was waiting for the protagonist's next command. He said, Let's plan our move against Zello. Dashing through the dark alley were Tezmat and Janka. They were being chased and hunted by the Carter DK gang. Tezmat cursed under his breath. It seems I've been separated from the others. They probably wanted it this way. We're not familiar with the terrain in the fortress. We'll be in danger if this continues. But Captain Bach, that guy, even when he's enraged, he can still come up with something. Sometimes, problems can be solved by approaching them simply. If that's the case, he called out, Janka, let's do it. Our way. Janka was someone who liked things simple and direct. So she responded immediately. Damn right. Hearing you say this great, big bro. Tezmat led by example. He leaped towards the Korte de Kugong. He lunged at one of them and stabbed 2 pins into the man's chest. One down. Next, Tezmat took out a pair of scissors. Tezmat stabbed quickly 3 times, taking down the second one. He spun around, dodging the third man's punch. Then he opened the scissor blades and slit his throat. The Carter DK members told each other, the opponent is a top executive in the Mama gang. Don't let your guard down. Attack him all at once. Oh, my dear, lovely big brother. Come play with us until you die. Tezmat replied, Sorry, but I'm still in my 10-second window. One of the Carter DK members suddenly felt ashamed. What did I just say to a minor? A box cutter blade flashed towards his eye. This guy cost him an eye. He screamed. This is the goddess's punishment. A hand reached out and touched the man's cheek. Janka said, You think the goddess's punishment is only this much? At the very least, it should be like this. Janka took out 2 of them with 1 slap. Even if the remaining ones cried foul, she took out her baseball bat. Her usual style, bashing the Carter DK gang. As for Heejin and Olivia, who were separated, hearing Tezmat's voice lifted his spirits. Hey kids, that sounds so motivating. Olivia told him, What are you talking about? You think I'm as old as you? At your age, running around causing trouble is motivating? What's next? Your soul is the most hopeless one here. To get back at Olivia for ruining his mood. Heejin said this. The late 20s aren't exactly young, you know. A group of Carter DK members blocked their path. They're here. You idiots. This is the end of the line. There's no way out. But as the 2 of them got closer, they realized something was strange about this pair of siblings. It turned out Heejin was being chased by Olivia. So the 2 of them ignored the enemy and crashed through the gang like a pile of bowling pins. You should never bring up a girl's age. Olivia went into Super Saiyan mode. Her voice was full of menace. She said, Stay right there, while I'm still talking nicely. Where's the fairness? Heejin cried out. What? You're the one who started it. The leader of Carter DK observed everything, but he remained as calm as ever. He said, It seems they're moving according to plan, although it's taking a bit longer and is a bit tougher than expected. But this is enough. Sisters, lure them to the designated spot. Janka and Tezmat. It's going to be hard to escape from here, isn't it? I see an alley. It's worth breaking through. Seeing the 2 siblings turn into the side alley, the Carter DK gang noisily gave chase. Heejin, meanwhile, was suffering the consequences of his foolish prank. Olivia now saw him as the enemy, not the DK gang. Damn it. There are too many thugs up ahead. I was just planning to run around and joke a bit, but this isn't funny anymore. Heejin suddenly noticed the corridor above the DK gang ahead. There's an escape route. Using someone's ability, Heejin jumped up to the 2nd floor. Heejin just never learns. He even stood there and provoked Olivia. If you keep being this slow, you won't catch me until we're both in our 30s. Olivia cursed the dog who shoved Age up her butt. Olivia also followed Heejin. She jumped up to the second floor, saying, "Today, I'm changing the pecking order." Heejin, as if he couldn't keep his mouth shut, kept stepping on the landmine. "Am I 30 already?" The leader gave a signal. "Now's the time. Pull down the shutters." The paths that Testmat's group thought were breakthrough points were actually where the DK gang had planned to herd them. All four of them realized they'd been tricked. The path is blocked. The leader of the DK gang chose to deal with Testmat and Janka. He shouted, "Nice to see you again. Now then, how many of you are there?" Janka was a little surprised that only one person came to deal with them. Testmat said, "They trapped us and left them alone. I think they've made a mistake." The Carter DK leader said, "I'm alone, but do you think I'm standing here alone without any consideration? You're underestimating the leader of a gang, you know? There are two types of cuisine. The first type makes you feel intoxicated. It makes you comfortable. It's called colics. The other type, the leader took a hit of the drug, awakens very strong hormones." The two siblings noticed the difference immediately. Testmat was horrified. Not just his body, but his physical strength is also increasing. Has cuisine developed this much? Anyway, there's a reason he's so confident. Testmat was forced to ready his ability. Damn it. I wanted to save it because I can only use it once a day after the midterm exam. But I have no choice. The high leader announced. "Well then, shall we begin?" But suddenly, out of nowhere, Komu was right beside the DK leader. The leader reigned in his high behavior. He turned. "Sister Komu." Komu criticized him. "You're too slow." Testmat's nerves tightened. Komu looked at the two siblings, Testmat and Janka, and said, "After I looked over this place, even though there are a lot of people, the whole lot of you can't even wear them out, let alone injure them." The DK leader had just started to apologize when Komu slapped him, sending him flying. His life was gone in a flash. The two siblings, Testmat and Janka, were shocked. They never expected Komu to deal with the DK leader so quickly. A guy like that, with just one hit. Komu seemed annoyed with the Carter DK gang's methods. She said coldly, "Truly useless. The current situation is Komu versus Testmat and Janka. The girl with the bushy hair deals with Heejin and Olivia. Zello will finish it. The operation is a success." At the same time, in Agatzi's base, the protagonist told the team, as Agatzi said, "We don't know if Zello is a traitor or being controlled. What's certain is, he is our enemy. When he was at PETA, there was no problem. But if he betrayed us, then Zello's demonic grass will be the most terrifying thing. For sure." Agatzi gritted her teeth and said, "The Jagger. He also knows that fact." Malay suddenly remembered what the chicken shop owner had said. After the Jagger went to the slums and returned, the atmosphere in the fortress became strange. Just one wrong word or action, and people would ignore each other, divide each other, and even kill each other. From that, she deduced, did the atmosphere in the fortress become strange because of Zello too? The protagonist said, "It's a bit late to say this now, but I'm sorry. Don't complicate things. Think simply. This fight, if he's being controlled, let's save him first. We'll figure out the rest later. If he's really a traitor, then there's only one simple solution. Beat him until he remembers his lesson. No one knows how Zello works better than we do. He dares to betray us? Let's show him the price he has to pay." The battle of wills between me and Zello has begun. Testmat and Komu were still observing each other. Neither side had made a move yet. Komu spoke to break the silence. "Why is the atmosphere so tense? I was looking forward to a showdown with Mama one day." Testmat's 3 pins flew mercilessly at Komu's face. Testmat said, "Sorry, but that thought never crossed my mind. I just want to end this." Komu smiled and replied, "Is that so?" Janka became even more vigilant. It didn't cause any damage. Janka advanced with her baseball bat. She swung the bat, accompanied by her firework-like explosive ability. And the result? It didn't faze Komu at all. She even playfully made a cute cat face. Janka wondered to herself, "What is this? What kind of ability is that?" Testmat charged. He used his sharpest objects, attacking continuously, with great speed at Komu. He signaled, "Janka." She understood and coordinated with him. So Komu was stabbed and slashed by Testmat on one side, and bashed with Janka's explosive bat on the other. But neither of them had managed to scratch her skin, or even cut a single strand of her hair. Komu said leisurely, "Do you know about a fierce beast called the Kojin? Although I'm human, I was raised by a Kojin since I was a child. Everyone knows about the Kojin's tongue, right? Their tongues have countless sharp and pointed barbs. Tezmat thought. I know. That's why the Kojin's tongue has become a term for those who hurt others with their words. Janka was getting frustrated. This kid. I gave it my all, and yet she's completely unharmed. There was no reaction, so I can't figure out what her ability is. Meanwhile, she skillfully avoids vital spots like her eyes. The way she observes and reacts when moving is incredible. Komu continued to ramble on nonchalantly, like this fierce beast. There's an instinct deeply ingrained in their genes from birth, and that is, it was Komu's turn to counterattack. First, she caught the two hands that were attacking her. Komu used her strength to force the two siblings to their knees, and said, licking is how the beast shows affection. Among wild beasts, this is completely normal. But this time, the subject was a human. When licked by that rough tongue, an excruciating pain would wash over them. It could even cut and tear their flesh. But I didn't avoid it, because I could feel that love. After enduring that entire period, I eventually stopped feeling pain. That's why normal attacks can't hurt me. So, my skin was constantly destroyed and regenerated. I trained to have extremely tough skin that could even withstand a Kojin's tongue. Because Komu was too strong, and they couldn't find a way to hurt her, yet Tezmat had to use his ability to free the two of them from Komu's grasp first. Komu was also quite surprised to be thrown back. As for Tezmat, through observation and testing, he saw the problem isn't an ability, but pure physical strength. Like a Gotsi, it's either cause internal damage or get blown away. Only martial arts masters like Cindy or Bella can land an internal attack. Otherwise, you'll die midway through or be completely crushed by overwhelming power. Tezmat locked his target on Komu. Sensing the disadvantage, Komu moved so fast that she only left an afterimage in front of Tezmat. Janka, standing behind, had a better view of the whole scene. She quickly shouted a warning to Tezmat. In reality, Komu didn't move far. She just lowered her body into a launching stance. I can feel it. If I get hit by that, I'll die, right? Surprising, isn't it? My instincts were honed with the Kojin. I'm no different from a wild beast ready to pounce on its prey. Of course, my physical strength is the same, despite the fact that there was timely help from Janka pulling Tezmat out of the fatal zone. He was still wounded in the abdomen by Komu's claws. Janka was furious. This little brat. Seeing Janka's bat coming down, Komu unleashed her ultimate move, Cat's Paw. As we already know, due to the difference in strength, Janka had no chance in a head-on clash with Komu. She fell to the ground. Komu licked her claws and said, just as I expected, the Tezmat siblings are too weak compared to me. Weaklings like to stick together to pretend they're tough. They borrow strength from the whole team and then think they're actually strong. Truly delusional. A fitting end for reality. Tezmat sat up and said, where do you think you're going? Hearing his voice, Komu glanced back. Seeing both Tezmat's siblings getting up, Komu advised, it would probably be better to stay still. One of you must have broken bones, and the other, if you don't hold the wound shut, your organs will spill out. Tezmat had a way. He took out a stapler and stapled his skin directly as a quick and convenient way to suture the wound. Spill out what? Komu had to reconsider. Tezmat said, although the process was a bit difficult, the problem has been solved. This is the answer. Wild beasts will be hunted. So then, shall we try to score it? Compared to Tezmat's side, which had shed blood, Heejin and Olivia's side was much more peaceful. The two of them were tied up. They said to each other, what should we do? This is so uncomfortable. Heejin and Olivia hadn't made a move yet. The person with hair like a haystack below them mumbled, how did it come to this? I'm not cut out for this. I want to go back. But there's no way back anymore. Olivia didn't bother talking to the one who tied her up. Hey, I can't hear what you're saying. This is so annoying. Heejin looked at his damn sister and criticized her. Such a backward person. The person below was worried about her own mumbling. It's all tangled up. My hair is a mess. The road ahead is too. I can't untangle it. It's all a mess. All of it. Then this person began to tighten the strands of hair, making it hard for Heejin and Olivia to breathe. The hair is strong enough to be an assassination weapon. Now, even though it's all tangled up, it can still move at will. What a troublesome ability. Just like its owner's personality. But that's all there is to it. Archife. Heejin managed to draw Bak Byongjang's card. As expected. A good card. But the two of them immediately felt something was missing. What? Only one side? This was the first time Heejin had encountered such an error. So he was very confused. This is strange. He tried using the other abilities he had stored. They all worked normally. No missing parts or errors. Heejin lamented. Why are all these abilities so unsuited for this situation? Olivia was speechless at her useless brother. What on earth did you store those abilities for? They're all just for entertainment. From this, Heejin discovered a second anomaly that had never happened to him before. What is it? The archive? The understanding algorithm. Doesn't understand my heart? Olivia scolded. This is so annoying. So what if it's understanding? In the end, it's just a random ability. Relying on something like that from the start is why you're in this mess. Olivia was about to take out her makeup, but looking again, she saw her hands were empty. Olivia was stunned, speechless. I dropped my makeup? This is a mess. It's already a mess. It's Olivia mess. Like person, like things. Even fate. Olivia and Heejin silently noted the key point. Fate is also a mess? The one who tied them said. From the moment my hair got tangled, it was all over. Once you get caught in my hair, your fate will also get tangled up. Just like my life. Everything is a mess. An ability that can even mess with fate. So that's why I dropped my makeup kit, the one thing that never leaves my hand. And the understanding algorithm has stopped working too? The other person cried. I don't want to do anything. Why'd I end up in this situation? Forget it. I'm going to sleep. You guys can just stay stuck in that mess. Anyway, there's no way Komu will lose. Sooner or later, someone will find their way here. Heejin, for some reason, started encouraging the enemy. Hey, why are you so pessimistic when you have such a formidable ability? Being tied up so tightly that you can't move will make it easier to deal with. The girl with the messy hair said dejectedly, right now, I hate everything, even trying, even doing the right thing. In the end, it just becomes a part of Carter. No matter how far I go, everything still gets tangled up, and Palia, and fate, and everyone and myself. Everyone must hate me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me fall into this mess. Heejin said, is that so? As he spoke, he used his skillful hands to untangle the locks of hair. And just like that, he freed himself. The girl with the tangled hair stared in amazement. Heejin said, you just have to untangle it slowly. Though it's embedded in the skin, so it hurts a little. The reason Heejin could escape so quickly was because his skilled hands had mastered countless games, just like a seasoned gambler. He picked up the makeup bag and threw it back to Olivia. Olivia caught it and immediately used the scissors and eyebrow razor to cut the hair, freeing herself. So annoying. It was just a small problem. I've encountered things like this so many times in my life. Heejin continued his sister's words. That's right. Life is about slowly untangling the messes you've gotten into. The girl with the tangled hair retorted. What do you know? No matter how hard I try, just because of external factors, do you understand the feeling of your mood gradually getting worse? Even if you're blessed, or have people who believe in you. In the end, you're no different from me. You're just living by instinct. The girl with the tangled hair sent out strands of hair, attacking the two siblings. Heejin, from his archive, pulled out a sand-specialized ability. Olivia also put on the makeup of her usual strong older sister persona. The two siblings dodged through the mass of hair. They used sharp tools to try and cut their opponent's hair. But all of those things got stuck in the thick hair of the tangled-haired girl. It has no effect. This hair is stronger than I thought. It's harder than steel. Your attacks can't reach me. Judging others based on your own meager experiences is nothing more than arrogant advice. The girl with the tangled hair used her hair like a whip, lashing out violently. It wasn't just like a whip. There are also strange things caught in the hair. If we keep getting attacked like this, we'll be in big trouble. Heejin drew out the ability Deep Embrace. No matter how terrible the food is, it makes the taste buds feel normal. A nearly useless ability with almost no application. It turned out a thin strand of hair was still wrapped around Heejin's leg. I thought I had escaped. Can you really avoid everything with just hair? The girl with the tangled hair controlled the strands. Get tangled up. A large amount of hair concentrated its attack on the two siblings. It wrapped tightly around their bodies, causing them to cough up blood. The girl with the tangled hair mumbled again. So annoying. This feeling is so annoying. She pulled a broken knife from her messy hair. She said, don't you care? This world is slowly going insane. To me, someone born at the bottom of society, living desperately in this crazy era. And yet, Is it that easy? To just die like that? I'll kill you. It's people like you who make me suffer like this. This is righteous self-defense. Heejin scratched his head and said, looks like I've stepped on a landmine. Is this a generation gap? Even though I try to live youthfully, I still get out of sync sometimes. He slammed his fist into his palm. What does this mean? Olivia, beside him, had a bad feeling. And sure enough, this Heejin guy was asking for a beating again. He touched on a sensitive subject. Olivia, you're the same, aren't you? The generation gap. Before we die. What's a little joke? Olivia wanted to punch Heejin. Is your enemy me? You bastard. But for some reason, her fist didn't obey her. It headed in a different direction. To Olivia's own surprise, the fist that should have hit Heejin's face ended up punching the girl with the tangled hair. This must be righteous self-defense. This made the two siblings see the weak point of this ability. The entanglement of fate. Therefore, it was supposed to be an attack on me, but thanks to the chaos, it hit that lady instead. In a village in the kingdom of Bo. Long time no see. I've heard the news. You ignored my teachings and got yourselves called the Murder Weapon Sisters. You've got some nerve to even dare to come back. Cindy, Bella, though ashamed to face her master, Bella still had to shamelessly beg, Master, please teach me one more time. Master, or in the fairy tale, of the two sisters Bella and Cindy, it was the fairy godmother. She remarked, how bold. Bella clawed at the dirt with her hands. She confessed to her master, I am too weak to protect the one I love. So with humility and a burning determination in her heart, Bella pleaded, Master, please teach me again. I am too weak. I can't go on like this. The fairy godmother looked at Bella. Then she slowly closed her eyes, tilted her head, and said, Go back. Cindy called out, Fairy godmother. She wanted to speak up for her sister, but the fairy godmother replied indifferently, I don't want to teach anyone anymore. When Bella left, she was determined to learn something before returning. So she expressed to the fairy godmother, I have someone to love now. I understand your words, Master. We forgot your teachings and became lost in our power. We ignored everything and were only focused on showing off our strength. I gradually became like the stepmother and stepsisters I once hated. When I fell to the bottom of the abyss, I met him, and the precious comrades by my side. My world has changed. Cindy sympathized with her sister. However, Master, he is suffering. He is suffering so much. And yet, I can't do anything to help. I've even become a burden. Master, I want to be a pillar of support for the person who changed my entire world. Please, I beg you, Master. Cindy held back her emotions. She also cowed out. Please, Master, I beg you. Zara, who had been secretly following, had heard all of Bella's words. She was both moved and heartbroken. The fairy godmother looked up at the sky. She remembered a part of her past. When she saved a handsome young man, he had smiled gratefully and said, Thank you for saving me, miss. The fairy godmother closed her eyes. She said to herself, Forgive me. The fairy godmother told the two sisters, Bella and Cindy, this cannot be called training. You could even lose your lives. The fairy godmother's warning only made the two sisters more determined. We are ready. The fairy godmother silently remembered the image of that young man from long ago. She reminded herself, I swore I would never use it again. Please forgive me. The fairy godmother said, What you have to do is very simple. She threw off her cloak. Revealing a massive physique. Despite her old age, just survive. The two sisters believed they would definitely overcome this. For the person who lit up their world, let's return to the girl with the tangled hair. In her inner world, her world was once shrouded in darkness, full of injustice and absurdity. It's not much better now. Why does fate keep abandoning me? Now that there's a weak point, the game becomes much simpler. The binding of fate. From now on, our actions will be teasing and chaotic. Beating up the girl with the tangled hair will now become the elegant pastime of the two siblings. Almost 30, old lady. You're just living off your makeup. All your friends are settled down. What are you even doing? Always getting dumped at the last minute. Have you ever even had a job? Accompanied by Heejin's teasing. What else? Of course, Olivia's angry fists. But the one who took the full brunt of the beating was the girl with the tangled hair. Heejin continuously displayed his glib personality. Freckle face, 4 eyes, slit eyes, striped pumpkin. And Olivia killed 2 birds with 1 stone. She got to vent her anger and beat up the enemy. The girl with the tangled hair felt extremely wronged. Why is it only me? Only me? She erupted. She released more of her tangled hair, crying loudly. She screamed about how the world hated her. Heejin was teasing Olivia with his life on the line. Can't let the momentum drop. Must tease with all my might. Olivia's mind was filled with one thought. Must kill. Must kill that bastard Heejin. Must finish him now. The battle between the two sides was so intense that it spilled over into another area of the dark alley, creating a hellscape. A three-way battle royale. A fierce and brutal battle began. A lonely battle. Completely no. It looks like a lonely battle. What is this? They're clearly fighting like crazy. But what? Am I the one taking the most hits? Olivia's attacks were clearly aimed at Heejin and Mosey. But what Mosey didn't know was that Heejin had long been teasing Olivia just for the fun of it. Among the great trees, Heejin felt that Tezmat became awkward due to his rank. His reactions were also less effective. Maddie felt uneasy, a strange fear of the consequences to come. Janka was quite serious, so she felt tense. Otto was fun to tease, but he easily got angry and withdrew. Zara was a mismatch. The only reaction he got from Babymaker was Beheave. Only Olivia reacted the fastest to Heejin's teasing, so he always teased Olivia and then ran away. All that accumulated experience helped him dodge Olivia's attacks at this moment. Real taunts and real punches. The combination of Heejin and Olivia. That is true siblinghood. And that's how Mosey got beaten to a pulp by the two simple-minded siblings. Mosey lamented, "This is too much. It hurts. Only I always have to endure these tangles. It hurts so much." Heejin secretly admired Mosey's resilience. Even after being hit by Olivia, she was still conscious, a terrifying defensive ability. Olivia was a girl who paid great attention to her appearance. So, as a professional habit, she was extremely concerned about Mosey's condition. So annoying. When I punch, I can feel it clearly. The closer to the body, the more tangled the hair becomes. But the important thing right now is, has Mosey lost her will to fight? Mosey mumbled, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'd rather just... Mosey's hair spread out, wrapping around everything nearby, regardless of trash or debris. The two Heejin siblings tensed up. Everything completely collapsed. Olivia looked at the mass of hair that had almost become a monstrous creature. She complained, "This is so annoying. What the hell is this? This? How can we win?" Mosey turned her hair into a living monster, declaring, "Let everything get tangled up and self-destruct. Along with me." Heejin whispered, "Hey, let's run." Olivia also replied softly, "It's no use anymore." So Heejin used his strongest weapon. Cold words. Heejin asked Mosey, "Miss, why are you so negative?" The extreme depressive, Mosey replied, "If you're going to preach some nonsense, just stop. I try my best. I put in all my effort, but nothing has changed." Because of this curse-like ability, Heejin continued to wonder, "Mine, but I don't understand." Mosey lost her patience and shouted, "What?" Chapboy Heejin said, "Why are you so negative? You're so beautiful." Mosey froze. Olivia's system crashed. Heejin used his masterful flirting skills, saying, "If it's all going to get tangled up anyway, why not? Try getting tangled up with me?" The monstrous hair dropped the piles of scrap metal to the ground. An unprecedented event. Someone who didn't love herself like Mosey now had a young man expressing interest in getting to know her. Of course, her heart was in a tangled mess. What is this? Suddenly, why is he saying I'm pretty? Me? What nonsense is he talking? Wait, that man. Why is he so handsome? The result of Olivia's high-speed makeup skills. Mosey's heart was screaming. This man, I want to get tangled up with him. But, can I do that? Olivia rushed forward. Looks like it's loosened up a bit, huh? Mosey thought she was being attacked. I've been tricked. But Olivia's move was something most girls love. Makeup technique. A little courage. I'll help you. Confidence makeup. Heejin threw off his windbreaker to add to his rugged, romantic charm. He hugged Mosey, saying sweetly, "Today will be the first day." Mosey felt like her life was about to turn a new page. Heejin suddenly moved away a bit. He got very close to Mosey's face. Mosey's heart fluttered. Wait, this progress. But a chap boy is a chap boy. Heejin smiled cruelly and announced, "Now let's break up." How could Mosey handle this first shock of her life? The progress was too fast. Heejin kindly left her with one last word. "Find someone better. Goodbye." To win, They are willing to use any means necessary. That is the cruel nature of gangsters. The team of Heejin and Olivia had the perfect coordination of true siblings. The Jagger's subordinate, Carter Mosey, is officially eliminated. Bibion Song, Olivia, and Heejin win. Heejin wondered, I wonder if our big brother is okay. Olivia had faith. She said, Big bro isn't like you. He probably finished long ago and is waiting for us. Little did they know, their older siblings were in a fierce battle with broken bones and punctured stomachs. Back to the tension between Komu and the Tezmat siblings. Komu glared. A beast is meant to be hunted? What do you do now? Take away the ridiculous mama gang. And you're just weaklings. You pretend to worship this thing called family. But in reality, you're just a bunch of people who gather in a pack. Because you're too weak when you're alone. Tezmat pointed the tip of his red pen at Komu. He retorted, How ridiculous. Aren't you also a member of the Jagger? Komu got into a wild beast stance again. She replied, It's different. I acknowledge the wilderness created by humans. And I received a promise from the Jagger. Tezmat found it amusing. In the end, what were you promised? Komu lunged forward, replying, The Animal Protection Act. Both siblings thought, Seriously? That actually sounds quite convincing. Cut to the protagonist's group planning. Their assault on the Jagger's base. Agatsi said, A security system. This complex must have been chosen for a reason. Have you met Inomii, Zabia? That twin brat? The protagonist was a bit confused. Malay stood silently to the side. Agatsi pointed to the female demon. This girl belongs to the same clan as Inomii Zabia. She possesses the ability to teleport through space. The protagonist turned and whispered to Malay. You know her? Malay avoided his gaze and replied, No, there are too many demon clans in that region. The protagonist criticized her. You only remember the famous ones? How harsh. Malay said, You probably don't know who I am either. Gizabeth knows her and has placed most of the fortress's territory under her control. We no longer have the ability to teleport. So when we need to act stealthily, we have to knock her out. We move through space in Da's dreams, which is why Da's intellect has declined a bit lately. Hearing this, the protagonist looked around. He thought, So this is the space inside Da's dream? Looking closely, it really is a mess. The protagonist offered his opinion. Either way, isn't this method too troublesome? If we understand Zello's abilities, we can establish a safe zone. Agatsi continued. That's true. If it were just Zello, the problem is Komu has appeared as a pursuer. Compared to a purely defensive and magical Mosey, a Komu with superhuman physical abilities is much tougher. Her physique is reminiscent of a predatory beast. With every move Tezmat made, a barrage of school supplies was launched at Komu. It's absurd. Her defensive ability. Komu leisurely closed the distance with Tezmat, as if taking a stroll. She mocked him. You know, it's useless. You look smart, so why are you like this? But Tezmat was about to show Komu that his head wasn't just for show. Even with her extremely sensitive senses, Komu could still feel the environment. Her vision was blocked by 2 sticky notes. These are sticky notes. The intermediate death sentence. I have to break through and catch him. The 2 siblings wanted to use this opportunity to counterattack. But as we know, Komu has superior senses. So whether she can see or not, doesn't matter. I can feel everything. So Komu could dodge attacks without needing to see. Komu tore off the 2 sticky notes covering her eyes. You'd better pull back your hand. You're too persistent, surpassing even superhuman senses. The 6th sense? Agatsi said, This place, in the middle of the fortress, is like a concrete jungle. Komu is the real terror. The 2 sides were at a stalemate, and it was certain that the Tezmat siblings were at a disadvantage. This made Tezmat particularly annoyed. This is so frustrating. This one and that one are all the same. Do they look down on us? There's no denying the reason. To us, without Mom, everything is just a sandcastle. Deep down, we all know that. In fact, we've never truly shown our real selves, nor have we tried to understand each other. The problem is, even though I've realized it, and even know the answer, I still can't easily solve it. The scariest thing isn't the answer, but the moment I put my pen to paper and write down that truth. The wound on Tezmat's abdomen was torn open. Janka shouted, Big bro. She ran to support Tezmat, breaking his fall. Janka was extremely worried about Tezmat's condition, but the injured Tezmat was quite calm. He asked, Janka, don't you trust me? Janka composed herself. Then she replied confidently, what are you talking about? Komu emerged from the smoke, laughing loudly. What does the hunt begin? Janka's hands reached out. She grabbed Komu's head with both hands. She said, right now, you bitch. Then she used a headbutt, not just once. It was a continuous series of headbutts accompanied by explosions. Komu sneered. You really haven't improved at all. You know full well that's useless. But suddenly, Komu felt her head spin. Ouch, that hurts. So that's it. All this time, the attacks were just simple sweeps, accompanied by explosions. This attack pinned my head, not allowing me to retreat. Then she delivered a direct headbutt. At the exact moment, the distance between the two of them was almost zero. An explosion would erupt. So then, the full force of the explosion will be directed straight inside. Komu warned, but if you do that, you won't survive either. Janka was the one executing the move. She didn't consider the risks, but the operation they were on was already a life or death gamble. So she shouted back, I don't care. Damn it. At this rate, the brain damage will be severe. And the enemy has two people. I can't let this continue. Komu bent her legs. Using the weight of her body, she pulled Janka forward. The moment Komu's back hit the ground, her feet were already on her opponent's stomach. This was the position for her to execute her technique. Hakodan bang. Janka was kicked backward. Komu managed to escape from Janka, but the damage done to her was irreversible. Komu escaped from Janka. However, the damage done to her was irreversible. Despite the ability to open and close her ears at will, she still detected it. My ears are ringing. No matter how tightly I cover them, the vibration still echoes from inside, and the enemy won't miss this opportunity while she is weakened. Tae-min from within the smoke, aiming his hidden hand toward Komu. The moment he loses all senses is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Intermediate necrosis. Komu was really frustrated now. Everyone saw it. She kicked Tae-min's arm away. A few seconds before Janka head-butt Komu, it was Tae-min who directed his sister to this method. If attacking that way, surely Komu will also take damage. But so will you, Janka said without hesitation. Really, what are you hesitating for? I trust you, and you trust me too. After all, the connection between people is undeniable. So right now, Tae-min thought optimistically. Anyway, we're all tattered. Just need to dodge the fatal blow. Seeing Tae-min smile, as if the plan was achieved, Komu suddenly realized, could it be? That's right. Tae-min's real purpose wasn't actually the iron copper teasing spirit Komu. Tae-min used his own ability on himself and his teammate. That arm was just a bait? Komu exclaimed in shock. Tae-min was also very torn inside when doing this, feeling annoyed and feeling scared. Therefore, I have never used this ability on my family even once. But Mom, because that heart is more precious than anything. Because it's too big. I can't let it be lost one more time. Now, I can say it without hesitation. We are family. We switch scenes to DRA with a chessboard. The horse I wanted has been taken. What a pity for Mosey. He moved 2 pieces on his side to handle Mosey's failure. But this whole fortress is within this old man's grasp. Glancing to another side, he muttered, I admit, Komu is indeed a formidable one. But unfortunately, I never put my faith in any situation. So he played 2 more pieces as insurance. When the slum residents saw these 2, they were scared pale. Immediately, locking all doors tight, quickly hiding away. These 2 pieces were the Ice Needle Maiden and the Poetry Brother. DRA was temporarily satisfied with this board position. Now what do you plan to do? Maternal instinct. Notifying Mom-Am of her children's condition. Who created that masterpiece? Of course, it was a Jaeger, heartbroken for her children and furious. But Mom-Am had faith in her children. She said proudly, they are indeed Mom-Am's children. On the protagonist's side, since the situation became serious, they were constantly using walkie-talkies, communicating with all parties. Everyone was busy with the campaign. Don't be foolish enough to look down on them. On Tae-min's side, he brought himself and Janka into the classroom domain. The 2 siblings sat opposite each other, doing a test related to the other person. We are family. Janka looked at the ability test Tae-min assigned, then realized, this, so that's it. All this time, the reason he didn't use his ability on us was Someone who used to roam the streets, always craving intense things, and explosive. Then one day, I heard about the Blue Flame Witch, whom people admired through stories. Established an organization. Back then, I couldn't hold back. I immediately joined, acting explosively like fireworks. I became her family, fighting alongside those favored by my ma'am. I want to be closer. How should I start a conversation? Do they drink alcohol? First of all, I'll just strike up a conversation. Janka was an extrovert, open to relationships. This is the big boss's room, right? Can I call you big bro? Tesmat was spending his time doing math. He didn't even bother to turn his head to greet the newly joined Janka. He just said indifferently, call me whatever you're comfortable with. That includes you. That was Janka's first impression of Tesmat. He was someone who always kept his distance. I knew he cherished the mama gang more than anyone, but he was also the hardest to approach. The look in his eyes was completely unlike someone his age. I could only vaguely guess that behind it lay countless stories. And yet he, for the first time, revealed himself. If I don't solve the problem and let him get more points, it would be much more beneficial. That must be it, right? That was her original thought. But Janka was as straightforward as they come. If something was bothering her, she wouldn't hesitate to speak her mind. She said, hey, big bro, should I solve this problem? I want to understand him better. Tesmat suddenly remembered what his mother once said when he was little. So, you always cover your mouth when you smile. I'm not forcing you. Mom hopes that one day, you'll be able to smile freely. He reflexively raised his hand, but then stopped himself. He revealed a relaxed smile to Janka. Instead of words, the two of them quietly pondered each question and carefully wrote down their answers. Because Tesmat's ability was born from his obsession with studying. To him, it was a matter of course, even though he had never been conscious of it. He always carried the burden of having to give his all to solve every problem. However, regardless of the conditions, Tesmat's attitude, when facing the exam, was completely different from before. When both of them finished the test, Tesmat's ability took the two test papers and graded them. I will now announce the results. Janka, 57 points. Janka was very happy with this result. It was the highest score she had ever gotten in her life. Tesmat acknowledged himself, perhaps thanks to studying hard. This was the easiest exam ever. The ability announced that Tesmat got 100 points. Janka whispered in admiration. Amazing. First place has a 43-point lead over second place. Tesmat wondered, are you living too simply? Janka replied cheerfully, that's my strong point. The ability informed Tesmat. During the break, I will regain my strength 43 times over. Good job. The ability gave its praise. Then it released the two siblings back into the battle. Como broke out in a sweat, bewildered. What is this? What's going on? This is absurd. It was only natural for Como to be shocked, because Tesmat returned 43 times more formidable than before. The difference was too obvious to be ignored. Tesmat asked a question. What was the answer I gave again? Como realized this was not a good situation. Why stay and take a beating? This isn't right. Every nerve in my body is screaming from head to toe. Run. Something was thrown at Como. She reflexively looked back to see. He just threw something. What Tesmat threw was not an object, but a whole person. Janka caught up to Como in the blink of an eye. She used all her strength, swinging her bat. The layers that had been pierced. Como took the full force of that explosive attack. But that wasn't enough to take Como down. She spun in the air. Cojon's ultimate landing technique. Como's whole body trembled slightly. Her brain had suffered a severe concussion. In just a flash, I lost consciousness. Speed is weight. The impact pierced through her skin, not giving Como time to reorient herself. A barrage of objects was launched at high speed towards her. All of them were school supplies. If before they hadn't even scratched Como, it was because they didn't have enough force. In the end, no matter how good Como's skin regeneration ability was, it couldn't reach the level of a demon-type player against the two siblings, especially the brother who was in a state beyond peak condition. How could Como possibly win? Como screamed, this is crazy, absolutely crazy. Janka was too big. You dare look down on our family. Tesmat was even more aggressive. You must be ready. Como realized she had provoked the wrong person. There was no way for a peaceful resolution now. The two siblings went on a rampage, turning a corner of the slum into a real pile of rubble. Como was at a disadvantage. She had to weave through the cracks of the crumbling architecture just to escape. But the explosive Tezmat was hot on her heels. Now, Como had to face the despair of being outmatched. She was being hunted. Tezmat stepped on Janka's baseball bat. He held a protractor in his hand. Janka swung her bat with an explosion, helping Tezmat accelerate towards the enemy. The scoring is done. 1 shot, 1 kill. Tezmat returned the gut stab to Como. The Jagger's subordinate, Carter Como, is eliminated. We are the answer. Janka and Tezmat win. Many of the slums buildings couldn't withstand the aftershock of the Tezmat siblings' destructive power. After Tezmat's finishing blow, Como flew away like a rag doll, until she lay motionless on the ground, severely injured. However, Como's durable and resilient physique kept her alive. Janka clicked her tongue. She took that hit and is still alive? Tezmat said, I was going to cut her in half, but I ran out of strength. So this is all I could do. How embarrassing. Probably only worth 70 points. From this, we know that Tezmat's strength-boosting ability is not yet complete. It doesn't come with stamina recovery. As long as Como is alive, there's no guarantee. She's too dangerous. Let's end it here. But both siblings suddenly felt dizzy. But both of them collapsed. Tezmat and Janka had also long since surpassed their limits. Tezmat was aware of the critical point. Damn it, I lost too much blood. This is still the enemy's battlefield. I have to stay conscious. His consciousness was there, but his body wouldn't allow it. As his vision began to distort, he tried to reach for Janka. As Tezmat feared, the Jagger's men were nearby. They witnessed this scene, but didn't act. They carefully asked for instructions. This is Area 25. The hip-hop Carter gang, studio woman. Lady Como has lost. What should we do, Sir Zello? Zello confirmed. Como lost? The other side replied. It's accurate, no lie. Zello thought to himself. Como lost. To that extent? Tezmat. To be safe, I sent both of them, but they just arrived. They took her down fast. Zello asked. So what about Tezmat and Janka now? The leader of the hip-hop gang reported. They've collapsed. It seems they're exhausted. Zello didn't even blink. He gave the order. Then go kill them. This would be a simple task for an ordinary person to handle. Because even though those two individuals were strong, they were now in a helpless state. Studio woman. Taking a life. That is life. That's what you call flex. Before a knife could fall, it was stopped by 2 gunshots. Zello, through the communication device, knew what that sound was. A short distance away, the protagonist, wearing a mask, held a gun. He was the one who fired those 2 shots. Zello knew from the sound of the gun that the one who intervened was Bak Bayanjang. Zello pondered. What? So fast. Did he use an ability to teleport straight here? The battle was too chaotic. I didn't realize in time. Even so, this speed, he's always known my position. Someone with an ability from the resistance? A radio. There's no way they could have gotten something like that so easily. 3 individuals flashed through Zello's mind. ICO. ICO's technology was indeed a great help in this operation. Agatsi said, there's a silver lining in every cloud. The Jagger and the high-ranking demons haven't made a move yet. However, the closer we get to the center, the tighter the security becomes, and a strange aura begins to spread. This isn't just about the fortress. Even in the water, the closer to the center, the denser the aura. Inomiai, Mung, the Jagger. Perhaps they're planning something. They're the main force. We anticipated that. File contributed his opinion. However, it also means we don't need to worry for now. Agatsi understood. So, they're acting around Zello. The protagonist pointed out. At the center are the Jagger and the high-ranking demons. In the fortress are Zello and the leaders. Through Zello, they'll know everything about us. However, there are still things they don't know. And that is this. The protagonist pointed to the radio ICO made. Back to when the protagonist presented the idea to ICO. How can we know each other's positions? ICO had been praising him nonstop. Amazing. That's a great idea. The demon lord has such wonderful ideas. The protagonist nose was in the air. He enjoyed ICO's admiration. ICO was excited. This is going to be fun. So then, the symbol and direction of each group will be displayed. Should I add a control panel? The device indicated it was communicating with the Mama faction. Janka was being carried on Malay's back, and the protagonist carried Tezmat. The protagonist reported, rescued Tezmat. Janka, proceed with the plan. The hip-hop leader reported back. I'm sorry, sir. The opponent was too strong. Zelori koistit. Describe his features. The other guy described. A young man dressed in black from head to toe, wearing a mask, along with a hot girl. Zello thought to himself, only 2 people came? The hip-hop leader asked. A black mask. A wolf. Can I pass out now? Zello didn't make it difficult for him. He let the man pass out. Zello then returned to the opposite table. He pressed the emergency button. He reported to all the forces loyal to the Jagger. Spread the word. The man in black. He wears a wolf mask. Under the mask is black hair, black eyes and thick eyebrows with a gloomy appearance. Yellow skin, but from the forearms down. His skin turns blue-black. Height is about 178 centimeters. The girl has fiery hair. A seductive figure. She could transform into a strange weapon. The first time I saw it, it looked like a thick bow. A powerful weapon, but currently unusable. So don't worry too much. They are moving from Area 25 towards Area 21. They are carrying the injured. So they're not moving very fast. You must have received information about the reward. I will double the reward. Go kill them. A group of flamboyant young men said to each other. Let's go. Let's make a big score. It must be beautiful. The other group was a bunch of stylish girls. It's a golden goblin. Let's go too. Zello didn't think these 2 groups could kill the protagonist duo. He just figured this would be enough to slow them down. He focused his mind, listening. The sound of heavy, hurried footsteps, currently blocking all routes from Area 21 to Area 30. As the protagonist was running, he saw the flamboyant man make eye contact. They were gradually blocking his escape route. The protagonist's hands were full. They're too heavily injured. I need to avoid a fight. Area 18. 13th floor. No, 17th floor. He's moving down to the lower floors. Attack from both sides on the 12th floor. Then immediately, push up from the lower floors. So, thanks to Zello's command from behind the scenes, wherever Malay and the protagonist ran, they were met with ambushes and encirclements. Malay said, Balk Byung-yong, we're surrounded. The protagonist understood. The Mama gang must have been attacked in the same way. Zello continuously relayed information. The enemy can locate each other, block the intersections, and prevent them from teaming up. They are tough opponents. Don't recklessly attack alone. Each direction must have at least 10 people attacking. In this situation, the protagonist decided to run towards a dead end. He complained, playing games like a bunch of kids, until he reached a corner. The protagonist placed Janka and Tezmat against the wall. Then he and Malay stood facing this crowd of enemies. We're surrounded. The protagonist suddenly lamented. Like the glorious era of 100 shots, Malay nudged the protagonist. She hinted reproachfully, if no one had lost their spirit and been attacked. We could have fired by now, right? The protagonist let out a sigh. The leaders of the other 2 factions signaled their troops. Let's go. Facing the crowd, rushing to tear them apart. The protagonist remained calm. He sent a message. Zello, I don't think you betrayed us. I will definitely save you. Zello wiped the blood from his nose. He cursed. Shit. At the Carter Fortress, in Maddie's private room, she was standing in front of a mirror. She knew that her brothers in the Mama gang were either severely injured or had to hide and sneak around. Maddie closed her eyes as if to push away those troubles. Now, I'm no longer a part of it. Suddenly, there was a knock on Maddie's door, but not at the main door. It was the window. Otto had come to find Maddie himself. Maddie opened the window for him. Otto entered the room and said, I'm glad I found you before this. Hiding item wore off. Maddie was shocked by this reckless attitude. Otto, why are you here? Otto said, Sister, no matter how much I think about it, I think Mom was too cruel. To be honest, I still don't fully understand the situation, but I made up my mind. I won't be by your side. Maddie was stunned. Otto expressed, the moment you suddenly came into my room, the person who always locked herself in her room, the person who treated me like her own little brother, you just want me to be happy. It'll be fine as long as you're by my side. That's why. Maddie gently shooed him away. Otto, go back. Otto was puzzled. Why? Maddie warned. Go, before I call someone. Seeing Otto lingering, Maddie had a shout to chase him away. Go. Knowing he couldn't stay, Otto got up. Maddie held the door open for him to leave. Otto flew away, but his heart was heavy. He told himself, I'm sure. The short conversation was dramatized by Otto into a kind of VR game. Maddie said, That's right. All that stuff about family and whatnot. It's all lies. I'm so disappointed. From now on, I will try to achieve my purpose. With the Jagger. Thanks for understanding. Every choice in Otto's head was to be by Maddie's side. And to be answered by Maddie. Let's try our best together, Otto. Otto choked up. I'm sure. But why? If you're always right, then why am I not included? Does she hate me? If not, then, after Otto left, Maddie curled up, convincing herself. This is the right thing to do. I can't turn back now. This is the right thing to do. We also can't forget the father who collapsed when he saw his daughter join the dark side. He still hasn't regained his senses. At the protagonist and Malay's location, the enemy had signaled a full-scale attack. Facing a crowd of people coming at them, the protagonist just focused on his radio. The display was communicating with the resistance forces. There was a compass-like arrow pointing to the left. The protagonist smiled and said, "A man with a gun." He asked Malay to transform into a weapon, while he used his magic to create something. Malay snapped. "You know it can't be fired right now, don't you?" The protagonist attached a bayonet to the end of the gun. He replied to Malay, "It's not just for shooting." The man in the front was stabbed in the stomach by the protagonist. The one next to him was hit with the butt of the gun by the protagonist. The next one came and was stabbed again by the protagonist. Pulling the gun back, the protagonist put himself in a position to wield the gun flexibly with its length and sturdiness. He could use it to block the enemy's sharp weapons. As for the next one, since his hands were busy, the protagonist kicked high into the guy's chin. He twisted his hips and knocked two guys down in one move. The girl who fell within his sight was hit straight in the face with the butt of the gun. Since Malay was the gun, she was extremely dissatisfied with him using her to hit people. Just like that. Using her to fight. Malay was being swung around until she was dizzy. Knowing this guy had no intention of stopping this blasphemous act, Malay voiced her opinion. "Hey, you bastard. Treat your gun like your lover." "Have you never heard that saying?" The protagonist said shamelessly. "The guy who ditches his lover to hang out with his friends and then gets dumped twice. That's me." Malay was at a loss for words. The leader of the flamboyant group was eyeing the protagonist. "The guy is so sexy. Let's go, everyone. I'm coming." The protagonist looked at the flamboyant leader charging at him and admitted, "I'm sure I can win. But it's quite scary." Malay held the radio. "Sir, right now." The protagonist put the gun behind his back. His hands transformed into a double-bladed greatsword. He swung his hand and destroyed the wall behind him. The flamboyant leader guessed. "It seems that's an accompanying ability." The protagonist backed away, saying, "Take care." Then he put the wall back as it was. The flamboyant leader laughed loudly. "Where are you running?" He used his body to break through the wall. As the protagonist ran, he used the radio to talk to his allies. "This is Captain Bach. Tesmat and Janka are with me. I'm going to Mama's place to get them treated." Zello, probably through the flamboyant leader, heard everything the protagonist said. I can't hear anything. Is it because Mama hasn't arrived yet?" "How?" The opponent is Captain Bach, a guy who makes you let your guard down. With his cunning personality, what is he planning? Captain Bach. Zello didn't dare to let his guard down. But perhaps Zello couldn't keep a cool head anymore when the protagonist brought up something fatal to Zello. "Hey, File, have you taken all of Zello's hidden assets? We're short on money right now. Let's spend all of Zello's assets to fund an all-out battle against the Jagger." From the very beginning, our goal was to take Zello's assets and return to buy food and weapons. Zello said, "Get him." The other two leaders looked doubtful. But messing with anything else is one thing. But messing with Zello's money will drive this guy crazy. He roared an order to the other two leaders. "Get him." The two leaders felt Zello's anger and impatience. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. If the Jagger is acting like this, and we still can't catch him, then we're dead for sure. The leader of the stylish girls gang told her members, "This is an all-out attack. Gather everyone, even the civilians, and block the way." The flamboyant leader also reminded his people, "The officer is angry. We'll die if we disappoint him." So the girls' group went to call the surrounding residents. They gathered them together. Now there was a whole crowd of people, whether gangsters or civilians, all chasing after the protagonist. The protagonist cried out, "Not like this." Zello was panicking about his assets. "File. My storage. I have to check the storage. Damn it. Why did I have to go there with File and not someone else?" "Captain Bach. He's going to meet File. For now, I should focus on Captain Bach. Right now, Captain Bach is... The flamboyant leader caught Janka's hair. The protagonist saw this and lamented. What the hell? Damn it. But when the leader pulled the hair, it wasn't Janka. It was a wooden dummy, dressed just like her. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Not just Janka, but Tezmat was also just a dummy. At this moment, the flamboyant leader realized they had all been played. When the person thought to be the protagonist dropped his mask, everyone realized the person they had been chasing was just a body double. A voice came from the radio. I've been caught, everyone. Come and get me. When the flamboyant leader asked in confusion, body double, who are you? Yahello immediately understood that he had fallen for a feint. The protagonist? He was sitting and eating noodles at a stall in the slums. As the protagonist ate, he held a knife to the owner's throat to buy his silence. The noodles were very to Malay's liking, so she requested, another bowl, please. The protagonist ordered, 2 more bowls for us. The owner could only cry and obediently comply. The protagonist always had a sharp tongue. He had to make a jab at someone. Look at that goblin getting away again. Thanks to him, we were able to escape easily. Yahello gritted his teeth and cursed. Captain Bach, that son of a bitch. But the protagonist's smile, now, seemed somewhat forced. I don't think he's being controlled. Huh? At the old headquarters of the Mama gang, now a pile of rubble from the previous battle, Father just sat there, his face in his hands. Motionless. COJ, witnessing him in this state, felt pity. At this moment, a cocky guy approached. He called out to Father. Oh, father-in-law, why do you look so gloomy? The warden's son-in-law was COJ's younger brother, born and raised at home. This pair of siblings was famous in their youth for always driving the local adults crazy. Jay even created an ability with that skill, and then got thrown into a detention center. And when he found out the identity of the detention center's warden, Jay was extremely shocked. The warden was his younger brother's father-in-law. At that moment, COJ thought the world was truly small. Of all people, it had to be her big boss. That's right. Jay had been following the warden while running errands. She even asked her younger brother for help. COJ hinted for her brother to get the message. She whispered in his ear, explaining the situation to her younger brother. The young man reined in his improper attitude somewhat and said, I understand. He knelt on one knee, looking at Father. Then he said softly, Father-in-law. He thought he could say some proper words of comfort. But no, the young man couldn't stay serious for more than a few seconds. He provoked Father, saying, Don't tell me. Like that time I married your 4th daughter, you were afraid of losing another one, aren't you? Father was furious with this damn son-in-law. He gave his son-in-law a disciplinary punch. I just got over my extreme rage. You damn son-in-law. COJ was relieved. Warden, you're finally back to normal. Anyway, I have to admit, that black-haired guy is really persistent. Father asked, Do you want me to hit you too? The son-in-law saw this and smiled lightly. Now that's more like my father-in-law. Back to the protagonist and his bowl of noodles. Oh, and the furious Yahello. Have a Captain Bach relax. And eat with Malay like that? Let's rewind a few minutes. The moment Captain Bach checked, when he broke through the wall, the resistance was already there, ready to receive the injured, and a member disguised as Captain Bach. Along with the dummies, they were waiting. The resistance had been secretly operating in the sewers and within Carter's internal affairs for a long time. This proved that their skills in disguise, impersonation, and creating dummies were very high. Just as planned, a member with a physique most similar to Captain Bach. The moment he appeared, he would grab the dummies and sprint. At this time, the volume of the walkie-talkie was turned up to the max. Captain Bach, along with the other members of the resistance waiting below, successfully escaped. The handover happened in a flash, completely fooling the Carter gang into chasing the fake. The protagonist was worried about the Tezmat siblings, so he asked, Will they be okay? A member of the resistance said, Don't worry. We're not just fighting against the Jagger. We're also fighting for the innocent people living here. Anyway, retaking the country would be meaningless if we lose our people. We have hospitals, pharmacies, and even nurseries all over the fortress. Although it's a secret, Mama sighed in relief. The other brothers were also relieved when they heard the news. Using the radio to put on a show, the protagonist took Malay out to eat to appease her for treating her roughly. He eliminated any goblins that approached while they waited and threatened the shop owner to keep him quiet. And so, Malay's mood improved immediately. The protagonist found her easier to please than he thought. The protagonist said over the radio, "Zillo, the thing I said earlier about saving you doesn't mean I'll let you off easy. I heard the security around the core point has been tightened and is starting to loosen up. What a talent worth hiding. Zillo, I get it. Captain Box tactics are always like this. On the surface, it seems like he's aiming for A. But A is just a decoy. He's the type of person who will try to secretly achieve B and C. He sees the opportunity to divert our attention by saving Tesmat and Janka to make it easier for the others to move. Everyone participating in this operation, whether for personal or communal purposes, is also taking steps closer to the Jaggers' fortress. Now, it's the Jaggers' turn to race against time. The forces are divided from all sides, but all converge at the center, to the core point. Zello is tense. To get Zello to work for him, the Jagger had said something to him. I have a useful ability, but it's not a combat type. But continuously using it also puts a strain on Zello's health. He felt dizzy. He rushed out of the command room, into the bathroom, and dry heaved. His mind and body were disconnected. But Zello had a reason to persevere. Captain Bach, don't get complacent just because you landed one blow. Do you really think I didn't leave any protection at the core point? If the range of my ability is reduced, it only makes it easier for me to execute. Imhonger was waiting for the attackers. Are they coming? That informant seems to have lost it. Well, war isn't just about information anyway. The one chosen as the Demon King seems to know a few things about that. Mabamai reported over the radio. Captain Bach, we're all set. We found an area and are preparing to break through. What the hell are you doing right now? The protagonist replied. Eating with your mother. Mabamai showed a hint of displeasure. It sounds true, but the way you say it really pisses me off, Captain Bach. Before a big battle happens, there's something you need to know. I found out where that powerful aura is coming from. It's that guy. Do you know what I was called in the underworld? The Holy Marshal. A nickname that sounds both cool and fiery. There was a guy who not only fought with me, but even waged a war. And that guy is the one-man army Mung. Mabamai said, speaking of which, he's not a demon, but he follows the path of a demon. That's the guy waiting for us. Imhonger wanted to unleash the brutality within him. Come on, humans. This isn't just a war. This is a decisive battle of the demon race, to decide who will become the Demon King. And the one who will stand above all is me. The current situation, Captain Bach has tricked Zello and taken advantage of the weakened defense line, while all allies charged towards the core from various directions. So, for a moment, I thought we could reach the Jagger's base. After deploying our forces, 3 days have passed, and we still haven't been able to take a single step closer to the fortress's core. The resistance doctors were burdened with treating the wounded. Gauze, get the anesthetic. We're out. The distribution was delayed because of the Carter gang. Damn it, no road is passable anymore. The road in Area 4 is blocked too? Are there no other routes? The guards were attacked. 8 injured, 2 dead. The 3 allied factions are in a state of exhaustion. Morale is low. The protagonist cursed continuously to vent his frustration. Damn it, Mung. The protagonist growled each letter, as if he wanted to tear apart the person with this name. As they entered the core, the protagonist told the group, I have a very bad feeling about this. Those guys, I'm starting to feel uneasy about what they might have done. File beside him said, that's why we have to speed up. Don't forget, we're still in enemy territory. Agatsi showed her concern. But, no matter how far we go, isn't it too quiet? There are even guards around. The Carter gang isn't chasing us. The protagonist also realized, this is strange. But even if this is a trap, there's no turning back now, because we're attacking from all directions. I just hope that at least one team can reach the target. From the dark alley, a large, muscular figure, without a head, gradually appeared before their eyes. Mabamai had previously warned everyone. Mung, you have to be very careful with his cloak. That cloak is actually a part of his body. If you get pulled into it, you'll lose you will immediately. So whatever you do, don't become a puppet following Imhonger's orders. More precisely, it creates a copy of you. We can't estimate the number, but it would be a huge mistake to judge by the number of invisible arms alone. The Knight Commander replied, I understand, because they're not just arms. Each arm is a warrior. Those warriors are scattered throughout the fortress. What's scarier than their individual strength is Imhonger's warriors. Let's see how far his ability can go. The protagonist was about to test his strength. But this copy didn't seem to be alone. It was dragging someone. Malay quickly shouted, "Wait, Captain!" The protagonist suddenly froze. This copy was dragging a person who had lost a leg. Behind were 3 other amputees chained together. This scene was a brutal atrocity, making any moral person unable to accept it. The chained people could only cry for help. "Save us! Save us!" The protagonist felt the pressure mounting. "Mung, so you're playing the game of using hostages to obstruct us." Imhonger laughed with delight. "That will hold you back. You foolish humans. When completing a mission, each person can, and sometimes will, become an obstacle. Take this opportunity to learn that. Warriors don't need their own will." Although they had defeated the copy and saved the hostages, everyone who witnessed it knew this was just the beginning. The protagonist reported to the other parties. "He's holding hostages. Damn it. Their body parts have been cut off. Their condition is extremely critical." The Knight Commander also reported back. "This is insane." "It's the same here." Heejin reported. "It's the same here too." The matter involving civilians made the entire group extremely troubled. Without people, there is no nation. We have to save the hostages. No matter how absurd the protagonist was, he wouldn't abandon the morality that made him human, right? "We'll take care of things and move forward. There are other members moving through the waterways. It'll be fine. These hostages are Agatsi's subordinates." But that fragile self-reassurance didn't help, because right after that, another wave of copies appeared, each of them holding at least one civilian. The protagonist group saw this and went berserk. "Damn it, that madman." Mabamai managed to keep a cool head. He thought, "You're still using dirty tricks, Mung. This is not good. The current situation is completely against us. From an offensive stance to a defensive one, for 3 days, the warriors with hostages in hand kept attacking, preventing us from taking another step forward. We've dedicated a lot of effort to both rescue and treatment. And that's not all. There's no more complacency. If the sacrifices continue, instead of letting more people die, we'd rather attack quickly." That thought might start to creep into their minds. Therefore, just kill enough people, then retreat. But keep increasing the casualties. The Jagger subordinates had no objections or opinions. The guards Zello had deliberately not restored. The Jagger's men attacked from behind. Zello directed them. Attach goblin grass to their clothes and bandages. Those who were less sensitive to magic. Before we realized it, the tables had turned. A relentless attack was closing in from both the front and the back. A crisis was stealthily creeping in, like a slow, steady rain. But there was one person who understood war better than anyone else. And they realized. File and Mabamai both suggested, "We have to make a sacrifice." Agatsi exclaimed, "But the number of hostages has decreased. Maybe there aren't many left." Olivia and Heejin have regrouped here after deciding it was too risky to operate in pairs, so they regrouped. File disagreed. "That's a foolish remark. In a place this large, they can always take more hostages if they want. This was all staged to make our rescue efforts feel meaningful." What a clever trap. Agatsi couldn't resist a sarcastic jab at File. If Captain Bach opened a pizza and beer joint, he would have conquered the world by now. Count it, amateur. File was annoyed. "What was that? Is that your last will and testament?" Heejin tried to calm the atmosphere. "I know we're all tense, but now is not the time for infighting." Mabamai said, "Imhonger is cruel and aggressive, but never this cunning. Umans are truly a fearsome species." File tried to persuade the protagonist. "Captain Bach, if this continues, everyone will die. If we want to minimize casualties, we have to charge forward and defeat those high-level monsters quickly." The protagonist was troubled. "Damn it, that's true. But behind us, we still have the Jaggers Carter leaders watching. And one of them has an incredibly terrifying ability. If they go all out this place..." File knew what was troubling the protagonist. "I understand. No matter how crazy you act, you're not used to situations like this, are you? Seeing not only civilians, but also your comrades suffer. That's not something anyone can get used to. And even Captain Bach doesn't realize that he has his own limits. But my friend, you need to grow up before we lose more." The one who was always in a sleeping princess state woke up. He said, "Minimize damage to residential areas, while holding back the leaders. How do we overcome this? That's it. You guys think. Is there anything I can do? Since all the fighting great trees are with the protagonist, the white trees are now being summoned by Mama. We're ready, Mom. Mama said. All right. The white trees and all able-bodied members of the Mama gang gather. So, it has begun. Kids, can you give me a chance to apologize? Father's group was joined by his damn son-in-law. On the way, coincidentally, they met Otto sitting in a corner. Otto saw Maddie's father. When he unconsciously called out, "Father," it made Father confused about how he suddenly had a self-proclaimed son. He was agitated, thinking his daughter had caused more trouble. He couldn't help but cry out, "Who are you people again?" The son-in-law and COJ disciplined the father, who was writhing like a child. Their paths were bound in a wonderful way, a fate tied to both parents and children. And then, another person, someone else, trapped in the same fate. Agatzi's father stood on the rooftop of an old building, deep in thought. Agatzi couldn't accept her father's return. But he still, "You abandoned me. Don't come and pretend to care about me now." Although he had his own hardships, the pain he left his daughter was undeniable. I thought everything would be resolved if I just quietly accepted my death. But fate has brought me here, hasn't it? My child, I won't turn away anymore. Even if they never forgive me. The Jagger, I will kill you. Zello stood before the communication device, waiting. It's time. They must be under serious mental pressure right now. They'll have to make a choice soon. Will they save the people in the fortress? Or will they sacrifice themselves? Zello Joseph, the protagonist's side, has made a move. The protagonist's side's choice surprised Zello. Attacking the rear? To save people? They decided to move out of the center. A decision that couldn't be more foolish. It seems the whole group is desperate. One of the strongest allied forces has acted. There are 3 of them. Captain Bach, File, and the Shield Knight Captain. All 3 are coming here on their own. Captain Bach, you've just made a big mistake. That choice of yours will only cause more people to die. Let the screams echo throughout the fortress. But is the protagonist's side the type to come unprepared? Do you think I'll allow that to happen? The protagonist used a rope to capture the Ice Maiden, dragging her away. File used the bounce of his sparkle to carry the poet away before he could even recite a poem. Trying to isolate me from everyone, are you? The poet smiled faintly. Do you think it will work? What a joke. But they soon discovered they were being pulled towards a female demon. She had a portal open and waiting. The protagonist and File threw the people into this portal. The 2 were brought to an unfamiliar environment. This is inside a dream. This was Da's proposal. I'm sure if we enter the dream, we won't cause any harm to the people here. And, as you can see, my dream is not what it used to be. Agatzi added. Exactly. Lately, the monsters in your dreams haven't been running wild anymore. Da said, you just need to keep the shelter stable. Find the scared version of me in the dream. Try to calm me down and stay by my side to protect me. Agatzi and the female demon realized something. They said, after all, a dream is just a reflection of our psyche, right? Along with Agatzi and the demon. Ahem, that person. I think that's when the nightmares started to change. First, the dream has become more stable. They're still a bit chaotic, but compared to the previous madness, you all understand, right? Even the monsters don't attack me in my dreams anymore. Don't worry about anything. It will be a perfect place to start a fight. The Ice Maiden thought, in a dream, just as I expected from the informant. So this is a place where I can fight freely without worrying about my surroundings. Captain Bach isn't here. Only File. And that the guy is no match for us. How ridiculous. You believe that's enough to take us down? At first, the protagonist was indeed planning to go in with File. But Zello objected. Are you crazy or something? There's no way the captain has to go and take care of the rear. The protagonist felt he needed to go because he was afraid it would mess things up. Decisive. The thing is, I've thought about it. If it were just about skills, I wouldn't have to bring this up. But this is the important part. Second, I can now lucid dream. All right, you could say Da's ability has been honed. There's been progress. Lord of the Tiny Kingdom. Lucy's dream. The Ice Maiden reevaluated. So scary. Let's regroup and quickly change tactics. What's the way out of here? That's not his real body. It's just his subconscious. Will attacking him destroy this place? And if we deal with his physical body, will we be trapped in here forever? Fa would certainly not give up an opportunity like this. One thing is for sure. We must pursue the real body. And that woman. When facing someone with a wide-range ability, I wouldn't risk being in the same space with them. His body is outside. The female demon is directly protecting his real body. I will protect you. As for the resistance, Shield Knight. The dark-skinned woman spoke. Oh, the big guy is here. What an honor. Before, the Knight Commander had sent a message. Hey, Silvatzi. You and I still have unfinished business. For sure. It might cost us our lives. But don't you die. Opponent. Silvatzi took those words as motivation. Determined to win in return. The dark-skinned woman saw her opponent's spirit. She said with relish, I'm starting to like this. Of course. Imhonger let Mabamai go solo. Imhonger. Mabamai. He didn't say it out loud, but he was implicitly criticizing Mabamai. So you're the one who left the commanders in the rear to deal with the humans and came straight to me. Mabamai really didn't want to waste words on this dirty player. Imhonger kept asking pointless questions. I even built a wall of hostages. And you still charged in. Don't you care if the humans live or die? That's right. He is the real target. Humans mean nothing to him. That drug addict is the top priority. This tough son of a mother. And it's always been true. Imhonger said arrogantly, but your strength won't last long. Do you think you can fight me? Mabamai finally replied to him. Imhonger, I think I've said this before. Don't underestimate humans. Too much. Right? You play with hostages. So my side will play 2 against 1. Here. Right now. We're just one step away. The protagonist said. Oh, just so you know, the word fair play doesn't exist in my dictionary. Playing fair. But playing rough does. You lose. The protagonist declared. This person's cooking skills are unmatched. File was nodding. The moment I opened the lid and tried it, I knew. To be sure, I took a bite. And then what the hell is this? Exactly as I imagined. It might be because we've been on a long journey, but the chicken has a slight bitter taste along with the herbal aroma. The Ice Maiden was confused. What's he talking about? The poet suddenly thought. A monologue? That's fun, isn't it? File was worried about what he said. Although my skills aren't very good. That bitter taste that lingers in the corner of my mouth. Simply put, that chicken was terrible. File slammed his fists together. He remembered. That bitterness will bring out the essence of Libya. That chicken was definitely terrible. But trust me, like soda, it has awakened me. It makes me want to blow everything up in this place with my will right now. So, prepare to feel it. Switching to Captain Bach, who was directly confronting Imhonger with Mabamai, while the other teammates focused on the hostage rescue mission. Zello was suspicious. I wonder where Snow and Goth went. A subordinate reported to Zello. Even though we chased them closely, he disappeared without a trace. Zello thought to himself, to be able to disappear in such a short time, is it because of that girl named Goth? Although Inomiai controls space, she can still slip through the shadows. I think it's possible she used it to teleport like last time. And it seems I was right. If this is really inside a dream, my dream can't interfere. There's also no need to worry about unexpected losses. However, Distill hasn't fully controlled his unstable power, and yet he's still using it for such an important operation. Captain Bach, although he can be surprisingly reckless at times, he would never be this reckless. A change in Da's ability is the most logical reason for this situation. Could it be that Da can control his dreams now? If so, Da will become a threat. Unpredictable. The two were confused. The position has been changed. Then File charged forward. A doubly bright sparkle attack. The Ice Maiden and the poet were in a completely disadvantageous environmental situation. When they looked up again, they had been transported to a different setting. The Ice Maiden lamented to herself. Again. I lost again. The poet looked at the reflection in front of him and said, This is a mirror. He laughed dryly. I can't help but be a little vulgar. Feel the world. Shit. File smashed through the mirror, once again knocking both of them back. A massive figure, over 100 kilograms, charging straight at us at full speed. Like a living cannonball. The moment you let your guard down and fool around, an unexpected attack can land without any resistance. There's no doubt about File's strength, but that perfect support. He's definitely the one behind it. But in the end, when it comes to dreams, there must be a weakness. He looks like he's secretly observing and assessing the situation, which means he can only control what he sees. I also heard that his original ability was nightmares. There's a high chance that there's a psychological trauma hidden deep within this dream. Suppose we attack. The dream might collapse, or he might lose control. However, just dealing with File alone is already overwhelming. I know File is strong, but I didn't think he was strong enough to push us back like this. To be blunt, every time I was attacked, I had to try my best not to collapse. Thinking about it, that the guy is also strange. There's no way he could master a brand new ability so skillfully. There must be someone pulling the strings from behind. Someone who can enhance abilities. Someone who can enhance both of their abilities. Agatsi revealed to her group. Placebo. That is my ability. 8 times a day, my words are forced to create a belief and trigger a placebo effect. The placebo effect, a phenomenon that occurs when taking a fake pill that contains no active medicinal ingredients, yet the symptoms of the illness improve. In addition to treating symptoms, there are also many cases that show an enhancement in the patient's abilities or perception. This is an interesting phenomenon that proves how belief can have a positive impact on a person. The protagonist was puzzled. Isn't it just a curse? Agatsi said. That. I'll explain later. Agatsi said. Fighting the Jagger. I don't think I can use it much. Because we still don't know what his abilities are. File. Captain Bach. Mabamai. By doing this, I can maximize everyone's abilities. In other words, I'm forcing everyone to overcome their own obstacles. So there will definitely be side effects. So please, try to finish the job as quickly as possible. Imhonger was having a hard time. At first, he thought positively. With Mabamai's appearance, I thought this would be a little difficult. Who would have thought it would be this difficult? Looks like I have to gather the hostages and my copies. Mabamai, you might not have noticed. You're not at all suitable for the position of a Demon King candidate. No sooner said than done. He called his copies to bring many fallen hostages. Mabamai shrank and said, That's right. I don't care if humans die or not. But the thought of giving you what you want disgusts me even more. Mabamai controlled his muscles and caught all the people who were in free fall. The protagonist was excited. Mama gave me a baby. Awesome. Imhonger mocked Mabamai. Did you just save those humans? If you want to beat me, you have to block my clones first. A voice reminded him. Hey, you, the one whose name no one bothers to remember. Have you forgotten who we are? Imhonger's copies suddenly turned into embers and gradually disappeared. All the embers gathered at the center, which was the gun. Or more precisely, Malay. She reported. Charging complete. Imhonger had forgotten something. Even if he denied it, the fact that Malay was the creator of his world was still there. Thanks to Malay reclaiming the power from Imhonger's mindless copies. The protagonist was now like a tiger with wings. Back to when the group was discussing. Mabamai had said, Okay, if we push Imhonger to the brink, he will definitely clone himself. Agatsi said, We can save the hostages. But isn't it too dangerous to fight both Imhonger and his clones at the same time? The protagonist thought for a moment. But about those copies, why not let Malay absorb them? No one had thought of this before. The protagonist felt something was wrong. He reasoned. Malay has absorbed demons before and recovered. It's like she's a species that absorbs her own children. Hitting a sore spot made Malay uncomfortable. I'll deal with you. After hitting the protagonist with a glass bottle, Malay said, Back then, I only absorbed the children who were already dead. Now that my power has awakened, if there's any resistance, the absorption process might. Suddenly, Malay remembered. Puppets without a puppeteer. Malay announced the good news. It's possible. No, not just possible. It's a definite possibility. Mabamai was also happy. Mom can also restore her power. The protagonist said. Then it's decided. Okay, let's go, Malay. Let's go teach those unruly kids a lesson. The hot barrel of the gun was pointed straight at Imhonger. The speed from the moment the protagonist pulled the trigger to the moment the shot was fired. Imhonger wouldn't be able to dodge. Malay was determined to teach her insolent son a lesson. Imhonger took the full force of the firepower from that shot. Faulty version of power control. Railgun. The shockwave from that shot shook the Jagger's entire fortress, alerting all the key individuals within. After the shot, Imhonger's upper body was blown away. The protagonist announced to all allies. The raid on the Jagger's lair is complete. Everyone, charge. Everyone replied. Roger. As for the dark-skinned woman, she, like the other 2 subordinates of the Jagger, was isolated in a strange place. She thought back. The Knight Captain clearly appeared in front of me. Then I charged straight at him. But as soon as I saw what was inside the box, I was frozen. I couldn't react. Inside that box were many cute miniatures and dolls. And then that captain opened his mouth. The theme is Escape from the Thrilling Mansion. So scary it'll make your heart stop. I felt like I was being sucked in. Right now, this place, I'm thinking. When she heard something approaching, she looked over and saw a teddy bear. It had 2 more heads sewn under its shin. It was brandishing a sickle and a saw. This is the Dolphinat box, a miniature castle model. The dolls, the scary mansion you have to escape from. It's like a game. Abilities that can pull opponents in like this are usually not widely known. Abilities like creating energy fields, for example. This is a 2-family house. I'm starting to get excited. Where should I start? The woman was faster, so she delivered a preemptive slash. The teddy bears, which seemed soft, were surprisingly durable. The woman thought to herself, "Oh my, no effect at all." It was the bear's turn to retaliate. It swung its knife. The woman leaned back. She extended a blade from her arm, deflecting the bear's blade. If you use a knife to parry the attack, it seems it's designed to completely ruin the blade. The weapon looks pretty good. Speaking of which, I've played this game with my comrades before. A horror board game. The kind where you have to survive and find a way to escape from places like abandoned hospitals or schools. You know, it's super fun, especially when you turn off the lights. The essential element in those games is the appearance of monsters. The monsters can't be killed, and if you encounter them, you have to avoid them. From Silvatsi's point of view, to me, defense means being able to handle my most dangerous enemy. That's why I was able to become commander. The Knight Captain. Strangely enough, the least notorious person among the high-ranking members. Feels like the most dangerous one. Someone like you must be eliminated from this battle. Silvatsi put on a stuffed animal costume. What I can place on my master's table is this. A guest after a long time. Should I go all out? Silvatsi joined the team of stuffed monsters. He was a black owl with a burning candle on his head. You're not to leave this place. Listen, the other woman was calculating. What should I do? Imhonger had to fight the protagonist and Mabamai alone. He definitely couldn't win. But this is the Jagger's territory. Hey. Sorry, but you just startled this old man, you know? I thought my house was collapsing. Looking up, the protagonist saw the Jagger and Inomiai standing on the 3rd-floor balcony, looking down. The 2 of them greeted Bok Byongjang and Malay. The protagonist currently held a huge grudge against the Jagger. He was probably second only to Palia on his blacklist. The Jagger said leisurely, "I know you guys have abilities, but I didn't expect this place to collapse while I was taking care of other things. You know, times like these really show the importance of having charisma and prestige to unite people." The protagonist glared. "I don't know what you were or are doing, but you're too much. Have you heard? In my hometown, we have a saying, locking the stable door after the horse is bolted." The Jagger responded, "Sounds interesting. Can I use it next time?" The protagonist retorted, "I'm not in the mood for small talk right now." He clenched his fists, suppressing the simmering inner energy. He demanded to know, "Where is Zello?" The Jagger replied, "Telling you his location is easy. I think I need to correct something about that saying, locking the stable door after the horse is bolted. It doesn't fit the current situation. We are the revolution." The Jagger signaled to Nomiai. "Begin the experiment demonstration. Steal. Analyze." Malay had PTSD. She thought Inomiai would use those electric tentacles again. But no, the Jagger's group's intentions were far more sinister. Malay's power, with the ability to tear open space. A thick black rift cut up to the sky. The people in all 4 directions. Everyone saw it. A disaster was about to befall them. The instant world, the demon realm. A red hue was spreading through every corner of Matpon. Komu and her Kojin parents witnessed the event. The group at the bottom, the resistance. They were witnessing a barrier with the Jagger's fortress at its center, expanding over a wide area. The protagonist side and his allies were not the only ones planning the operation. The Jagger also had to buy information to prepare and arrange everything. After that guy left, the Jagger asked Zello, "Is that informant reliable?" Zello gave his impression. "That guy only handles information from the most secure part of the empire. But he's reliable, and the price is no joke." The Jagger said, "I just find it hard to believe. All the A-listers participated in the Mengwood slave operation. And yet, I didn't expect that captain to be so lucky. Right now, the empire is nothing but an empty shell, isn't it? Could it be that now is the time to meet the guests?" He thought so and called out, "Inomiai, I need to speed up my plan. It'll take quite some time to arrange. But opportunities like this don't come every day. I was planning to welcome the guests." and prepare a gift for the Empire. But we will prepare the gift first. This was the reason Inomiai opened the instant world. Malay urgently transformed out of her gun form. She shouted, "Captain Bach, I'm counting on you." Before the protagonist could react, Malay didn't dare to delay for a second. She used all the strength she currently had to significantly shrink the range of the instant world. She warned, "Captain Bach, Mabamai, I'll reduce the effect of the instant world as much as possible, but it's impossible to resolve it with my power alone. So please deal with this space while I hold on." Malay had figured out. Her damn old friend had a hand in making this happen. Palia, the one who desires to completely take over both worlds. The reason she keeps trying to merge the worlds, Malay said bluntly, is because each world has a different atmosphere, and in the end, they will destroy each other. Inomiai replied, "Exactly. That greedy Palia wants to completely take over both worlds. So even though it's quite troublesome, she just needs to put in a little effort to divide and merge them. Thanks to that, the boundaries between dimensions have become weaker, and now beings like us can tear them apart. But even in this incomplete instant world, ordinary humans will suffer from unknown diseases, mutations, or even death. The protagonist had been here long enough to blend in with the people. So hearing this made him scream in horror, "You crazy bitch! Why would you go this far?" The Jagger was the one who answered. "It was supposed to be a gift for the Empire. I just want to make sure it was complete. But if it ends, wouldn't the recipient be disappointed?" The square area where the three of them were standing was shaking. The floor, from the basement, the ground split open. From below rose a mountain of Malay's children. As their creator mother, Malay immediately recognized the abnormality. The low-level demons that the Jagger had captured when the space was first torn open. But these ones were not the kind Malay was familiar with. The malicious daughter, Inomiai, informed Malay, "I forced them to evolve, mother. I may not be a god, but perhaps I can be a manager." The forced and brutal evolution. I can feel their pain. How? Mabamai stepped forward. He slashed the low-level demons that were approaching his mother. If it were before, he might not have cared, but now they were his kin, especially since his mother, Malay, was in great pain. He roared the name sharply. "Inomiai Zabia." Inomiai whined playfully. Oh, so loud. Now it was the protagonist's turn to be the one who kept a cooler head. He warned, "Wait, Mabamai." Taking advantage of Mabamai's focus on Inomiai, Imhonger suddenly stabbed through Mabamai with a single blade. There was something beyond what Mabamai knew. Those wounds, but already, Imhonger was triumphant. "Just as I thought, Mabamai. You had no idea. That's also just a vessel. The main body is just the face. And that cloak." The tables have turned again, putting the protagonist at a disadvantage. Damn it. This happened as soon as the Jagger and Gizabeth got involved. This is bad. A gift for the Empire. Malay is desperately trying to push it back. That means this instant demon realm is quite large. While Malay is focused on that instant world, the demons must be locked in that space. If faced Betals. Like this before, the protagonist stabbed his sword into the ground. He was about to use his ability to create a combat advantage for his teammates. But it wouldn't go as he wished, because the Jagger spoke up. "Slow down, Captain Bach. There's something you need to know. In here, you can't use any abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist's great sword was forcibly dissipated. The protagonist was shocked. "That son of a bitch. How the hell? Since when did he?" The Jagger said, "Sorry for the late notice. And thank you for stepping into this old man's domain like this. Thanks to you and Malay, I have climbed to the peak as a demon. Zello is here too. So, you don't like it? Should I call him?" The provocation and contempt hidden within made the protagonist furious. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I've come this far with my own strength. You think you'll win just because I can't use my ability?" The Jagger blew out a puff of smoke, remarking, "This guy is really at that age, so he still has such fanciful thoughts. But should I correct his bad habit? Your friends, the ones from outside, they will die. Think fast." When Maddie's destructive command came down, the three members of the protagonist group couldn't escape in time. Zito could only hug the other two, resigned to the fact that all three would die here. But a miracle happened. An unlikely ally had arrived. When we can't communicate with our teenage daughter, father creates a sturdy wall, blocking his daughter's killing blow. Maddie frowned, troubled. Luck smiled on the protagonist group again. Otto had brought Father's group. Father said to Agassi's group of 3, "It's a bit late, but at least I pay my debt." Agassi smiled slyly and said, "Have you calculated the interest?" The radio in the protagonist's pocket vibrated. A steady voice reassured the protagonist. "Don't worry, everyone. Mama is coming." Mama's children called out, "Mama, where's the gun?" Flipping back to the battle in Da and File's dream world, using Da's power to lock the officer's movements. The resistance and Agassi's self-proclaimed slaves successfully rescued the hostages. Only a small number of elite troops advanced to face the Jagger. This operation was a complete success. But no matter how favorable the current situation was, it was enough to delude oneself that the tables had turned. The fortress was still enemy territory. Most of the residents had been manipulated by fear into puppets. In short, the majority in the fortress were enemies. And it didn't end there. The reason why the Jagger went back to save Bambi first was a key point in their future plans. Most of the Carter members inside the fortress were supplied with a drug called Cuso-amphetamine, and thus were born the awakened killing machines, surpassing their limits. Both women and men following the Jagger were in a drug-induced state. This is the absolute best. So just by listening to the Jagger, we can get drugs like this, about down to one person, and we could take advantage of thousands. They were united through loyalty derived from drugs, divided into 2 teams operating under Zello's command. If the Carter gangs reach the central area, then the captain is done for. Zello assigned them SM Carter, the married man Carter, the butler Meow Carter, the graduate Carter, the comic artist Carter Deadline, the editorial team Carter, Mio Carter. These Carters are advancing towards the central area. They will crush anyone who stands in their way without mercy. But that alone is not enough. What if the resistance fights without regard for their own lives and the low-level Cogna production labs retaliate? What if they can hold off most of the Carters? And what if the residents of the fortress are moved by their courage and decide to side with the allies? After all, the tactic of fear is more than what the demons need. So Zello assigned the job to Hypnosis Carter, NT Carter, Alpha Carter, the Time Stop Research Club. All of you, go find the Dream Woman. The Ice Maiden and the Poet belong to the Jagger Carter's execution department. The fear that has been ingrained for years. We need to summon them from their dreams. Thus began the soul hunt. For Zello, it was a simple job. Hypnosis Carter was the first to find the Dream Woman. Found you. The Dream Woman didn't expect the enemy to find her so soon. A group of aggressive addicts broke down the door and rushed in. The Dream Woman held a knife in her mouth. She slashed with her mouth. One slash accurately hit the enemy's neck artery. Extremely swift and clean. She was not weak. But this was too much for her to handle on her own. These guys were continuously under the influence of the drug. Held down by several people working together, the Dream Woman accidentally dropped to the ground. Unexpectedly, this made the problem worse. The shock her main body received when she fell, and her cry of anguish, as if she had just dropped her own child, might have reached Da's subconscious during the ritual. The dream is shaking, and it created an opening for the enemy to counterattack. The Ice Maiden signaled Snow. He was just waiting for this moment. Finally, it's showtime. Should I recite a poem? A mocking smile. What are you talking about? Right now, it's very bright. You should call it a radiant smile. The Ice Maiden's face was deadpan on the outside, but inside, she was laughing her guts out. File carried. Dietro blida. He stayed away from the spreading ice crystals, but he still got hit by the spreading ice, freezing one of his legs. The Ice Maiden looked up. She scanned the uncontrolled dream space once over. Found it. A door that seemed to have all sorts of locks piled on it. Absolutely do not open. So that's your trauma. In reality, it was being held at knife point by the Jagger's men. In the dream, the Ice Maiden was heading to the place where Da's trauma was stored. The Dream Woman couldn't break free from this group of addicts for a moment. For our Kyuj, open the way, and then we won't do this to you anymore. Suddenly, a voice asked, Mom, where's the gun? In a blink of an eye, the group that was harassing the Dream Woman and was shot to pieces. Some of the ones who weren't hit turned to look. What the hell? It's the Mama Squad. They were also gunned down immediately. Now, the Mama Gang was no different from a squad of soldiers from Earth attending a festival. They had a weapon with high destructive power. They could keep their distance from the enemy, and they could attack continuously with the speed of a gun. All three allied factions saw this as a quality reinforcement troop. Mama, like a general, commanded the entire army. Wipe them out. This was also thanks to prior discussions among those involved. Mama revealed her ability to bring anything that a child requests. It sounds like a simple power, but this ability actually has two aspects. The first is to summon a real, existing item. In this case, it doesn't cost any mana. For example, when she summoned the motorcycle for Janka. The second is to summon an item that the child imagines. And that thing, thanks to that battle, is deeply ingrained in the children's memories. So it's true. Summoning what you call a gun is possible, but anything that exceeds my mana output cannot be materialized. A typical example is the railgun. And because it consumes a lot of mana, keeping it on for a long period of time is also very difficult. If I were to materialize the gun we usually use, I probably wouldn't be able to fire many shots. And I couldn't maintain it for long either. The protagonist had prepared a support tool for her. Take this, Mama. I asked ICO to make it specially. This is a mana storage device. Actually, its name is the Demon King's Mana Sword, named by its creator. I shouldn't say its original name. I even gave him a life-size pillow to get this. The protagonist introduced it. I heard that when you wear it, it sucks all the mana into the machine. And then when you flip it and tie it, it becomes a battery that allows you to use the stored mana. With this, won't you be able to keep the gun active for longer? Mama asked. Don't you get sick of suffering like this? I'm so angry I could scream. Malay complained to herself. That's because you're always the one backstabbing. This time, we will directly crush the Jagger's backstabbers. With a team armed with guns, the Mama gang easily took down the mobs harassing their allies. They also shot down Mhonger's copies to save the hostages. A group from the Mama gang surrounded and protected and the Dream Woman. Hostage rescue is complete. This area has also been secured. Begin eliminating the Carter gangs. Zella was a bit stunned. No matter what, I didn't anticipate this. The force that was pressuring the center ended up being surrounded by Mama's squad. And then the tables were turned. The white trees said, "Leave it to me, Mom." Mama said, "Thank you, my son and daughter. In that case, I will go meet some old friends." With her superhuman physique, Mama quickly approached the instant world area. "Don't worry, son. I'm coming." The protagonist couldn't be more thrilled. Captain Bach laughed. But the situation here wasn't much better. It would probably take a few minutes for Mama to arrive. And Mabamai had already used a lot of energy multiple times. That pumped-up muscle mass wouldn't last much longer. And seeing her creations writhing in pain in front of her caused Malay's concentration to break. And the instant demon realm expanded once again. However, momentum is a very important factor in battle. With reliable comrades covering his back, Captain Bach no longer hesitated. He delivered an unexpected slap to Malay's head. Malay was covered in question marks. An unexpected action from Captain Bach. Even Mabamai was surprised and missed the opportunity to tear him to shreds. The protagonist comforted her in a rather rough, direct way. Get a grip on yourself. Don't lose your comrades or your children. Show your majesty. As a god. Malay snorted lightly. You treat me like this and still tell me to show my majesty? You should be offering some tribute instead. The protagonist proactively suggested. After this is over, let's go on a date. I'll buy you any food you want for the whole day. Is that enough? Don't just rush in without thinking. Right now, we're not even clear-headed enough. Malay kicked the protagonist to hide her embarrassment. You startle me. Go quickly. Malay waved her hand. She turned a flame into the familiar scythe for the protagonist. The protagonist stabbed the scythe into the ground and said, "In that case, Mabamai, I'm counting on you. Protect Malay so she can concentrate." Mabamai was a bit distressed. How should I react? My mind is in chaos. But as for that part of you, even Mom, muscle transformation, muscle form, night mode, leave it to me. Does the Jagger know the situation outside? He frowned. He didn't want to spend too many resources and energy on this situation. The demons, the power of the demon realm, and even his own abilities were all secondary to the Jagger. This battle wasn't even a priority for him. The protagonist jumped up to the third floor to greet the Jagger. The Empire enjoys. The captain is here. Too arrogant, the Jagger. Arrogance has led to miscalculation. Captain Bach. He sharpened his blade. He was staring intently at the Jagger, who who had constantly challenged and provoked him and his comrades. Without a doubt, he was the one the Jagger needed to focus on the most. We turn to face a confused, immature, and troubled inner self on the battlefield. Maddie thought to herself, "Father, why? Why are they the ones you're protecting?" He asked, "Agatsi, can you move?" Father said, "I have something to say to my daughter, and I have a request. Please, find a way to bring my daughter back to normal." Unaffected by the demon, Agatsi stood up. She replied to his request, saying, "You really know how to ask for things at the worst possible moment." "At least I'll ask." Maddie gritted her teeth. "You people, you are unforgivable. All of you." The album was flipped open. Every time I went to work for my family, in the most difficult times, a sudden weight pressed down on Maddie, forcing her from the sky down to the ground. I never wanted my daughter to know the weight of being the man of the family. However, I guess we lack conversations as father and daughter. My daughter, Olivia and Heejin, on their way to provide support, saw their younger brother Otto and felt relieved. That kid, he's safe. Heejin may look irresponsible, but he's actually very perceptive. He knew Otto cared deeply for Maddie. Now that Otto was willing to face Maddie, to bring his sister back, Heejin silently entrusted him. "Take care of my sister." The Heejin siblings and Agatsi's group successfully infiltrated the Jagger's fortress. Yahello surveyed the situation. The situation outside isn't looking good, but the Jagger won't lose. Damn it. Even so, I should minimize the uncertainties. What's with the combo of mama and a gun? Now we can't track the dream woman to bring Goth and Snow back. But since Da's core was shaken, the dream must have been affected too. I can only hope that Snowgo will take advantage of that and escape. Through his keen ability, Yahello detected Agatsi's group infiltrating, and conversely, Madri's wild instincts also sensed his presence. The boy suddenly became hyperactive. Yahello prayed silently. "Please, go away. Please." Back to the battle in the dream world. Snow, ever since he unlocked his ability, had become visibly more confident. "This is my stage. Right now, I'm shining. And all of you owe me." File looked down at the jagged ice crystals everywhere. He thought, he didn't even leave a single opening. He just keeps attacking like this. There's not enough space to counterattack. If it were to, he would be able to create an opening. But there's something wrong with his condition. What happened to his core? Suddenly, he noticed another danger I had inadvertently overlooked. Wait, where did that woman go? She must have been caught in that wide area attack. Goth stood before the heavily locked door in Da's dream world. She took out an ice pick. "Let's see what you're trying to hide so tightly." She stabbed the tip of the ice pick into the main part of the door. Then she encoded it with her ability. Next, she took a small piece of wood. She clamped it together with the encoded ice pick. No matter how tightly it's locked, it's all useless against my ability. The subsequent preparation was dropped at Goth's feet. It was a sledgehammer, covering that wooden plank. The security locked door will be like a piece of wood shattering into pieces. Reveal it. Your trauma. It is something that has been sealed deep within Da's subconscious. A memory. As a child, there was a light sleeper. So because of that, the boy, while sleeping, would often wake up at night. And so the boy, while sleeping, would often wake up at night. And so the boy, while sleeping, would often wake up at night. Accidentally passing by the adult's room, I heard a sentence. "Who's next?" The name was mentioned. The thought to himself, "All right." He said he was leaving today. The adults then spoke in words too obscure for a child like him to understand. That perverted old man. Seriously, it hasn't been that long since we sent the boy away. I didn't expect a mistake like this. Oh well, adults are truly hard to understand. But somehow, the boy left for a while and then returned to his sleeping spot. Unlike the friends around him, his eyes remained wide open. "I can't sleep." The next morning, someone noticed he looked sleep-deprived. So they asked with concern, "You look so tired, duh?" The person concerned was his friend, Amanda. Amanda asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Da replied, "I just haven't been able to sleep lately." Amanda said, "It's because you just laze around all day. So of course you can't sleep." The lively girl dragged to join the fun with their friends. "Let's go play." They hadn't been happy for more than a few days when the director announced the news. This time, Amanda will be leaving the orphanage. Goodbyes are very sad, but let's smile and congratulate her. Looking forward to the day we meet again. Amanda smiled happily, but also regretfully because she had to leave her friends. the boy standing at the head of the line at that moment. I can't sleep. Another bright, moonlit night. What about Amanda? Carrying an insomnia filled with anxiety. He sneaked out, breaking the rules. This instruction was a bit special. The words of the adults. And their tone, too. It was terrifying. The director reminded the children. There are many dangerous things in here that children shouldn't touch. So don't go in there, okay? Promise me. Don't ever go in there. Through a window, with small iron bars. They looked inside and witnessed a truth that would haunt him for life. And the reason why the adults warned, don't ever. The image of his friend Amanda's head placed on a plate. It was depicted in a restrained way. Those with awareness of the world understood what it was. And Snow had a bit of an opinion. This story, even a dark comedy, wouldn't be like this. Friday, who was watching over to, had curled himself up. His consciousness was caught, trapped in the past. A knife in the nightmare was about to chop down. Friday pushed him away, taking it to dodge just in time. Hey, Ghost immediately knew this was the opportunity. Good. He has lost control of the dream. Now it's just a matter of time. Struggling with painful memories will awaken his core. The dream woman holding Da was groaning in discomfort. Ah, Amanda. Hearing this name, the dream woman immediately understood. Don't tell me it's those memories. This is dangerous. Should I wake him up? Da was currently in a delirious state. One day, he bumped into the green dress of a lady. You truly are a beautiful child, the director said. Good news, Da. This lady has decided to adopt you. Since you will be leaving tomorrow, say goodbye to your friends, son. Da thought to himself in a daze. Adopted? If it's adoption, that's a relief. What part of this is a relief? I have to leave this place. I have to get out of here. How long has it been since I last slept? I'm so tired. Everything is so blurry. If it's tomorrow, I have to leave immediately. Why is the teacher here? This never happened. Was I seen? I've been discovered. They know I found out something. The caretaker suddenly sat up. He approached the boy, calling out, accompanied by the sound of Da's name being called constantly. When the boy was extremely stressed, a large hand accompanied by a loud call. Da. Friday slapped Da's consciousness awake from the deep coma. Friday was now frozen all over, only managing to push the boy out of the enemy's range of influence. Friday comforted the child that it's okay. It's all in the past. The past is just data. Sometimes it lies too. Just remember it. Don't get trapped in it. Just because the fried chicken wasn't good before, doesn't mean you have to fear the next batch. It's okay. It's just the past. Friday was completely frozen. Now he had to face it alone. With two enemies. It was now in the consciousness of a child. Naturally, he would run away from danger and fear. Ghost. Through a needle of fear. Stop. The ice needle flew forward. The needle hooked into the hem of Da's pants and pinned it tight to the ground, causing the boy to trip and fall. The image of the teacher that night. Raise a cleaver. Follow me. Open the path. Ghost issued the command. While behind her, the nightmare scenario of the horrific truth that discovered as a child appeared. Da, from consciousness, shifted to his physical body. Through sleep talking. Open the path. Ghost used it to threaten those outside. His consciousness is trapped inside the dream. Waking him up won't work anymore. If you don't open the path, I will destroy his mind completely right now. The dream woman was conflicted, wondering, what should I do? In front were Ghost and Snow. But Da's consciousness was still seeing that night. His heart beat, thumping madly, day after day, without proper sleep. The moment I closed my eyes out of exhaustion, I suddenly woke up because of terrible nightmares. Severe sleep deprivation, stress levels exceeding the limit. To protect itself, the brain shut down completely. So when the teacher came to check, he probably just saw the boy had passed out. The boy completely lost consciousness. I must have imagined it. Even the senior was worried about me. At that moment, the dream woman appeared in front of the teacher. That was me. The whole orphanage was strangely quiet. Da startled avak. Extreme fear forced him to wake up shortly after. Did I fall asleep? How long have I been asleep? When he looked up, he saw the dream woman, holding a knife still dripping with blood. After dealing with the teacher, the dream woman approached just like Ghost is approaching him right now. But the difference was, while Ghost wanted to harm him, the dream woman back then came to give him a reassuring pat on the head. It's okay. From now on, Mom will protect you. So the tables turned. Da's consciousness returned to his true age. I remember everything. Both Ghost and Snow knew it was bad. The nightmare haunting Da since childhood instantly shifted to an environment of volcanoes and lava. Snow's ice melted away in an instant. Friday was freed. Looking towards Da, Friday was secretly proud. He has calmed down a bit. Da's return made the two enemies secretly question. It was definitely a tragedy. No doubt about it. What has happened? Da told himself, just as Friday said. I must not forget, but I also must not get trapped in it. And right now, my circle of connections has expanded. I have these people by my side. His heart beat continuously. Only after all my memories returned did I realize. I feared her because I had lost my memories. And only fear remained. But what I truly feared was not her, was this emotion. The erupting volcano is a manifestation of Da's feelings right now. The fire isn't a coincidence. Da was dazed, not knowing what to do with this intense feeling, like budding lava, watching the volcano erupt throughout the dream space. Ghost suddenly thought about the reason she followed the leader. I really admired Carter. The buildings along with the decadent lights. Gangsters who seemed to have no blood or tears, especially when they sat at the round table on the roof, drinking hard liquor together. Honestly, it was awesome. The best. Ghost was originally a person rich in emotions, but she deliberately practiced to appear cool. Cold. Her speech also had to be concise and ruthless to complete the combo. She liked that role. But then, you guys. Ghost let out a breath, turning to tell her colleague. Snow, your power can't possibly be this weak. With your frost power, you could easily cover this volcanic land, right? Snow replied, yeah, it's quite embarrassing. But to be honest, it's a bit hard to do that without a suitable audience. Criticizing. How stupid. Remember when you started creating a beautiful work of art? At that time, did you beg for a large audience? Of course not. I can tell from that worn-out notebook of yours. Even if there's only one person standing in front of you, you still have to try your best to perform for them. Snow realized. Yeah, that's right. He was grateful. My colleague, thank you. You truly are an educated lady. That is my true spirit. Friday understood the boy's mind too well, so he warned in advance. By the way, let me say this. Don't go confessing to her after this battle ends or anything. Da raised his voice in embarrassment. I won't. Ghost entrusted the task to her partner. I will try my best to hold off Da. You face Friday. Snow replied. I'm counting on you. Both sides were united with their teammates. Outside, Da's physical delirium had subsided, but the dream woman couldn't help worrying about him. While inside the dream, the battle between the two sides was now reaching its true climax. The situation in Matvern right now was peaceful nowhere. The main character was charging forward, wanting to settle the score with the Jaeger and a gnome. The dark-skinned woman in the enemy's territory was happily watching. Mabamai was giving his all to protect Marley from Hunger's harassment. Father was having a talk with his daughter. Man was rushing at full speed to support the main character. Marley was busy maintaining the barrier to prevent the instant world from expanding further. The dream woman was holding the sleeping Da to fight the enemies in the dream. In the dream, the volcano erupted fiercely. That spray, in an instant, froze into ice towers. Friday flew up to attack. Snow began to recite his poem. Mother once said, don't play with Mark. Then the boy replied, why can't I play with Mark? Friday muttered a difficult word. This is a joke with a setup. It's just the beginning of the season, yet it's this cold? I don't even dare to imagine how lame the punchline will be. Ghost whispered, that's right. It's all just the beginning. With this level of build-up, the punchline must be bone-chilling. Das Scholte. I won't let you do that. Ghost grumbled inwardly. That was my line. The ice needle stabbed into Da's arm. You aren't as sharp as before. I guess you haven't fully recovered yet, huh? Friday, with his speed and physique, one collision cracked Snow's ribcage. Despite having formidable powers, physically, he couldn't compare to someone who lived through life and death with flesh and blood like Friday. Friday carried him and flew up high. Snow hadn't been silenced yet, so he kept reciting poetry. Why can't you play with Mark? Huh? Mother said. Friday thought to himself, even with cracked ribs and crushed internal organs, he still continues to read. The ice and snow showed signs of overwhelming the volcano. That was secretly tense, even though it's a volcanic region. The cold is covering everything. This joke is reaching its climax. I have to support Friday, so his attack hits cleanly. Ghost shouted, retrieving the ice needle she threw at Da. Using her power, She encoded Da into a data form. Next, she pinned it into a small block of ice. The longer the name tag is pinned, the wider the range of influence. From his left arm to his collarbone, everything was shattered. He won't be able to control the dream through that kind of pain. She calculated precisely. The range of damage to Da screamed in pain. Control. Wide range is now impossible. She signaled her teammate. Now is the time. Snow. Friday tried to fly up high, but the cold air had also affected him. Snow continued his poem, as bland as snail water. Because your mother, who devoutly serves the goddess Balia, cannot bear to see you stained by an addict in a dark alley. Both Da and Friday intuitively felt a bad omen coming. The poem continued. Mark is a devout friend. Then Mother continued. I know. The lame poem ended. Go saw victory firmly in their hands. It's over. Legendary rank. Friday secretly resolved a pointless confusion. Turns out the addict in the dark alley wasn't Mark, but the sun. Unexpectedly, the longer he listened and felt the enemy's poem paving the way, the colder the punchline became. A burst of cold air surged up. An ice mountain shot up high. Snow, the artist standing at the peak, politely bowed slightly. Thank you all for listening. The still had a part not covered by ice, while Friday was once again completely frozen. The dream woman was closely monitoring Da's condition. Seeing Da's expression, she knew immediately. Not good. He is in a terrible state. The dream woman gripped the knife tight, blaming herself. I am sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I have to open the path. But though still in the dream, could still control his physical body to reassure the dream woman. It's fine. Sure enough, it's no surprise. They hadn't been completely frozen yet, so they still had a chance to turn the tables. He hasn't had a proper chicken meal lately. Friday's condition is everything. Even if I'm sick, that's no excuse not to prepare a meal. I was originally in charge of the kitchen. Ghost looked up. Impossible. At that very moment, he fed Friday chicken. Friday tasted his favorite dish after a period of constant stressful fighting. Personality and aura. As long as the conditions are met, emotions and power will be linked. Power born from emotions, leading to violent explosions. With Friday's good fermentation, the cold penetrating to the bone, the perfect crispiness to go with cold beer. Before Snow could react, he was grabbed by Friday. At the same time, Friday recalled. The main character once said, in my world, rock bottom means hitting the lowest point, but it's also the signature move of a professional wrestler I really love. Friday took a deep breath. He spoke loudly. Can you smell it? The smell when you fried up. Snow heard these words and gave a positive review. A perfect line. Looking at the meteor, Friday was about to fall. Ghost thought, I used to like Carter, especially their style. But at some point, I started thinking, this isn't it. You guys are much cooler. The moment I thought that, I'd already lost. Dropping the good fermentation down to where it will fall, then pouring mana into it to create a powerful shock from front to back. Victory is assured. There won't be any unexpected turnaround. Meteor. Friday fell into the icy abyss, triggering the thermal current hidden deep beneath this area. Sparkling. Rock bottom. The gate was opened by the dream woman. Friday came out carrying Victory, each hand holding a subordinate of the Jaeger. And Friday. Victory. To rub his eyes. Complaining. Can we call that? I'm even more tired. Friday said. Just chicken. Won't be enough. Captain Park. The dream woman reached out, hugging Da tightly as he woke up safe and sound. Da exclaimed in confusion. What is this? The dream woman said. Mom was just too worried to push the dream woman away. The dream woman said. It must have been scary. Da continued. Don't misunderstand. Suddenly acting as if you're my mother. You're not my mother, and I will never think of you as my mother. For the rest of my life. A young man nearby was annoyed. You insolent brat. The man next to him saw Da hadn't finished speaking. Told his brother, please, shut your mouth for a bit. Da faltered a little, then confessed, because I have fallen in love with you. As a woman. Friday stood there watching this, screaming internally. Please, someone bring chicken and beer here. Before Da's confession, the dream woman stuttered, not knowing how to react. She spoke loudly. Mom cannot allow that. Then ran away, leaving her reaching out, calling. Wait a minute. I told you, you are my mother. Watching over Da for all those years. Maybe she will protect him like a mother. But this isn't what I taught him later. Later, It took that many years for the dream woman to let go of the idea that she was Da's mother. And even after that, things didn't go smoothly. But that is another story. Damutirid. Looks like this will still be a long battle. Then fainted. The Man gang watching this side. That truly is a terribly painful battle. Back to our main character. The main character used a shovel. The Jaeger used a hammer. The Jaeger secretly evaluated. Surprising. I have to say, it's impressive. Even when his power is sealed, he hasn't lost his sharpness at all. With just basic mana control, the Jaeger took out a screwdriver. Killing intent rose. Truly annoying. Although the main character was very focused, only when the screwdriver tip was about to poke his eye did he urgently react. Jumping back, it still couldn't dodge completely. The Jaeger, being too strong, is sometimes a problem too. This old man originally intended to tame you, but now I want to kill you. The main character suddenly laughed. He said, "You're right. Perhaps we are a bit alike. At first, I just wanted to make you submit, to serve under me. But then the thought changed. I will kill you." The Jaeger. The Jaeger replied by calling, "Enome, there's no point in a beast that cannot be tamed. Kill them all, except Marley." Agassi had arrived to help by then. She wondered, "Marley, outside? What the hell is happening?" Then she suddenly noticed the situation here. "Oh my, this place isn't normal either." Marley said, "It's that brat's trick again. There's no time left. So I'll explain quickly. This is a technique that transforms the interior into conditions like the demon realm. My children are going crazy and civilians are in danger. I'm trying to stop the expansion of this area." Agassi wanted to offer help, but Marley cut her off. "Please go to Captain Park. It seems he has lost his abilities because of something the Jaeger did. Agassi, he needs your power, maybe multiple times." Marley suddenly made an unexpected request. "And one more thing. Can you hug me for a bit?" It was a lovely request, and Agassi had no reason to refuse. She even enjoyed Marley's softness a bit. Marley expressed, "I never found the right time to say it before. I really worry about you. I miss you very much. Really, I think I've become weird since traveling with you guys." Agassi sighed. "Oh my, she has been influenced by Captain Park. Now she's become smooth and weird." Agassi followed Marley's words. "Going to help the main character. Just wait. If you slip up just once, I will curse you all day." Just then, Enome arrived with her colorful aquarium fish. "Don't interrupt me. That's not fun at all." Agassi and Zero didn't have enough skills to escape Enome. Therefore, they needed allies to support them. Flying in like the wind, Enome, a high-ranking demon capable of flexible movement, took a punch straight to the face from Olivia. Heejin humorously said, "Duh," an appearance that made dopamine explode. Olivia sarcastically mocked, "What's wrong? Are you annoyed? You bastard." Olivia swung with full force, punching Enome deeper and deeper into the structure, forcing her to release tentacles to cushion herself. Having lost a few teeth to Olivia's punch, Enome replied, Maybe just a little, but I'll make sure it won't be fun for you anymore. Only two of you? I don't like short-lived fun." Heejin knew his limits. "We know we aren't your match, but the problem is we just need to buy time until Mom arrives. Until then, because his family, we can feel it." Testmat was currently in the hospital room, with an 4 drip in his hand. Suddenly Testmat's hand, the others, Olivia and Heejin both felt it. Big brother is waking up. Magi, with his keen senses, found his way to Zero. The boy bit his lip, eyes tearing up, accusing Zero. Zero saw this and felt a pang in his heart, but suppressed his emotions. Magi froze, because Zero's gaze was cold to the extreme. "Report to the Jaeger's men. There is an intruder. Control room." Magi sobbed. The boy slowly choked out words. "Zero, what happened to you?" Zero froze like a soulless person. Zero still didn't know what power Magi had awakened. Was it the instinct of a messenger? Or was it a bond built over time? He instinctively realized it. Through Magi's question, "What happened to you?" Images flashed through his mind when he heard that question. He read me. Zero involuntarily shed a tear. Magi only needed that expression to decide what to do next. He turned away, saying, "Wait a moment." The boy burned with rage. "I'll go teach them a lesson and come back." Giant tentacles swept through the structures within its range. Olivia and Heejin, after landing one punch on Enome, were now running for their lives from the playful Enome. Enome said, "I took a hit too, so let me hit you once to be fair." Olivia shouted, Crazy bitch. You are really annoying. We would die from just one hit. Agassi is coming up, and those idiots have no idea how important she is to the battle right now. I need to draw their attention. But this place is hell. Hunger clearly felt the pressure. The gun aimed at his face, and the cloak forever. Losing the body he cared about too. I deliberately exposed a weakness, waiting to create an opening. But that bastard, he didn't lose vigilance at all. He used his muscles thinly and as sharply as possible, focusing on skillful technique instead of brute strength. But I can feel it. He doesn't have much time left. Heejin and Olivia kept running. They ran through the turns. But running forever like this isn't a solution. Time seems to be crawling. I've only provoked them for 1 minute. Heejin shouted, loudly warning Olivia. A puffer fish created from magic is waiting for them ahead. It is inflating. Can I endure it until Mom arrives? A loud explosion. Boom. Dust and debris fell. Heejin timely used his power, defense, successfully protecting the two siblings with their lives. Afterward, he took the brunt of the damage, yet couldn't avoid protecting his little sister. How embarrassing. Olivia worried. I'm the one who should be embarrassed. So stop talking nonsense. Let's run. Heejin said. I'm done for. It's poison, right? Olivia said. You have a detoxification skill. The one you developed after being poisoned all day back when you were a scammer. Heejin reluctantly complained. Too much information there. I've spun all kinds of abilities just in case. But my precognition ability keeps giving defensive skills. Inom disappointedly said. Is that it? So little. Really boring. Feeling what? Inom glanced over, seeing all her fish roll over and die. Inom was astonished. They died, knocking out all their nerves at once. Magi's shadow appeared. If only... Back then I'd gone with Zero. If only, back then. I want to meet Zero, instead of Captain Park. Protecting the others. Magi declared. I said I would pay back double when I grew up. Inom thought to herself. This match is really bad. This match will be difficult. Magi said. Now I'm paying my debt. Please let this struggle not be in vain. On the side of father and daughter, Magi was still pressured by the burden from father. Magi felt it was ridiculous. Talk. Standing on the side of those bastards, and you still want to talk? They hurt Dad. They are trash. Think about why I'm doing all this, Dad. Magi's power. Clean trap. This power breaks her own bones. By breaking 206 bones, she can use bone techniques. So what did the half-demon Magi receive? A simple but clear ability. Bone creation power. Clean trap. Clean trap. Currently, Magi has unlimited power. Otto used his power to move everyone out of Magi's destruction range. Father analyzed. That power comes with a lot of emotion. It blows everything away with a shockwave. He felt even more heartbroken for his daughter. COJ said, former general and future father-in-law. Father wondered, why do you call me that? It sounds disgusting. COJ spoke frankly. Just to annoy you. That's part of who I am. She expressed empathy. I know you can't really lay a hand on Magi. And even if you tried, I would stop you. I followed, you knowing it would be difficult. So let me handle it. Family matters must share the burden. Otto was secretly nervous. Is it okay for me to stand here? The son-in-law who had been silent until now grabbed father's shoulder and spoke up. Father-in-law, you know this, right? Talking doesn't always require words. COJ gave a warning hit to her brother's loose mouth. The two siblings jumped down. The cheeky son-in-law shouted as if to provoke father. It's just like our conversations in bed, you know? The COJ siblings landed in front of Magi. The two siblings advised in unison. Let's go home. Sister-in-law. Magi asked them, but actually asking herself. Go where? The COJ siblings said. Let's go back. Magi asked. Back where? That incompetent empire? Magi stated her reasoning. I understood what Dad went through. And what is about to happen? The world will only become more chaotic, even if he retired. Who can guarantee he won't be dragged to the battlefield again? When everything combines and becomes out of control. How ironic. You dare say we should return to a place like that? Back to the place that hurt our dad? Magi blamed herself. I'm the one hurting him right now. I endured everything. As the eldest daughter, I took on Mom's responsibilities. Impulsive choices suddenly lost their purpose and went beyond control. Magi convinced herself. With this power, this violence. COJ clicked her tongue. People often say late rebellion is the scariest. Quiet people usually cause terribly big trouble. Look at me. Always breaking a little of this, breaking a little of that. But I never really committed any major crime. Her brother said, ahem. But sister, you didn't break, just a little. COJ sternly said. Shut up. COJ said, maybe it will hurt. But a fist is the most useful medicine. Let me scold you once to wake you up. With my help? Magi corrected silently. That is a sword. COJ questioned. Oh, does that thing bother you? COJ instantly appeared in front of Magi. The weapon in COJ's hand flashed. Magi reflexively raised her hand to block. What seemed to be a sword was actually an iron fist charging straight ahead. A weapon beyond Magi's prediction. COJ said, I specialize in hand-to-hand combat, sister. COJ used her bare hand, landing a punch on Magi's knee. Magi endured. This damage is not small. With this range, COJ reminded, it can only get stronger. But I'm the one who survived in prison alone. Are you faster? Or is my uppercut faster? Magi reflexively raised both hands to block. Is she preparing for a knockout? But the forecasted punch was a feint, to make Magi lose guard against the kick. Into Magi's side. Low kick. Magi complained silently. You said uppercut, but COJ continued talking calmly. Let me ask you again. Does that thing bother you? How many times already? Magi faced her shortcomings. She severely lacked street fighting experience. The part that was hit couldn't move. COJ burst with mana aura at this moment, revealing to Magi. My ability. Flame confinement. The discomfort after a body part is hit. The lingering sensation making Magi uncomfortable. Calling the sword lost youth. Turns out it really isn't a sword. Clearly she said she only uses fists. Lied that she would uppercut, but ended up low kicking 3 times. A cunning ability. But she became a B rank thanks to her intellect and martial arts. That COJ, being the younger sister, truly has a knack for annoying others, especially when it involves his daughter. The severity is much greater. COJ said, I took your legs already. You can't move. Now let's talk nicely. Looking up, making COJ suddenly remember. All right. You can fly. Magi said, I won't kill you. COJ ran away from the direction Magi pointed. A blast from Magi descended. En explosion. Boom. Father watched from above, worried for COJ. Done. COJ was completely safe and sound. Magi narrowed her eyes. She's still fine. That attack didn't reach COJ. Did it veer off? Impossible. That is the power. From within the dust, a male voice spoke up asking, what does it mean to be an alpha male? Becoming strong doesn't make you a man. Stealing another's woman makes you a beast. A real man must know how to take responsibility. Sister-in-law, I will take responsibility for your attack. The son-in-law's ability is true pure love. Magi was secretly surprised. Power to redirect attacks to himself. Father was secretly pleased. This son-in-law, you are right. Talking doesn't necessarily require words. What I can do for Magi is the main character and the Jaeger meanwhile were having a purely physical battle, quite evenly matched. The Jaeger said, the longer this goes, that old man's power will make him control others. The main character secretly felt the Jaeger lied. Even Man could only guess the Jaeger's ability, not his full potential. He must have hidden it very well, not daring to trust anyone. Fighting without using your skills is admirable. Time's up. From now on, you cannot use magic power anymore. The shovel in the main character's hand dissolved, as if that would trouble the main character. If you don't have teeth, use gums. Just keep going. Advance. Until he reflexively uses power unconsciously. A fist grazed the Jaeger's face. The Jaeger showed surprise. The main character lifted his leg. Paradox kick. Finish him. The Jaeger dodged quickly. A kick from a main character destroyed the wall. The Jaeger leaned back. The Jaeger leaned against a room to regain balance. Looking back, he saw the main character gripping the broken wall, throwing bricks from the broken wall at the Jaeger. Tyrant's tracks. The Jaeger flexibly used tools to smash the concrete blocks. He secretly analyzed his opponent. Can he fight barehanded? When a person's skills are sealed or restricted, they usually withdraw and expose weaknesses. But this guy, he moves as if he'd curse himself to death if his limbs froze. But it has accumulated enough. Finish it. Now, Captain Park, it's time. You can't move anymore. The main character froze in midair, then fell to the ground. The Jaeger. The condition is clear. If you continue to attack, you will die, the main character said. The Jaeger. You and I seem similar in some ways, but there is a difference here. The Jaeger laughed lightly, saying, this old man really doesn't want to hear it. Goodbye, kid. And usually, this very moment would be the time to prove the words the main character was about to say and will say. Because I believe our deaths are extremely precious. Allies arrived at the exact moment he wished. The Jaeger looked back. Agassi used her power to support. The Jaeger's skill no longer worked on him. The Jaeger was in disbelief, and the main character was once again buffed to escape the Jaeger's influence, allowing him to wrap mana around his fist, then punch straight into the Jaeger's face. Let's review the situation where Shivaji is currently. Shivaji, in an indescribable, stuffed animal form, said, are you crazy? Trading for an escape route without thinking carefully. What if the dolls attack? You don't know, do you? Here's what happened. When the woman realized fighting in this mansion was pointless, she immediately focused only on finding clues and escaping. Even playing puzzles. Her mind was set, not in the right place. Shivaji's question was answered by the woman. Where? I find it quite normal. Like persistence and focusing on the true key point. She escaped Shivaji's game. The resistance forces, seeing this, were all worried. She escaped the leader's mansion. He built that place with the intention of trapping her for at least a day. The Jaeger side thought to themselves, you guys only ambushed because you knew about this monster beforehand. Fools. If it's an order from the Jaeger, she will endure pain, even if she has to trade her own body. Truly the Jaeger's mad dog. If you think that's simply another authoritarian thought error, then you are mistaken. The woman challenged. Just one match and it's over already? Start again. To put it bluntly, you're also on the verge of death, right? Not worth responding to. Shivaji replied. The woman said, just as I thought. I'm very glad. All of this is for the one at the top. It's for the master of. Killing intent made Shivaji tense up. Back to the punch hitting the Jaeger's face by the main character. The main character exerted force, punching the Jaeger flying into several layers of walls. Agassi and the others were happy. Hit him. The Jaeger lay still there. Done, the main character told himself. But I cannot let my guard down. We still don't know all of the Jaeger's skills. I will definitely end this. The Jaeger was still leisurely taking a cigar to his mouth, scraping matches, lighting tobacco. The main character was slightly confused. Just as I thought. Ritual. Hospitality. In a situation where I'm rushing at him like this, he really lies there lighting a cigarette? Condition of the skill. The Jaeger muttered. Fake tobacco. Damn it. I was actually defeated by Jaim's trick. What he aimed for was Zam. That name. Agassi realized. That's my dad's name. You're still alive? Daughter of. This was truly shocking news for the main character's side. The main character was horrified. Are you kidding? But it was too real. Agassi was dazed. That is. The main character shouted. Agassi, don't mind him. Agassi showed panic, while the Jaeger smiled cunningly. Someone appeared, preventing the Jaeger's plan from succeeding. The Jaeger froze upon seeing Jaim. Jaim told Agassi, don't listen to him. Child of, no matter what anyone says. You're my daughter, from the bottom of my heart. Jaim's appearance infuriated the Jaeger. The main character raised his shovel, not forgetting to praise Jaim. I don't know who you are, but well done. The main character poured all his heart into attacking the Jaeger again. The guy took out a wrench, but was knocked away by the main character's shovel. The main character mocked. You're becoming desperate. The Jaeger. I just read your skill. It's not just exhaling smoke or using skills, but first is dialogue. The Jaeger wasn't surprised that the main character figured it out. Of course, touching Agassi was indeed a suspicious act. I was impatient. Really? Finally, he discovered my skill. The Jaeger's skill. Poison manipulation technique. It activates when a Jaeger lights a fire and releases smoke or gas. Once the conversation is exchanged, a link will be formed. After that, just hearing the voice releasing smoke and gas will create manipulation. When manipulation forms, it triggers an extremely powerful nocebo effect. The nocebo effect occurs when negative belief causes actual physical harm, like experiencing freezing when in a powered-off freezer, or being shocked to death. Just a few dripping drops of water are perceived as losing a large amount of blood. In short, it is He can kill someone with just belief. The Jaeger hit the main character's head with his tool. However, current situation. It wasn't effective on the main character. You open your mouth, and I know something will happen. The Jaeger's skill. Nocebo was nullified by Agassi's placebo. Zam stepped up, spoke softly. I'm sorry, D. When this battle ends, I will tell you everything. Jaim joined the fight against the Jaeger. Since being forced to retire, the Jaeger wasn't as sharp as before. Extreme motivation. Jaim said, "This is the loneliness I always kept. Born from hatred towards you. What do you think, the Jaeger?" The Jaeger coughed up blood. Jaim withdrew his hand. Glowing blue patterns appeared on the Jaeger's face. The main character raised his sword. And also, the Jaeger had to admit it. Right. This old man was too arrogant. He isn't the type to fight while thinking about consequences. That is why I lost. The sword of destruction of the main character descended. A great power exploded. One might think it was a victory for the main character's side. But through a gnome smile, we realized something was wrong. The figure lying there turned out to be the main character. His face went pale. Not clear. What just happened? Agassi was safe, thanks to Jaim's protection. Currently, except for her, no one on the opposing side was unharmed by the Jaeger. Round one goes to this old man. Marley looked up, muttering, "That is impossible." And gnome was pleased. "See, I told you, he is the most disgustingly dangerous guy." The Jaeger stood there, looking down. The world calls us rebels. He suddenly remembered an old story. The world calls us rebels. But they are wrong. You're still working hard. The Jaeger. The Jaeger spoke to Man. But everything is different. The world I am creating. Look at the smile of the Jaeger. Man said, "I don't understand how it's different. I don't see anything, because I never thought about that. But the Jaeger, I will be by your side." The Jaeger smiled lightly, said nothing. Marley saw that and smirked. Right? The Jaeger. Before the fire burned, the girl wearing glasses spoke on behalf of the Jaeger's young comrades. Our child, is looking forward to seeing the world you create. Remembering that day, the Jaeger couldn't help but sigh. The main character sat up, wondering, what just happened? When a main character's greatsword was about to slash the Jaeger, he had an unusual expression. The main character knew this expression. That appearance. Impossible. Mana burst. The reality allowed Captain Park, who relied on nothing, to defeat Friday. An explosive power exceeding limits in releasing mana, burning even life force to release overwhelming power. And the Jaeger went even further than that, breaking the physical limits of the body. Unlimited mana release power. Physical abilities unrestrained. Limits are constraints the brain sets to protect the body. In short, it's a negative effect, but can utilize intentional nocebo. And unlike normal mana burst, this ability can be toggled at will. Without side effects, the main character looked fine, but the actual condition wasn't optimistic at all. Internal organs. My whole body is crushed. Damn it. Recovery takes too much energy. Controlling mana burst. How is this possible? Man came to his side, calming the panic sprouting in the main character's heart. So, focus. The main character denied it many times. Now, calling Mom. Man said, "My control ability is still unstable. I can't fight like the Jaeger." The main character refocused. If Mom's power is sealed, that'll be the end. I have to save. Placebo for Agassi too. Man said, "Of course. You are a great advantage to me. But until the fortress is cleared, handle this. And having this mother behind you, don't forget Mom is supporting you." The main character took off his jacket, ripping the inner shirt. He demanded for the first time, "Where's the gun?" Man smiled, said, "Where else? Right here." She threw the gun to the main character, just as he wished. With the main character recovered from injuries thanks to the benefit. Demonization. Plus Man support. The Jaeger admitted, "This is bad." Because in Gnome Isabella's control, kept Marley busy maintaining the barrier to prevent the instant world from expanding. Captain Park couldn't use that weapon. But now with Man, he will be continuously supplied weapons. And the moment Captain Park holds that weapon, his combat power will skyrocket. Having the weapon, the main character charged straight ahead. The Jaeger calculated how to stop this momentum, how to stop Captain Park. Suddenly, the Jaeger laughed. He narrated, "Good grief. I went through so much trouble to bring him here. Looks like even this old man has to let go of some things." He signaled a gnome. A gnome saw and understood immediately. That could be fun too. Protecting always takes more effort than destroying. Mabamai secretly groaned. Damn it, if it were a duel, I would have finished him. But I have to fight the demons attacking Mom, which holds me back. And Hunger knows that, and is setting up sophisticated traps. However, he landed a big hit on Captain Park. And Mom, the body he controls directly will suffer pain for him. Even when I hit the real body. He's weakening too. Just a bit more. Just a little more. For Mom. Thanks to the motivation still present, Mabamai persisted. But his current state didn't allow things to go smoothly. What is the feeling of shrinking into a baby shape while holding the battle line? Hunger laughed loudly. It's over. Mabamai. He swung a blade horizontally. Mabamai put up both hands to block. Mabamai's body was solid enough not to be cut, but was still blown backward by the reaction force. Marley worried for Mabamai, but maybe she needed to care about her own condition more. Hunger approached, then looked at Marley, pointing the blade at both of them, arrogantly said, Stop struggling so pathetically and die already. This was like a signal for not only Hunger's clones, but other lower demons forced to evolve also rushed in. Mabamai lost the ability to be a shield. Now who will protect Marley? The main character's sword flew in from somewhere, stuck in front of Marley, before the surprised eyes of those present. The sword activated. Its ability, controlled destruction. The area where the enemy group was standing, right at the gate, trench front. The main character controlled those layers of earth, merging them into a temporary cage. Marley was overjoyed. You came to save us. The main character honestly replied. I got beaten up and blown to the lair. Just came back. The main character jumped on top of the cage he just created. Hunger sensed it. Looked up. The main character said, Is there any demon who knows what I'm going to do? Raise your hand. Hunger was nervous, speechless. Successor of the Demon King. You. The main character glared, asking and answering himself. And the answer is, even if you know, what can you do to me? The main character fired, sending the whole mother in this bowl to meet their ancestors. Hunger had clones, so he could use them as shields, but certainly couldn't last long under the main character's barrage. Hunger spoke loudly. Successor of the Demon King. Leader of Rockbox. Or Captain Park, right? You were the leader. Unknown since when. Someone stood opposite the main character. When he looked straight up, his eyes revealed despair. The Jaeger said, Captain Park, using both ability and weapon simultaneously. This guy is too tough. Sorry, but I'm counting on you. Zero. It's a pity to waste someone like him. But this old man has no other choice. Captain Park, I have to shatter his mind. Bring Zero out. Zero was confused. There was definitely an explosion outside. But this place, Isabella just teleported it. Huh, right? We promised. He must be protecting me. Magi must have let his guard down. No way he would drag me out. A voice shattered his wishful thinking. I'm sorry. Zero. Things aren't looking very optimistic. You're the only one who can stop Captain Park. Zero wanted to find a way to negotiate. Wait. The Jaeger lost patience. Said, if you had blocked them properly at the sanctuary from the start, this wouldn't have happened. Do you think I brought you out just because you're some random guy I know? I'm giving you a chance. You are still an important pawn to me. Don't think I'm throwing you away. This old man just wants to assert himself with him. Zero, please. So there was a scene of Zero confronting Park Byung-jae like this. The main character was constantly pushed from one death list to another. Stop Captain Park. He knows better than anyone. That violence won't work. That is why Zero transmitted information to him. Information about the pain he had to endure. Why was there no way to avoid the goblin grass? Whatever it was, that pain was completely transferred to Captain Park. And he fell before Marley's shock. Mabamai wanted to blame, but couldn't. Captain Park. This bastard, honestly. Mabamai used his small body as a cushion to protect the main character from injury. Zero said, destroy the sword, Hunger. Hunger cursed silently. Damn it, why'd it turn out like this? Dissatisfied inside. But Hunger still obeyed Zero. Two blades slashed through the confinement, along with the main character's sword. Zero looked down at where the main character lay, gritting teeth. Must be extremely painful. He signaled Hunger. Finish it. Originally looking down on humans, Hunger secretly felt humiliated. How dare you order me? But I have no other choice in this humiliating situation. Hunger poured all dissatisfaction onto the main character's head. Successor of the Demon King. This is all your fault. The main character suddenly lifted his body, fired a headshot at him. Hunger. What Zero couldn't expect was that Captain Park had always borne that pain during the battle. Instead, Captain Park's mind became clearer. I have too many questions, so many that I can't categorize them. But if I can only ask one question, the main character spoke up. Zero, I want to hear it from your own mouth. Why did you betray us? Zero frowned. All of this. The main character wanted to hear, wanted to know. Zero, what have you been through? The main character's gaze filled with tolerance, just like Maggie's before. Why do you guys act as if it's obvious? Captain Park, I hate you. When Zero was cut in half, he felt, is that metallic sound my breathing? I don't feel anything. I think I heard the captain's voice. That guy seemed very worried, even panicked. The Jaeger said, challengers are indeed very. They make people think. This guy still has guts. That is a pleasure. One day you will understand. Now then, let's prepare to welcome our guests. In a grand and meticulous way. Those who will change the world are those who dare to play the villain. You won't feel it from shock. But if you focus, you will see it. Now, focus. Feel what is happening to your body. The pain. Zero at that time thought he had lost consciousness, but was forced to wake up. It hurt, but Zero could only moan single words. The Jaeger laughed loudly. You can't even scream? How does it feel? To fully feel the pain of death. Zero screamed in silence. It hurts. I am dying. Can't take it. Stop. Please. The Jaeger manipulated, saying, now, while focusing on that pain. Listen to this old man. You know, I thought, why can humans be ready to face death? What do you think the reason is? It's because they haven't experienced that feeling ever. They don't know how painful it is, how empty it feels, so they can throw their lives away easily. Zero desperately begged, please save me. His plea was heard. His severed body was healed, dazedly looking up at the one who killed him, then pulled him back. Turns out, a gnome can use all kinds of organisms to heal. It goes beyond common understanding. But the key is, as long as life hasn't completely ended, healing you is extremely simple. No words were uttered. When thinking about wanting to live, everything collapsed. The Jaeger spoke to Zero in his fragile mental state. This old man didn't want things to go this far. You know, with that ability, I could open your skull, turn you into a puppet, and use that power for myself. But the reason I didn't do that is because I need all of you. Incomprehensible. How could someone throw something like you onto the battlefield? If it were me, I would protect you, reward you heavily. That is my respect for your ability. What you had to endure was due to your captain's incompetence. If it were me, that would never happen. There's no reason to offer your life to him. You're just throwing it away. After finishing those persuasive words, the Jaeger stood up. Now, you know what true death is like. Now you understand the weight of that determination. Can you forge that determination again? For Captain Park? Can you bet your life again? This is the last chance I give you. Choose money or death. If you choose money, it's like cherishing life. This time, I give you 3 seconds. And this time, after just one count. Zero didn't hesitate. Submitted, just as the Jaeger intended. As for Zero, I hate him. Captain Park. The person who threw me to the front line and made me suffer. The one who made me go through those things. The one who will continue to sacrifice again and again. In a similar situation. I know. I also have value. I can do it. But I was wrong. With a torn heart. Zero answered the main character's question. Why? Why? Why did I betray? Because I was afraid. Zero revealed the terror after the near-death experience he didn't want to face a second time. Because I didn't want to die. Because I wanted to live. That is the reason. That is the reason. You should have come sooner. What is late cannot be fixed. And even as the protagonist, Park Byung-jang isn't omnipotent. Facing the despair his teammate revealed. The main character stood there frozen. The Jaeger laughed. Unclear if laughing at the main character or himself. His eyes, even him, didn't expect a high-ranking demon. The cause is still his own immaturity. And his complacency, even if it's an emotional level caused by the Jaeger. Even when that gaze pierces through him, causing pain unlike anything he ever experienced, is still completely justified. However, He is rushing down a collapsing path, unable to turn back or stop. The main character responded to Zero with a question. Because it's scary? Inside Captain Park, something began to break. Then I will make it even scarier. Captain Park's limit. His mind is clouded. Captain Park has a fatal limit that even he himself doesn't realize. Some people already know, not because Captain Park is a good person, simply because his environment nurtured this limit, an instinctive aversion to killing. That is why Captain Park, a sharp marksman with absolute aim, hesitates at the final moment, making wrong judgments in critical situations where he could have finished off the opponent, no matter how ready he was to take someone's life. When facing a sentient being, he always unconsciously avoided the optimal choice. His experience, situation, his immaturity, and what they have achieved now are all part of Captain Park's nature. Hunger was unconsciously uneasy, gripping tight, the hilt, the Jaeger. What are you guys thinking? Should have saved that weakness for a more critical moment. This bastard has all the qualities of a demon king, except for a single flaw. Zero felt it. Something is wrong. The main character's gaze was colder than ever, making Zero hurriedly shout, "Body!" The main character used his foot to lift the handle of his greatsword, then stabbed it hard into the ground. His sword pierced through several layers of earth. Zero secretly prayed, "I must stop him from using power." Hunger also secretly faltered. "No good. How far have they pushed this? Bad. I must stop him, even if I have to summon all clones." The main character slightly bent down, turned his face back very quickly. He spread his mana throughout the surrounding area, where he located his teammates. He immediately controlled rocks and earth, creating a protective layer for them. After that, he rushed in and fired at Hunger's clones. Hunger understood. With clones, I can only buy time. Well, I have to use that. The untrained body. Zero commanded. Body. Deploy mid and high-level units. Don't forget to take Cuso amphetamine. Body. 2 drug makers scratched their heads. Asked carefully, but the remaining force is supposed to be a gift for the Empire. Will the boss agree to that? Zero was urgent. He said it could be used in emergencies. Hurry up, Body said. Don't look at me like that. Just following orders. Got it. Throwing the drug vial to the group of addicts here. The drug addicts, getting high, naturally couldn't resist the allure of the drug. Shell casings fell like rain. The main character kept firing back like a machine gun. The main character was quite flexible. When close to the enemy, use a knife. When needing to pick off large numbers at a distance. When needing to shoot, to increase efficiency, he attached a knife to the muzzle. So now the enemy would be stabbed and shot at the same time to be sure. Ticket to heaven. And the main character just kept going. Somehow, his AK truly was a magic gun. Infinite ammo was one thing. It could also fire in a fan shape. Before long, the main character broke through the encirclement to find the main body of Hunger. Just as he was about to headshot Hunger a few more times, someone from somewhere swung a chain. This chain wrapped around the main character's leg. The main character had his leg pulled down into a nearby hole. Basement. Q's research lab, where addicts enhanced by drugs swarmed like ants. But now could they threaten the main character? Zero saw. Not right. Not the time yet. Even in the fortress, Captain Park hasn't changed at all. He still prioritizes restraint. He hasn't killed a single human yet. Hunger glanced at Zero, thinking, that is the answer. A mind like his doesn't collapse easily. The moment of hesitation when facing a human, just like before. I will aim for it again. This time, I will take your head. The main character swung the leg wrapped in the chain. The guy holding the chain was pulled towards the main character, pulling the addict towards him. The main character prepared to discard the no-kill rule. Zero and Hunger, seeing this, understood immediately. Now whether the hostage or the obstacle is human, won't make the main character hesitate to strike anymore. The main character officially embraced his cold-bloodedness, no matter how high those addicts were. When they saw their lives could be threatened, they all froze. Park Byung-jae is stepping into the dark boundary. All the addicts were uneasy. Wait, it's very likely that after this battle, Park Byung-jae won't be able to leave the darkness anymore. The addicts were stunned with fear. This is different from what you said. Park Byung-jae is ready for a massacre with those who are human flesh and blood, as long as they stand in his way. There is no mercy here. Now the killing intent Park Byung-jae, always restrained, is gone. He now fully accepts sacrificing everything of others. Absolutely, not letting himself lose anything anymore. On Agassi's side, after Jaehyun used his body to protect his daughter's safety, he lost consciousness. Amidst Agassi's frantic calls of father, she panicked and asked her friend, "What should I do? Down there? What now?" Zero didn't know how to comfort his friend properly either. Agassi was in tears. Why? Why didn't you abandon me? Why are you confusing me now? My mind is a mess. What is happening? She was completely immersed in her thoughts, no longer hearing her friend's advice. She instinctively sought answers from the group's solid support. "Captain Park, what should we do?" Steady footsteps approached Agassi. The one approaching was the one who caused all the suffering in this battle. "I miss you so much. My daughter, come to daddy." Zero couldn't accept the Jaeger's shamelessness. He stood out to block him from seeing Agassi. The Jaeger said, "How dare you interrupt the emotional reunion of a father and his daughter? Well, why do you have to block a father?" Zero told himself, "I must not answer, not because I can't win the argument, but because of his ability. Choking. Can't even utter a curse. From his ability to how others react to him. I'm not stupid either. Perhaps. The Jaeger is Agassi's biological father, but I heard they met once before, and he acted like he didn't know she was his child, until seeing Agassi's ability. As if he forgot it existed, and above all, as if he didn't care about what happened to Agassi. He dared to attack. In this battle, the Jaeger sighed many times. Passion and dreams. Good people. What we need to turn the world around amidst this injustice is Agassi, back when she was too young to remember anything, smiled and said, "Because that uncle was scared. So I comforted him. It's okay, it's fine. Like I usually do with you, uncle." The Jaeger suddenly fell silent. The girl with glasses sensed something wrong and called him. Agassi innocently looked up. "Father, why?" Gloomily looking down at his daughter, like staring at an enemy. Careful and ruthless calculation. "I will definitely kill it this time. My own child. Mortal enemy." On the other side, the main character's expression was making those facing him wary. Zero is secretly unhappy. It feels strange, but I know. The main character didn't care to say, "Come on, more. No matter the excuse. You will never forgive. I am a weak traitor." So Zero ordered, "Release them all. If it doesn't end here, everything will be over." So not only Park Byung-jae cannot turn back. Conversely, Zero cannot shamelessly return either. Zero knew he was a coward. "Because I didn't want to die, I sacrificed innocent lives and pushed my old teammates to death. Just hate me. Curse me. Captain Park." Meanwhile, Hunger was noticing something. "Inome, Isabella. What the hell are you thinking? How dare you use my body?" Inome jokingly replied, "Come on. No way. I just said I wanted to help too. Besides, that brat is more annoying than I thought. That brat here is Magi." Magi fired poison darts at Inome. A shell closed, protecting Inome. Inome didn't close the shell completely, leaving one poison reading furnace. Then caught it. The one who redesigned, controlled and summoned demonic creatures and hunters. The one who seems to be able to read thoughts. The power gap neutralized by similarity. Like that ridiculous kid, even in the instant world, I lost focus. Conversely, even though Mom lost her power, she is still the creator. Her understanding of the world is on a completely different level. At this rate, the world will fall into Mom's hands. I want to go smash everything right now. But wait, I have to pressure Captain Park a bit more. When the time is ripe, I can wipe out everything named Captain Park. How to create that stimulating moment most perfectly? Hunger blamed. Then why did you create this situation? From the time at the fortress until now, wasn't it all your plan? Even the corpses and soldiers have all disappeared. Inome finally said, "You know, that corpse." A flashback to when Inome talked to Hunger in the demon realm. Hunger spoke his mind to Inome. "That's the thing. I can't stand following others' orders. Why should I? Someone strong enough to take on an army alone, cooperate with anyone? A cunning person like you, Inome, wouldn't come just for some silly conditions like this." Inome laughed and sighed. "Oh, come on, you're so smart." She snapped her fingers. She opened a teleportation gate. Hunger saw this and seemed to understand something. "This is..." Inome confessed. "That's right. After losing to Mabamai, They thought I was dead, but they found me lying gasping for air. And secretly saved me. The stronger the demon, the harder it is to control. I heard that. But you can do it, right? Hunger was secretly confident. Who am I? Hunger hesitated no more. Jumped down, confronting the main character. The one with the potential to become the new Demon King. Raising the blade high, intending to slash down. But was slashed by the main character using a bayonet, severing his arm first. The main character knew the body wasn't Hunger's true form. So he lowered his body, pointed the gun at Hunger's head, just as the main character pulled the trigger. A new variable arrived. The one born to stand at the top. Not me. This Hunger, Mabamai and Marley both froze. Limbs emerged from Hunger's cloak, slapped the main character, smashing him straight into the wall. Severely injured again, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The giant arm descended. Marley hesitated. Oh, impossible. Mabamai painfully confirmed. Looks like it, Mom. These crazy bastards. Mabamai muttered. The guy I took down with my own hands. The former rank 3. The destroyer. Gemini. This Gemini is under Hunger's control. That's right. What is there to be afraid of? Where can I go? The main character moved, making Hunger widen his eyes. Still holding on? If you faint, you won't have to feel pain anymore. Do you think your side still has hope? Zero was secretly depressed. Captain Park. The main character was covered in blood. His own. And others. I told you. I will make it scarier. Zero bowed his head. Maybe you will also hate me. Like the destiny I broke. You were betrayed by the person you trusted most. The main character said. Zero, that is why. Zero was secretly prepared. Hate me. Curse me. But the main character stomped his foot hard, showing tolerance towards Zero. From now on, you don't have to fear anything anymore. The pain Zero transferred through the Jaeger's ability. If Zero betrayed the Jaeger, it could trigger a condition. Death. Therefore, the main character said calmly, attack me if you want. Hate me if you want. Oppose me. No matter what anyone says, I will carry it all alone. The main character confirmed the goal to achieve in his heart. I will take you with me. The main character faced Gemini, a two-bodied high demon. He clenched his fist tight, knowing this battle would be difficult and deadly exhausting. Yet he gritted his teeth, screamed loudly, cheering himself on. Advance! The scream, cheering himself on, was also a challenge to the one above. Balia heard it, only calmly said, not that easy. The main character spread. Resistance. The roar of Captain Park echoed throughout the fortress. As a result, morale soared. Inome didn't understand this, so she doubted. Is it instinct? Inome didn't mind the main character's persistence either. Yeah, giving up too early ruins the fun. I'm ready for this moment. But while she was relaxed, when a second person arrived to join, open the way. Seeing Olivia, Inome immediately remembered the punch not long ago. Olivia accelerated to the limit, coming to give Inome a second punch. Inome groaned. That right hand, seriously. After this, Inome will probably have some PTSD. Olivia's bulging muscular arm. With Olivia. Naturally, there was Heejin. Coming. The little demon sister arrived too. And a good card is coming too. Brain Link. Synchronizing the opponent's brain with one's own processing ability. My dopamine-filled concentration power is Pseudo-ADHD. Heejin is a human whose concentration completely collapsed later in life. For example, the owner of this ability is a department head capable of leading subordinates to success in major projects. Heejin pointed at Inome. Little sister, you're the calculating type, right? Inome was annoyed. Ability is truly a nuisance. The instant world kept trying to expand, only be tidied up by Marley. Because of Heejin's harassment, Inome couldn't focus on the instant world. Mabamai admired and respected Marley more and more. As expected, truly Mom. Even when her power has weakened, doing great things. Mom and allies are all trying. Mabamai wouldn't let himself sit still. How can I sit still? Even for just a moment. Just one moment I can be useful. Oh, Mom, now I understand. Moms change. We will fight against it together. Jayam, after a while of unconsciousness, woke up wiping tears for his daughter. Father fell asleep without knowing his daughter was crying. What should I do? I'm so terrible. Agassi's call of father attracted the attention of the Jaeger and Zero. Jayam told his daughter, go. Agassi was unwilling. Are you telling me to run away? Why are you doing this? Jiam said. Initially, I was afraid of losing you. Before I realized it. I grew to love you, not as a benefactor, but as family. So I made you weak. I erased your memories, making you believe the Jaeger killed me, and lived as if I were dead, all because of my selfish heart, thinking it was for you. But even when I wanted to stop you, you still bloomed so beautifully and strongly. How can I hold you back? Just do what you should do. You're the hope of this place. Just leave this place to us. Zero laughed in the face of the enemy. Everyone saw. The real father is here. Agassi muttered. What I have to do? The Jaeger had a headache. What was his name originally? Whatever. Agassi. Can even extinguish all mana outbursts. Now, I've covered my ears. Agassi ran away, causing the Jaeger to widen his eyes. She grabbed the radio to inform all allies. I know the Jaeger's ability. The Jaeger revealed panic. His trump card must not be revealed. The Jaeger kicked the pile of rubble with an intention everyone knew. Zero wouldn't let him have his way. A thorny day. Thorny memories. Zero tried to block all the rubble. Thanks to that, Agassi was only knocked down by the shockwave, not in danger. She fell down. Couldn't help worrying. She looked back at Zero and Father. The two of them were joining forces. Holding back the Jaeger. Both shouted loudly, urging Agassi, go! The Jaeger no longer had his calm demeanor. Aggression clearly showed. He almost shouted, get out of the way. Agassi knew. Staying wouldn't help. She had to go. To support elsewhere. The Jaeger's ability. Blood relation. Hostility. Towards me. Agassi. Don't answer him. Placebo. Cigarettes and smoke. The Jaeger soon escaped the restraint of the two men. Scolding. Save your strength. Think for yourself. In the simplest way possible. So everyone could understand. Agassi prepared to reveal the Jaeger's long-kept secret. The Jaeger raised his hammer very close to her. Yet, he still couldn't stop her in time. The Jaeger's ability is nocebo. Do not speak to him. From here, information about the Jaeger's ability was transmitted to everyone present at the battle. The Jaeger's ability is only dangerous when people don't know about it. The dark-skinned woman heard this news. I have to go. She knew her master was in deep trouble, so immediately returned. Agassi created even more reason for the Jaeger to consider his own biological daughter an enemy. Don't stand in my way anymore, he screamed. Agassi had almost accepted losing her life here. Then rescue appeared in time. Always like that. The goddess of luck is truly on the side of the main character's allies. The Knight Commander was present, after blocking the hammer strike of the Jaeger. Swung a sword path, looking like he prepared to slash. But actually it was a thrust. The Jaeger tilted his head to dodge narrowly. Agassi widened her eyes, watching the battle turn. The Knight Commander said, while arresting the executive board, along with the Man gang. We wiped out the gang and the clones. Thanks to you guys, we were able to rescue the people of the fortress. Everyone's struggle was not in vain. Well done. Now it's our turn. The Knight Commander expressed gratitude to all allies. This is the time. The resistance deploys its true military force. AC said, let's go. Comrades. The Jaeger was furious, sneering. You ghosts. Overwhelming power radiated from the Jaeger. The Jaeger's ability is nocebo. Very likely, he has surpassed his own limits. Because right now, he no longer has any restrictions on mana or strength. He is burning his own life force. The Knight Commander told himself, I must precisely analyze his attacks with a technique that allows no smallest error. This is the only thing I can do here. Even just a second. No, even just 0.1 second. I will take down the Jaeger. Man stood outside, acting as the rear guard to help her children. Wait, just a little more. Here, I have a role to fulfill. The COJ's siblings and father were still facing the stubborn problem. Magi. COJ faltered slightly. Countering in midair is difficult. Is facing my sister a mistake? Should I go back to the commander? COJ's brother also secretly found it difficult. But I can't make such an irresponsible suggestion. Asking a father-in-law to attack his own daughter. Or should I expand the scope of responsibility? Magi didn't want to fight this battle either. She said, stop immediately. Give up the empire. Don't stand on that side anymore. Don't make me suffer anymore. Father was looking at an album. Hearing this pained his heart. He looked at the photo of his daughters. Restless. Finally, father took action. Family matters. I solved them. When having to leave his daughter at home and work until late at night. Otto sensed it. This is not a movement control power. The COJ's siblings naturally saw it too. Their father-in-law attacked his own daughter. Magi, being the eldest sister, had to bear responsibilities similar to a mother. After the sister's mother passed away, watching her sisters cry endlessly, Magi was heartbroken too. Inom's sweet voice poured into Magi's ears. You must protect the family. You must cultivate strength. You are very talented. I will help you. Magi panicked silently. I don't feel any impact from the outside. What I feel are sharp pains and crushing pressure. A void of guilt stabbing straight into the heart and responsibility. Pressing heavy. And something else. What is this feeling? Father still went to battle. He said, "Thank you, everyone." Him hovering was thanks to Otto's support. Father politely requested, and also apologized, but, "Can you move aside a bit?" COJ couldn't bear it. But her sister reminded her, "This isn't a battle. Sister, even when getting closer, if not spoken, there will be things we cannot know." COJ's younger brother is also a father, so he would understand his father-in-law's feelings best. Father told Magi, "Why have postponed? It's time to talk." Magi pointed her hand toward herself. Her mind was a mess. Father just wants to make you feel guilty? We can't turn back anymore. Clean trap. Magi took that excuse to attack Father. I am no longer human. The world ahead will fall into chaos. Amidst the rushing demons, there are disasters we cannot defeat, even if the prophecies are changed. The Empire still wastes time with civil wars between humans. The Empire is in danger, and so are the demons in the prophecy. Is God truly a benevolent entity, or simply a creator? What is certain is that God doesn't care about individuals. To survive through rebellions, we must embrace new things and forge strength. Or maybe I don't know anymore. Maybe in the end, it's all just an excuse. Anyway, I will make him follow, by all means, even if I have to force him. Father activated his ability when it was too dangerous to reveal his job to his family. Confronting Magi's clean trap, two massive energy streams collided, causing both subjects to be impacted by the shockwave, blowing them backward. Right? I know you worked very hard. That is why I want to stop you. This is when there was no time to talk to my children. Father moved high above Magi's head. When I felt the growing distance between me and my children, Father's emotional energy source poured down on Magi. Sharp pain, crushing pressure. More than that, something intense that I feel. When I suddenly realized, my daughter has grown up. Father's heart always held bittersweet feelings watching 5 daughters grow up day by day. Explosive emotions. Intense, but containing tenderness. Did that emotion reach Magi's heart? COJ watched silently. She is writhing in pain. Like, she is recovering. The son-in-law then understood. Now I understand what father-in-law wanted to say. Father poured out his heart to his daughter. Well, you grew up like this. I was an invisible father. Yet, each of you grew up very well. When I realized that the eldest child had always taken care of her younger siblings, even when she was still too young, when she still wanted to play or date, what I feel stronger than anything is that she took the place of the mother who left too soon, took the place of the father who was always busy, sacrificed her own life. When I suddenly realized that, Magi couldn't take it, collapsed from being too emotional. The son-in-law understood everything. That is an apology. Magi wanted to be like when she was little, rushing into father's arms. But the manipulator was always present to remind her. Even so, more than that, we must move forward. Magi woke up from innocence. For the family, what you cherish is being intoxicated with the sweetness of violence wrong? Is being intoxicated with the sweetness of violence wrong? That is just a bonus reward. You're not wrong, and I support your choice. Now, let's move forward together, even if you have to break your own bones. The truth proves. Power is granted, then the granteur can use it at will. This is, she cannot control the power. Right at this moment, Man was the key factor to help Magi. Mom is here. Mom is here. Man slapped one hand on the ground, forming a stance. 2 colliding attacks neutralized each other. Man pulled out a knife. The attack was diverted. Man said, Mom has a few things to apologize for, and the son probably has a few things to say to his mom too. But, Otto, save your sister first. Otto suppressed his emotions, wholeheartedly supporting Mom. Father couldn't help but comment. You treating my daughter like yours annoys me. But is there any way Man replied, yes, things only a mother can do. Magi held her head. Seems she is also resisting the control. Man and father actively joined forces, asking, what way? Man replied, stop Magi's movement. Just for a moment. Inome calculated. She would make Magi go crazy. The priority, right now, is to break the pillars stabilizing Captain Park's mind. She is the possessor of offensive ability. By destroying herself, those two cannot leave Magi alone. These guys are annoying, right? But now they aren't the main problem. Even though 3 individuals joined forces, they still haven't been able to harm a gnome once. Since then, except for sudden attacks, initial surprises, all 3 were impatient. Damn it really. That damn spatial teleportation. Magi went ahead, telling the Heejin siblings, follow me. Heejin 2 people. 2 sounds following behind. Olivia was furious. You stinking tumor bastard. Where are you running? I will kill you. Inome replied silently. Can't advance anymore. Where's Inome heading? Marley, Magi under Inome's control, was waiting for instructions. That's right. You must protect your family. Don't stop. Wipe out those blocking your way. Don't let them interfere. Clean trap. COJ went up. Kicked Magi's hand off course, causing the destructive attack to be released into the sky. COJ exclaimed, Commander, the in-law condition is strange. She lost control of her power. Otto manipulated his ability, using all remaining points, increasing defense power, spending 8,500 points. Otto activated. CD 56. Ultimate Weapon 0 Suis Automatique Combat. Donning the battle armor, Otto entered the battle. How long do I have to hold her? Man said, 5 seconds. Hold her for 5 seconds. Magi screamed insanely. Out of the way. All of you. COJ's brother said. The leader never says a thing twice. That attack. I will take responsibility for that attack. This guy's like a masochist, excitedly taking the hit. Metal Man. So this is the true attack of my sister-in-law. Despite having natural durability and layers of magic defense stacked up, it touched the bones. Having to feel pain like this. Sister-in-law, is that what you are enduring? Magi under a gnome's brainwashing seem to know how to fight, much more flexibly. No need to think much. As long as you breathe, you will find a way. I can even hide you in my space until the war ends. Now you just need to focus on the present. You're not wrong. The father's voice grew loud, wanting to call his daughter awake. Magi, when having to impose a curfew out of worry for his daughter, COJ closest to Magi, saw a positive change. It seems she is gradually regaining consciousness. When COJ lifted her leg for a high kick, Magi accidentally saw, wait, thigh area, boxer shorts. Magi's discomfort +1. COJ grabbed the skirt and kicked the side of Magi's face. COJ's ability activated. Your head must be very uncomfortable. Inome was so annoyed, so boring. Because of that, she let her guard down. Magi's poison dart arrived. Magi spoke towards Inome. Running away is useless. A hunter never lets prey escape. Inome gradually couldn't stay calm anymore. Annoying. My voice won't reach her. So Inome went full evil. Phoenix. Let's see how far you can try. I will kill you all. To achieve the highest destructive power, Inome forced Magi to self-destruct. COJ's brother had high defense, but reach his limit too. A real man takes responsibility. Father grabbed COJ and Otto, pushing the 2 young ones back. Magi, attacking them, also had to suffer pain. An earth-shattering explosion, blowing away all objects surrounding architecture. Magi suffered fractures in all her ribs and tailbone. Magi's eyes couldn't stop shedding tears. Father had all his heavy armor blown away, gently calling his daughter's name. Magi, anyone can lose their way. Your father too. I missed what was happening around me and lost the most precious thing. We lost our original destination, just clinging to formalities, forgetting the reason, but to protect the place where we can return. He hugged tight, beloved daughter, telling himself, Father won't collapse. He hugged his child. COJ and Otto saw this, also joined in, hugging Magi back. They shouted simultaneously. Right now, Man was also crying, but she needed to do what must be done. Her final role as a mother. Mother's hand is a healing hand. Nashiki. Man empathized with Magi. You have suffered a lot of pain all this time, haven't you, dear? Mom is sorry. Mom's beloved daughter. The feelings of all those who cared about Magi successfully pulled her out of the demon's control. Another flashback to discussing war strategies. If the captain is in the same stage, does that mean Magi won't be able to return? Marley informed. Inome Isabella has a extraordinary mind. She isn't an overly powerful demon, but her curiosity to dig deeper whenever she finds something interesting brought her to rank 5. Honestly, I never thought I could create a half-human, half-demon either. But no matter how well you understand a creature, will it ever be the same as its creator? Meaning, that's right. This is a type of infection stage. It can be cured. The confirmation from Marley gave them more faith. Man shouted, "Unite all. Hold her down. All magical power. Even if we have to exhaust ourselves." Every connection between Inome and Magi cracked. "These trash." Inome screamed in fury. A pulse pushing everything away burst out. Everyone looked towards Man and Magi. Man spoke softly. "Magi, Mom gives up custody. Come back. To your home." Man patted her back, encouraging Magi. She immediately, like when she was little, ran into Father's arms. Everyone was exhausted, but also relieved. Father said, "Magi, can I say one thing? What kind of weird outfit are you wearing?" "Yes, of course." What decent father can stand seeing his daughter dress so boldly? Back to the main business. The main character in the battle with the former third high demon. The main character knew who controlled this massive body, so he aimed for Hunger, who was seizing control. The main character ran along the giant demon arm. The other body swung its arm to attack the main character. Jumped up to dodge. Hunger evaluated. Skill not equal to Mabamai, but when he holds a weapon, his combat power rivals a high-level demon. But that weapon is broken. Now, to aim for this body, he has to fly up. But Gemini's body has absolutely no blind spots. What do you do in midair? Man's footsteps arrived. A powerful boost, exactly what the main character needed. Jumped onto the demon hand, accepting temporary leg disability. To create leverage, jumping as high as possible, the main character shouted, "I don't see them anywhere." Man shouted back, "Don't see them. It's right here." A new gun was thrown to the main character's hand. He chose the right angle, aimed straight down. The target was Hunger in the middle of Gemini's body. Inome held her head, scolding, Damn it. This is all your fault." Inome didn't notice Man was right next to her. "It was you. You dare to touch my daughter?" Stabbed Inome in the back. A punch from Man really sank in. Heejin cheered. "Beautiful, Mom." The group stood watching Inome get beaten face down through several fortress floors. Her first time being overwhelmed, and like this when facing humans. What kind of power? I almost fainted. "Inome, end it here." "So," Magi signaled. "Agassi, protect Zero." Agassi heard Magi's entrustment. "Don't tell me Zero. The reason he hasn't returned in a situation like this is because..." The Knight Commander shouted. "Go, the Jaeger, get out of the way." Agassi once again stepped forward, leaving the battle with the Jaeger to the Knight Commander. "Thought I had exposed perfectly. The shock is coming in. This is a battle where missing just one factor means facing impending defeat." Through the window, a person from the Resistance was drawing a bow, holding breath, waiting for the opportunity. Whether biological father or whatever his true feelings are, put that aside for now. Zero must also be suffering a strong nocebo effect stemming from betrayal. "Don't stop. I am the only counterattack against the Jaeger." Agassi swallowed a placebo pill, boosting her spirit again. "I can do it. Don't stop." So she found her way to Zero. Her hand reached out, saving Zero. Inome was being pounded by Magi and Olivia. The Jaeger was too fierce. Fighting 3 alone, it still hadn't fallen to a disadvantage. On the main character's side, he was stalling Gemini's body, because the host was being continuously shot by the main character. The main character fell. The gun muzzle had never been so close to Hunger, a body that can't even handle this. Easier to attack than the real body, especially when there's a gun here. Hunger intended to say something. Then the main character shoved the gun barrel into his snout. "Who do you think you are? No matter how big the body you hide in, you can't hide your mediocrity. You think you'll have a glorious ending? You never accomplished anything significant. Not even once. You don't advance. Only know how to leech off others." Then the main character unloaded the clip, determined to exterminate Hunger. Agassi at the same time swung, hugging Zero. Agassi used her ability. 0. The Jaeger's ability has no effect on you. 0 is freed. Gemini's massive body fell. The controller hunger, probably dead. Enome was ravaged to the point of exposing bones and internal organs. 0 was safe and sound. Looked over. He saw the person approaching. The main character reached out to him. 0. I'm exhausted to death. Take my hand. Hurry up. We have to sell chicken too. 0 didn't hesitate. Grasped this steady hand. Yeah, that was really scary. Dealing with a gnome like this also exhausted the Heejin's siblings and Magi. Magi was relaxing. Then a floating fish said, "That's right, little brat. Killing me is the only way. Are you kidding? With a high demon?" Magi saw or sensed something, making the boy despair. 0's calamity had just arrived. 0 hadn't had time to rejoice about surviving and reuniting with the team. Turns out, they were all wrong. The one holding 0's life and death wasn't the Jaeger, but a gnome. The main character had to witness trauma. His teammate's head exploding in front of him. The surrounding world suddenly turned a bleak gray. The teammate they spent so much hardship to reunite with now lost his life right before their eyes. The mastermind gnome was delighted. Now let's start. Schools of fish surrounded the group of 3, Man and Magi. The Jaeger side was similar. Just like back then. Where are you taking me? Don't tell me. Jayam's uneasy premonition was quickly verified. Agassi was dazed for a moment, then realized 0 was gone, while the Jaeger was teleported to Agassi's location. Well done, Enome. And this time, the Jaeger must eliminate cleanly, before the main character's helplessness. The second teammate lost their life. Agassi, just moments ago, so lively, now about to go cold, while the cunning the Jaeger got his wish. Magi screamed in pain. Enome said, "Wait a little. You powerless bunch." Enome put all 4 into a vortex. "I will soon display you in front of Captain Park." All 4 were taken to the middle of deep water. Here there were countless bloodthirsty sea monsters. Mabamai sensed the danger. He immediately stood in front of Marley. A fish with a mouth full of teeth lunged in. Mabamai blocked that fish mouth, but created an opening, because now Marley had no one protecting her. So a gnome arrived and grabbed her. Watch carefully. This is the ending Mom chose. Mabamai lost vigilance and was bitten to pieces by that fish. Marley was then tortured by a gnome right after. Serves you right. Captain Park. Today is a beautiful sunny day. When a Jaeger's hammer was about to blow off the main character's head, Testmat was present. His appearance astonished a gnome and the Jaeger. Final exam is the final death. Testmat's ultimate ability. Final exam. When using this ability, the current situation will be set as a problem. Geography becomes reading comprehension text, and the examinee Testmat must solve the problem. The situation will become the text for the problem to solve. Simply put, it means rewinding to the past. Cannot take other exams during the final exam. Must solve the problem using only intellect, physical, and magic power. 0. What do you intend to do? No time left. Must grasp the problem in 1 second. What I saw first was Mabamai and Marley being attacked by a gnome. Heejin, Olivia, Magi should be facing a gnome, but nowhere to be seen. Spatial teleportation. Dangerous. That hole in the wall. Captain Park's soul lost appearance. Bodies of 0 and Agassi. Agassi's body collapsing, and the head rolling. 0 motionless before. Thinking he died first is logical. Considering position, 0 died before eyes. And Captain Park was counterattacked while distracted. Then preventing 0's death is the answer. Up to here is 0.8 seconds. Run, Testmat. He adjusted his hood. Even in that moment, arriving just in time was thanks to the midterm exam. Goyong still couldn't wake up. Transmitting to that side via radio is too dangerous. Conversely, it could reveal my intent. Above all, don't know the timing of the event. What about the moment of the Dream Woman's teleportation? Quick and brief. Testmat hurriedly asked, "Water level. Can already teleport space?" The Dream Woman replied, "Ah." Testmat said, "Damn it." Then hurriedly hung up. Think, if the final exam fails, not only will I be restricted by the difficult problem, but family could also die. Precisely because it can be solved, it is a problem. If the situation cannot be changed, the final exam won't activate. There must be a hint. Think. Testmat remembered before rewinding to the past. While rushing to support the family, he passed by Koma's family. At that time, clearly, it wasn't gambling. Komu's personality that I grasped from that conversation. A wild feeling that it's about to end Naya. What to do, Naya? Will the Jaeger's personality keep the promise to me? A failed mission failure? Just as Komu was confused. Test mat. Found her. Komu jumped and said, "What, Naya? Want to fight again, huh? But humans heal slow, right?" Test mat didn't beat around the bush. "I'll be straight. Take me to the lair as fast as possible." Why do you think a promise to a failed mission failure like me would be kept? A drug maker, making minds foggy then smoking, puffing away. The Jaeger making laws? Komu isn't stupid. He started to indulge, mistaking the pack's power for his own, Naya. I recognized the wildness created by humans and received a promise from the Jaeger. Naya, conversely, it makes sense too. That's exactly why this method is effective. Test map persuaded. I find learning a joy. So even in this lawless land, I still study law. Let's see who can make better animal protection laws. Koma hesitated, replied, "Promisa, Nia. Luki, Nia. My family is here. It's the rare Goyong, less rejected by humans. There's Goyong and Jie and Zhang." Komu reached out her hand. This was the action expressing. She considered the current test mat an ally. Calling him, Dasuhong. The two shook hands. With Goyong's speed, test mat will arrive as fast as possible. Not too bad yet. How to prevent Zero's death? It exploded, even with Agassi, but the body was installed with some device. Only one way left. Saying not worried would be a lie. But even so, I still believe in the abilities they have shown all this time. Test mat arrived just in time as the main character was pulling Zero up. Man saw Test mat's appearance. Even without knowing details, she completely trusted Test mat as the factor to turn the tables. The Jaeger and Inome saw Test mat arrive at the right moment. Both vaguely sensed the plan was about to veer off. Test mat warned Captain Park/Zero just as Zero's neck showed signs of exploding. The main character had no time to hesitate, so he had to react very quickly, using his special sword, slashing Zero before losing a life. To the enemy's hand, the main character wondered, is it okay? Using this ability on a human. The human body is very complex, far different from changing terrain. If by chance, there is a mistake, discard it all. Those useless feelings. Focus only on my ability. The slash cut into the parasite in Zero's body. The main character looked very decisive, making outsiders not even think he had any hesitation in it. As a result, the place on Zero's neck that seemed about to explode deflated. Zero fell down. Agassi leaned in, carefully checking his breathing. She shed tears, looked up and said, "Captain Park." Those tears, of Agassi accompanied by a smile. That was more than enough for the answer right now. Test mat's ability. You did well. Now, officially starting the vacation. Remember to do homework. Going home now. From now on, ability will be sealed for a month. Leave the rear to you. Captain Park, the main character's mood right now. Feeling relieved, because he saved Zero, but even though prepared to lose everything, still almost lost them. To what extent? The main character smiled faintly. Said, "Anyway, thank you for one thing. Now I understand." The main character used the knife containing his special ability, stabbing it into his own chest. How to use this abnormal ability. A pressure was descending on this place. Wild creatures reacted first to the impending danger. Inome turned pale. What? What is it? What is this? Bailea witnessed this and laughed. Not just laughed, but laughed especially heartily. The main character now gave Inome pressure similar to the number 1 or 2 demons of the demon realm. No time to pay attention to these guys. Think about priority order. Mom, using overwhelming numbers to block the path. Infinite. She aimed at Marley. Now the only person who can stop Captain Park is only Marley. Mabamai sensed danger, so even though weak, still ready to use little strength to protect Mom. Marley is a god, so unclear she was aware of the reverse flow event performed by Test mat. But right now, Marley stepped forward extremely calmly. It's okay. Mabamai, when Inome's tentacles wrapped tight around the position of the two, Marley pushed Mabamai away to escape, making him unable to help doubting. Inome tortured while absorbing Marley's power. Survival of the fittest. Only the stage changes. Our lives are no different. However, why did Mom say she came to save us? Collapse. All the children are about to die. From this moment on, It is because of Mom. Because being deceived like fools, losing the world and having to die. Enome secretly hoped. Collapse. Mabamai scolded furiously. You cursed Enome, Isabella. Enome continuously spat out insults. Why does Mom play such ridiculous hypocritical tricks, huh Mom? Actually, inside she was anxious, needing Marley to collapse urgently. Become Captain Park's weakness. Responding to Enome was a weary sigh. How many more times do you think I will fall for the trap? As expected, Marley was fully aware of the reverse flow event, and knew thanks to Testmat, the worst tragedy was avoided. Marley absorbed Enome's tentacles. Enome, power, couldn't take it. No, conversely, the instant world was snatched away. Marley narrowed her eyes, looking strangely, unusually toward Enome. Enome didn't understand. What does that look? Suddenly doing that. Saw what? Marley said, I am just the creator who created their beginning. Did I give birth to you? Marley was expressing disgust for Enome's existence. And there was a special person wanting to find Enome to settle the score. The first thing the main character did after demonization was throwing Enome down. Although Enome is a high demon, continuously suffering heavy injuries was also a burden on the body. When slashing zero, I recognized the dual face technique, maintaining life at a minimum level and destroying all limits of oneself. The Jaeger realized this. Not good. Man couldn't help worrying for Park Byung-jang. Enome was facing the terror she had pushed out. That very form, Demon King. The main character had reached a more complete step in the demonized state. This form, just like back then, compared to back then, even much more terrifying. The main character slowly spoke, sending a message to the Jaeger. Finish this. We'll come over immediately. These words chilled Enome's spine, and the Jaeger was uncomfortable. The dirty scheme had failed. Enome secretly lamented. Not like this. First of all, must hide. The main character quickly caught Enome. Playfully asked Enome, have you found it interesting enough yet, huh? Enome secretly found it hard to believe. How can you see? My teleportation space. The main character threw once. Enome again contacted several layers of concrete. Injuries piled on injuries. From here, it will surely be a one-sided torture session. Enome's special ability helps her survive much stronger than M. Hunger. The demonized main character immediately had sharper eyes. He discovered, it is because your summons gather together to regenerate the body. And also, there's a main body as the center. Enome knew fear. She weakly begged, don't come here. The main character said, fortunately, no need to wonder how many times to kill you. Enome bit her lip, tears streaming down, but won't get sympathy from anyone. The main character clenched his fist tight. One hit is enough. Enome secretly lamented. You devil, don't come here anymore. She screamed, then opened a teleportation gate under the main character's feet. The main character fell into the deep sea, filled with sea monsters. Enome is one who will never repent, as long as there is a 1% chance for her to turn the tables. I told you not to come here. Idiot. Mabamai observed, reading Enome's cunning. You pretended to only summon things constituting the body, then secretly opened a passage. Enome secretly sought luck. Still early. Impossible for him to completely master the power. But the space in front of Enome was like a broken mirror. But Enome, Isabella, have you forgotten how we crossed this world with the current Captain Park? A fragile dimension like this, tearing it apart and stepping out, is a small matter. Enome didn't want to believe. I was completely defeated? Even my summons. It's a lie. A lie. Ending like this. The fun hasn't even started yet. Cannot end. There are still plenty of things to enjoy in this world. Enome urgently called for help. Galia, I kept the promise. I created the form you wanted. You keep your promise too. Take me quickly. Galia cut off Enome, saying, yeah, true, you kept it. Enome hadn't had time to rejoice when Galia said a sentence with clear intent to renege. Considering the result, yes. You find fun by making them kill each other. And above all, the plan of you intending to humiliate even Balia. You think I don't know? Galia is just like Mabamai, loyal to their creator, and won't forgive those intending to blaspheme Balia. Galia passed on a message. Like Lord Balia sent a sentence. It was interesting. This message made Enome realize, just like she enjoyed watching her colorful aquarium fish swim in the tank, Galia is just like her, just on a much larger scale. Enome sadly struggled. It really was very interesting. The main character's fist arrived. Inome wouldn't resist, because she ran out of ways, out of plans. Survival of the fittest. The words she always preached are just applying to her. As the weaker one. That's all. The main character's fist shook the Jaeger's already dilapidated fortress. The Jaeger sensed it. Inome, dead. Now, at this battlefield, only the Jaeger remained. He had praise for the Knight Commander. Truly amazing. The saying that technique trained to the limit is like an ability seems correct. The Knight Commander hadn't collapsed thanks to endurance. From internal organs to bones, nothing was intact. I attacked, and used ability too. Yet in that condition, he is recovering. Manhwa, using life as collateral to pull power out. But paradoxically, it pushes external mana out and heals wounds. That is what even Captain Park once experienced. The Knight Commander smiled, as if having achieved the goal. I tied him down. Now, the main character came to repay the punch. For the Jaeger here, fist and hammer collided. Both were those who far surpassed limits. Evenly matched. Recovery is reconnecting bones, blood vessels. Everything must fit together. Theoretically, it consumes the most energy. The Jaeger is collapsing, but Man couldn't feel relieved, because Park Byung-jang is no exception. Both sides push themselves to the limit of self-destruction from within. Let's look back at a past story of the Jaeger. Brother, this isn't right. Continuing like this means we are human traffickers. Terrorists, really? What are we fighting together for? Not to live as slaves to gods, but for each individual to freely find the value of life, isn't it? Jaim spoke of the reality. Addiction and lawlessness spreading more and more. Their lives are being stolen. The Jaeger cut the cigar, replied to Jaim. Stolen? What life do they have to be stolen? They are just animals living resignedly in enduring circumstances. They will forever drift with the old flow and become obedient paving stones for the coming world. Even me, I am just part of those stones. Jaim searched for words. She always trusted you. Man reassured members who had many opposing opinions that there must be some misunderstanding. Large scale. Makes it hard to manage subordinates. Jaim informed. She can't believe you hid and did such illegal things. A future achieved by betraying comrades. What value does it have? Man placed all trust in the Jaeger. I believe the Jaeger couldn't do that. Jaim couldn't help questioning. How could you treat her like that? The Jaeger stood up. Why? Of course. Because that brat is stupid. Try her way again? She isn't wrong. That stupid brat suggested walking the old path of failure. Empire's ability user. She looks only high school age. Having power at that age? Understood. Before being targets for elimination, we're just test subjects. Using the old way is useless. Need a ruthless plan that hits the weakness. That's why Man was framed that day. Drugs. Operating illegal facilities. Hiring killers. Human trafficking, along with countless other crimes. And plotting terror to overthrow the government. Man's side was furious. Stop immediately. Man, the Jaeger. That dog the Jaeger. Using us as bait. Man couldn't believe her ears. That is, what does it mean? With that girl who only acts on stupid righteousness. This is the most logical way to use her. Karma found the Jaeger. The girl he loved. Cut off contact. Remembering the past. The Jaeger felt heavy-hearted again. Truly, hard to look at. Looking at a gnome's incomplete body. It's hard to say how Marley feels. Meanwhile, ICO from afar still had a way to monitor the battle situation. Marley, right? Knowing this fact, ICO ran out of the office. Stolen by fire? Go save? What about us? In the end, the creator just wants to take back what belongs to her. ICO suddenly heard Mabamai worriedly calling. Not worth Mom crying over. Mabamai tried to comfort his mother. I should have handled it sooner. Mabamai wiped tears. No, Mabamai. It's just. Words a gnome knew were provocative. Yet they kept lingering in Marley's mind. Only the stage changes. Our lives remain the same. But why did Mom say she would save us? Because all the children about to die from now on are my fault. Marley admitted. Gnome Isabella wasn't wrong. Mom always stood high looking at the whole picture. Maybe Mom didn't know the children dying was her fault. But, after falling down, Mom saw this. What was stolen in indifference was not life, but living. Mom still doesn't know what to do. Mom's heart is also confused. ICO followed what the main character said. Listen to our battle and judge. Marley expressed. Even if called a hypocrite, Mom still wants her children to live. Let's go. To Captain Park. Continuing like this won't do. It's like repeating tearing apart and reattaching the body. Need to stabilize. Can't let him die. There's still many things to do together. Will you go with Mom? Mabamai. Mabamai saw his mother regain her spirit. Got excited too. Of course. The main character was chasing close behind the Jaeger. The main character suspected the Jaeger was actually running away. The Jaeger opened the door. Said, I'm not young enough to lose blood and stress over these games. If you expect that, sorry. The Jaeger really knew how to piss off Barbie, Ongjong. This dog. The main character broke the door. The Jaeger didn't run, but stood ready beside it. Waiting for the exact moment, the main character broke the door. Immediately kicked. His fighting style? Truly. The main character was kicked flying through several rooms. Caught the wall. Jumped back into the fortress. Bastard. You knew, huh? That I used too much strength. You intend to exhaust me? If there is anything the Jaeger surpasses the main character in, it is the characteristic of an old fox. Didn't expect you dared to calculate this far. But you also know, right? Plans must be flexible. The moment you give up is the end. Now, everyone. Seems quite a few surrendered or hid fearing death, huh? Can't criticize this old man's survival instinct. But if you eat, you must work. Now kill the intruder in the lair. If not, obeying orders. The bombs attached inside you will explode. You will be blown to pieces. I believe everyone knows. This is not a joke. The people captured alive by the main character's group started struggling. Move! Get out of the way. Like this, we'll surely die. Better to rush into the lair for a chance to live. Body lamented. We're screwed. Realizing the critical situation. Empire's gifts. I'm using them all here. Body released the addicts. Now adding desperation to find a way to live. Heejin wanted to complain. Aish. Just finished resting. Olivia blocked this crazy crowd. Incensed. We're these guys. Although no combat sense. But mana, energy, and strength equal to executive level? This is Cuso amphetamine. Captain Park is dealing with this alone? Man was troubled. If only I wasn't in the Jaeger's ability range. I would have helped the children finish faster. Damn it. Mana reserves are running low too. In this situation, am I just a hindrance? The Jaeger from the window looked at the whole Matvern. You think this old man ruled this place for years for nothing? Most of the gang and civilians are within my ability range. The main character broke the wall arriving. Saw the Jaeger sipping his cigar, although regrettable that the plan failed. But I just had a new idea. If I intended to give up, I wouldn't have started. You too, right? Agassi and Zero were still deep down in the deepest part of the fortress. Agassi muttered, I have to go. I can stop the Jaeger's anomaly. But leaving Zero behind, Agassi suddenly felt a chill. Gemini escaped him. Hunger's control is regaining consciousness. And he certainly bears no goodwill towards creatures called humans. Agassi was naturally completely helpless before this. Wait, Ju Vi-ong, Song. But once again, another timely appearance. Bella greeted. Saw the... Is it too late? Agassi was overjoyed. Bella requested. Sa. Leave Zero to me. Man's group was being surrounded by the crowd of Matvern people. Olivia looked up. Saw something. She jumped high. Godspeed. Late for work by 5 minutes. The object she liked to make up had arrived. Annoyed. Late. Magi saw who it was and was very moved. Wearing sharp makeup. My dears. The two gladiator sisters have returned to help. Let's review how the training process of sisters Bella and Cindy went. Master. You said we must survive. Right. Time has come to reveal. I have Alzheimer's. The two sisters were a bit dumbfounded. Cindy asserted. Grandma. That's not it. You're still very lucid. Bella seriously pondered. So that's it. Muscle memory. The fairy nodded. At least training under me wasn't in vain. Bella explained to her sister. Meaning Master replaced the memory and processing ability of the brain declined due to Alzheimer's. With muscle memory to live like a normal person. Theoretically possible. But scholars all affirm. Muscle density achieved through normal training isn't capable. But if Master's words are true, then this is a discovery beyond theory. The fairy informed. I'm using most muscles as a storage device. But what if I redirect muscle usage back to strength now? The two sisters understood silently. It means, until now Master hasn't used full power yet. The fairy's muscles, already massive, now swelled up 1.5 times. The Bella sisters had goosebumps. Maybe the instruction to survive was about the fairy deploying power. Made the beasts in the forest panic. Concrete wall falling down there. The bohemian old man sighed. It's been a long time. Wild beast. Finally woke up. Fairy activated Alzheimer's mode. Gemini was confused. Strange. Weird. Why? How? Why can't I catch him? Bella told herself. That training course was hell. It wasn't worth calling training. More accurately, survival. Master had Alzheimer's, so couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Unforgiving assassin skills just rained down. Speed. Destruction. Damage force. Explosive force. Kinetic force. Penetrating force. Elasticity. Speed, stamina. Mental power. Physical. A technique composed of all. Compared to back then. Then, if it were before, Bella might be very overwhelmed. But now she was strong enough to fight a former third high demon. Cindy's punching speed also improved significantly. Too simple. Slow as a turtle. Bella shouted. Agassi. Although I don't understand clearly. But there is something only you can do, right? The Jaeger's ability is nocebo. That state causes negative effects on the body. I can block it with placebo, Bella reliably said. Agassi. So leave this place. To me. Agassi mocked. Showing off late at night. Agassi left very quickly. Everywhere there were many enemies under pressure hunting her and everyone. Keep rushing forward. But what are allies for? It is for moments like this. AC, commander of the resistance. He signaled the order. Charge. AC's troops opened a safe path for Agassi to advance. Marley and Mabamai were on their way to the main character. Gemini, after being knocked down by Bella, was delirious, or intellectual decline, or something. Kept muttering. Too many toys. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore. Can't hold back anymore. I can't hold back. I can't hold back. Gemini jumped up, grabbed the tiny Mabamai. Marley asked, Are you okay? Mabamai said, I'm fine. Please don't stop your steps. Marley suppressed her feelings. Moving forward. Don't stop. Jaim also struggled to get up for Agassi. The Knight Commander's men said, Commander, you must not move. The Knight Commander objected to resting. What are you saying? The battle isn't over yet. This body won't listen to me? The dark-skinned woman was urgently ignoring all enemies on the way. To reach the Jaeger as fast as possible, the Man gang aimed guns. High-ranking executive there. Damn it, he didn't even care about us. Ignore him. But the weapons in their hands dissolved. Reserve energy ran out. The dark-skinned woman now had only one thought. Return quickly. The opponent didn't stop either. The main character was secretly annoyed. Damn it, can't catch him. The Jaeger said, Complex structure makes it hard to catch. Both jumped down, landing on floor. The main character secretly calculated. Better to destroy the building. But this is a high floor. Teammates will get swept in, the Jaeger said. Finally found the effort of running away useful. The main character immediately sensed the hidden meaning. The Jaeger's words. You reach your limit, right? The main character was losing blood. The injuries the captain had to take were different from Satan. He continuously took attacks enough to crush the body. Moreover, unlike me, the captain fought continuously without rest. From the start, the plan included exhausting his strength. The Jaeger was fishing for this moment, to deliver a finishing hammer blow. But the main character learned very fast. Like the Jaeger, if strength is used up, draw life force to use. Falling down means death anyway. A few years, a few decades of lifespan. Does it matter? Marley strongly opposed this suicidal mindset. No, Captain. Absolutely unforgivable. Using life force. We promised each other. You would create an opportunity for me. Promised to find a way together. Marley pierced the wall, coming to intervene in the battle between the two men. Both were stunned by her overly sudden appearance. Marley kicked the main character's head and proposed. Date me. Zero is losing more and more blood. Father of D. Wait. Calm down. This wound must not move. Jaim replied. Yeah, I know. Wound lost, too much blood. Before that, seemed to be stabbed in a vital spot. Jaim said, I need to hide first. Zero said, please get treated first. No. Here, how can I? Resistance forces are saving civilians and no guarantee there's a healer. This wound can't wait until then. Thala raises self-recovery ability. Maybe. Zero suddenly realized something. He called out loud. Father of D. Jaim said, It's okay. Anyway, my life is considered lost. Seeing my daughter's face one last time is enough for me. D is the hope of this battlefield, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. D, you shouldn't use your ability for someone like me. Please, absolutely do not tell her anything. Jaim silently watched over his daughter. Let's go. The mini-game was to catch Mabamai. They immediately used the weakened Mabamai as a punching bag to vent their anger. Bella silently wondered how to handle this cleanly. Damn it. No matter how many times she attacked, she couldn't deal any significant damage. Bella freed Mabamai first. She asked with concern, Are you okay, Mabamai? Mabamai knew Bella had feelings for the protagonist, so they said, My rival, Bella's mild epidi. Thank you for acknowledging me. Bella quickly got to the main point. They're from a demon tribe too, right? What's that one like? Can we take him down? Mabamai explained. The defining trait of Game Mini is their overflowing vitality. They have endless stamina and regenerative abilities. The brothers cover each other's weaknesses, so there are no blind spots. Above all, to him, Game Mini was overjoyed. It's Mabamai. I'm so glad. We can play again. Come play with me. Come on. More. Try and kill us. What Mabamai was wary of about Game Mini was this. The feeling of fear does not exist for him. Mabamai said, Back then, I killed him in an instant with overwhelming power. To be precise, I thought I had killed him. But now, with my current muscles, what are you thinking? Mabome noticed bella estonde physique. He admired it and praised her. Your muscles have gotten better, haven't they? Before, I couldn't let go of my obsession with my physique. But now, these are well-trained, tightly packed, practical combat muscles. This might just work. It seemed Mabamai had a plan. He proposed an idea to Bella. Let me borrow your muscles, protagonist. The protagonist had been officially knocked unconscious by Malay. It was a development the Jaeger could not have foreseen. I heard she had absolutely no talent for combat. But it seems she's a martial artist. Impossible. What did she do to Sergeant Bach? Malay attacked the Jaeger with fire. Although the way Malay used her destructive power was immense, it lacked any order. This confirmed it for the Jaeger. As I thought, she has no talent for combat. I don't know how I should thank you. Did you come all this way just to talk to me? Malay knew her own limits. I've only been attacking according to instructions. I know I don't have any talent for fighting. It's fine. This isn't an attack. It's a signal. Only then did the Jaeger realize. She was intentionally attacking to cause a commotion. For the members of the resistance. One blow from the Jaeger's hammer, and they'd be done for. The Jaeger sneered. Are you sacrificing this many lives for a boyfriend? Sacrifice? How laughable. We are fighting together. This has always been our role. Thank you. Akis thought, silently grateful. Then he gave a firm command. Don't give him time to get his cigarette. Finish him while he's like this. Thanks to her, we've made it this far. Now offer up your life. The Jaeger just smiled in the face of it all. Malay draped the protagonist over a cigarette. She spoke to the Jaeger. Besides, he's not my boyfriend. But he belongs to me. The Jaeger mused. To be young. Normally, it's best not to talk. But since the smoke from the explosion is cleared, I suppose one word is fine. This again, Sergeant Bach? In your world's terms, this is an illegal modification. And a complete mess at that. Please get some rest. This time, I will create the opportunity. Even though the Jaeger was alone. None of the resistance members dared to underestimate him. One of them advised, Your Majesty, you must escape. Akis retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? If a useless person like me can raise morale by standing on the battlefield, then that is precisely how we will use this life. The Jaeger was battle-hardened. Akis couldn't find a weak point. This is so frustrating. What is that for him? But no power comes without a price. He's clearly being worn down. But we don't know how long that state will last. Can we hold out until then? Just then, someone arrived. They were aiming for Akis. A loud shout echoed. Stop right there. The dark-skinned woman grabbed Akis, forcing the resistance to halt. That's right. The resistance lost focus. Your Majesty, damn it, let him go now. The Jaeger chided, Too late, Solos. Solos replied, Sorry. My apologies. Cut me some slack, boss. I came back from the battlefield, all by myself. And my opponent was the Shield Knight Captain, no less. Hearing this, the resistance knew that Silva's chances of survival had been slim to none. The Shield Knight Captain, Vitra, the one who fought alongside Moicano. No way. The Jaeger asked, Did you kill him? Solos replied, Of course. The Jaeger deactivated his peak state. He let out a long laugh. Too bad, Akis. I had already considered the possibility of losing personnel. From the very beginning, I predicted that you would fail with those numbers. Besides, my subordinate seems to be more capable than I thought. A foolish monarch who only looks to the empire for approval and doesn't care for his own country. You let the slums fester and then dare to blame us? For you to speak of the nation now is the height of hypocrisy. This is the end you deserve. Akis frankly admitted his shortcomings. Yes, it was only when I became useless that I finally realized this place, this hell, it wasn't created by those bastards. It was created by me. My half-hearted attitude became such a heavy burden for my people. But there were those who understood my heart and walked with me. I pity you, the Jaeger. Even if you conquer the world, you will still be all alone. Akis had struck a nerve, and because of that, as the Jaeger's mad dog Solos, sent him to the next life in an instant. In this battle, the one who suffered the most devastating loss was the resistance. The Jaeger said, "Foolish. I was prepared for this long ago." The body of Akis was dropped by Solos. All the members of the resistance cried out for their leader to have died so suddenly. The Jaeger told his most loyal subordinate, "Solos, let's go." And, "You were wrong, Akis. I still have my loyal one." Solos said, "Finally, I have returned to my master's side." The Jaeger only needed one. But Akis's words turned out to be true, because Solos was Akis's mole. This turn of events shocked even the resistance members. It turned out that for all these years, Solos had followed the Jaeger, just waiting for this very moment. Her blade pierced through the Jaeger's chest. Solos' true identity was a royal guard. The one Solos had always faithfully followed was Akis. "I have completed my mission, Master. I will join you soon." She did all of that, just to make the Jaeger lower his guard, so Solos could land this killing blow. "I will be with you shortly, Master." The Jaeger thought, damn it, if it weren't for Nocebo sensing the danger, I would have died. Twice even. Humans have an instinct that can almost predict the future. There are cases where people feel an unexplainable unease and cancel their ticket right before a passenger ship sinks. The Jaeger had connected this instinct to his body's negative reactions and had avoided many dangerous situations. And it was the same with Solos. He had figured out the truth. Whether she aimed for the neck or the heart, it was all to prepare for the possibility of failure. It was a divine strike, impossible to dodge. The Jaeger silently wondered, since when? From the very beginning? Betrayal should have been impossible because of the Nocebo binding. Now is not the time. I can't let myself fall like this. Don't panic. Focus on the auto-suggestion. The Jaeger's hand shot up. He gouged out one of Solos' eyes. He gave her the suggestion to fall and cushion his landing. But his ability was ineffective. In the end, the Jaeger couldn't escape taking the full force of a long fall. The Jaeger didn't die, but he wasn't far from it. Damn it, I couldn't land properly. The wound is too severe. If I hadn't let my chaotic energy erupt, I would have died. How much life force will it take to recover? 10 years? 20 years? It's fine. As long as I have Malay, this problem can be solved. And Solos was being gaslit. A powerful Nocebo was being activated. Starting now. But once again, things didn't go as the Jaeger planned. As Solos walked over, the Jaeger realized she had sacrificed her hearing at some point. The Jaeger was astonished. Her ears. How did she manage to keep this a secret? If she can't hear him, then it has no effect. In other words, the blind spot of Nocebo lies in each person's interpretation. Solos had never betrayed the Jaeger because her loyalty was established from the very beginning and was always directed towards her true master, the Royal Guard. They cover their faces and don't even reveal their abilities so they cannot be identified. They are the shadows that protect the king. That is why Akis entrusted this crucial mission to Solos. For that reason, only you can do this. We have sent so many spies until now, but all of them were exposed. And above all, the Jaeger probably has a way of seeing through lies. Solos replied solemnly, "Thank you for once again entrusting such an important mission to this incompetent subordinate. However, if he can see through lies, then I fear that merely concealing my identity will not be enough to complete the mission." Akis called someone over. "I am Jamal. I possess a special ability and work under His Majesty. It is an honor to meet a member of the Royal Guard. My ability is Approach Kella. I can change a person's common perceptions through hypnosis and brainwashing. With this ability, even one's origin, identity, and memories can be completely fabricated. Of course, we must prepare the settings beforehand, and creating the image will take time. Solo spoke up. Wait a moment. Changing everything like that, isn't that harming me? Jamal replied. It's just your imagination. How can that be considered harm? The hypnosis will be set to release under specific circumstances. Akis stated it plainly. You will become a villain. You will be reborn as the Jaeger's loyal subordinate, and you will have to kill your own comrades. Solos accepted this burden of sin. As long as it is your command, I will obey. Akis reminded her, Solos, always remember, the mission is always the top priority. Solos had no objections, but Akis added one more point, and it is more important than even me. The mission is the top priority. Solos still calmly accepted the order. I will obey. The only ones who know about this operation are the three of us. Therefore, Solos' loyalty was never fake. It was just that the hypnosis had made her mistake the Jaeger for Akis. The two clenched their fists. One drew a blade and slashed. Solos' practical field skills were something the Jaeger had to face to truly understand just how formidable she was. The Jaeger used his strength to fling Solos away. She quickly regained her balance and went on the attack against the Jaeger. During one sweep, the resistance, she met Yaman again. Are you awake now, Solos? You gained the Jaeger's trust and completed your mission so brilliantly that you even became an officer. It was hard for Solos to remain calm. She had just struck down her own people. Yaman empathized. You still weren't mentally prepared? It's all right. We were prepared for it. The spell of the hammer was broken. Solos awoke from her daze, only to face the reality that she had killed her comrades with her own hands. She had hanged innocent civilians. Her rage towards the Jaeger was beyond description. Just a moment ago, she had killed yet another comrade. And most recently, when she returned under the guise of supporting the Jaeger, she was confused. What is this state? No. With this many people, a surprise attack like this, at a time like this, I need to observe the Jaeger. In the current situation, even I can't afford to be careless for a second. What should I do? At that moment, Akis had given her one final order. Take my life. Use it to seize your opportunity. With so many sacrifices, she cannot fail here. With her entire loyalty, she dedicated everything for the future. That was the mission. Now, Solos had nothing left to lose. The Jaeger realized it too. This one is fighting like it's a suicide mission. It's as if they feel no pain at all, but the feeling of pain was still there. None of the resistance members knew that they had a comrade who had sacrificed so much. But what pain could be greater than losing one's country and failing to protect one's king? Seeing that desperate mindset, that all-out effort to kill him from Solos, the Jaeger was suddenly reminded of a time long ago, his youth, when Mamang asked him, what is the free world you envision? A world that is free, equal, where value isn't determined by status or money. A place where everyone has their own worth. That's all. Those words had come from a young Jaeger's own mouth. And yet now, he had turned the entire country into this ruin. They call that democracy. Solos may have failed in assassinating the Jaeger, but she had succeeded in stirring something within him. The woman he loved, upon discovering his murderous intent toward her own daughter, had resolutely tried to stop him. Don't go, Jaeger. The Jaeger glared and asked, where is Jayam? Did that bastard take her? The woman, with a trembling knife in her hand, pleaded, Jaeger, please stop. Those who opposed him, even under torture, their spirits remained unbroken. You who stole freedom now claim you will create freedom? How utterly ridiculous. The Jaeger thought to himself, that can't return to me. And it shouldn't. Body once said, the Empire? To capture that market. The risk is too great, isn't it? The Jaeger saw it differently. I just need to destroy it. Even myself. I'm just a foundation for the world to come. Those who change the world are the ones who are willing to play the villain. In this place, everyone has their own point of view and their own enlightenment. Right and wrong are not really part of the consideration. You want to borrow my muscles? Mabamai said, with this amount of muscle, it'll be brief, but I can pull out the terrifying muscle form. Omega mode. Bella was concerned. What if I become half demon too? Mabamai saw she was overthinking. There's no way that would happen. Game Mini was disgruntled. What are you doing? Let us out. This is despicable. I'm so hurt. Come on, play. This isn't working. Bella said. It seems there's no other choice. Use them, Mabamai. My muscles. Mabamai transferred their own muscles symbiotically into Bella's body. Game Mini charged forward, but a burst of power erupted, blowing one of Game Mini's arms away. They were about to witness a form never before seen in this series. Bella and Mabamai had merged. This process was not pleasant at all. Bella said, "My entire body is already starting to ache like it's going to shatter." Mabamai comforted her. "We can only go all out about 2 more times. That's enough. Take this opportunity and learn well. Learn my genius method of using muscles." From birth, he was strong, but in a world where strength is power, the weak are eliminated, the strong are reborn. This world ceaselessly produces the strong to enhance the glory of the gods. Mabamai felt the need to go even further. After much contemplation, Mabamai returned to the starting point. The fundamentals. The circle serves 2 functions: pumping the heart muscle to load it like a bullet, twisting and compressing the muscles to their limit to initiate. For someone like Bella, who fights using her muscles, this fusion was truly a lesson. "Amazing," Game Mini said. "This sound, I'll never forget it." That's right. Mabamai, using Bella's body, leaped up. The muscles were twisted to their absolute limit. When they expanded, they would explode, rolling with terrifying speed, encased in a thick, sturdy layer of muscle so the energy wouldn't disperse. The shockwave shot straight forward. Mabamai delivered a kick. It was like a cannonball. It blew away the entire upper body of one of the Game Mini figures. Truly a demon's work. The remaining part of Game Mini confirmed it. As expected, it roared with excitement. "Mabamai, that's it. Bella grond. My body feels like it's being torn apart." Mabamai reassured her. "Stay sharp. We're doing it one more time." The strongest destructive power in the demon world. Just as Mabamai had said, Game Mini felt no fear. In his final moments, he even thought happily, "How lucky. I could still play some more." The people witnessing this dare not imagine what horrors the future would hold. Seriously, I wonder what the world will be like from now on. After 2 kicks, both Bella and Mabamai were completely exhausted. But then pumpkin vines appeared and wrapped around them, supporting them both. CD spoke gently. "You both worked hard." Agatsi saw this, knowing that now it was truly over. Only the Jaeger is left. Malay was cheating Bakbi Ongjang. When she heard someone call her name, she turned around. A voice shouted, "Where's Malay? Where's the Jaeger?" Malay looked again. "It's you, the Jaeger." The Jaeger was holding something. It was a strange, speaker-like device. He ordered Malay, "Don't move. Did you think I came unprepared?" He blew smoke everywhere. "And you've already responded to me. This old man doesn't trust any situation." Agatsi ran into her friend, Zero. She asked after him, "Zero, are you okay?" Zero replied, "I'm fine." The next question was the one that was hard for Zero to answer. Agatsi asked, "Are you all alone? Where's my dad?" Zero choked up, but Jayam had begged him, "Never tell Dee anything. I'm begging you." Those were Jayam's last words. Zero said, "You have to run." Lot. Zero couldn't take it. "I can't." Agatsi saw the look on her friend's face, and her heart filled with dread. "We can't lie." In the end, Zero still told Agatsi the truth. Jayam had found a lone locker for himself. He used it as his coffin. Meanwhile, the Jaeger had captured Malay. Agatsi only had 1 pill left. Who gets priority? The time has come to choose. The Jaeger climbed up high. He wasn't going to kill Malay. So, his target was Bak by Ongjong. But he couldn't attack the protagonist. Malay had been prepared. Trying to heal someone on a battlefield like this? Did you think I didn't buy insurance? The Jaeger's eyes grew cold. Then try this on for size. He had intended to surpass his limits. But now he was the one being pushed to his limit. It was all because he was nearly depleted after his fight with Solos. The Jaeger staggered. Akis's mocking words echoed in his head. "Even if you conquer the entire world, in the end, you'll still be all alone." At that moment, the Jaeger was incredibly bitter towards Akis. Malay said coolly, "It seems you've never been cornered like this before, have you? You're only recovering, not restoring yourself to your original state. Inside your body right now is a tangled mess of nerves. It's quite a struggle, isn't it? Wanting to give you a prophecy?" Even with the Jaeger weakened, Malay's strength was no match for him. He grabbed Malay. "I have no choice. I have to do what I can. Carter's profits don't just rely on medicine. We also raise and export forbidden beasts that are too dangerous. Ever since old man Koma joined, I moved operations outside and ceased all activities within the city. He dragged Malay towards a tightly locked iron door. Inside was a giant dog-like creature. The Jaeger said, but I still kept a few of my favorite beasts as personal pets. In the middle of this maze, I'm digging a secret tunnel. Look, no one will ever find us. Escaping from here won't be easy, but it won't be that difficult either. It won't be hopeless. It was a huge gamble. Now it's time to reap the sweet rewards. The scene shifted slightly to Jayam. At first, he was a savior. Then he became the one entrusted with a child. I was an immature kid who knew nothing. Did I make you tired, my child? Did my best choice turn into a disaster for you? One night, Jayam turned and walked away. Behind him was the sound of little D crying. Jayam was cornered by the Jaeger's men. This captain, he's in the Empire's slums. But there's no reaction. He must be deaf. Like a fool. I nurture my loneliness, so I wouldn't be swayed by you again, and not be mesmerized by a glamorous past. During the days I spent waiting for death, I thought I would never be cured of the poison. Then I met you again, D. You have grown up so strong. Could it be that I have been obscuring your light? Seeing my daughter's face one last time is enough. The truth is, I regret it. Forcing you to live so weakly. It's just that. I wish I could have held you one more time. Jayam's vision began to blur. Just as he was embracing the approaching darkness, a ray of light appeared. A brilliant light. His wish might just come true. Agatsi had chosen to find her father first. Jayam was stunned. I don't know. I don't understand. When I woke up, I was already with you, Dad. I thought I had been abandoned, so I resented you. I was always blaming you. Just then, a call came through on the radio. The Jaeger has disappeared. The Liberation Army reported. I guessed he would return to his stronghold after his defeat. But we let him slip away. It's our fault. Sona lamented. I just woke up to hear that the boss ran away. What a joke. File said. The guy was seriously injured. He'll be caught sooner or later. But Gut offered a clue. That might be a little difficult. He handed something to some dazed addicts and ordered, read this. It was a message containing Sona's magic. A single, heartfelt sentence was written on it. Even demons have humanity. Humanity? I told the Frost Cavalry. Horses have bones, right? My mom said she found me under a bridge. Everyone knows that. After they finished reading, the magic of Sona was activated. A wall of ice enveloped the Jaeger's entire fortress. The cold, it's coming. Mamang immediately rushed to find Bak by Ong Jong. Meanwhile, the Jaeger rode his hound, carrying Malay in a cage. Just 10 more years. No, 5 years is enough. Now that I have Malay, I could do so much more than that. Most of the fortress is still under my control. Now it's time to start over. Jayam urgently told his daughter, Go D. The Jaeger is trying to escape. He hasn't gone far. Just leave me behind and go. The Jaeger will continue to hunt you. You are his sworn enemy. You have to end this, D. My biological father, Agatsi screamed. I don't know anyone like that. Sharing the same blood is just a title. I don't consider him my father. Dad, Agatsi cried like a child, saying, You're my real dad. If you were going to tell me to go, then you shouldn't have let me know you ever loved me. You should have let me keep hating you. Zero stood silently, giving the father and daughter their space. Jayam stroked his daughter's head. We went through so much to be reunited. Jayam couldn't put his feelings into words. Yes, it's my fault. But how? Could I not love you? Agatsi couldn't stop crying. I am sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I am sorry, Sword Shinbok. The protagonist had been protected by Malay and had fully recovered. He walked over to Agatsi. Please, eliminate the Jaeger for me. The protagonist muttered, Eliminate the... Flebu has received the order. Agatsi covered her face, choking out, Thank you. Mamang walked in. She could see a flickering flame. It's rising. You see it too, right? The ice is melting. Mamang approached the protagonist. She asked, Can you guess where the Jaeger went? The protagonist replied, My power has stabilized, so I can clearly sense Malay's aura. Used a search like this too, you know? That bastard. Who does he think he is, kidnapping one of my people? Let's go, Mamang. She is the Azure Flame Witch. For some reason, Mamang had regained her youth.